The man found himself standing in a blue space, with spots of light flashing around him from time to time. The scene looked like a scene from a science fiction movie. Just as he was wondering where this place was, "Master, you're awake." A woman's voice called him. Suddenly, a hot and capable woman wearing only a bikini appeared in front of him with a respectful look on her face. The man stared at the woman with delicate features and impressive figure and was stunned. After a long while, he came back to his senses and asked hurriedly, "Where is this place? Who are you?" The woman replied, "It is a super island system from the future. Our spacecraft had an accident when passing by the Earth, and the island system device fell off and merged with you. Now you are in your own consciousness space. You can call me manhwa." Galaxies circled around the man and almost approached him. Super island system? When the man heard the name, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. The super island system is used for island construction and development. It aims to create a super island, which is divided into 4 sections: medicine area, vegetable planting area, animal area, and equipment area. Manhwa stretched out his hand and pointed, and a large screen immediately appeared in the void in front of him, displaying the names of 4 areas. As soon as he finished speaking, manhwa disappeared, and a huge timer appeared in front of him, with 11 hours and 59 minutes displayed on the screen. The man named Yi Xiao suddenly came to his senses and found himself sitting on the ground. There was no trace of the super island system around him. He checked his watch and saw it was already 11 o'clock, so he ran home immediately. He knew nothing about island number 4, not even where it was. Yi Xiao quickly turned on the computer and looked up the file. Island number 4 is located northeast of Donghai City, 300 nautical miles from the coast, with an area of 10,000 acres. He immediately searched for relevant information online and bought a ticket to Donghai City. It only takes a few hours to fly to Donghai City, and then rent a boat to the island, which also takes 2 or 3 hours, which is plenty of time. A few minutes later, Yi Xiao simply packed a few clothes, left 50,000 yuan for Xiao Shulan, and took a taxi to the airport. Soon, Yi Xiao arrived at the airport, and there were still 10 minutes before boarding. He rested in a chair, waiting for takeoff. "Dear passengers, due to the storm, the passenger plane from Jiangnan City to Donghai has decided to delay takeoff. Please be patient." Yi Xiao was stunned when the news of the delay came on the radio. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and began to think of other ways. He finally gave up his plan to go to Donghai City by car because there was not enough time. Now he could only pray that the plane would take off as soon as possible. While waiting, Yi Xiao rented a speedboat online and went directly to island number 4 after arriving in Donghai City. As time went by, it was finally 6 o'clock, and Yi Xiao became more and more anxious. If he was 1 hour later, he would not be able to reach island number 4. "Passengers departing for Donghai City, please board the plane. We apologize again for the delay." When the broadcast sounded again, Yi Xiao rushed to the boarding gate with his bag. There were 5 hours left until certification, and the flight time was 3 hours, which left him 2 hours to get to island 4. On the plane, Yi Xiao was in a state of anxiety. If he could not complete the certification in time, his life might become ordinary. But if he completed the certification, he would be able to create his own business empire. 3 hours later, the plane finally landed. Yi Xiao immediately took a taxi to the pier. However, when he found the boat charterer, a fat middle-aged man was leaning against a dilapidated speedboat that looked like it would fall apart at any moment. Yi Xiao's heart sank, and he quickly handed over the map and asked, "Don't you have any other speedboats?" "The new ones. I need to get to island number 4 within an hour." Xia Dahai glanced at the map, rubbed his belly, and said with a smile, "Little brother, don't look at my speedboat because it looks old. It runs very fast. The island is not close to here. If we want to get there in more than an hour, we must sail at full speed. For this boat." "Tell me how much." Yi Xiao understood what he meant. $5,000, and I guarantee you'll arrive on time." "Okay, hurry up. Don't worry, brother, leave it to me." Xia Dahai started the engine and stepped on the accelerator to drive out. Yi Xiao sat on the speedboat. With the roar of the engine, the speedboat quickly left the dock and headed towards the distant island. He heard clanging sounds coming from the cabin, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried that the speedboat would suddenly fall apart. But when he looked at Xia Dahai beside him, he saw that he looked relaxed and didn't seem to be worried at all. "Brother, why are you going to that broken island? It's okay now because it's winter. If it were 2 months earlier, the island would have been swallowed up by storms and huge waves. It's not a shipping route at all, and no one wants to go there." Xia Dahai chatted casually while steering the ship. "That island is mine, and I plan to settle down there." Yi Xiao responded briefly, wanting to hear Xia Dahai's opinion on island number 4. Xia Dahai laughed after hearing this. "Brother, I pass by that island occasionally. It's not small, but it's all rocky, without even soil. It's not a problem at ordinary times, but in October, the weather changes unpredictably and it's especially dangerous. And there's no water or electricity on the island. It's not suitable for survival at all. Listening to Xia Dehai's reminder, Yi Xiao just smiled faintly. Even if the island was desolate, with the super island system, he believed that island number 4 would become like a paradise. However, Xia Dehai obviously disagreed. He shook his head and said nothing more. An hour later, Yi Xiao found that there was still no sign of any island ahead and couldn't help asking, "How long will it take to get there?" "Don't be late. I have to reach the island within 15 minutes. "Late? Who did you meet on the island? Who would go to such a remote place?" "Don't worry, I will definitely not be late." Xia Dehai patted his chest and promised solemnly. After a while, Yi Xiao entered the island system again. He saw that the time displayed on the big screen was 9 minutes and 20 seconds. There was not much time left. At this moment, he finally saw a desolate island in the distance. The island was rectangular, with almost no green vegetation, only some rugged rocky slopes, and the waves constantly hit the island, making it look extremely desolate. Yi Xiao's heart sank. Although he had heard that island number 4 was very desolate, he still felt heavy after seeing it with his own eyes. "Look, we're here. I told you it wouldn't be too late." Before Xia Dehai could finish his words, the speedboat suddenly made a harsh sound. Then black smoke came out of the engine and the boat stopped. Yi Xiao looked at the island in front of him. His heart suddenly sank. He stood up and looked into the distance. At this time, they were only 100 meters away from the island, and there were less than 3 minutes left. "Don't worry, I have the tools and can fix it later." Xia Dehai comforted him and prepared to take out the toolbox. However, just as he was about to act, Yi Xiao had already jumped into the sea and swam desperately towards the island. When Xia Dehai saw this, he hurriedly shouted, "Boy, are you trying to kill yourself?" Yi Xiao had only one thought in his mind. That is, he must not miss this opportunity. He swam hard towards the island, and when he saw the system timer approaching 0, he became extremely anxious. Finally, Yi Xiao touched the stone at the edge of the island, reached out and grabbed it, and prepared to climb up. "Time is up." The system's voice suddenly sounded, and Yi Xiao knew that he had failed and the authentication had not been completed. Disappointment and annoyance intertwined. He punched the stone hard. "Master, I'm ready to start the authentication." At this moment, Inha appeared again, still wearing revealing clothes and with a charming smile. "Didn't you land on the island? Did you fail the authentication?" Yi Xiao was a little confused. Inha smiled and said, "As long as you touch the island, you will succeed. Now you can start the authentication." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Xiao saw a full-view projection of island number 4 appear in the system, and the island's information also began to be displayed. The island covers an area of 10,000 acres, with a coastline of 13 kilometers. The longest coastline is 4.5 kilometers, and the shortest is 2 kilometers. After the certification is successful, I will give you the initial reward. "What reward?" Yi Xiao asked curiously. Inha came closer and showed a mischievous smile. "The reward is a kiss from me. How about it?" Yi Xiao was a little disappointed. He had thought there would be a more practical reward. Seeing him like this, Inha jokingly added, "Actually, I was just joking. The reward is that soil will begin to grow on the island." "That's good. When will it start?" Yi Xiao relaxed when he heard it. "Anytime, but I'll schedule it at night to avoid attracting attention." Inha continued. "Okay, no problem." Yi Xiao secretly looked forward to it. Next, he walked around the island. Although the island was vast, he soon discovered many problems. There was no water, no electricity, no signal, and the beach was full of rocks instead of sand. At this time, Xia Dehai's speedboat was finally repaired and drove to the shore. Yi Xiao nodded and prepared to go back and make a plan first. There's no need to be in such a hurry to go back, right? Otherwise the ship won't be able to bear it. After all, it's about to fall apart. Xia Dehai reminded. He knew that the ship was 10 years old and could break down at any time. Yi Xiao smiled and said, "How much do you think this boat is worth? Why not sell it and buy a new one?" "This boat can only be sold as scrap metal and is worth $1,000 at most." Xia Dehai shook his head. "Then I'll buy it and give you 2,000. Yi Xiao suggested. Xia Dehai thought about it and nodded in agreement. After all, the boat could fall apart at any time, so he could make more money if he could sell it. After 4 hours of sailing, the speedboat finally docked. Yi Xiao paid 7,000 yuan, including the toll and boat fee. Xia Dehai took the money and said with a smile, "The boat is yours. If you need to rent a boat in the future, you can find me." Yi Xiao then rented a cheap hotel, lay on the bed, opened the system, and checked it carefully. However, facing the densely packed names of items on it, he was a little confused, so he called out Inha. Inha appeared in front of him and said with a smile, I suggest you start by growing vegetables. You can choose rain bombs, growth hormones, and yield-increasing hormones, and mix them according to your needs. Yi Xiao looked at the three items. The price of a rain bomb is 10,000 renminbi per round, which can provide rainfall for 1 acre of land. There are 3 types of growth hormone, which can shorten the growing period of crops, and the yield-increasing hormone can increase grain production. Yi Xiao picked up a pen and paper and started to calculate, but in the end he found that he had no idea at all and fell into confusion. Yi Xiao looked at the expense list in his hand and was a little bit unbelievable for a moment. It costs 50,000 yuan to plant 1 acre of land. This includes 2 bottles of growth hormone, 2 rain bombs, and a can of ordinary crop seeds, not including the yield-increasing hormone. He calculated in his mind that he still had about 140,000 yuan in his hand, so it should be no problem to plant 2 acres of land. He must use yield-increasing agents to increase the yield. After all, at 50,000 yuan per acre, the more the better. After some selection, Yi Xiao decided to plant rice and cabbage, 2 crops that are both common and not easy to attract attention. He asked Inha, are these seeds at least common seeds? Inha thought for a moment and replied, although it is an ordinary seed, it is several levels better than those seeds outside. You will know after you plant it. Yi Xiao nodded and then asked, Inha, what suggestions do you have for the future development of the island? Inha responded with a smile. There are many ways to turn an island into a super island, such as building a weapons factory to sell arms or growing drugs. These can quickly make the island rise. She said it easily, as if she didn't care about these illegal activities. After hearing this, Yi Xiao widened his eyes and asked in surprise, the system actually has this function? Inha nodded and said, I don't have this ability. I can turn an island into a super island through tourist attractions. In fact, there are many types of island systems, and I am just one of them. So, your first stage task is to make money and build the island into a place suitable for tourism and vacation. Yi Xiao frowned, obviously not convinced. After all, arms business can make you rich quickly, but it is not easy to develop a deserted island into a tourist destination. He continued to ask, how much money is needed for the first stage? Inha said casually, the basic requirement is only 100 million. What? 100 million? Yi Xiao almost fainted. 100 million? Don't be so surprised. There are actually only 3 basic requirements: convenient transportation, convenient accommodation, and complete entertainment, medical, and protective facilities. As long as these 3 points are met, it will be fine. Inha's tone was very relaxed, as if the money was not worth mentioning. Yi Xiao took a deep breath and asked, you make it sound easy, but what are the protective facilities? Inha explained, the special nature of the island determines that it needs protection. Natural disasters such as strong winds, huge waves, and lightning may hit the island, so relevant facilities must be prepared. The system will provide response facilities. Yi Xiao still didn't quite understand. Why don't other island scenic spots need these protective facilities? Suddenly, the system interface turned into a pink room with all the furniture in it. Inha was lying on the sofa and said, if you want to blame someone, blame the bad environment around your island. You can encounter any kind of situation. Yi Xiao saw Inha pick up the remote control and turn on the TV, and he was a little curious. Are you going to watch TV? Inha looked up at him with a sly smile. Of course, it's boring to be alone for a long time. Don't you want to stay with me? As she said that, she licked her lips, revealing deep wrinkles. Yi Xiao immediately exited the system and quickly lay down to sleep to avoid further trouble. The next morning, Yi Xiao got up early and went to the supermarket to buy a shovel, a hoe, a tent, and several boxes of food, preparing to stay on the island for a few days to observe the specific conditions of the island. He spent half an hour buying everything and putting it on the speedboat, and then set off for island number 4. 4 hours later, Yi Xiao finally landed on island number 4. Unlike the desolate island before, the current island number 4 was covered with a thick layer of soil, and the environment had improved greatly. Yi Xiao happily grabbed a handful of soil and put it in front of his nose, took a deep breath, his face full of joy. This is a big step in the island plan. Although it is just a small step for him, it is a breakthrough for the entire construction process. He began to turn the soil. After several hours of hard work, 2 acres of land were finally reclaimed. Yi Xiao was so tired that he was sweating profusely. After returning to the system, Yi Xiao called out Inha and asked, how can I redeem these items? The system supports cash and credit card payments. Inha looked at him with a smile, with some anticipation in his eyes. Yi Xiao frowned. Your functions are quite complete, but why do you want money? It's useless. Inha took the card and tapped it gently, then returned it to Yi Xiao. There are 24,000 yuan left in the card now. Money is meaningless to us, but seeing that you gave all your money to me, I am a little excited. Then, several spots of light descended from the system. They were the 2 cans of seeds, for rain bombs, for bottles of growth liquid, and 2 bottles of yield-enhancing agents that he had purchased. When Yi Xiao saw these items, his heart was bleeding. He spent 120,000 yuan and only had 2 rain bombs left. He felt heartbroken instantly. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the rain bomb requires a launcher to be used. The launcher costs 10,000 yuan. Do you want to buy it? Inha asked with some pride. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth helplessly. I don't think I have the right to refuse. As he said that, he handed the card over again. Inha smiled and handed Yi Xiao a shotgun-like gun, along with an instruction manual. Yi Xiao sat down to rest and began to check the instructions. Growth hormone and yield-increasing hormone can be used at any time and can be used in conjunction with rain bombs. He opened the seed cans and found that the rice and cabbage seeds were not much different from ordinary seeds, so he planted them in the ground. After completing these, Yi Xiao picked up a rain bomb and put it into the launch gun, then put the blue growth hormone and yield-increasing factor into the small hole next to the launch gun and fired it into the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, the rain bombs, growth hormones, and yield-increasing hormones exploded in the air, and then it began to rain over the rice fields, which lasted for 10 minutes. Wow, it's amazing! Yi Xiao looked at the raindrops in amazement. He fired another rain bomb to another acre of land. The items purchased with 120,000 yuan were soon gone. The only good news was that the crops that originally took 3 months to mature could now be harvested in 1 month. After doing all this, Yi Xiao jumped into the sea to take a bath, then set up the tent and prepared to have a good rest for the night. After the sun went down, Yi Xiao stood on the island, and the surroundings gradually became dim. The only sound was the sound of waves hitting the rocks. Although the island was deserted, it was the starting point of his dream. He observed for a while and found that even in January, the daytime temperature was 17 or 18 degrees, and it dropped slightly at night to only more than 10 degrees. Fortunately, he understood the instructions for the seeds, and such temperatures had no effect on the growth of rice and cabbage. Just as I was about to crawl into the tent to rest, Inha's voice suddenly rang in my mind. If you can't sleep, I can chat with you. Not just chat, I can help you do anything, except buying items in the system. I can satisfy you with everything else, anything you want to do to me. Yi Xiao closed his eyes and replied impatiently, I want to sleep. Inha's voice was still calm. Are you not interested in me? According to what I learned from your mind, you haven't touched a woman for a year, and you are in your prime. It's not good for your health to hold it in for too long. Yi Xiao couldn't help but frown and responded coldly. I'm curious, as an intelligent virtual person, why are you interested in this? And it's very unethical to pry into other people's privacy. Yi Xiao thought of his girlfriend in college. After graduation, she ran away with a rich second-generation man, but he didn't have too many regrets about it. Inha said with a smile, although I am a virtual person, I also want to experience the emotions between men and women. Yi Xiao became more annoyed after hearing this and responded coldly. Then why don't you create another virtual person and experience it yourself? That won't work. The emotional system of virtual people can't reach that level. 2 virtual people can't experience the pleasure between men. But I can experience the pleasure between men and women through your feelings. This made Yi Xiao completely speechless. He put on his headphones to listen to music and prepared to go back to sleep. The next morning, Yi Xiao got up early and went to the field to see that the young seedlings of rice and cabbage had already broken through the soil, and the land was full of green. Yi Xiao was delighted. The seeds in this island system were indeed extraordinary. The seeds that would normally take half a month to germinate germinated in less than a day. When he had nothing to do, he picked up a hoe and prepared to cultivate a few acres of land. At this time, Inha's voice sounded again. I advise you to find something else to do. Yi Xiao was a little puzzled. Isn't it good to reclaim the land? Inha said, it's not bad, but you are simply too busy. Super islands also have requirements for the ecological zones on the island, and they must develop in a balanced manner. According to the size of the island, you need to cultivate 2,000 acres of pasture, farm, forest, and 4,000 acres of living area. If you want to cultivate 2,000 acres by yourself, I guess you can't do it even if you work yourself to death. Hearing this, Yi Xiao had a headache. It's so complicated, it seems I have to hire someone. He already had a plan. When the rice and cabbage are ripe, he should be able to make a lot of money by selling them. At that time, he plans to hire a few farmers to help. Next, Yi Xiao wandered around the island. There was nothing but mud around. It was obviously not an easy task to turn the island into pastures, farms, and forests. Inha noticed his confusion and said, don't worry too much. There will be raffles every year and festival. In addition, when the island has 1,000, 10,000, or 30,000 people, you will have a chance to win a raffle. Yi Xiao heard a hint of ill intention in Ina's words. There must be some unknown requirements behind these lotteries. A few days later, Yi Xiao confirmed that the 2 acres of seedlings on the island were growing stably and there were no problems affecting their growth, so he decided to return to the Donghai City Pier. After getting ashore, he planned to find a hotel to rest. After all, he had not had a good rest for several days on the island. At this moment, a familiar figure ran over from a distance, with a smile on his face. "Xiao Yi, is that you?" Yi Xiao smiled and saw the fat man running over. He instantly recognized him as his good friend Pang Xiao from college. Everyone called him Xiaopeng. Yi Xiao walked over and patted Pang Xiao on the back, saying with a smile, "You little fat guy, why are you here?" Pang Xiao smiled happily, his eyes narrowed into slits. "I work nearby. What about you? Why are you in Donghai?" The two laughed heartily, and Yi Xiao also smiled and replied, "Let's go. Let's eat first and talk while we eat." Then, the two came to a nearby restaurant, and Yi Xiao told Pang Xiao the reason for his visit, but did not mention the island system. Pang Xiao ordered a few bottles of wine and side dishes, and suddenly sighed. "I heard that your father passed away. I thought you would inherit a large fortune, but I didn't expect that there would be only a broken island and 200,000 yuan left. I heard that Yi Lin inherited most of the stocks and hundreds of millions of wealth. The Yi Group will definitely belong to him in the future. It's really unfair." Yi Xiao seemed very calm about this and said calmly, "I have nothing to do with the Yi family. I am me, and the Yi family is the Yi family." Pang Xiao sighed. "You are quite open-minded, but you said you grow vegetables on the island. How is that possible? As far as I know, the island is all rock and there is no fresh water. How can you grow vegetables? Believe it or not, you'll know when you go and see it." Yi Xiao smiled and said nothing more, thinking that one would only believe it if one saw it with one's own eyes. Pang Xiao nodded. "Don't talk about this. You can stay at my place for the time being. I live alone anyway. Come, have a drink." The two drank and talked, and the atmosphere became more and more relaxed. An hour later, both of them were a little drunk. Pang Xiao smiled and shook his head. "Xiao Yizi, do you know Wang Muching? She also opened a restaurant in Donghai City. Back then, she was not only the most beautiful girl in our class, but also the most beautiful girl in the school. Her figure was simply stunning." Yi Xiao smiled and responded, "I am also very familiar with her, and we meet from time to time. I will ask you to go with her later. She is not a blessing that ordinary people can have." Pang Xiao smiled proudly. Although Yi Xiao was not familiar with Wang Muching, he knew that she was a celebrity in the school. There were many boys chasing after her, but not many could walk with her. After dinner, Pang Xiao took Yi Xiao to his rental house. Soon after, Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao arrived at an old residential area. Pang Xiao took out the key and opened the door, smiling and saying, "The room is very simple. Don't mind. It's only 1 bedroom and 1 living room. The rent is less than 1,000 yuan a month. After deducting the rent, water, and electricity bills, there won't be much left for food, drink, and entertainment." When Yi Xiao entered the house, he saw that it was indeed very simple. Apart from a table and chairs, there was almost no furniture, and there were very few electrical appliances. He walked to the kitchen and asked, "Xiao Pang, why is there not even a pot in the kitchen?" Pang Xiao scratched his head and said with a smile, "I usually eat out for 3 meals a day. When I get home, I just sleep. I don't cook much at night. I feel a little dizzy today, so I'm going to sleep first. The quilt is in the cupboard. You can sleep with me or on the sofa." Yi Xiao thought that Pang Xiao snored so loudly that he couldn't sleep with him at all, so he took a quilt from the cupboard and lay on the sofa. Soon after, suddenly, an alarm sounded in his mind. Yi Xiao woke up suddenly and quickly entered the system to check. The projection of island number 4 had appeared in front of him, and the land where the rice was located was flashing a red warning light. Yi Xiao hurriedly asked Inha, "What happened?" Inha replied calmly, "The rice is short of water. It's that simple." Yi Xiao was stunned. "But I have already watered the rice with rain bombs before." Inha explained, "A rain bomb can keep vegetables from needing water for half a month, but rice is different. It grows in water, and a rain bomb can only keep it from lacking water for 3 days." Hearing this, Yi Xiao frowned. "What should I do now? I don't want to waste 50,000 yuan." Inha shrugged. "Now you can only carry the water yourself. You don't have enough rain bombs. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Why wasn't I prepared?" Yi Xiao asked dissatisfiedly. "As a system, I can't make all the decisions for you. The instructions for the rice seeds also state that it's your fault for not reading it clearly." Inha answered lightly. Yi Xiao sighed. "It seems that I can only carry water by myself." The next morning, Pang Xiao got up, washed up, hurriedly left his keys, and went to work. Yi Xiao put on his clothes and went to the nearby area to buy a dozen mineral water barrels. After filling them with water, he began to move the barrels one by one onto the speedboat, preparing to set off for island number 4. 4 hours later, Yi Xiao finally arrived at island number 4. He carried buckets of water to pour into the rice fields, and then began to build mud banks on the edge of the rice fields with a shovel. The water just flooded the land. Yi Xiao realized that he had to transport water again to meet the demand. On the way back, he suddenly thought that he would no longer need to buy rain bombs in the future and could just transport water directly. So he discussed this issue with Inha. It's fine if you want to do this, but you will have to slowly transport the water for the 2,000 acres of land in the future. Inha said with a smile. Yi Xiao couldn't help but frowned. It seems that I have to find a boat to transport water in the future. After 4 hours of busy work, Yi Xiao finally transported the second batch of water to island number 4. By 6 o'clock in the evening, the sky had completely darkened, with only moonlight shining on the sea. These days, Yi Xiao basically stayed at home to familiarize himself with the island system. He gradually understood that although the items in the system were expensive, their quality was indeed much better than those outside. However, he still preferred to buy unnecessary items outside. Yi Xiao was writing down the future development plan of the island on paper. He realized that to survive on the island for a long time, seawater purifiers, generators, and shelters were 3 essential facilities. Only by solving these 3 problems could it be possible to live on the island for a long time. At present, he can only hope that the rice and cabbage can be sold at a good price. Warning, warning. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. Yi Xiao did not enter the system, but asked while writing the plan, Inha, what's wrong? The cabbage field needs watering. Inha responded quickly. Yi Xiao sighed and said, it would be great if we could control the rainfall on the island at any time, so we don't have to run around anymore. Inha smiled and replied, you can buy an island control device, so you can control the island at any time and anywhere, but the price is astronomical for you at the moment, so you'd better go for it. Yi Xiao ignored Inha's teasing and decided to continue to solve the problem manually. He picked up the bucket again and started to head to island number 4. When he came to the field again, he saw that the rice had grown to knee-high, and the golden rice ears swayed in the wind, shining like gold. The cabbage had also grown to the size of a fist, and its color was as white as snow, as pure as crystal. Yi Xiao was full of expectations. He thought that the rice and cabbage would be ripe in half a month, and he hoped to sell them for a good price. After watering, he packed up his tools and slowly drove the speedboat back. In the next few days, Yi Xiao basically stayed at home, thinking about how to continue to survive on the island. Living on this deserted island was full of problems. No water, no electricity, and even no place to live. To solve these problems, at least more than 200,000 yuan would be needed. However, he only had 1,300 yuan left in his pocket, which made him feel depressed. Yi Xiao was just about to pack his luggage and head to island number 4 to harvest rice and cabbage. Unexpectedly, Pang Xiao suddenly came in angrily, with the flesh on his face trembling, looking extremely angry. What's wrong? Yi Xiao asked with some surprise. Pang Xiao has always had a good temper, and he is rarely seen angry. Pang Xiao poured a glass of water, drank it all, and said, I quit. I was bullied that day at the company, and it made me lose a lot of weight. Yi Xiao couldn't help laughing when he heard it. You are so fat. How can you lose weight? Pang Xiao also laughed. Okay, stop laughing. Now you also need someone. Why don't I work with you? Anyway, the work is more free. Yi Xiao heard that he just needed a helper, so he nodded in agreement. Okay. Anyway, I need someone I can trust by my side in the future. So the two of them went to buy 2 sickles and some nylon bags, and then set off for island number 4. As soon as they arrived on the island, Pang Xiao said happily, Oh, little Yi. That's great. Vegetables are grown on the island. As he spoke, he seemed excited about Yi Xiao's plan. We're rich, gold and diamonds. Pang Xiao joked. Yi Xiao was a little confused, wondering when there were gold and diamonds on the island. When he walked to the edge of the field and saw the golden rice, he was stunned. In the sun, the rice was shining with golden light, just like gold. The cabbage on the other side was also amazing, as big as a football, crystal clear, like a diamond. Pang Xiao exclaimed, Is this really rice? It's a work of art. He picked up a rice ear and carefully removed a grain of rice. He found that the rice grains inside were golden and angular, looking like a miniature version of gold. How did you grow such beautiful rice? Pang Xiao asked excitedly, obviously very surprised by the quality of the rice. This is a new variety of rice, given to me by a good friend. Yi Xiao made up an excuse. After all, he couldn't tell Pang Xiao that it came from the system. Pang Xiao then ran to the cabbage field, and saw the crystal-clear cabbages. He picked a piece without hesitation and put it in his mouth. He immediately felt a sweetness melting in his mouth that lingered for a long time. "It's so delicious." Pang Xiao closed his eyes, sighed, then picked another cabbage and started eating it voraciously. "Is it really that delicious?" Yi Xiao looked at him and took a bite, and was immediately amazed. The cabbage tasted like fruit, and it tasted extremely sweet, which was completely beyond his imagination. The two of them ate to their heart's content, almost finishing a Tianjin cabbage. "It's so delicious, I'm so full." Pang Xiao rubbed his stomach, his face full of satisfaction. "Let's take a rest first, and then we'll go to the restaurant and see. We're sure we can sell them for a good price." Yi Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The quality of these rice and cabbages would ensure they would not have any problems in sales. After a short rest, Yi Xiao began to collect rice. As he collected, he sighed that the yield of this land was really amazing. 10 kilograms of rice was not a small harvest, but after the addition of the yield-increasing hormone, the yield was far below the normal standard. Pang Xiao was counting the cabbages. After counting, he found that there were only 100 in total. Considering the use of production-enhancing factors, this number made Yi Xiao feel a little disappointed. Under normal circumstances, it should be able to reach more than 1,500. "Do these rice and cabbage have names?" Pang Xiao asked curiously. "Golden rice and diamond cabbage." Yi Xiao suddenly had an idea and answered casually. "Yes, the name sounds very high-end and classy." Pang Xiao smiled. "Let's go, take some cabbages back and try it out." So, the two put 10 kilograms of rice and 3 cabbages on the speedboat and returned to the East China Sea pier. After landing, Yi Xiao made a detailed plan, asking Pang Xiao to take the cabbages to the restaurant to promote them, while he went to the processing plant to process the 10 kilograms of rice into rice. After finding a grain processing factory on the internet, Yi Xiao came to the factory gate, told the guard that he wanted to discuss business with the manager, and was soon taken into the office. Manager Zhao enthusiastically made tea and handed it to Yi Xiao, smiling and saying, "Mr. Yi, I heard that you came to me for business. Our processing plant is highly efficient and can process 100 tons of wheat every day. We will definitely deliver on time." Yi Xiao was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He only had 10 kilograms of rice, and this kind of large factory processing usually calculates by tons. After taking a deep breath, Yi Xiao placed 10 kilograms of rice on the table and said with a smile, "Manager Zhao, I only need to process 10 kilograms of rice." Manager Zhao was stunned after hearing this, and obviously couldn't believe it. "What? Only 10 kilograms? Are you kidding me?" Yi Xiao knew that this request was a bit abrupt and hurriedly explained, "I know this is a bit abrupt, but please give me a favor, Manager Zhao." Yi Xiao opened the bag, revealing the golden rice, sparkling with dazzling light. When Manager Zhao saw the rice, his eyes widened. He reached out and grabbed a handful to check, and found that the rice grains were golden and shiny like gold. A shocked expression instantly filled his face, and he couldn't even speak for a while. Wang Muqing's eyes were attracted by the diamond cabbage and golden rice on the table. She was obviously very surprised by these two things. Pang Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "These are not handicrafts, but real cabbage and rice. We just got them back from the island. The quality of the rice and cabbage is very high, completely beyond the normal planting standards." "Were these brought back from the island?" Wang Muqing stared at the two products again, her eyebrows raised slightly, and she was obviously attracted. "With this quality, what are you going to do with it?" "We want to sell these to you and see if you are interested in buying them." Pang Xiao continued, "These are not ordinary cabbages and rice. They are of high quality and can definitely be sold at a good price." Wang Muqing glanced at Pang Xiao, then turned to Yi Xiao. "Are these really grown on your island? They look very different from ordinary vegetables and rice." Yi Xiao nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, Sister Wang, this is the golden rice and diamond cabbage grown on our island. The rice grains are golden, the cabbage is crystal clear, and the taste is unparalleled." Wang Muqing listened, her eyes sparkling. "These qualities are indeed extraordinary. If they can meet the needs of my restaurant, I am willing to cooperate with you." Yi Xiao felt a glimmer of hope. "That's great. We are very willing to cooperate with your restaurant. After all, your restaurant has a very good reputation around here. I believe such dishes will be popular." Wang Muqing smiled and put down the fork in her hand. "But what are your prices? Can the supply of these things continue?" Pang Xiao quickly replied, "We will provide a stable supply. As for the price, we can negotiate. After all, it is a fresh and high-quality product, so there will be some fluctuations in price, but we are willing to give you a very reasonable discount." Wang Muqing pondered for a while, then looked up at them. "In that case, I can try your rice and cabbage first to see if the taste is different from outside. If it meets my standards, we can start cooperation." Yi Xiao nodded, feeling relieved. Thank you, Sister Wang. If you are satisfied after trying it, we will definitely provide continuous supply. Wang Muching smiled slightly. Then have one first and see how it works. Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao sat at the dining table, and Wang Muching personally instructed the waiter to serve the dishes. After a while, the waiter brought the golden rice and diamond cabbage. After careful cooking, the dishes looked delicious. Wang Muching picked up the chopsticks and put a piece of diamond cabbage into her mouth. A look of amazement appeared on her face. This cabbage is really special. It tastes sweet and refreshing. It's completely different from ordinary cabbage. It tastes like fruit. Then, she tasted a few more mouthfuls of rice and nodded gently. This rice has full grains, is fragrant, and has a delicate taste. It is really a very high-end rice. Pang Xiao and Yi Xiao were relieved when they saw her reaction. It was obvious that she thought highly of these two products. Yes, Yi Xiao, Pang Xiao, it seems that you have done a good business this time. Wang Muching put down his chopsticks with a smile. Your products have great potential. We can negotiate the price. I can accept the conditions for cooperation. Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao exchanged glances and felt very happy. Thank you for your recognition, Sister Wang. We will do our best to supply the best products. Yi Xiao said. Wang Muching waved her hand gently. You don't have to be polite. We can discuss business, but your products must maintain quality. This is very important. In the following conversation, Wang Muching and the two discussed details such as price, supply volume, and terms of cooperation. In the end, the two sides reached an agreement, and Wang Muching agreed to cooperate with them and become their long-term customer in the catering industry. Happy cooperation. Wang Muching raised her glass and said with a smile. Happy cooperation. Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao also raised their glasses in response, full of expectations for the successful cooperation. These are the golden rice and diamond cabbage we planted. Try them. Pang Xiao broke off a cabbage leaf and handed it to Wang Muching. Can we eat it directly? Wang Muching was a little confused. Although she saw Pang Xiao's firm face, she still reached out to take the cabbage. The moment she bit into the cabbage, a sweet juice quickly filled her mouth. Her eyes widened and she exclaimed, "It's so delicious. When did cabbage become so delicious?" Pang Xiao smiled and responded with satisfaction. As long as it tastes good, how about it? Can it become the treasure of your store? Wang Muching looked at the cabbages on the table that shone with the light of diamonds. She had already made up her mind and said, "Not bad, sure. I'll give you $20 a cabbage. That's good enough, isn't it?" Pang Xiao's eyes flashed with joy, and he immediately looked at Yi Xiao, expressing his satisfaction. This price is not bad. Too low. Yi Xiao directly refused. Wang Muching stopped what he was doing. His eyes turned cold. Too little? 20 yuan for cabbage is already a sky-high price. How much do you want? Yi Xiao held up a finger and said, 100 yuan a head. Okay, I agree. Wang Muching gritted her teeth. Although she was dissatisfied, she also understood the value of these cabbages. Not 100, but 1,000 yuan a head. Yi Xiao said calmly. When Wang Muching heard this, she almost spit out the cabbage she had just bitten into her mouth. Her eyes widened. That's cabbage. No matter how beautiful or delicious it is, it's still just cabbage. Pang Xiao couldn't help but whispered. Xiao Yizi, your price is too outrageous. How can you bargain like that? Yi Xiao wiped the cabbage residue from the corner of his mouth and responded calmly. My cabbage is unique, and everyone is curious about this novelty. I offer 1,000 yuan because we are classmates, otherwise I would offer 10,000. Besides, this is also a good opportunity for your restaurant to increase its popularity. Wang Muching glanced at him coldly. What do you mean? It's already past 7 o'clock, which is dinner time, but no one comes to your restaurant. I guess business is not good. This novel cabbage will definitely attract the attention of diners and increase the popularity of your restaurant. Yi Xiao talked freely and directly pointed out the problems of the restaurant. Wang Muching stopped talking, leaned back in her chair, and looked at Yi Xiao with a little admiration in her eyes. You have a good eye. Indeed, business has not been very good recently. What you said makes sense. Can you tell me the specific reasons? Yi Xiao smiled slightly. Your restaurant has a good location and an elegant environment, but it lacks characteristics. For example, the Western restaurant across the street has more than 100 dishes on the menu, which looks rich, but in fact many dishes have been changed, and the core menu has not changed. That's why they can attract people, and although your restaurant has fresh dishes, it's just like an ordinary Western restaurant. There's nothing special. Wang Muching listened and looked thoughtful. What you said makes sense. Keep going. The restaurant's characteristics must be unique and cannot follow the crowd. You lack this eye-catching element. Our golden rice and diamond cabbage are the unique selling points that your restaurant can break through. Consumers are often more interested in novel things, and this cabbage will definitely attract them to the store. Wang Muqing's eyes gleamed, and she was finally moved by Yi Zhao's vision. What you said makes sense. In that case, I agree to buy this cabbage. The price is 1,000 yuan per cabbage. Deal. Seeing this, Peng Xiao couldn't help but smile and said, Xiao Yizi, you have a really good observation ability. It seems that you can make money this time. Wang Muqing's eyes flickered slightly, and she looked at Yi Xiao. You really have a good eye. Just as the atmosphere was gradually becoming relaxed, Peng Xiao interrupted and said, However, Yi Xiao, when we were in school, I knew that you were good at sizing up girls, especially at those little things about people. You could tell at a glance. When Yi Xiao heard this, his face turned red and he quickly waved his hands. Don't talk nonsense. It's not true. Wang Muqing seemed to notice the subtle change in the atmosphere, turned around and said with a smile, Hey, little Yizi, look at you like this. What's wrong? Are you a little thick-skinned? Yi Xiao smiled, but he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. I have always been a direct person. What I see is what I see. There is nothing to be shy about. Wang Muqing looked at Yi Xiao with a calm face, but she couldn't help but have some new opinions about him in her heart. You are quite straightforward. I heard that you have a good eye. It seems that I have really seen it today. Seeing this scene, Peng Xiao thought to himself, could there be something going on between them? Judging from the situation, Yi Xiao might not just be interested in Bai Kai. At this time, Wang Muqing turned around and waved to the waiter, show the cabbage. It's better to put a glass cover on it, so that customers don't mistake it for a handicraft. The waiter immediately did as he was told, and soon the cabbage on the table was placed in a glass cover and displayed at the entrance of the restaurant. Wang Muqing stood in front of the window, watching the passers-by outside and smiling slightly. Peng Xiao patted her on the side and said, Not bad, this is a smart move. First increase the popularity, which will definitely attract customers. Wang Muqing smiled and said, Doing business is like being a person. Keep it simple and clear, don't do anything fancy. Yi Zhao's eyes could not help but stay on Wang Muqing. Her figure, temperament, and smile all made him feel inexplicably attracted and even a little unable to extricate himself. Wang Muqing felt his gaze, smiled slightly, turned her head and looked at him. Have you seen enough? Yi Xiao responded calmly. I am a straightforward person. I just saw it. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Wang Muqing smiled and shook her head. This is the first time someone has said so openly that they like someone. It's quite interesting. Peng Xiao saw this scene and speculated in his heart. Could it be that they are in love with each other? Many curious passers-by had gathered on the street outside the restaurant, taking out their cameras to take pictures of the sparkling diamond cabbage in a glass cover. This cabbage is so beautiful, like a diamond, and it's incredible that you can eat it, a passerby exclaimed. This is the first time I've seen this kind of cabbage. It must be very expensive. I have to take a few more photos. Another passerby also expressed surprise. It really looks like a work of art. How does it taste? Another person asked in confusion. It's so beautiful. Take a photo for me. A girl excitedly urged her friend. As the crowd gathered, the road gradually became congested. Wang Muqing stood in front of the restaurant window, looking at the crowd outside, with a satisfied smile in her eyes. She knew that as long as this diamond cabbage could attract enough attention, the restaurant's business would naturally usher in a wave of improvement. Yi Xiao and Peng Xiao planned to go back and prepare for the next day's picking work while the crowd's enthusiasm had not completely dissipated. At the same time, in the restaurant opposite, Du Jiang and his secretary were also watching the scene. Du Jiang, standing in front of the window, stared at the crowd on the street with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Mr. Du, Wang Muqing's restaurant displayed that cabbage, which attracted so many people's attention. The secretary handed him a phone with a photo of the diamond cabbage on the screen. Du Jiang looked at the photo and showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. If you didn't tell me it was a cabbage, I would have thought it was a diamond. The secretary nodded. Wang Muqing wants to use this cabbage to revive the restaurant's business. Do you think it's feasible? Du Jiang thought deeply and nodded. This cabbage should be a new variety. The shape alone is attractive enough. No matter how it tastes, Wang Muqing's restaurant will definitely be popular in a short time. He turned to his secretary and said, Let's find out where the cabbage comes from. The next morning, Yi Xiao and Peng Xiao arrived at the dock, ready to go to island number 4 to pick cabbage. However, just as they were about to leave, Du Jiang and his secretary hurried over. Please wait a minute, both of you. Du Jiang ran over and handed over a business card. I am Du Jiang, the general manager of Hongsong Restaurant. I heard that this diamond cabbage was cultivated by you. I would like to discuss cooperation with you. Yi Xiao took the business card, took a look at it, and asked, I wonder how General Manager Du plans to cooperate. I want to buy some diamond cabbages. I wonder if you have any for sale. Du Jiang said bluntly. Yi Xiao looked at Du Jiang and shook his head. Sorry, all our cabbages have been reserved. Du Jiang heard this and showed a trace of disappointment on his face, but then Pang Xiao interrupted. Although the cabbage is gone, we still have golden rice. Do you want to try it? Golden rice. Du Jiang showed curiosity in his eyes. Bring it over and have a look. Pang Xiao took out some golden rice from the bag and handed it to him. Du Jiang opened the bag and looked at the golden rice grains. His eyes widened immediately. How many are there in total? I want them all. Not much, only about 500 to 600 kilograms. Yi Xiao said helplessly. Although the quality of golden rice is extremely high, the yield is really limited. Can I go and see it myself? Du Jiang asked, obviously full of interest in the golden rice. Of course, come with me. Yi Xiao responded, and took Du Jiang and the secretary onto the speedboat and headed for island number 4. 4 hours later, they finally arrived at the island. Du Jiang sighed. It's really far away. It takes almost a day to go back and forth. This speedboat cannot be driven aggressively, otherwise it would only take 2 hours to get there. Yi Xiao explained. When Du Jiang saw the golden rice field, he immediately ran over and circled the field a few times. It's so beautiful. From a distance, it looks like a golden field. Zhang Lun also took out his mobile phone and kept taking pictures to capture this spectacular scene. Du Jiang walked to Yi Xiao and asked, what price do you plan to pay for this batch of golden rice? 3,000 yuan per kilogram. Yi Xiao quoted the price without hesitation. Deal. But these rice stalks must also belong to me. Du Jiang agreed without hesitation, and at the same time put forward his own conditions. These rice stalks can be used as decorations or given to others. No problem. Yi Xiao agreed. Du Jiang was obviously very satisfied with this batch of golden rice. He then leaned over to Zhang Luan's ear and gave him a few instructions. Zhang Luan then boarded the boat and left. Why only plant 1 acre? You can earn more if you plant more. Du Jiang couldn't help asking. Yi Xiao shook his head helplessly. I also want to plant more, but I can only plant 1 acre at a time, and the yield is so much. Will you only grow these 2 things in the future? Du Jiang asked, looking at the surrounding environment. Of course not. I have other seeds, and I also plan to grow meat, fish, and shrimp, but the quantity is not large. Yi Xiao replied. Du Jiang's eyes gleamed, and he smiled. Growing vegetables on an island. This place is so far from the shore, this is the first time I've seen it. But if you plan to live here for a long time, the living conditions are still very difficult. A tall building rises from the ground. I believe this place will be completely new soon. Yi Xiao said confidently. In the evening, the cargo ship slowly docked at the shore, and more than 20 employees walked down from the ship, each holding a small shovel in their hands. Zhang Luan walked up to Du Jiang and said, Boss Du, all the restaurant employees have been called. Du Jiang announced to his employees, your task today is to harvest that piece of rice. Remember, the rice stalks cannot be damaged and not a single grain can be lost. We will give you overtime pay. The employees were surprised when they saw the golden rice fields and immediately started working. Be careful, don't break the rice stalks, and pick up every grain of rice, Du Jiang instructed while supervising. At the same time, Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao were also harvesting diamond cabbages, carefully putting each cabbage into bags. After 2 hours of hard work, the rice and cabbage were finally harvested, and the employees began to transport the rice and cabbage to the ship and prepare to return. Du Jiang slowly swallowed the spoonful of golden rice, closed his eyes, and savored it carefully, with a satisfied expression on his face. He was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. The taste of this rice is really unusual. The rice grains are very full, the steamed rice is fragrant, and the taste is also very delicate. It is softer and more layered than ordinary rice. After hearing this, everyone expressed surprise. It sounds like it is much better than the rice we usually eat. Is this rice really worth 3,000 yuan per pound? A young chef couldn't help asking. Du Jiang smiled and nodded. Yes, this golden rice is not only unique in appearance, but also has very high nutritional value. It tastes much better than ordinary rice and is rich in more vitamins and minerals. It is definitely a highlight for the restaurant menu. After hearing this, everyone showed surprise and admiration. Obviously, they did not expect the value of this golden rice to be so high. It was not only because of its attractive appearance, but also because of its uniqueness. Du Jiang put down the spoon and turned to Zhang Lun next to him. Go and contact them to check the supply of golden rice. We need to prepare enough and try to put it on the shelves as soon as possible to attract more customers. Zhang Lun nodded immediately. Understood, President Du. I will arrange it right away. Du Jiang said to the kitchen staff, this batch of golden rice was very successful. Thank you for your hard work. In the future, we will continue to use this advantage. not only to attract customers through golden rice, but also to make our dishes and brand more distinctive. We will not only rely on traditional cooking methods, but also try some new ways to bring out the characteristics of these rice to the extreme. Several chefs nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Wang Muching was busy in her restaurant. She had arranged for the kitchen to prepare dishes related to diamond cabbage. As more and more customers poured into the restaurant, the atmosphere became more lively. Muching, this cabbage is so attractive. Customers are all taking pictures around it. Xiao Na came over with a smile and said excitedly, "Our restaurant is packed with customers today. I didn't expect the diamond cabbage to be so attractive." Wang Muching smiled slightly. "Yeah, I didn't expect this trick to be so effective." She looked around and saw customers holding their phones, rushing to take pictures, with satisfied looks in their eyes. Wang Muching knew that this groundbreaking dish would not only give her restaurant a new lease of life, but also bring her more attention and popularity. "I told you, as long as there's something new, customers will definitely be attracted," Wang Muching whispered. She turned to look at the kitchen, where the chefs were already busy making various dishes with diamond cabbage. "Is the kitchen ready? How are the dishes being prepared?" Wang Muching walked to the kitchen door and asked. "Manager, the diamond cabbage samples are ready and they taste great. We are preparing to serve them." The chef replied immediately. Wang Muching nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, let's get started. Let's market this dish and see how it works." At this moment, the waiter came over and reported quietly, "Muching, Yi Xiao is here." "Yi Xiao?" Wang Muching was a little surprised, but then she smiled. "He's here just in time. Hurry up and arrange for him to be received." A few minutes later, Yi Xiao walked into the restaurant, followed by Pang Xiao. Wang Muching saw Yi Xiao from a distance and smiled enthusiastically. "Yi Xiao, come and sit down. The food will be ready soon. You are a great contributor today." Yi Xiao walked over with a smile. After sitting down, he looked at the popular restaurant in front of him and couldn't help but sighed. "I didn't expect that in just a few days, the restaurant has changed so much. The business is really booming." "Yes, the diamond cabbage has indeed caused quite a stir," Wang Muching said with a smile. "Today's business is so good that I am a little overwhelmed. I didn't expect that your cabbage would be so attractive." Yi Xiao shook his head. "This is not entirely my credit. Everyone's efforts are also indispensable. By the way, how are the dishes? I'm waiting to taste them." Yi Xiao teased with a smile. Wang Muching nodded. "The dish is ready. You must try it later to see if this diamond cabbage is worth it." As several dishes of diamond cabbage were served, Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao began to taste them, and Wang Muching looked at them expectantly. "How is it? Yi Xiao, how does it taste?" Yi Xiao took a bite, and his eyes lit up. "It's really good. The taste is better than ordinary cabbage. It's sweet and refreshing, and the taste is very delicate. Sister Wang, this dish of yours will definitely be a hit." Wang Muching showed a satisfied smile on her face. "I knew you wouldn't be disappointed. This is our restaurant's signature dish." In the following time, Yi Xiao and Wang Muching had a meal and talked about business matters. As more and more customers tasted diamond cabbage, Wang Muching's restaurant gradually became a new hot spot in the city, and business became extremely hot. "It seems like our cooperation is going well," Wang Muching said with satisfaction. "Next, we need to continue to use this advantage to increase the popularity of the restaurant." Du Jiang and Jiang Luan stood at the window of the restaurant, looking at the group of curious customers outside, feeling secretly proud. This was all in his plan. The display of golden rice was very good, and people gathered around the glass cover to take pictures and discuss its uniqueness and value. "Boss Du, the nutritional value of this golden rice is indeed very high, especially suitable for the elderly." Jiang Luan handed over a report. "The test results are out." After reading the report, Du Jiang nodded and said, "I understand. Go post this report outside so that everyone can see it. We set this price not only because of its attractive appearance, but most importantly, its nutritional value." Jiang Luan immediately went to do the work. Du Jiang stood at the window, watching the increasing number of customers, and was full of confidence. Golden rice is not just a dish, it represents a fresh, high-end dining experience. Once it becomes famous in the market, it will bring a steady stream of customers to the restaurant. At the same time, Wang Muching also discovered the appearance of this competitor in her own restaurant, and she felt a little unhappy. She knew that after Yi Xiao sold the golden rice to Hong Song restaurant, Du Jiang would definitely use various methods to sell it, and even started to set a high price. This guy is indeed a shrewd businessman. Wang Muching stood at the back of the restaurant, watching the goings-on at Red Pine Restaurant, thinking to herself, they can actually make something out of rice stalks. They are really calculating. But no matter what, our diamond cabbage and golden rice are the characteristics of our restaurant. She smiled slightly. Now that our competitors have already started to make moves, We can't fall behind and have to work harder. She knows that the business of a restaurant depends not only on the quality of the dishes, but also on market promotion, the uniqueness of the restaurant, and brand building. She is very confident in her diamond cabbage, which is as attractive as golden rice. Next, she decided to promote it to a wider market through further marketing means. Just then, Xiao Na came over and said, "Muching, are we going to continue promoting diamond cabbage? Today, I saw that Hong Song restaurant has also started promoting golden rice. Everyone is very interested in this new product." Wang Muching nodded. Of course, diamond cabbage has already become famous in the market, and we must continue to maintain its popularity. Tonight, we will make diamond cabbage into a more exquisite set meal to surprise our customers. Her eyes were firm. Our restaurant must not only have delicious food, but also have its own characteristics and style. Xiao Na smiled and said, "Okay, Mu Cheng, you take care of the promotion and I'll take care of the food." At this time, Yi Xiao was also at the Red Pine restaurant, discussing the details of the cooperation with Du Jiang and discussing the supply of golden rice. "Mr. Yi, today's golden rice was very successful. I hope we can have a long-term cooperation." Du Jiang handed Yi Xiao a contract. "This purchase is just a test. I plan to increase the purchase volume next year." Yi Xiao nodded. "I have no problem with long-term cooperation, but you also know that the yield of this golden rice is not high, so the amount that can be supplied each year is limited." "No problem. We have planned to gradually increase the demand for your products. As long as there is a stable supply, our restaurant is willing to purchase them for a long time," Du Jiang said confidently. During the conversation, Yi Xiao noticed a shrewd light flashing in Du Jiang's eyes. He knew that Du Jiang not only valued the uniqueness of golden rice, but also the market potential behind it. "I understand. It's a pleasure to work with you." Yi Xiao shook hands to confirm. Afterwards, Yi Xiao returned to his room, pocketed the 280,000 yuan earned from this cooperation, and placed it on the table. Peng Xiao also came back early. When he saw the pile of money, his eyes lit up immediately. "Xiao Yi, you really deserve to be a businessman. You can easily make so much money." Yi Xiao smiled. "This money is hard-earned. After all, this business cannot be successful with just products. Many factors such as market demand, publicity, and supply need to be considered." "I understand." Peng Xiao nodded. "It's easy to make money, but it doesn't mean it will always be so smooth. We still have to keep working hard." "Yes, tomorrow we will go to the island to prepare a new planning plan. We can also consider adding some other categories to ensure sufficient supply," Yi Xiao said. "Okay, I'll start making arrangements tomorrow and recruit a few people to go to the island to help," Peng Xiao said. "By then, we will not only grow rice and cabbage, but also consider other crops. It would be best if we could come up with some innovations." Yi Xiao nodded and smiled. The plan is becoming more and more complete, and the island will gradually become more perfect. At the same time, Wang Muching was also busy in the restaurant, constantly thinking about how to further expand the restaurant's influence and ensure that diamond cabbage could attract more diners. She knew that she would need to work harder to maintain this booming business. At this time in Donghai City, Wang Muching and Yi Xiao were busy on their respective battlefields. Although there was no direct confrontation between them, their successes would inevitably be intertwined, driving competition in the entire market. As the sun slowly set, Yi Xiao and Peng Xiao gradually relaxed. Finally, they found the key person to solve the labor problem on the island. These experienced farmers will lay a solid foundation for the future of the island. "Thank you for coming to help." Yi Xiao patted Sun Jiangwo on the shoulder. "Wait for me at the dock on time tomorrow at noon. We will prepare accommodation and work arrangements." Sun Jiangwo excitedly grabbed Yi Xiao's hand and said gratefully, "Thank you. Thank you, Boss Yi. It's not easy for us to work hard outside these years. Now we can finally find a stable job. It's great." "You're welcome, everyone. As long as you are willing to work hard, life on the island will definitely get better and better." Yi Xiao responded with a smile and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although these farmers are old, their experience and hard work are exactly what he needs most now. Peng Xiao smiled and said, "It seems that we can finally solve a big problem today. Starting tomorrow, there will be real farmers on the island to help us farm." "Yes, although this is not the most perfect solution, at least we can start." Yi Xiao nodded. "However, we still have to continue to do some preparatory work tomorrow to ensure that the island's infrastructure is gradually improved." The two then left the dock and returned to the cabin to rest. The next day, Peng Xiao got up early and prepared to greet the farmers. Yi Xiao was still thinking about other things on the island, especially how to make rational use of existing resources to further increase the island's output value. In the morning, Yi Xiao and Peng Xiao brought the newly recruited farmers to the island. Sun Jiangwo and other farmers looked at the strange place in front of them. Although they were a little tired, they were still excited when they saw the environment on the island. This place is pretty good, with fresh air and a good environment. It's really a nice place. Sun Jiangwo exclaimed as he observed. Yes, this is our future home. Yi Xiao responded with a smile. Your job is mainly to grow rice, cabbage, and other crops. The island is vast and sparsely populated, so the work intensity will not be particularly high, but you will need to be patient. Pang Xiao added. We will provide you with accommodation and 3 meals a day. In addition, there is a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. The work is easy and your life will gradually get better. The farmers all expressed their agreement, and some old farmers even began to discuss how they should go about farming. It was obvious that they were full of confidence in this job. Then where do we start? Sun Jiangwo asked. Yi Xiao pointed to the other end of the island. Let's start by reclaiming the land. This land is currently barren. Once it's reclaimed, we can start growing rice and other crops. Pang Xiao and Yi Xiao led the farmers to start the land reclamation work. Although the land was overgrown with weeds, these experienced farmers were not afraid of hardship and quickly got down to work. Yi Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this was just the beginning and there would be more challenges ahead. At noon, Yi Xiao invited everyone to eat. After a simple island meal, the farmers continued to work. Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao planned the next work plan, including how to use the existing equipment and resources to ensure the growth of crops. During this period, Yi Xiao continued to communicate with Inha to ensure that all facilities on the island could operate smoothly, especially the use of seawater purifiers and generators, to ensure that the island's water and electricity problems could be solved in the long term. In the afternoon, the island gradually took shape. The land began to be cultivated in an orderly manner, and farmers were busy measuring and planning crop planting areas. It can be seen that everyone is working very hard. Yi Xiao looked at the busy farmers and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. I believe that in the near future, this barren land will become green and lush. Pang Xiao also smiled and nodded. Yes, if this continues, the living conditions on the island will definitely get better and better, and our investment will pay off. The most important thing now is to stabilize production and ensure adequate food supply. The rest can be done step by step, Yi Xiao said, with a clearer goal in mind. As night fell and the lights on the island came on, when Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao returned to the accommodation area, they saw that the newly built prefabricated houses were neatly arranged, the generators and water pump equipment were running, and the surrounding environment was gradually beginning to adapt to the new life. Looking at the situation, living conditions on the island are getting better and better, and our future has great potential, Pang Xiao said with emotion. Yes, but we still need more manpower and materials. This is just the beginning, and the real challenge is still ahead. Yi Xiao knows very well that to build this small island into a sustainable ecological environment, unremitting efforts and continuous investment are required. On this day, the construction of the island took another solid step forward. Yi Xiao believed that in the near future, the island would become more and more perfect and become an ideal place to live and work. Although life on the island was hard, Yi Xiao was full of hope. He knew that as long as the land could be gradually developed, the potential of the island would be limitless. Although the current facilities were simple and the resources were limited, at least the infrastructure had begun to be built, and the future development was gradually becoming clear. Seeing the busy farmers around him, Yi Xiao felt relieved. Sun Jiangwo and other farmers have already started to cultivate the land and planted rice, radish, and other crops according to the plan. Wu Fun and other women are busy in the kitchen, preparing simple meals for everyone. The induction cooker and rice cooker allow them to live a more lively life on the island. This land is slowly becoming less barren. Yi Xiao sighed as he looked at everything around him. Although he knew the road ahead was still full of challenges, he was determined to persevere. Pang Xiao came over from a distance, sweating all over, but with a satisfied smile on his face. Xiao Yi, a large piece of land has been reclaimed, and our potatoes, tomatoes, and other things are starting to take shape. Yi Xiao nodded. Very good. Keep working hard and try to ensure that every piece of land can be planted with crops, and try not to waste an inch of land. Pang Xiao wiped his sweat and smiled. Don't worry. These old farmers and I are not vegetarians. We work very fast. Now we have to work hard, otherwise these investments will be wasted. Yeah. Yi Xiao looked at the farmers working and secretly decided that every step in the future would be more determined. Although we only have these infrastructures and manpower now, as long as we persist, we can build this island into a vibrant place. At this time, Sun Jiangwo came over and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xiaoya, the land has been planted. How do we deal with the supply of water and electricity now? Yi Xiao pointed to the running seawater purifier and generator. Now the water and electricity problems have been solved. The seawater purifier can handle some basic water use, and the generator can provide enough electricity for everyone to use. Next, we just need to ensure the supply of planting and living facilities. Sun Jiangwo looked around and nodded with satisfaction. This island is gradually taking shape. Although the environment is simple, at least we have a place to live and we no longer have to wander around like before. Yes, this is home. Yi Xiao also smiled. The next task is to work harder and let this land feed us. By the way, Sun Jiangwo suddenly mentioned, you said before that we also need to reclaim pastures and forests. When will we start? Yi Xiao thought for a while and said, the reclamation of pastures and forests requires more resources and manpower. Let's reclaim these 2,000 acres of farmland first to ensure sufficient food supply, and then gradually advance the plan for pastures and forests. Sun Jiangwo nodded. I understand. We will follow the plan to ensure that there will be no problems with farmland production. Yi Xiao looked at the land that was becoming more and more lively, and his heart was full of motivation. One step at a time, only by continuous efforts can we make everything on the island better. At this time, Pang Xiao walked up to Yi Xiao and said with a smile, Little Yi, why don't we find some tools and go to the other side of the island to see if there are any resources that can be used? After all, there are many places on this island that have not been developed. Yi Xiao thought for a moment. Good idea. After we make use of the existing land, we can start exploring other resources on the island. There may be a lot of things we can use on the other side of the island, not just farmland, but also other natural resources. As they discussed, the work on the island gradually got on track, and everyone was working towards the same goal, to make Island Number 4 a self-sufficient and sustainable home. At dusk, the lights on the island lit up one by one. Yi Xiao stood outside the board house, looking at the land that was gradually coming to life, and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Although the road ahead is still long and difficult, as long as we take one step at a time, the future will definitely get better and better. The road ahead is long and hard, but we will start over again. Yi Xiao whispered to himself, his heart full of longing for the future. He knows that today's hard work and efforts are the foundation for tomorrow's success. He will continue to write his own legend on this island. Chapter 15 Hot Sale. In the evening, everyone who had been busy all day gathered around the table and prepared to eat. Sun Jiangwo looked at the huge table of dishes with a smile on his face. He had been living in fear for a while, but now he finally had a place to stay. Don't just stand there. Let's eat. Come, have some wine. Yi Xiao signaled everyone to start eating, then picked up a bottle of wine and poured it for everyone. Then everyone started eating, and laughter broke out everywhere. After 3 rounds of drinking, Yi Xiao looked at Sun Jiangwo and asked, Old man, how long will it take to reclaim 4,000 acres of land? There are only a dozen of us now. If we work overtime, it will take at least half a year. Sun Jiangwo picked up the wine glass and took a sip, looking very enjoyable. Take your time. There's no rush. Yi Xiao was not in a hurry to reclaim the 4,000 acres of land in the countryside and pasture. Even if he reclaimed it, he had no money to buy seeds. Moreover, a pasture was different from a farm, so it had to be planted with grass all over. After the meal, many people were drunk and lay on the bed to rest, while Wu Fun and several other women were cleaning up the dishes. Yi Xiao came outside at this time, feeling the cold wind, looking at the dark sea around him, and chuckled. All things are difficult at the beginning, but now he has finally made the beginning. At this time, Pang Xiao came over and said, I calculated that Mr. Sun's monthly salary is 30,000 yuan, plus various expenses, it is 40,000 yuan per month. The expenses are huge. Yeah, now I only have 1 month's grocery money left, which is only a few thousand yuan. Yi Xiao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Although the plan was good, the reality was always unpredictable. It was spent so quickly. In less than a day, only a few $1,000s were left from the 280,000 yuan. A hint of surprise appeared on Pang Xiao's face. Yi Xiao spread his hands and replied, What do you think? Houses and equipment don't cost money. Pang Xiao rubbed his head and said, What should I do after this month? And what about Mr. Sun and the others' salaries? I have agreed with him that his salary will be paid in 3 months. By then, the vegetables he planted should be ripe. As for the money for next month's groceries, we'll talk about it then. Everything will work out when the time comes. Yi Xiao was not too worried about money. After chatting for a while, the two went into the house and lay down. The next day, when Yi Xiao woke up, he saw that it was already dawn. He got up and saw that Sun Jiangwo and others were already busy in the fields. At this time, he saw Pang Xiao was still sleeping soundly, so he woke him up immediately. What's wrong? Pang Xiao rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. The sun is shining on your butt. It's time to get up and work. After saying that, Yi Xiao walked out with a hoe. That night, Wang Muqing came to the restaurant and saw that many people had gathered at the door and all the seats inside were full. After arriving at the counter, she asked the receptionist, "Has the guest who made an appointment tonight arrived?" The receptionist pointed at the people in the store and said, "Everyone is here, not one is missing." There are also many guests with reservations standing outside the door and many people just watching the fun. Okay, let's get to work. Wang Muqing waved her hand and asked everyone to start working. A waiter walked up to a table and asked, "Excuse me, sir, what would you like to order?" "Give me 4 servings of your cabbage. I came here just to eat this dish. I want to see what kind of cabbage is worth $10,000. The man put a bulging bag on the table, looking very wealthy. At the same time, the sounds of other people in the store ordering food rang out one after another, and they all ordered diamond cabbage. After a while, dishes of diamond cabbage that looked as delicate as jade were served. It does look very beautiful. Wang Zong is the owner of a company. After seeing the advertisement of diamond cabbage, he decided to bring his family here to try it. "Dad, this dish looks really good. Can I eat it?" A chubby little kid was looking at the cabbage on the plate with curiosity. "Of course you can eat it. Go ahead." Wang Zong rubbed his son's head with a smile on his face. After the child took a bite of the cabbage, his eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. "Dad, it's really delicious, so delicious." After saying that, he began to eat voraciously. "It's delicious. It's really delicious. Oh, it's so cool. I didn't expect that I could eat such delicious food in my life. It's worth it even if I die. I spent 10,000 yuan on cabbage, and the taste is worth it." At this time, there was a burst of admiration in the restaurant. When the people waiting outside saw this scene, they became even more anxious and kept asking the waiter when it would be their turn. Wang Muqing was currently sitting on a stool in the kitchen, enjoying herself while eating a plate of diamond cabbage. "Manager, why are you eating here? We are almost too busy outside. Oh, by the way, there is a man named Yang Tai and a group of people who are looking for you." A man came in and reported. "I see." Wang Muqing casually said this and continued to eat her cabbage. This Yang Tai had been pursuing her for a long time and had been haunting her. 10 minutes later, she finished eating, then stood up and walked out. Seeing Yang Tai and his group standing at the door, she walked over and said, "Don't block my business by standing at the door. Let's go out and talk." After they got outside, Wang Muqing asked, "Why are you here?" "Muqing, I heard that your business is not doing well, so I brought my friends here to eat." Yang Tai looked at Wang Muqing's stupid face and almost drooled. "Can't you see that this place is overcrowded? Go back to where you came from." Wang Muqing sat on a chair nearby, crossed her legs, and took out a lollipop to lick. Yang Tai sat next to him and said, "Actually, my uncle asked me to tell you something. He said that you should go back home when you have had enough fun outside. It is not your job to show up in public. So you're here to lobby for my dad. Go back and tell him that I can survive without him." After saying that, Wang Muqing stood up and walked into the store. Her father wanted her to manage the company, but she had no interest in it, so she opened this restaurant on her own and supported herself. Yang Tai was used to Wang Muqing's disregard for him, so he asked the people around him, "You've been monitoring her for so long. Does she have a boyfriend?" "Master, no, there are very few men around her, except for a fat man." "Don't worry, fatty, I won't mind. Be smart and report to me immediately if you have any news." Clear. At this time, at the entrance of Hong Song restaurant, many people were scrambling to distribute rice stalks, and the restaurant was also crowded, but those customers who ordered dishes received whole rice ears in gift boxes. There was also a long line of people waiting in line at the door. Jiang Luan wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked to Du Jiang, and said, "Mr. Du, business is really good, and there are still many people waiting. Stop after you sell 100 copies. You can't sell more than 1 copy." "Got it." Du Jiang immediately gave orders. According to the current situation, 500 kilograms of golden rice could only last for half a month. He learned from Yi Xiao that the next harvest would be 3 months later, so the quantity had to be limited to keep the restaurant's popularity so high. Clear. Chapter 16 Big Profit. The sauce and golden rice are a perfect match. "Waiter, another serving please." A pot-bellied man licked his plate until it was shiny and waved over the waiter to place another order. "I'm sorry, sir, we can only order 1 serving of this golden sauce rice. Please understand." The waiter came over and declined with a smile. At the same time, everyone else was rejected when they wanted to order a second portion, and they were all very angry. "We are guests. How can you refuse us? That's too much." "Yes, this golden sauce rice is so delicious, but you can only order 1 serving. You want us to be greedy to death. This is murder and robbery. Call your manager out." There are so many of us, and we strongly demand that he give us another portion. It's not like we can't afford it. Yes, where's your manager? Come out. Du Jiang didn't expect that limiting the quantity would cause so much trouble, so he immediately came out and said to everyone, "Everyone, I'm the manager of the restaurant. The reason why we limit the quantity of golden sauce rice is because we have a limited amount of golden rice. We can only get this amount every day. To express our apologies, we will give everyone a delicious side dish. Thank you for your understanding." After this was said, no one said anything else. After all, they were all people of status, and it would not look good if the matter became a big deal. After dealing with these people, Du Jiang saw that there were still many people queuing at the door, so he asked Jiang Lun, "How many shares are left now?" "Boss Du, there are only more than 40 copies left. Tell the extra people outside to leave first. There are only 100 servings per day." "Clear." Jiang Lun then asked 40 people to stay and persuaded the others to go back. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye it was 10 o'clock. The Muchering Western restaurant was still brightly lit, and there was a constant stream of guests coming to dine. Wang Muching sat on the stool and yawned. She had never stayed in a store for so long before. At this time, a man came over and said to her, "Manager, the Red Pine restaurant across the street has closed. I heard that they seem to have limited supply." "What? Damn it." Upon hearing this, Wang Muching immediately slapped his head, walked to the front desk and asked, "How many people have made reservations now?" "Manager, more than 20 people have already paid." "Okay, remember, except for these 20 or so people, let the rest leave." "I see." Wang Muching sighed as she walked towards the kitchen. Business was so good today that she even forgot to limit the quantity, so as to keep the popularity of the restaurant high. After arriving in the kitchen, she asked the chef, "How many cabbages are left?" The chef said without hesitation, "There are only more than 60. "What? Why is it consumed so quickly?" Wang Muching looked puzzled. "You know, a cabbage weighs 10 kilograms. In addition to normal consumption, you have to take one a day, and you also gave a lot too." Before the chef could finish his words, Wang Muching interrupted him. She knew that she was eating the diamond cabbage as a snack and even gave some to her best friend. After learning this, she decided to limit the supply tomorrow, otherwise the remaining diamond cabbages would not last long. When the last customer left, the waiters in the store were so tired that they slumped down on the table. At this time, Wang Muching was standing in front of the counter, calculating today's sales. When she saw the numbers on the calculator, her eyes widened in disbelief. Someone saw her standing there in a daze, walked over and whispered, "Manager, are you okay?" "It's okay, everyone. You've worked hard today. I'll reward you with 5,000 yuan." Wang Muching had a smile on her face. Her eyes almost narrowed into slits. After deducting the cost, she made a net profit of 600,000 yuan that night. "Thank you, manager." When everyone heard that the reward was 5,000 yuan, they immediately became energetic and felt that the hard work of the night was worth it. In a villa in the wealthy area of Donghai City, Yang Tai was chatting with a middle-aged man wearing glasses and reading a newspaper. This man was Wang Muching's father, Wang Hai. Yang Tai made a cup of tea and handed it over, saying, "Uncle Wang, I went to Muching's place today and told her what you said. That girl said that working in a company was too depressing and she had to go out and work on her own. I heard that she opened a restaurant, but the business didn't seem to be very good. She will come back when she runs out of money." Wang Hai took the teacup and took a sip. He knew his daughter very well. She had never suffered any hardship since she was a child, so when the money was gone, it would naturally come back. "Uncle Wang, Mucheng's store is doing very well. It's packed with people just to eat a dish of cabbage." Yang Tai picked up another cigarette, handed it over, and lit it. "That girl was able to make bikini so popular. It seems that I still underestimated her. By the way, Mucheng is already an adult. She has only had boyfriends for a week or less in recent years. I plan to introduce her to a few elite men. When the time comes, please help me find a way to call them back." Wang Hai blew out a smoke ring. The Wang family's businesses span hotels, real estate, and clothing. Sooner or later, these businesses will belong to Wang Muching, so she has very strict requirements for her boyfriend. Hearing this, the smile on Yang Tai's face disappeared. Although his family had some money, it was not even 1/10 of what the Wang family had. He had been pursuing Wang Muching, but Wang Hai had never looked at him straight in the eye. "Okay, I'm tired too, you go back first." Wang Hai stood up and walked upstairs. "Uncle Wang, take care." Yang Tai looked at Wang Hai's departing back, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Over the years, there have been thousands of men pursuing Wang Muching, but they all ended up in failure. The reason why he could stay with Wang Muching was because he wanted to have a good relationship with Wang Hai. However, when he thought about how his father and daughter had never looked at him in the eye, He couldn't help but clench his fists and said to himself, "One day, all the Wang family's assets will belong to me." Yi Xiao was digging the soil with a hoe. In the past month, they have reclaimed more than 100 acres of land. Sun Zhengwo is patrolling the fields at this moment, checking the conditions there so that any problems can be solved in a timely manner. He eats and drinks well every day during this period. If anything goes wrong in the fields, he will not be ashamed to explain to Yi Xiao. At this time, he saw that the seedlings in 7 plots of land were very different from the seedlings in other plots of land, both in color and shape. A hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes, and he squatted down to look at them carefully. "Mr. Sun, what are you looking at? Did something happen?" Yi Xiao walked over and asked. "It's okay. I found that both plots of land were planted with cabbage. Why is there such a big difference?" Sun Zhengwo expressed his curiosity. Yi Xiao took a look and found that the seeds provided by the system were indeed growing better than those ordinary seeds. So he said, "It may be a problem with the temperature, sunshine, or soil. By the way, have you watered the ground? After watering, in 2 months, we will be able to eat the vegetables we grow ourselves." Sun Zhengwo looked at the dozen acres of vegetable fields with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Xiao Yi, come here. I have something urgent to talk to you about." At this moment, Pang Xiao came over with an anxious look on his face. Seeing this, Yi Xiao's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, feeling that something was going to happen. Chapter 17 Good News. "What's wrong? Why are you so anxious? Your wife ran away with someone." Yi Xiao looked at Pang Xiao's anxious face and couldn't help but tease him. "You're still in the mood to joke around now. Let me tell you a serious situation. The vegetables, food, and water we have stored can only last for a few days. Moreover, all our money has been spent. We don't have a penny left." Pang Xiao's face was gloomy. He was responsible for the daily expenses of the island, so he knew the seriousness of the problem. "I'll find a way." Yi Xiao rubbed his temples. Lack of money is a big problem. Pang Xiao came over and said, "Do you know how much a serving of cabbage costs at Wang Muqing's restaurant? 9,999 yuan. She made a lot of money this month. If she had known, she would have sold it at a higher price." "Don't worry, our dishes are already famous now, so the price will definitely go up." Yi Xiao is still confident about this. At this moment, he heard Inha's voice in his mind, and his consciousness immediately floated in. Seeing Inha still lying on the sofa watching TV, he asked, "Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Inha said without turning around, "March is coming soon. Do you know what day the 8th is?" Yi Xiao nodded and said, "I know. It's Women's Day. You said I could draw a prize on the holiday, so I went to check. What's wrong?" "I am pleased to inform you that on March 8th, you will have a chance to draw a prize." Galaxy threw this out casually. "Really? Didn't they say that there would be no lottery on other holidays except major ones?" Yi Xiao was excited but also a little confused. Inha crossed her legs, pulled her shorts up, and said with a smile, "It's Women's Day. I'm also a woman. This is my first time celebrating Women's Day. I'll just give you a chance." Hearing this, Yi Xiao was also delighted. He was now very much looking forward to what he would win from the lottery. "By the way, March 12th is Arbor Day." Before Inha could finish his words, Yi Xiao interrupted and asked, "Can we draw the lottery again?" "Of course not. But on Arbor Day, if you plant trees on the island, you will get double the reward. That means if you plant 1 tree, it will become 2, and 1 acre will become 2 acres. "I see." After knowing the news, Yi Xiao was not happy. He had no money to buy saplings now, and there were only a few people on the island, so he couldn't plant many in a day. Thinking of this, he knew that the most urgent thing was to get some money back. Wang Muqing was looking at the last diamond cabbage in the kitchen, her eyes full of reluctance. Although she wanted to eat it very much, she held back when she thought about making a fortune and asked the chef to cook it for the customer. "Manager, although we have limited the quantity every day, we have only been doing this for a month. I heard that Hong Song restaurant can still sell golden rice for another month. By then, the popularity of our restaurant will definitely decline. Why don't we go buy some more?" The manager followed behind Wang Muqing with a worried look on his face. The restaurant's business had finally picked up, and it couldn't just give up like this. "I asked, and it will be available in 2 months. Wang Muqing also frowned and called Pang Xiao. "Then we have to decide in advance. I heard that many restaurant owners are optimistic about diamond cabbage and golden rice. The competition will definitely be fierce by then," the manager suggested. Wang Muqing nodded and prepared to go to the island tomorrow to take a look and buy some vegetables in advance. At this moment, a waiter came over and said, "Manager, your father is here and wants to see you." Hearing this, Wang Muqing immediately walked out and looked at Wang Hai sitting at the dining table. She sat opposite him and said, "Dad, why are you here? Is this your first time here?" "My precious daughter opened a restaurant, so of course I have to come and take a look." And I heard that the cabbage here is delicious. Would you like to give Dad some? Wang Hai had a smile on his face. Dad, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but the last one has been reserved. If you want to eat it, you can only eat it next time. Wang Muching spread his hands, looking helpless. It's okay, look, I brought you something. Wang Hai waved his hand, and the bodyguard behind him came up with a lunchbox and brought out a plate of golden rice with sauce. Seeing this, Wang Muching's eyes widened immediately and said, Golden rice with sauce. Dad, how do you have it? I wanted to order one before, but the reservations are scheduled for several months later. I knew my daughter would definitely want to try it, so I ordered one for you. I've tried it, and it tastes really good. It's so delicious that you can't stop eating it. Speaking of this, Wang Hai couldn't help licking his lips, as if he was savoring the memory. At this time, Wang Muching picked up the spoon without hesitation and started eating. As she ate, she exclaimed, It's so delicious. This sauce and rice are a perfect match. Soon, the whole plate of golden rice was eaten up. Wang Muching wiped his mouth and said, Dad, you definitely didn't come to see me just to bring me food. Wang Hai smiled and nodded, saying, My heart is getting worse and worse. All our huge family business has to be handed over to you. I want to find you an outstanding boyfriend who can help you manage the business in the future. Dad, you will definitely live a long life. I am still so young and don't want to live a monotonous life. Wang Muching grabbed Wang Hai's hand and started to act coquettishly. I really can't do anything about you. I can give you a few years to enjoy the life you want. But during this period, you must meet all the people I introduced to you. Wang Hai knew that he couldn't do anything with his daughter, so he came up with conditions that were acceptable to both parties. Okay, I promise. Wang Muching nodded and agreed first. It was up to her to decide whether to meet or not. In Hongsong restaurant, Du Jiang was counting the golden rice in the kitchen. Half of the more than 500 kilograms of golden rice had been consumed, and it was estimated that it could last another month. At this time, Jiang Lun walked in and said, Boss Du, I received news that several other restaurants and hotels are jealous of our profit of over $1 million this time, and they are all planning to go to the island to find Yi Xiao for cooperation. This is to be expected. Yi Xiao and his men are living on the island, so they must be short of water and food. Go buy some things worth tens of thousands of dollars, and we'll deliver them to them tomorrow. Clear. Early the next morning, Wang Muching arrived at the dock, ready to head to island number 4. At this time, she saw many workers carrying bags of food and barrels of purified water onto a ship, while Du Jiang was standing by and directing them. Wang Muching then walked over and greeted him. Boss Du, where are you going with all these bags? Ms. Wang, I believe we should be going to the same place. Du Jiang smiled and made his point clear. No wonder you bought these things. You're spending a lot of money. Wang Muching looked at the things on the boat, all of which were daily necessities and food. Du Jiang spread his hands and said, I can't compare to you. I heard that you and Yi Xiao are classmates. Wang Muching nodded. She believed that with her relationship with Yi Xiao, getting the supply would not be a problem. At this moment, a group of people in suits and leather shoes walked over from not far away. Chapter 18 Visit. Hey, isn't this Mr. Du? Long time no see. Your restaurant is very popular this month. I heard that reservations are booked up for several months. The popularity of our restaurants has been completely overshadowed. We are almost going broke. Yeah, your restaurant is the envy of me. When the restaurant and hotel owners and managers saw Du Jiang, they all came up to greet him and ignored Wang Muching. In their eyes, she was just a young girl who knew nothing about business. In response to their ridicule, Du Jiang just smiled and said, It's not as good as everyone says. I just make a little money. When many people heard this, they showed a trace of contempt in their eyes. Hongsong restaurant made more than 1 million yuan a month from golden rice, which was the amount of the previous year. I think you guys want to go to the island too. I just rented a boat. Let's go together. Du Jiang glanced at them and extended an invitation. Those people did not refuse and got on the boat together. Yi Xiao sat on the beach, fishing with a fishing rod, thinking about how to raise money. If he couldn't find any, he would have to ask Wang Muching for a loan. Xiao Yizi, Du Jiang and his friends are here, and they brought us a lot of food and daily necessities. We don't have to worry about anything for a few months. Peng Xiao ran over, looking excited. Let's go and take a look. Yi Xiao put the fishing rod aside and stood up. When he rushed over, he saw Du Jiang and others looking around the field with curiosity on their faces. I never thought there would be such beautiful seeds. A group of people squatted on the ground, looking at the delicate jade-like seedlings in the soil, and exclaimed in admiration from time to time. Wang Muching walked over to Yi Xiao and the other man and greeted them. It seems like you guys are living a comfortable life on the island. You have food and drinks. Won't you take me on a tour? Muching, let me take you there. Pang Xiao came closer with a smile on his face. Just go and do your thing. I want Yi Xiao to take me there. Wang Muqing looked at Yi Xiao, thinking that he would definitely agree without hesitation. However, Yi Xiao shook his head and refused. This place is so small, you can see it all at a glance. What's there to see? You? Wang Muqing was also angry. No man could refuse her words. At this time, Pang Xiao came over and said with a smile, Muqing, let me take you for a tour. No need. I can see everything in one glance at this palm-sized place. What's the point of visiting? Wang Muqing turned and walked away. The smile on Pang Xiao's face froze instantly, and then he sighed. Alas, this is the gap. When did my status become even lower than Xiao Ye's? Du Jiang looked at the delicate seedlings in the field, and then at the excited people next to him, and knew that the competition this time might be fierce. At this time, he came to the nearby pool again, looked at the water flowing out of the pipe, and asked Yi Xiao curiously, Is this all fresh water? There is the sea around us. Where does the fresh water come from? There is a machine that can purify seawater into fresh water. It was brought from abroad and is still in the testing stage. Yi Xiao pointed to the locked room next to him. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, he locked the seawater purifier and water pump inside. It's a great breakthrough to transform seawater into fresh water. There was a hint of shock in Du Jiang's eyes, and then he started chatting casually with Yi Xiao. At this time, Pang Xiao was in the kitchen watching how lunch was prepared, and occasionally stealing a piece of meat. Little fatty, come here for a moment. Wang Muqing walked over and waved to Pang Xiao. Muqing, what do you want to talk to me about? Pang Xiao came out and walked slowly towards the beach with Wang Muqing. Wang Muqing stroked her hair and said, So many people have come this time, all planning to get these dishes. You have to help me when the time comes. Pang Xiao rubbed his face and said, I will definitely help you. But Yi Xiao has to make the decision on this matter. You know, the dish is so popular now, so the one with the highest bid will win. The price will definitely not be lower than yours. I just want to ask if you have any extra stock now. You should keep some for your own consumption. Wang Muqing's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. The restaurant's diamond cabbage had been sold out, and it would be great if she could get some. There is literally no stock left, and all we have to eat are ordinary vegetables. Pang Xiao looked helpless. Okay, by the way, let me ask you another question. Is Yi Xiao not interested in women? Why do you ask? He actually has no interest in me at all. This is not how a man should treat me. He probably thinks you're out of his reach. Your charm is irresistible. That's the truth. At noon, everyone sat at the table and started eating. At this time, Zhang Ming, the general manager of Good Luck Hotel, spoke first. Mr. Yi, the reason for coming here this time is also very simple. I want to buy the vegetables from this field. Please name your price. Yi Xiao just smiled and said, I really don't know how to set a price. After all, I don't know much about the market situation. I'd better listen to your opinions. Zhang Ming straightened his clothes and continued. I learned that the previous price of golden rice was 180,000 yuan per mu. I will pay 300,000 yuan to buy the golden rice. As soon as the words fell, someone immediately called out the price. I'll offer 350,000. I'm not interested in golden rice, but I'll pay 300,000 for that acre of diamond cabbage. I'll give you 400,000 for diamond cabbage. I'll give you 150,000 for that acre of tomatoes. At this time, everyone at the table began to bid against each other, and the focus was on golden rice and diamond cabbage. After all, only these two kinds of vegetables had gained a reputation. If people were only curious about these vegetables, then they would only lose all their money if they bought other vegetables at a high price, so only rice and cabbage were the safest. After everyone was scrambling for diamond cabbage and golden rice, Du Jiang took the opportunity to say, I'll pay 600,000 yuan to buy tomatoes and onions. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent and turned to look at Du Jiang. Zhang Ming said to Du Jiang, Boss Du, 600,000 is a lot of money. Aren't you afraid that you will end up with nothing? If you want to make a lot of money, you have to take some risks. High risks bring high returns. Du Jiang smiled confidently. He knew what these people were thinking. They didn't want to take risks but wanted to make money, so they would naturally focus on golden rice and diamond cabbage. We don't have the courage of Mr. Du, so it's better to be safe, even if it means making less money. Zhang Ming picked up the water cup and took a sip. He was just working for Good Luck Restaurant. Unlike Du Jiang, the restaurant was his own, so he had to minimize the risk. I'll also pay 600,000 yuan to buy cucumbers and potatoes. At this time, Wang Muqing also spoke up. This time, she planned to buy two kinds of vegetables. Now she hated Du Jiang so much. Can't you offer a lower price? He asked for 600,000 yuan right away. She was not as rich as Du Jiang. Chapter 19 Strip. When everyone heard Wang Muqing offer 600,000 yuan, They showed a trace of disdain in their eyes. What is popular now is golden rice and diamond cabbage, and the prices are so high. As for other vegetables, they may not be so popular. Spending 600,000 yuan may be a waste of money. Fortunately, Wang Muching found that no one else was bidding, so she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she would feel even more distressed if she spent more money. Now the price of golden rice and diamond cabbage has reached 450,000, and many people have calmed down. If the price goes higher, the profit will not be as much as they imagined. Zhang Ming straightened his clothes and said seriously, I'm determined to buy the golden rice. I won't give it up no matter how much money it costs. 500,000. When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. Zhang Ming's attitude was very strong. In fact, it just showed one attitude. That is, no one should compete with me. Otherwise we will become enemies. They all said this. Soon another diamond cabbage was bought for 500,000. Seeing that there was still some broccoli left, Du Jiang said, Since no one wants the broccoli, then I. Before he could finish his words, someone interrupted him. Boss Du, you've already bought 2 plots of vegetables. You should give us some broth. I paid 300,000 for the broccoli. Du Jiang did not say anything about this. After all, in the business world, it is important to leave some room for maneuver. At this time, Pang Xiao and others on the side widened their eyes with an incredible expression. The vegetables from 7 acres of land were sold at a sky-high price of 2.5 million in the blink of an eye. It turns out that the vegetables in the fields are so valuable. I have never seen so much money in my life. When Sun Jiangwo heard that an acre of land could be sold for hundreds of thousands of yuan, his hand holding the wine glass was shaking. Mr. Yi, we will transfer the money to your card later. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Zhang Ming and others stood up and shook hands with Yi Xiao one by one. Although the vegetables in the field would not mature for another 2 months, they had to go back and promote them as soon as possible. The vegetables they bought for hundreds of thousands were not wasted. It's been a pleasure working with you. Yi Xiao didn't expect that these people would send money when he was short of money. After seeing them off, Yi Xiao saw that Du Jiang and Wang Muching had not left, so he asked, Aren't you leaving? I'm fine. I want to stay and talk to you. Du Jiang took out a cigarette and lit it up, looking at the calm sea around him and blowing out a smoke ring. I want to talk to you too. Wang Muching raised her head and looked at Yi Xiao with an indignant look on her face. Seeing this, Yi Xiao was very curious and asked, What do you want to talk to me about? You are better at making money than me. We work hard in the restaurant for a month, but we don't make as much as you do in 1 minute. But you really make me look at you with new eyes. Moreover, we are classmates, but you don't even offer any discount at all. There was a hint of cunning in Wang Muching's eyes. It was the first time that a man ignored her, which made her doubt her own charm. It's already a great deal. If you weren't a classmate, the vegetables from 2 acres of land would cost more than 600,000 yuan. Yi Xiao made up an excuse to get away with it, intending to shut Wang Muching up. You can do it. I can't argue with you. Wang Muching pointed at Yi Xiao. Now she regretted mentioning this matter about her classmates. Yi Xiao always found an excuse with this. Du Jiang watched the two bickering and said with a smile, It seems that Miss Wang has a good impression of you. No way. Maybe she's just not used to being ignored. Yi Xiao thought of a reason why Wang Muching had such an attitude towards him. What you said is not complete. Miss Wang will not be interested in anyone who ignores her. If you work harder, you will definitely be able to win her over. Du Jiang smiled. He was also an experienced person and had seen a lot of such things. Yi Xiao just smiled at this. Wang Muching could be said to be the dream lover in a man's heart. He naturally had a good impression of Wang Muching, but he didn't want to talk about feelings. Building the island was his primary goal. Du Jiang walked around the island and then left. Wang Muching pulled Yi Xiao to the beach, looking at the dark seabed beneath their feet, and asked Yi Xiao, Have you ever swam in the sea? Yi Xiao shook his head and said, It's only March. The water temperature is still relatively cold. It's okay. I've participated in winter swimming before. Wang Muching didn't mind this at all. But you didn't bring a swimsuit either. Who said you have to wear a swimsuit when swimming? No underwear allowed. After saying that, Wang Muching took off her coat, revealing her sexy underwear, then jumped into the sea and swam in the water like a mermaid. Yi Xiao looked at Wang Muching, who was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water, and he couldn't help but stare at her in a trance for a moment. Come down and swim together. Wang Muching lifted her hair and looked at Yi Xiao's stupid face. She felt very proud and thought to herself, So you are just an ordinary man who can't resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. No, I'm afraid of catching a cold. Yi Xiao shook his head and refused. Coward. Wang Muching smiled and prepared to dive into the water again. At this moment, Yi Xiao pointed to his chest and said to her, Your underwear is going to fall off. What? Wang Muqing looked down and saw that it was underwear, not a swimsuit, so it was about to fall off after getting wet, revealing a large area of her chest. She immediately reached out to cover her chest and said to Yi Xiao on the other side, "What are you looking at? Turn around." But just as he finished speaking, Wang Muqing choked on the water and slowly sank. Seeing this, Yi Xiao jumped into the water without hesitation and swam towards Wang Muqing. At this time, Wang Muqing's right leg kept twitching, and he slowly lost consciousness. Yi Xiao put his arm around Wang Muqing's waist, dragged her to the shore, and began to examine her. Looking at Wang Muqing's heaving chest, Yi Xiao felt relieved. Then he picked up Wang Muqing and walked into the house. When Wang Muqing woke up, she found that it was already dark. When she lifted the quilt and prepared to get out of bed, she suddenly found that she was naked. She screamed, "What's wrong?" Hearing the scream, Pang Xiao immediately rushed in from outside, but seeing her murderous eyes, his face immediately darkened and he asked, "Mu Cheng, what's wrong? Why are my clothes gone? Did you take them off?" Wang Muqing was filled with anger. Who knew if she was taken advantage of, or even raped while she was taking off her clothes? "No, I wouldn't dare." Pang Xiao waved his hand quickly. "Who was that?" "Of course it was Xiaoya. He was the one who rescued you, and she was the one who carried you into the house." Chapter 20: Chartering a Ship. At this time, Yi Xiao walked in with a bowl of ginger soup, and immediately felt that the air in the room seemed to be frozen. "You guys chat, I'm going to go out first." When Pang Xiao saw Yi Xiao coming in, he immediately walked out. Wang Muqing stared at Yi Xiao coldly and asked, "Did you take off my underwear?" Yi Xiao nodded and replied without hesitation, "I took it off and wiped your body to prevent you from catching a cold. You actually took advantage of me, you bastard." Wang Muqing took out a pillow and threw it over, hitting Yi Xiao on the head. "I can't possibly leave you here all alone. Then you'll blame me for not being gentle with you. Even if you want to wipe my body, you don't need a grown man. Just call an aunt in. You were just trying to take advantage of me. I wanted to, but all the aunties are out working and won't be back for a while, so I have to do it myself. You just make it up. I have seen through you. All men are bad." Seeing her so excited, Yi Xiao knew he had to explain, and said, "Don't worry, I helped you take it off under the quilt, and I didn't see your body." However, Wang Muqing was not satisfied with this and said, "Even if you covered me with the quilt and didn't see it, your hand must have touched it, and you still say you didn't take advantage of me. I wrapped my hands with a towel, so even if it touched, it was the towel that touched you, not me." Yi Xiao fought back righteously. He would never do such a thing of taking advantage of someone's misfortune. "Are you kidding me? Doesn't it count as rape if you wear a condom?" Wang Muqing was filled with indignation. Her body had never been touched by anyone before. This was not touching, but indecent assault. Hearing her say this, Yi Xiao was completely speechless. These were two completely different things, but she insisted on bringing it up that way. It was impossible to reason with a woman, so he simply remained silent. Seeing that he stopped talking, Wang Muqing's anger subsided a little, and she continued to ask, "Where did you touch me?" "Don't worry, it's just the arms and legs. I didn't touch any sensitive parts. I'm not that kind of person. You're smart. If you dare to touch me, I'll chop off your claws. But you can control yourself with my body. Do you think I don't have a good body?" Faced with this question, Yi Xiao shook his head and said without hesitation, "You have a good figure, and you will definitely have enough milk when you give birth to a child in the future." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room froze again. "You bastard, didn't you say you didn't touch it?" Wang Muqing grabbed the bowl on the table and threw it at Yi Xiao. "I didn't touch it, but anyone can tell by looking at it." After saying this, Yi Xiao ran out in a flash. During dinner, Yi Xiao saw that Wang Muqing had not come out, so he asked Pang Xiao, "Where's Muqing? Is she still lying in bed?" Pang Xiao took a bite of a chicken leg and said vaguely, "She said she was not feeling well and had no appetite. Tell me the truth, did you two have sex? Otherwise, how could she not be able to get up?" Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at him and walked in with a bowl of porridge and a plate of side dishes. After entering the room, he saw Wang Muqing still lying on the bed, so he sat aside and said, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? You still need to eat." "I'm so angry that I can't eat anything." Wang Muqing rubbed his head with his hands and felt dizzy. He must have caught a cold. "Come, let me feed you something. Century egg and lean meat porridge, specially made for you." Yi Xiao helped Wang Muqing up and leaned her against the pillow. Then he scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and put it to Wang Muqing's mouth. Wang Muqing did not refuse. She opened her mouth and took a bite. She said, "My head feels dizzy. I feel like I have a cold." "It's okay, just cover yourself with a blanket and take a nap after eating." Yi Xiao comforted him patiently. Wang Muqing looked at Yi Xiao's face, which was so close to her. Her eyes were bright and full of spirit. She couldn't help but say softly, I didn't expect you to be so handsome up close. Very manly. Don't talk, and have a good rest. Yi Xiao looked at her weak appearance and felt an inexplicable sense of heartache in his heart. Then Wang Muqing closed her eyes and took a rest, while Yi Xiao stood by her side. Before she knew it, it was already late at night, and Wang Muqing had fallen asleep. However, she was very dishonest and actually kicked off the quilt, exposing her long white legs. Seeing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Resisting the urge to pounce on her, he covered her with the quilt and then lay on the quilt to prevent her from kicking it away again. The next morning, when Wang Muqing woke up, she saw Yi Xiao sleeping on the side. She felt warm in her heart and patted his shoulder. Yi Xiao, wake up. Oh, I overslept. Yi Xiao stood up and rubbed his eyes. Then he saw Wang Muqing looking down with her head down. He immediately felt something was wrong. His pants were bulging. He quickly covered them with his hands and smiled awkwardly. It's just a normal reaction for men in the morning. Go out. After breakfast, Yi Xiao and Wang Muqing boarded the boat and left island number 4. Arbor Day would be coming soon, and there would be a reward for doubling the planting amount. He didn't want to miss this opportunity, otherwise it would take an unknown amount of time to complete the 2,000 acres of forest. After docking at the Donghai City Pier, Du Jiang said hello to the two and left. Wang Muqing looked at Yi Xiao and said, Come to my house when you're done. I'll also be able to thank you for taking care of me. Okay. Yi Xiao agreed without hesitation and walked along the pier. Wang Muqing looked at his leaving figure. A sly smile appeared on her face, and she thought to herself, if you dare to come, don't blame me. Xiao Dehai was sitting in a chair counting accounts. He was as tired as a dog every day, but in the end he didn't make much. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. At this time, he saw Yi Xiao coming over and greeted him with a smile. Brother Yi, why are you here? I never come to you without a reason. How many boats do you have? Yi Xiao asked directly. Don't underestimate my small company. I have 20 speedboats. Xiao Dehai stretched out 2 fingers, looking proud. Yi Xiao shook his head and said, Is there a big ship like that? The bigger the better. I need a big ship that can hold more than 100 people. Xiao Dehai rubbed his chin and asked, How many do you want? 4 will do. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xiao reported this number. 4 large cruise ships. This is not cheap. You know, a cruise ship costs tens of thousands of dollars an hour. You want to rent 4 of them, so the cost is not small. Are you planning to go out to sea? Xiao Dehai kept tapping the table with his left hand. You don't have to worry about the cost. Just rent it for a day and go back and forth to the island. Can you do it? Don't worry, leave it to me. I've been in this business for so many years, so I still have some connections. I'll be using it on March 12th. Once you've booked it, just send me the fee. No problem. Chapter 21, Big Deal. After settling on the boat, Yi Xiao got up and left, heading for a landscaping company called Sijikan, which is a multinational company. There are 2,000 acres of forest area on the island. Yi Xiao has already planned to plant ornamental trees all over. The island will definitely be the main tourist attraction in the future, and this will definitely become a beautiful landscape. Soon he arrived at the door of Sijikan's company. After entering the room, he saw a girl at the front desk playing with her mobile phone. Yi Xiao walked over and said, Miss, I want to see your general manager. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist was playing with her cell phone without even looking up and was indifferent to him. No, I want to discuss cooperation with your general manager. Yi Xiao remained calm, as he knew that it was easier to deal with the king of hell than with the little ghosts. At this time, the receptionist raised her head and said impatiently, Our company does not do private business. The ones we cooperate with are mainly municipal projects and landscape gardening design for the rich. It's not just selling trees. Are you in these 2 areas of business? No, but You should go somewhere else. The company won't take such a small order. At this time, Yi Xiao was also furious. He didn't expect that he would be so angry just to do business here, so he turned around and walked out. Brother, you must be suffering in there. Their company is a multinational corporation. They won't care about these small orders. A man in his 30s came up and started talking to Yi Xiao. No wonder a receptionist is so arrogant. Yi Xiao suddenly realized. My name is Cheng Qi, and I also run a tree seedling company. Are you interested, brother? Cheng Qi handed over his business card. Yi Xiao took the business card and saw that it said Chengkai Tree Seedling Company, Limited. He nodded and said, Okay, let's sit down and talk. Okay, there's a beverage store up ahead. Let's go there and talk. Cheng Qi led Yi Xiao to a nearby beverage store and then asked, Brother Yi, what are you going to use the saplings for? Landscape trees, street trees, protective trees, etc. It should be a large landscape tree, a very beautiful one. Yi Xiao mentioned the trees he had imagined. Large landscape trees are usually arbor trees, and the most beautiful landscape trees among arbor trees are probably maple trees. When the time comes, it will be a golden and fiery red maple forest, which is so beautiful. Speaking of this, Cheng-Chi also talked endlessly. When he heard the word maple forest, Yi Zhao's eyes lit up. The golden maple forest on the island would be really beautiful. Thinking of this, he asked, "Do you have any recommendations for maple trees?" Sugar maple, Canada's national flower, changes color from yellow to orange in autumn. It is not only beautiful, but also can be used to make sugar. Norway golden maple is golden in autumn and never turns red. It is very beautiful. Take a look. Cheng-Chi took out the photo from his mobile phone and handed it to Yi Zhao. Yes, how much are these two kinds of seedlings? Looking at the two kinds of maple trees on his phone, Yi Zhao likes them more and more, but under the current circumstances he can only plant one. The price of seedlings is not expensive, only 70 or 80 cents per plant. Generally, they can grow to 20 meters in 15 or 16 years. Generally, it is most appropriate to plant about 100 plants per acre of land. Cheng-Chi picked up the water cup and drank it all in one gulp. After talking for so long, his saliva was dry. Hearing this, Yi Zhao also fell into deep thought. It would take 15 or 16 years for the maple trees to grow up and form a maple forest. He couldn't wait that long, so he asked, "Are there any slightly larger trees?" Cheng-Chi nodded and said, "Of course, but the bigger the tree is, the more expensive it is. A maple tree about 1 meter tall costs about 200 yuan. Okay, I want sugar maple." Sumu decided to plant sugar maple first. "No problem. How many do you want?" "I have hundreds." Cheng-Chi guessed that Yi Zhao would not need many. 100 pills were more than 20,000 yuan, and ordinary people could not buy many. "I want 7,500. After knowing the price of sugar maple, Yi Zhao immediately calculated that apart from some necessary equipment, the remaining funds would be at most 1.5 million, just enough to purchase these more than 7,000 trees. What? More than 7,500 trees? When Cheng-Chi heard this number, he immediately spit out the water he had just drunk. This was not just a few hundred, but a transaction amount of millions. If he succeeded, he could make a fortune. Seeing his surprised expression, Yi Zhao asked, "Do you have so much goods? I need them urgently, and they must arrive before the 12th. "Okay, no problem." Cheng-Chi patted his chest and made a promise. "That's good. Let's sign the contract. I'll draft it right away." As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng-Chi ran back to the company. Half an hour later, he came over excitedly with 2 contracts and handed them to Yi Zhao. "Take a look first to see if there is anything wrong. I didn't expect you to even write about your own breach of contract liability. That's cruel enough. Double compensation for delay." Yi Zhao read the contract carefully. It was completely beneficial to him. It seemed that Cheng-Chi was sincere in making this deal. "Of course, my only principle in doing business is integrity." Cheng-Chi attaches great importance to this business, otherwise he would not dare to draft such a contract. If there is any mistake, he will bear all the risks. Yi Zhao then paid a deposit of 500,000 and asked, "You must be very proficient in planting. How many people do you need to plant these 7,000 trees in one day?" "It depends on the land. If the land has been reclaimed, fewer people will be needed. 200 or 300 people will do the work for a day. If there is no reclaimed wasteland, I'm afraid it will take 400 or 500 people." "What? Do you need it?" Cheng-Chi kept making phone calls and sending messages, and began to contact the source of goods. "I'll probably need 400 or 500 people. I can help you with that. I know a lot of gardeners who are very experienced in planting trees. The survival rate of the trees they plant is also high, but the price is 500 or 600 a day." "Okay, you help me recruit some, just this price." Yi Zhao knew that this would cost more than 200,000 yuan. He didn't want to miss the Arbor Day event to double the planting amount, so he had to spend the money. Cheng-Chi was secretly delighted to see that he spent more than 200,000 yuan without blinking an eye. Yi Zhao is simply a rich man. Soon after, the news that Cheng-Chi had placed orders worth over 1 million spread like wildfire. Since this circle was so small, everyone would know about any small move. Chapter 22. Tease you. Yi Zhao was lying on the bed in the hotel resting. He didn't expect that things would be settled so quickly. He planned to stay here for one night and then go back. With nothing to do, he logged into the system again. But as soon as he entered, Inha came up to him with a smile on his face and stuck close to Yi Zhao. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Yi Zhao pushed Inha away and vaguely smelled a conspiracy. "You've made a lot of money. Come buy something. I heard you wanted to buy maple trees. I have some top-quality maple seeds that can grow into big trees in a year. They're very cheap." Inha pounced over again, with her big watery eyes opening and a pitiful look. "It's not that I don't want to buy it, but I can't afford it." Yi Xiao let out a long sigh. He had seen the maple seeds in the space before. Although they could grow into big trees in 1 year, they cost 10,000 yuan each. If 100 trees were planted per acre, that would be 1 million yuan. The cost was too high, so he chose to buy them outside. You don't have to buy a tree, then try a luxury yacht. How can you live on an island without a yacht? Inha was still unwilling to give up. His eyes were shining, as if he was obsessed with money. No, now is not the time to enjoy. What about the reclamation vehicle? It can automatically cultivate the land and save you a lot of trouble. Even if we reclaim the land, we won't have seeds to plant. We'll talk about it later. Seeing Inha acting like a salesman, Yi Xiao came out immediately, not daring to stay for even a second. He deeply understood the meaning of the phrase, being blinded by money. Ding dong. At this moment, the text message sound suddenly rang. Yi Xiao clicked on it and saw that it was from Wang Mucheng, asking him to come over and to treat him to a meal to express his gratitude. He then replied and agreed, saying that it was quite boring in the hotel. At this time, in a luxurious apartment, Wang Mucheng and Xiao Na were both wearing shorts, eating while shaking their long white legs. Who are you messaging? I've never seen you so interested in a man before. Xiao Na looked at Wang Mucheng staring at her phone and laughing, and couldn't help but tease her. It's the man who took advantage of me that I told you about before. I want to see if he can remain calm. Nana, it will be up to you to show off your beauty when the time comes. Wang Mucheng looked at Xiao Na and clasped her hands together in prayer. Then you will be disappointed. No man can resist a beauty like me. Joanna lifted her hair, looking very charming. Not long after, the doorbell rang. When he comes, you can tell him I'm out, and I'll watch secretly from inside. Wang Mucheng ran into the room and took out her cell phone to take a secret photo. Then she would see if Yi Xiao still dared to say that he was a gentleman. Joanna tidied her hair, then pulled down the collar of her shirt, revealing her deep cleavage, and walked over to open the door. Yi Xiao saw that it was Xiao Na who opened the door. He had met her before and asked, "Where's Mu Cheng? Come in first." Mu Cheng is out and will be back in a while. Xiao Na led Yi Xiao into the house. Yi Xiao took a look around the room. The walls were pink, the sofa was pink, even the chairs were pink. Everything was pink and princess-like. Xiao Na took out a bottle of wine from the cabinet, opened it, poured 2 glasses, and then sat next to Yi Xiao. "Let's have a drink." Yi Xiao looked at the white area on Xiao Na's chest, and the ravine there was unfathomable. At the same time, he could smell a faint fragrance. He immediately felt the blood in his body surging, and quickly turned his eyes away. "What's wrong? Is it hot? Your face is so red." Xiao Na continued to move closer and blew a breath towards Yi Xiao with a charming look on her face. "Ahem, the environment here is pretty good." Yi Xiao immediately stood up, distanced himself from Xiao Na, and tried to change the subject. But before he could take a few steps, Xiao Na pulled him back to the sofa. She took off her coat and wrote on Yi Xiao. "Just come on. I don't believe you can't see what I mean. What? Am I not pretty enough, or have a good figure, to please you? That's not the case. First, I'm not a casual person. Second, it would be bad if I get sick. You." Wang Mucheng heard this in the room and immediately burst out laughing. Yi Xiao stood up from the sofa and immediately understood something. Seeing that she was discovered, Wang Mucheng also walked out of the house and said to Xiao Na generously, "Nana, it seems that you are not charming enough, and in his eyes, you are that kind of woman." "That's because he's unlucky. He looks pretty good, and I was planning to make the fake play real." Jonah leaned back on the couch with her legs crossed. "You didn't ask me to come here just to tease me, did you?" Yi Xiao looked at Wang Mucheng and asked. Wang Mucheng sat down and said, "Firstly, I wanted to test you, and secondly, I wanted to thank you for your care." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao asked directly, "What are you testing me on?" Xiao Na on the side also agreed. "Yes. He is just your friend. Why are you testing him?" Hearing this question, Wang Mucheng didn't know how to answer for a moment. After a moment, she said, "It's fun. What else can we do? So thanking me is just a joke. This is the first time I've seen a way of thanking someone like this." Yi Xiao didn't understand what this girl was trying to do, so he got up and walked into the kitchen to find something to eat. Xiao Na saw Wang Mucheng leaning back in her chair with a dull look in her eyes, and she immediately laughed. "It seems that our goddess has fallen in love with you. You have very high standards. Don't talk nonsense. Not everyone is pleasing to me." Wang Mucheng shook his head like a rattle. "I'm leaving now. I don't want to be a light bulb here." "Don't, Nana." Before Wang Mucheng could finish her words, Xiao Na walked out. Yi Xiao searched the kitchen and saw that the refrigerator was empty and not even plugged in. It seemed that Wang Mucheng was not at home to cook. "It's getting late, Yua." Wang Mucheng was drinking a box of milk and was about to let Yi Xiao go back when she suddenly slipped and stumbled backwards, spilling the milk all over Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao reacted quickly as well. He grabbed Wang Muqing's hand and pulled her into his arms. The two looked at each other, and for a moment the air seemed to freeze. Go take a shower and change your clothes first. After staring for a moment, Wang Muqing blushed and pushed Yi Xiao away. Okay. Yi Xiao looked at his clothes that were already wet with milk and turned and walked towards the bathroom. However, when she saw Yi Xiao walking into the bathroom, Wang Muqing suddenly thought to herself that it was not good. She had not taken out the underwear she had taken off after taking a shower, and he would definitely see it. But he had already gone in, and it was too late. Ding dong. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Wang Muqing looked out through the peephole and saw that it was her father Wang Hai. She thought to herself that something was wrong. Chapter 23, Misunderstanding. Dad, why are you here? Wang Muqing took a deep breath, pretended to be calm, and then opened the door. Nothing. Just came to see you and brought you some food. Wang Hai walked into the room carrying a lot of bags. After putting down his things, he saw Wang Muqing's face was red, and he couldn't help but ask, Daughter, are you sick? Why is your face so red? Wang Muqing touched her little face and felt it was a little hot. What she was thinking about now was whether Yi Xiao would do something evil after seeing her underwear. Thinking of this, she felt her face getting hotter and hotter, and at the same time she shook her head and said, Dad, I'm fine. Maybe it's a little hot in the room. When Yi Xiao walked into the bathroom, he saw Wang Muqing's underwear hanging on the wall. He felt that it was a bit weird to take a shower here, so he walked out and asked her to take the clothes away. After she went out, she saw Wang Muqing standing in the living room. She said, Muqing, your underwear is in there. Go get it out first. When Yi Xiao walked out a little, he found a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa who looked a bit like Wang Muqing. This is my dad, and this is Yi Xiao. After Wang Muqing gave a brief introduction, she hurried into the bathroom. Hello, Uncle Wang. Yi Xiao greeted with a smile. Now that a man appeared in the room, Wang Hai frowned deeply. Looking at the white spots on Yi Xiao's clothes and thinking about his daughter's blushing face, he immediately understood something. His face became even gloomier, and he asked in a deep voice, How long have you been with Muqing? Uncle, don't get me wrong. We are just ordinary friends. When Yi Xiao heard this, he knew that he had misunderstood, so he began to explain. I really don't like you. You're still lying even after being caught by me. I'm telling you straight, I don't agree with you two being together. You'd better be sensible and stay away from Muqing from now on. Wang Hai looked at Yi Xiao. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and should be just an ordinary person. This did not meet the requirements to be Muqing's boyfriend. Uncle, believe it or not, I'm going to give you a suggestion. It's the 21st century now, and you can fall in love freely. Yi Xiao stood up and walked outside. He and Wang Muqing were just ordinary friends, so there was no need to explain anything to Wang Hai. When Wang Muqing came down from upstairs, she saw that Yi Xiao was gone. Then she looked at Wang Hai's gloomy face and immediately thought of what had happened between them. Then she sat next to Wang Hai and said with a smile, Dad, do you think I am your boyfriend again? We are just ordinary friends. Muqing, I don't mind you having a boyfriend, but I have to consider his status. It's important to make sure you are well matched. Only in this way can the Wang family's future assets be safely handed over to you. Tell me, what can an ordinary poor boy do to help you in the future? Wang Hai tried to persuade him earnestly. I know, Dad, you've worked hard, too. Let me massage your shoulders. Wang Muqing walked behind Wang Hai and massaged his shoulders. Seeing this, Wang Hai couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He knew his daughter very well. Although she agreed quickly, what she was thinking in her heart was not the case at all. After staying in Wang Muqing's apartment for a while, Wang Hai went back and called Yang Tai over. Half an hour later, Yang Tai rushed over and said, Uncle Wang, is there something you want me to do? Do you know that there is a person named Yi Xiao around Muqing? Wang Hai knew that Yang Tai had been pursuing Muqing, but he just didn't point it out. He wouldn't be attracted to a kid from a small family like Yang Tai. I know. He's Muqing's college classmate. He's now growing vegetables on the island. Yang Tai knew Wang Muqing's situation very well, and he also knew everything about the people around her. Growing vegetables? I see. I was just asking casually. Come, play a game of chess with me. Wang Hai thought that Muqing would not be interested in a vegetable grower and would dump him in a few days. Great. It's a good opportunity for me to learn Uncle Wang's chess skills. Although Yang Tai had a smile on his face, he was very solemn in his heart. Wang Hai almost never cared about the people around Wang Muqing, but he knew Yi Xiao. It seemed that there was something complicated between Wang Muqing and Yi Xiao. After finishing his chess game and coming out of the room, Yang Tai immediately picked up the phone and started dialing. Check the situation of a man named Yi Xiao for me right away. I want to see all his information tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Yang Tai stood there expressionlessly, with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. He would not let anyone get close to Wang Muching. The next morning, Yang Tai was looking at a document in the room, which contained all of Yi Zhao's information. You are a rich man. You spent 1.5 million to buy the tree, and you still want to rent a boat. I will make sure you never even think about transporting the tree to the island. There was a hint of viciousness in Yang Tai's eyes. Yi Zhao was staying in the hotel for a few days when he received the news that Xia Dehai had successfully rented a boat, so he went over to find out more about the situation. When he arrived, he saw Xia Dehai's face was gloomy, like a wilted eggplant, and asked, Brother Xia, what's wrong? Brother Yi, I'm so sorry. I just received a call, and the company said they no longer rent the boat. Xia Dehai looked very apologetic. They had already agreed on the rental price of 4 ships at 120,000 yuan a day, but he didn't expect the deal to change suddenly. What's the big deal? Just rent it from another company. Yi Zhao didn't think it was a big deal. Xia Dehai shook his head, sighed and said, I asked all the boat rental companies, but no one was willing to rent to me. Either they had an appointment or they asked for a very high price. Hearing this, Yi Zhao started to tease. Is it because your reputation is too bad that they don't want to rent it to you? How is this possible? I, Xia Dehai, have a very good reputation in this industry. I don't know what these people are thinking. They don't even want to make money. When Xia Dehai heard Yi Zhao say that he had a bad reputation, he immediately became anxious. Brother Xia, since they don't want to rent it to you, let me give it a try. Okay, I'll take you there. The general manager of a company is my good brother. Then Xia Dehai took Yi Zhao out. After a while, the two appeared at a boat rental company. Sun Ming saw Xia Dehai coming in and greeted him with a smile. Brother Xia, I really can't help you with the boat rental, so please don't make things difficult for me. It's not me who rents it, it's him who rents it. That's fine, right? Xia Dehai pointed at Yi Zhao next to him. Sun Ming looked at Yi Zhao and said, If I'm not mistaken, you should be Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao nodded, curious about how he knew his name. Then I can't rent it either. Sun Ming shook his head apologetically. Hearing this, a trace of solemnity appeared in Yi Zhao's eyes. He originally thought that they just didn't want to rent the house to Xia Dehai, but he didn't expect that they wouldn't rent it to him either. It seemed that there must be something going on. Xia Dehai also realized this at this time and said, Xiao Sun, what is our relationship? Can't you tell us? Sun Ming looked outside cautiously and leaned his head closer. Chapter 24, Arabian Horse. I heard some rumors that Wu Quan, the young master of General Aviation Group, said that no one can rent a ship to you. After saying this, Sun Ming sat back in his chair. It was the first time that Yi Zhao heard the name Wu Quan, and he didn't have much reaction to it. However, Xia Dehai, who was standing by, was shocked and explained, 90% of Donghai City's shipping business is owned by the General Aviation Group. Wu Quan is the young master of the General Aviation Group. His words can determine the life and death of a company in the same industry. He has a very powerful background. At this time, Yi Zhao was muttering to himself. He had never even heard of Wu Quan and didn't know why he was being remembered. Sun Ming poured 2 glasses of water and handed them over while saying, I'm not trying to discourage you. Wu Quan has spoken. No one in our company dares to do business with you. Is that really not possible? Xiao Sun, you have to help me this time. You have more connections in this circle than I do. Xia Dehai was unwilling to see this deal go down the drain. I have no choice. After all, this circle is so small, and Wu Quan is someone we cannot afford to offend. Sun Ming shook his head, looking helpless. After the two came out, they looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, in a private room of a 5-star hotel, Yang Tai was leaning on a chair with a slightly tipsy look on his face, while Wu Quan was touching a young model all over. Seeing this scene, Yang Tai laughed and teased, Brother Wu, if you can't wait, go to the room, or I can go out. Wu Quan pushed the woman away and said, Don't worry about it. I have already given the order. Anyone who dares to rent a boat to that guy named Yi is going against me, Wu Quan, and the General Aviation Group. How did that guy offend you? It's just a small grudge. I want to teach him a lesson. Yang Tai smiled and made up an excuse to get away with it. By the way, I heard that you know Feng Kuan from Dahua Group. Let's make an appointment to meet him some other day. Wu Quan put his legs on the table and picked up a lobster and started to eat it. No problem. I'll find a time another day. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Yang Tai walked out. At this time, the young model came over, hugged Wu Quan from behind, and said, Mr. Wu, Yang Tai's father just opened a construction company with assets of millions. He is just an ant-like figure, but you still like him. Wu Quan smiled, kissed her hand, and said, Although Yang Tai has an ordinary background, he is very good at dealing with people and has close relationships with many children of wealthy families. There is no sincerity in our circle. We are just using each other. In the following days, Yi Xiao and Xia Dahai approached many boat charter companies, but were rejected by all of them. After the two of them finished their meal, Yi Xiao said to Xia Dahai, "Brother Xia, you've been working hard these past few days. You should take a few days off first. Let me think of a solution." "Okay, I'll also contact other places for boat rental companies." Xia Dahai nodded, turned, and left. Then Yi Xiao returned to the hotel. Today was a big day, March 8th, Women's Day, and the system was going to hold a lottery. Yi Xiao sat on the bed, quietly waiting for the moment of the lottery. "Master, it's time for the lottery." When the clock on the wall turned to 11, Galaxy's voice rang in his mind. "Okay, I hope I have good luck." Yi Xiao kept rubbing his hands, very excited, then reached out and pressed the switch of the lottery wheel. Then the pointer of the turntable began to rotate rapidly, and the names of the items on the turntable were also changing at any time. Ding dong. Under Yi Xiao's extremely expectant eyes, the pointer stopped on the picture of two ponies, with the name Purebred Arabian Horse written on it. "Congratulations, Master. You have acquired a pair of purebred Arabian foals." Inha came forward and congratulated him. Oh, Yi Xiao was still in shock. After learning about the lottery, what he wanted to win the most was the environmental control device that could automatically bring rain, thus completely solving the irrigation problem. Unexpectedly, he actually won 2 horses in the end. Inha saw that he was a little depressed, so he walked up to comfort him. "Master, these 2 horses are Arabian purebred horses, which are very valuable. According to classification, they are hot-blooded horses, usually used as racehorses, and after systematic training, they can reach adulthood in 1 year." "Really? It's very precious." When Yi Xiao heard the word precious, he perked up a little. The price of a purebred Arabian horse is already tens of millions, and some can even reach 100 million. It turns out these 2 horses are so valuable. At this moment, Yi Xiao swept away his previous sadness. Although these 2 horses were of little help to the development of the island, they were valuable. Inha stroked his hair and continued to ask, "Master, do you want to exchange it into reality now?" Yi Xiao shook his head and refused, planning to exchange it on the 12th and send it to the island together. In the following days, Yi Xiao and Xia Dahai continued to look for a boat rental company, but they didn't get much results. Then he realized how powerful Wu Quan's background was, and that no one could disobey his words. That evening, Yi Xiao just returned to the hotel and saw Wang Muching standing at the door waiting for him. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you here? I heard that you've been having a rough time lately, so I came to see you and brought you something." Wang Muching shook the 2 large bags in his hands. "Come and see me because I'm having a hard time? When did you develop this hobby?" Yi Xiao couldn't help but tease as he led Wang Muching upstairs. Wang Muching just smiled and followed him into the house, then said, "I heard that you had some trouble renting a boat. Wu Quan and I are pretty familiar with each other, so I can help you." "No, I can solve my own problems directly, so don't worry about it." Yi Xiao shook his head and refused. He had not yet fallen to the point of asking a woman to help him. "Okay, remember to come back to me if it doesn't work." Wang Muching didn't care either, because she knew Yi Xiao was a bit chauvinistic and couldn't afford to lose face. Chapter 25, Spending Money. "It's almost time. You should go back." Yi Xiao checked the time. It was almost 11 o'clock, but Wang Muching was still wandering around the house. "I'm a girl, and I'm not afraid of you. So what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" Wang Muching rolled her eyes at Yi Xiao in annoyance, thinking that she was such a blockhead. If it were any other man, he would have started to have ideas about her a long time ago. Yi Xiao stood up and stared at Wang Muching closely, then walked towards her step by step. Seeing this, Wang Muching's heart could not help but rise to her throat, thinking that he would not force himself on her. Although she had some feelings for him, it was not the time to commit herself to him. "I'm really afraid that you'll eat me. I'm not a casual person. Go back quickly." Yi Xiao grabbed Wang Muching's shoulders and pushed her out the door. "That's weird. When did my charm become so weak?" After coming out, Wang Muching looked at herself carefully. When had she ever been so proactive before? Yet, she was rejected. How could she save face if this got out? On this day, Xia Dahai was sitting in a chair and talking on the phone, but his brows were deeply frowned. He asked all the boat rental companies in and out of the city, but was rejected without hesitation. Just when he was scratching his head anxiously, he saw Yi Xiao walking towards him carrying a big bag. "Let's go. Let's rent a boat." Yi Xiao saw that tomorrow was March 12th, Arbor Day, so he had to get the boat ready today. "Have you found anyone willing to rent you a boat?" There was a hint of joy in Xia Dahai's eyes. Yi Xiao shook his head, but patted the bag in his hand and said confidently, "I just want to see if this money can make the devil push the mill." 2 random people set off to the nearest boat rental company. Li Wei saw Yi Xiao and Xia Dahai come in again, and immediately frowned and said unhappily, "Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you that I don't want to rent it? Get out of here quickly and don't interfere with my business." Boom. Yi Xiao threw the pocket on the table, unzipped it, and saw piles of red banknotes inside. Seeing this, a gleam of greed flashed in Li Wei's eyes, but when he thought of Wu Quan, there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. 200,000 to rent 4 cruise ships for a day. Yi Xiao picked up a few stacks of money and threw them in front of Li Wei. This is not a matter of money. Who in our industry dares to offend Wu Quan? A smile appeared on Li Wei's face, and he pretended to be embarrassed. 300,000. It's really not about the money. 400,000. When he heard the price, Li Wei was already tempted. He watched Yi Xiao take out another stack of money and planned to agree after the price reached 500,000. But at this time, Yi Xiao put the stack of money back and sighed. "Since you really don't want to rent it, forget it." "No, this is still negotiable." Seeing that Yi Xiao was about to give up, Li Wei's tone immediately softened. He didn't want these hundreds of thousands of dollars to slip away from his hands for nothing. Yi Xiao slowly folded the money in his hand together and said, "But do you dare not listen to Wu Quan's words?" Li Wei slapped the table and laughed. "Although Wu Quan has a very powerful background, our company is not bad either. We are only doing him a favor by not renting to you. It is impossible for us to be afraid of him. Okay, let's sign the contract." Yi Xiao pushed the stack of money in front of him over. "No problem, wait." Li Wei grabbed the money and began to count it slowly. He made 500,000 yuan by renting 4 ordinary cruise ships. It was too easy to make money. After getting the contract, Yi Xiao walked out with satisfaction. Xiao Dahai still hadn't come back to his senses at this time. He was still thinking about the scene of Yi Xiao throwing money crazily at Li Wei. He had never seen anyone talk about cooperation like this before. He couldn't help but say, "Brother Yi, 500,000 was spent like this. It's several times more expensive than the normal price. Extraordinary situations require extraordinary treatment. We can't delay tomorrow's work. It's worth it when you think about it. By the way, brother Sun, you also take this 10,000 yuan. You have been busy all this time. Thank you for your hard work." Yi Xiao took out 10,000 yuan and handed it to Xiao Dahai. "That's not good. I didn't help at all." Xiao Dahai shook his head. "If you don't take it, I won't dare ask you for help again in the future." "Okay, I'll take it first. Just call me if you need anything." At this moment, Cheng Chi called and said that the sugar maple trees had arrived, and he had also called 500 people to come, so they prepared to go and take a look. He then took a taxi and headed to the warehouse in the suburbs. "Slow down. Be careful. These are more than 1,000,000 saplings." Cheng Chi was directing a dozen large trucks in front of him. They were all filled with sugar maple saplings more than 1 meter long. The roots of the trees were wrapped in bags to prevent water loss. Soon Yi Xiao rushed over and was very excited when he saw the truck loaded with more than 7,000 saplings. "Brother Yi, come here. I have found the person you want. He will be here soon." Cheng Chi wiped the sweat from his forehead. In order to get these more than 7,000 1-meter-tall sugar maple saplings, he had traveled almost all over the country during this period of time. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. Otherwise, he would have to pay a lot of money for breach of contract. "Let's move these saplings onto the boat first. I've already made the arrangements, and we'll be ready to set off at 12 o'clock. Yi Xiao has already made plans. Tomorrow is Arbor Day, and it will take almost a whole day to plant more than 7,000 trees. "No problem, leave it to me." Cheng Chi nodded, and then ordered the dozen or so trucks to set off for the dock. When the truck arrived at the dock, the workers began to get busy, moving the sugar maple saplings into the cargo hold of the cruise ship, creating a bustling scene. When Wu Quan was discussing business with several partners in the hotel, his secretary suddenly came over and said that Yang Tai wanted to see him about something. When he got outside, he saw Yang Tai's face was gloomy and asked with a smile, "Why? Are you in such a hurry to find me? Were you rejected by a woman again?" "No, it's Yi Xiao. He rented a boat and came to tell you." Yang Tai took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. In Donghai City, Wu Quan's words carried a lot of weight. Under such circumstances, Yi Xiao was still able to rent a boat, which showed that his strength was not simple. He originally just wanted to embarrass him, but he didn't expect to have a strong rival in love. "Yi Xiao? Oh, I see. I'll give you an explanation." Wu Quan was stunned for a while before he remembered what it was. He didn't take it seriously after he gave the order. He didn't expect that someone would dare to go against him. "It's okay. Last time you said you wanted to meet my friend Feng Kuan. I've already arranged it for tomorrow night." "Okay, I'll be on time." After Yang Tai left, the smile on Wu Quan's face immediately disappeared, and he picked up the phone and started to make a call. "Go and find out more about Yi Xiao, and by the way, find out who doesn't even listen to me." Chapter 26 Arrival. As night fell, The dock was still brightly lit, and many workers were still moving saplings. But it was almost over. At the same time, Cheng-Chi led more than 500 people over and boarded for cruise ships one after another. Most of these people were in their 40s or 50s. Brother Yi, don't worry. These people are very experienced in planting trees. Otherwise, they wouldn't charge 500 yuan a day. Cheng-Chi looked at Yi Xiao looking at these tree farmers and began to explain. I'm not worried about them. I trust you. It's almost 12 o'clock. Leave on time. When you arrive, have a simple meal before starting your day's work. Yi Xiao was also filled with emotion at this moment. In order to plant more trees on Arbor Day, the total cost was as much as 2.3 million. He didn't know whether it was worth it. After sighing, he found a room and locked the door, then asked Inha to release the 2 Arabian horses. 2 flashes of light appeared on the ground, one black and one white. They were knee-high, bright in color, and very energetic, and kept trying to get into Yi Xiao's arms. Yi Xiao touched the 2 foals and liked them more and more. Arabian horses are the best among all foals and are often used as racehorses. He believed that they would become horses of extraordinary quality when they grow up. He then gave the 2 foals names. The black one was called Black Cloud, and the white one was called White Snow. Black Cloud, White Snow, let's go, take a walk on the boat. Yi Xiao opened the door and took the 2 ponies for a walk. However, as soon as the door opened, Heiyun and Baishua rushed out immediately, ran around happily in the aisle, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Cheng-Chi was chatting with some friends, he suddenly saw 2 ponies, one black and one white, rushing out, looking very energetic. A good horse. You can tell it's a good horse at first glance. Do you know anything about horses? How dare you say that a horse is good? I don't understand what's wrong with the horses. These 2 horses look extraordinary and have great temperament. They are obviously noble horses. That's right, it does look very noble. Everyone gathered around the 2 horses, looking at them and talking about them. At this time, Yi Xiao came over and said to everyone, we are about to set off now. You should take a good rest. We will arrive in 4 hours, and then we will be busy all day. Hearing this, everyone sat back in their chairs and began to rest. Yi Xiao touched the heads of Heiyun and Baishua, preparing to take them back. Unexpectedly, such small creatures could run so fast. Cheng-Chi walked over and touched the horse's back. He felt that its fur was very smooth, which was not the feeling of an ordinary horse. There was a spirit in its eyes. He couldn't help but say, these 2 horses should be extraordinary. Nothing special, just a horse. Yi Xiao didn't explain much and took Heiyun and Baishua back to the room. At this time, 4 cruise ships slowly left the dock and headed towards island number 4. Yi Xiao stood on the side of the boat, looking at the dark sea. The sea breeze blew gently, and he felt a rare sense of peace in his heart. Wu Quan was lying on the sofa in the villa at this moment, with a charming woman wearing only pajamas sitting next to him, holding a document in her hand. Chun Mei crossed her legs and said in an elegant voice, that guy named Yi Xiao doesn't have much background. He is now growing vegetables on the island. Yang Tai actually wants to deal with him. He is really going backwards as he grows older. He wants to pursue Wang Muqing, and Yi Xiao is Wang Muqing's classmate. I guess he is afraid that Wang Muqing will be pursued by Yi Xiao. Wu Quan smiled jokingly. He knew exactly what Yang Tai was thinking. I have already dealt with the man who rented the boat to Yi Xiao. He was fired from his company and can't survive in Donghai City. You are my future husband, and I still have to protect your reputation. Chen Mei threw the documents in her hand aside. She and Wu Quan were already engaged, and the 2 families had a common interest. A reporter photographed you fooling around in a nightclub. You'd better be careful. After all, we are engaged. Wu Quan shook his wine glass with a dazed look in his eyes. He also had no feelings for Chen Mei. It was just a marriage of convenience, but he still cared about his reputation. Don't worry, I'll be careful next time. Anyway, we're just having fun on our own. You can have as many women as you want outside, just don't bring them back. It's disgusting to watch, that's the bottom line. After saying this, Chen Mei stood up and went upstairs. At this time on island number 4, Pang Xiao, Sun Jiangwo, and others were waiting anxiously, with several large boxes of bread and mineral water beside them. These things had been prepared a few days ago, just for the tree farmers who came to work. Look, there's a boat coming. With a cry of surprise, Pang Xiao immediately stood up, looked at the lights flashing on the sea not far away, and hurriedly ordered everyone to get ready. Okay, everyone wake up and get ready to work. Cheng-Chi woke everyone up. Then everyone lying on the chairs got up and started to get off the boat. Everyone eat something first, as long as you are full, and then start working. Yi Xiao asked Pang Xiao to distribute bread and water to everyone, and everyone started eating at once. 10 minutes later, everyone was full, and Sun Jiangwo led the 500 people to carry sugar maple saplings to plant trees in the fields. Xiao Yizi, can we finish planting these 7,000 trees today? And we have to do it today? It's so urgent. Pang Xiao looked at the people busying around and didn't quite understand why Yi Xiao spent so much money just to plant trees. Building an island naturally requires financial investment. Go find me some people to build a stable. Yi Xiao had no intention of continuing this topic and planned to send Pang Xiao away. Build a stable, but we don't have any horses. There was a hint of doubt in Pang Xiao's eyes. At this moment, he suddenly saw two ponies, one black and one white, running down from the boat, spreading their hooves and running around. Pang Xiao was very pleased with the two horses that disappeared so quickly that he patted his chest and assured them, "Don't worry, I will definitely build a beautiful stable." Yi Xiao looked at the bustling and busy scene in the distance, and his heart finally settled down. After planting more than 7,000 trees, the area would be 75 acres, and if it doubled, it would be 150 acres. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face. When he had enough money, he would buy more growth hormones to make the sugar maple orchard mature as soon as possible. At this moment, a feeling of tiredness came over Yi Xiao. He yawned and decided to go in and take a nap. When he was sleeping soundly, he was suddenly awakened by an anxious voice. "Xiao Yi, get up quickly, something happened." Chapter 27 Punishment Mechanism. As soon as he heard the words, "something happened," Yi Xiao woke up from his sleep. Looking at the panicked Pang Xiao in front of him, his heart sank and he asked, "What happened?" "Come with me, and you'll know when you see it." After saying this, Pang Xiao ran out first. Seeing this, Yi Xiao followed without hesitation. When he arrived at the field, he saw Heiyun and Baishua nibbling on the cabbage seedlings in the field. Many cabbages had been trampled or knocked down, hanging to the side. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao felt distressed. These cabbages had already been sold, and he didn't know how to explain to the customers when the time came. Then he rushed over and carried Heiyun and Baishua out, thinking that he was too careless. There were so many vegetables planted on the island, and if he didn't take good care of these two ponies, all the vegetables would be ruined by them. Now people are busy planting trees, and there is a lack of people to look after this part of the land, so they ran in. Pang Xiao also looked helpless. There were simply too many things to do today, and he couldn't take care of them all. "It's okay, I'll just return the money when the time comes. By the way, is the stable finished?" Yi Xiao touched the heads of Heiyun and Baishua and saw that their eyes were still fixed on the cabbages in the field, thinking that they might be hungry. Pang Xiao nodded and said, "It has been built, and the ground is covered with dead grass." Yi Xiao nodded, then took the two ponies to the stable. After a while, he came to a wooden house. When he opened the door, he saw that it was very spacious inside and could continue to be used even when the pony grew up. After locking up Heiyun and Baiyun, Yi Xiao went to prepare feed. There are many things that horses can eat, including various grasses, vegetables, and fruits. They are easy to feed, but the best feed is still grass. Only when a pasture is built in the future will they have grass to eat. Then he went to the fields and picked some common carrots and cabbages, chopped them up, filled 2 large buckets, and carried them to the stable. When Yi Xiao put the bucket of vegetables on the ground, Heiyun and Baishua rushed up, buried their heads in the soil, and started eating with big mouthfuls. Seeing them eating so happily, Yi Xiao smiled. When they grow up a little more, he can train them slowly. Then he walked out and closed the door. When Yi Xiao arrived at the field, he saw Pang Xiao counting the losses, so he walked over and asked, "How much is the loss?" "We lost almost 1/3 of the total, close to 30 pieces. We won't be able to explain this to our customers when the time comes." Pang Xiao felt very sad when he saw the trampled cabbage seedlings in the field. "Don't worry, I'll explain it to Zhang Ming when the time comes. Go to work first." Yi Xiao patted Pang Xiao on the shoulder, picked up the hoe, and went to help plant trees. An hour later, a ray of light appeared in the sky, and a red sun slowly rose from the sea level, dyeing the sea surface with a layer of golden light. Sun Zhengwo planted a sapling in the soil, looked at the sweaty Yi Xiao, and said with a smile, "Xiao Yi, your body is not good. Even an old man like me can't compare to you. You have to work harder to exercise. We young people are not as spoiled as we used to be." Yi Xiao smiled. Although he also exercised regularly, he couldn't plant more than 3 or 4 trees. His clothes were all wet with sweat. "No, I'm dying of exhaustion. Planting trees is so complicated. The hole needs to be dug 3 times as big as the tree roots. The soil needs to be softened, and it needs to be lifted when filling. How can it be so meticulous?" At this moment, Pang Xiao came over, sat down on the ground, and gasped for breath from exhaustion. Sun Zhengwo took the towel from his shoulders and wiped the sweat off his face. He smiled and said, "Of course, planting trees sounds simple, but it is also a sophisticated technique. Yi Xiao agreed with this statement. The reason why he asked these tree farmers for help was to ensure the survival rate of sugar maples. Otherwise, a large number of them would die, which would not only waste money but also cost money. At this time, he looked around and found that the surrounding land was planted with densely packed 1-meter-high sugar maple trees. He finally felt a little comforted in his heart. He spent more than 1 million to buy sugar maples, and the money was worth it. Then Yi Xiao went to boil a pot of hot water, took a bath, and then buried his head in the quilt and fell asleep. When Yi Xiao woke up, he found that it had darkened. He went out and saw many people sitting on the ground, eating bread and drinking water. Sun Jingwo walked over while chewing on a piece of bread and said, "Xiao Yi, we are almost done now. They are working harder and want to go back earlier. Okay, then you can send them off properly and then take a rest." Yi Xiao stood up and looked around. The acres of sugar maple forest stretched as far as the eye could see. The emerald green leaves fluttered in the wind, looking very energetic. He had already imagined the scene of it turning into a fiery red maple forest. Today we planted more than 70 acres of land, but because we don't have much water in storage, we only watered more than 20 acres. It will take 5 or 6 days to finish watering. Sun Jingwo talked about today's achievements. No rush, take your time. Yi Xiao saw Cheng Qi waving at him, so he walked over. Cheng Qi picked up a cigarette and lit it up, saying, "More than 7,000 trees have been planted, covering more than 70 acres. In the future, there will definitely be a beautiful maple forest on the island." Yi Xiao smiled and replied, "There are 2,000 acres in front of the forest, and we are still a long way to go." Upon hearing this, Cheng Qi's eyes lit up. If he wanted to plant another 2,000 acres, he would need a lot of seedlings. This was a big business, so he said, "If you need seedlings in the future, you can come to me. I will give you a discount." "No problem." "Okay, I'll go first then." Cheng Qi waved his hand, then led the tree farmers onto the cruise ship and left. Watching the cruise ship slowly sailing away, the island returned to its tranquility again. Yi Xiao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This might be the most lively time on the island. Warning, warning. At this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded in my head. Yi Xiao immediately floated into the system and asked Inha, "What happened?" "You are dumping garbage and polluting the sea. If you don't stop, you will be punished." Galaxy said this slowly. "Polluting the ocean?" At this time, Yi Xiao noticed that Sun Jingwo and others were throwing garbage from the island into the sea and immediately asked them to stop and asked, "What punishment will they receive then?" Inha jumped onto the sofa and replied, "The punishment is random. Some are big, some are small. For example, insect plagues, droughts, storms, etc. are all possible. As long as the island or the surrounding sea area within 1 kilometer is polluted, the punishment mechanism will be triggered." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao asked Sun Jingwo and others to pick up the garbage in the sea, mainly various plastic bags and paper towels. Chapter 28 Garbage Disposal. Yi Xiao scratched his head regarding these garbage. Throwing them into the sea is not an option, nor is burying them in the soil. As more and more people appear in the future, garbage will become a big problem. Inha came over with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Yi Xiao knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Inha stretched out his hand, and a large round hole machine appeared in front of him. He introduced it at the same time. "This is a garbage disposer. It can turn all kinds of garbage into fertilizer. How is it?" "Not bad. Hurry up and buy it." Seeing her selling face again, Yi Xiao sighed and knew he had to buy it. So he asked, "How much?" "It's not expensive, just 200,000. Inha casually stretched out 2 fingers. "Okay, 200,000 is 200,000. Yi Xiao shook his head, his face full of pain. Now he only had 300,000 yuan left, and in the blink of an eye, 200,000 yuan was gone. When he handed the card over, Galaxy swiped it immediately, as fast as lightning. However, Yi Xiao frowned and thought he was fooled. He said to Inha, "I really want to see a small garbage disposal for only 100,000 yuan. Why did you give me 200,000 yuan? 200,000 is expensive." After saying this, Inha twisted his butt and slipped away proudly. Seeing this, Yi Xiao was so heartbroken that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. A garbage disposal worth 200,000 was completely overkill for the current island, but things had come to this point, and this was the only way. At this time, Pang Xiao came out of Guy's bathroom, wiping his hair with a towel while complaining. "It's really troublesome to take a shower here. There's not even a water heater. Let's go buy some water heaters tomorrow. It will be more convenient." After saying that, Yi Xiao walked into the room and lay down. Early the next morning, after Yi Xiao woke up, he went to the stable and released Hyena. As soon as the 2 ponies walked out of the stable door, they immediately spread their hooves and ran around, stirring up a cloud of dust along the way. He can run so fast at such a young age. He will be able to do it when he grows up. Looking at these two athletic ponies, Sun Jingwo also likes them very much. It can be seen at first glance that they are not simple. Yes, I am also looking forward to seeing them grow up. Ordinary horses can only walk when they are this young, but Heiyun and Baishue can already run very fast. Now that wooden fences have been installed in the field, there is no need to worry about them making trouble again. Then Yi Xiao went to get 2 buckets of feed and carried them over. Heiyun, Baishue, come here. Yi Xiao called out to them twice, and Heiyun and Baishue immediately ran over, buried their heads in the bucket, and started eating. At this time, Sun Jingwo ran over with a panicked look on his face and said, Xiaoya, it seems that there are a lot more trees planted last night. It's really weird. Isn't it good to have too much? Let's go eat. Yi Xiao stood up and glanced at the maple forest in the distance. It was indeed much wider. It was now about 150 acres. Sun Jingwo scratched his head and didn't think too much about it. After feeding the 2 horses, Yi Xiao gave Pang Xiao 10,000 yuan and asked him to buy a few water heaters. Okay, I've been on the island for almost a month, so it's a good time to go out and have some fun. After Pang Xiao took the money, he set off for Donghai City. Then Yi Xiao called Sun Jingwo over again, took out a stack of money, and said, Mr. Sun, this is your salary for this month, 25,000. Go and give it to them. They have worked hard for a month. After Sun Jingwo took the money, he said, Xiaoyi, this is a few thousand yuan more. This is a reward for you. You have worked hard during this period. Thank you very much. The wrinkles on Sun Jingwo's face were squeezed together with laughter, and he quickly called everyone else together. Yi Xiao moved a chair and sat aside, looking at the vegetable fields, maple forests, and 2 ponies playing happily. He felt a little more indifferent. Although he had earned several million during this period, all of which were spent on building the island, it was worth it to think about the current development of the island. Now that he only had more than 70,000 yuan left, Yi Xiao bought 7 more seeds without hesitation and asked Sun Jingwo and others to plant them. At the same time, he asked them to build a house to house the garbage disposal. Then he started to go out on the boat and wander around on the sea. When it was evening, Yi Xiao was ready to replace the garbage disposal. At this time, Pang Xiaojing and Sun Jingwo were busy installing the water heater, so no one would notice it. Then he asked Inha to put the garbage disposer on the ground. After a flash of white light, a garbage disposer with a diameter of 2 meters appeared in front of him. It had a round opening on the top and a leak at the bottom. Yi Xiao called a few people over and lifted the garbage disposal aside. Hey Xiaoyi, what is this? Pang Xiao walked over and looked at the huge machine, his eyes full of curiosity. Specially used for garbage disposal. Yi Xiao said something when he saw it, then turned on the power and asked someone to dump the garbage piled on the side into it. Then he heard a buzzing sound coming from outside. Something is coming out. With a scream, everyone saw a pool of yellow residue falling out of the garbage disposal. At this time, Yi Xiao said to everyone, from now on, all garbage will be processed here, and these scum can be used as fertilizer when they are put on the land. Hearing this, Pang Xiao couldn't help but make fun of it. What you eat is garbage, and what you poop out is nutrients. Du Jiang watched the last serving of golden rice with sauce being brought out of the kitchen, feeling a mixture of emotions. There were still many customers who wanted to make reservations, but they could only wait 2 months later, and the store was only serving 2 other kinds of vegetables. Manager Du, I haven't even had enough of this golden rice, and it's gone. You are so unkind. Did you hide it and eat it yourself? A pot-bellied man came over, rubbing his belly and picking his teeth. Boss Wang, I gave you my last golden meal, and I'm still not being nice enough. Du Jiang was also very upset. Many people were about to fight for this golden rice, and he would offend others if he was not careful. Just kidding, brother Du, call me when you have golden rice. Sure, walk slowly. At this time in Muching Western Restaurant, Wang Muching was lying on the table, supporting his chin with his hands, in a daze. Zhu Mei sat down and said, Manager, what are you thinking about? Our business is much better than before. It's a lot better, but since the diamond cabbage is gone, it suddenly feels very lonely. Wang Muching let out a long sigh. She really missed the taste of diamond cabbage now. She almost drooled at the thought of it not arriving yet. Yeah, our store was bustling with people back then. It was great. Now it seems like I'm not used to it. I'm thinking about my potatoes and cucumbers now, but they won't be ripe for another 2 months. I miss them so much. Wang Muching is also very much looking forward to the potatoes and cucumbers and believes that the restaurant's business will be booming again. Chapter 29 Picking Vegetables. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Xiao lived a very leisurely life on the island. Every day, he just walked his horse and watered the sugar maple forest. Xiao Yi, The vegetables from those 7 acres of land are ripe and look delicious. If they hadn't all been sold, I would really like to take a bite of them. Pang Xiao walked over while chewing a carrot, his face drooling with desire. Wait a little longer. You can eat as much as you want later. There was also a hint of anticipation in Yi Zhao's eyes. He had only tasted the food and had no chance to enjoy it to his heart's content. Then he called Wang Muching and others and asked them to come pick the vegetables. As soon as Wang Muching received the call, she jumped up and said to all the employees, "Stop. We are going to the island to pick vegetables today. Pack up and leave immediately." "Okay, manager." Upon hearing this, Zhu Mei and others were also very excited. They would be able to have a good meal then. When Wang Muching led the staff downstairs, she saw Du Jiang also coming out with the staff. The two smiled at each other and walked towards the pier together. When Xia Dehai saw Du Jiang coming over, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Manager Du, I prepared the boat as soon as I received your call." Du Jiang nodded and walked towards the boat. Wang Muching looked at Xia Dehai and asked, "Boss Xiao, I called you to book a boat, too. Why didn't you ask me first?" "Ms. Wang, it's all the same. Let's go. Your boat is over here." Xia Dehai resolved the problem with a smile and led Wang Muching towards the boat. After a while, Zhang Ming and others also arrived at the dock. One person looked at Zhang Ming and asked, "Manager Zhang, you guys have spent a lot of money to promote Diamond Cabbage at Good Luck Restaurant, so I guess a lot of people have made reservations." "Good," Zhang Ming replied calmly, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. "Reservations for this period of time have been scheduled for several months later. We have received a lot of reservations in our store, as if there are rich people everywhere. This is normal. After all, Donghai City is the most developed city on the coast. It's normal to have a lot of rich people. Let's go to island number 4 first. Those customers who have made reservations are more anxious than we are." For hours later, Wang Muching and the others landed on island number 4 and walked towards the vegetable field impatiently. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Wang Muching looked at the sparkling vegetable field in front of her. The broccoli was so green that it seemed to be dripping with water, and the tomatoes were so red that they were juicy and translucent, so she could even see the juice inside clearly. At this time, Du Jiang, Zhang Ming and others looked at the vegetables in the field, which were as exquisite and eye-catching as works of handicrafts, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Although they had seen golden rice and diamond cabbage, they were still very shocked to see the 7 acres of vegetable field completely presented in front of them. "Don't just stand there, get to work." Du Jiang saw that the employees in the store were taking out their phones to take pictures, and he quickly stood up. Then everyone started to get busy, carefully picking vegetables from the ground. However, unlike the others who had smiles on their faces, Zhang Ming did not look very happy because he saw that there were fewer diamond cabbages in the field, only more than 30 plants. At this time, Pang Xiao came over and said to Zhang Ming, "Manager Zhang, I'm really sorry. Because of some accidents, 30 diamond cabbages were missing. We can refund the corresponding amount. Forget it since it was an accident. We'll talk about it later." Hearing this, Zhang Ming waved his hand and pretended not to care, but he sneered in his heart. He was not surprised at all. It must be that they sold the cabbage to others at a high price. If he hadn't needed them, he would have sued them to bankruptcy. Zhu Mei led people to pick cucumbers in the field. The surface of the cucumbers in her hands was very tender and smooth. They were so smooth that it felt like they were going to fall when she held them in her hands. At this time, Wang Muching was chewing a cucumber, her little mouth moving constantly like a squirrel. "Manager, can we have a taste?" Zhu Mei and others looked at Wang Muching expectantly. "You can only eat one, no more." "Thank you, manager." Then everyone picked up the cucumbers and started eating them. Suddenly, a sweet juice flowed in their mouths, and they tasted crispy when they chewed them. At this time, other people couldn't help but reveal envy in their eyes when they saw this scene. They could only watch. After all, not all bosses were as generous as Wang Muching. This cucumber was worth at least several thousand yuan. Wang Muching had 2 cucumbers in her bag and was chewing a cucumber in her hand as she walked slowly towards Yishao. When she went over and saw 2 very beautiful horses, she couldn't take her eyes off them. She wanted to reach out and touch Snow White, but Snow White immediately turned her head away with a look of vigilance in her eyes. Seeing this, Wang Muching also retracted her hand and said, "How stingy. You won't even let me touch you." Hearing this, Yishao also smiled. In the past 2 months, He Yun and the others have grown very fast. They are now waist tall, very strong, and energetic. Except for him, no one else can get close to them. "What are you laughing at? Just like you. Not likable at all." Wang Muching rolled her eyes at Yishao and looked at the 2 horses with eyes full of love. "Want to touch them?" Yishao leaned over and asked. Wang Muching nodded without hesitation. At this time, Yishao grabbed Wang Muching's hand, and immediately felt a warm and delicate feeling in his hand, and then he placed it on by Shue's body. Wang Muqing was also dumbfounded at this moment. She didn't expect that he would actually grab her hand, and her little face immediately turned red. The next moment, she felt the Snow White's fur, which was very soft, like a blanket. She was reluctant to pull her hand back. How long are you going to hold my hand? You have to stop taking advantage of me. A moment later, Wang Muqing's delicate voice was heard. I'm not taking advantage of you. I'm just helping you get close to them. After Yi Xiao came back to his senses, he looked calm. Wang Muqing was used to his shamelessness. Looking at the large sugar maple forest in the distance, she asked, when did you plant such a large area of trees? It was planted 2 months ago. By then, there will be a large maple forest here, with fiery red maple leaves all over the ground. It will be so beautiful. Yi Xiao looked at the saplings that were growing vigorously and had already imagined the scene of maple forests everywhere. That's really beautiful. Wang Muqing nodded in agreement. After a few hours, all the vegetables in the field were picked, and everyone left one after another. Pang Xiao saw Wang Muqing was eager to leave, so he quickly walked over to stop her and said, Muqing, play some more. We haven't even said a few words yet. What do we have to talk about? The store is waiting for me to go back. Let's talk again when we have time. Wang Muqing got on the boat and left without looking back. Customers had been clamoring for cucumbers and potatoes for a long time. If he didn't go back, the store might be robbed. What do you mean we have nothing to talk about? You and Yi Xiao seem to be having a great time chatting. I don't have time for this. I value women over friendship. Pang Xiao sighed, turned around, and walked back. Chapter 30: The Charm of Cucumber. As soon as Wang Muqing arrived at the restaurant, she saw a lot of people sitting inside, and they were all women. Most of them were from the same circle, and she knew them all. When those people saw Wang Muqing, they immediately surrounded her and started talking in unison. Muqing, why did you come back just now? I've been waiting for you all afternoon. I heard that you went to pick vegetables, and there are cucumbers. Take them out and let us see them. Yes. Hurry up, take it out quickly, I can't wait. Seeing how enthusiastic they were, Wang Muqing was dumbfounded. She found Xiao Na among them, and quickly pulled her aside and asked, Nana, what's going on? Xiao Na came over and whispered, they all like your diamond cabbage very much after trying it before. We heard that you have cucumbers in your store, and everyone is looking forward to it. Hurry up and bring them out for everyone to see. Wang Muqing nodded and asked someone to bring out a few cucumbers. Wow, there are no thorns on it. Oh my god, it's so slippery, I can hardly hold on to it. The shape is also very good, the thickness is even, the length is just right, it's perfect. I was not disappointed. When the girls saw the cucumbers, they gathered around them, playing with them and commenting on them. Wang Muqing couldn't help but shudder when she heard what they said, thinking that they were really bold. Mu Cheng, how much are you selling these cucumbers for? Someone came over and asked. I use it to cook, not to sell. Wang Muqing replied directly. No, you're selling the food whether you cook it or sell it directly. It's the same. As soon as these words were spoken, many people followed suit. Looking at the excited girls in front of him, Wang Muqing knew that he had to sell to them. So he said, you can buy it if you want, but the quantity is limited. I can only sell 20. Alas, when they heard that only 20 were being sold, everyone couldn't help but sigh, but at least something was better than nothing, so they immediately started grabbing them. I'll give you 5,000 each. 8,000. 10,000. 20,000. Don't compete with me for it. Soon, all 20 cucumbers were snatched away, and those who didn't get any had no choice but to try to persuade Wang Muqing. Muqing, I'm your good friend, so just sell it to me. I don't want more, just one will do. Yeah, there aren't many of us here anyway, just give us one. Sister Muqing, good sister. Wang Muqing was helpless in the face of these people's harassment and quickly asked Xiao Na. Nana, can you think of a solution? I'm almost being torn apart by them. Xiao Na spread her hands and said, what else can I do? I can only give it to them. Wang Muqing sighed and finished selling the cucumbers to them. At the same time, Zhongming and other stores also started selling vegetables one after another. Due to the promotion in the previous 2 months, reservations have been scheduled for several months later. Zhongming was patrolling the kitchen, asking about the condition of the diamond cabbage. Because there are more than 30 trees less than the scheduled number, many reservations have to be cancelled. I am afraid that this will offend many customers. The chef shook his head and talked about the current situation. Then raised the price. I can't let the hotel lose money, otherwise it would be my dereliction of duty. Zhang Ming made a decision quickly. Fortunately, diamond cabbage was only available in their hotel, which was good news. On the other side, Du Jiang was also watching the chef cooking in the kitchen. He had already researched dishes with tomatoes and onions, so he started selling them immediately after they were shipped back. Jiang Luan walked over and said, Boss Du, Wang Muqing's restaurant business is also very good, especially the cucumbers. Customers buy them one by one, and they don't have enough time to cook them. That's normal. Girls always like cucumbers very much. Du Jiang smiled. Like it especially? What? At this time, Jiang Luan looked confused. Seeing this, Du Jiang patted his shoulder and said with a smile, It's better not to know, otherwise you will have a shadow on cucumbers. Jiang Luan scratched his head, wondering what effect it would have on cucumbers, as he liked cucumbers the most. Dingling. In the middle of the night, Wang Muqing was sleeping soundly when she was suddenly awakened by a ringing phone. She pressed the answer button reluctantly. Xiao Na's exclamation was heard immediately afterwards. Muqing, this cucumber is really good at moisturizing. I used it once, and my face felt so tender that it was about to drip with water. You must try it, and leave more cucumber for me. When Wang Muqing heard that she called in the middle of the night just about the cucumber, she was so angry that she hung up the phone. But as soon as I hung up, the phone rang again, and they were all about cucumbers. Wang Muqing had no choice but to turn off her phone, threw it aside, and pulled the quilt over her head. Wang Muqing didn't wake up until noon the next day. After turning on her phone, she found that it was almost blown up by calls. When she arrived at the restaurant, she saw Zhu Mei waiting outside. Manager, you're finally here. Many people come here to buy cucumbers, and some seem to refuse to leave unless they can find some. When Zhu Mei saw Wang Muqing, she felt like she had seen a savior. I'll go meet them. This is a restaurant, not a market. Wang Muqing walked towards the restaurant with his chest puffed out. However, when she walked into the restaurant and saw that it was full of people, mostly women, she held back what she was about to say. Muqing, I used cucumber last night, and the effect was really good. Where did you use it? Where else could it be? It can only be on the face. Where do you think it is? Muqing, we are here for cucumbers. We will not leave unless you sell them to us. Yes, I had a lot of pimples on my face, but they were all healed after just one application of cucumber. It's amazing. Seeing how excited the people in front of him were, Wang Muqing knew that she had to sell the cucumbers to them, so she said to them, Everyone, be patient. Buy as many as you want a day until they are sold out. After that, she walked towards the warehouse. Zhu Mei followed behind him and asked, Manager, are you really going to sell all the cucumbers? You can see that we have to sell them. Leave me 50 cucumbers, no, 100 cucumbers, and sell the rest. My poor cucumbers. They are either used for beauty treatments or eaten with the skins intact. Wang Muqing looked at the cucumbers piled in front of her and let out a long sigh. She had researched all the dishes involving cucumbers, but in the end, they were of no use at all. Soon after, a round of bidding was heard in the restaurant. Chapter 31, Fake Diamond Cabbage. At this time, Zheng Dong was walking on the street with a few college classmates, preparing to find a restaurant to eat. At this time, a restaurant not far away attracted their attention. The sign outside the door said that the store sells special dishes such as diamond cabbage, golden rice, flame tomatoes, etc., for 500 yuan per serving. Many people were standing outside looking in. 500 per serving, that's too cheap. I've heard that those high-end restaurants charge tens of thousands per serving. This is obviously a scam. Zheng Dong was still very rational about this and expressed his own opinion. We have nothing to do anyway, and there are quite a lot of people here. So let's go and see what's going on. One person ran over first. Seeing this, Zheng Dong followed. At this time, a couple who had just finished their meal came out, and Zheng Dong stopped them and asked, How was the food? Did you get fooled? You're being fooled. It tastes really good. I'm not just selling ordinary cabbage and rice. 500 yuan a portion is a good deal. I heard there aren't many left today. If you want to eat it, you'd better hurry. The man explained with a smile, then walked away with his girlfriend. As soon as these words came out, many people who were still hesitating rushed into the store, fearing that they would fall behind. Shall we go in? If it's true, then we've got a great bargain. After all, ingredients like diamond cabbage are top-quality ingredients that we don't normally get to see. One of them glanced at Zheng Dong and others, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Let's go in and take a look first, so as not to be fooled. Zheng Dong also had a hint of anticipation in his heart. When they walked into the store, a waiter immediately came up to greet them and led them to a table. Zheng Dong looked at the waiter and asked, Are the diamond cabbages here real? Why are they so cheap? Our boss has the supply, so it's so cheap. The diamond cabbage in those high-end restaurants is sold for 10,000 yuan, and not everyone can afford it. Our boss is a kind person, so it's so cheap. The waiter explained with a smile on his face. Okay, then give me a serving of diamond cabbage. Zheng Dong heard the waiter's introduction and decided to try it. I'll have some diamond cabbage too, come on. I want golden rice. After a while, the waiter brought the dishes. Zheng Dong and others were dumbfounded when they saw the dishes in front of them. The so-called diamond cabbage was just cabbage sprinkled with pearl powder, which sparkled under the light, and the golden rice was just fried in oil until it turned golden yellow. Oh my god, this golden rice is too hard. My teeth are about to fall out. This diamond cabbage is almost bland. It's just boiled cabbage. It's really too disgusting. Not to mention spending 500 yuan on it. I wouldn't eat it even if it was given to me for free. Oh no, we've been fooled. That couple is just a scam. We can't just let it go. This is clearly a scam. Everyone slammed the table, looking angry. Zheng Dong picked up a piece of cabbage and put it in his mouth, then immediately spat it out. It tasted like wax and was not worth 500 yuan at all. Just as they were about to go to the manager to ask for an explanation, a group of burly men suddenly surrounded them and yelled at them. What are you yelling about? Finish your meal and get out of here. What for? We can eat as long as we want. You are clearly defrauding consumers. I want to file a complaint against you. That's it. I'm going to complain to you. At this time, a burly man stood up, looked at them with disdain, and said, Get out of here right now, and complain to whoever you love. Upon hearing this, Zheng Dong became unhappy and overturned the table, shouting, If you don't return the money, we won't go anywhere. You little bastard, you are so brave. I will chop you to death. As soon as he finished speaking, the man picked up a wine bottle and smashed it on Zheng Dong's head, and Zheng Dong immediately collapsed to the ground. Dongzi. When the others saw this, they surrounded him, picked up their weapons, and started fighting. But after a moment, Zheng Dong and others were thrown out. At this moment in the office, a man with a fierce face and a big belly was smoking a cigar, and in front of him was kneeling a man in his 50s. Boss Feng, I will definitely pay you back the money I owe you. Please return the store to me. Although my store is not big, it has been around for decades. If you continue like this, my reputation will be ruined. Zhao Jie knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. He had borrowed a loan from Minister Feng at high interest rates and could not pay it back, so the restaurant was taken away. Old Zhao, the money you lent me will definitely not be able to be replaced in a short time, so just lend me this restaurant for a few days to pay off the debt. Minister Feng blew out a smoke ring, looking very arrogant. Hearing this, Zhao Jie also sighed, knowing that he could not keep the store, and said, Boss Feng, how about I transfer the store to you? I don't want to see my store destroyed in my hands. Minister Feng laughed and said, Old Zhao, I am a reasonable person. I will not take your store. I will return it to you after a while. Boss Feng, you can't do this, Before Zhao Jie could finish his words, he was carried out. Zhao Jie felt so miserable at this moment that he could not even cry. Minister Feng had a gangster background and now occupied his restaurant, engaging in forced sales and fraud. The reputation of his decades-old restaurant was ruined, and he would be held responsible if anything went wrong. Brother, you have made tens of thousands of dollars tonight. It is really too easy to make money. Brother, you are good at doing business and know how to borrow the reputation of diamond cabbage. A man walked into the office, took out a cigarette, and lit it. The newly released diamond cabbage and other vegetables are very popular among the upper class. Naturally, there will be people who are greedy for a bargain. If you want to eat real diamond cabbage for 500 yuan, you are dreaming. Minister Feng put out his cigarette in the ashtray. The reason he took over this restaurant was to make fake diamond cabbages and make money. Now it seems that the effect is quite good. Feng Bao gave a thumbs up and praised. Brother, you are really thoughtful. Even if something goes wrong, the store owner is Zhao Jie, so it has nothing to do with us, haha. This thing can't last long. It will only last half a month at most. By then, we won't have a chance to make money. Minister Feng had already considered the consequences of this matter a long time ago, and now he was going to make as much money as he could. Brother, what should we do then? Should we go back to loan sharking? Although that would make money, it's too dangerous. It makes me nervous every day. Feng Bao shook his head. It's hard to do any job. Hearing this, Minister Feng fell into deep thought, rubbing his chin with his hand. If he wanted to continue working in the catering industry, he had to get real diamond cabbage. He could set the price at that time, and it would be a huge profit. Thinking of this, he immediately asked Feng Bao to find out who was selling the diamond cabbage, and finding the source would not be a problem. At the same time, many restaurants in Donghai City put up advertisements for the sale of diamond cabbage and other vegetables. Suddenly, diamond cabbage and other vegetables appeared in various restaurants like mushrooms after rain. Chapter 32 affected. Du Jiang sat by the window of the Red Pine restaurant, holding a newspaper in his hand and frowning deeply. The hottest news recently is undoubtedly about vegetables such as diamond cabbage and flame tomatoes. Many restaurants have now launched these dishes, but most of them are just hyping up their fame. The prices are not cheap, which makes many people believe them and end up being deceived. Many restaurants have been punished by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Boss Du, the The food stall downstairs from my house has launched diamond cabbage, 100 yuan a portion. If I don't work here, I might get scammed. Jiang Luan came over, wiping the glass while teasing. We can't help it. The trend-following sales are really too serious. Most of them are cheating people out of their money under the guise of diamond cabbage. It's really hard for those customers. Please inform everyone that starting today, there will be no limit on the supply of flame tomatoes and broccoli. Sell them out as soon as possible. Du Jiang put down the newspaper and quickly developed a sales strategy for the restaurant. Hearing this, Jiang Luan immediately came over and asked, Boss Du, do you mean that our restaurant will also be affected? Du Jiang stood up and shook his head, saying, now that diamond cabbages are everywhere, there will be some impact, and the government will definitely not ignore it. Sell out the insurance as soon as possible. Go and remind Wang Muching. Let her be prepared. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luan laughed and said, Boss Du, you don't know that Wang Muching started selling a long time ago. Hundreds of kilograms of cucumbers were sold out in one day. There is no limit on the number of potato dishes. They are probably almost sold out now. By the way, the 7 acres of vegetable fields planted by Yi Xiao will be ripe next month. Do we still need to buy them in advance? The situation is unclear now, so let's wait and see. I'm afraid many restaurants and hotels are waiting and watching. I see. Yi Xiao was combing the long hair of Heiyun and Baixue with a comb. They were now waist-high and becoming more and more energetic and strong. He would be able to train them slowly after a while. At this time, Pang Xiao got off the boat, walked to Yi Xiao with an anxious look and said, Xiao Yi, I heard some bad news. Now many restaurants have put up the diamond cabbage sign to attract consumers, and many restaurants have been punished by the Industry and Commerce Bureau because of this. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's face darkened. Nowadays, vegetables like diamond cabbage can easily cost tens of thousands of yuan per portion. In fact, such high prices are all inflated. Now that so many restaurants are following suit, I'm afraid something bad is going to happen. I also heard that the restaurants that bought our food before are now waiting and watching. If the situation gets worse, I'm afraid our situation will be very difficult. Pang Xiao expressed his concerns. After all, some things may be very popular for a while, but disappear from people's sight in the blink of an eye and are never mentioned again. Don't worry, I am still very confident about the quality of our vegetables. There will be no way out. Yi Xiao was not worried about the sales of vegetables on the island, but the emergence of so many fake diamond cabbages would inevitably affect the reputation of the island's vegetables. Thinking of this, he decided to go to Donghai City to get the latest news as quickly as possible. Then Yi Xiao set off for Donghai City. Wang Muching asked Zhu Mei to bring up a steak, handed it to Yi Xiao, and said, You two are honored guests. It's rare for you to come to our restaurant. By the way, there will be new vegetables harvested next month. Keep them all for me then. Wang Muching picked up the knife and fork and started cutting the beef with graceful movements. Yi Xiao asked while eating, I heard that there are many fake island vegetables on the market now. Aren't you afraid of being implicated in some way? Wang Muching shrugged and replied nonchalantly. The only impact is that the price will be lower. As long as the food is good, you won't be worried about it. I don't think you're too worried. Why should I worry? True gold is not afraid of fire. Yi Xiao is very confident. Wang Muching put the last piece of beef on the plate into her mouth and asked, Where are you staying tonight? Why don't you go to my house? I'm alone anyway. Yi Xiao followed Wang Muching back to her home and looked at the furnishings in the house with some curiosity. Although Yi Xiao came to Wang Muching's house for the second time, he was in a hurry last time and didn't have time to visit. Don't do those disgusting things in my room, or you will be in trouble. After giving the warning, Wang Muching walked into the house and closed the door. Zheng Dong has been feeling resentful ever since he was ripped off by a restaurant last time. In addition, as such news has been reported frequently recently, he joined a group consisting of people who had been cheated by the restaurant this time. Sunset on Mount Everest. Last time I went to a restaurant and ate a cucumber, I was charged $1,000. I feel angry when I think about it now. Daydream. I am the same. These unscrupulous businessmen specialize in cheating ordinary people like us. I wish I could smash their shops. Red Wolf. What's the use of just talking without doing anything? If you want to do it, just do it for real and vent the anger in your heart. I have a way. Dongri. Tell me quickly. Tell me what the solution is. Red Wolf. I know a restaurant that specializes in using these fake diamond cabbages to deceive customers. Let's go and smash that store just to vent the anger of our compatriots. Little cute girl, is this illegal? We will be in trouble if the police come. Red Wolf, what are you afraid of? As the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. With so many of us going there, we will at most be warned. It will also let those unscrupulous businessmen know that we are not so easy to bully. Big bridal sedan. Okay, count me in. Winter, I'll go too. Soon, Dozens of people in the group signed up, and we agreed to meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. In a room, a young man closed his laptop. A sly smile appeared on his face. Then he stood up, opened the door, and walked out. Chapter 33 Rich Woman. In an inconspicuous restaurant, Yang Tai was sitting with a rebellious young man drinking tea. Shen Yi put down his teacup and said, "Brother Yang, I've already prepared what you want me to do. I've already instigated dozens of people in the group to smash the Red Pine restaurant tomorrow. Most of the people in the group are just there to join in the fun. I'm afraid they can't destroy the store." Yang Tai smiled and expressed his concerns. "Don't worry about that. I will find a few brothers to mix in and let them take action first. When they see that they are in a difficult situation, they will definitely join in the attack." Shen Yi had already considered this. Yang Tai handed over a bulging envelope and said, "This is a deposit. I hope I will hear good news tomorrow. I'll do the work, don't worry." Shen Yi opened the envelope, took a look, and then left with satisfaction. Yang Tai raised the corner of his mouth, and a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. The Hongsong restaurant gave the most support to Yi Xiao. If the Hongsong restaurant was damaged, Yi Xiao's life would not be easy, so he asked Shen Yi to smash the Hongsong restaurant. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao got up, cooked some porridge, and bought some buns to eat. Yi Xiao just stuffed a bun into his mouth. Wang Muqing came out of the room wearing pink pajamas and an eye mask on her head. She glanced at him and said, "You are so heartless. You didn't even call me for dinner. I knocked on the door several times, but you didn't wake up. No wonder. I was just wondering which little brat disturbed my sleep. It turned out to be you." After eating a bun, Wang Muqing looked at Yi Xiao and asked, "Where are you going after dinner?" Yi Xiao shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I don't know. Stay here for a few days and see if I can hear any good news." Hearing this, Wang Muqing's eyes lit up and she said, "Why don't you accompany me around? You are isolated from the world on the island, so this will be a good opportunity for you to broaden your horizons." Then the two of them packed up, went downstairs, and headed for a nearby shopping mall. The first store they came to was a men's clothing store. Wang Muqing said, "Pick whatever you want. I'll take care of it." "That won't do. I'm a man after all. How can I take your things?" Yi Xiao immediately shook his head and refused. Otherwise, where would he put his face? He didn't care about Wang Muqing and continued walking around the mall. After a while, the two arrived at a lingerie store. Wang Muqing was shopping inside while Yi Xiao was waiting outside. At this moment, he saw Wang Muqing coming out with a piece of underwear, so he walked over and said, "Have you bought it? Let's go." Wang Muqing looked at Yi Xiao with interest and said, "As a gentleman, shouldn't you take the initiative to help the lady pay the bill now?" Yi Xiao glanced at the number on the clothes tag, 30,000. The corner of his mouth twitched. He spread his hands and replied helplessly, "I am penniless now, so I can't help you even if I want to. Okay, I'll just buy it myself. Swipe the card." Wang Muqing didn't dwell on this issue anymore and handed the card to the waiter, but she was worried in her heart, thinking that she had no charm in front of Yi Xiao. If it were another man, let alone 30,000, even 3 million would be willing to give her. Yi Xiao felt helpless at this moment. If he had money, he would not miss the opportunity to win the smile of a beautiful woman. But who could have told him that he only had a few $100s on him? Then Wang Muqing went to many stores and bought a lot of shoes and clothes, none of which cost less than 10,000 yuan. "I spent over 200,000 yuan just for one visit. I really don't understand the world of rich people. Being with such a rich woman is really stressful," Yi Xiao thought to himself. After Wang Muqing came out of the bathroom, Yi Xiao said, "Let's go out for dinner tonight. I know a place that serves delicious barbecued skewers. Call Pang Xiao and we'll treat you." "Okay, I want to eat kebabs too. Let's go." Wang Muqing agreed without hesitation. In the evening, Pang Xiao came hurriedly after receiving Yi Xiao's notification. The three of them came to a barbecue restaurant, and Wang Muqing's appearance also attracted the attention of many people around. "Boss, give me 30 pieces of kidney, 20 pieces of lamb skewers, 10 pieces of brain, and a case of beer." After sitting down, Pang Xiao waved his hand and started ordering. After a while, the steaming and fragrant skewers were served. Wang Muqing grabbed a handful and started eating without any hesitation. He took a sip of wine from time to time, looking very cool and heroic. Then the three of them ate and drank, and the atmosphere was very lively and harmonious. At this time, Pang Xiao glanced at Yi Xiao and then asked Wang Muqing, "Muqing, what kind of boyfriend do you plan to look for in the future?" "Just be nice to me." Wang Muqing simply replied. "So simple, just be nice to you." Pang Xiao's eyes were full of disbelief. Chapter 34 Smashing the Store. Wang Muqing saw Pang Xiao's face full of disbelief, so she bit a piece of meat and asked, "If you still don't believe me, then what do you think my requirements for a boyfriend are?" Pang Xiao replied without hesitation. Of course he should be tall, rich, and handsome. Isn't this the standard you should have when looking for a boyfriend? I've seen too many tall, rich, and handsome men. But no matter how rich they are not as rich as me. So I just want to find someone who is good to me and whom I like. Wang Muqing's face flushed red, and there was a hint of drunkenness in her eyes. In that case, what do you think about Xiao Yi being your boyfriend? Pang Xiao signaled to Yi Xiao and asked him to wait for the answer. Wang Muqing glanced at Yi Xiao, then stared at Pang Xiao and said, "You fat bastard, how dare you plot against me? Do you really think I'm drunk? It's getting late, pay the bill and go home." The waiter came over and said, "The total is $120. It's so expensive." Yi Xiao took out a few $100 bills, counted them several times, then took out two and handed them over. "You've earned over $2 million, and you're calling this $100 expensive. You're too stingy." Wang Muqing couldn't help but tease him when she saw how stingy he was. Pang Xiao explained, "Although I made more than $2 million, I used it all to build the island. Now I only have a few $100 left. I have to save money. Then I was wrong about you. It turns out you're not stingy, but you really don't have any money. Let's go? It's getting late." Wang Muqing stood up and walked outside. At this time, on the most prosperous commercial street in the city center, Shun Yi was leading Zheng Dong and more than 30 others towards the Hong Song restaurant. A man walked up to Zheng Dong and whispered, "Dongzi, I see a lot of hooligans in there. They look like gangsters. I hope nothing will happen then." "Don't worry, we'll just watch the fun and won't do anything." Zheng Dong had already made a plan. He just came to watch the fun, but he didn't have the courage to really smash the store. When everyone arrived outside the Red Pine restaurant, Shun Yi said to everyone, "This is the restaurant that specializes in cheating customers, and it cheats them to death. Let's smash this one today." But at this moment, a man stood up and pointed at Muching Western Restaurant and said angrily, "I ate here last time and was defrauded of tens of thousands of yuan. That was my hard-earned money. Today I want to smash this restaurant." Hearing this, Shen Yi carefully looked at the man in front of him and found that he was not one of the social people he had found. He should be the one who was really deceived. However, thinking that Yang Tai wanted to smash the Red Pine Western Restaurant, he said, "Let's smash this one first, and then smash the Muching Western Restaurant." "No. If we smash this one, the police will definitely come and they won't be able to smash the Muching Western Restaurant. Everyone, tell me, I want to smash this one." Qin Yang was very persistent. "If they want to destroy this one, then just do it. They are all unscrupulous profiteers anyway. Yeah, it doesn't matter which one you smash. If they want to vent their anger, let them do it. We smashed the store just to vent our anger. Let's go and smash that Muching Western Restaurant." Everyone was very supportive of Qin Yang. At this time, Shen Yi thought that no matter how he persuaded the people he invited, it was useless. It was hard to go against the will of the people, so he could only lead people to Muching Western Restaurant. Zhu Mei saw a group of people walking into the store and immediately greeted them, saying with a smile, "Welcome everyone. How many people are here? What are you eating? Get lost. Who would eat at a restaurant like this?" A young man who was involved in gangsterism pushed Zhu Mei aside and then directed others to start smashing things. When the customers in the store saw this scene, they all left in fear, fearing that they would be implicated, and screams were heard everywhere for a while. In addition to those young people from society, many people also rushed forward, grabbed chairs, and smashed them everywhere. Shun Yi sneaked aside and called Yang Tai to explain the reason for smashing the store. "What? You guys smashed up the Muching Western Restaurant?" Upon hearing the news, Yang Tai frowned. He asked them to smash the Hong Song restaurant, but they actually smashed Wang Muqing's store. If she knew about this, he would have no hope of pursuing Wang Muqing. But now that things have happened, he knew that Wang Muqing would definitely go to the restaurant at that time. If Shun Yi and the others could use some tricks, maybe they could be the hero to save the damsel in distress. Then Yang Tai asked Shun Yi to arrange this matter. Damn it, rich people really know how to have fun, and they even want to be heroes and save the damsel in distress. Shun Yi hung up the phone and spat on the ground. When Yi Xiao was about to go home with Wang Muqing, he saw her face change after she answered a phone call and asked quickly, "What happened?" "The restaurant was smashed by a group of inexplicable people. I have to go there right away. Someone is trying to mess with me. I don't want to live with him anymore." Wang Muqing got in the car and prepared to go to the restaurant. "Xiao Yi, let's follow them. Maybe there is still a chance to be a hero and save the damsel in distress." Pang Xiao opened the car door and got in without hesitation. The hero saves the beauty. Don't wait until the beauty saves the hero. Yi Xiao shook his head and followed. When Wang Muqing rushed to the restaurant, she saw that it was already in ruins. She was immediately furious and cursed. "Damn it! You dare to act wildly in my territory? You are tired of living like this. After saying that, she picked up a bottle of red wine and smashed it on a man's head. With a clang, the red wine bottle exploded immediately, and the man fell to the ground. Yo, this chick is pretty hot. A rose with thorns. Shun-yi walked in front of Wang Muqing, ready to tease her. But the next moment, Wang Muqing used a kick that could cut off Shun-yi's offspring. With a scream, Shun-yi fell to the ground, veins bulging on his head, and beads of sweat all over his forehead. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you dare to smash my store, I will make you live a life worse than death. Wang Muqing looked at Shun-yi lying unconscious on the ground and felt very relieved. She had used all her strength in that kick just now. When other people saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel a chill on their backs. That move was undoubtedly the most fatal blow to a man. At this time, Zheng Dong and others stepped aside. They were just there to watch the fun. When they met the real culprit, they naturally had to submit and no longer had their previous toughness. However, those young men were not afraid at all. They sat on the chairs with a cigarette in their mouths, looking at Wang Muqing with disdain. You dare to smoke here? Wait. Wang Muqing glared at those people and immediately turned and walked into the kitchen. After a while, she came in with a basin filled with steaming water and poured it directly at the men. Wow, it scalds me to death, you stinky woman. How dare you throw boiling water on us? Ouch, I'm burned, help. Someone's been murdered, help. Those people reacted quickly, but two of them were splashed with boiling water and blisters appeared on their bodies. They were struggling and wailing on the ground. Chapter 35, Being a Hero. Li Gang looked at his two younger brothers rolling on the ground in pain. His face darkened, and he pointed at Wang Muqing and threatened, Damn woman, my brother was injured so badly. If you don't pay me, I will call the police. Seeing his smug look, Wang Muqing put her hands on her chest and sneered. You want money? No problem. I'll pay for the medical expenses. Do you want to break your legs or your arms? Li Gang has been in society for many years, but he has never met such a tough woman. Pang Xiao looked at Wang Muqing's domineering attitude and turned to Yi Xiao and said, We couldn't help even though we wanted to. They just beat him up and paid for his medical expenses. We don't understand the world of the rich. At this time, Li Gang also began to have doubts in his heart. He was just an ordinary gangster with a few people under him. Those who could open a restaurant in this prosperous area all had some background. What are you doing? In a society ruled by law, you're still smashing shops. Are there still laws? At this moment, Yang Tai walked in with a righteous look on his face, pointing his hand angrily at Li Gang and others. Boy, where did you come from? A man walked up to Yang Tai and looked at him with disdain. Yang Tai knew that he had to show off in front of Wang Muqing, and Shun-yi should have greeted these people. So he slapped the man in the face without hesitation and shouted, Get out of here quickly. If I see you again, I will. Oops. Before he could finish his words, the man slapped Yang Tai in the face. Yang Tai covered his face, his eyes full of disbelief as he said, You actually hit me. I'm going to hit you. If you want to be a hero and save the beauty, I want to see if you have the ability to do it. Li Gang waved his hand and led his men to rush towards Yang Tai, punching and kicking him, while Yang Tai curled up on the ground with his head covered. Careful. Yi Xiao watched a wine glass fly towards Wang Muqing and quickly rushed over and held him in his arms. The next moment, the wine glass hit his head and shattered. Are you okay? Let me see. Wang Muqing was touched when she saw Yi Xiao stepping forward. She checked and found that there was nothing wrong with his head, so she finally felt relieved. Stop it, everyone. At this moment, a group of police rushed in and took Li Gang and others out. Damn it, come again if you can. After Yang Tai stood up, he pretended to yell at Li Gang and others. At this time, he had turned into a pighead. Then he walked up to Wang Muqing and asked with concern, Muqing, are you okay? Wang Muqing ignored him at this time and said to Yi Xiao, Do you want to go to the hospital? It would be terrible if there are any internal injuries. No, it's not that serious. Yi Xiao smiled. It was then that Wang Muqing noticed Yang Tai, whose face was bruised and swollen, and said to him, Why are you like this? I have the situation under control, and you still went up there. Let's go to the hospital first. Yang Tai forced a smile. He was beaten black and blue, but Wang Muqing didn't say a single good word to him. However, Yi Xiao was fine, but still cared about him meticulously. At this time, Wang Muqing noticed that someone was trying to leave secretly, so he quickly walked up to stop him and found that he was an acquaintance. Qinyang, why are you here? I was about to come here to eat, but I found out there was a fight, so I stayed to watch the fun. Qinyang looked flustered, but he found an excuse to get away with it. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Gang yelled, Officer, he was the one who asked us to smash this store. He is the mastermind. Yes, that's him. The others also echoed. Yi Xiao approached Wang Muching and asked, "Do you know him?" Wang Muching nodded and replied, "He was a suitor of mine before, but I rejected him. He must be holding a grudge against me now, so he brought people to smash my store. Okay, everyone, follow me to the police station to give your statement." The police took all the relevant people back. At 11 o'clock, Wang Muching came out of the police station, paid the medical expenses of the two people who were scalded by boiling water, and then waited for notification. After returning home, Wang Muching went straight into her room, threw down her shoes, and got into bed. Pang Xiao threw a can of beer to Yi Xiao and said, "Today's incident feels a bit strange. The stores that were smashed should be those that deceived consumers. Why did they smash Mucheng's store? Don't think too much. There are too many fake island vegetables now. Mucheng's store may also be implicated." Yi Xiao took a sip of beer. He became more and more worried about the current situation. That's really troublesome. Our vegetables don't have a very good reputation right now. What should we do now? Pang Xiao shook his head helplessly. Things were going well, but he didn't expect this incident to happen. Yi Xiao leaned back on the sofa. Now he just hoped that things wouldn't get worse. Du Jiang has been following the news about island vegetables on the internet these days. Although the industrial and commercial departments have punished many restaurants that have engaged in fraud, this situation has not stopped. "Boss Du, something bad has happened." At this moment, Zhang Luan rushed in with a serious face and a newspaper in his hand. "What happened?" Hearing this, Du Jiang couldn't help but frown deeply. He felt that something big might happen this time. Zhang Luan handed over the newspaper and said, "Good Luck Restaurant was exposed for selling fake diamond cabbages, and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau has issued a ticket." "Asshole, what the hell is Zhou Ming doing? They are a 5-star hotel, and they actually did something like this." Du Jiang slammed the table, very angry. Although there are many restaurants that are selling dog meat under the guise of mutton, they are just small shops. However, when a 5-star hotel does such a thing, the damage to the same industry is unpredictable. We can't help it. The price of island vegetables is really too high. It's almost a $10,000 profit. No wonder Zhou Ming would have such evil thoughts. "President Du, what should we do? Should we continue to purchase vegetables from Yi Xiao?" Zhang Luan stared at Du Jiang seriously. This was a very important decision for Hong Song Restaurant. Although it is said that real gold is not afraid of fire, if the market does not recognize this real gold, no matter how much it is refined, it will be useless. I have to talk to Yi Xiao and then make a decision. Du Jiang also likes island vegetables very much, and he will not give up unless he has no other choice. Zhou Ming stood in the office and reported to the chairman, "Mr. Chun, the sale of fake diamond cabbage has been exposed. What should we do now? You were the one who brought this up, and you've been with me for many years, but I have to give an explanation to the other directors, so you should just resign." Chen Dong was smoking a cigar with a very calm expression, as if this was just a trivial matter. "Mr. Chun, I have been following you since I entered the hotel. If I resign, there will be no place for me in the catering industry. Can you find another solution, such as a fine?" Zhou Ming is still making his final effort. "You still have a chance to resign. The board meeting will be held tomorrow. I'm afraid you will be fired by then. Your resume will not look so good then, and you will not be able to enjoy the hotel's benefits." "I understand. I will resign." Chapter 36 Cooperation Restaurant. Yi Xiao sat on the sofa, reading the news in the newspaper about the punishment of Good Luck Hotel for fraud. He also lamented that if a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in his teeth, and even a 5-star hotel broke the news. It's bad. Something terrible has happened. At this moment, Pang Xiao walked out of the house, staring at his phone with a serious expression. "What's wrong? I already know about the Good Luck Hotel." Yi Xiao thought he was talking about this matter. Pang Xiao shook his head and said, "It's not that. Many restaurant managers have been interviewed by the government and are not allowed to sell any food at high prices. Our vegetables may be affected." Alas. Yi Xiao let out a long sigh. He had anticipated this situation, but he didn't expect it to actually happen. Dingling. The doorbell rang. Yi Xiao opened it and saw that it was Han Feng who had come to the island to buy vegetables. He asked, "Manager Han, what are you doing here?" After entering the house, Han Feng also directly explained the purpose of his visit. "I heard that the new vegetables you planted are about to mature. I came here this time to buy some." "Manager Han, you understand the current situation. Do you still dare to buy my vegetables?" There was a hint of curiosity in Yi Xiao's eyes. "Although we can no longer sell your vegetables at high prices, as long as the price is reasonable, they can still be sold." Han Feng did not hide the fact that the quality of the vegetables provided by Yi Xiao was very good. Even if they could not be sold at the same high price as before, the difference would not be much, and they could still attract customers. Hearing this, Yi Xiao felt more confident and asked, "Manager Han, I have planted 7 acres of new vegetables. What price do you plan to offer? Han Feng answered without hesitation. I plan to pay 10,000 yuan per acre. As you know, the vegetables on your island have a bad reputation now. Few restaurants are willing to take the risk of damaging their reputation to purchase your vegetables, so 10,000 yuan is already a very high price. It went from 300,000 to 10,000 all of a sudden. You are really good at bargaining. Isn't this obviously bullying? Pang Xiao, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted their conversation. This is the market. There was a very popular dish called Supreme Radish King in the past. It was sold for 100,000 yuan per serving. Unfortunately, it was only a flash in the pan and was soon forgotten by the market. Han Feng crossed his legs, looking confident. Yi Xiao knew what he was up to, but he really couldn't accept the price of 10,000 yuan. So he said, "Thank you for your kindness, Manager Han. I hope we can have a chance to cooperate in the future. Think about it carefully. This is my business card. Call me when you've made up your mind." Han Feng left a business card and got up and left. Pang Xiao looked at Yi Xiao in a daze, walked over and patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Xiao Yi, you don't really want to sell it for 10,000 yuan?" "Of course not. The vegetables on our island are not that cheap. Don't worry, we will find a way." Yi Xiao shook his head. He believed that there would always be a way when the car reached the mountain, and the boat would naturally go straight when it reached the bridge. In the following days, Yi Xiao met many people and received many calls, all wanting to buy vegetables from the island, but the prices were very low. That day he received another call from Du Jiang, saying that he had something to discuss, so he set off for the agreed coffee shop. When Wang Muching saw him going out, she followed him. After arriving at the coffee shop, Wang Muching glanced at Du Jiang inside and teased, "Why did you two men meet in a coffee shop? If someone didn't know, they would think you were having an affair. It's an affair if you meet in a hotel." Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at her and walked in. After sitting down, Du Jiang spoke first. "I came here mainly to talk to you about the vegetables on your island. You know the current situation. Many restaurants will lower the price when purchasing, and the bad influence on the vegetables on the island will continue for a while. If you let it continue like this, I'm afraid your vegetables will never recover, no matter how good the quality is. The market is so cruel." Yi Xiao also considered this, and he also had a way to deal with it. "I know that many restaurants are selling dog meat under the guise of sheep, so I plan to only supply vegetables to a few specific restaurants in the future, so that this kind of thing will not happen." Hearing this, Du Jiang's eyes lit up, and he said, "Your idea coincides with mine. Supplying several restaurants will not only make the dishes more diverse, but also safer. They will no longer be exploited by unscrupulous restaurants. Do you have any goals for the cooperative restaurants?" "Not yet. We are just about to start the investigation." Yi Xiao suddenly thought of this idea. Wang Mucheng, who was standing by, became interested and came over to say, "Why are you still investigating? My store can cooperate with you. How about that? That's quite nice, isn't it?" Du Jiang also interrupted and said, "My store can also cooperate with you. What do you think?" "Sure, no problem. Mucheng Western Restaurant and Hongsong Restaurant are the most suitable restaurants for Yi Xiao. By the way, there will be an agricultural expo next month. Agricultural companies or individuals from all over the country can attend. The location is in the East China Sea. If we can attract attention at the expo, maybe we can eliminate the current negative impact on island vegetables." Du Jiang came up with an idea that could change the status quo. Hearing this, Yi Xiao became interested and asked about the expo. In the following hour, Du Jiang told Yi Xiao in detail about the agricultural expo. After knowing everything about the agricultural expo, Yi Xiao made up his mind to participate. Not only would he be able to change the current unfavorable situation, but he would also be able to promote the reputation of his island vegetables. "I can help you get a spot in the exhibition. You just need to choose the vegetables to be exhibited. Du Jiang has friends in this area, so getting a spot to participate in the exhibition should not be a problem." "No problem." After the discussion, the three of them separated. When Wang Mucheng was about to open the car door and get in, Yi Xiao immediately opened the door first and said with a smile, "Mucheng, be careful, don't hit your head." Wang Mucheng looked at Yi Xiao and wondered when he became so enthusiastic. After returning home, as soon as he entered the house, Yi Xiao handed the slippers to Wang Mucheng and then poured a glass of water and handed it to her. "Yi Xiao, you are being too attentive to me for no reason. You are either a traitor or a thief. I am both beautiful and rich, so you have to be careful." Wang Mucheng couldn't help but tease Yi Xiao when she saw him busying around. "I just feel embarrassed to stay here for free, so I want to help out. By the way, do you have any clothes to wash?" Yi Xiao looked sincere. Hearing this, Wang Mucheng showed a sly smile on her face and said, "Since you want to help, I will naturally oblige you. However, my clothes are very expensive and must be washed by hand." "Okay, no problem." Yi Xiao made an okay gesture and walked into Wang Muqing's bedroom. Chapter 37. Ice Leaf Sunflower. When Yi Xiao walked into the house, he was dumbfounded when he saw the storage box full of clothes. Although Wang Muqing looked like a goddess outside, she was so casual at home. Then he took the storage box out and prepared to wash it by hand. Remember, wash it clean, don't. Just as Wang Muqing was about to give some instructions, she suddenly saw Yi Xiao staring at her underwear without blinking. So she immediately rushed over and stuffed all the clothes into the washing machine. After doing all this, she said, "Just tell me what you want to say. There's no need to beat around the bush." "Well, I want to borrow some money from you." Yi Xiao kept rubbing his hands, looking embarrassed. Even after borrowing money from a girl, he still felt his face getting hot. "No problem. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Just tell me how much you want to borrow." Wang Muqing agreed to this very generously. After all, for her, the only thing she lacked was money. Yi Xiao lowered his voice and said, 200,000. Is that okay? What? 200,000. Upon hearing this number, Wang Muqing immediately spat out the water she had just drunk. It's not like she hasn't lent money to others before, but it was only a few thousand yuan at most. He asked for 200,000 yuan right away, and he really dared to ask for it. If it's inconvenient for you, forget it. Seeing her big reaction, Yi Xiao knew there might be no hope. Wang Muqing waved her hand and said, "I'm quite convenient. You're the first person to borrow so much money from me. You don't have to pay me back. You can just sell yourself or sell vegetables to pay off the debt." Seeing that the money had been secured, Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Now there were some vegetables in the field that were about to mature. If he could produce some special grade vegetables, he would be more confident in participating in the expo. Soon, Wang Muqing handed a card to Yi Xiao, and Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao said goodbye and left. Cheng Qi was busy entertaining customers when he suddenly saw Yi Xiao and the other man approaching. He immediately went up to them and said, "Brother Yi, why are you here? Come here to buy some grass seeds. You should have some." Yi Xiao thought that He Yun and Bai Shue also needed forage, so he planned to plant a few acres. "Of course there is. What kind of grass seeds do you need?" "I need hay. The best thing I have here is ryegrass, which is a very good forage grass. It can be harvested in more than a month and can be harvested 8 or 9 times a year. I'll give you a cost price of 20 yuan per kilogram. 1 acre requires about 15 kilograms of grass seeds." Cheng Qi took out a bag of grass seeds and handed it to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao took a look and said, "Okay, let's get 10 acres of grass seeds first. By the way, do you know what the best forage grass is?" Cheng Qi answered without hesitation, "The best forage grass should be sheep grass, which is known as the fine grain for livestock, but ordinary people can't get it." Yi Xiao remembered the sheep grass in his heart, paid 3,000 yuan, and left with 150 kilograms of ryegrass seeds. After returning to the island, Yi Xiao called Sun Zhengwo over, gave him the ryegrass seeds, and asked him to plant them. "Xiaoya, if we plant another 10 acres of grass seeds, plus 150 acres of sugar maple forest, and nearly 50 acres of vegetables, water supply will become a problem." Sun Zhengwo expressed his concerns. Although the seawater is being purified day and night, the stored water is still not enough. "I understand. Let's go down first." After letting Sun Zhengwo leave, Yi Xiao left and entered the system. He had previously learned that the seawater purifier could be upgraded, but an upgrade would cost 500,000 yuan, which could meet the water needs of 500 acres of agricultural land. But now I only have 200,000 yuan borrowed, so upgrading the seawater purifier will have to wait until next time. Then Yi Xiao checked the sheep grass again and immediately clicked his tongue. 1 acre of sheep grass seeds costs 100,000 yuan, but 10 acres can be planted, unlike vegetables which can only be planted 1 acre. In view of the funding problem, it can only be put on hold for the time being. The most important thing now is to find a vegetable to participate in the agricultural expo. Although the ordinary vegetables provided by the system will definitely cause quite a stir, it still lacks a stunning scene if it wants to stand out. Ice leaf sunflower, it's you. After searching through the system for an hour, Yi Xiao finally found a satisfactory vegetable, ice leaf sunflower, a top-grade ingredient with very high nutritional value. It is commonly known as ice grass and ice flower. Its origin is the African desert, and it is still very rare in China. It was also the first time he heard this name. Then he spent 100,000 to exchange the ice leaf sunflower from the system. After all, it was a top-grade ingredient, and the price was really not cheap. Thinking that the agricultural expo would begin in a month, Yi Xiao exchanged a growth hormone and a yield-increasing hormone from the system, then went out carrying a hoe, intending to plant the ice leaf daylily himself. An hour later, Yi Xiao finished planting an acre of ice grass and watering it. Then he went to the bathroom to take a shower. Since a water heater was installed in the bathroom, taking a shower has become much more convenient. Hey, Xiaoya, take a bath by yourself. At this time Pang Xiao walked in with his bare chest. It's either one person or several people. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at him. Pang Xiao turned on the faucet, and hot water poured down. He rubbed his head and said, Xiao Yizi, you went to the fields yourself today. What vegetables did you plant? Yi Xiao sat on a chair wrapped in a towel and asked, Do you know the ice-leaf sunflower? Ice-leaf sunflower? What is this thing with such a poetic name? Pang Xiao shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of this name. This is a rare vegetable. I spent 100,000 yuan to buy the seeds just to participate in the agricultural expo next month. What? This seed costs 100,000 yuan. You must not have much money left from lending Mucheng. Pang Xiao widened his eyes. It was the first time he heard of seeds costing 100,000 yuan. Yi Xiao nodded. Of the 200,000 yuan he borrowed from Wang Mucheng, only 60 to 70,000 yuan was left. Now he understood what it meant to spend money like water. Pang Xiao shook his head, and the shock on his face quickly disappeared. After all, he had seen Yi Xiao spend more than 2 million in a very short time. By the way, have you fed Heiyun and Shirayuki? Yi Xiao missed these two ponies very much after not seeing them for a day or two. Hey, they are eating more and more now, and they are growing too fast. They have become half-grown horses in the blink of an eye. Pang Xiao was also a little surprised that the two ponies grew so fast. Yi Xiao said as he put on his clothes, If you eat a lot, you will grow fast. I'll go check them out. With that, he set off towards the stable. As soon as they reached the stable, Heiyun and Baishua pounced over and licked Yi Xiao's hands. Be good, I'll take you for a walk tomorrow. It's time to train you too. Looking at Heiyun and Baishua in the stable, they were becoming more and more energetic, with well-developed muscles and full of physical strength, so I decided to start training them tomorrow. Chapter 38 Trademarks. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao came to the stable. After opening the door, Heiyun and Baishua immediately ran out like a gust of wind, with their manes fluttering in the wind and their hooves dancing, which was very beautiful. Then he went to prepare feed for them. Now their appetite has increased, and the bucket has grown from a small one to a big one. Come here, it's time to eat. Half an hour later, Heiyun and Baishua came back after having fun and started eating with their heads buried in the bucket. At this time, Yi Xiao also took out the prepared reins and put them on Heiyun, but as soon as he got close, Heiyun immediately pushed him away with his head. Hey, you still dare to act like a little bitch, be good. Yi Xiao reached out and touched Heiyun's head, but Heiyun immediately turned around and ran away, so he had to turn his target to Baishua. Similarly, Baishua also got angry and actually spit at him and ran away. Hey, I've been pampering you for so long that it seems like you've become spoiled. I've given you too much freedom. Seeing that he didn't do so, Yi Xiao decided to teach them a lesson. If they continued like this, they would definitely rebel. He would probably have to worship them like ancestors in the future. Then he returned to the wooden house and rode a bicycle next to it. Pang Xiao got this bicycle to kill time when he had nothing to do. You are mighty and majestic, you horse lasso. Yi Xiao was humming a song while riding his bicycle to chase the black clouds and white snow. At this time, Heiyun and Baishua ran away when they saw Yi Xiao and left him far behind. However, Yi Xiao was not in a hurry. The island was so small that he had time to waste with them. But an hour later, Yi Xiao regretted it. His legs were so weak, but Heiyun and Baishua were still full of energy and looked very energetic, just like horses without any problems. Xiaopang, it's your turn. Let's see who can outlast the other. Yi Xiao stopped and called Pang Xiao over. Don't worry, leave it to me. Pang Xiao made an okay gesture, then got on his bike and quickly chased after the black clouds and white snow. Soon he could no longer see their shadows. An hour later, Pang Xiao came back on his bicycle slowly, his forehead covered with sweat, and he kept panting. I can't do it anymore. I'm so tired. Did your two horses take stimulants? They can run so fast, they don't even know how to get tired. Alas, I don't believe they are made of iron. It's my turn. Then Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao took turns to attack. At noon, the speed of Heiyun and Baishua slowed down. They kept spewing white air from their mouths, and they seemed to be tired. Haha, these two little bastards are finally tired. I have to put the reins on them. Seeing this, Pang Xiao rushed forward with the reins and put them on Baishua's head, and Baishua did not resist anymore. After Yi Xiao successfully put the reins on Heiyun's head, he led it for a walk slowly, with the purpose of making it accustomed to the restraint of the reins. After walking the horses for a while, Yi Xiao gave Heiyun and Baishua a bath, and then tied them to a tree stump to bask in the sun. Then he took the green fertilizer and went to feed the ice-leaf daylily. He weeded and fertilized it every day and took good care of it. On this day, Ma Yuan was busy planning the agricultural expo in his office. He was the person in charge of the agricultural expo. The expo was about to be held, and he was very busy arranging various matters. Boom, boom, boom. Ma Yuan looked up after hearing the knock on the door and saw it was his good friend Du Jiang. So he stood up and greeted him and said, "Old Du, how did you find time to come and see me?" "Of course I came to see you because I missed you." Du Jiang walked over and sat down. "I don't know yet. You don't come here for no reason. Tell me, what's the matter?" Ma Yuan smiled, made a cup of tea, and handed it over. Du Jiang nodded and said, "You still understand me, but it's nothing serious. I'm here to help a friend with the exhibition and came to see you by the way." Ma Yuan finally understood what he was here for and said, "I can't help you with the exhibition. Just follow the normal procedures. As long as the quality is excellent, there will be no problem with participating in the exhibition. You don't have to worry about the quality. The decision is made by the quality of top-quality ingredients." Du Jiang's words revealed a sense of confidence. "Which company is it that makes you so optimistic about it?" Seeing that he praised it so highly and even went so far as to personally arrange the exhibition, Ma Yuan also became a little curious. Du Jiang picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said, "You must have heard of them. They are island vegetables, such as diamond cabbage and golden rice." Ma Yuan nodded and said, "I have indeed heard about this. The reputation of island vegetables is now in a state of polarization. I heard that the price is very high and ordinary people can hardly afford it. The quality is impeccable, but the reputation has been ruined by those unscrupulous merchants. Then I am very much looking forward to these vegetables being exhibited, which will attract more people to visit the agricultural expo and increase ticket sales." "Old Ma, you really have a good eye for business. If you go into business, the business world will have another genius. Don't compliment me. I can't compare with you." After Du Jiang came out of the office, he immediately rushed to island number 4 because he had an important matter to discuss with Yi Xiao. At this time, Yi Xiao was leading Heiyun and Baishue for a stroll, and at the same time, put saddles on their backs to let them adapt in advance. These two horses are becoming more and more energetic. It's obvious that they will become fine horses when they grow up. Du Jiang walked over and praised Heiyun and Baishue. "Yeah, I'm so energetic all day long that I can't sit still at all. Now Black Cloud and White Snow spend most of the day wandering around and playing on the island, and never go to the stables." Du Jiang touched the Black Cloud and said, "I will be attending the agricultural expo soon. I found a problem, and I think I should talk to you about it. It's the branding issue. Your vegetables must have a name. With a brand, it can also prevent counterfeiting." Yi Xiao had thought about building a brand before, but it was delayed. Now that he thinks about it, it is time to do it. "I came to you this time to ask you to register a trademark, and then take advantage of the agricultural expo to make the brand famous." Du Jiang stated the purpose of his visit. "I see." Yi Xiao patted some black clouds on their butts and let them go to play by themselves. Then he called Pang Xiao over and said to him, "Now we need to register a trademark for the vegetables on the island. In the future, all agricultural, animal husbandry, and fishery products on the island will use this trademark. Come up with a name." Pang Xiao blurted out without hesitation, "This is easy. Let's call it Island Number 4. It's very distinctive and unique." Du Jiang rejected it directly. "No, this is too simple. It's called Island Number 4 now. What if we change the name in the future? Then let's call it Shamaka, the fragrance of the island." Yi Xiao thought of a name and set it out. "Okay." Pang Xiao and Du Jiang looked at each other and nodded in agreement. "That's it. Leave the trademark registration to me." After deciding on the trademark name, Du Jiang left. Chapter 39 Investigation. A few days later, Du Jiang received a call from Ma Yuan, saying that he wanted to organize a delegation to visit Island Number 4 and asked him to accompany them. He gladly agreed. At noon that day, Yi Xiao was filling the soil with Sun Jiangwo and others at the seaside, planning to build a simple pier to facilitate the docking of ships. "A ship is coming." Accompanied by a shout, Yi Xiao looked up and saw a boat slowly approaching. When the boat docked, Du Jiang was the first to get off, followed by Ma Yuan and his group. Yi Xiao looked at this group of people who were dressed in elegant clothes, and many of them were carrying cameras. It was obvious that they were not simple. Du Jiang walked up to Yi Xiao and introduced him. "Yi Xiao, this is Minister Ma from the Agricultural Expo and Chief Qi Ming from the Publicity Department. We are here for a field trip." "Welcome, welcome." Yi Xiao hurriedly walked up and stretched out his hand. "I apologize for coming here without permission, Mr. Yi." Ma Yuan smiled and shook Yi Xiao's hand affectionately. No. It's my honor that you can come to the island for inspection. Please come this way. I will take you to visit the land first." Yi Xiao led them towards the vegetable field. Soon, everyone came to the vegetable field. When they saw the green vegetables in the field, they couldn't take their eyes off them. Is this a string bean? It looks so juicy, like emerald green. Ma Yuan walked to the field where green beans were planted. Looking at the acre of emerald green and tender green beans, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He had seen many vegetables over the years, but he had never seen such juicy vegetables, which were like works of art. These green beans are really beautiful and artistic. I always thought that vegetables were just vegetables. No matter how pretty they looked, they couldn't be that pretty. Now I'm proven wrong. Other vegetables were previously sold for 10,000 yuan, so it seems to make sense. You can tell it tastes good just by looking at it. No, I'm drooling if I look at it any further. Others also came over at this moment, looking at it and making comments. At this moment, Qi Ming was holding a camera and taking pictures of the ground nonstop, and he couldn't rest for a moment. Then Yi Xiao led everyone to visit other vegetable plots and explained, "We planted 8 kinds of vegetables this time, including green beans, spinach, fungus, lettuce, bean sprouts, and mushrooms. We did not use any pesticides and only used pure natural fertilizers. It is absolutely environmentally friendly and pollution-free." Not bad, Xiaoya. It's rare to be able to grow vegetables of such high quality and good appearance. Didn't they say there are 8 kinds? What about the other one? Ma Yuan looked at the vegetables in the fields along the way, his delight evident on his face. In terms of appearance, they were absolutely perfect. The last vegetable is very special. This way, please. Yi Xiao didn't say it clearly, but led them to the field where ice-leaf sunflowers were planted. This is... Ma Yuan looked at the tender green plants in the field. Their petals were bright red, their leaves were flat and fleshy, and their rhizomes were covered with densely packed glowing particles, like pearls. Then he laughed and said, "It seems that Xiaoya is going to test us. Everyone, tell me, what kind of vegetable is this?" Qi Ming squatted down and looked at the ice grass carefully, saying, "Is this a vegetable? Why does it look like an ornamental plant? It's fleshy and quite cute." The others gathered around, but after looking at it for a long time, they still couldn't figure out what it was. "Okay, this vegetable is still rare in China, so it's normal that you don't know it. This should be ice-leaf sunflower, commonly known as ice grass, which is both an ornamental plant and edible. Xiaoya, am I right?" Ma Yuan smiled. He also saw him by chance in a magazine. Otherwise, he would have been embarrassed by him today. Minister Ma is very knowledgeable. This is the ice-leaf sunflower. Yi Xiao nodded. This kind of vegetable is quite rare in China. How did you come up with the idea of growing it? Ma Yuan asked casually. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's expression froze. Growing vegetables is to make money. This seems to be the reason why he grows vegetables. Seeing that he was lost in thought, Ma Yuan smiled and continued to observe the vegetables. At noon, Yi Xiao picked some vegetables from the 7 acres of vegetable fields to entertain Ma Yuan and others. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Now you can eat. Yi Xiao brought the dishes to the table, a fresh fragrance wafted out, and everyone stretched their noses to sniff it, looking intoxicated, and then each person had a bowl of rice. Why are they all stir-fried? One of them looked at the food on the table and started asking. Yi Xiao sat down, picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, and said vaguely, "If you want to understand the quality of vegetables, you have to use the simplest cooking method. Then you will understand the original taste of vegetables." The original taste of vegetables is interesting. Ma Yuan picked up a green bean and put it in his mouth. As soon as he bit it, a crisp sound came from his mouth. His eyes widened and a fresh pastoral fragrance lingered in his mouth. Now he understood the original taste of vegetables. It's delicious. It's really delicious. This dish goes really well with rice. It's a real delicacy. Please leave some for me. Why are you eating so fast? At this time, as a girl, Qi Ming saw those men eating so fast that there was not much food in the bowl in the blink of an eye. She became anxious for a moment and directly picked up a plate of food and ran aside, without the demeanor of a lady at all. Chapter 40, Common Price. I'm so full. This meal was so delicious. Although my stomach is so bloated that I can't even eat anymore, I still want to eat. It's worth it even if I die of stuffing myself to eat such delicious food in my lifetime. After the meal, everyone sat in their chairs with bulging stomachs and satisfied expressions on their faces. Yi Xiao looked at the plates on the table. There was not a drop of oil or water on them. They were so clean that they could be used as mirrors. He couldn't help but admire them. They even saved the trouble of washing the dishes. Ma Yuan took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Looking at them rubbing their stomachs in dishevel, he coughed a few times and said, "You are all government officials. You should pay attention to your image. It's not decent to be disheveled." Then everyone immediately started to tidy up their clothes. At this time, Ma Yuan saw Qi Ming and the others staring at him and laughing. So he immediately looked down and found that his clothes were also covered with grease. His face immediately turned red. The dish was so delicious that he didn't pay attention for a while. Then he looked at Yi Xiao and said, "Xiao Yi, the quality of the vegetables you grow is really amazing. It's a pity that the price is high because of the high quality. It's not easy for ordinary people to eat your vegetables." "Minister Ma, I understand. So I have an idea. I plan to sell all the 7 acres of vegetables exhibited at this exhibition at a civilian price." Yi Xiao expressed his opinion. Ma Yuan's question just now also made him start to reflect on the purpose of growing vegetables. Although making money is for the development of the island, he does not want to be obsessed with money. Although the vegetable output is limited, it can also allow ordinary people to taste top-quality ingredients. "Well, Xiaoya has such a broad mind and awareness. I am impressed by you. Now the citizens of Donghai will have a good meal." Ma Yuan burst into laughter and looked at Yi Xiao with approval in his eyes. Peng Xiao, who was standing by, was also dumbfounded when he heard this. These 7 acres of vegetables were worth millions, and they were just given away like that. It was such a huge deal. "I'm too full. Can I go for a walk? You guys go ahead and do your work." Ma Yuan stood up and slowly walked around the island. As soon as they left, Peng Xiao immediately approached Yi Xiao and said, "Little Yi, you're not really planning to sell these vegetables at a low price. I know you want to promote the reputation of the Daoxiang brand, but you don't have to be so generous." Yi Xiao shrugged and replied, "Big spending also has its advantages. I want to make the Daoxiang brand well known in China and also eliminate people's misunderstanding of island vegetables in recent times." Seeing how persistent he was, Peng Xiao didn't say anything else. Anyway, in his heart, Yi Xiao was the boss of the island. Qi Ming and others were chatting with Ma Yuan. "Minister, if Yi Xiao really sells his vegetables at a low price, he will suffer a huge loss." Qi Ming asked Ma Yuan in confusion. "Xiao Qi, doing this requires great courage, but it will also bring great rewards. The agricultural expo will begin in 3 days. In the next few days, we should spread the news that Yi Xiao will bring island vegetables to the exhibition. After the expo, all vegetables will be sold at affordable prices." "I understand. Don't worry. The news will be published in the evening paper tonight, and it will be on the internet even faster." At this time, Du Jiang found Yi Xiao and handed him a document. Yi Xiao opened it and saw that it was a trademark registration certificate with the 2 words Daoxiang appearing in golden letters on it. "Now that the trademark has been registered, we will invite some media to report on our contracted cooperation. It will be difficult for those unscrupulous businesses to confuse the public by framing us in the future." Du Jiang already has a clear idea of future development. Yi Xiao nodded. Now that he had a trademark, he felt more confident. Ma Yuan looked at the endless sugar maple forest. 2 ponies, one black and one white, galloped past from time to time, stirring up a cloud of dust. He couldn't help but sigh. During the holidays, this place will be a paradise. Qi Ming nodded. There was ocean all around. It would be pleasant to go boating or fishing here when he had nothing to do. After staying on the island for a while, Ma Yuan and others said goodbye and left. That evening, Du Jiang read in the newspaper the news that Daoxiang brand vegetables would be participating in the Agricultural Expo, and he believed that it would definitely cause a sensation. The internet was also very lively at this time, with everyone discussing that after the exhibition, all Daoxiang brand vegetables would be sold at affordable prices. It's probably just hype. If they sell it at a low price, the merchants will suffer huge losses. I think so too. It must be a marketing trick for the tickets. The official website of the Agricultural Expo has posted this news. It's possible it's fake. It's best if you don't go when the time comes, so you don't have to compete with me. Those vegetables are high-end ingredients, sold at affordable prices. Anyone who doesn't go must be a fool. In a residential area, a bespectacled woman was rushing home and said to her grandson who was playing games, "Chang'er, get up quickly and buy me some tickets for the Agricultural Expo." "Grandma, why go to that place? It's boring and a waste of money." Sun Chang replied without even raising his head. "There was nothing interesting at the Agricultural Expo. It was full of farmers. Go buy it if you ask me to. I still have to buy vegetables later. They are vegetables from the island, and they are sold at affordable prices." Zhang Yinjin knew that many people in the community were planning to buy some, so she had to prepare early to avoid being unable to buy them. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang immediately stood up and quickly took out his mobile phone to buy tickets. He was currently pursuing a girl, and if he could buy some precious island vegetables to give to her, he might be able to win her heart. That night, when Ma Yuan was about to go to bed, his cell phone suddenly rang urgently. He quickly pressed the answer button. "Minister Ma, a large number of people suddenly came to buy tickets, causing the website to crash. We will speed up the repairs and increase security measures." Ma Yuan also knew that the Shimusyang series of vegetables would definitely cause a sensation when they were exhibited, but he didn't expect that there would be so many people that even the ticket purchasing website would crash. At this time in a restaurant, Minister Feng was reading the news about the Daoxiang vegetables participating in the exhibition in the newspaper, and then turned to Zhou Ming and asked, "Manager Zhou, now we don't have to worry about it anymore. We don't dare to sell them under the name of Daoxiang vegetables anymore. As the new manager of our store, you have to think of a way." After Zhou Ming was fired by the Good Luck Hotel, he was rejected every time he looked for a job. He had no choice but to come to this shabby restaurant to be a manager. All this was thanks to Yi Xiao. Seeing that Minister Feng asked him, he also said bluntly, "You just need to cook a few home-cooked dishes here. It is impossible to become a high-end restaurant." It seems that Manager Zhou doesn't like this place. A high-end restaurant is nothing. I only sell the most profitable things, so our restaurant will sell island vegetables. Minister Feng blew out a smoke ring. However, Zhou Ming sneered when he heard this. Chapter 41, Preparing for the Exhibition. Zhou Ming knew that Minister Feng was a gangster and had some means, but he still didn't have any expectations. "You want to sell island vegetables, but I'm afraid you can't afford them. They sell them by the acre, and even if you have the money to buy them, they may not sell them. I'm not stupid enough to spend money to buy it. There's nothing I can't get if I want it." Minister Feng's face was full of confidence. He already had an idea on how to get the vegetables from the island. After hearing this, Zhou Ming glanced at him, knowing that he must be up to something, and continued, "I heard that Daoxiang vegetables will sell vegetables at a low price after participating in the agricultural expo. You are not going to send people to buy them up, are you? Let me remind you, you can't run wild there." No, I haven't leaked yet, and I'm going to run into the muzzle of the gun, ha." Minister Feng smiled very proudly, as if he was sure of victory. On this day, Yi Xiao was picking vegetables in the fields. The agricultural expo would start tomorrow, and he had to bring some samples with him, so he brought 10 kilograms of each vegetable. After everything was ready, he called Sun Zhengwo over and told him, "Grandpa Sun, the agricultural expo will be held for 4 days. You must deliver all the vegetables by then. Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Sun Zhengwo patted his chest and made the promise with a confident look on his face. Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao then boarded the boat and set off for Donghai City with 8 kinds of vegetables weighing a total of 80 kilograms. Du Jiang would arrange someone to help them at that time. For hours later, the boat docked steadily at the Donghai City pier, and Du Jiang also came over with a group of people. Du Jiang asked them to help carry the food while reminding them, "Be careful, don't bump into anything, or you'll lose your salary for this month. There's a refrigerator in the car, so feel free to store food there to prevent it from going bad." Yi Xiao looked at these busy people and said, "Are they here to help me?" "Yes, the lady and I discussed it, and we each picked some people from the restaurant to help. I will lead the team. I am relatively free recently. By the way, we have to go to the exhibition hall to set up tomorrow morning. You can stay at my place tonight." Du Jiang led Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao towards the car. Yi Xiao shook his head and said, "We will live with Mu Cheng. We have discussed it before. You guys are making rapid progress. Now that you all live together." Du Jiang smiled meaningfully. "Don't make wild guesses, we just live together. I didn't say it wasn't simple." In the evening, Yi Xiao said to Wang Mucheng, who was applying a facial mask, "Are you sure you want to go with me tomorrow?" Wang Mucheng said while looking in the mirror, "Of course. Anyway, I have nothing to do these days." "No, I have nothing to do at all." Yi Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, we'll leave at 6 tomorrow, so go to bed early." "What? 6 o'clock? I've never woken up so early in my life." When Wang Mucheng heard that she had to get up at 6 o'clock, she immediately sat up in shock. "If you can't get up, forget it." "No, remember to call me when the time comes. I'll just wash my face and go to bed." After Yi Xiao returned to the room, he set an alarm on his phone and lay down to sleep. In a room, Feng Bao was reporting the situation to Minister Feng. After listening to this, Minister Feng asked, "Are you sure you saw that there were only 80 kilograms of vegetables? And not all the vegetables were brought here?" "It's clear, brother. If we take action, we have to hurry up. We don't know when they will deliver the vegetables to the exhibition hall to sell." Feng Bao nodded, looking serious. "Take your men down to prepare. The operation will only take place within a few days. Be careful not to leak the news, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, the people I'm looking for are definitely trustworthy." Dingling. When Yi Xiao was sleeping soundly, a ringing phone suddenly rang. He opened his eyes and found that it was already 6 o'clock. He hurriedly woke up Pang Xiao, who was beside him. After getting dressed, he came to the door of Wang Mucheng's bedroom, knocked on the door and shouted, "Mucheng, it's time to get up." However, there was no response after shouting for a while. Yi Xiao guessed that he couldn't wake her up, so he decided to let her continue sleeping. I'm up, let's go. At this moment, Wang Muching came out wearing pajamas and an eye mask. Go wash up first. Seeing that she looked shaky, Yi Xiao quickly pushed her into the bathroom. When they went downstairs, they found Du Jiang was already waiting for them. Let's go. We have to set up the booth when we get there. Du Jiang asked everyone to get in the car and then headed towards the agricultural expo hall. After getting in the car, Wang Muching yawned, then leaned on Yi Xiao's shoulder and continued to sleep. Yi Xiao turned his head to look at her delicate and flawless face, and then smelled a faint fragrance. For a moment, he felt his breathing become heavier. He then noticed that Pang Xiao and Du Jiang in the front seat were staring at him, and he blushed and said softly, I just saw if she was sleeping comfortably. We understand, no need to explain. Du Jiang and Pang Xiao smiled at each other. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the exhibition hall. Yi Xiao saw that Wang Muching had already started snoring, so he took off his clothes and covered her with them, letting her continue sleeping in the car. After getting off the car, Yi Xiao saw Du Jiang asking people to take out some posters and banners from the car. On them were introductions to 8 kinds of vegetables and the Daoxiang trademark, as well as the exclusive authorized restaurants, Hansong Hotel and Muching Western Restaurant. Brother Du, you are really thoughtful. I haven't considered these things. Yi Xiao had never thought about this. Everyone has their own specialties. Don't worry about it. Let's go. Our location is number 24 in the vegetable pavilion. Du Jiang smiled, didn't care, and led everyone towards the exhibition hall. At this time, many participating companies also entered the venue and began to set up. After a while, Yi Xiao and others arrived at booth 24 and began to busy themselves with the arrangement. At the same time, not far away, a group of people were quietly watching Yi Xiao and others. A middle-aged man said to a young man in a flattering tone, Young Master Zhang, the trophy for the best quality vegetables in the vegetable exhibition hall will definitely belong to our company. Other companies can only serve as foils to us. Zhang Feng said confidently, Of course. The longevity vegetables exhibited this time were cultivated by our company over a period of 10 years and cost hundreds of millions of dollars. The best quality vegetables must be our longevity vegetables. I also did some research and the only one qualified to compete with us is the island-scented vegetables. Master Zhang, the reputation of Daoxiang vegetables is just hype. It's not worth mentioning. There will be an evaluation meeting on the last day, and we will know then. Chapter 42. Crowds of people. The sky gradually brightened, and before I knew it, it was 8 o'clock in the morning, less than an hour before the museum opened. At battle stage number 20, 8 kinds of vegetables were placed on the table, arranged in a line, with posters next to them, introducing each vegetable. When the island-style vegetables were put out, people around immediately gathered around to look at them. This is the island-flavored vegetable that has been making a lot of noise recently. It does look quite exquisite, and is different from ordinary vegetables. Based on the appearance alone, I'm afraid that these island vegetables will leave a good impression on the judges on the last day of the evaluation meeting. Could this be ice grass? I didn't expect to see such a rare thing here. It would be nice if I could try it. Just looking at it makes me hungry. Zhang Feng was also standing in the crowd at this time, looking at the island vegetables in front of him with a trace of solemnity in his eyes. The longevity vegetables cultivated by their company are mainly high in nutrition, with much higher nutritional content than ordinary vegetables, but there is nothing special about their appearance. Ma Yuan also set out for the exhibition hall early in the morning. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw a long queue forming at the door, which had never happened before. Qi Ming looked at the people queuing up in front of her. There were not only young people, but also grandmothers and grandfathers in their 60s. She smiled and said, Minister, I'm afraid these people are all here for the island vegetables. Yes, there are only so many people now, and the last day of sales will start, so it will be even more crowded. Ask the security department to add more people to avoid any trouble. I see. As the time came, the people in the queue walked into the exhibition hall one after another and went straight to the vegetable exhibition hall. When Yi Xiaozheng was chatting with Pang Xiao and Du Jiang, they suddenly saw a large group of people rushing over, taking out their cell phones and taking pictures of the vegetables on the stand. Wow, these are the island vegetables. They cost 10,000 yuan per serving. These green beans are so juicy. So cute. What is this? It's fleshy and looks like a flower. Can you eat it? Everyone, stop pushing and fighting. Have some manners. Zhang Yinjin and several old ladies in the community were wearing a pair of reading glasses and staring closely at the vegetables on the display stand. The more they looked, the more they liked them, and they couldn't wait to buy them home. At this time, Zhang Yinjin said to her companions, I told you to come earlier. If you come late, you will still be queuing now. Seeing the fungus, The nutritional value is so high. It is also very good for the cardiovascular system. I have to buy more. Yi Xiao looked at the people in front of him who had blocked the road completely, and the person in front hadn't moved since he came over, so the people behind couldn't get up and looked anxious. At this time, Ma Yuan came over with a group of security guards. He was also shocked by the crowded scene in front of him, so he walked to the front and said to everyone, "Please go to other booths after visiting. We have multiple exhibition halls for you to choose from. Thank you for your cooperation." As soon as these words were spoken, the people in front left reluctantly and went to wander around elsewhere. After all, they had already bought the tickets, so they naturally had to visit the place to get their money's worth. People at other booths saw how popular Yi Xiao's booth was, and then looked at the few vague figures in front of their booths, and they couldn't help but sigh that comparing yourself with others is so frustrating. Zhang Feng was leading his staff to introduce the longevity vegetables to the visitors. The high nutrition of the vegetables also attracted many people. Seeing that Yi Xiao's place was almost crowded with visitors, Zhang Feng felt an inexplicable surge of jealousy in his heart. When Wang Muqing woke up, she found that it was already noon. She immediately found Yi Xiao, pulled him aside, and said, "You actually left me alone in the car. What if something happens to me? How could anything go wrong in broad daylight?" Seeing that she was acting unreasonably again, Yi Xiao knew that something must have happened. If it's someone else, nothing might happen, but it's different for a beautiful lady like me. You're so irresponsible to me. You have to compensate me. Wang Muqing shouted loudly. However, her shout did attract the attention of the people around her, and they all looked at Yi Xiao sideways. Seeing their cold and murderous eyes, Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at Wang Muqing. He said something like irresponsible and compensatory, which would easily cause public outrage, so he said softly, "My aunt, how do you want me to compensate you?" "It's simple. I want to eat ice cream." Wang Muqing made his request without hesitation. "That's easy. I'll just go buy it for you." Yi Xiao thought she would make some request, but it turned out that she wanted to buy ice cream. Let's go out to eat." "Okay, it's noon now, so it's a good time to take a break." After going out, Wang Muqing found a cool place to sit down, and then said to Yi Xiao, "I want to try all flavors of ice cream. Go buy them for me." Hearing this, Yi Xiao said, "Buy one of each flavor. Can you finish it? If we can't finish the food, you're here for us. You won't waste it, will you?" Wang Muqing looked at Yi Xiao with a sly smile on her face. Yi Xiao pretended not to see it, and went to a nearby store to buy a dozen boxes of ice cream. After buying it, he placed the ice cream directly in front of Wang Muqing. Wang Muqing was not polite either. She opened the ice cream boxes one by one, took out a spoon, scooped a spoonful into her mouth, then sipped it with her lips pouted, looking very cute. Yi Xiao watched her eat only a small spoonful of ice cream from each box, like a squirrel. Wang Muqing patted his stomach, then stood up and said, "I'm done eating. What should we do with all the remaining ones?" "Of course I'll leave it to you. I'll go look around." Looking at these dozen boxes of ice cream, Yi Xiao was very upset. He couldn't throw so many away, otherwise it would be a waste, so he had to eat them himself. When Yi Xiao returned to the booth, he saw that there were still many people visiting. But at this time Du Jiang also walked over with a serious face. Chapter 43: The Thief Visits. Yi Xiao saw Du Jiang's serious expression and knew that something must have happened. Du Jiang pulled him aside and said, "There are a lot fewer vegetables on the stand for unknown reasons. I suspect someone stole them. Maybe those visitors took it away easily. There are so many people here." Yi Xiao put forward his idea. "No, I've been watching there the whole time. Although there are many people, no one reached out to take the vegetables. I suspect it was done by those nimble thieves. Now there are already 70 to 80 kilograms of ice grass missing, and they even knew to steal the most expensive ones." Du Jiang didn't expect that those thieves were so bold as to come here to steal things. "I see. I'll blend in with the crowd and see if there's any thief." Soon Yi Xiao came up with an idea. He walked into the crowd, pretending to be an ordinary visitor, but his eyes were wandering around. After a while, he discovered several people acting suspiciously. Their eyes were full of vigilance, and they looked around from time to time. Then Yi Xiao saw one of them winked at his accomplices, and those people immediately pushed the people in front towards the booth. "Hey, don't squeeze me." The people in front were caught off guard and fell straight towards the booth, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. At this time, the thieves immediately came forward, and with lightning speed, they stole the ice grass on the booth into their bags, and then returned to the crowd, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. Yi Xiao watched them put the stolen ice grass into a leather bag. The bag was already bulging, probably because it was filled with a lot of ice grass. He then took out his cell phone and told Ma Yuan about this. After a while, Ma Yuan came over with a few people from the security department, ready to take those people away. "What? Why are you taking us away for no reason? The leader, Xiao Dahu, immediately started shouting. They had encountered this situation many times before, so they were not panicked. You know what you are doing, come with us. Several security guards walked up and prepared to drive him away. Okay, I'll go with you. When Xiao Dahu saw that they were discovered, he immediately planned to implement the backup plan and followed the security guard towards the security room. Yi Xiao also followed behind, wanting to see where they came from. Run! When they passed the gate, Xiao Dahu gave an order and the men ran and rushed out the door. However, a few people were a step slower and were knocked to the ground by the security guards. At this time, Yi Xiao rushed out without hesitation, like a wild horse. When he was in college, his hobby was long-distance running, and he hoped not to fall behind. After Xiao Dahu rushed out, he immediately tried to stop a taxi, but seeing someone quickly catching up with him from behind, he had no time to get in the car and could only continue running. Damn it, it can really run. Like a piece of taffy, I can't get rid of it. Half an hour later, Xiao Dahu lay against the wall, gasping for breath from exhaustion, while the man behind him kept following him. Whoosh whoosh. Yi Xiao took a deep breath. He hadn't exercised for more than a year, and he couldn't even run such a short distance. It seemed that he would have to exercise more in the future. Xiao Dahu turned around and looked at Yi Xiao, saying unhappily, "Why are you following me? I just ordered some food for you. Look at how stingy you are." Hearing this, Yi Xiao laughed, thinking that it was still his fault, so he squatted in front of him and said, "The vegetables will be sold at a very low price, so you can just buy them. Why steal them? If I could buy it, I wouldn't be a thief." Xiao Dahu responded while observing how people were running away. "I believe you stole these vegetables not to eat them, but to sell them." Yi Xiao thought about this question after he knew they were thieves. Just as he was about to continue asking questions, Xiao Dahu suddenly kicked him and ran away. Yi Xiao was just about to stand up when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Knowing that he had diarrhea from eating too much ice cream, he quickly went into a nearby public toilet. 10 minutes later, Yi Xiao felt exhausted, and at this moment he discovered a serious problem. That is, he did not bring paper. He then called Pang Xiao and asked him to send the paper over. Pang Xiao was busy receiving visitors at this time, so he threw a pack of paper to Wang Mucheng and said, "Mucheng, Yi Xiao is trapped in the toilet, and I need you to rescue him. Please do me a favor." "Okay, no problem." Wang Mucheng agreed without hesitation and rushed out with the paper. "It's strange. When did you become so enthusiastic?" Pang Xiao shook his head. Wang Mucheng's behavior seemed a little strange to him. When Yi Xiao's hair was almost turning white while waiting in the bathroom, he suddenly heard Wang Mucheng's voice coming from outside and hurriedly called out, "Mucheng, is that you?" "Yes, I have the paper you need." Wang Mucheng stood outside with a smug smile on her face. "My feet are almost numb from squatting. Please bring it into me." Yi Xiao was in so much pain at this moment that he felt like his legs were not his own. But Wang Mucheng was not in a hurry. She said slowly, "Don't be impatient. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I won't come in. Wait, I'll find someone to bring you in." After a while, Yi Xiao saw that several people had come in, but they did not bring any paper in, so he quickly shouted outside, "Mu Cheng, why haven't you brought it in yet?" "Sorry, I was playing with my phone and forgot." Right away, Wang Mucheng saw that it was almost done, so she asked someone to bring the paper in. But when she saw Yi Xiao coming out with a weak face, she suddenly felt distressed. She quickly walked up to him and supported him, asking, "What's wrong? If you don't know, you would think you were giving birth." "I ate too much ice cream. I need to take a break." After saying that, Yi Xiao walked towards the booth, then sat on a chair and took a rest. In the evening, Ma Yuan came over and said to Yi Xiao, "Let's have dinner together tonight. Many people want to meet you." Hearing this, Yi Xiao also showed a trace of doubt in his eyes and asked, "Why do they know me?" "Of course I want to thank you. Because of you, many companies have sold a lot of products today." Ma Yuan smiled. Today's sales volume was several times more than before. Then the group set off for a restaurant in the city center. Chapter 44. "Brother Yi, our company was able to achieve such good sales on the first day this time. We have to thank you." "Thank me for what? I didn't do anything. If your vegetables weren't so famous and attracted so many people, come, I'll toast you a glass." "Stop talking about this. We don't talk about business at the dinner table. Let's go." Many people at the table urged Yi Xiao to drink, and the scene was very lively. Yi Xiao waved his hand and refused with a smile. "Sorry, I'm not feeling well today, so I can't drink." As soon as he finished speaking, Shuiliang continued to persuade him. "How can a man say no? Wine is a panacea. Just drink a sip and it will be fine." "I'll drink with you. Let me drink first as a token of my respect." At this moment, Wang Mucheng stood up, picked up the wine glass on the table, and drank it all. Okay, beauty saves hero, I toast to you." Shuiliang filled Wang Muqing's glass again. Others also targeted Wang Muqing and urged them to drink. Wang Muqing did not refuse at all, showing the demeanor of a heroic woman. Pang Xiao leaned close to Yi Zhao's ear and said, "People are already drinking for you. You should at least show some appreciation. If you work harder, you might be able to win her heart, and then you won't have to spend this long night alone. Eat your chicken leg. This won't stop you from eating." Yi Zhao looked at Wang Muqing, who was drinking with everyone beside him, and felt a little touched. Not long after, he saw that Wang Muqing was already a little drunk, so he grabbed her hand, pressed her down on the chair, and said, "Hurry up and sit down and rest. Don't drink." "No, it's okay. I can still drink." After saying this, Wang Muqing fell on Yi Zhao's shoulder. Seeing this, Yi Zhao helped her up and sent her home. Pang Xiao saw this scene and whispered, "I won't come back to disturb you tonight. Just enjoy yourself." Yi Zhao rolled his eyes at him and helped Wang Muqing walk out. After arriving home, Yi Zhao put Wang Muqing on the bed, then wrung out a hot towel and gently wiped her face. After wiping it, he quietly looked at Wang Muqing's delicate face. Her little face was rosy and very cute. Just as he was fascinated by what he saw, Wang Muqing suddenly opened her eyes and stared at him. Yi Zhao was also startled and immediately wanted to distance himself from her. But at this time, Wang Muqing stretched out her hands to hook his neck, then pulled him hard and kissed Yi Zhao directly. Yi Zhao was also completely stunned at this moment. He felt hot and wet on his mouth. Suddenly, a masculine energy flowed in his body, and he responded enthusiastically. After a while, he saw Wang Muqing, whose face was flushed and clothes were disheveled, and knew it was time to end, so he covered her with a blanket and went back to his room to rest. The next morning, when Wang Muqing woke up, she found that her head was a little painful. When she came out, she saw that Yi Zhao had already cooked porridge. "Let's eat something first. We drank so much last night." Yi Zhao handed the porridge over, wondering if she would remember what happened last night. Wang Muqing noticed that he was evasive and asked, "Did you take advantage of me being drunk last night and do something to me?" Hearing this, Yi Zhao shook his head quickly. Although she was the one who took the initiative last night, this kind of thing would become more and more confusing the more he talked about it, so it was better not to mention it. Wang Muqing propped up her chin with her hand, looked at him with her bright eyes and said, "I seem to remember that you kissed me last night." This? Yi Zhao smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that she still remembered it. At this moment, Wang Muqing suddenly came up and kissed him on the mouth again. I don't know how long it took before the two slowly separated. Wang Muqing looked at Yi Zhao and said, "Since we've kissed each other, you have to be responsible for me." "I will take responsibility, definitely." Yi Zhao was stunned for a moment. Then he realized what it meant. He then grabbed Wang Muqing's hand and said, "Can you kiss me again? I didn't kiss you enough just now." Wang Muqing closed her eyes and a blush appeared on her face. Although she had dated many boyfriends, this time she was really sincere. "Oh, it's healed so quickly. It seems I was right not to come back last night." Just when they were about to kiss each other, Pang Xiao suddenly walked in. "Why are you back?" Yi Zhao quickly separated from Wang Muqing. "I came back to see how you were doing. Just as I expected, wine is really a good thing." Pang Xiao revealed a meaningful smile. Yi Zhao knew what he was thinking and quickly explained, "Don't think too much. Nothing happened to us." Upon hearing this, Pang Xiao showed a trace of regret and sighed. "This hasn't happened yet. Are you still a man?" At this time, Wang Muqing took off her slippers and threw them at Pang Xiao. "Although we are together, if he wants to sleep with me, it depends on whether he has the ability to do so." Then the three of them set off for the exhibition venue. That night, Feng Bao took 6 or 7 people on a speedboat and headed for island number 4. A man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks said to Feng Bao, "Brother Bao, it's too dangerous to wander around the sea at night. Why don't we come during the day? We are here to steal vegetables. Have you ever seen anyone stealing during the day? Besides, going there at night is called stealing, but going there during the day is just robbery. The nature of the two is completely different." Feng Bao's argument was very logical. Although he was a gangster, his only advantage was that he had rich legal knowledge. "I heard that there are only old men on the island. I'm not afraid. I'm just afraid of falling into the sea." The skinny monkey looked at the dark sea around him, his heart in his throat. At this moment, a wave hit and the speedboat shook. Feng Bao glared at the skinny monkey and said, "Shut up your crow mouth." 2 hours later, the speedboat appeared near island number 4. Feng Bao asked people to slow down the speed of the speedboat and quietly move towards the shore. After getting ashore, Feng Bao looked around, and when he found that there was no one there, he immediately led his men straight to the vegetable field. "Brother, what vegetables should we pick first?" The skinny monkey looked at the vegetable patch in front of him and lowered his voice. "I've learned that the most expensive thing here is ice grass. Let's get the ice grass back first. As soon as the words fell, the group ran straight to the ice grass field, and without thinking twice, they pulled the ice grass into their pockets. Ma Jiangwo was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt the urge to urinate, so he got up and prepared to go to the toilet. When he came outside, he saw several swaying figures in the vegetable field in the distance. He immediately became alert and walked in to see that it was a group of people stealing vegetables. He shouted, "What are you doing?" When the skinny monkey saw that he was discovered, he quickly said to Feng Bao, "Brother Bao, why don't we retreat now?" Feng Bao saw that only 1/3 of the ice grass had been picked, and a hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. "No, we can't give up halfway. They are just a bunch of old guys who are about to go into the coffin. What are you afraid of?" Chapter 45, Entering the Hospital. Someone come. Someone come quickly. There's a thief stealing the vegetables. Sun Jiangwo ran back to the house and called everyone else. "Everyone grab your weapons." After everyone woke up, they immediately picked up hoes, brooms, and other things and rushed out. At this time, Feng Bao and his group also stopped, knowing that they would not be able to pick vegetables unless they got rid of these old guys. Soon the two sides were in confrontation, glaring at each other. Feng Bao took a step forward and said, "If you old guys don't want to get into the coffin early, get out of my way. These dishes are not yours, so there's no need to fight so hard. The boss is usually very nice to us. We will not let him down. Leave now, otherwise don't blame us." Sun Jiangwo had a determined look on his face, holding the hoe tightly in both hands. "Then I'll send you on your way." Feng Bao waved his hand, and his 6 men immediately rushed forward, and a fight broke out between the two sides. Although Sun Jiangwo and others had hoes in their hands, Feng Bao and others were very experienced. They took advantage of their slow movements and knocked down many of them at close range, making the situation one-sided. Watching those old guys falling one by one, a smile appeared on Feng Bao's face. These men were experienced in battles, so it was easy for them to deal with these old guys. Yeah. At this time, Sun Jiangwo raised the hoe and smashed it on Feng Bao's head. Feng Bao sneered, dodged the attack slightly, and punched Sun Jiangwo on the head. The next moment, Sun Jiangwo snorted coldly and fell to the ground, unconscious. Old Sun Wu Fan saw her husband fall to the ground and immediately let out a cry of surprise. "Damn it, I can't stand being beaten. Back off." Feng Bao looked at Sun Jiangwo lying on the ground motionless, probably having been killed by his punch, so he ordered his men to leave the island quickly. When Wu Fan pounced on Sun Jiangwo, she felt that he was still breathing, so she quickly carried him onto the boat and prepared to send him to the hospital. Minister Feng saw Feng Bao walk in from outside with a gloomy face and knew that something had happened, so he asked, "Is it serious?" Someone was beaten to death. Feng Bao stood respectfully with his head lowered. "Okay, take your people out and hide for a while. Even if you don't get much back, you can still make a small profit." Minister Feng took a puff of his cigar and then exhaled a cloud of smoke. Feng Bao nodded and walked out. Although it was 2 o'clock in the morning, Yi Xiao and Wang Muching were still awake and talking on the phone. Naturally, after being together, the two of them were almost sticking to each other. At this moment, Pang Xiao walked in from outside with an anxious look on his face. "Xiao Yi, something happened. Grandpa's son was sent to the hospital. We have to rush over immediately." "What happened?" "A group of people came to the island to steal vegetables and ended up fighting with Old Man's son and his men. Many people were injured, but none of them were serious. Old Man's son is still in a coma." When Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao were getting ready to go out, Wang Muching followed them, and the three of them set off for the city hospital together. After arriving at the hospital, Yi Xiao saw Wu Fan and others waiting anxiously in the corridor. He hurried over and asked, "How is Mr. Sun?" "We are still checking, and we don't know the details yet." Wu Fan wiped her tears, looking sad. "Don't worry, Mr. Sun has always been in good health, he will be fine." Yi Xiao could only comfort him in this way, while praying that Sun Jiangwo would be fine. At this time, a nurse came out and said, "The patient is being examined now. Please go and complete the hospitalization procedures and pay the fees at the same time." "I'll go." Wang Muching took the bill and walked towards the payment counter. After waiting for an hour, Sun Jiangwo was finally pushed out. Wu Fan immediately walked up to him and asked, "Doctor, how is my husband?" "Don't worry, although there is some concussion, the patient is old, so he has been in a coma for a long time. He will be fine after recuperation for a while." "That's great. Thank you, doctor." After knowing that Sun Jiangwo was fine, Yi Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that someone would go to the island to steal vegetables. If it happened once, there would definitely be a second time. This situation must be prevented from happening again. Pang Xiao came over and asked, "What should we do now? There must be a solution." Yi Xiao pondered for a moment and said, Call the police first. Call the police? What will we say then? Someone stole the vegetables. Pang Xiao had already imagined the awkward conversation with the operator. They stole 1/3 of the ice grass, which is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and also injured someone. The case will definitely be accepted. Okay, I'll listen to you. When Su Fei was about to get off work, he received instructions from the control console that someone had called the police to report that vegetables had been stolen, so he immediately set out to find out. After arriving at the hospital, Su Fei found Pang Xiao, who called the police, and began to take his statement. When was it stolen? About 12 o'clock. How much was stolen? About 50 or 60 trees. Hearing this, Su Fei said, "It must have been those neighbors in your village who stole it. They probably didn't have enough vegetables when they committed the crime, so they went to your field and pulled a few plants out. Just ask them to pay for the vegetables." Pang Xiao shook his head. "It can't be my neighbor, and he can't afford to pay." "Why?" "Because our vegetable farm is on the island. We have no neighbors at all. The stolen vegetables are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars." At this time, Su Fei was also dumbfounded. She suspected that the man in front of her was mentally ill and talking nonsense. What kind of island was there? There were vegetables worth hundreds of thousands. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Pang Xiao began to explain in detail. Half an hour later, Su Fei finally figured out what was going on. He realized that this might be a big case and perhaps an opportunity to make meritorious service. At this time, Yi Xiao came over and said to her, "The stolen ice grass is rare in China and unique. Once it is on the market, you can start from this aspect and should be able to find out who stole the ice grass. I should know how to solve the case better than you do. I'll let you know when I have any news." After saying that, Su Fei left and prepared to report the situation to the bureau. Yi Xiao checked the time. It was already past 3 o'clock. Wang Muching was yawning while sitting on a chair. So he walked over to him and said, "Muching, there's nothing to do here. You should go back and rest first." "No, I want to stay here with you." Wang Muching shook his head, then covered his mouth and yawned. He was already very sleepy. Just when Yi Xiao wanted to continue persuading her to go back, Pang Xiao came over and said, "You two should stop showing off your affection here. Go back. I'll stay and guard you." "That's hard work, brother." Yi Xiao did not refuse and walked out holding Wang Muching's hand. "Ah, you are really not humble at all. You value women over friends." Chapter 46 Disagree. The next morning, Yi Xiao came to the hospital. When he walked into the ward, he saw that Sun Jiangwo had woken up and Wu Fan was feeding him. "Mr. Sun, you have a good appetite." Yi Xiao placed a basket of fruit on the bedside table. "It's okay. I just feel a little dizzy. Everything else is fine. By the way, have you caught the person who stole the vegetables?" Sun Jiangwo still couldn't let this matter go. After all, it was their negligence that led to the theft of the vegetables. Yi Xiao shook his head and said, "Not yet. After all, the island is so remote. Who would have thought that someone would come to steal vegetables? Don't worry about it. Have a good rest. The island can't do without you." Sun Jiangwo nodded, knowing that he was comforting himself. After leaving the hospital, Yi Xiao asked Pang Xiao to transport all the vegetables from the island to prevent such a thing from happening again, and then went to the exhibition hall. As soon as they arrived at the booth, Wang Muching ran over and jumped on Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao hugged her waist and said with a smile, "It's heavy enough." "Who are you saying is heavy? I never weigh more than 100 pounds. If you think I'm too heavy, just ask someone else to hold me." Wang Muching is very confident about her figure and has always kept it very quiet. "How can you think it's too heavy? I will never let you go." Yi Xiao looked at Wang Muching, his eyes full of affection. At this time, Yang Tai was watching Wang Muching and Yi Xiao hugging each other from a distance, with a flash of resentment in his eyes. He quickly came to Wang Hai, who was accompanying a client to visit, and said, "Uncle Wang, I saw Muching here too." "Yeah." After Wang Hai explained things to the client, he followed Yang Tai to find Wang Muching. But when he went over and saw Wang Muching hugging and kissing the boy he had seen before, his face immediately darkened and he shouted in a deep voice, "Muching, what are you doing? How can you behave in broad daylight? Dad, why are you here?" As soon as Wang Muching saw Wang Hai, she immediately jumped down from Yi Xiao's hand, but she didn't expect to be hit by him. "If I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have known you were already together. What are you doing here?" Wang Hai originally thought that Wang Muching and this boy were just a temporary curiosity, but he didn't expect that they were actually together. Wang Muching replied, "He is here to participate in the exhibition. I am here to help him." Exhibition. At this time, Wang Hai noticed the island vegetables on the booth. He had heard of the popular island vegetables, but he didn't expect that they were grown by this boy. "Hey, Lao Wang, this is your daughter. She's very pretty and doesn't look like you at all." Several customers who were familiar with Wang Hai came over and teased him. "Hello, uncles. Wang Muching also greeted him obediently. Okay, this is your boyfriend. He and you are a perfect match. Thank you for the compliment. I also think he is a good match for me. Wang Hai's face was so gloomy at the moment. He left a message for Wang Muching to go home in the evening and left. When they got outside, Yang Tai followed beside them and said, Uncle Wang, since Mu Chung is with him, it's her choice, so don't object anymore. Wang Hai shook his head and said in a deep voice, That guy is just a vegetable grower. He is not worthy of our Mu Chung. Please warn him for me and let him know his limits. I will go, but whether I can succeed is another matter. Yang Tai was very proud to see that his goal had been achieved. What he wanted was for Wang Hai to look down on Yi Xiao. Although Wang Muching liked that boy, they would never be together without Wang Hai's nod. Wang Muching hugged Yi Xiao's hand and said, Don't worry about it. As long as I am willing to be with you, it doesn't matter whether my father agrees or not. Bring some food back tonight. It's also a little gift from me. I will try my best to get your dad to agree that we can be together. Yi Xiao held Wang Muching's hand and assured her that as a man, he should not let his woman worry about whether they could be together in the future. I know my man will never be wrong. Wang Muching leaned her head on Yi Xiao's shoulder, with a look of little woman's happiness on her face. In the evening, Wang Muching returned home carrying some island vegetables. While handing the vegetables to the housekeeper, she asked, Aunt Sue, am I back? No, miss. The master probably won't be back until later. You take a rest first, I'll go cook. Aunt Sue walked towards the kitchen carrying the vegetables. Auntie Sue, let me help you. Wang Muching followed him and said that the dish was cooked by her. She believed that her father would be touched. When Wang Hai got home, he smelled the fragrance of a meal and immediately called out, Sister Sue, what did you cook today? It smells so good. Dad, you're back. Sit down and eat. Wang Muching poked her head into the kitchen and put the dish to her mouth. Wang Hai hummed, sat down at the table, picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. His eyes suddenly lit up and he praised, What kind of dish is this? It tastes very good, and it makes me hungry. Dad, what else could it be? Of course it's the vegetables grown by your son-in-law. Wang Muching supported her chin with her hand and said this slowly. Ahem. However, when Wang Hai heard this, he almost choked and put down his bowl and chopsticks. What? You don't want to eat it? It tastes very good. If he wasn't your son-in-law, you wouldn't be able to eat it at all. Wang Muching ate with gusto and finished the whole dish in the blink of an eye. Wang Hai looked at her casual look and knew that he had to have a serious talk with her. So he said, Didn't we agree before that if you don't have a boyfriend, I won't force you to go back to work in the company? Now you broke your promise. I don't want to, but love just comes naturally. I can't stop it. What can I do? Wang Muching shrugged her shoulders, as if she was helpless too. No matter what you say, I will not agree with you two being together. You'd better break up with him as soon as possible to prevent him from getting hurt unnecessarily. There was a threat in Wang Hai's tone. He didn't want the empire he had spent half his life building to fall into the hands of a vegetable seller. But Wang Muching didn't care at all. He stood up and said, Dad, if you force me like this, I'm afraid you'll be a grandfather soon. Don't blame me when the matter is settled. After saying that, she walked outside with her bag. If you dare to get pregnant with that boy's child, I will break your legs. This girl is completely spoiled. It seems that only her mother can control her. Looking at Wang Muching's departing back, Wang Hai let out a long sigh. This girl had been spoiled by him since she was a child, so she was so lawless and reckless now. Chapter 47. Give birth to a baby. Mr. Yi, you made it so hard for me to find you. Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao were eating in a small restaurant at this time. Yang Tai walked over and smiled. What do you want to talk to me about? Sit down. Yi Xiao also met Yang Tai once. Yang Tai sat down, his face full of seriousness. His smile also stopped, and he said, I came here this time on behalf of Uncle Wang, to warn you not to be with Mu Chung. You should know Uncle Wang's identity and background. I hope you can have some self-knowledge. Yi Xiao smiled at his threat and said, Mu Chung is my woman. I will never give up on her, even if the King of Heaven comes. Hearing this, Yang Tai sneered in his heart. Everyone can talk big. If Wang Hai is serious, it would not be surprising if you disappear from this world. At this time Pang Xiao said, Don't persuade him anymore. When they have a child, I don't believe her father can do anything. That's not something I should consider. I'm just delivering the message for Uncle Wang. Yang Tai pretended to be indifferent, but he was very annoyed in his heart. Xiao Yizi, I'm telling you, can you please keep the noise down at night? It's the middle of the night, and you're still making noise. I've been suffering from insomnia lately. Pang Xiao complained loudly and kept winking at Yi Xiao. There's nothing we can do. Mu Chung likes it at night, so please be more considerate. We can just finish earlier next time. Yi Xiao smiled. At this time, Yang Tai was so angry that he was about to burst out and left with a gloomy face. He didn't expect the relationship between them to develop so quickly, but as long as Wang Hai disagreed, he still had a chance. Wang Muching and Xiao now were lying in the bathtub. The water was full of foam, and there was a little yellow duck floating on the water. Your father doesn't agree with you two being together. Now there is only one way to deal with it. That is to strike first and have a baby first. I don't believe your father will still object. Joanna took out a facial mask and put it on her face. This is the last resort. I'm actually not that worried about my dad. Yi Xiao said he would handle it. I also want to see if he's worthy of my lifelong trust. Wang Muching stroked the smooth skin on her arm. Entrust your life to each other? Haven't you slept with each other yet? What are you talking about? We haven't had sex yet. Although you have had many boyfriends, you have never had sex with a man. Don't you have the urge to do so? Of course there will be impulses, but they will pass if you endure them. It's so unfair. A goddess actually has to endure it. It's so unfair. I'm not like you. You have a different man with you every night. What's wrong with me? Life is short. We must enjoy it while we can. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao arrived at the booth. Today was the last day of the exhibition. Not only would there be a vegetable evaluation meeting, but the previous promise would also be fulfilled and all vegetables would be sold at affordable prices. At this time, there were a lot of people queuing up in front of the booth. After a rough look, there were more than 10,000 of them. Ma Yuan came over with a group of security guards and asked them to maintain order. Then he came to Yi Xiao and said, "Many people are asking what the price of these vegetables will be. So I want to discuss the price with you. I've thought about this before. There are so many people here now, so I decided that each person can only buy 1 kilogram. Ice grass is 200 yuan, and the rest are 100 yuan. Yi Xiao told the price he set. Hearing this, Ma Yuan also smiled and admired Yi Xiao's efforts. These vegetables added up to millions of dollars. This kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can have. Get ready, the best vegetable judging meeting is about to begin. After giving some instructions, Ma Yuan walked onto the stage. He was also one of the 4 judges. After a while, people came over and took away the vegetables for evaluation. The green vegetable company where Zhang Feng works also submitted their longevity vegetables. The vegetables participating in the evaluation this time were those that were quite popular at the expo. The department manager came up to Zhang Feng and said, "Mr. Zhang, the island-flavored vegetables are extremely popular right now. If nothing goes wrong, they will win the award for the best quality vegetables. No, the best quality vegetables will definitely be our longevity vegetables." Zhang Feng's face was full of confidence because 3 of the 4 judges had been bribed by him. At this time, a host came up and said to everyone, "The 6th best quality vegetable appraisal meeting will be held soon." The judges for this event are Ma Yuan, the main line of the Agricultural Expo, Jiang Chao, Deputy Director of the Food Channel, Ho De Bao, Editor-in-Chief of Food Weekly Magazine, and Tang Wen, Chef of Grand Hyatt Hotel. At that time, the 4 judges will give a comprehensive score based on color, aroma, shape, and taste, and the vegetable with the highest score will be the champion of this evaluation meeting. Chapter 48, The Dark Side. Soon, it was the turn of Zhang Feng's Green Vegetable Company's longevity vegetables, and a nutritional value test report was also put on the ground. When the vegetables were brought up, Tang Wen said, "I have also heard of this longevity vegetable. Although it does not look good, it is very nutritious and rare. Yes, this vegetable is not very attractive in appearance, but only you know its effect. We should also consider this when scoring, and not just judge based on appearance." The other 2 also echoed. Ma Yuan also thinks there is nothing wrong with this. Compared with good appearance, vegetables are more important for their high nutritional value. Then the 4 of them discussed it and gave a high score of 95 points. Ma Yuan stood up and explained to everyone. Although the longevity vegetables of Green Vegetable Company do not look good, they have extremely high nutritional value, which is the essence of vegetables. They are cheating. Why are they bringing the test reports? We have them too. Do you want to bring them too? Pang Xiao stood aside and complained. Don't worry, our vegetables will definitely win, so have some confidence. Wang Muching was very confident and not worried at all. After all, the island vegetables were not only beautiful in appearance, but also had good nutritional value. At this time, Tang Wen and others were also carefully observing the island vegetables that were served, nodding and commenting from time to time. Ma Yuan picked up a piece of ice grass and put it in his mouth, saying to the others, "This ice grass can be eaten raw. Everyone try it. It tastes very good, and its nutritional value is not worse than longevity vegetables." After hearing this, Tangren and the others looked at each other and started a discussion. "Although these vegetables look beautiful and taste good, I heard that the yield is low and the price is high. Ordinary people can't afford them at all. Yes, for vegetables, ordinary people should be able to afford them, rather than becoming a dish for a small group of people. I think so too, so I give it a score of 86. Now Ma Yuan vaguely felt that there might be something wrong with the three of them, but in the current situation, he couldn't do anything. Tang Wen then stood up and announced to everyone, "Now I declare that the final score of Daoxiang vegetables is 89 points. Oh, as soon as these words were spoken, the people below immediately started to boo. At this time, the smiles on Yi Xiao and others' faces froze. They thought they had a sure win, but they didn't expect it to be resolved like this. What kind of judges are these? Don't they have eyes? Our vegetables actually lost." Wang Muqing looked indignant. Seeing the reaction from the crowd, Tang Wen immediately explained, "Everyone, although the quality of Daoxiang vegetables is good, the production is too small and it is difficult for the public to buy them. After comprehensive consideration, we gave this score." However, everyone was not satisfied with this answer and started to make fun of it. This time we're competing for the best quality, not the highest yield. Are these judges crazy? Now the longevity vegetables have the highest ratings, they must have been paid. It goes without saying that there is definitely something fishy going on. We are not satisfied, and we will reevaluate. Zhang Feng looked at the surging crowd with a frown on his face. He didn't expect that Daoxiang vegetables had so many supporters. Tang Wen was also dumbfounded at this time. The three of them accepted Zhang Feng's money and thought it was easy to make money. Now, if this matter is not handled well, something big might happen. Pang Xiao looked at the scene and laughed. "Xiao Yizi, it seems that you have won over many people by selling vegetables at a low price. I want to see how they solve it." Wang Muqing also moved a stool and sat down, took out a lollipop and put it in her mouth, watching everything happening in front of her with interest. "Everyone, what should we do now?" At this moment, Tang Wen also looked at other people, hoping that they could come up with a solution. Ho Debao and Jiang Chao lowered their heads and remained silent. If the scoring results were changed, they would have to give back the money they had collected. At this time, Ma Yuan pointed at the crowd below who were still discussing the issue and said, "You have also seen how people reacted. I just want to say one thing. The will of the people cannot be violated." Tang Wen came up to the other two and said, "It won't be good for us if things get out of hand, so let's just leave it at that." Ho Debao and Jiang Chao nodded. This was the only possible situation now. Then Tang Wen stood up again and announced again, "After our careful evaluation, Daoxiang vegetables scored 96 points, so the winner of the best vegetable this time is Daoxiang vegetables." Yeah. After hearing this, the people below roared excitedly. Upon hearing the result, Zhang Feng slammed his fist on the table in front of him, making a loud thud. He spent hundreds of thousands of dollars just to get the longevity vegetables to win the Best Vegetable Award, but he didn't expect that it would be in vain. Master Zhang, if Yi Xiao hadn't won over their hearts, how could these people support him? We didn't lose unfairly. We should be fully prepared next time. Snort. Zhang Feng snorted coldly, kicked the table, then turned and left. At this time, the host walked up again and said to Yi Xiao, "Now please invite Mr. Yi Xiao to the stage to receive the award." As soon as he finished speaking, applause broke out from the audience. After Yi Xiao came on stage, he received the trophy for the best quality vegetables, and some reporters took pictures of him. After going down, Pang Xiao immediately took the trophy, bit it with his teeth, and said, "Is this made of gold? You think too much. Such a big piece of gold is worth millions." Yi Xiao smiled. This trophy was not valuable, but its significance was very important. It proved that Daoxiang vegetables were not just famous for nothing, but were genuine and of the best quality. At this time, Yi Xiao looked at his watch and saw that the time was almost up, so he asked Pang Xiao to announce the official start of sale of vegetables. After knowing the news, everyone was very excited. They had been queuing for a whole day just for this moment. "Okay, everyone come one by one, don't rush." Pang Xiao told everyone not to be anxious, as it would be troublesome if a commotion occurred. At this time, a man carrying a suitcase came up and said, "I want all the food you have." After that, he opened the suitcase, revealing stacks of brand new banknotes. "What? You want to buy all the vegetables by yourself? What's your right?" "Yeah, we've been queuing here for a whole day. If I really let him buy it all by himself, I won't do it. My wife is waiting for me to buy it and cook it for her." When everyone saw that he wanted to buy all the dishes by himself, they were all unhappy. Pang Xiao looked at the man and said, "I'm sorry, each person is limited to 1 kilogram. No more." "What? You can only buy 1 kilogram. Do you know who I am? Feel free to reject me." The man slammed the box and started shouting. Chapter 49 Scalpers. "Who are you then?" Pang Xiao put his hands on his chest and looked at the arrogant man in front of him with interest. "I am the general manager of Dahua Catering. Our Dahua Catering is not only a well-known catering company in Donghai City, but also a household name in the country. We have close cooperation with many foreign five-star hotels. Selling food to us is your best choice. Zhao Ting had a proud look on his face. There were many people who wanted to cooperate with Dahua Restaurant. It was an honor for them to have their vegetables taken a fancy to. I'm sorry, but anyone who comes here must follow the rules. You can only buy 1 pound. It's up to you to buy it or not. If not, you can go to the next one. Pang Xiao is also very tough, and he is not stupid. If all the vegetables are bought by Dahua Restaurant, then everyone here will be furious. You guys are brave. I hope to see you again in the future. Zhao Ting said this angrily and turned away. Soon the next person in line came up, handed over 200 yuan, and said, I want a pound of ice grass. I heard that this thing is rare. Not long after, more than 600 kilograms of ice grass were sold out. Luckily, I'm at the front, otherwise I wouldn't be as strong as ice grass. Sun Chong walked outside carrying a pound of ice grass. Looking at the size of those who failed to grab the ice grass, a hint of pride appeared on his face. At this time, a man with a big gold chain around his neck came out from outside and said to him, Brother, do you want to sell this ice grass? I will pay a high price. Hearing this, Sun Chong became interested and asked, How much do you plan to pay? $5,000. How about that, brother? That's good enough. Zheng Fong held up 5 fingers and offered a price that he thought was high enough. You think I don't know the value of things? This pound is worth tens of thousands of dollars. Sun Chong pushed him aside and planned to leave. However, Zheng Fong did not intend to let him leave. He reached out and grabbed his arm and said, Brother, how about this? 10,000 yuan as you said. Sun Chong stopped and stared at him and asked, I plan to use the ice grass to chase a girlfriend. Do you think a girlfriend is worth 10,000 yuan? Zheng Fong knew that he had no intention of selling the ice grass, so he immediately turned his target to the next person. If he received it and then resold it, he could make a lot of money. At this time, Minister Feng was sitting in a black car, puffing smoke from a cigar in his mouth. Many of the oxen harvesting vegetables outside were sent out by him. Brother, this trick of yours really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only can you get the island vegetables at a low price, but you can also clean up the vegetables we stole. It's smart. A kid in the front row turned around and praised him. Notify Zhou Ming to start selling ice grass. Our ice grass is obtained from these people. Even the police can't do anything to me. Minister Feng showed a smug smile on his face. He originally wanted to transport the vegetables to other places, but now it seems that there is no need for that at all. Within an hour, several thousand kilograms of island incense were sold out. Pang Xiao looked at the sacks of money at his feet and said to Yi Xiao, Xiao Yi, this time we sold a total of 60,000 yuan. What should we do with the money? Should we carry it back? Let's deposit it in the bank first. It's troublesome to carry so many bags of money. Okay, Mu Qing told us to go back and eat tonight. I guess she wants to give you a surprise. I hope it's a surprise, as long as it's not a shock. At this time, Wang Muqing and Xiao Na were carrying a large bag of vegetables and walking home. After entering the house, Xiao Na put the dishes on the table, then sat down on the sofa and panted, saying, Mu Cheng, why did you buy so many dishes? You don't even know how to cook. Yi Xiao has worked hard these past few days. As his girlfriend, of course I have to reward him well. Wang Muqing smiled, carried the dishes into the kitchen, and prepared to make a big meal for Yi Xiao. It's easy to reward him. You take off all your clothes and lie on his bed tonight. This is the biggest reward. Joanna smoothed her hair and put her long legs on the sofa, looking very charming. Wang Muqing rolled her eyes at her and said, The timing is not right yet. I can only give him my first time when we get married. If a goddess like you hangs in front of him every day, he can only look at her, but not eat her. He might get internal injuries if he holds it in. Don't say these useless things. Come and help me cook. Don't call me. I can't cook, just let me eat. In the end, Xiao Na was dragged into the kitchen by Wang Muqing. At this time, Wang Muqing looked at the pile of dishes and felt at a loss as to where to start. So she decided to cook the fish first and quickly poured the oil into the pot. Xiao Na watched Wang Muqing pick up a live fish and prepare to throw it into the pot. She quickly asked, Don't you need to clean the fish? Do I need to clean up the fish? Wang Muqing turned and looked at Xiao Na with a serious expression. I think so. Joanna was also unsure. After all, she had never been to the kitchen in her life. Wang Muqing immediately threw the fish into the pot, and the fish immediately rolled in the pot, with oil foam splashing everywhere. Seeing this, Wang Muqing and Xiao Na immediately ran out of the kitchen, and then they heard a crackling sound coming from the kitchen. After coming to their senses, the two slowly walked towards the kitchen and saw that the fish was still thrashing on the ground. The pot had fallen to the ground, and the fire on the stove was still burning. Muching, you'd better stop cooking. The kitchen is not suitable for you. Joanna looked at the mess in the kitchen and shook her head. I think so too. Wang Muching felt the same way. She felt that if she went into the kitchen again, she would definitely set the house on fire. While helping her clean up, Xiao Na asked, since you're not going to cook, how are you going to reward Yi Xiao? Wang Muching spread her hands and said confidently, it's very simple, just order takeout. After a while, the takeaway was delivered. Wang Muching looked at the 6 dishes and 1 soup on the table and said with a smile, how are they? Don't let anything slip later. Don't worry. I understand. Joanna took out another bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet and looked at her meaningfully. Clang. At this time, there was a knock at the door. Wang Muching hurried over and opened the door. Seeing Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao outside, she said, come in, the meal is ready. Wow, that's quite a feast. Yi Xiao looked at the dishes on the table and praised them. Chapter 50, King of Hounds. Mu Cheng, who is this? Pang Xiao looked at the graceful Xiao Na standing beside him and couldn't take his eyes away for a moment. This is my good friend, Jonah. Please sit down and eat first. I made these myself. How do you like them? Wang Muching felt her face getting hot as she said this, and she hoped they wouldn't notice. After Pang Xiao sat down, he immediately picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it in his mouth, then closed his eyes and savored it. Seeing this, Wang Muching immediately leaned over and asked, how does it taste? Not bad, right? The taste is very familiar. Why do I taste the taste of takeout? Pang Xiao expressed his feelings without hesitation. Then he saw Yi Xiao winking at him and immediately started to explain. Mu Cheng, I was praising the delicious food you cooked. Wang Muching patted the table lightly and said, okay, I didn't cook these dishes. I ordered takeout. Yi Xiao reached out and grabbed Wang Muching's hand and said with a smile, Muching, it's enough that you have this intention. I can feel it. Wang Muching nodded like a chick pecking at rice, with a happy smile on her face. Okay, that's too corny. Stop showing off your affection in front of me. By the way, Yi Xiao, I heard that someone actually went to the island to steal vegetables. It seems you need to hire a few more bodyguards. Joanna was chatting casually while drinking. It's not cost-effective to hire a few bodyguards now. I have a better choice. Ever since the vegetables on the island were stolen, Yi Xiao thought of an economical and affordable solution, which is to feed a few dogs. Anyone who dares to steal vegetables on the island will definitely not have a good end. I have bodyguards at home. We can have as many as you want. We will send some to the island when the time comes. Wang Muching interrupted. Yi Xiao shook his head and refused. He didn't want to rely on Wang Muching, and it would make Wang Hai look down on him. After chatting for a while, Yi Xiao and Wang Muching went out for a walk to cultivate their relationship. After the two of them left, Pang Xiao and Xiao Na were the only ones left in the room. Pang Xiao looked at Xiao Na and said, Miss Xiao Na, what do you like to do? I won't like you, and don't have any thoughts about me. Good night. After saying that, Joanna walked into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. I like this straightforwardness. Looking at Xiao Na's charming figure leaving, Pang Xiao has made up his mind to pursue her. Yi Xiaohe walked out of the bathroom, looked at Pang Xiao who was lying on the bed in a daze, and asked, Xiaopeng, what are you thinking about? You look absent-minded, and there is something wrong with you today. Pang Xiao immediately sat up and asked, what do you think of Xiao Na? She's very pretty, has a good figure, and is very charming. That's not right. Fatty, you and she are not the same kind of people. It's not easy for you to get her. Hearing this, Yi Xiao knew what he was thinking. I can tell you're calling me a pig. Give me some advice on how to get her. Pang Xiao was also very excited at this moment, and he had already imagined the scene of marrying the beauty in his mind. Seeing him like this, Yi Xiao knew that it was useless to persuade him any further, so he gave him some advice. If you want to pursue Xiao Na, you naturally have to spend more time with her, but judging from the current situation, you don't even have the opportunity to contact her, so you have to please Mu Cheng and let her create opportunities for you to spend time together. Pang Xiao nodded and agreed with this idea very much. After Yi Xiao lay down on the bed, his consciousness immediately floated into the system. Looking at Inha sleeping on the sofa, he felt a little curious. Just as he was about to check what kind of dogs were in the system, Inha woke up and said to him, You came in without even saying hello? Are you planning to do something bad? If I want to do something indecent, I have to be able to touch it. Yi Xiao smiled. Inha is an intelligent virtual person, so he has no entity. What are you looking for? I can tell you. I want to see what kind of hounds there are in the system. I plan to buy a few. Upon hearing this, Inha immediately became interested and introduced a picture while clicking it. The hunting dog I recommend to you is the Argentine Dogo, known as the king of hunting dogs. It was originally bred to hunt mountain lions and wild beasts. It has more than a dozen famous dog genes in its body. Bravery and fearlessness are its synonyms. When Yi Xiao saw the muscular, fierce white dog in front of him, he immediately liked it and asked quickly, "How much is it?" "It's not expensive, only 50,000. It's nothing for a millionaire like you." Inha waved his hand, looking like he didn't have much money. "I was a millionaire for a moment, but now I'm almost a pauper. I'll just buy one." Yi Xiao shook his head and finally decided to buy one. Hearing this, Inha was unhappy and asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to buy a few? I'm planning to make a fortune. There's nothing I can do. Funds are limited. Please understand." Yi Xiao spread his hands. One Dogo Argentino was definitely not enough. He planned to buy a few ordinary ones tomorrow. Then he told Pang Xiao about buying a dog. "This is a good thing. It's much more cost-effective than hiring a bodyguard or something. I know there's a kennel with really good Dogo Argentinos in the suburbs, but the owner is a dog fanatic. Someone once offered several million to buy one, but they didn't agree. Du Gao, then I have to try even more." Early the next morning, Yi Xiao set out for a kennel in the suburbs. During the trip, he exchanged the Dogo Argentino he bought from the system. Looking at the white puppy sniffing around in his arms, with a black lightning streak of hair on its forehead, it was very distinctive and he liked it very much. "Well, since you have your own lightning, how about calling you Lightning?" Yi Xiao picked up Lightning and stared into its eyes, trying to see if it could understand. At this moment, Lightning stretched out his tongue and licked its face. "Okay, I know you like me, so let's officially get to know each other." Yi Xiao stuffed Lightning into the clothes in his arms to prevent it from catching a cold. Soon, Yi Xiao arrived outside the kennel and saw a slovenly middle-aged man wearing a hat and leading a group of Dogo Argentinos. It was quite a sight, so he went up to them and said, "Excuse me, is Mr. Lu Zonglio here? I just don't sell dogs." Lu Zong's answer was very simple and his refusal was very firm. "I heard that your dogs are the best, so I wanted to come and see them." Looking at the spirited Dogo Argentinos around him, Yi Xiao became more determined to catch a few of them immediately. Lu Zong took a look at Yi Xiao and saw that he was dressed very ordinary, which made him look much more pleasing to the eye than those nouveau riche. He said, "If you want to buy my dog, there is only one condition. That is, give me a better dog than mine." Better dog. Before coming here, Yi Xiao also learned about Lu Zong. The dogs he raised were mainly Dogo Argentinos, and they had won championships in world-class competitions. It was impossible to find a dog better than his champion. Chapter 51 Free Gift. Do you think I'm the best person to train Dogo Argentino? Seeing Yi Xiao's shocked expression, Lu Zong asked this question. Of course, the Dogo Argentino you trained has won a world-class championship. Yi Xiao nodded, but thought to himself that if he wasn't there, then no one would be there. However, Lu Zong laughed after hearing this and said, "There will be countless people who are better than me in the future. Every generation has its own talented people. The old waves must die on the beach." Yi Xiao replied expressionlessly, "Mr. Lu, you are just being argumentative. There will definitely be someone better than you in the future, but that will take time, maybe a long time. Right now, no one can train a better Dogo Argentino than you. You want to buy my dog? That's impossible. That's what I mean. You should hear it." Lu Zong shrugged his shoulders and walked in. "Mr. Lu, you are quite humorous." Yi Xiao also felt helpless at this time. After all, it was impossible to find a better Dogo Argentino than the one he had trained. At this moment, the lightning in his arms struggled to jump out, and then slowly walked into the house. Seeing this, Yi Xiao was also curious about what this little thing was going to do. He wondered if it understood what he had just said, and wanted to find Lu and Lu Zong to prove that it was the strongest Dogo. Lu Zong was just about to feed this group of Dogo Argentinos, when he just stretched out his hand and waved it, and all the Dogo Argentinos immediately squatted down and became very obedient. At this time, he saw a white puppy walking in slowly, and the large Dogo Argentinos next to it all stepped back and made way. Seeing this scene, Lu Zong showed a hint of surprise on his face. These Dogo Argentinos of his were all good breeds, but they were afraid of a puppy. When Yi Xiao saw a lightning walking towards the big dogs, he was really afraid that it would be swallowed by those adult Dogo Argentinos. However, seeing lightning moving among the dogs in a domineering manner and the big dogs being very afraid of it, he didn't know what to say. "Boy, you are really amazing. Where did you get it from?" Mr. Lu waved his hand in front of Lightning, but Lightning ignored him. "I picked it up from the mountain." Yi Xiao casually found an excuse to get away with it. Lu Zong said with envy on his face, "You are so lucky. Such a small dog can make all my dogs bow down to you. The Dogo Argentino is known as the king of hunting dogs, and you must be the Dogo Argentino king dog, a rare Dogo Argentino king dog, born with the temperament to lead a group of dogs." Hearing this, Yi Xiao also didn't expect that the lightning would be so powerful. Although he knew that the lightning provided by the system would definitely be much more powerful, he didn't expect it to be so leisurely. It was definitely value for money. Boy, you just said you wanted to buy my dog. Okay, I agree. But I'm not buying it. I'm giving it to you. My dog can't be measured by money. Lu Zong's eyes were fixed on the lightning, unwilling to look away for a moment. Mr. Lu, you agreed so readily. There must be some conditions. Yi Xiao wondered if Lu Zong wanted him to use lightning to exchange for other dogs. Lu Zong knew exactly what he was thinking and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't take your dog. Dogo Argentinos are very loyal to their owners and will never change their minds once they make up their minds. Of course, I won't give it away for free. When your dog grows up, I want it to breed with my dog only. This way, you can guarantee the purity of its bloodline, and maybe I can breed a better Dogo Argentino." Okay, I agree. Yi Xiao nodded and agreed without hesitation. After all, the dogs bred by Lu Zong must be the best, and Lightning got so many wives for free, which was a great bargain. Come on, I'll take you to choose a puppy. There happens to be a litter that's almost a month old. Lu Zong stood up and led Yi Xiao towards the kennel. When Yi Xiao walked into the kennel, he saw 7 or 8 puppies running around in the house. They were very energetic and cute. Lu Zong leaned against the door, looked at the puppies and said, "The parents of these puppies are all champion dogs, and they were all born in famous families. I suffered a lot to train them. Choose." Yi Xiao squatted down and pushed Lightning forward, wanting to see the reactions of the puppies. Many puppies retreated to the side after seeing the lightning, while others gathered around and started playing together. Seeing this, Yi Xiao pointed at the 2 black and 4 white puppies surrounding Lightning and said, "I want those. We have a good relationship now, and they won't be bad when they grow up." Boy, you're very smart. There's no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. When these dogs grow up, they will be better at cooperating with Lightning. President Lu applauded and praised Yi Xiao's action. "I just had a flash of inspiration. By the way, Mr. Lu, how should we train this Dogo Argentino in the future?" Yi Xiao knew that dogs needed to be trained, especially hunting dogs. Hearing this question, Lu Zongza started talking nonstop. Physical fitness, command, and biting are essential. Ensure a lot of exercise every day. After Wang Muching got up, she opened the door and saw 7 puppies sniffing around in the house. They were round and chubby and very cute. She immediately picked one up and petted it. So cute. How come there are so many dogs? Yi Xiao picked up a few packets of milk and poured them into the plate. The little Dogo Argentinos immediately gathered around, but they didn't start eating. Instead, they were waiting. At this time, Lightning walked forward and licked the milk, then made a hum sound, and the rest of the puppies started to move. "I bought them all to guard the house. They will be able to start working in 2 or 3 months. By then, I want to see who dares to steal vegetables." Yi Xiao smiled and said that when Lightning and the others grew up, they could go hunting. After all, Dogo Argentino was used to hunt cougars and wild boars. They are so cute, especially this one. There is a lightning bolt on its forehead. Fortunately, it is just a lightning bolt. If it was a crescent moon, it would be weird. Wang Muching picked up Lightning again, and Lightning kept licking her with his tongue, seeming to like her very much. "Hey, Xiaoyi, you actually bought it back. That's impressive." When Pang Xiao saw the puppy drinking milk, his face was full of love. Just as he was about to go over and touch them, the puppies immediately pounced on him, barking. Seeing this scene, Pang Xiao was also dumbfounded. "What's going on? Why are you only yelling at me?" "I guess he saw that you have a lot of meat and wanted to eat your flesh." Yi Xiao laughed and teased. Wang Muching walked up to Yi Xiao and said, "There will be a signing ceremony between the 2 stores and Daoxiang vegetable supply this afternoon. Hurry up and pack up. Let's go. There will also be a cocktail party in the evening." Yi Xiao nodded and went into the house to change his clothes. He, Wang Muching, and Du Jiang had previously agreed that a signing ceremony would be held after the exhibition. From then on, Daoxiang vegetables would only be supplied to Muching Western Restaurant and Hongsong Restaurant. Chapter 52, Signing Contract. In the Red Pine Restaurant, a group of reporters were sitting together drinking coffee, preparing to attend the signing ceremony later. Zhang Luan looked at the group of reporters, walked over to Du Jiang, and whispered, "Boss Du, you gave these reporters a lot of red envelopes this time. It makes me feel bad. Fame and fortune, if we don't give them fortune, how can they give us fame? Go and treat them well." Du Jiang smiled. He had put a lot of effort into this signing ceremony. After Daoxiang Vegetables won the Best Quality Vegetables Award, all the previous negative news about them was swept away. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Xiao and Wang Muching walked in from outside. "Wow, that's quite grand." Looking at the whole room, Yi Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed, thinking that Du Jiang must have spent a lot of money on this. Let's go, the time is just right. Wang Muqing led Yi Xiao to the stage, and Du Jiang followed beside them. After the three of them sat down, someone immediately handed them the contract. Yi Xiao wrote his name on it without hesitation. At this time, the reporters also picked up their cameras and started taking pictures. The scene was very grand. After the signing was completed, reporters immediately began to ask questions. The first question was from Yi Xiao. Mr. Yi, the Daoxiang series of vegetables you planted have just won the award for the best quality vegetables. I believe that many restaurants and hotels will want to cooperate with you. Why do you only supply to Muqing Western Restaurant and Hongsong Restaurant? There are two reasons why we supply exclusively to these two restaurants. First, to prevent the counterfeiting incident from happening again. Second, the production of Daoxiang vegetables is not high and the supply capacity is limited. Therefore, concentrating the supply to these two restaurants will also allow diners to taste more varieties. Yi Xiao took these 2 points into consideration, so he came up with the idea of exclusive supply. Mr. Yi, this time you sold all the island vegetables at a low price, and people's favorability towards island vegetables has also increased significantly. However, given the high price of island vegetables, it may be difficult for ordinary people to taste them in the future. What do you think about this? I have also considered this, so I will hold some events in the future so that everyone can have the opportunity to taste it. An hour later, Yi Xiao came out, holding a bottle of water and drinking it nonstop. He answered the reporter's questions until his mouth was dry. Du Jiang looked at him and comforted him. I was like this when I first attended a press conference. I got used to it after attending a few more times. By the way, you have to come to the cocktail party early tonight. You are the protagonist. Yi Xiao smiled. Although he didn't like those cocktail parties, he had a reason to go now. That was that he was out of money, so he wanted to see if he could get some investment at the cocktail party. After returning home, Yi Xiao pulled Pang Xiao aside and stood up. Pang Xiao rubbed his chin and said, now money is needed everywhere on the island. We have to get a large amount of funds. Otherwise, if we are short of money today and short of money tomorrow, it is not a solution. But if we want to get a large sum of money, we can either find investment or take out a loan. Yi Xiao nodded. These were the only ways to get some money now. At this time, Pang Xiao came over with a smile on his face and said, Xiao Yi, everyone should bring a female companion to the party tonight. What do you think about me taking Xiao Na with me? It's nice to take her, but the problem is she won't go with you. Yi Xiao also openly attacked Pang Xiao. Can you talk to Mu Cheng and ask her to help me? I'm still single. How can you bear to let me suffer loneliness alone? Pang Xiao looked at Yi Xiao expectantly. Okay, then I'll give it a try. Whether it succeeds or not is another matter. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are my brother. Wang Muqing was wearing tight clothes and practicing yoga in the house. She was bent over on the yoga mat. There was not a trace of fat on her body, and beads of sweat were oozing out of her skin. Yi Xiao stood at the door and watched this scene, and for a moment he couldn't take his eyes away. What is your fat man secretly discussing? Wang Muqing stood up, picked up the cup, and drank the water. Yi Xiao said directly, Xiao Pang has taken a fancy to Xiao Na and wants you to help bring them together. Phew. Hearing this, Wang Muqing immediately spurted out the water she had drunk and said, he's in love with Xiao Na, but Xiao Na won't like him. Her requirements are very high. Not only does he need to be well educated, handsome, and rich, but how do you think Xiao Pang meets her requirements? Yi Xiao sighed and said, then I'll tell Pang Xiao this, but he will definitely come to pester you then. Okay, I'll try. Wang Muqing still wanted to live a quiet life, and a man and horny could be very difficult to deal with, so she quickly agreed. Then she asked Jonah out for afternoon tea. Seeing Xiao Na playing with her phone and smiling from time to time, Wang Muqing leaned over and asked, Nana, do you have a new target? Not really a target, just a guy that I like. By the way, have you found your hotel room early tonight? Do you want me to recommend one to you? Muqing, am I the type who would lack company? I can call a group together with just one phone call. That's not right. You seem a little abnormal today. Tell me what's going on. When Xiao Na saw Wang Muqing's hesitation, she knew that something must be wrong with her. Then Wang Muqing told her the truth about the purpose of asking her out. However, Xiao Na agreed without hesitation after hearing this. Okay, I'll be his companion tonight. Hearing this, Wang Muqing knew that she must have something wrong for agreeing so quickly, so she said, Nana, do you have any ideas? Pang Xiao is also my friend, you can't go too far. I know my limits. I just want him to understand the gap between us, so that he can completely give up on me and save you the trouble. Ah, poor little fatty. He just ate a candy and got slapped in the face. Soon Yi Xiao told Pang Xiao that Xiao Na agreed to go. Upon hearing this, Pang Xiao perked up and said to Yi Xiao, Xiao Yi, You must wear a suit to attend the cocktail party tonight. Let's go buy one. That's right, let's go. I still have about 10,000 yuan on me, so I should be able to buy 2 pieces. Then Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao went out to buy suits. After a while, the two arrived at the mall and walked into a high-end suit clothing store. Chapter 53, The Most Expensive. These suits are too expensive. Pang Xiao looked at the suit in front of him with a price tag of 50,000 yuan, and the flesh on his face couldn't help but squeeze together. Yi Xiao also glanced at the suits on the shelves. The prices were indeed quite high. He also saw several waiters in the store gathered together chatting, and he had no intention of paying any attention to them. At this time, Pang Xiao stretched out his hand and called them, "Miss, come here." The waiters pushed and shoved for a while, and a young waiter came over reluctantly and said impatiently, "What's the matter?" Seeing her attitude, Pang Xiao was unhappy. He said with a gloomy face, "What are you doing? I come to your store to spend money, and you give me a cold shoulder. Even if your boss is here, you should be polite to me. You are just a waiter. If you don't know me, you would be the boss's wife." "You?" Lu Qian listened to his long chatter and was so angry that her body was shaking. She pointed at him and said, "Look at how poor you are. You dare to come into our store wearing cheap clothes. We are a high-end suit store. Not everyone can afford it. It doesn't matter if I'm wearing cheap clothes. Once I come in, I'm your god." Pang Xiao sat down on the chair with a swagger. "God? Ugh, not everyone belongs to God. You are not worthy." Lu Qian was not willing to be outdone. She hated people who came in without money, and she was too lazy to pay any attention to them. Yi Xiao saw that Pang Xiao was really angry, so he didn't try to persuade him. Although Pang Xiao looked honest and simple, once he got angry, no one could stop him. At this moment, Pang Xiao wanted to fight with this arrogant waitress. He stared at her name tag and said, "Lu Qian, I will remember you. I will come to complain about you every day in the future. I guess you will be fined a lot of money." "Humph, what's wrong with a fine? Go and file a complaint if you have the guts. Look at how poor you are. Anyone who becomes your girlfriend will be in bad luck for the rest of their lives." Lu Qian didn't take his threat seriously. She was the store's gold medal salesperson, and even if she was complained about, she would only give a verbal warning. At this time, Yi Xiao heard Inha in the system calling him, and his consciousness immediately floated in. Inha sat on a chair, swinging his long white legs, and said, "Now that your brother is being bullied like this, you will definitely not just ignore it, right? Tell me, you must have something to talk to me about." Yi Xiao doesn't have that much time to chat with her now. "You only have 10,000 yuan on you right now. It's impossible to make your brother proud. I can lend you the money." There was a hint of spring-like warmth on Ina's face. However, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Inha was very stingy with money, but this time, he actually offered to lend money to him. He said, "There must be some conditions." Inha nodded and replied, "Of course, whatever you borrow, you have to pay back twice as much when the time comes." Hearing this, Yi Xiao was not surprised. This was more like the Inha he had always known, so he nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll lend you 100,000. Seeing that he agreed in such pain, Inha showed a surprised expression. "You just agreed like that? This is not your character. You will never understand the love between brothers." Yi Xiao smiled. Pang Xiao needed his support now, so of course he would not stand idly by. Soon he received a text message from the bank, indicating that 50,000 yuan had been deposited into his account, and the current balance was 60,000 yuan. At this time, Lu Qian was still arguing with Pang Xiao. She pointed at him and cursed. "You want to buy clothes from the store with your poor appearance? Dream on." Pang Xiao's chest kept heaving, and he was breathing heavily. If he had money, he would buy her the most expensive clothes to piss her off to death. Unfortunately, he had no money now and could only endure the anger. Yi Xiao walked over and said to him, "Boss Pang, the payment has arrived. I'll go and have the goods shipped." "Okay, go ahead." Pang Xiao naturally understood what Yi Xiao said. Once the money problem was solved, things would be simple, so he quickly stretched out his hand to call over another cute little waiter and said, "Help me get the most expensive suit in your store so I can try it on." Okay. Chen Ning was also a little excited at this time. Today was her first day at work, and she didn't expect that she could place an order. After a while, she brought out a black suit and trousers and handed them to Pang Xiao. Soon Pang Xiao changed his clothes and came out. While looking in the mirror, he asked Yi Xiao, "How is it?" "Not bad, very energetic." Although this suit does not make Pang Xiaoshan look handsome, he is not bad looking and appears to be very energetic. "Sir, this suit suits you, but you need to change your belt." Chen Ning also echoed from the side. Pang Xiao looked down at the belt on his waist and said, "I think it's pretty good. Although it's not very expensive, I like it very much." Chen Ning smiled and said, "Sir, your clothes cost more than 90,000 yuan in total. and with a belt worth several hundred yuan, it looks like a folding bed in a luxury villa, which is not very suitable. Okay, another belt then. Pang Xiao looked at Lu Qian proudly. At this time, Lu Qian didn't believe that he could afford clothes worth 90,000 yuan, and he would definitely find an excuse to slip away. After Qin Ning packed the clothes and belt, he said to Pang Xiao, "Sir, the total is 105,000 yuan. Do you want to pay by card or cash?" "Swipe the card, here you go." Yi Xiao walked forward and handed over the card. When Pang Xiao heard that this set of clothes cost more than 100,000 yuan, his heart couldn't help but tighten. He usually only wore clothes worth 100 or 200 yuan. Now he was suddenly wearing clothes worth 100,000 yuan. He was a little uncomfortable for a moment. At this time, Lu Qian was also dumbfounded. She didn't expect that he actually bought the clothes. She immediately felt extremely regretful. The commission for selling this clothes was quite a lot, but she missed it so easily. Pang Xiao then started writing in the suggestion book. He wrote 10 full pages of complaints against Lu Qian before leaving triumphantly. After coming out, Yi Xiao saw Pang Xiao couldn't even walk steadily, so he quickly supported him and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared and your legs are weak?" $100,000 worth of clothes. How long will it take me to pay it back? I have never worn such expensive clothes in my life. Pang Xiao looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. It's okay. Consider this dress as a gift to you. If you want to woo a girl, you have to have a decent outfit. Yi Xiao patted his shoulder to comfort him. After all, Pang Xiao had worked with him for so long for nothing, so this set of clothes was his compensation. Good brother. Pang Xiao hugged Yi Xiao and started crying, wiping his snot and tears on his shoulders from time to time. Seeing this, Yi Xiao thought to himself that it was a good thing it was just an ordinary piece of clothing, otherwise it would have been ruined. Chapter 54 Business comes to you. After Pang Xiao returned home, he immediately carried his clothes back to his room carefully, fearing that they might get bumped or scratched. Wang Muqing saw this and asked curiously, "What happened to him? Did he take the wrong medicine, or is he having a seizure?" "I just bought a set of clothes worth 100,000 yuan. Yi Xiao smiled, sat next to Wang Muqing, and put his arm around her shoulders. "By the way, where's your clothes? You have to wear formal clothes to attend a cocktail party. Otherwise, how can it match my dress? I said I would make one for you, but you disagreed." Wang Muqing turned and looked at Yi Xiao. She had specially ordered a dress for this dance. Yi Xiao knew that her custom-made dress cost her 100,000 US dollars, and he couldn't bear to part with it. He thought it would be better to use the money to develop the island. Before, he planned to just wear any clothes, but now he had to go with Wang Muqing, so he had to have a suit. "Let me find a way for you." Wang Muqing stood up, took out her cell phone, and dialed a number. After the call, she said to Yi Xiao, "It will be delivered before 6 o'clock. By the way, I heard that you are short of funds now. Do you want me to support you with a few million first, as if I were investing in you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao shook his head quickly. He knew that Wang Muqing meant well, but it was not a good idea to keep using her money, even though they were a couple. Wang Muqing didn't care and went into the bedroom to take a shower. At 5:30, a man came in carrying 2 boxes and said to Su Mu, "Hello, these are 2 dresses, one for men and one for women. Please sign for them." "Thanks." After Yi Xiao signed his name, he took the formal wear inside, handed one of them to Wang Muqing, and went into the house to change his clothes. When he took out the suit, he saw that there was no label on it, so he knew that the suit must be expensive. However, since things had already happened, he could only put it on first. After putting on his clothes, Yi Xiao looked in the mirror. The suit looked very smart on him. At this time, Pang Xiao had also changed his clothes and was waiting outside. Seeing Xiao coming out, he said, "How come it's the same suit that looks so different on you? You have such a great figure and such a handsome face. Stop being so rude. Just pack up and get ready to go." Yi Xiao smiled and ignored him. Pang Xiao sat on the sofa and sighed. When Yi Xiao was in school, many girls pursued him. Now it is an era where looks matter. Yi Xiao, come in. At this time, Wang Muqing poked her head out of the house and called Yi Xiao in. After entering, Yi Xiao asked, "What's wrong?" "Muqing." Wang Muqing turned around, wearing a pure white dress, revealing her flawless white jade back, which made his heart warm. "I can't zip up my zipper. Can you help me?" "Okay." Yi Xiao reached out his hand to Wang Muqing's back, wanting to zip up her clothes, but his eyes were fixed on her smooth back, so his hand was teasing her uncontrollably and touching her skin from time to time. "Yi Xiao, please don't take advantage of me. Does it take so long to zip a bag?" Wang Muqing knew how Yi Xiao felt right now. After all, not everyone had the chance to look at her back. How is that possible? Am I that kind of person? Yi Xiao took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then zipped up his clothes. Then Wang Muqing took Yi Xiao's arm again, and they walked outside. Oh, what a match made in heaven. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Pang Xiao looked at the two people who came out and immediately praised them. You're just sweet-talking, let's go. Wang Muqing smiled, and the three of them set off towards the hotel. When they arrived at the hotel entrance, Pang Xiao saw Xiao Na waiting there in a low-cut evening dress and immediately went up to her and said with a smile, Nana, you look so beautiful today. Thank you, let's go. Xiao Na smiled and walked inside first with a proud look on her face, while Pang Xiao followed closely behind her. As soon as Joanna walked in, many men came up to her and started chatting her up. They were all wearing high-end suits and brand-name watches. Pang Xiao looked at those men and saw that they were like flies. He immediately stopped beside Xiao Na and said to them, Don't you know that there is someone next to her? You treat me like air. The men looked at him with disdain and started to mock him. With your country bumpkin looks, are you worthy of such a beautiful woman? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Even if you wear designer clothes, it can't cover up the smell of poverty in you. Fatty, your clothes must be rented too. Be careful not to get them dirty, or you won't be able to return them later. Pang Xiao simply ignored this, took Xiao Na's hand, smiled triumphantly at them, and then led her aside. The men around were so angry when they saw this scene that they stamped their feet, thinking that a good cabbage was eaten by a pig again. Xiao Na originally thought that Pang Xiao would leave out of shame when he saw these men, but she didn't expect that he was not afraid at all, which made her look up to him. Wang Muqing was walking among the crowd in a white evening gown, like a holy white lotus, attracting the attention of everyone around her. Du Jiang walked up to Yi Xiao and said, Your girlfriend is so charming. You are so lucky. By the way, I have a friend who wants to do some business with you. Oh, what business? Yi Xiao was also very curious, as he was worried about whether he had a lack of funds. Then Du Jiang waved to a middle-aged man, and the man came over. He introduced himself. This is Manager Wu Qian, the general manager of a garden company. He wants to discuss some business with you. Hello, I've heard Brother Du talk about you a long time ago. You're young and promising. Wu Qian extended his hand to Yi Xiao with a smile on his face. Hello, Manager Wu. Yi Xiao felt that Wu Qian was very steady and should be a good person. After a few pleasantries, Wu Qian got straight to the point and said, Mr. Yi, our company is engaged in the garden trade. This time we want to find a private place to cultivate some new tree species. Brother Du recommended your island to me, so I want to rent a piece of land on your island. Hearing this, Yi Xiao also felt that it was appropriate. After all, there was still a lot of vacant land on the island that could be rented out, so he asked, How long does Manager Wu plan to rent it for, and how big is the scale? The rent will be for about a year. It doesn't need to be too large, just a dozen acres will be fine. The rent per acre is 100,000 yuan per year. If Mr. Yi thinks it's suitable, we would like to go and inspect it on site. Wu Qian looked sincere. Sure, I'm going back these days. If Manager Wu has time, you can visit the island. Yi Xiao was also very satisfied with the annual rent of 100,000 yuan per acre. Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Chapter 55, Little White Face. At this moment, Yang Tai was staring at Wang Muqing not far away, with a covetous look in his eyes. Mu Cheng is indeed very dazzling, like a pearl emitting endless brilliance. If I wasn't engaged, I would have wanted to pursue her. Wu Quan sat next to Yang Tai with a bottle of beer, followed by a few young people, all of whom were famous rich second generations in Donghai City. Yes, Mu Cheng is the most beautiful in our circle, but unfortunately her standards are very high, and she doesn't even like people like us. But I heard that her boyfriend is just a farmer. When did she become interested in him? Maybe I'm used to eating delicacies from land and sea, and I want to switch to vegetables occasionally. Several other people also started to talk about it. After hearing what everyone said, Yang Tai couldn't help but pick up a bottle of wine and take a sip. He has been with Wang Muqing all these years, and she has had many boyfriends, but he has never been so serious. Wu Quan looked at his depressed face, put his arm around his shoulders and consoled him. There are thousands of women in the world. Why bother hanging yourself on a tree? You are not someone who lacks women. Yang Tai just smiled lightly at this. The reason why he had to pursue Wang Muqing was not only because she was a peerless beauty, but also because if he got her, he would be able to get the Wang family's huge industry and property. At this time, a middle-aged man came over and said to everyone, I saw Wang Muqing's boyfriend. He was talking to someone about renting land. He seemed to be in need of money. How much money can a vegetable grower have? How can he be short of money if he hooks up with Wang Muqing? I just can't stand people like this. They don't know their limits. I have to make him understand the difference in status. A rebellious young man stood up and walked towards Yi Xiao with a hostile look. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people were ready to watch the fun with great interest. Yang Tai looked at Yi Xiao, who was chatting and laughing with someone not far away, and a hint of mockery flashed across his face. Just in case, he decided to destroy Yi Xiao's career and make him a useless person. Are you Yi Xiao? The man who lives off you. When Yi Xiao and Wu Qian were talking happily, they suddenly heard a disdainful voice. Turning around, he saw a young man with a fair complexion standing in front of him. He fought back without showing any weakness. Who are you, pretty boy? Seeing that he dared to curse, Li Gao snorted coldly and said, I know you are with Mu Cheng for money, and you are not worthy of her. Leave her quickly if you know what's good for you, or I will make you pay. Yi Xiao chuckled, stared at him and said, It's not your turn to wipe your hands in our affairs. If you want to make me look bad, come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Boy, today I will let you know what will happen if you dare to go against me. Li Gao pointed at Yi Xiao, his face full of defiance. At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Gao's fingers and twisted them hard. Oh, it hurts. Let go, let me go. The next moment, Li Gao bent down and squatted on the ground, crying out in pain, feeling like his fingers were about to break. At this time, the people around him were also attracted by his scream and turned their heads to look at him. Yi Xiao stared at him calmly and said, Are you going to give me a hard time now? No, not anymore. Li Gao quickly shook his head. As a spoiled young master, he had never suffered such hardship before. Seeing this, Yi Xiao let go of his hand and let him leave. Wu Quan looked at this scene, then looked at Yang Tai and said, It seems that this kid is not a good person either. It may not be so easy for you to deal with him. I think it'll be easy to deal with him. Yang Tai showed a confident smile, looked at Wu Qian deeply, picked up a glass of red wine, shook it, and then drank it all in one gulp. Wang Muching came over after hearing the noise and said to Li Gao, Are you itching to bully my boyfriend again? Sister Mu Cheng, how dare I do that? You are busy, I will leave first. Li Gao turned around and walked away like a thief. Yi Xiao walked up to Wang Muching and said with a smile, He seems to be very afraid of you. Wang Muching smiled and said, I guess he's afraid of me beating him when he was a kid. This kid often challenges me to fight, but he never wins. Then Yi Xiao accompanied Wang Muching to meet friends everywhere. At this time, Pang Xiao was sitting aside, watching Xiao Na chatting with several young and handsome men, and they were very close to each other. Those men would glance at her chest from time to time. Seeing this, he also felt helpless. It seemed to be a difficult task to pursue Jonah. At 10 o'clock, a group of 3 came out of the hotel. However, when they entered the house, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The house was in a mess. The sofa in the living room was torn beyond recognition. There was a lot of feces and yellow liquid on the floor, and the air was filled with the smell of urine. Woof, woof, woof. Lightning and the others are running around the house at this moment, having a lot of fun. Let's stay in a hotel tonight. I'll have someone clean up. Wang Muching looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help rubbing his forehead. You little brats. You really know how to cause trouble. Yi Xiao waved at the lightning, and they immediately pounced on him and circled around him. Then the group of people and 7 dogs walked towards the hotel. Yi Xiao came out of the bathroom and saw Pang Xiao looking at him with a smirk on his face. He asked, Why are you smiling so creepily? Mu Cheng just called you to come over. You're going to heaven tonight. Go to sleep first. After saying that, Yi Xiao walked outside. Pang Xiao looked at his departing back, eyes full of envy. Then he sighed and walked towards the bed. When he lifted the quilt, he saw Lightning and the others lying in the quilt. He suddenly felt like crying, but had no tears. Yi Xiao was sleeping with the peerless beauty in his arms, while he was sleeping with a group of dogs. The difference was like the distance between heaven and earth. After Yi Xiao walked into Wang Muching's room, he saw her wearing a bathrobe with wet hair, which was very seductive. Thinking about why she asked him to come here so late at night, he felt a little excited, wondering if the thing he had dreamed of for a long time was about to happen. Wang Muching sat on the bed and crossed her legs, revealing her white thighs. She then asked, You're going back tomorrow. I have a gift for you. What gift? At this time, Yi Xiao vaguely guessed what the gift was and couldn't help swallowing. At the same time, Wang Muching also stood up and slowly pulled down her bathrobe, revealing her fair skin. Yi Xiao felt his mouth dry at the moment. Just as he was waiting for Wang Muching to continue taking off her bathrobe, she took out a pen from her chest and handed it to him, saying with a smile, This is a gift for you. That's it. Yi Xiao slowly reached out and took the pen, feeling a little surprised. Otherwise, what do you think it is? Okay, I'm going to bed. Wang Muching turned around and lay down in the bed. Yi Xiao retreated from the room, secretly saying what a witch she was. Chapter 56, Training Dogo Argentino. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao took Lightning and 7 other little Dogo Argentinos and set off for the dock, waiting for Wu Qian to go to the island for an investigation together. After arriving at the dock, Yi Xiao called Xia Dahai and asked him to drive a boat over. At this time, Pang Xiao was playing with Lightning and the others. After a while, Xia Dahai came over and greeted the two. When he saw the puppies, he also came over and started to play with them. Not bad. You look energetic and pretty. You must be living a comfortable life now, riding a horse and walking your dogs. Lightning and the others ran to Xia Dahai, kept sniffing him, and then ran away. After waiting for a while, Wu Qian came over with a few people. Woof, woof, woof. But when they got closer, Lightning rushed over and started barking at them. Lightning, come back. Seeing this, Yi Xiao hurriedly called Lightning back, and Lightning ran back very reluctantly, but still yelled at Wu Qian from time to time. This dog is very energetic. Wu Qian smiled and didn't care about it. Then the group boarded the boat and headed for island number 4. When on the boat, Yi Xiao saw Lightning staring at Wu Qian all the time. No matter how he tried to comfort it, it was useless. He didn't know what was wrong with it. A few hours later, the ship docked at the island's pier, where a simple wooden bridge had been built, serving as a simple pier. Xiaopang, take Lightning and the others for a walk and let them get familiar with this place. Okay, I like playing with dogs the most. Pang Xiao greeted Lightning and the others, and they immediately followed him happily and walked away. Yi Xiao led Wu Qian and the others around again, pointing to the empty land in front of them, and said, Manager Wu, these are the lands that are still under our control. Take a look at which ones are suitable for planting trees for your company. Wu Qian muttered a few words to the people around him, and they began to take samples from the soil and measure it. Then he said to Yi Xiao, we need to do some tests. I hope Mr. Yi doesn't mind. Of course not. Let's go and take a look over here. Yi Xiao smiled and led Wu Qian to continue strolling around the island. This is a sugar maple, right? Such a large forest of sugar maples will surely be very beautiful when they mature. Wu Qian looked at the sugar maple trees in front of him and praised them. Yi Xiao nodded and said, now there are only more than 100 acres. I plan to plant 500 acres. When the time comes, strolling in the maple forest will definitely be very romantic. It turns out that Mr. Yi is a romantic person. Haha, this place is surrounded by the sea. If it is well developed, it will definitely be very good. After wandering around the island for a while, Wu Qian's men completed the soil collection and measurement work. Wu Qian smiled and stretched out his hand to Yi Xiao, saying, Mr. Yi, there should be a result within a week. If it works then, I will come directly to sign the contract with you. Then I'll look forward to seeing you. Yi Xiao held Wu Qian's hand. Now Wu Qian was his only hope. If he could succeed, he would get a sum of 1 million yuan. If he failed, he would have to find another source of funds. At this time, Sun Jiangwo came up and said to Yi Xiao, now, apart from watering the sugar maple trees and some ordinary vegetable fields, we are also reclaiming wasteland. Apart from that, there is nothing else to do. Since you have nothing to do, take a good rest. You will be busy in the future. Yi Xiao smiled, and he also took this opportunity to train Lightning and the others. He had learned a lot from Lu Zong before. Then he walked to the kitchen and asked Wu Fun, who was busy. Aunt Wu, do you have any bones and meat? Yes, some ribs just happened to be delivered. Wu Fun took out a plate of ribs and placed them on the table. Let me do it. Yi Xiao picked up a knife and chopped the ribs into several pieces, then threw them into the pot and started cooking. Half an hour later, he fished out the ribs, put them in a whole bag, and took them outside. At this time, Pang Xiao also came back after taking Lightning and the others for a walk. After smelling the aroma of meat, Lightning and the others immediately pounced towards Yi Xiao and started circling around the barrel. Okay, little guys, listen to me and sit down. Yi Xiao pressed his hands down, trying to make them sit on the ground, but their eyes were still fixed on the ribs in the bucket, without any reaction. Seeing this, he had no choice but to do it himself and press the Lightning to the ground. After several times, Lightning was the first to learn this command. Yi Xiao quickly took a rib and stuffed it into its mouth. After receiving the reward, Lightning was very excited. He immediately ran to the side with the ribs in his mouth and started to eat them. At this time, the other few Dogo Argentinos seemed to understand something and sat down on the ground obediently. Lightning really plays a leading role. Once he learns, the other dogs will learn too. Looking at the little Dogo Argentinos sitting on the ground, Pang Xiao also understood the key to making them learn commands. Hearing this, Yi Xiao looked at Lightning, who was happily chewing on ribs on the side. As long as he taught it, teaching other dogs would be much easier. Otherwise, it would be a difficult job. Then Yi Xiao rewarded them with the ribs in the bucket. Seeing them eating happily, he had already imagined the moment when they grew into big dogs. After eating and drinking, Lightning and the others gathered together and started to sleep again. Before this, Yi Xiao asked Sun Jiangwo to build a dog kennel next to the stable, and then he carried Lightning and the others in one by one. During dinner, Pang Xiao took out a bottle of white wine and drank it with Yi Xiao along with a stack of peanuts. Tisk, Xiaoya, life is so relaxing now. Surrounded by the blue sea, with horses and dogs, drinking wine and enjoying the sea breeze, it's so relaxing. Pang Xiao drank the wine in the glass and sighed. Yes, this kind of life is indeed relaxing and comfortable. Yi Xiao looked at Sun Jiangwo, who were playing cards in the house. This kind of life was very beautiful. Pang Xiao picked up a peanut and threw it into his mouth, then said, but now that we are developing better and better, our expenses are also increasing. The daily expenses for Heiyun and Baishue are more than 1,000 yuan, and now we have 7 dogs. We must have some liquid funds, otherwise it will be troublesome if something happens. Yi Xiao nodded, expressing his deep agreement. He decided to give part of the funds to Pang Xiao for management in the future. Otherwise, if it stayed in his own hands, he would definitely have to spend it all at once. At this time in a villa, Yang Tai and Wu Qian were sitting together drinking. Wu Qian's face changed from being kind to a powerful one. Master Yang, Yi Xiao has been fooled, but do you really plan to spend 1 million to rent those few acres of broken land? In my opinion, it can be done with tens of thousands of dollars. You don't know this. Yi Xiao actually has no shortage of funding sources. Wang Muqing and Du Jiang can help him as long as he asks. That's why I offer such a high price. Otherwise, you would have no chance to get in touch with him. Yang Tai shook the red wine glass in his hand, a sly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then I will go and sign those plots of land with him in a few days. Well, then you can start working. By then I will completely turn that island into a dead island. Chapter 57, The Lamborghini of Chickens. The next morning, Yi Xiao came to the stable, ready to take the 2 horses out for a walk. After arriving at the stable, he saw that Heiyun and Baishue had grown to 1 meter tall. They looked more energetic and handsome, and their manes were as soft as silk. When Heiyun and Baishue saw Yi Xiao, they immediately came over and licked his face. Let's go, little ones. Yi Xiao led the 2 horses outside. A moment later, he saw a meadow in front of him. It was the 10 acres of rye meadow that he had planted before. It was now mature. Looking at the green meadow, his mood improved a lot. At this time, Heiyun and Baishue also walked into the grass and started eating grass. At this moment, Yi Xiao felt something biting his feet. He looked down and saw it was Lightning and the others. He immediately stretched out his hand and made a gesture of squatting, and Lightning and the others squatted down instantly. Then he began to teach Lightning and the others new commands. As time passed, Yi Xiao walked his horse and trained his dog every day, and his life was quite easy. However, Pang Xiao was not so calm. Seeing Yi Xiao playing with Lightning and the others, he immediately walked over and said, Little Yi, it's been 7 days, and there's still no news from Wu Qian. Is the land lease going to fail? Are you still in the mood to play with dogs here? It doesn't matter if it doesn't work out. At worst, I can shamelessly go to Mu Cheng and Du Jiang to borrow money. Money is not a problem. Yi Xiao was very open-minded. He believed that there would always be a way out when you reach the mountain, and the way would naturally go straight when you reach the bridge. At this moment, a ship slowly docked at the pier, and Wu Qian walked down from the boat with a black leather suitcase in his hand. Haha, here comes the money. Pang Xiao jumped up happily and went to meet him. Xiao Qian walked up to Yi Xiao, smiled, and stretched out his hand. Mr. Yi, our company has agreed to this project, so I am here to sign the contract with you today. Here is the contract. Take a look first. Okay. Yi Xiao read the contract. The main thing was to rent 10 acres of land for 1 year with a rent of 1 million. The contract also stipulated that the land would only be used to plant trees and not for any other purpose. He was very satisfied with the contract and handed it to Pang Xiao. Pang Xiao glanced at the contract, then leaned over to Yi Xiao's ear and whispered, The contract says that we are not allowed to interfere with the trees planted by their company, even if there are any consequences. Otherwise, we will have to pay 3 times the penalty for breach of contract. I have a bad feeling when I see this. After all, it's an experimental product, so there are definitely some risks. But it's just a tree, so just plant it farther away, and it shouldn't be a big deal. Yi Xiao thought that after all, the rent was so high, 1 million, so this risk was still acceptable. But at this time Wu Qian interrupted and said, Mr. Yi, in order to test some properties of trees, our company requires that there must be other plants around the trees, so our company's trees must be planted next to the sugar maple forest. This is our company's only requirement. Okay, we agree. In the end, Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. After all, this was 1 million. It was not a small amount. It's been a pleasure to work with you. We will then bring the trees over and start planting. After signing the contract, Wu Qian opened the suitcase, revealing stacks of red banknotes, and said, "This is 1 million, check it." "I'll do it." Pang Xiao pulled the suitcase over and started counting. After seeing Wu Qian off, Yi Xiao took out 100,000 yuan and gave it to Pang Xiao, asking him to keep it and be responsible for daily living expenses. "Don't worry. If the money is in my pocket, it's safer than in a safe." Pang Xiao took the money and assured him with confidence. Just as Yi Xiao was about to get busy, Inha's voice rang in his mind, and his consciousness drifted into the system. Seeing her staring at him with a smile on her face, he suddenly felt bad and said, "I'm scared when you stare at me and smile like that. Now that you have money, shouldn't you pay me back the money you owe me?" Inha walked up to Yi Xiao and extended her hand to him. "Can you please slow down a bit? The island is in urgent need of funds for development, so please slow down a bit. You should be very happy if the island is developed as soon as possible." Yi Xiao started to say nice things, but Inha shook his head and said, "I don't really care whether the island is well developed or not. If you don't build it well, there will be a next generation. I won't give you credit." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He rolled his eyes and continued, "Then I'll kiss you and wait for a while, okay? No, in front of money. It's useless even if you take off all your clothes and give me a lap dance." There was always a smile on Inha's face, a smug smile. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's face darkened. He didn't expect that even though he was planning to sacrifice his looks, it would still be useless. Inha really only had money in his eyes. He then took out 200,000 yuan and handed it to the system, thinking that he would never borrow money from Inha again. In the blink of an eye, the 200,000 yuan was gone, and he was heartbroken. At this time, Inha patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be sad. It's just 200,000. You are a millionaire. You are not short of money." "Yeah, a millionaire." At this moment, Yi Xiao was thinking about how to make money. Although growing vegetables could indeed make a lot of money, he still wanted to make more. After using up 10,000 brain cells, he finally came up with an idea, which was to provide half of the dishes to Wang Muching and Du Zhang's restaurant, and the other half to be used as barbecue ingredients. At that time, he would hold a barbecue event to attract those wealthy people to participate. Thinking of this, he immediately began to select seeds. Enoki mushrooms, leeks, potatoes, green peppers. Yi Xiao selected more than 20 kinds of vegetables at once, all of which were suitable for barbecue. He also selected soybeans, which would be used to make bean curd skin. There were also chili peppers, cumin, and other condiments. After all, these vegetables were high-quality ingredients, and the condiment cumin could not be too bad. For this reason, he also specially planted an acre of rapeseed, which would be used to make sesame oil after it matured. However, seeing that these were all vegetarian dishes, he decided to choose some meat. Based on the current conditions, he could only choose land animals, so he started to select on the system interface. Metal chicken? When Yi Xiao looked at the picture of a chicken covered in black, he became curious for a moment. At this time, Inha came over with a smile on his face and said, "The metal chicken is produced in Indonesia. Its feathers are metallic black, and even its internal organs and blood are black. There is no place on its body that is not black. Because it is rare and precious, it is called the Lamborghini of chickens, so it is also called the Lamborghini chicken. Lamborghini chicken, it's named after Lamborghini, so it must be expensive." Seeing Inha looking like she was trying to sell something again, Yi Xiao knew what she was planning. The metal chicken is a premium poultry, so it costs 100,000. 1 acre of chickens? That's not bad. 1 acre of land can feed a lot of chickens. You think too much. It's not an acre of chicken, but one. Chapter 58 Prelude to Barbecue. Don't try to persuade me. I've never even touched a Lamborghini, let alone eaten a Lamborghini chicken. Yi Xiao was unmoved. He couldn't afford a chicken that cost 100,000. Yi Xiao, I heard that you have a girlfriend. Wouldn't it be a good idea to buy her a chicken to nourish her body? She can also give birth to a big fat boy for you in the future. Inha will not give up until she achieves her goal. The purpose of her existence is to make Yi Xiao spend money. However, Yi Xiao remained unmoved and found another kind of chicken, called Sanhuang chicken, which is also a famous local chicken in China. The name was bestowed by Zhu Yuanzhang. The meat is delicious, nutritious, and cheap. You can buy 10 for 10,000 yuan. Then he bought 30 of them, which should be enough for the barbecue. "Well, I'll give you a discount, 150,000 for 2 metal chickens. I don't believe you don't want to taste it." Galaxy gritted its teeth and lowered the price by 50,000. "Okay, deal." Yi Xiao nodded, then turned on the seawater purifier. The converted fresh water was no longer enough. He had learned before that the seawater purifier he bought could be upgraded, but now he saw that it cost 400,000 to upgrade once. In the blink of an eye, the 1 million was gone again. At this time, he saw Inha lying on the sofa leisurely and did not come to persuade him to buy it. He asked curiously, "This is not your character. Before, you wanted me to have no money at all. The island is already on the verge of water shortage. You have to buy some. Why should I waste my time on this?" Inha smiled. He knew exactly what Yi Xiao must buy. Then Yi Xiao spent 400,000 to upgrade the seawater purifier to a Type 2 seawater purifier, which could meet the water supply needs of 400 acres of land. Then he exchanged 33 yellow chickens and 2 metal chickens, all of which were chicks. Anything exchanged from the system had to be raised from a young age, whether it was an animal or a tree. "Hey, where did you get the chicks?" "Never mind, I won't ask." Pang Xiao watched Yi Xiao driving a group of chicks over and didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, Yi Xiao often came up with some things for no apparent reason. "Then you just have to wait and eat the chicken." Yi Xiao didn't explain much and asked Pang Xiao to build a chicken coop. Then he gave the more than 20 kinds of vegetables and some seasoning seeds he bought to Sun Jiangwo and asked him to arrange people to plant them. At this moment, Lightning came running over with several other Dogo Argentinos and pounced directly on the chicks. "Lightning, come here." Seeing this, Yi Xiao hurriedly shouted to stop, and the lightning creatures immediately ran over with their heads hung. Then he squatted down again, touched the lightning's head, and said, "Be good. Don't eat them now. Wait until they grow bigger before eating them." "Woohoo!" Lightning called out with his head down, as if admitting his fault. Then Yi Xiao asked Lightning and the others to go play aside, and then drove more than 30 chicks into the chicken coop. The next morning, Yi Xiao came to the pool again and saw that the pool, which used to take a day to be filled, now only took a few hours, while Sun Jiangwo and others were carrying buckets to water the fields. Seeing this, he knew that it would be a daunting task to water all the hundreds of acres of land by manual watering, so he decided to buy some water pipes so that he wouldn't have to rely on carrying them. By the way, he discussed the barbecue festival with Wang Muching and the others. There is no signal on the island now, so you can't even make a phone call. If you need something, you have to go there in person. Although there are signal towers in the system, they cost 1 million each, which is too expensive for the time being. He then explained everything to Sun Jiangwo and the others, then got on the boat and left. In the evening, Yi Xiao and Wang Muching arrived at the Red Pine restaurant. "Brother Yi Xiao, Miss Wang, it's rare for you to come to my restaurant, so just order whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite." Du Jiang called a waiter over and prepared to order food. Yi Xiao was also unceremonious and said directly, "Then give me a pound of steak." 1 pound. The waitress was also stunned when she heard this. It was the first time she heard someone order a 1-pound steak. "Go ahead, bring a few more pieces and serve them up together." Du Jiang helped the waiter out of the predicament. Yi Xiao smiled and said, "It's not satisfying to eat the same steak every time. I called you together this time because I have an idea I want to discuss with you. In a few months, I want to hold a barbecue event using only the best island ingredients. What do you think?" "Sure. I also like barbecue, and I can eat as much as I want then." Wang Muching remains a foodie. "Are there any specific activities planned?" Du Jiang is also very optimistic about this event. Daoxiang vegetables are currently very popular, and he must seize this opportunity. Yi Xiao shook his head and said, "The vegetables have been planted now, but there is no specific plan yet. It's still early, so we can just do it a month in advance." "In that case, let me take charge of this matter. Miss Wang, what do you think?" Du Jiang looked at Wang Muching, wanting to hear her thoughts. "I have no objection, and I am too lazy to deal with these things." Wang Muching didn't want to do these things and refused directly. After a while, the waiter brought a large piece of steak to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao also cut off a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He slapped the table and shouted, "It feels so good. This is what a man should do. Eat big pieces of meat and drink big pieces of wine." His action also attracted the attention of people around him, but Yi Xiao didn't care at all and continued to eat as he pleased. An hour later, Du Jiang sent them away, then called Jiang Lun and said to him, "Go contact a few news agencies and tell them that there will be a barbecue event on island number 4. Oh, and you are responsible for making friends with them." "No problem, I'll do it right away." Jiang Lun assured confidently and immediately took out his mobile phone to call his friend at the newspaper. At this time, Yi Xiao and Wang Muching were walking hand in hand on the street. They looked at each other from time to time and then smiled knowingly. Seeing that Wang Muching was a little unhappy, Yi Xiao asked, "What's wrong? Are you worried?" "My mother is coming back from abroad." Wang Muching said this with a helpless look on her face. Hearing this, Yi Xiao laughed. "I thought it was something else. You should be happy that your mother is back." Wang Muching shrugged and replied, "I'm actually quite happy, but you can't be happy. As expected, my mom was called back by my dad to break us up. She's even harder to deal with than my dad. You know, women are just throwing tantrums, crying, making a fuss, and threatening to commit suicide. Don't worry, as long as our hearts are together, no one can separate us. Yishao took Wang Muqing's hand and held it tightly. That depends on whether you can get past my mom. She's in menopause, and I'm afraid of her when she goes crazy. If it doesn't work out, let's just make it a done deal. I don't believe they can do anything about it. Tisk, you're just dreaming. If you want to get into my bed, you'll have to see if you have what it takes. Chapter 59 Conspiracy. Du Jiang looked at the time. It was already 9 o'clock, but Jiang Luan hadn't come yet and didn't answer the phone. Just as he was about to ask someone to find Jiang Luan, he saw Jiang Luan walking in with a pair of panda eyes and yawning. He hurriedly went up to him and asked, "What's going on? Your phone is turned off." "Mr. Du, my phone rang all night last night. Those reporters kept calling to ask me when the barbecue event would be held. I just fell asleep late at night, and I'm still sleepy at this time. I guess today's newspaper will report about the barbecue event." As he spoke, Jiang Luan yawned again, covering his mouth. Now he understood why Du Jiang asked him to be responsible for contacting reporters. Hearing this, Du Jiang also smiled and asked Jiang Luan to go back and rest first, and he would take care of the rest of the matters. Dingling. At this moment, the phone at the service desk rang, and the waiter immediately picked up the phone and answered. "Hello, this is Hong Song Restaurant. What can I do for you? I heard that your store is going to hold a barbecue event in conjunction with Island Number 4. I want to ask when it will be held." "I'm sorry, the event is still being planned and the date has not yet been determined." "What are the requirements for participating in this event?" "I'm sorry, I don't know that either." Then the phone kept ringing, and people called in one after another to ask about the barbecue event. Du Jiang couldn't help but smile as he watched this scene. Before, Hong Song Restaurant was just an ordinary Western restaurant, an inconspicuous one among the thousands of Western restaurants in Donghai City. But after it attracted the attention of Daosheng Vegetables, it has become a household name in Donghai City and has become a leader. At this time, he saw another group of people walking in, with cameras hanging on their chests. They must be reporters. When the reporters walked into the restaurant, they first took photos, then surrounded Du Jiang and began to ask about the barbecue event. Du Jiang looked at the chattering reporters and quickly reached out to quiet them down. He said, "Everyone, I know what you want to ask. This barbecue event is still in the planning stage. It should be held in 2 months. The specific content is still being planned and will be announced to you at that time. Mr. Du, I just want to ask if we reporters can go to the island at that time. We also want to report on this event." One person asked the question that everyone wanted to ask most, that if they could go, they would be able to taste the delicious food on the island. "I will arrange for several reporters to go to the island to report, and I will announce it to everyone after the arrangements are made." Du Jiang thought about it and believed that if there were reporters going to the island to report, it would be very beneficial for the publicity of Island Number 4. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of reporters gathered around him and handed him their business cards. "Mr. Du, I'm a reporter from the Donghai Daily. This is my business card. When the time comes, our Donghai Daily will definitely report on it in great detail. I'm a reporter for Morning News TV. The ratings for the radio station must be higher than those for the newspaper. Mr. Du, this is my business card. I'm a reporter for Gossip Entertainment. Our click-through rate is number 1. After a lot of talk, Du Jiang finally sent these reporters away. At this time, many citizens of Donghai City also saw the news of the barbecue event to be held on Island Number 4 from the newspapers. Citizens also learned about the event from various channels. The island vegetables were previously sold at affordable prices, which made them believe that at least some ordinary citizens would be able to participate in this barbecue event. Yi Xiao had no idea about the commotion caused by the barbecue activity at this time. He was installing water pipes with Sun Jiangwo and others, so that no one would have to fetch water for watering. "Okay, let's try." After working for an entire afternoon, the team finally installed nearly a kilometer-long water pipe, which can cover the sugar maple forest and vegetable fields. Yi Xiao picked up the water pipe and turned on the switch. Immediately, a stream of water gushed out. He laughed while watering the vegetable garden. Now watering the land was much more convenient. At this time Pang Xiao came over and said, "Wu Qian is here." Yi Xiao looked towards the dock. A cargo ship was docked at the dock. Wu Qian was directing a group of people to unload bundles of saplings from the ship. When we got closer, we saw that these saplings were about an arm's height, with pointed leaves, but otherwise there was nothing special about them. "Manager Wu, what kind of saplings are these?" Yi Xiao didn't recognize these saplings either, so he started asking. "These are some eucalyptus trees. This is our new variety. It grows fast and is drought-resistant. The company will arrange some people to observe them." Wu Qian introduced with a smile, and then directed some people to start planting. As for eucalyptus, Yi Xiao only knew that it was a very common tree, very common, and he didn't care too much about it. After giving the task to Yuan Fei, Wu Qian turned and left. Yuan Fei handed Yi Xiao a cigarette and said, "Mr. Yi, we are here to observe the growth of eucalyptus trees. We brought our own tents, but eating is a problem, so we would like to share a meal with you. We can pay for the food. That's a small matter. When will these 10 acres of saplings be planted?" Yi Xiao and Yuan Fei chatted as they walked. "These saplings are the latest variety of our company and are still in the cultivation and testing stage." Yuan Fei looked at the sugar maple forest swaying in the wind in front of him and sneered in his heart. In a few months, there would be no grass growing on this island. Yi Xiao led Yuan Fei to continue walking around the island, and at the same time introduced the situation on the island without any defense. After Wu Qian got ashore, he immediately found Yang Tai to report the latest developments. "You did a good job, but don't be careless. Sooner or later they will find out about the problem. You have to let them find out as late as possible." A smile appeared on Yang Tai's face. "By that time, the land on the island will become a wasteland. Let's see if Yi Xiao has the capital to turn things around. The person I left behind is relatively smart, so he should be able to delay it for a few months. But Master Yang, things are almost done now, you see." At this time, Wu Qian had a look of materialism on his face. "Don't worry, you won't be treated unfairly. This is a deposit of 100,000 yuan. After the matter is completed, the remaining half will be given to you." Yang Tai took out 2 stacks of money from under the coffee table and threw them in front of Wu Qian. Wu Qian quickly reached out and took them, counting them one by one, and said with a smile, "Master Yang, don't worry about this. We have a contract with Yi Xiao. Even if he finds out something, he dare not do anything. The contract stipulates that if he breaks the contract, he will have to pay 3 times the compensation, which is 3 million. I don't think he can come up with that much money." Hearing this, Yang Tai also showed a satisfied smile. This could only be the second plan. What he wanted was to turn Yi Xiao into an ordinary person and leave him no chance of turning over. Chapter 60, Withered. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Xiao stood in the vegetable garden and used a water hose to water the nearly 30 acres of vegetable garden, but his face did not look happy at all. "What's going on with these vegetables? It's been 2 months and they're only halfway grown. It's so weird." Pang Xiao looked at the half-grown leek seedlings in the field with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The vegetables in other fields looked the same, as if they were malnourished. "I don't know either. Logically, it should be mature by now." Yi Xiao also shook his head, puzzled. He saw that the vegetables in the field in front of him all looked thin, as if they had not eaten enough. At this moment, Sun Jiangwo came over with a serious look on his face and said, "Xiaoya, some of the sugar maples over there died." Hearing this, Yi Xiao frowned and asked as he walked towards the sugar maple forest, "Can you tell how he died?" "It looks like it died of lack of water." Sun Jiangwo pondered for a while and gave this answer. "Dead." Hearing this, Yi Xiao's doubts became even greater. Ever since he upgraded the seawater purifier, he had been watering the sugar maple forest every few days. He could still believe that the sugar maples were drowned, but he would never believe that they were dead. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at the sugar maple forest. The scene before them made them heartbroken. They saw that the hundreds of sugar maple trees on the outermost side were as dry as dead firewood, without any vitality. Sun Jiangwo Zhou bulged up his hand and gently touched a sugar maple, and the sugar maple broke like paper. Then he turned to look at Yi Xiao and said, "Xiao Yi, I thought these sugar maples were just short of water, so I watered them once a day, but it didn't work. If this continues, I'm afraid it will spread and all the sugar maples will die." Yi Xiao walked up and broke open the trunk of the dead sugar maple tree. He found no traces of woodworms inside. It was most likely that it died of lack of water. "Little Leaf, these eucalyptus trees are growing very fast and are still very healthy. How come they haven't died of lack of water?" Pang Xiao looked at the eucalyptus saplings of Wu Qian's company not far away. They had grown to the height of a man and were growing very fast and had not been affected at all. Yi Xiao took a look at the healthily growing eucalyptus forest. None of them showed any signs of water shortage, while the eucalyptus forest a few steps away was not affected. Now that he thought about it, the problem should not be as simple as lack of water. Perhaps the sugar maple trees were sick. Thinking of this, he still felt that he should ask a plant expert to take a look. If this sugar maple forest was destroyed, the more than 2 million spent before would be wasted. Woof woof woof. Following a burst of dog barking, a knee-high white dog rushed out, its eyes determined and fierce, with 2 sharp fangs exposed, which made people shudder. Behind it followed 6 smaller Dogo Argentinos. "Lightning, come here." Yi Xiao called Lightning over and touched Lightning's head. Lightning had grown very fast in the past 2 months. Now it was as tall as the knees, a whole circle larger than the other 6 Dorians. However, it was not yet an adult and would surely grow even bigger in the future. Lightning stuck out his tongue and licked Yi Xiao's hand, then sat down beside him obediently. The other 6 Dogo Argentinos also sat down behind Lightning. Lightning is getting more energetic now, but I still like him when he was little. He was cuter and not as ferocious as he is now. Although Pang Xiao has a good relationship with Lightning, he doesn't dare to play too much with it now. He is a little afraid of it in his heart. After all, Yi Xiao has trained him to bite. Let's go for a walk. Yi Xiao patted Lightning's head and took them around. After a while, the man and 7 dogs arrived at a vegetable garden, where they saw a group of chickens eating vegetables. These chickens were the 33 yellow chickens that had been raised before and 2 metal chickens that exuded a metallic black luster. This large field of ordinary cabbage is planted specifically to feed these chickens. At this time, the group of chickens saw the lightning coming towards them and immediately flapped their wings and ran away. Woohoo! Lightning and the 7 Dogo Argentinos also let out low growls at this moment, staring closely at the chickens, ready to pounce on them at any time. However, without Yi Xiao's order, they didn't dare to take a single step forward. After walking the dog, Yi Xiao set off for Donghai City. As soon as he arrived in Donghai City, Yi Xiao went to Chengqi's Chengkai Garden Company. Brother Yi, long time no see. Let's have a good chat today. Chengqi saw Yi Xiao walk in and immediately went to greet him. Brother Cheng, I came to you today to ask you for an urgent favor. I wonder if you know any experts in garden management. Some sugar maples on the island have died, and I would like to ask someone to take a look. As soon as Yi Xiao entered the room, he stated the purpose of his visit. I'll take care of it. I've been in this business for many years, and I know a lot of experts in this field. I'll contact you right away. After saying that, Chengqi picked up the phone and started making a call. After a moment, he hung up the phone and said with a smile, Okay, the person I hired is called Sun Ong, an expert in tree management. I will pick him up at the dock tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Cheng. What are you thanking me for? It's just a small favor. After leaving Chengkai Garden Company, Yi Xiao called Du Jiang, explained that the barbecue event would be postponed, and then went to find Wang Muching. Wang Muching opened the door and saw Yi Xiao. She immediately widened her eyes and asked, Why are you here? What? Can I come? Looking at you. Is there a man hiding in the house? Yi Xiao teased as he squeezed in. But Wang Muching stopped him and asked, Are you sure you want to come in? Don't you regret it? Of course I don't regret it. What is there to regret? Yi Xiao smiled and thought, could there be a ghost in the house? So he sat on the sofa, picked up the bottle of water, poured himself a glass and drank it. At this time, Wang Muching put his hands on his chest and said with interest, My mother will be here later. You should prepare how to introduce yourself. Phew. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately spit out the water he had just drunk. He coughed twice and said, Why is your mother here? When will she arrive? Wang Muching looked at his flustered appearance. A hint of a smile appeared on her face, and she replied, It will probably be soon. Don't you regret it? What are you afraid of? After all, this is our first meeting. It's not a good idea to be here. Yi Xiao looked around the room. Now there were only 2 of them, and her mother would definitely misunderstand them. Don't you want to make it a done deal? Tonight is your chance. Wang Muching looked at Yi Xiao with a sly smile on her face. Chapter 61 Hello Auntie. When Yi Xiao heard that the matter was going to be settled, he immediately became excited and wondered when she would figure it out. But at this moment he became shy and said, Muching, your mother will be here soon. I'm afraid this short time won't be enough. You're just pretending. I hope my mom will let us be together because it's already been done. Go get ready. Wang Muching glared at Yi Xiao and pointed towards the bedroom. What are you preparing for? At this time, Yi Xiao also had a confused look on his face, not knowing what she meant by preparation. Wang Muching glared at him and said, Just take off all your clothes and lie on the bed. It's just a show anyway. I hope my mom will let us stay together since we're already sleeping in the same bed. Hearing this, Yi Xiao walked into the room obediently, took off his coat, and laid down on the bed. Then he smelled a faint fragrance on the quilt, which made him feel intoxicated. What are you doing? I didn't expect you to have this habit. At this moment, Wang Muching suddenly appeared at the door and looked at Yi Xiao holding her quilt and sniffing it. It smells good. What perfume do you wear? Yi Xiao smiled naturally. Doing this was just a subconscious action. Any man would do the same. Wang Muching ignored her, took his silk pajamas from the closet and walked out, then went to the bathroom, turned on the hot water, and washed her face with hot water. At this moment, her little face was red and had some water stains, as if she had just done some kind of exercise. Dingling. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wang Muching walked over and opened the door, only to see a woman standing outside. She was dressed very fashionably and looked very young, only in her 30s. Mom, why are you here? Wang Muqing led her mother inside. Didn't I tell you I was coming? Why is your face so red? When Mei Fong saw her daughter's blushing face, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Wang Muqing smiled shyly and said, Mom, my boyfriend is here. Hearing this, Mei Fong's face suddenly darkened. She knew what they were doing. She threw her bag on the sofa, sat down, and said, Call him out. I have something to say to you too. Then Wang Muqing turned around and walked into the bedroom and said to Yi Xiao, My mother wants to see you. It depends on your performance from now on. Yi Xiao nodded, then stared at Wang Muqing closely. Why aren't you getting up yet? Hurry up. Wang Muqing saw that Yi Xiaoran was still lying on the bed, so she immediately walked over and prepared to lift the quilt and pull him off. Don't. Before Yi Xiao could finish his words, Wang Muqing opened the quilt, turned around immediately, blushed, and scolded. Why are you not wearing clothes? Do you have an exhibitionist fetish? Yi Xiao also said with a wronged look on his face. Didn't you ask me to take off all my clothes? I thought you were going to do something. I didn't ask you to take off all your clothes. Wang Muqing rubbed his head, turned around, and walked out. Mei Fong waited for a while and saw a man walking out of the bedroom. He looked very strong and handsome, and at first glance he was the kind of gigolo who specialized in hooking up with rich women. Mom, this is my boyfriend, Yi Xiao. Wang Muqing sat next to Mei Fong and introduced them. Hello, Auntie. Yi Xiao also felt at a loss for words at this moment. After trying for a long time, he could only utter, Hello, Auntie. Mei Fong didn't say anything and asked directly, What do you do? Mom, he opened his own vegetable company. Before Yi Xiao could open his mouth, Wang Muqing answered for him. Vegetable company? Girl, do you think I came here without knowing anything? He is just a vegetable grower. Daughter, have you been deceived by him, or is he trying to deceive me? Mei Fong looked at Wang Muqing expressionlessly. Wang Muqing quickly grabbed her mother's arm and shook her. Mom, who can lie to me? I like him, can't you help me? Mei Fong grabbed her hand and said, If you were a child of an ordinary family, you could certainly choose whoever you like, but you are in our family. Your father is the richest man in Donghai City, and we only have you as our daughter. In the future, all the huge family fortune will be handed over to you. So your future husband must be someone who can control and operate this huge family fortune, not just a vegetable seller or a gigolo. Mom, but I don't want to inherit the family property at all. I want to live my own life. That's not up to you. Your father wanted you to separate before, but I'm not so pedantic. You can be together. Upon hearing this, Wang Muqing immediately hugged Mei Fong, her face full of emotion. But Mei Fong pushed her away and said seriously, I haven't finished what I'm saying. You can be together, but it's definitely not him who will get married. Hearing this, Wang Muqing didn't think it was a big deal and said, Then I will never get married and just stay with him. It's not up to you to decide on marriage yet. We will arrange it for you when the time comes. Mei Fong is also very strong-willed and is well aware of her little thoughts. At this time, Wang Muqing thought again and said, Mom, Yi Xiao and I are already together. If I can't control myself and give birth to a child, I'll see how you can let me get married. Mei Fong just smiled and said, Even if you give birth to a child, I have a way to get you married. You don't have to worry about this. After all, it's the new century. It's normal to have an illegitimate child. Now that I've said this, you can take care of yourself. After saying this, she picked up her bag and walked outside. After Mei Fong left, Wang Muqing sat down on the sofa, looked at Yi Xiao and said, Now you know that my mother is not easy to deal with. Now my parents don't agree with us being together, so the road ahead will be difficult. Don't worry. I'm here and I won't let anyone separate us. Yi Xiao put his arm around Wang Muqing's shoulders, his face full of determination. Then you have to work hard. I'll be responsible for looking beautiful, and you'll be responsible for making money to support the family. Wang Muqing leaned on Yi Xiao's shoulder, enjoying this quiet moment. At this time in the Wang family villa, Wang Hai saw Mei Fong coming in and hurriedly went to greet her and asked, Wife, how is it? Cheng'er listens to you the most. Mei Fong sighed and said, A woman in love won't listen to anything. It's impossible to break them up, but I also told them that it's absolutely impossible for them to get married. So you just assume they're together? Wang Hai was also very excited at this time. He would never let the vegetable vendor be with his precious daughter. You know, the more we try to stop them, the more they will be together, so I have tacitly agreed that they are together, but I can also secretly work hard to separate them, so that I won't have conflicts with Muchang. My wife is smart. Chapter 62, Domineering Eucalyptus. Yi Xiao stood at the dock, looking at the cruise ships carrying tourists leaving one after another. He was very envious and wondered when Island Number 4 would see such a scene. At this time, Cheng Chi came over with a man in his 50s, and Yi Xiao immediately went to greet him. Brother Yi, This is Mr. Su whom I mentioned to you a few days ago. He is very experienced in tree management and is also a university professor. Cheng Chi introduced Sun Ong. Mr. Su, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Now that I see you today, I can see that you are indeed extraordinary. Yi Xiao smiled and stretched out his hand. In response to his compliment, Sun Ong just smiled faintly and said, I am already an old man. How can I have any temperament? I don't need you young people to do it. After chatting for a while, the three of them boarded the boat and set off for island number 4. A few hours later, the group arrived at island number 4, and Yi Xiao took Su Nong to the sugar maple forest. After arriving at the sugar maple forest, Sun Ong walked over to the dead sugar maples and began to examine them. He would occasionally break off a branch to have a look, and occasionally put it in front of his nose to smell it, very seriously. Yi Xiao and Cheng Chi were also waiting closely on the side. About 10 minutes later, Sun Ong came back and began to look around. He frowned at first, and then he suddenly realized something. Seeing this, Yi Xiao hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Mr. Su, have you seen anything? These sugar maples did die from lack of water, but what surprised me was that they died so quickly. Normally, trees can survive for a long time even if they lack water, but this group of sugar maples must have died very quickly. Sun Ong rubbed his chin and made inferences. Yes, it died within a week, so fast that we didn't even notice it. Mr. Su, do you know the reason? Yi Xiao nodded in confirmation. Sun Ong looked at the eucalyptus trees not far away and said, I couldn't figure out the reason at first, but when I saw this eucalyptus tree, I understood it. What do you think of this eucalyptus tree? Cheng Chi looked at the eucalyptus trees and said, they are growing very well. The situation is promising. That's the problem. The reason the sugar maples died is because the eucalyptus trees grew too well. Sun Ong said this slowly. The eucalyptus trees are growing so well? Why is that? There was a hint of doubt in Cheng Chi's eyes. Sun Ong smiled and began to explain. Eucalyptus has a very strong demand for water and nutrients. It is also the most domineering of all trees. It will plunder the water resources and nutrients of other trees. Therefore, the trees near the eucalyptus generally do not grow as well as the eucalyptus. The water needed by these dead sugar maples was plundered by the eucalyptus. In addition, I also found that the vegetables in the vegetable garden are also malnourished, all because of this eucalyptus tree. I see. After figuring out what was going on, Yi Xiao was a little at a loss. After all, this eucalyptus tree was planted by Wu Qian's company, and they had also received money and signed a contract. There is a more serious problem. If the nutrients in the land are plundered by eucalyptus, then the land will really become wasteland and cannot be used for planting. Sun Ong mentioned more serious consequences. Hearing this, Yi Xiao frowned deeply and asked, how much land can these eucalyptus trees affect in a year? I've observed that these eucalyptus trees seem to be mutant species, so the land within a radius of 6 or 7 miles will be affected. If they bloom and bear fruit after maturity, and the fruits spread all over the island, the consequences will be disastrous. It's best to cut down these eucalyptus trees now. Sun Ong pondered for a moment and came to this conclusion. Yi Xiao shook his head. These eucalyptus trees could not be cut down just like that. He had to think carefully about it. Then the three of them chatted for a while, and he sent Su Nong and Cheng Chi away. Then Yi Xiao called Pang Xiao over and told him Su Nong's conclusion. This is going to be difficult. We signed a contract with Wu Qian. This is the risk mentioned above. Pang Xiao sighed, but couldn't think of any good solution. Talk to Yuan Fei first and see if there is any other solution. After saying that, Yi Xiao walked out. At this time, Yuan Fei was playing cards with a few people. One of them threw down his cards and said, Brother, we have been here for 2 months and we have nothing to do here for a day. I am almost going moldy. Don't worry, we'll soon be leaving this crappy place. Yuan Fei took a deep puff of his cigarette and then threw the cigarette but on the ground. At this time, Yi Xiao came over and said to Yuan Fei, Brother Yuan, there is something I want to talk to you about. Is it convenient for you? Of course it's convenient. What's the matter? Yuan Fei moved a chair and handed it over. After sitting down, Yi Xiao said, because of the eucalyptus trees you planted, the trees on the island died and the vegetables grew slowly. I wonder if your company has any way to deal with it. Hearing this, Yuan Fei shook his head and said, this batch of eucalyptus trees is the latest variety of our company. We didn't know there would be such consequences. I will report this to the company and ask them to find a solution to this problem as soon as possible. How long will that take? The company will cultivate new seeds, and it will probably be 1 or 2 years at the earliest. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's heart sank, but he still planned to make a final attempt. See if you can move the eucalyptus tree to another place. I will pay for the relevant expenses. Yuan Fei refused directly. This is not something I can decide, Brother Yi. We all agreed in the contract that there will be certain risks, and you also agreed to it. If you tear up the contract, you will have to pay 3 times the penalty for breach of contract. Think about it carefully. I know. I'll get busy then. Yi Xiao stood up with a lost look on his face. Looking at his departing back, Yuan Fei sneered and immediately sailed away from the island. In the evening, Yuan Fei and Wu Qian appeared in a private room of a restaurant. Brother, the people on the island have discovered something unusual. What should we do? Yuan Fei picked up the bottle and poured Wu Qian a glass. It's very simple. Bring more people with you to protect the eucalyptus forest. These eucalyptus trees are specially cultivated by the company. They will bloom and bear fruit in 1 year. By then, the fruits will be all over the island, and the island will truly become a dead island. Wu Qian laughed loudly and drank the wine in front of him. However, Yuan Fei was somewhat unhappy and said, Brother, we have been on the island for 2 months and are almost bored to death. We brothers will not stay for a full year. Upon hearing this, Wu Qian took out a thick stack of money and threw it on the table, saying with a smile, How about this? Can you stay? We are willing to stay here for a lifetime, not just 1 year. Yuan Fei immediately picked up the money and started counting it, his face almost bursting with smiles. Remember, your mission is to protect the eucalyptus trees. Don't provoke Yi Xiao and don't let him seize the opportunity to invalidate the contract. Don't worry, I have a share, and we will definitely not take the first step. Chapter 63, Not a Good Person. Early in the morning, Yi Xiao sat on a chair and smoked one cigarette after another. He had been thinking about it all night, but could not come up with a solution. If he wanted to keep the land, he would have to pay money. If he didn't want to pay money, the land on the island would be destroyed. Don't smoke so much. There will always be a way to solve it. Pang Xiao walked over, patted his shoulder to comfort him, but also took out a cigarette and started smoking. This is my fault. I was too impulsive and didn't think it through carefully. Yi Xiao had a face full of self-blame. He felt very sad watching the sugar maple trees die one after another. He had spent a lot of effort to plant these sugar maple trees. Pang Xiao blew out a smoke ring and said, How can I blame you? It's 1 million. No one would refuse it. I think Yuan Fei and his gang are just playing cards and fooling around all day long. They don't look like people who do serious work. Yi Xiao shook his head. He didn't care about these things. It was Yuan Fei and the others' business if they were lazy. Then he stood up, stretched his muscles, and started running 5 kilometers every day. Woof, woof, woof. Lightning and the others followed Yi Xiao from left to right, inseparable. At this time, Yuan Fei was walking down from the boat with a group of ferocious-looking men holding sticks. Xiao Yuan, what are these? When Sun Zhengwo saw these people, he walked up to them and asked them, Get out of here, old man. I'll kill you here. However, Yuan Fei simply pushed Sun Zhengwo and left with a big laugh. Sun Zhengwo lost his balance and fell to the ground, his face full of surprise. He didn't understand why the man, who used to call him Uncle Sun so affectionately, suddenly became like this. Yuan Fei led a group of people towards the eucalyptus forest and warned them, Behave yourself here and don't cause any trouble, or else don't blame me for being rude. Don't worry, big brother. You don't know who I am, De Biao? By the way, big brother, I heard that the vegetables on this island are very valuable, right? De Biao looked at the vegetables in the vegetable garden and a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. I heard that one vegetable can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan. It's really valuable. That's true. It was very popular in the past few months. Many people wanted to buy it, but couldn't. This is not a vegetable at all. It's just money. At this time, many people have already started to have some thoughts in their minds. After Yi Xiao came back from running, he saw a group of unruly people standing by the vegetable field with sticks in their hands, and he immediately became alert. Yuan Fei glanced at Yi Xiao and walked away with a group of people without even saying hello. Now it was time to fall out. Xiao Yi, what on earth does that Yuan guy want to do? He brought people to the island. I think he has bad intentions. I suspect that this was planned long ago. Pang Xiao was also very angry and sensed a hint of conspiracy. Yi Xiao nodded. The issue between him and Wu Qian was at most a contract issue. Sending these people here now seemed like everything had been prepared in advance. I have to go talk to them and explain things clearly. If they really want to plot against us, I won't care about any bullshit contract. After saying that, Pang Xiao walked towards Yuan Fei, intending to ask for clarification. However, when he came near the eucalyptus forest, he was stopped by several people. De Biao, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looked at Pang Xiao arrogantly and said, This is our company's experimental site. No one is allowed in. Hearing that this place was theirs, Pang Xiao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He pointed at them and shouted, Call that kid Yuan Fei out. I have something to say to him. What do you want from me? At this moment, Yuan Fei walked out with a smug look on his face. You guys have been planning to rent the land and plant trees here for a long time, just to destroy this island. Peng Xiao questioned harshly. Yuan Fei pretended to know nothing and said, I don't know what you were talking about. Now there is a conflict between us. The company sent some people to protect their property. I hope you don't mind. You think I will believe your lies? Let's wait and see. Peng Xiao glared at the other person, then turned and walked away. Just wait and see. I'm afraid you won't have this chance. Looking at Peng Xiao's departing back, Yuan Fei showed a sneer on his face. When it was time for dinner in the evening, everyone sat together. Yi Xiao looked at everyone and said, I think everyone knows that there are some unscrupulous people on the island. We have to be on guard against them, so I will keep watch every night from now on. Xiao Yi, let me do it. Old guys like us can't sleep for long. Sun Jiangwo volunteered to keep watch. I'll do it. I've been in good spirits these past few days. Besides, with the lightning, I can't hold out for long. Yi Xiao smiled and declined. After all, Sun Jiangwo and the others were old and might not be able to react when encountering something. After dinner, everyone gathered in the house to play cards. There was not much entertainment on the island, and even Yi Xiao was just reading a book. At this time, lightning moved around for a while, and then laid down in the nest. Yuan Fei and others were also playing landlord in a wooden shed, with beer bottles and melon seed shells scattered all over the floor. I'm telling you again, don't try to take those vegetables, or you can blame me for being ruthless. Yuan Fei was peeling an apple with a knife and looked at them coldly. Don't worry, we dare not disobey Brother Fei. Although De Biao and others were very interested in those vegetables, they were more afraid of Yuan Fei. Although he looked gentle and polite, he was actually a ruthless person. People in the underworld called him a smiling tiger. After giving some instructions, Yuan Fei took a bottle of wine and drank it by himself. Minister Feng called Zhou Ming to his office, took out a large envelope and gave it to him, saying, Manager Zhou, you have done a good job during this period and sold all the ice grass. This is a reward for you. Thank you, boss. Zhou Ming casually stuffed the money into his pocket, then stood up and walked out. Looking at Zhou Mingbai, who was leaving, Minister Feng showed a hint of coldness in his eyes. At this time, Feng Bao came out of the house and said, Brother, this guy relies on his connections to ignore you. He is such a jerk. And I also know that he took kickbacks when he sold ice grass. I know he is still useful to us. His connections are very important to the restaurant. If it weren't for him, the ice grass we planted wouldn't have been sold out so quickly. By the way, what's the progress of the ice grass we planted? Before the minister was appointed, he had someone save some ice grass as seeds, but none of them had sprouted. Still no movement. I have consulted an expert, and there is definitely nothing wrong with the planting method, but I don't know why it won't sprout. Feng Bao shook his head. He had been in the countryside growing ice grass for the past 2 months, but to no avail. Upon hearing this, Minister Feng showed a hint of disappointment on his face. He had been counting on making a fortune from this batch of vegetables. Chapter 64, Stealing Chicken. I heard that there will be a barbecue event on the island. Now that I calculate, the time is almost up. You should take some people there next week. Even if you have to rob them, you must get the food back for me this time. Minister Feng showed a hint of cruelty on his face. He made a fortune from selling more than 100 kilograms of ice grass last time, and he would miss the opportunity to make a fortune this time. I understand. I'll bring more people this time. Feng Bao nodded, thinking that the old man must have been killed, and that was why he ran so fast, so he had to run away. Fortunately, the old man was not dead, so he was able to come back. At this time, Minister Feng took out a file bag and handed it to Feng Bao, saying, This is a house in the city center, bought for your parents. People like us may not know the future, but at least we can make the old people live comfortably. Thank you, brother. Feng Bao took the property certificate with gratitude in his eyes, which made him more determined to work for Minister Feng. At this moment, Yi Xiao was patrolling the vegetable field with lightning. The moonlight was shining on the more than 30 acres of vegetable field. The vegetables in the field glowed like crystal, dazzling and colorful, reflecting the surroundings like a dream. After being stunned for a while, he continued his patrol, carefully observing every acre of vegetable field to avoid missing anything. When light gradually appeared on the sea surface in the distance, Yi Xiao returned to his room to rest. De Biao got up early in the morning and took a bite of bread. Then he immediately spat it out and cursed. What is this? It's so hard, how can I eat it? I used to be able to share meals with the people on the island, but now I have to eat by myself. Every meal consists of bread, and my mouth feels dry. A man who had been here for 2 months complained dissatisfiedly, and there were several large boxes of bread stored in the house. At this time, a man came over and whispered, I see there are quite a few chickens on the island. We can get a few to eat and satisfy our cravings. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but become interested. However, some people still worriedly said, but the eldest brother doesn't seem to let us provoke them. This is not a good idea. It's just a few chickens. What are you afraid of? I'm in charge. Debiao stood up and made the decision. Then the group went out and prepared to catch the chicken. Soon they found the chickens in a secluded place. Superior. Debiao looked around and found that there were no one around, so he immediately gave the order. Then 5 people rushed up, each grabbed a chicken and ran away quickly. Debiao took them to a secluded place in the distance, built a fire, and started to roast chicken. As time passed, an enticing aroma of chicken wafted out and filled the air. It smells so good, it makes my mouth water. It's not just drooling, it's making me hungry. I feel like I can eat a whole cow right now. It smells so good, I'll swallow all my poor bones later. When several people smelled the fragrance, they felt that they had never been so hungry in their lives, and their eyes were fixed on the roasted chicken skewered on branches. After a while, the roasted chicken slowly turned golden yellow, and the aroma of the chicken became more intense, as if the air had solidified. All right. As soon as the words fell, Debiao and others immediately picked up the roast chicken and started to eat it, not caring whether it was hot or not. At this time, the 5 people did not speak, only the sound of chewing could be heard. My grandma, it's so delicious. More than 10 minutes later, Debiao wiped the grease from his mouth and saw a pile of bones on the ground without a trace of meat. So filling and delicious. I've never eaten such delicious chicken in my life. If it's sprinkled with seasoning, the taste will be perfect. The other people were also lying on the ground, looking very happy, with their bellies bulging like pregnant women. After all, they had eaten a chicken. After resting for a while, Debiao asked people to bury the chicken bones again. At this time, Yuan Fei was chewing bread with an unhappy look on his face. Seeing Debiao and the others coming back, he said, "Where have you been? I haven't seen you for a long time. Have some bread." "Brother, no need, we are all full." Debiao quickly waved his hand to refuse and burped involuntarily. Seeing this, Yuan Fei didn't care and continued to eat the bread. In the evening, Sun Jingwo was preparing to drive the chickens into the chicken coop while counting the number 25, 16, 27. When he found that there were only 27 chickens, he realized that something was wrong and immediately told Yishao about it. "What? 5 chickens are missing." Upon hearing the news, Yishao was also stunned. The only good news was that the 3 yellow chickens were stolen, but the 2 metal chickens were not stolen. "No need to guess. I know who did it. I'll go and ask them to call the chicken out." Peng Xiao was furious and was ready to rush out with a stick in his hand. Yishao quickly stopped him and said, "We don't have any evidence. If we go to them rashly, they will definitely deny it. We must catch them in the act. I'm afraid they won't come to steal chickens again. After all, people should know that we will strengthen our precautions." Peng Xiao frowned deeply, not believing that those people would come to steal chickens again. No one wants to eat my chicken again after eating it. Yishao was very sure that those people would come again to steal chickens. The deliciousness of the 3 yellow chicken was something that no one could resist. Then he took Lightning to the place where the chicken was lost, to see if they could find the lost chicken. At this time, the Lightning kept sniffing the ground, and then slowly walked away into the distance. Seeing this, Yishao hurriedly followed. Half an hour later, Lightning brought Yishao to a shore in the southeast direction, and then they dug the ground with their claws, and soon chicken bones were exposed. When he saw these things, Yishao was sure that Yuan Fei and others had stolen these chickens. "Here you go." Seeing Lightning, they looked up at him one by one, as if asking for credit. Yishao quickly reached out and touched their heads one by one, and they felt safe. Then he came to the sugar maple forest and saw hundreds of sugar maple trees dying in front of him. With more than a dozen sugar maple trees dying every day, his heart ached so much that it almost bled. Out of boredom, Yizhao's consciousness floated into the system, intending to find Inha to chat. "Hey, how did you get in? You have a bitter face, and you look like you've lost your virginity." Inha laughed and teased. Teasing Yishao became one of his pleasures. "It's worse than losing your virginity. My heart aches for you." Yishao let out a long sigh, not in the mood to joke with her. However, Inha said with a relaxed look, "I know why you are worried. It's just a few trees. Why don't you just remove the medicine and let the trees die? You think I haven't thought about it, but there's no way to find a medicine that's that strong, and it would pollute the land." Yishao rolled his eyes at her. "Just because you can't find it doesn't mean I don't have it." "Really?" Chapter 65 Caught in the Act. "Beautiful Galaxy, do you really have medicine? Tell me quickly." Upon hearing that Galaxy had medicine, Yishao also came over, with hope shining in his eyes. He had also looked for it in the system before, but did not find this kind of medicine. Of course, when the system certified the island, it canceled some unnecessary equipment and items, and these things are all in my little treasury. Speaking of this, a hint of pride appeared on Ina's face. She had quite a few good things in her little treasury. After hearing the news, Yi Xiao looked at Ina deeply. With this thing in her hands, whether to kill or chop him up depends on her mood. So he said, "Beautiful Ina, please let me know if you have any requests. I will definitely satisfy you if I can." Ina sat on the chair and said, "Actually, my request is very simple and you can definitely satisfy it. That is to go to a nightclub." Why go to a nightclub? Yi Xiao was also very puzzled by this request. I often see on TV that this place is very exciting, so I want to go and experience it. But you're in my head, and you can't feel it. It doesn't matter. Just go. I will empathize with you. If you agree, I will give you the medicine. Okay, I promise you. Yi Xiao agreed without hesitation. It was just going to a nightclub. What was the big deal? Then, 10 white medicine bottles appeared in Ina's hand. He handed them to Yi Xiao and introduced them. This is a green, strong defoliant. Trees contaminated with it will die in a short time, and it will not pollute the land. Yi Xiao reached out and grabbed the defoliant. A hint of joy appeared on his face, and he thought to himself that now all the problems at hand were solved. After going out, he took out the blaster and prepared to spray the defoliant on the 10 acres of eucalyptus forest at night. When he knew that they were deliberately targeting the island, the slight guilt in his heart disappeared. Come, it's time to eat. Yuan Fei took out another box of bread and placed it in front of everyone. Ah, bread again. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but frown. They felt like vomiting after eating so much bread these days. Everyone hold on a little longer. I'll treat you to a good meal when we get out. Yuan Fei distributed the bread to the people below. At this time, De Biao and the others looked at each other and said, "Brother, I'm going out to relieve myself, and we'll be back to eat later." "Brother, I have to go out for the rest of the day too." Immediately afterwards, De Biao and his companions ran out quickly. After going out, De Biao couldn't help but complain, "I eat bread every day, and there is not a drop of oil or water in my stomach. Yeah, all I can think about right now is eating chicken." "Me too. I haven't eaten for just a few days. I'm almost dying of cravings. Let's go catch some chickens today. We won't have the energy to eat if we don't eat for a day." Then a group of people quietly moved towards the chicken coop. When they got near the chicken coop, one of them said, "That guy named Yi fed a few dogs. It may not be easy for us to catch the chickens." De Biao smiled complacently and said, "I have already found out that Yi Xiao has taken those dogs to patrol the east, and it is midnight now. Everyone is asleep, so there is nothing to be afraid of." As soon as he finished speaking, De Biao took the lead and walked towards the chicken coop. At this time, in the vegetable garden in the distance, Yi Xiao was holding a telescope and watching those people entering the chicken coop with a smile in his eyes. He had been patrolling every night these days, and finally he got the chance. "Go." Yi Xiao patted Lightning's head and saw Lightning leading 6 Dogo Argentinos rushing forward immediately. De Biao was holding 2 chickens in his left hand at this time, and was ready to catch another one if something happened. This time he wanted to eat enough in one go. "Brother, this is bad. We have been discovered." At this time, a man saw a group of dogs rushing towards him outside and immediately screamed in surprise. "Run!" De Biao threw the chicken away and rushed out immediately. Woof, woof, woof. But before he could rush out, he saw a group of dogs blocking the door, baring their teeth and looking very ferocious. De Biao was so scared that he immediately retreated back. At this moment, Pang Xiao, Sun Jiangwo, and others were also awakened and rushed out with hoes in their hands. "Brother Biao, what should we do now?" When those people saw more and more people gathering around them, they also looked panicked. "We are a group of old, weak, and sick people. What are we afraid of? Just fight them off. As long as we can get away, nothing will happen." De Biao made up his mind and rushed out first. He didn't take these old guys in front of him who were about to go into the coffin seriously. Wong. However, as soon as De Biao stepped out of the chicken coop, Lightning pounced on him with his mouth wide open. De Biao saw the dog appear in front of him in the blink of an eye and immediately stepped back in fear, cursing, "This mad dog is really annoying. Come on. What are you standing there for?" "Brother Biao, I'm not afraid of those old guys outside, but those dogs are really scary. I'm afraid that one bite of them will take off my arm." "Yeah, those dogs look so fierce, you can't mess with them at first glance." When the others saw the group of barking dogs outside, their faces were filled with fear. Outside, Pang Xiao was taking pictures of the scene with his phone, keeping them as evidence, and said with a smile, "Now they are trapped in a jar. Xiao Yi, what should we do now?" "What else can we do? Catch him, of course." Yi Xiao smiled and said, "Once they were caught, things would be much easier. but it's obvious that they fight all the time. It may not be that easy for us to catch them. Pang Xiao looked at the fierce De Biao and others, and his heart began to beat fast. Don't worry, it's easy to deal with them. Yi Xiao put his hand in front of his mouth and whistled. Immediately after lightning, they rushed into the chicken coop, causing chaos inside. De Biao looked at the big dog rushing towards him and immediately stretched out his hand to catch lightning. But the next moment he felt a huge force coming, and De Biao thought to himself that something was not good. The dog was too strong, and he couldn't even control it. Then he felt a pain in his wrist. Get away from me, my hand. Help! Help! Hearing the screams coming from inside, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. 10 minutes later, Lightning dragged De Biao out of the chicken coop and saw that De Biao's wrists were covered with scars. At this time, the other 4 people were also rolling on the ground in pain, and all the wounds were on their hands. Before, when Yi Xiao trained Lightning and the others, the focus of attack was on the wrist, so that he could control the person at once and make the opponent lose their combat effectiveness. Tie them all up for me. Yi Xiao waved his hand, and Sun Jiangwo and others rushed forward, tied up De Biao and others with ropes, and then took them to settle the score with Yuan Fei. At this time, Yuan Fei heard bursts of dog barking in the distance. He felt very bad, and his intuition told him that something was going to happen. Chapter 66, Pork Ribs Vermicelli. Yuan Fei looked at De Biao and his men who were tied up like meat dumplings and escorted over by a group of people, and knew that they were probably really going to get out. Captain Yuan, your people were caught stealing our chickens. Tell us how we can solve this problem. Pang Xiao dragged De Biao in front of Yuan Fei, then put his hands on his chest, wanting to see how Yuan Fei would solve the problem. Yuan Fei was not a pushover either. He glanced at De Biao and the others and quietly hinted, "Did you really steal the chicken?" "No, brother, they wronged us." "Yeah, when we were wandering around the island, they rushed out and beat us up and then tied us up. Brother, you have to make the decision for us." Hearing this, Yuan Fei sneered, looked at Yi Xiao and the others and said, "You beat my brother for no reason. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will make you pay for it." Seeing that he dared not admit it, Pang Xiao took out his phone and played the clip of De Biao and his friends stealing the chicken, then said, "I knew you would deny it. Now there's nothing to say. It's just the first few chickens. What's the big deal?" Yuan Fei didn't care at all, and when De Biao and others heard this, they showed smug expressions on their faces. At this time, Yi Xiao stood up and said, "Do you know how much these chickens they stole are worth? How many can there be?" Although Yuan Fei still had a disdainful expression on his face, he felt that he was in trouble. The vegetables on this island cost tens of thousands of yuan per pound, not to mention the chickens. The 5 stolen chickens are worth at least 100,000 yuan. According to my criminal law, this is a serious crime and is punishable by more than 3 years in prison or 10 years or more. I'll hand you over to the police and you won't be released until at least 3 years later. Yi Xiao said this with dissatisfaction. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yuan Fei's face became so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it, and De Biao and others were also pale. They didn't expect that stealing just a few chickens would have such serious consequences. Then De Biao immediately gave in and looked at Yi Xiao and begged for mercy. "It's our fault, Brother Yi. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with us." "That's right, Brother Yi. If you have any instructions, just tell us. We will go through fire and water to help you. I don't want to go to jail, Brother Yi. You must show mercy." The other 4 also followed suit and begged for mercy. Yi Xiao shook his head and said with a distressed look on his face, "If I let you go, my chickens will not be lost in vain. They cost more than 100,000. De Biao struggled to stand up from the ground, walked towards Yi Xiao, and said, "Brother Yi, just tell me what you want me to do. I will definitely not refuse if I can do it." Pang Xiao came up to Yi Xiao and said, "Xiao Yi, that patch of eucalyptus trees is our top priority now. Let them go cut down the eucalyptus trees." Yi Xiao waved his hand to refuse. Now that there was a defoliant, the eucalyptus trees were no longer a problem. So he said to De Biao, "A lot of sugar maples on the island have died recently. I feel really bad." "No problem. I'll buy some and replant them for you." De Biao immediately understood what Yi Xiao meant. "Okay, as long as you plant the sugar maple, I won't complain about stealing chickens." Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. 3 or 4 acres of sugar maple trees had died during this period. Now that someone had replaced them, it was naturally the best thing. Then he took everyone back to rest. De Biao walked up to Yuan Fei, lowered his head and said, "Brother, I..." Snap. Before he could finish his words, Yuan Fei slapped him and said angrily, "I told you not to provoke them, but you made trouble for me. Fortunately, eucalyptus was fine, otherwise you would be in big trouble." Facing the reprimand, De Biao said nothing. After a moment, he said, "Brother, how about the money for the tree? This is something you guys caused. You guys have to solve it yourself." After saying this, Yuan Fei turned and walked away. At this time, De Biao looked at Yuan Fei's departing figure, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. After returning, Sun Jiangwo and others quickly entered a dream. Yi Xiao lay in bed for 2 hours, then got up and rushed into the eucalyptus tree like lightning. The moonlight shone down, and the shadows of a man and a dog were reflected on the ground. After wandering around outside the eucalyptus forest for a while and making sure that there was no one around, Yi Xiao took out his rifle, loaded it with defoliant, and then fired a shot above the eucalyptus forest. The defoliant exploded in the air and slowly fell on the eucalyptus trees. After using up all 10 bottles of defoliant, Yi Xiao returned with lightning and had a good sleep. The next morning, De Biao and his friends pooled tens of thousands of dollars and set out to purchase sugar maples. When they were on the boat, someone said to De Biao, "Brother Biao, let's just run away. He can't do anything to us. I found out that it would only cost tens of thousands of dollars to plant sugar maples on those few acres of land. It's not worth it to risk being wanted for such a small amount of money." De Biao shook his head and refused. When we went to collect the money, the other brothers also contributed a little bit, but Yuan Fei, as the eldest brother, didn't contribute a penny. He is such a bastard. Everyone punched the bed and complained in dissatisfaction. Who said it wasn't? You don't have any sense of loyalty at all. He really chilled our brothers' hearts. Who would dare to follow such a big brother in the future? Hearing everyone's discussions, De Biao knew his chance had come, so he moved over and tried to get closer to them. Yi Xiao came to the kitchen and said to Wu Fan, "Aunt Wu, how many ribs do we have left?" "There are still more than 10 pounds left." Wu Fan has always been in charge of kitchen affairs and knows all kinds of dishes and meats very well. "Stew it all. We'll have a good meal at noon today." Yi Xiao knew that everyone had worked hard during this period, so he prepared to reward everyone well. "Okay, there happens to be a lot of vermicelli left, so I'll cook a pot of pork ribs and vermicelli." Wu Fan responded with a smile, then asked the others to get busy. When it was noon, the smell of meat wafted from the kitchen. At this time, Lightning and the other 6 Dogo Argentinos also smelled the fragrance and began to wander around the kitchen door. "Come on, little darlings, it's time to eat meat." When Wu Fan saw these Dogo Argentinos, he immediately scooped out a large basin of pork ribs and put it outside. He knew that Yi Xiao loved these dogs very much, and he even bought pork ribs specifically to feed them. Every day, they would eat more than 200 kilograms of ribs for 3 meals. When Lightning and the others saw the ribs, they went over and started eating without hesitation. Sun Jiangwo and a dozen others came back from the fields carrying hoes and saw that the table was filled with several large pots of pork ribs stewed with vermicelli and a few bottles of wine. Apart from these, there were no other dishes. They hurried over to smell them. "It smells so good. Pork ribs and vermicelli. Eat this for lunch. I can eat as much as I want a day." Chapter 67 Galloping. Sun Jiangwo picked up a piece of pork chop and took a bite, then took another sip, smacked his lips, and looked very enjoyable. He liked the days on the island more and more. The daily work was easy, the food was good, and when he had free time he could chat with old friends and play cards. Life was so good that he even wanted to retire on the island. "Old son, why are you in a daze? Come, have a drink. Come on, let's go. This vermicelli is good, eat more." For a while, the table was filled with toasts and the atmosphere was very warm. At this time, Yi Xiao was sitting on the beach eating with a big bowl in his hand and looking at the ups and downs of the waves. He was very excited. The ocean was a huge treasure trove, with fishery resources, oil, rare metals, and all kinds of treasures. With the island system, he could reach all of these. All he lacked was time. Woohoo! After coming to his senses, he saw Lightning, who was sitting next to him, licking his lips while looking at the ribs in the bowl. He picked up a piece of ribs and threw it to him. Lightning opened his mouth and caught it, then lay on the ground and started to chew it. Lightning has grown up now. He is waist-high when sitting and looks very majestic. However, his appetite is also terrifyingly huge. He has to eat meat 3 times a day and consumes more than 50 kilograms of meat a day. At this time, Yuan Fei and others smelled a fragrance from a distance, which made his stomach growl with greed. He ate bread every day, and now he felt like vomiting when he smelled the bread. Then he saw a few people coming and sweating profusely and asked hurriedly, "Where are you going? I can't find you for a long time. Where else can we go? Plant some trees. Otherwise we'll go to jail." De Biao retorted to him in annoyance. "You have a bad temper, and you dare to go against me. When I was on the road, you were still playing in the mud." Yuan Fei was also not polite. He picked up a chair and smashed it on De Biao, and the chair broke into pieces immediately. De Biao fell to the ground, covering his head in pain, blood oozing from his fingers. Be more respectful next time, otherwise this won't just be a matter of bloodshed. Yuan Fei had a ferocious look on his face. He knew he had to be ruthless to deal with people like him. After he left, someone immediately walked over to help De Biao up and asked with concern, "Brother Biao, are you okay?" De Biao shook his head and said gloomily, "It's okay. I will avenge this sooner or later." At night, Yi Xiao came to the sugar maple forest for inspection as usual. He counted and found that no new sugar maples had died. He thought that the defoliant must have been effective, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. In the following days, the island was very peaceful. On this day, Yi Xiao came to the stable and let out Heiyun and Baixue, ready to ride them. Now they have grown to about 1.5 meters tall and are completely ready to ride. Then he put saddles on Heiyun and Baixue, and then turned over and rode on Heiyun. However, when Yi Xiao rode on, Heiyun seemed a little uneasy and started to move around, trying to throw Yi Xiao off his back. Be good. First time is first time. Second time is second time. Yi Xiao kept touching Heiyun's head to comfort him. After a few minutes, the dark clouds slowly calmed down. Drive. Yi Xiao gently squeezed the horse's belly, and Heiyun slowly started walking. He was not in a hurry. After all, he had never ridden a horse before, and it would be terrible if he fell off. After adapting for a while, he slowly increased his speed. He saw the black cloud running quickly on the island, its 4 hooves flying, making clattering sounds, and its long mane fluttering in the wind. Oh! Yi Xiao roared while riding on the horse. He was very excited. Now he felt like he was galloping at lightning speed on the horse. After running for an hour, the black cloud finally stopped on the beach on the other side. Yi Xiao looked at the black cloud without even breathing. He didn't expect that its physical strength would be so good. After staying for a while, he rode Snow White and wandered around the island. Looking at Lightning and the others following behind him, he felt very comfortable. This kind of paradise-like life was what he had always wanted. Pang Xiao looked at Yi Xiao, who was riding back from a distance, and immediately came forward and said with a smile, "Where have you been? The black clouds and white snow are becoming more and more beautiful." After passing by, Pang Xiao took the reins and touched the black cloud with great delight in his eyes. Then he wanted to turn over and ride on it, but Heiyun broke free from the reins and ran away. "Hey, you are so heartless. I feed you so many delicious foods every day." Seeing this, Pang Xiao also had a heartbroken expression. "Haha, it seems they don't like you." Yi Xiao smiled, took Heiyun and Baixue to the pool, picked up the faucet, and started to bathe them. Late at night, 5 speedboats appeared on the sea, each with more than a dozen people on board. Feng Bao stood at the front, wearing a mask. This time they didn't plan to be sneaky and just went for the rob directly. Woof woof woof. Yi Xiao was dozing off in a chair when he suddenly heard a dog barking. He quickly stood up and saw several speedboats approaching quickly. Seeing this, he felt a bad feeling in his heart, so he quickly called up other people. When Feng Bao and 50 other people came ashore, all of them put on masks and walked towards the vegetable field with a stick in one hand and a bag in the other. However, before they had walked far, they ran into Yi Xiao and a dozen other people blocking their way, with 7 large dogs barking nonstop. "It's probably not realistic for you guys to stop us. Get out of my way or you'll end up in the hospital." Feng Bao stood up and glanced at the 50 or so people behind him, feeling confident. "Even if I die, I'll take someone with me. Come on." Pang Xiao was holding a hoe with a fearless look on his face. Yi Xiao looked at the other side. All of them were burly men. Most of them were old, weak, and sick, and were no match for them at all. Once they started fighting, it would only increase casualties. Thinking of this, he stood up and said to the group in front of him, "I will give you 10 acres of vegetables, and we can live in peace. How about it?" "Okay, you know what's interesting." Feng Bao nodded in agreement. 10 acres of vegetables were more than enough, and it also saved a lot of trouble. Pang Xiao came up to Yi Xiao and said, "Xiao Yi, 10 acres of vegetables is a lot. If we give them all, the barbecue will have to be postponed again." Yi Xiao instructed Pang Xiao, "Take them to the newly planted forest. The leaves there are edible. Okay, follow me. This way, please." Pang Xiao instantly understood Yi Xiao's meaning and led the group of people towards the eucalyptus forest. On the way there, a man approached Feng Bao and said, "Brother, I haven't heard of edible leaves. Is there any fraud?" "You know nothing. Golden rice and diamond cabbage are things the Easterners have never seen before. They are all grown on this island, so edible leaves are not surprising." Feng Bao smiled and had no doubt about it. He felt that this trip to the island would be very smooth. Chapter 68, Accidental. We're here. This eucalyptus forest is the latest tree we planted. The leaves are edible. We originally planned to use them as the main dish, but we didn't expect. Pang Xiao had a distressed expression. Before he could finish feeling sad, Feng Bao waved his hand, and a group of people immediately rushed into the eucalyptus forest and started picking leaves. Seeing this scene, Pang Xiao also laughed secretly and slipped away quietly. Brother, it's bad. Someone is making trouble in the fields. When Yuan Fei was sleeping in bed, he suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps and woke up. He asked, what happened? I saw a group of people rushing into the eucalyptus forest, apparently causing damage. Damn it, the guy surnamed Yi finally couldn't help himself and called his brothers to grab weapons and attack. Yuan Fei jumped Xiao Lai off the bed, picked up a machete next to him, and led everyone out. He had been waiting for Yi Xiao to take action, and now he finally got the chance. When he got outside the eucalyptus forest, he saw a group of people picking leaves. Without saying a word, he kicked one of them down and shouted, Brothers, come on, kill them. Don't think we don't know who you are just because you're wearing a mask. Damn it, they actually dared to plot against me. Kill those bastards. Feng Bao also commanded his men to rush forward, thinking that Yi Xiao had returned. Soon, people from both sides started fighting each other, and each of them was extremely vicious. From time to time, people fell to the ground and screamed. At this time, Yuan Fei flashed through the crowd like a butterfly flying through flowers. Many people fell under his knife along the way. After so many years in the underworld, what he was most proud of was his knife skills. Feng Bao watched his men fall one by one with a frown on his face. All of his men were veterans of battles, but he didn't expect they could not defeat a young boy. Thinking of this, he rushed towards Yuan Fei with his knife in hand, and then slashed at him with a fierce blow. What a precise angle. Yuan Fei was no ordinary man. He easily dodged the attack and then launched a series of fierce attacks on Feng Bao. Ding ding ding. Sparks flew when the two knives collided. At this time, Feng Bao kept backing away, and he felt that his hand holding the knife had been numb from the shock. He didn't expect that this guy was so difficult to deal with, and he was actually no match for him. Sizzle. At this moment, Yuan Fei cut through Feng Bao's clothes on his chest with a knife, leaving a bloody mark on his skin. Feng Bao saw that most of his brothers around him had fallen, so he immediately issued an order to retreat. At this time, De Biao was standing not far away watching this scene. When he saw Yuan Fei lose his vigilance around him, he immediately picked up a mask and put it on. You are too young to fight me. Watching Feng Bao and his men retreat, Yuan Fei showed a hint of pride on his face and prepared to settle the score with Yi Xiao later. Suddenly, Yuan Fei felt a pain in his right leg, let out a scream, and fell to the ground. Then he saw a masked man running away. My legs, my legs. Yuan Fei watched the blood oozing out of his legs, and he could no longer feel his legs, and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Then several people came over, carried Yuan Fei into the house, and treated his wounds. Yi Xiao listened to the sounds of fighting coming from the eucalyptus forest, and his heart finally settled down. It was a good idea to let them fight each other. After receiving Feng Bao's call, Minister Feng immediately rushed to a warehouse in the suburbs. As soon as he entered, he saw his brothers lying on the ground and asked hurriedly, What happened? How did so many people get hurt? After we landed on the island, a group of people had been waiting for us. As soon as we got there, they started fighting. Those people were very skilled, so we suffered so many casualties. Feng Bao had a gloomy face. Not only did he fail to get the vegetables back on the island this time, but he also lost a lot of his brothers. I didn't expect that we would be tricked. Send someone to investigate and find out which bastard dared to go against me. I will kill him. Minister Feng was so angry that the flesh on his face trembled. If anyone dared to offend him on the road, he would not be called Feng unless he broke their arms. The next morning, when Yuan Fei woke up, he felt severe pain in his right leg and couldn't even sit up. Brother Yuan, don't move. Your leg is still injured. De Biao came over to comfort him. What happened to my legs? Why can't I feel them? At this time, Yuan Fei had a ferocious look on his face and pushed De Biao away. Although De Biao showed no reaction on his face, he was very happy in his heart and said softly, I checked, and it seems that your right leg is useless. Hearing this, Yuan Fei suddenly sneered. How could my legs be disabled? How could it be possible? After saying that, he struggled to stand up, but as soon as he landed, he felt a sharp pain in his leg and immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this, De Biao quickly helped him up and said, Brother, don't be like this. Take care of yourself. Get lost. Take me to find Yi Xiao. I want to settle accounts with him. Yuan Fei's eyes were full of resentment. He didn't expect that Yi Xiao would bring so many people to deal with him. This revenge had to be secured. Then De Biao helped Yuan Fei walk out. Yi Xiao rode Black Cloud around the island and came back to find Yuan Fei bringing people to cause trouble again. He quickly dismounted and walked over to ask, What's going on? Are you here to cause trouble again? Pang Xiao came over and said, I don't know what's wrong with him. He insisted that those people wearing masks last night were us. Yuan Fei held a knife in his hand, pointed at Pang Xiao and yelled, If not you, then who else could it be? There is no one else on the island. Yi Xiao pointed at Sun Jiangwo and the others and said, Do you think they can beat you like this? And do you see any injuries on their bodies? Yuan Fei glanced at Sun Jiangwo and the others and found that they did not have any injuries on their bodies. The people who fought with them last night should not be this old man. Thinking of this, he spoke again. Even if it's not these old guys, it must be someone you invited. We are now in a society ruled by law. You have to provide evidence for everything you say. If you say they are my employees, you have to provide evidence. Yi Xiao was fearless at this moment. Although what happened last night was an accident, it was absolutely impossible for others to pin it on him. Humph, if you want evidence, I am the evidence. Yuan Fei roared and rushed towards Yi Xiao with a knife in hand. At this moment, lightning rushed over, bit Yuan Fei's throat, and knocked him to the ground. At this moment, Yuan Fei felt a chill on his neck and a chill rising from his back. He felt that the fangs on his neck seemed to pierce his throat at any time, and drops of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Lightning, come back. Yi Xiao called Lightning back. He didn't want to cause any casualties on the island. You're so cruel, let's go. Yuan Fei stood up from the ground and left with his men. Chapter 69 Formal Preparation. Wu Qian was just about to go on a trip abroad with his lover, but someone found him and said that something happened on the island. He had no choice but to board a boat to island number 4. If anything happened to the eucalyptus trees, he would not only not get the money, but would also be in big trouble. At this time, Yuan Fei and a group of people were waiting at the dock. During this period, eucalyptus trees began to die in large numbers for unknown reasons, so Wu Qian was asked to make this trip. After Wu Qian got off the boat, he immediately asked what was going on. Brother, a large area of eucalyptus trees have died. I suspect it was Yi Xiao who did it. When Yuan Fei mentioned the name Yi Xiao, a hint of hatred appeared in his eyes. If it weren't for that kid, his right leg would not have been disabled. Did you get any evidence? Wu Qian had long anticipated Yi Xiao's tricks. Without. Yuan Fei shook his head. He was just guessing and didn't have any evidence. Snap. Then Wu Qian slapped Yuan Fei hard in the face and walked towards the eucalyptus forest. When he arrived outside the eucalyptus forest, Wu Qian saw that more than half of the eucalyptus trees had died. As for the remaining eucalyptus trees, they were very listless, as if they would die at any time. At this time, Yuan Fei came over again and asked, Brother, what should we do now? Should we take people to deal with that kid? What the hell? You think I'm easy to mess with? By the way, how's your leg? Wu Qian glanced at Yuan Fei's limping right leg and began to ask. Before Yuan Fei could speak, De Biao spoke first. Brother Fei's legs are not good. Yuan Fei glared at De Biao fiercely, and when he saw a hint of coldness in Wu Qian's eyes, he knew that he was going to be abandoned. But De Biao was very proud at this moment, knowing that his world was about to come. These trees will definitely not survive. You better leave here with me, otherwise I will have to come and collect your bodies later. Wu Qian said this in a bad mood, and prepared to take everyone away. Xiao Yi, that bastard Wu Qian is here. When Yi Xiao was sitting in a chair reading a book seriously, Pang Xiao ran over with an excited look on his face. Let's go find this bastard. Yi Xiao stood up and called a few Dogo Argentinos to join him. Woof woof woof. When Wu Qian and his group were about to reach the dock, suddenly a group of dogs rushed over and stopped them. Hey, isn't this Manager Wu? Last time I went to look for you, you avoided me. Before, Pang Xiao went to Donghai City to find Wu Qian, but the other parties simply avoided him and left him empty-handed. Wu Qian ignored him and looked at Yi Xiao and said, I wonder why brother Yi stopped me. You know what it is. What I want to ask is who asked you to do it. You and I have no grudges against each other. You must have been instructed by someone. Yi Xiao was too lazy to waste time talking to him. Spending such a huge amount of money to deal with him was not something that ordinary people could do. I don't know what you're talking about. Wu Qian had a gloomy face as he walked towards the boat with his men. Now that the eucalyptus forest was destroyed, he didn't know how to explain it to Yang Tai. At this time, Pang Xiao threw the mineral water bottle in his hand towards Wu Qian. The bottle hit Wu Qian directly on the head, and he almost fainted. At this time, Feng Bao was ambushing near the dock with a large group of people. He went through a lot of trouble to find out who the bastard was who had plotted against them last time. Brother, they are coming. At this time, someone pointed at Wu Qian and his group who were boarding the dock. Brothers, come on, kill them. Following Feng Bao's order, 50 or 60 people immediately rushed forward. What is going on? Wu Qian saw a group of people rushing out with machetes, and he was so scared that he ran away. But before he could run far, a man rushed up and chopped him to the ground with a knife. Although De Biao, Yuan Fei, and others tried their best to resist at this time, they were helpless because the other side outnumbered them and could only fall in a pool of blood. A few days later, Yi Xiao looked at the 10 acres of eucalyptus forest and found that they had all died. A worry in his heart was finally gone. He thought that the more than 30 acres of vegetables planted should be mature in a month, and it was time to prepare for the barbecue. Then he gave Pang Xiao some instructions and set off for Donghai City. Ever since Island Number 4 announced the barbecue event 2 months ago, someone has called Dujiang Restaurant almost every day to ask when the event will be held. Although they have not received any response, they are still looking forward to it. As soon as Yi Xiao got ashore, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call Wang Mucheng. But as soon as he took it out, he received many messages from Wang Mucheng, saying that her mother took him on a trip and would not be back until a month later. Then he took a taxi to the Red Pine restaurant. When Zhang Luan saw Yi Xiao coming in, he immediately went to meet him and said excitedly, "Brother Yi, you are finally here. You know I dare not turn on my phone during this period. I receive hundreds of calls every day asking about the barbecue event." Yi Xiao also smiled and walked into Du Zhang's office. "Brother Yi, you must have come here for good reasons, but I have to apologize to you for Wu Qian's matter first. I didn't expect that he had been fired from the garden company a long time ago and did such a thing. It's okay. I was cared about. It's over. You were also deceived. Yi Xiao didn't care about this matter. Take a look at the plans I made for the barbecue." Du Zhang handed a copy to Yi Xiao. The good news is that the barbecue will be held in a month, in July. Yi Xiao shared the news while flipping through the event copy. Du Zhang stood up, made a cup of coffee, and handed it over, saying, "Now people are also very much looking forward to the barbecue event. The plan I have made is mainly about the preparation of drinks, the cost of participating in the event, and the number of people. These all need to wait for your confirmation. The number of people is set at 400, of which 200 are the wealthy people of Donghai City, and the other 200 are ordinary citizens. The fee for the wealthy is 100,000 yuan per person, and for the ordinary citizens, the friendly price is 100 yuan." Yi Xiao had already considered the number of people and the cost. 100,000 per person? When Du Jiang heard the cost, he couldn't help but be stunned. 100,000 yuan for a barbecue meal is a sky-high price. Seeing his surprised expression, Yi Xiao smiled and said, "All the barbecue ingredients and seasonings this time are top-notch and absolutely worth the money." Du Jiang nodded and continued, "How are the 200 ordinary citizens going to choose now? All the citizens of Donghai are paying attention to this event now. Let's set up a registration website. Then we can randomly draw the winners using a computer." After pondering for a moment, Yi Xiao came up with this idea. "It seems that this is the only way now. I will ask someone to arrange it right away." Finally, Du Jiang agreed and immediately ordered Zhang Luan to do it. Chapter 70 Live Broadcast Rights. That evening, the news that the barbecue event held on Island Number 4 would start on time on July 1st set off the entire Donghai City. People were mainly discussing the sky-high ticket price of 100,000 yuan and who the 200 people who could attend almost for free were. At this time, a group of people were chatting enthusiastically in a group. Only a fool would spend 100,000 yuan just to have a barbecue. 100,000 is for the rich and powerful, but there are still 200 places for the common people. Aren't we all counting on these places? Yeah, you can go there for $100 and eat the best barbecue. Let's not talk about the whole country. There are tens of millions of people in Donghai City alone, but there are only 200 spots. I don't know how lucky you have to be to participate." As the director of the editorial office of Donghai TV station, Xiao Jianbin is responsible for the dismal ratings of Donghai TV station. He bought several so-called big-budget TV series with big stars, but the results were not satisfactory. When he came out of the office, he saw that his employees were not working, but were gathered together discussing something. "Which celebrities do you think will go this time?" "I don't know. After all, it's so expensive. I just want to go, but I don't know if it will be my turn." At this time, Xiao Jianbin coughed a few times, and everyone immediately ran back to their seats and sat down. Xiao Jianbin looked at everyone and asked, "What are you talking about? You're so excited that you don't even work." One person replied, "Director Xiao, we are talking about the barbecue event on Island Number 4. You should have heard about it. It will be held on July 1st. We are guessing who will go." "Really? Let me see." Xiao Jianbin had also heard about the barbecue event held on Island Number 4. After all, it was the hottest topic right now. When he saw that it would cost 100,000 yuan to attend, he couldn't help but be shocked. This price was too expensive just for a barbecue, and there were 200 people who could be considered to be eating for free. Seeing that barbecue activities dominated the headlines on the hot search list, Xiao Jianbin realized that this might be a great business opportunity to increase the cleaning rate. He then went to report the matter to the director. After hearing the idea of live streaming the barbecue event, Sun Deming pondered for a while and said, "Xiaobin, this event is a good idea and has some highlights. How much money do you think it will take to get the live streaming rights?" "Under 2 million will do." Xiao Jianbin calculated and gave this number. "Okay, go ahead and do it. Oh, and my grandson wants to go too. See if you can get him a ticket." Sun Deming thought that his grandson was clamoring to go to the barbecue event every day, so he took this opportunity to get a ticket. After returning to the office, Xiao Jianbin gathered everyone together and said, "The station has agreed to let us broadcast this barbecue event live. You guys should quickly come up with a plan for the live broadcast. I'm going to negotiate the live broadcast rights." Yeah. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but cheer. If the deal could really be done, they could go along as well. So they all started to get busy. At this time, Yi Xiao and Du Jiang were discussing the details of the barbecue event when they saw several people walking straight into the restaurant and heading towards them. "Hello, I'm Xiao Jianbin, the editor-in-chief of Donghai TV station. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you too." After Xiao Jianbin came in, he immediately explained the purpose of his visit. "I wonder how Director Qiao would like to cooperate specifically." Yi Xiao did not expect that a TV station would actually come to buy the live broadcast rights. This was an unexpected fortune. Xiao Jianbin handed over the cooperation agreement and said, "The content is actually very simple. Our TV station will exclusively broadcast the entire barbecue event on the day of the event. In addition, we will select another 200 participants for the event, and the event will also be broadcast on TV. For this, we will pay 2 million renminbi." Although Yi Xiao was quite satisfied with the price, he also expressed his concerns. "After all, this barbecue event is a private banquet, so I don't really want to have cameras everywhere on the island. I have also considered this, so I will only arrange for one reporter and cameraman to film the live broadcast." Xiao Jianbin also knew that there would definitely be many celebrities attending the event, and they attached great importance to their privacy. "Okay." Yi Xiao nodded in agreement and signed his name on the contract. At this time, Du Jiang also breathed a sigh of relief and handed over the task of announcing the other 200 participants to the TV station, which saved him a lot of trouble. When Xiao Jianbin thought of the task the station director had given him, he showed a trace of embarrassment on his face and said, "Mr. Yi, our station director wants to get a ticket for his grandson to participate in the barbecue event. I wonder if it's convenient for you." Hearing this, Yi Xiao fell into deep thought. There will definitely be many people asking for tickets in the future. Whether to give them or not is a problem. This event can accommodate a maximum of 450 people, so he printed 50 more tickets for this purpose. "No problem, Director Qiao, please come to this event." Yi Xiao handed over 4 tickets. Of course. Xiao Jianbin burst into laughter. After chatting for a while, he returned to the station. At this time, Du Jiang came to Yi Xiao and said, "I didn't expect that a TV station would broadcast the barbecue event live. This is a good thing. By the way, some reporters wanted to participate in this event before. What do you think? Okay, go ahead and do it. Just ask for 10 reporters." Yi Xiao also felt that inviting reporters to the island would be beneficial to the promotion of Island Number 4. As soon as Xiao Jianbin returned to the office, he saw everyone immediately surrounding him and asking, "Director Qiao, was the negotiation successful?" Of course, everything went well. Xiao Jianbin nodded. Yeah. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered, and they would have the opportunity to attend the live broadcast. However, Xiao Jianbin held out his hand to quiet everyone down and said, "But we can only send one reporter and photographer. We'll discuss who to send later. Hurry up and get moving. Today's mission is very busy." An hour later, the Donghai City radio station broadcast a piece of news that the Donghai TV station would broadcast the entire barbecue event on Island Number 4 live, and the registration hotline and online registration would be officially open tonight. 200 citizens would be randomly selected to participate in the barbecue event, and the number of 100,000 ticket reservations would also be displayed. Xiao Jianbin has been monitoring the viewing data at the station. Ever since the live news broadcast of the barbecue event, the station's ratings have skyrocketed exponentially and have now reached 40 million. This means that more than 60 of Donghai City citizens are watching, a rating that has never been achieved before. "Director Qiao, something bad has happened." At this moment, a scream came from outside. Chapter 71 sold out in 15 seconds. Xiao Jianbin saw someone rushing in anxiously and asked quickly, "What happened?" The registration website has crashed due to the huge volume of traffic, and the registration hotline has been overwhelmed with calls. The engineer in charge of traffic monitoring was sweating profusely. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, all just for a barbecue. Please fix it as soon as possible. There will be more people on the day of the lottery. Clear. Xiao Jinbing looked at the ratings that were still rising on the screen, and his heart was filled with joy. This was much better than any big production that cost tens of millions. In a bar, a group of people were waiting to see the number of people registered on Donghai TV. There were two parts in total: the number of people who had reserved 100,000 tickets, and the number of ordinary citizens who had registered. At this time, Zhang Liang took out 100 yuan and slapped it on the table, saying loudly, "I bet not many people would spend 100,000 yuan to eat barbecue. It's just some vegetables with a little hype. Only a fool would go there. What do you think? You have never tasted island vegetables. They are simply the most delicious food on earth. I offered 500 yuan, and many people went to bet on them." Sun Chong threw his wallet on the table. He had eaten the ice grass from Daosheng vegetables. The taste was so delicious that he would never forget it in his life. Well, let's wait and see. Zhang Liang had a very proud look on his face. He just couldn't believe that there were people who would spend 100,000 yuan to eat barbecue. He must be crazy. At this moment, the number of people who have reserved the 100,000 yuan ticket displayed on the TV screen is still 0. It will not be officially opened until 7 o'clock. As the time got closer to the starting point, people in the bar kept their eyes fixed on the TV screen. When the time came, the number of reservations shown on the screen increased rapidly, and 15 seconds later, all 200 places were booked. It only took 15 seconds to be snatched away. When Zhang Liang saw this scene, his eyes widened and he looked incredulous. "Sorry, I won, huh?" Sun Chong picked up the 100 yuan on the table and put it in his pocket. At this time in the TV station, Xiao Jianbin watched as the 200 spots were snapped up almost instantly. He couldn't believe his eyes and quickly asked the person beside him, "Is the display wrong?" The person next to him immediately stood up and replied, "Director Xiao, there is nothing wrong, and quite a few people have already paid. Can you see who has made reservations? Wang Dushan from Donghai Halmu Furniture Company, Zhang Fong from Baisheng Hotel, Shen Feng from Dahu Group." When Xiao Jianbin heard a series of deafening names, he was stunned. These people were all well-known figures in Donghai City, and he didn't expect that they would actually go. After coming to his senses, he continued to ask, "How many people have signed up now?" So far, a total of 53 million people have signed up. Choosing 200 out of 53 million people is truly 1 in 10,000. At this time, in a hotel by the sea, Wang Muching jumped up on the sofa immediately after watching the news report of a barbecue event on TV. When Mei Fong heard the noise, she came out immediately and said, "Girl, why are you making such a fuss so late at night? It's not peaceful at all. Mom, I want to go back. I'm leaving tomorrow." Wang Muching immediately ran back to her room to pack up. Although the barbecue event was still a month away, she had to go and join in the fun in advance. "Girl, you have to meet with the CEO of a listed company that your Aunt Jiang introduced to you tomorrow. You can go back if you want. You can only go back after you meet him." Mei Fong reminded outside the door that the reason she brought Wang Muching out for the trip was actually to set her up on a blind date, and all the people she introduced were successful. The next morning, Chen Peng arrived at the airport to meet Wang Muching. An aunt had introduced him to a girl before, and he immediately fell in love with her after seeing her photo. However, he did not expect that the place for the blind date would be the airport. "Hello, is this Aunt Mei and Miss Wang? I'm Chen Peng." When Chen Peng saw Mei Fong and Wang Muching, he walked over and introduced himself. "It's Xiao Chun, right? You guys chat. I'm going to go buy something." Mei Fong winked at Wang Muching, then stood up and left. Chen Peng was fascinated when he saw Wang Muching, and he began to praise her. "Ms. Wang, you are more beautiful in person than in the photo. It's an honor to meet you." Wang Muching said without looking up while playing with her phone, "I have a boyfriend. My mom insisted that I come to meet you. Do you know why I chose to meet you at the airport? Just to meet you and leave." Hearing this, Chen Peng's face darkened, but he was still unwilling to give up and said, "I wonder what Miss Wang's boyfriend does. How can he be matched with such a beautiful woman? Just an ordinary person. Well, that's enough of the chat." After saying that, Wang Muching turned and left. Mei Fong had been watching this scene from the side, and she quickly went over to ask, "Daughter, how was the conversation?" "I think he's a nice guy." Wang Muching shrugged and replied, "He said he likes men and just wants to find a woman to marry to save face and make people think he is a normal person." "What? Who are these people being introduced?" "Even the CEO of a listed company." Mei Fong's face darkened. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a good friend, she would have called and cursed at him. Late in the evening, the two returned to their home in Donghai City. In the bedroom, Mei Fong said to Wang Hai while applying a facial mask, "Honey, recently many people called me to invite me to some barbecue event. It seems that the tickets are quite expensive. Many people went. I don't know what is delicious in the barbecue. So many people are rushing to go. The vegetables used in this barbecue event are all from the Daoxiang series. Daoxiang vegetables are very popular in Donghai City nowadays and are of high quality. Many people spend a lot of money to try them. I have also eaten them, and they are indeed very memorable. Wang Hai was lying on the bed, wearing glasses and reading a newspaper. You said it so well that I'm moved. Let's go too. Mei Fang's curiosity was aroused at this moment, and she wanted to try these island vegetables. Wang Hai smiled and said, if you want to go, you can go find our precious daughter. She can take you there for free. Upon hearing this, Mei Fang turned around and asked, she has this ability, it's not simple. Because the organizer of this barbecue event is her boyfriend. This guy made more than 20 million in just a dozen seconds. He is much better at making money than me. Speaking of this, Wang Hai laughed. He originally thought that Yi Xiao was just a vegetable seller, but now it seems that this vegetable seller is not simple. Hubby, it looks like you agree with them being together. I don't agree. That guy makes money quickly and spends it quickly. He spent more than 2 million just to plant trees on the island. He is a real spendthrift. Then I'd like to go and see him. If he can satisfy me, I won't object to them being together. Chapter 72, that kind of place. The next morning, Wang Muqing came to the restaurant and wanted to see how the restaurant was doing during the time she was away. As soon as she entered the door, a group of employees rushed up and surrounded Wang Muqing. Manager, this barbecue event will definitely need waiters. We volunteered to be waiters for the day. Me too. We'll need a chef for the barbecue, and I'm a first-class chef, so it's no problem for me to make a barbecue. Manager, just take us with you. We won't have a holiday this year, and we'll work overtime to repay you. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Wang Muqing reached out to calm them down and said, everyone, please be patient. I will definitely take you to this event. Don't worry. Wang Muqing had discussed this with Yi Xiao before. This barbecue event would indeed require a lot of manpower. She and Du Jiang would transfer people from the store to help. At this time, Joanna was having her makeup touched up by a makeup artist at the reception desk. As a model, she had to look her most beautiful at all times. Sister Na, come and have a cup of milk tea to beautify your skin. Nana, try this lipstick of mine. I asked someone to bring it back from abroad recently. This facial cream of mine is exclusively for the British royal family. Nana, come and let me apply it on you. At this moment, a group of girls suddenly came in and surrounded Jonah. Seeing this, Xiao Na also looked at them and said, you usually ignore me. Why are you so nice to me today? I heard that you are quite familiar with Mu Cheng. Can you ask her for some tickets to the barbecue event? We all want to go. The girls stated their purpose, but it was not to eat barbecue, but to meet those rich men and maybe have a chance to become a rich woman. Xiao Na knew what they were planning and said with a smile, it's not that I won't help you. Mu Cheng and her mother went on a trip recently, and I didn't even see them. Don't worry, I will ask her when I see her. Thank you for the things. After that, she put the things the girls gave her into her bag, then got up and walked out. Seeing this, the girls were furious. They knew that these things were like throwing meat buns at a dog, and there would be no return. After dealing with all the matters, Yi Xiao was ready to return to island number 4, but at this moment, Inha's voice rang in his mind. Don't forget what you promised me, and don't even think about shirking your responsibility. Don't worry, I'll go tonight. If Inha hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten about his promise to her to go to the nightclub. But it was strange to think about him going to such a place alone. Then Yi Xiao went to Chengkai Horticulture Company, planning to ask Cheng Qi to accompany him to the nightclub. Cheng Qi looked at Yi Xiao walking in from outside and said with a smile, Brother Yi, you must have something to ask me, right? It's not a big deal, Brother Cheng. If you are free tonight, can you accompany me to a place? Yi Xiao also looked embarrassed at this moment. There was no problem in asking people to go out and play, but the key was asking people to go to a nightclub. What kind of thing was that? No problem. I happen to have some time tonight, so we can get together. Where should we go? Cheng Qi agreed enthusiastically. After taking a deep breath, Yi Xiao said, Can you accompany me to the nightclub? What? Upon hearing this, Cheng Qi was dumbfounded and almost suspected that he was hallucinating. Then he began to persuade him earnestly. Brother Yi, you have such a beautiful girlfriend, and it's not good for you to go to that kind of place. It would be bad if your girlfriend found out. Seeing that he had misunderstood, Yi Xiao began to explain. Brother Cheng, you misunderstood. I just wanted to go there to see it for myself. I didn't want to do anything. That's fine. I was also curious about that place before I went there, but after I got there, I was just like that. I know there's one nearby that's pretty formal, so let's go there. Cheng Qi smiled and did not doubt Yi Xiao's words. The two then set off for a nearby nightclub. At this time, Wang Muqing and Xiao Na were strolling on the street, and the two girls bought a lot of things along the way. Nana, I think the fat guy is interested in you. What is your attitude towards him? Wang Muqing asked casually, and at the same time, inquired about Pang Zhao's attitude. You know, I have very high requirements for my boyfriend. He has to be good-looking and financially sound, so you don't have to bring us together. Hey, isn't that Yi Xiao? At this time, Xiao Na pointed at Yi Xiao not far away. It's really him. Where's he going? At this moment, Wang Muqing saw Yi Xiao and a man walk into a nightclub called Midnight, and her face suddenly darkened. Men are really bad. With a beauty like you, they still think about those wild girls outside. Xiao Na snorted coldly and stood up for Wang Muqing. I want to see what he wants to do. Wang Muqing followed quietly. After Yi Xiao and Cheng Qi walked into the nightclub, they immediately found a seat and sat down, ordered a bottle of wine, and then quietly listened to the singer on the stage. Cheng Qi took out a cigarette and lit it up, then said, I used to like coming here, but I got tired of it later. How about it? Do you think it's fresh? Yi Xiao nodded, looking at the scantily clad women coming and going around him, and listening to the melodious and moving songs, which was indeed a refreshing feeling for him. At this time, Inha's voice sounded again. There's nothing special here, just a few more women and a few fewer clothes. I saw on TV that you have to go and pick up girls, so hurry up and pick one up for me. I only agreed to let you come here, but I didn't agree to let you hook up with them. Yi Xiao refused directly. Okay, then I'll let you hook up next time. Inha did not force it and left a sentence that made Yi Xiao almost vomit blood. In a secluded place, Wang Muqing was watching Yi Xiao's every move. Seeing that he was just drinking, she finally let go of her worries and said, I said he would never leave a beautiful woman like me to look for those wild flowers and weeds. I don't mean to discourage you, Muchang. You must have heard a saying, that is, domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers. It's still early now, maybe it will be different later. Joanna picked up the wine glass and took a sip. She knew men very well, especially those who came to such places. None of them were good. After staying here for 2 hours, Yi Xiao and the other person drank up all the wine on the table. At this time Cheng Qi reached out and called over a woman in her 30s, whispered a few words in her ear, and the woman left with a smile on her face. A moment later, two scantily clad, heavily made up and extremely charming women walked towards them. Chapter 73 Preparing to Build a House. Handsome guy, wouldn't it be lonely for two grown men to drink alone here? I'm Das Huang, and this is my sister Xiao Shuang. At this time, two girls who looked very similar came over, wearing miniskirts and low-cut clothes, and sat directly next to Cheng Shuang and Yi Xiao. Cheng Qi naturally put his arm around Shuang's shoulders and said with a smile, I am indeed very lonely, so I came to you to chat and have a drink. De Shuang poured a glass of wine and handed it to Cheng Qi, and the two of them started chatting and laughing. Yi Xiao was a little reserved at the moment. He just kept drinking and chatted from time to time. Xiao Shuang looked at Yi Xiao, who was very masculine and a little shy. Her heart was beating fast, and she didn't mind spending the night with him. It seems that your boyfriend is quite honest, but if he comes here more often, I'm afraid he will have to learn it. Joanna looked at the man who was like a piece of wood not far away and smiled. She had seen many people like this, and they would become bad after coming here a few times. If he dares to come to a place like this again, I will break his legs. After saying that, Wang Muqing stood up and walked towards Yi Xiao. After Cheng Qi and De Shuang chatted for a while, they got up and walked out. Now only Yi Xiao and Xiao Shuang were left. Xiao Shuang moved closer and leaned against Yi Xiao's body tightly. At this moment, Yi Xiao only felt a soft and warm fragrance coming from her, and quickly distanced himself from her. Seeing this, Xiao Shuang covered her mouth and laughed. I'm not a tiger. Why are you so afraid of me? How about we go out for a midnight snack together tonight? I'm afraid he can't go with you for supper. At this time, Wang Muqing came over and sat next to Yi Xiao. Mu Cheng, why are you here? When Yi Xiao saw Wang Muqing suddenly appear here, he was stunned for a moment. I followed you in. I saw you were having a lot of fun, so I didn't disturb you. Wang Muqing looked at Yi Xiao deeply. If he dared to do anything out of line, she would not come over. When Xiao Shuang saw Wang Muqing, she was stunned for a moment. She had never seen such a beautiful and charming woman, and she was in the same industry as her. After coming to her senses, she asked, Where are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? It would be strange if you have seen me before. We are in different circles. Wang Muqing couldn't help but smile when she saw that Xiao Shuang thought she and she were in the same industry. You are so beautiful. You must be working in a high-end industry. There was a hint of jealousy in her little eyes. In today's society where appearance is everything, beautiful girls can earn several times more than ordinary girls. At this moment, Cheng Qi and Das Wang came back with rosy faces. When Shang-Chi saw Wang Muching appear here, he quickly walked over and said, Ms. Wang, don't get me wrong. I brought Brother Yi here. We didn't go here for anything else except drinking. I know, it's getting late now. I'll go back first, you guys enjoy yourself. Then Wang Muching went back with Xiao Na. She believed that Yi Xiao would not dare to do anything else. Shang-Chi and Yi Xiao looked at each other and left. Then Shang-Chi brought Yi Xiao to his home, fried a plate of peanuts and a few side dishes, took out a few bottles of wine from the refrigerator, and the two of them slowly started drinking. By the way, Brother Yi, how are the preparations for this barbecue going? I heard that many people want to go. Shang-Chi poured Yi Xiao a glass of wine and started chatting. Everything is ready. Now we just have to wait for the food to be cooked. Brother Chung, I'll give you a few tickets when the time comes. Come on too. Now wait for the cumin, chili and other spices to mature, prepare them, and then you can start the barbecue. Shang-Chi shook his head and said, How can I accept that? One ticket is 100,000 yuan. This favor is too expensive. Yi Xiao smiled and replied, We are all brothers, it doesn't exist. You have helped me a lot. If you don't accept it, I won't be embarrassed to ask you for help in the future. Okay, I'll accept this favor. Come on, let's go. Cheers. Wang Muching was removing her makeup in the bedroom at this time. At the same time, she said to Xiao Na, Nana, I'm going to stay on the island for a while tomorrow. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? I won't go there for now. I'll just come over to eat delicious food when the time comes. You go live on the island, so don't lose your virginity when the time comes. Jonah teased as she responded, You think too much. I have been able to keep my virginity for more than 20 years. I don't believe that I can be ruined by going to the island. Wang Muching was very confident about this. After applying the mask, she lay down on the bed and went to sleep. Yi Xiao was lying on the bed at the moment, checking the various buildings in the system. Wang Muching was going to live on the island for a while, so naturally she couldn't live in a wooden house anymore. She had to have a formal house. Inha saw Yi Xiao selecting various houses and immediately walked over to him and said, How is it? There are hundreds of houses in the system, including leisure, commercial, hotels, apartments, holiday cottages, everything you can think of. Yes, there are quite a lot of people, and many of them like it. But there is a problem now. There are quite a few people on the island, and a house suddenly appears. This is very suspicious. Yi Xiao expressed his concerns. It was not a problem before when there were not many people on the island, but even if it was Sun Jiangwo and others, there was no guarantee that they would not leak it. That's easy. If you don't want to buy a house, the system also provides super cement, which can greatly shorten the construction period of a house. It also has bricks that are as hard as diamonds. There is nothing you can't buy, only things you can't think of. As a qualified salesman, Inha enthusiastically sold the product to Yi Xiao. Then Yi Xiao checked the cement and bricks. Cement can solidify within just one day, but the price is naturally not cheap. A bag costs 1,000 yuan. Bricks are not cheap either. 10,000 yuan is 1,000 bricks. While he was deep in thought, Inha came over and said, I have some architectural drawings here, including classical, modern, and fantasy ones. Do you want to take a look? Okay, then show me the blueprint. Yi Xiao nodded. Then Inha clicked a few times on the screen, and then one architectural drawing after another appeared in front of Yi Xiao. Some were majestic, some were gentle and graceful, making him dazzled. How much does it cost to build this 3-story building? How long will it take to complete it? Yi Xiao pointed at a circular 3-story building and asked. This 3-story building is mainly used for living. The walls of the top 2 floors are 360-degree panoramic skylights, which allow you to look out over the scenery of the island. Because a lot of glass is used, the construction cost is relatively low, only 600,000 yuan, and it can be built in half a month. Inha introduced it with a smile, saying that this was another opportunity to make money. Although she couldn't use Yi Xiao's money, she just felt happy. Hearing this, Yi Xiao's face darkened. Just building a 3-story building actually costs 600,000. How expensive it is. Chapter 74 Big Contract. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao spent 600,000 to exchange the construction materials needed to build a house, such as cement, drill, sand, etc., at an open space at the dock. Now he understood one thing. The 600,000 yuan that Inha mentioned before was only for the construction materials and did not include the labor costs. But at the same time, he also bought a lot of ordinary cement, bricks, and sand, and planned to build another staff dormitory. After all, Sun Jiangwo and his team couldn't live in the wooden houses forever, and there would definitely be more and more people on the island in the future. Yi Xiao then called Xia Dahai and asked him to find a cargo ship to transport the materials back to the island. Soon Xia Dahai replied, saying that the cargo ship had been found. After solving the problem of the boat, Yi Xiao went to a construction company where he had a brief chat on the phone in the morning. Hello, I am Han Lu, the general manager of Centennial Construction Company. Hello, Mr. Yi Xiao, please take a seat. Han Lu stood up and walked over, shaking hands with Yi Xiao. After sitting down, Han Lu spoke first. Mr. Yi, we had a brief chat on the phone before. You said you wanted to build a house on the island. Our company has the best architects and workers. Manager Han, now I mainly need some workers. I have already prepared everything else. Yi Xiao explained the purpose of his visit. The drawings and building materials had been completed. Mr. Yi, building a house seems simple, but it is not. I know you want to build your ideal house, but this also depends on the terrain and the designer's opinion. Han Lu has been in the industry for so many years and has met many owners who have made comments on the construction of the house and asked the designers to build it according to their ideas, but most of them just made trouble. Yi Xiao knew what he was worried about and said, Manager Han, thank you for your kindness, but the design of the house has been completed and the materials have been selected to be the best. We are just short of workers. Hearing this, Han Lu also became curious and asked, Can I see the drawings? Yi Xiao nodded and took out the blueprint he had exchanged from the system before. This blueprint was not obtained for free, but cost him 50,000 yuan. So beautiful and professional. When Han Lu opened the blueprint, he saw a 3-story round house. It was exquisite and beautiful, and he couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. After coming to his senses, he continued to look at it for a while before saying, This blueprint is absolutely perfect, and the design is very good. The 360-degree skylight is the best part, but the glass alone will probably cost a lot. Yi Xiao smiled. He was not worried about the expenses. It just so happens that I have a construction team with 30 people who have time. I estimate that the construction period will be 2 months and the cost will be 150,000 yuan. Han Lu gave his advice. The construction period is no more than 1 month, or even earlier. The materials used this time are quite special. Yi Xiao knew that the cement purchased from the system had a solidification period of only 1 day, so the project could be completed in a maximum of 1 month. Hearing this, Han Lu said directly, I will let the person in charge make a decision based on the actual situation. After all, safety is the most important thing. You can pay a deposit of 50,000 first, and then make a decision based on the actual construction period. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement and continued, Manager Han, now I still need your help to design and build a staff dormitory building. We need to build another floor. Although it is an ordinary staff dormitory building, I have to have someone go to the island to conduct a detailed investigation before I can draw up a plan. At this moment, Han Lu felt that today was a really good day, as he had 2 big business orders right away. Then Yi Xiao signed 2 contracts with the Centennial Construction Company. When Yi Xiao returned to the dock, he saw that Xia Dehai had already had all the materials loaded onto the cargo ship, and then he paid him 50,000 yuan, saying, There may be a construction team of 30 people coming to the island in the afternoon. I'll have to trouble Brother Xiao then. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Xia Dehai patted his chest and assured that his business was getting better and better. He also bought a few new ships, but he still mainly operated the route from the pier to island number 4. At this time, a car drove over and stopped in front of Yi Xiao. Then Wang Muqing got out of the car, wearing a pair of sunglasses, looking like a goddess. Yi Xiao watched the driver take out 6 suitcases from the trunk. His eyes widened, and he looked at Wang Muqing and said, Muqing, we're just staying for a few days. There's no need to mobilize so many people. What I have is not much, mainly some clothes and cosmetics. Wang Muqing thought that if she was comfortable living on the island, she would not come back. Then Yi Xiao helped to carry the box onto the boat, and the 2 set off for island number 4. 2 hours later, when the boat looked over, Lightning came running over with 6 other Dogo Argentinos, looking very imposing. Is that lightning? It grows so fast. I haven't seen it for 2 months, and it's already grown so big. When Wang Muqing saw the lightning, her eyes lit up with joy and she waved at it. At this time, Lightning ran over, surrounded Wang Muqing and began to sniff her, looking very happy, as if they were old friends. Lightning is really good, and so are you guys. Wang Muqing was also very happy when she saw the group of dogs surrounding her. Yi Xiao handed over a frisbee and said, You can take them for a walk. There's a grassland over there. I will give you a surprise later. Wang Muqing threw the frisbee far away, and Lightning and the others immediately chased after it. At this time, Yi Xiao also came to the stable and let out Heiyun and Baishua. These 2 horses were the surprise he wanted to give to Wang Muqing. Da-da-da. Wang Muqing was having fun with Lightning and the others on the pasture at the moment, when she suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves. She turned around and saw Yi Xiao riding a handsome black horse running towards her, followed by a pure white horse with a mane that sparkled silver in the sunlight. She immediately fell in love with it. "This is Black Cloud. This is White Snow. Do you want to try it?" Yishao got off his horse and asked Wang Muqing. "Certainly." Wang Muqing took the reins directly, turned over, and rode on by Shui. She had ridden horses countless times since she was a child and was no stranger to horses. But Bai Shui was not at peace at this moment. She began to become anxious and moved around. "Drive." Wang Muqing let out a soft roar and tightened the reins. Bai Shui rushed out and began to gallop on the island like a white lightning. Seeing this, Yi Xiao followed, fearing that something might happen to Wang Muqing. "Wow, that's great." At this moment, Wang Muqing seemed very excited on horseback, watching the scenery rapidly receding and feeling the strong wind blowing towards her. This speed was something she had never experienced before. When she turned around, she saw lightning and the others following her from a distance. Everything was so pleasant. Chapter 75 Radio Lottery. Wang Muqing rode on Snow White and stopped at the shore at the other end of the island. Not long after, lightning rushed over first, and the other 6 Dogo Argentinos lagged behind a little. "Go!" Wang Muqing threw the frisbee into the sea, and a group of dogs immediately jumped into the sea and swam over first. At this time, Yi Xiao also rushed over, walked up to Wang Muqing and said, "Why are you riding so fast? What if you fall down?" Wang Muqing didn't mind at all and said with a smile, "Don't worry, my riding skills are still pretty good. I haven't had such a good time riding a horse in a long time. I have ridden many excellent horses before, but none of them ran as fast as Bai Shui." After saying that, she walked over to Snow White, stroked its smooth, silky hair, and liked it more and more. Then the two of them slowly rode back, enjoying the scenery of the island along the way. When Yi Xiao returned to the accommodation, he saw Pang Xiao directing people to unload the construction materials from the boat, and there was a group of strangers gathered nearby. At this time, Pang Xiao led a middle-aged man over and said, "Xiao Yi, this is Changshan, the leader of the engineering team." "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Changshan from Centennial Construction Company. I have seen the drawings, and we can start work today." Changshan walked over and shook hands with Yi Xiao. "You can come to me if you need any help." Yi Xiao smiled. He also hoped that the house could be completed as soon as possible before the barbecue. According to Mr. Ye's previous request, the project must be completed within a month, so I want to see the materials used for construction. "Okay, this way." Then Yi Xiao led Changshan to the place where the construction materials were piled. Changshan first walked to the place where bricks were piled, picked up a brick, and looked at it. However, when he held the brick in his hand, he suddenly had only one feeling. That is, it was light. It was so light that it was only the weight of a pin. Then he picked up another brick and smashed them together. There was a loud bang, but the 2 bricks were not hurt at all, not even a trace. Seeing this, Changshan also groaned and said, "I have never seen such a light and strong brick. This is really an eye-opener." Hearing this, Yi Xiao began to explain, "These are the latest materials imported from abroad, which are not available in China yet." "I see." Changshan didn't dwell on this issue and started to get busy with the construction team. At this time, Wang Muqing was watering the leeks in the vegetable garden. Looking at the green leeks, she wanted to grill a bunch to eat immediately, but they were not fully ripe yet, so she had to wait a little longer. After watering the land, Wang Muqing looked at the large empty field in the distance and said to Yi Xiao, who was walking over, "Those fields shouldn't be left empty like this. Planting something there is better than leaving it empty. I don't want to leave it empty, but there is no better way now, so this is the only way." Yi Xiao also wanted to plant vegetables on all 2,000 acres of agricultural land, but if he wanted to rely on seeds exchanged from the system, that would cost 20 million, which he could not meet now. "Then we can rent the land to others, which not only makes use of the land but also makes money, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Wang Muqing expressed her opinion. Yi Xiao nodded. He thought so too. However, after what happened to Wu Qian, he was extremely cautious about renting land. At this time, the island was busy and bustling. Changshan had already led people to start digging the foundation. Xiao Jianbin is observing the backstage data at this moment. So far, the number of applicants has exceeded 60 million, and the ratings and attention of Donghai TV station have also been increasing during this period. The 2 million is totally worth it. Director, the 200 customers who reserved tickets have already paid, and we have sent the tickets to them. A man came in and reported to Xiao Jianbin. The lottery will be live tonight, and the number of viewers will reach a peak. We must make sure there are no problems. Xiao Jianbin gave instructions seriously. The man nodded and continued. The host of the lottery this time is not Fan Zong, but the newcomer Su Chunmei. She is now famous. She is so lucky to appear in front of so many people right after her debut. It's not easy for the station to train a famous host. Fan Zong has been famous for a long time, so this great opportunity should naturally be given to the newcomer. After all, good luck can't be stopped. At this time, almost all the citizens of Donghai City gathered in front of the TV, waiting for the lottery results, hoping that they would win, and also to see who would be lucky enough to be selected. Dear viewers, welcome to Donghai City TV. I am the host Su Chunmei. I will now draw the first viewer who will get to go to island number 4 to participate in the barbecue event. At exactly 8 o'clock, a sweet-looking girl appeared on the screen. She had short hair and big eyes. She was wearing a light blue low-cut professional suit that made her look extremely sexy and capable. The baby fat on her face revealed a hint of playfulness and cuteness. As the words fell, a series of flashing mobile phone numbers appeared on the screen. At this time, the audience in front of the TV also became nervous and prayed that they would be selected. Congratulations to the audience member with mobile phone number 159 and ending number 284 for winning the first ticket. Someone will contact you when the time comes. Please keep your phone open. Finally, the picture stopped and a mobile phone number was displayed, and Su Chunmei quickly reported it. Yeah, I won the lottery. I can go to the barbecue. At this time in a dormitory, Meng Fan was jumping excitedly. He didn't expect to be the first one to be drawn. The other roommates also looked envious. Mengzi, you are so lucky. You were chosen among tens of millions of people. You have to bring us some delicious food when the time comes. Those barbecues are made with top quality ingredients. That ticket is worth 100,000. If someone asks you to buy it, will you sell it? Hearing this question, Meng Fan said without hesitation, I won't sell it. Although 100,000 yuan is a lot, I will definitely make more money in the future. But if I miss this opportunity, I may never be able to eat such delicious food in my life. Xiao Jianbin was watching the soaring ratings at the TV station, and he felt deeply moved. After this live broadcast event, the TV station's advertising space would definitely sell well, and he wouldn't have to worry about the advertising fees this year. Soon, 200 lucky winners were drawn, and the live lottery lasted for more than an hour before it ended. At the same time, many people are discussing the new host who emerged today on the internet. The new host Su Chunmei of Donghai radio station is simply a woman, sexy and beautiful in one. That young lady is so pretty. I wonder if she will host a show again in the future. It seems like asking her out. What can you guys do? You can ask her out in your dreams. The correct answer above. Chapter 76 Drink Sponsorship. After hosting the show, Su Chunmei immediately went backstage to rest. At this time, she also saw some news about her on the internet. As a newcomer, she felt very honored to have the opportunity to host such a program. Chunmei, the director wants you to go to the conference room. At this time, a man walked in and greeted Su Chunmei. When Su Chunmei walked into the conference room, she saw a group of leaders gathered together. Station director Sun Deming extended his hand to ask her to sit down and said to her, You did a great job today, and the audience is very satisfied with you. So we decided to let you continue to host the live broadcast of the barbecue event. Really? Thank you, Master. At this time, Su Chunmei was also very excited. There would definitely be a lot of viewers watching the live broadcast. Being able to host such an event would help her accumulate a lot of experience. Sun Deming nodded and continued, Xiao Su. But at the same time, I have to give you a task, which is to go to the island in advance to broadcast live. However, we haven't negotiated with the other party before, so I want to let you do it. No problem, leave it to me. Su Chunmei assured confidently that she was determined to be able to broadcast the event live. After the lottery ended, some people put the tickets for sale online and made a lot of money. Zhao Chong was very upset when he saw that another ticket he had bought online had been snatched away. Dad, I want to go to that barbecue event. My classmate Dazhuang's father is taking him there, so I want to go too. Qiu grabbed Zhao Chong's hand and begged. Okay, Dad will definitely take you there. Although Zhao Chong agreed very readily, he looked hesitant. Dazhuang's father was a rich man, so buying a ticket was no big deal. However, he was just an ordinary wine merchant, and it was too difficult for him to get a ticket to the barbecue event. Although tickets are being put up for sale online one after another, even if the price rises to 150,000, 160,000, or 170,000, they will be sold out as soon as they are put up for sale, and he will not be able to buy them at all. At this time, his wife looked at his helpless face, walked over and said, This barbecue event will definitely require alcohol. You can go and negotiate the sponsorship of alcohol. Then you can bring your son with you. Wife, you are so smart. When Zhao Chong heard this, he immediately hugged his wife and kissed her on the face. On this day, Chong Shan had led the construction team to complete the construction of the first floor and also sealed the roof with cement. He let his men rest and then went to find Yi Xiao. At this time, Yi Shaojing and Wang Muching were cutting meat for Lightning and the others as their breakfast, and Lightning and the others were sitting obediently aside. Now Wang Muching has also fallen in love with this peaceful and comfortable life. She rides a horse, walks the dog, and swims in the sea every day. It is so comfortable that she feels like she is living in a paradise. Come, it's time to eat. After cutting the meat, Wang Muching sent Lightning to them. Changshan came over and said to Yi Xiao, Mr. Yi, the first floor has been capped. We have to wait for the water on the top floor to solidify before we can continue working. It will take about a week. Yi Xiao shook his head and said, It doesn't take a week, just one day will do. The cement used this time is a new type of cement, and the setting period is only one day. I have to observe and confirm it first. A hint of doubt appeared on Changshan's face. Yi Xiao did not object. Some things naturally had to be seen to be believed. At this time, Pang Xiao led a middle-aged man over and said, Xiao Yizi, this man said he wants to see you for something. Hello, my name is Zhao Chong. I run a liquor sales company that sells all kinds of liquor and beverages. This is my business card. Zhao Chong took out his business card and handed it over. Manager Zhao, what do you want to talk to me about? When Yi Xiao knew what he did, the first thing he thought of was that he was here to sell alcohol. Zhao Chong sat down and explained his purpose. Mr. Yi, I came to you this time because I want to sponsor the drinks for this barbecue event. What do you think, Mr. Yi? Sponsoring a barbecue event is definitely a good thing, but there are a lot of people attending this time, and there are also many celebrities, so we have to be careful about the drinks. A trace of caution appeared on Yi Xiao's face. If something happened at that time, it would be serious. Mr. Yi, don't worry, the drinks provided by our company are absolutely genuine. After all, this also concerns the reputation of our company. Zhao Chong explained with a smile that although his company was big, it had a very good reputation. Seeing how confident he was, Yi Xiao did not object and said, Send some samples first. After we check them, we can ask your company to sponsor the drinks for this barbecue event. I'll have someone send over a batch of samples right away. By the way, Mr. Yi, did you know that the tickets outside are now being sold for more than 200,000 yuan? There is still no demand. You gave away 200 tickets, but they sold them directly and made a profit. Zhao Chong thought that Yi Xiao's decision was not something that ordinary people could make. After all, the tickets given away were worth 20 million. I just want to provide the best ingredients to everyone so that everyone has the opportunity to taste it. As for them selling the tickets to others, that is their choice. All I can do is provide a fair opportunity. Yi Xiao didn't care about how much less money he earned. After living on the island for so long, he understood one thing. You can never make enough money. Life is short, so enjoy it while you can. After chatting for a while, Zhao Chong said goodbye and left. Zhao Chong was also very efficient. That night he had more than 20 boxes of wine delivered, including white wine, red wine, beer, and many other common drinks. Come on, don't be polite, take whatever you want. As the saying goes, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. During dinner, Yi Xiao distributed various wines and drinks to everyone for tasting. Yes, this wine is very authentic and not cheap. It looks like the person who sent it spent a lot of money on it. Wang Muching poured a glass of Martell, tasted it, then nodded in praise. Seeing Wang Muching nodding in approval, Yi Xiao knew that the quality of this wine must be good. Zhao Chong returned home and lay down on the bed with a happy face. His wife He Ming came over and asked, What's the matter? Why are you so happy? Do you know why I decided to sponsor this barbecue event? The alcohol and drinks combined will cost hundreds of thousands, which is not a small amount. Don't you want to take your son to a barbecue? This is just one of the reasons. There will definitely be many wealthy people on the island. If we have the chance to meet them, our company's business will be taken to a higher level. This is an opportunity. You have been running the company honestly for so many years. Maybe you will meet a noble person this time. Chapter 77 Smooth. 2 days later, Changshan was going to the roof to check the solidification of the cement. When he got up there, he saw a group of workers already there, checking around. This solidified too quickly. It will be healed in just one day. It is true. The best cement I have ever seen takes 4 or 5 days to solidify. Especially when the roof is sealed with cement, it solidified in one day. It is really amazing. If this kind of cement can be used to build houses in the future, the construction period will be greatly shortened. Changshan came over and asked, How is it going? Can we continue the construction? One person nodded and replied, Yes, it has completely solidified. Okay, let's get on with the work. Changshan calculated that in this way, the 3-story building could be built in as fast as 20 days. At this time, Su Chunmei was taking a boat to island number 4. She wanted to talk to Yi Xiao about conducting interviews and filming on the island in advance. After docking at island number 4, Su Chunmei saw a bustling scene on the island. A group of people were repairing houses, and there were also many people busy working in the fields. "Hello, where is Mr. Yi Xiao?" Su Chunmei asked a fat man. "Looking for Yi Xiao, who are you?" When Pang Xiao saw the sweet and lovely girl in front of him looking for Yi Xiao, he wondered if Yi Xiao was having an affair again. Now that Wang Muqing was here, if she ran into him, things would get really bad. Seeing Pang Xiao's alertness towards her, Su Chunmei was also very depressed. She said, "I'm from the TV station. I'm here to see Mr. Yi for something. Is there any secret here that cannot be revealed to others?" No, warmly welcome. I'll take you to find Yi Xiao. He's riding his horse now." When Pang Xiao found out that she was from the TV station, he immediately laughed and led her to the grass. After arriving at the grassland, Su Chunmei saw a beautiful woman riding on a handsome white horse, followed by a group of dogs. She also asked curiously, "Who is she?" "She is Yi Xiao's girlfriend, Wang Muqing. By the way, does your TV station want to see Yi Xiao for anything?" Pang Xiao asked curiously. "Just some filming stuff." Su Chunmei responded simply. She had also heard of Wang Muqing. After all, she was the daughter of the richest man in Donghai City. She didn't expect that she was Yi Xiao's girlfriend. At this time, Wang Muqing got off her horse and walked over to start chatting with Su Chunmei. The more they talked, the more they got along, and soon they became good sisters who could talk about anything. After Wang Muqing knew the purpose of her visit, she agreed immediately. "I agree to this matter. You can just come and shoot it when the time comes." Seeing that the trip was going so smoothly, Su Chunmei was a little bit unconvinced and said, "Don't we need to ask Mr. Yi for his opinion?" "No need. He listens to me." Wang Muqing smiled. Now that she said to go east, Yi Xiao would never dare to go west. Then she took Su Chunmei to the vegetable garden. Wow, these dishes are really pretty and look delicious. When she arrived at the vegetable garden, Su Chunmei saw the endless vegetable garden in front of her, and her eyes showed joy. She had never seen such beautiful vegetables before. Yes, the vegetables in the Shimexiang series not only taste good, but they also look good, which is one of their main features. Wang Muqing looked at the vegetables in the field and couldn't wait to taste them, but they were not ripe yet. After walking for a while, Su Chunmei saw an area where rapeseed was planted. The rapeseed had already produced fruits, and next to it were some peppers, cumin, and even a patch of Sichuan pepper trees. Wang Muqing started to introduce. "What we grow here are some condiments that will be used during barbecue activities. The rapeseed will be used to extract oil. It makes me drool." Su Chunmei smiled. "Every day I wonder when I can eat. It's painful." Wang Muqing was telling the truth. All she thought about every day was eating these vegetables. The days of waiting were really too hard to endure. A few minutes later, the two came to a vegetable garden surrounded by a fence, where they saw a group of chickens eating vegetable leaves leisurely. Each of them was very strong and energetic. "Those two black chickens are so majestic. Their feathers are the same color as metal. Will they be used for barbecue?" Su Chunmei saw two black chickens patrolling the flock like a king, with curiosity in their eyes. "I don't think these two will be good. I'll just eat them myself. I heard from Yi Xiao that one of them is worth hundreds of thousands." When Wang Muqing heard that the chicken was worth so much money, she was also shocked. She didn't expect that a chicken could be worth so much money. Hundreds of thousands. At this time, Su Chunmei was no longer calm. A chicken was so expensive, who could afford to eat it? Then she looked at the other chickens and asked, "These chickens shouldn't be so expensive." Wang Muqing nodded and replied, "It's much cheaper, only about 10,000 or 20,000 yuan." Hearing this, Su Chunmei showed a dull smile on her face. She realized that her salary was only enough to buy a chicken leg. After staying on the island for a while, Su Chunmei said goodbye and left. At this time, Minister Feng was sitting alone in the office smoking. After killing those people last time, Feng Bao was wanted by the police and ran away. Now he has no one available under his command. "Boss Feng, why are you so depressed here? The restaurant's business is not very good right now. We must think of a solution." Zhou Ming walked in and sat down in front of Minister Feng with a swagger. "You are the general manager of the restaurant. You are responsible for the business of the restaurant. Without me, don't you know how to run a restaurant?" Minister Feng replied angrily that he must be taught a lesson since he was taking his salary, but doing nothing. Zhou Ming smiled jokingly and said, "The strategy one developed for the restaurant requires a lot of money. If you don't give it to me, what else can I do?" Minister Feng snorted coldly and replied, "You know that restaurants are not my main business, and I don't want to spend much money on them. Otherwise, why would I look for you? I'm not Sun Wukong. I can't get something for nothing. If this continues, I'll have to find another place to live." Zhou Ming has already found his next employer. After all, it's been so long since the Good Luck Hotel incident, and many people are still willing to hire him. Hearing this, Minister Feng slowly walked up to Zhou Ming, picked up the ashtray on the table, and smashed it on Zhou Ming's head. Ah! The next moment Zhou Ming let out a scream, fell to the ground, and blood oozed from his head. You eat my food and use my things, and now you dare to betray me. Don't you even look at who took you in when you were at your lowest point? Be honest in the future, or I will make you disappear from this world. Minister Feng had a ferocious look on his face. No one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Zhou Ming didn't even dare to say a word at this moment. His eyes were full of fear. Now you go and help with something, and after it's done, you'll definitely get some benefits. I'll do my best. Chapter 78, Unreasonable. On this day, Xiao Chang was preparing various alcoholic beverages for a barbecue event at the company. He was also checking each box of goods very carefully. If there was any problem with his alcoholic beverages, the company's reputation would be completely ruined. Excuse me, are you Xiao Chang? At this moment, a group of people walked in, led by Zhou Ming, followed by several burly men. I am. May I ask what may I do for you? Seeing this group of aggressive people walking in, Xiao Chang had a bad feeling in his heart. Zhou Ming swaggered and sat on the chair and said to Xiao Chang, I heard that you want to sponsor this barbecue event. Our company also wants to sponsor it, so we want you to get our top quality products up there as well. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming directly refused and said, that won't work. Our company has already obtained the sponsorship rights, and we will provide your products to customers. Who will we turn to if something goes wrong? I can pay, just name your price. Zhou Ming received an order from Minister Feng to deliver a batch of wine to the island, so he thought of this trick. Even if something happened, he would not be noticed. This isn't about money. I can't guarantee the safety of the alcohol, so no. Xiao Chang was still very determined. This matter was not negotiable. Seeing this, Zhou Ming's face darkened. He didn't expect him to be so ungrateful. He stood up and threatened. If you don't agree, you may have a hard time in the future. I'm still afraid of you in this bright and clear world. Xiao Chang also slammed the table and stood up. He had encountered a lot of troubles in his many years of doing business, so he didn't care about this at all. Okay, wait. Zhou Ming uttered a harsh word and left with his men. At this time, Yi Xiao was standing downstairs, looking at the 2 floors of the building that had been repaired. In a few days, it would be completely completed. Then he found Wang Mucheng, who was swimming in the sea with Lightning and the others, and said, the house is almost finished. Now it's time to start the decoration design and buy furniture. What kind of decoration style do you like? Wait a minute, I'll go with you. Wang Mucheng was playing the plate throwing game with Shan Dian and the others at this time. Seeing this, Yi Xiao waited on the shore. Half an hour later, Wang Mucheng brought Lightning and the others ashore. Yi Xiao looked at Wang Mucheng wearing a bikini, showing off her curvy and hot body. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Although it was not the first time he saw it, he was still fascinated by it. What are you looking at? Go change your clothes. Wang Mucheng threw the towel on Yi Xiao's head, but she was very happy in her heart. If a woman's figure is no longer attractive to men, she will soon lose the man. Then the 2 of them went back to change their clothes and prepare to go out. When Yi Xiao walked out, he saw Wang Mucheng putting leashes on Lightning and the others, and it seemed that she wanted to take them out as well. Come on, sister will take you to have fun. After saying that, Wang Mucheng took Wang Mucheng's hand and walked to the boat. However, after docking, Wang Mucheng let Yi Xiao go buy furniture and do the decoration alone, while she took the 7 dogs for a walk. Wang Mucheng was parading on the street with a group of big dogs, which also attracted a lot of people's attention. Yi Xiao came to the Centennial Construction Company at this time and talked about the house decoration with Han Lu. Mr. Yi, our company also provides decoration services. You can tell us the style you want to decorate, and we will start the decoration. Han Lu made a cup of tea and handed it to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao is now a big client. The 1st and 2nd floors can be decorated in ordinary modern home styles, and the 3rd floor is decorated mainly in pink tones. Yi Xiao knew that Wang Mucheng liked pink, so he planned to decorate the 3rd floor in pink. There was only one room on the entire 1st floor, which was Wang Mucheng's bedroom. There were many guest rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors, which were convenient for guests and friends who came to the island to rest. Soon, Han Lu asked the design department to design several styles of interior decoration for Yi Xiao to choose from. Let's go with this one. There's a painting on the pink roof, so it won't be boring. In the end, Yi Xiao chose one. I'll ask the renovation department to move in right away. The renovation, including the plumbing and electricity, will only take a week at most. Soon Han Lu calculated all the costs, and the total cost of construction and decoration was 350,000. After Yi Xiao paid the money, he was filled with emotion. It cost more than 1 million yuan in total to renovate this house. At this time, Han Lu handed over another document and said, Mr. Yi, this is the construction information and cost of the dormitory building. If you have no problem with it, we can also send a construction team to the site. No problem. Yi Xiao signed his name on the contract. Although it was just an ordinary staff dormitory, it still cost 600,000 yuan. Xiao Na received a call from Wang Muqing, asking her to go shopping. When she arrived at the meeting place, she saw Wang Muqing sitting in a roadside cafe drinking coffee, followed by a group of ferocious big dogs. Xiao Na was so scared that she dared not move forward. What are you afraid of? He won't bite anyone. Our lightning is very well behaved. Wang Muqing couldn't help but smile when she saw her like that. Who wouldn't be scared of such a large group of dogs? But they seem to be obedient. We're going to have a barbecue soon. How are the preparations going? After sitting down, Xiao Na asked casually. Wang Muqing nodded and said, It's almost done. Now everything is ready except for the east wind. You have to come early. I'll be busy for a few days before I'm free, but don't worry, I will definitely come. Don't blame me if you can't eat delicious food then. After leaving the Centennial Construction Company, Yi Xiao came to a nearby furniture store to buy furniture, and there were a lot of things to buy, including boats, cabinets, sofas, chairs, curtains, etc. Men don't like shopping, and Yi Xiao is no exception. He just found a furniture store, walked in, and looked around. Hey, don't you have eyes? You stepped on my foot. At this moment, a man with a fleshy face and a big gold chain around his neck yelled at Yi Xiao, followed by a charming and seductive woman. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yi Xiao knew that he had accidentally stepped on the man's foot, so he quickly apologized. Open your eyes from now on. You can't even pay for my shoes with your life. Li Fushan still refused to give up. He pointed at Yi Xiao and started cursing him with spit flying everywhere. Yi Xiao is a very reasonable person, but if he meets someone who is unreasonable, he will not waste his breath. Then he stepped heavily on Li Fushan's foot and said, I stepped on it. What can you do to me? My feet, they hurt so much, you little bastard. I'm going to make you pay. Li Fushan covered his foot and stepped back, tears almost coming out of his eyes due to the pain. Chapter 79, Going to the toilet to borrow money. Everyone, harmony brings wealth. Give me some face, Su, and make some concessions. At this time, the boss Su Chi came over with a warm face. A conflict in his shop would always have a bad impact. Li Fushan looked at him disdainfully and said, Who the hell are you? You come here to act like an elephant. Su Chi smiled and didn't mind it. He said, I'm the owner of this store. I'll give you 20 off on all the things you buy here. How about that? Boss, you said it, 20 off. When he heard there was a discount, Li Fushan's face changed. This time he came to buy furniture for his lover. Usually, his family was very strict with his wife, and he only had more than 100,000 yuan in private money. Of course, I'm the owner of this store, so it counts. Su Chi nodded. Then Li Fushan looked at Yi Xiao again, and seeing that he looked poor, his contempt grew even stronger, and he said to his lover beside him, Xiaoling, pick whatever furniture you like. Thank you, darling. Sun Ling immediately went up to Li Fushan and kissed him on the face. Then she walked straight to a dressing table and said in a coquettish voice, Darling, I want this. Okay, buy it. When Li Fushan saw the price, it was a full 8,000 yuan. Although his heart ached, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and buy it. Now the only consolation he had was that he could get a 20 discount. This sofa is so soft, I want one too. Sun Ling sat on a pure velvet sofa with a look of delight on her face. No problem, buy it. Li Fushan said this while gritting his teeth, but in his heart he was thinking that he had spent more than 10,000 yuan again. However, at this moment, he still had a smug expression on his face, and he sneered at Yi Xiao from time to time. Yi Xiao didn't pay any attention to him at the moment. He was choosing around in the furniture store. Looking at a pink sofa in front of him, he thought Wang Muqing would like it, so he decided to buy it. Hey, this sofa set costs 5,000 yuan. Can you afford it? It will probably cost you several months' salary. At this time, Li Fushan came over, looked at the sofa in front of him that was worth 5,000 yuan, and couldn't help but make fun of it. Yi Xiao ignored him, took a pen and wrote down the sofa set in his notebook, then continued shopping. I think this set is suitable for you. It only costs 1,000 yuan and is very suitable for your status. However, Li Fushan still followed him, muttering constantly. At this moment, Yi Xiao really wanted to slap him back to the womb, like a fly buzzing in his ear. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao finally made a list of the furniture he wanted and handed it to Su Chi. Are you sure you want to buy these? When Su Chi saw the densely packed names of furniture on the list, he was stunned for a moment. That's all. Yi Xiao nodded. The top floor of the building was where Wang Muqing lived. There were more than a dozen rooms on the first and second floors combined, so a lot of furniture was needed. Su Chi quickly asked someone to calculate the bill. At this time, Su Chi handed the furniture list that Sun Ling had selected to Li Dafu and said, "There are several pieces of furniture in total, sofas, mattresses, chairs, etc., which add up to a total of 200,600 yuan. With a 20 discount, it must be 160,000 yuan. Don't take the change." "What? How can 9 pieces of furniture be so expensive?" Upon hearing the price, Li Fushan immediately lost his composure. He only had 100,000 yuan now and could not afford the extra 60,000 yuan. Just this set of imported European-style garden sofas costs more than 70,000 yuan, but the total price is only 160,000 yuan, which is really a good deal. Su Chi explained on the side. Seeing Li Fushan's embarrassed expression, Sun Ling quickly walked over to him and started to act coquettishly. "Honey, I just like these furniture. Please buy them for me. I will serve you well in the evening." Although Li Fushan felt warm at the thought of the evening service, he didn't have that much money on him, and he didn't want to spend so much money on her, so he advised, "Xiaoling, there are only a few pieces of furniture. Why use such good ones? Just buy something to make do with it." "No, I just want these." At this time, Sun Ling did not give in at all. She followed Li Fushan for money. Otherwise, with her beauty, why would she be with a nouveau riche like him? At this time, Yi Xiao tried to persuade her. "Miss, it's not that he doesn't want to buy it for you, but he doesn't have the money to buy it. Why do you have to embarrass him?" Upon hearing this, Li Fushan immediately became unhappy. His face flushed red, and he shouted loudly, "Who said I don't have money? I just think it's unnecessary. It doesn't matter whether it's worth buying something for your girlfriend, as long as she likes it. That's what a man should do." Yi Xiao continued to add fuel to the fire. He had realized that Li Fushan simply didn't have the money to buy so much. Li Fushan saw that everyone around him was staring at him. If he didn't buy it, he wouldn't know where to put his face, so he said, "Buy it. Do you think I don't have money to buy it? Are you kidding? Pack the things for me. I'm going to the bathroom." After that, he walked towards the bathroom. "You're not trying to escape by bird." Just when Li Fushan was about to go to the bathroom, he suddenly heard these words. He was so angry that he almost jumped up and cursed. Now he could only borrow money from someone. Fortunately, with his status, it was not difficult to borrow some money. A moment later, he walked out easily, took out several large stacks of money and a card from his bag and threw them on the table, and said proudly, "This is 100,000 yuan in cash," and then swiped 60,000 from the card. "I will be out of money. What a joke." The money in the card must have been borrowed. He looked like he could die at any moment when he entered. Yi Xiao teased again. "It's none of your business. You've been shopping for so long and bought furniture worth thousands of dollars." In Li Fushan's eyes, Yi Xiao was just a poor boy who couldn't afford any furniture. At this time, Su Chi took the bill from the clerk and said to Yi Xiao, "Mr. Yi, the total amount has been announced. It is 400,000 yuan in total, and with a 20 discount, it is 320,000 yuan. "Thanks." Yi Xiao handed over the card. At this time, Li Fushan was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he actually bought furniture worth more than 300,000 yuan, and he didn't change his expression at all. He just stood there. "We will provide you with door-to-door delivery service. You can tell us your address." After swiping the card, Su Chi returned the card. "No need for that. I'm afraid you can't deliver it. Just deliver it to the dock." Yi Xiaowan smiled. It would cost a lot to deliver the furniture from the dock to the island. Hearing this, Su Chi also understood something and asked, "You are Mr. Yi Xiao, right? I've seen you on TV before. Welcome." At this time, Li Fushan said disdainfully, "Who is Yi Xiao? Why haven't I heard of him? Is he famous?" Su Chi explained, "The island-flavored vegetables cultivated by Mr. Yi Xiao are very popular. The recent hot barbecue event was planned and held by Mr. Yi. This 300,000 yuan is just a small amount for Mr. Yi. He previously spent more than 2 million yuan to plant trees on the island." Hearing this, Li Fushan was stunned. He had heard of the island vegetables and barbecue activities, but now it would cost hundreds of thousands to get a ticket to the island. He didn't expect that the person in front of him was the owner of island number 4. Chapter 80, Smashing Windows. After knowing Yi Xiao's identity, Sun Ling looked at him with eyes full of passion. If she could hook up with this young and wealthy man, she would never have to worry about her life. Li Fushan said apologetically at this time, "Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. It's my fault that I didn't recognize you. It's no use even if I recognize you. I don't plan on having anything to do with you." After saying this, Yi Xiao prepared to leave. However, Li Fushan followed him and said, "Mr. Yi, I also want to participate in the barbecue event. Do you have any extra tickets? Even if there is, I won't let you go." Yi Xiao looked at Li Fushan's face, which turned red and green after hearing this, and he felt extremely happy. Then he stood at the intersection, ready to hail a car to go to Wang Muqing's apartment. Sun Ling adjusted her clothes and pulled her collar down, revealing a deep ravine. She believed that with her beauty, it would be easy to seduce Yi Xiao, so she walked towards him, smiled, and said gently, "Mr. Yi, I'm waiting for a car. I have a car that can take you. Don't you need to accompany your boyfriend?" Yi Xiao glanced at Sun Ling. Although she was also a great beauty, she was wearing too much rouge, which made her look very impetuous. He went back on his own because of something. "If you're free, we can go have a drink and chat." Sun Ling sent Li Fushan back, otherwise she would not dare to seduce Yi Xiao so blatantly. Yi Xiao heard that he was asked to drink in broad daylight, which was a clear sign of trouble, so he refused directly. "No, I have something else to do." "What could be the problem? Isn't it okay to accompany me?" At this time, Sun Ling came close to Yi Xiao and blew a breath at him. "No, it won't be worth it if I get sick." After saying this, Yi Xiao got in the car and left. "You." When Sun Ling heard this, she was so angry that her body trembled, knowing that she was insulting her as a lady. When Mei Fong knew Wang Muqing was coming back, she immediately asked the nanny to prepare a large and sumptuous dinner. "Come on, come in." At this moment, Wang Muqing walked in with Lightning and the other 7 dogs. "Daughter, where did this dog come from? Take it to the yard quickly. How can we let a dog into the house?" When Mei Fong saw the dogs, she hurriedly urged them on. However, Wang Muqing just threw the rope, and the lightning bugs started sniffing around the house. After Wang Hai came down from upstairs, he saw several dogs wandering around in the living room and said to Wang Muqing, "Daughter, these dogs must be extraordinary. They have strong muscles and a very standard body shape." "Dad, I didn't expect you knew so much about dogs." Wang Muqing smiled and sat down next to Wang Hai, then picked up an apple and started eating it. "I have a friend who loves dogs, so I know something about it." Wang Hai looked at these dogs and felt that they were not simple. "Let's eat, stop talking." Mei Fong greeted the father and daughter, then passed a chicken leg to Wang Muqing and said, "This is a black chicken that I specially asked someone to bring back. It costs several hundred yuan. It's worth a try." Wang Muqing took a bite and felt it was just average. She casually threw it into the bowl and said, "It's not that delicious either. Girl, if you think a chicken that costs hundreds of dollars is unpalatable, what kind of chicken do you want to eat?" Mei Fong rolled her eyes at Wang Muqing. This girl's mouth was getting more and more picky. Wang Muqing smiled and said, "Mom, you just don't know enough. We only have 2 chickens on the island, each worth hundreds of thousands." Hearing this, Mei Fong was a little unconvinced and said, "A chicken worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, isn't it made of gold? Are you just making fun of your mother? If you don't believe it, forget it. When you go there, you will know. I will let you taste what a real chicken is." Wang Muqing looked very proud. The 2 metal chickens were extremely precious on the island, and she felt very sad when they lost a feather. At this time, Zhao Chong was eating wanran with his family and talking about the barbecue activity they were about to attend. The 3 of them were full of anticipation. Clang. At this moment, the sound of glass breaking was heard. Everyone turned around and saw that there was a big hole in the window and a brick was lying on the floor. Zhao Chong ran to the window and looked, but didn't see anyone, but his brows were deeply frowned. Molly walked over and put her arm around him and said, "It's probably just some troublemakers. I can just clean them up." Zhao Chong nodded, but he felt very uneasy. At 10 o'clock in the middle of the night, Zhou Ming and his group appeared outside Zhao Chong's house with a lot of bricks in their hands. "Brother, is this really useful?" Someone came up to Zhou Ming and asked. Of course, I don't believe he would ignore the safety of his wife and children. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ming rushed forward and threw the brick in his hand out. At the same time, the rest of the people also followed suit, and for a while the sound of broken glass continued to ring in the night. "Woo, Mom, Dad." Chocho was also awakened by the sound and started crying loudly. "Don't cry, son. Daddy is here." Zhao Chong rushed into his son's room and hugged him tightly. Now he understood that this matter must be related to those people who came to see him before. The next morning, Zhao Chong dragged his tired body to the company. Comforting his wife and son last night made him physically and mentally exhausted. "Boss Zhao, you have dark circles under your eyes like a panda. You must not have slept well." At this moment, Zhou Ming walked in again with a swagger. "You bastard, dare to threaten me. I'll make you pay." When Zhao Chong saw him, he was so angry that he rushed over directly. But before he could get close, several strong men behind Zhou Ming stood up and knocked Zhao Chong to the ground with one punch. At this time, Zhao Chong was kneeling on the ground, his face full of pain, and he felt his stomach churning. Zhou Ming squatted in front of Zhao Chong, patted his face, and said, "It's not hard to have an accident in today's society. For example, your son was hit by a car when he went out, or your beautiful wife was robbed on the way. It would be bad if her face was disfigured, don't you think? You bastard, if you dare to touch them, I will send you to hell. Zhao Chang's face was ferocious at this moment, with sparks of anger in his eyes. However, Zhou Ming didn't take it seriously at all and laughed. I'm so scared. If you want to try, I can help you. Think about my suggestion carefully. After saying this, Zhou Ming left here arrogantly with his men. At this time, Zhao Chang struggled to stand up from the ground, sat on the chair, and fell into deep thought. Compared with his career, he valued his family more. Although he could call the police, it was not a foolproof plan. He did not want to take such a risk. At the same time, he did not want to send the drinks provided by those people to the island. It seemed that he could only cancel the sponsorship of the barbecue event. Chapter 81. Let the dog bite. After Yi Xiao got up, he ate some bread and set off for Zhao Chang's company, wanting to see how the drinks were prepared. But when he arrived, he saw that Zhao Chang looked haggard, as if he had aged 10 years, and asked hurriedly, Brother Zhao, what happened to you? Something happened at home. Brother Yi, you came just in time. I just happened to tell you something. The sponsorship of the barbecue event may have to be cancelled. Zhao Chang personally sent his son and wife out in the morning. Seeing many people looking at them furtively made him nervous, and he could no longer focus on the supply issue. Can you tell me what it is? Maybe I can solve it. If the alcohol supply was stopped, Yi Xiao would have to find another supplier. Zhao Chang thought about it, and felt that this matter was also related to Yi Xiao, so he told him the whole story. After knowing the whole story, Yi Xiao felt that someone was targeting Island Number 4. If the drunken drinks that got in caused any trouble, the reputation of Island Number 4 would be ruined. Thinking of this, he knew that the matter could not be let go. He had to find out who was behind this. So he said to Zhao Chang, Brother Zhao, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it. Okay, thank you, Brother Yi. My family is my life. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. After learning some of the circumstances, Yi Xiao went home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Wang Muqing had returned, so he told her about it. Wang Muqing propped up his chin with his hand, thought for a moment, and then said, We can call the police for this matter, but just in case, we need to know who they are first. It would be great if we can catch someone and ask them, Do you want me to call a few bodyguards? It can be solved in minutes. No, I've come up with an idea that's better than bodyguards. Yi Xiao looked at the lightning under his feet, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Late at night, Yi Xiao and Wang Muqing found a place near where Zhao Chang lived and squatted down, while Lightning and the others surrounded them. Wang Muqing was wearing a hat. She looked around in the darkness and said, This is really exciting. Are you sure those people will come? Uncertain. Then why are we here? If we don't come, how do we know if those people will come? Yi Xiao wanted to know who was behind this incident, so he brought Wang Muqing here to stake out the matter. At this time, Wang Muqing saw a group of people coming over, and immediately pulled Yi Xiao down and squatted down, saying softly, Someone is coming. Zhou Ming and a group of people were ready to put some pressure on Zhao Chang to make him agree to their demands as soon as possible. Go. Yi Xiao looked at the group of people preparing to throw bricks at Zhao Chang's house again, and hurriedly patted Lightning on the head. Lightning immediately ran away, and the other 6 dogs followed closely. Run, there's a dog. Zhou Ming and others suddenly saw a group of dogs rushing out and heading straight towards them, scaring them so much that they immediately ran away. One of the men had not run far when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm and was thrown to the ground. Looking back, he saw a dog biting his arm tightly. Call out. At this moment, a whistle sounded in the dark, and the Dugo who was biting the person immediately let go and chased after the other people who were still running. When on the island, Yi Xiao used a whistle to give orders to Lightning and the others. The whistle just now was to let them continue chasing. At the same time, waves of screams rang out in the darkness, which was heartbreaking to hear. Zhou Ming was running wildly at this time. Seeing his men being knocked down by the group of dogs one after another, he didn't want to stay here any longer. However, when he had run more than 100 meters, he heard a slight and hurried sound of footsteps behind him. He quickly turned around and saw a white shadow approaching. The next moment, Zhou Ming was hit by the oncoming lightning. He flew backwards more than a meter and fell heavily to the ground. He couldn't get up for a long time. When Yi Xiao saw that everyone had been knocked down, he immediately called the police, then took out a black scarf, put it on his face, and walked out. Don't come over here, don't come over here. Zhou Ming looked at the group of dogs that had surrounded him tightly against the wall. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he could only shout weakly. At this moment, he saw 2 people wearing black scarves coming out, and he quickly asked, Get these dogs away from me. Who are you? What do you want to do? Yi Xiao was also stunned when he saw Zhou Ming. He didn't expect that he was an acquaintance. He also heard that he was fired by Good Luck Restaurant, so he asked, Who asked you to do this? Want to transport your drinks to the island? I don't know what you're talking about. I just have a debt dispute with that family. Zhou Mingdao refused to admit it and just made up an excuse to deal with it. You don't have to act dumb with me. I came prepared, otherwise I wouldn't have caught you here. Yi Xiao planned to find out the truth quickly. After all, the police would be here soon. Zhou Ming was not afraid of his threat at all and said, "If you don't believe me, forget it. I have nothing to say." Hearing this, Yi Xiao knew he had to teach him a lesson, so he said, "Then I can only let the dog bite your face to pieces." Hearing this, Zhou Ming's heart tightened when he looked at the group of fierce-looking Du Gao in front of him, and he said, "I have a grudge against Yi Xiao. I ordered diamond cabbages from him before, but he gave me 3 or 4 less, which caused me to be fired from the hotel. I hate him, so I want to get a batch of fake wine to the island to ruin his barbecue event." Yi Xiao knew that he had given Zhou Ming 30 less vegetables because those 30 vegetables were stolen, so he felt a little apologetic towards him. Therefore, he believed what he said, that everything was operated by him behind the scenes. "Lightning, go ahead." At this moment, Wang Muqing wanted to test whether Lightning would listen to her, so she shouted. After hearing Wang Muqing's order, the Lightnings immediately opened their mouths wide, revealing their bloody mouths, and pounced forward. When Zhou Ming saw the group of Du Gaos rushing towards him, he was so scared that he almost cried. His body kept shaking. He immediately closed his eyes and shouted loudly, "It wasn't me who did it. It was Minister Feng who did it. He told me to do it." When Lightning and the others pounced on him, Yi Xiao also rushed forward to stop them. If they really bit him and caused serious injuries, it would be a big deal. He couldn't help but glance at Wang Muqing. Wang Muqing shrugged her shoulders. She didn't expect that Lightning could understand her orders. Then Yi Xiao continued to ask, "Who is the Minister of Feng?" "He is a gangster who occupied a restaurant. He sent people to the island to steal vegetables, but failed, so he wants to take revenge on you." Zhou Ming was also terrified at this time and told everything he knew. Chapter 82, Conspiracy Resolved. Female Minister. Yi Xiao muttered to himself. Now he finally knew who had come to the island to steal vegetables the first 2 times. Looking at Zhou Ming, who was horrified, he spoke again. "Do you know why Yi Xiao gave you 30 less cabbages?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately showed an angry expression on his face and said, "That bastard just wanted to make more money, so he deliberately gave me less." "You're wrong. I heard that a group of people also came to the island and stole some cabbages, so there aren't that many left for you." Now Yi Xiao's heart is filled with emotion. Zhou Ming worked for Minister Feng, but he did not expect that it was Minister Feng who put him in such a situation. Zhou Ming also thought of this. He had sold many diamond cabbages for Minister Feng before, but he didn't expect that they were stolen from him. Thinking of this, he felt a little hatred towards Minister Feng. At this time, an alarm sounded from far away. Yi Xiao and Wang Muqing wore Lightning and led them away from here. The rest of the things had been arranged. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Ming also slipped away quietly. "Police, please save us. We were bitten by a dog." Those who fell to the ground saw the police coming and quickly asked for help. Su Fei looked at the 7 or 8 people lying on the ground and said, "We received a call from the police saying that someone was asking for mercy in the middle of the night. I think they were talking about you." One person opened his eyes and lied calmly. "We were just taking a walk here, and then we were bitten by a group of mad dogs. You guys seem to be in high spirits for a walk in the middle of the night. Send them to the hospital first, then bring them all back to me." Su Fei had them taken back for interrogation. At this time, Zhao Chong came out in his pajamas and said to Su Fei, "Officer, this group of people has been harassing us. They want me to agree to transport a batch of wine to island number 4. They also mentioned some vegetables." Hearing this, Su Fei also became serious. The case of vegetable theft on the island had never been solved, so this might be an opportunity. Zhao Chong followed what Yi Xiao said and inadvertently told Su Fei that these people were the ones who went to the island to steal vegetables. After Su Fei brought the group of people back to the police station, he immediately began to interrogate them. However, the group of people didn't know the answers to any of the questions, or they gave irrelevant answers. He couldn't even find out who ordered them. He could only look for clues from other aspects. At this time, Zhou Ming returned to the restaurant and told Minister Feng what happened tonight. However, seeing that he was not worried at all, he asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid of something happening?" "Don't worry, my brother is very tight-lipped. If you can't even do such a small thing, you are such a loser. Go and make him bleed tomorrow to let him know the consequences of defying us." Minister Feng scolded Zhou Ming in dissatisfaction. Things had been going wrong recently, and his temper was growing. Zhou Ming said nothing and walked out silently. Then he touched the scar on his head given by the minister, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He then drove to the police station, hesitated for a moment, and then walked in. The next morning, as soon as Minister Feng left the house, Su Fei came up with a group of people, took out an arrest warrant, and said to him, "You must be Minister Feng. We suspect you are involved in a theft case. Please come with us. Do you have any evidence? Otherwise, I will sue you." Minister Feng was not panicked at this time. He had already made full preparations to deal with today's situation. At this moment, Zhou Ming stood up from behind and said, "I told the police everything you did. The vegetables you stole are worth hundreds of thousands, enough for you to stay in jail for more than 10 years. You son of a bitch, I won't let you go. If I go in, you won't have a good time either." Minister Feng immediately rushed towards Zhou Ming in anger with a ferocious look on his face, but he was immediately stopped by the police. "I didn't do anything. I just gave you a warning at most. But it's different for you. You'll have to stay in there for at least 10 years. Zhou Ming is not stupid. He had already understood everything before entering the police station, and he would not take any responsibility. At this moment, Minister Feng's face was pale. He didn't expect that he would fall here. He suddenly collapsed to the ground. When Zhao Chong learned the news, he finally felt relieved. Now he could prepare the drinks properly. The next morning, Yi Xiao confirmed the live broadcast time with Qiao Jianbin again, and then prepared to return to the island. "Mr. Yi, wait." At this moment, Su Chunmei ran over, lifted her neck-length hair, and extended her hand to introduce herself. "I am Su Chunmei, the host of Donghai TV station. I am sorry that I didn't see you when I went to the island last time." "Hello, I'm not a celebrity. What do you have to regret?" Yi Xiao smiled and stretched out his hand. When he held Su Chunmei's hand, he felt it was soft and warm, and he subconsciously squeezed it. "Ahem, Mr. Yi, our filming crew is also preparing to move into the island. We hope you can help take care of it then." Su Chunmei didn't expect Yi Xiao to tease her, so she quickly retracted her hand with a blush on her face. "Sorry, it was just a subconscious action. I hope you don't mind." Yi Xiao also knew that his previous actions were very rude, and he quickly apologized. Su Chunmei didn't care when she saw that he apologized sincerely. Then the two of them started chatting as they walked. After leaving the TV station, Yi Xiao and Wang Mucheng went to the dock, where they would meet the crew led by Su Chunmei and return to Island Number 4 together. Xiao Dahai has been very busy recently. The barbecue event is about to be held, and he will be responsible for sending 200 citizens who have obtained tickets to the island. However, he only has a dozen speedboats, which are not enough. "Old Xia, your life is getting better and better. Now you are the only one running this line. You should be able to make a lot of money this time." At this time, a man walked in laughing. "You bastard, your business is much bigger than mine, and you come here to laugh at me." Xiao Dahai handed over a cigarette. This man was his good friend He Wang. Everyone liked to call him He Wang Ba. He was also in the boat rental and cruise business. King He lit up the cigarette, took a deep breath and said, "I heard you were looking for a boat. Do you want my help?" Hearing this, Xiao Dahai stared at him and said, "When did you become so kind? There must be something wrong." King He nodded, a trace of solemnity in his eyes, and said, "I heard that Tonghang Group is going to expand its business scope and prepare to acquire other ship charter companies. Wu Quan, the young director of Tonghang Group, is very ambitious. He said that he wants to make Donghai City the only shipping company. Small companies like us are not having a good time. Business is getting worse and worse, so we want to cooperate with you to do the number 4 island line together." After knowing the reason, Xiao Dahai's face showed a trace of worry. Chapter 83 Surprise. In the past, Xiao Dahai could only do odd jobs with a few boats and did not earn much money every month. Now, his business on the number 4 island route is getting better and better. If General Aviation Group intervenes in this route, he will not be able to compete with it. Thinking of this, he also sighed and said, "Business is getting harder and harder nowadays. I don't know how long I can do this line." "What do you mean by cooperation?" "I am very optimistic about the prospects of Island Number 4. In time, it will definitely become a very popular tourist base. What do you think about us joining forces? We can also unite those small boat rental companies in the future. Then no one will dare to look down on us anymore." King He expressed his idea. "That's a good idea. You have several mid-range ships, which are more than enough for the current route to Island Number 4. Besides, the General Aviation Group will not be interested in the route to Island Number 4 for the time being." The more Xiao Dahai thought about it, the more excited he became, and he immediately started planning with King He. After waiting for half an hour, Yi Xiao saw Su Chunmei coming over with a few cameramen, and a group of people boarded the boat and set off for Island Number 4. At this time, Yi Xiao was skillfully driving the speedboat on the sea. The weather was about to turn into July, and the sea was getting warmer. After docking, Yi Xiao asked Pang Xiao to take Su Chunmei and the others to settle down. "Miss Su, you are getting more and more beautiful. Let me help you get it. Pang Xiao walked over and took the bag from Su Chunmei. Why were you so alert when you first saw me, as if I had stolen something? Su Chunmei asked the question that had always been in her mind. Pang Xiao would never say that he thought Su Chunmei was Yi Zhao's mistress, so he thought about it and found an excuse. The vegetables on the island were stolen before, so we are very wary of outsiders. Su Chunmei had no doubts about this explanation. At this time, she came to the bottom of the newly built building and saw that the outside of the 3-story building was made entirely of glass. It looked very delicate and unique. Pang Xiao introduced, "You came at the right time. The decoration will be completed in a few days, and you can move in once the furniture arrives." Then he led Su Chunmei to a shed not far away. These sheds were also prepared to temporarily accommodate visiting guests. After putting the luggage away, Su Chunmei took a few photographers and prepared to start filming. After all, the barbecue event was about to be held, and the filming had to be sent back for editing and would be broadcast that evening. "Everyone, I'm the host of Donghai City TV station. I'm now on the island number 4 that everyone is curious about. I'll show you the island's customs." Su Chunmei stood in front of the camera with a sweet smile on her face, and then walked towards the vegetable garden. After all, what the audience was most concerned about was the ingredients used in this barbecue event. After arriving at the vegetable field, Su Chunmei pointed at the field in front of her and said, "This barbecue event is mainly vegetarian. As you can see, these pieces of vegetables look very pleasing. I can't help but want to taste them right away." After taking pictures of the vegetable garden, Su Chunmei went to take pictures of the group of 3 yellow chickens and 2 metal chickens, as they were the only meat dishes in this barbecue event. This process was repeated dozens of times before the filming was officially completed, and then someone immediately returned the bag to the station. That night, many viewers gathered in front of the TV station to watch the program about Island Number 4. They had never even heard of this island before, so they were very curious. Xiao Jianbin was also highly praised by the station not long ago. He planned a live broadcast of a barbecue event, which kept the ratings of Donghai TV station high. "Director, it's time to start." Someone came over and reminded Xiao Jianbin. "Okay, let's get started." Xiao Jianbin leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the TV screen. When people saw acres of lush green vegetable fields appear on the screen, their eyes widened and their mouths watered. You have seen this group of fat chickens, right? They are the 3 yellow chickens, one of the 10 famous chickens in my country. Their meat is fresh, tender, and delicious. However, the quality of these 3 yellow chickens is the best. People on the island say that one chicken costs tens of thousands of yuan, and these 20-odd 3 yellow chickens will be the only meat dishes for this barbecue event. When the audience in front of the TV heard that a chicken was worth tens of thousands of dollars, they were all stunned. They usually thought it was too expensive to eat a dozen chickens, and they couldn't imagine what a chicken worth tens of thousands of dollars tasted like. At this time, Chen Tao heard his cell phone beeping nonstop. He picked it up and saw that the group was already bustling with activity. The 200 people in the group were all selected to participate in the barbecue event on Island Number 4. Sunset Lone Sword. We are so lucky to have a chicken that costs tens of thousands of dollars. I want to see what the difference is between it and ordinary chickens. Big Cucumber. How can 20-odd chickens be enough for more than 400 people? I'd rather eat vegetables. Tomorrow, it doesn't matter what we eat. The key is that we went there. Now many people are jealous of our tickets. This will be enough for us for several years to come. Red Lantern. I want to go eat barbecue right now. I was drooling while watching TV just now. Chen Tao glanced at his daughter who was sleeping beside him, with anticipation in his eyes. After winning the ticket to the barbecue event, he was told that he could bring a child with him. He couldn't help but feel good about Island Number 4, thinking that bringing a child with him was very humane. A few days later, Yi Xiao was inspecting the building. The decoration had been completed, and they could move in as soon as the furniture arrived. The first and second floors were simply decorated with a white roof and light mahogany wood floors, while the roof of the third floor was a pastoral oil painting with a pink background, and the floor was covered with white fluffy carpet. The space was more than 200 square meters, and this was Wang Muqing's bedroom. When Wang Muqing wanted to go into the building to take a look, Yi Xiao stopped her. "Muqing, wait until the furniture is installed before you go in. It's a surprise for you, how about that?" "It's just a room. What kind of surprise can there be?" Although Wang Muqing showed disapproval on her face, she was actually quite happy in her heart. Just as evening was approaching, a cargo ship docked and a group of people came down and began to unload the furniture from the ship and move it into the house. "Be careful, don't bump into anything." Yi Xiao watched from the side and told the people moving in to be careful. It took an hour before nearly 100 pieces of furniture were moved into the house and put away. At this time, Yi Xiao called Wang Muqing over covered her eyes with a scarf, and took her to the third floor. "What are you doing? So mysterious." Wang Muqing was also a little nervous and curious at this moment. "You'll know once you get in." Yi Xiao smiled and led Wang Muqing into the bedroom on the third floor. Chapter 84. Fragrance spreads 10 miles away. "Wow, it's so beautiful." As soon as Wang Muqing entered the house, she saw that the floor of the nearly 200 square meter house was covered with white carpets. The oil painting above her head was also very comfortable to look at. The surrounding walls were replaced by panoramic skylights, and the scenery outside was clearly visible. The pink printed curtains also looked very cute. Then she jumped directly onto the bed and lay down, rolling around and saying, "This bed is so soft. I really want to lie on it forever." Looking at Wang Muqing's cute appearance, Yi Xiao also smiled. This bed is an extra-large bed, 2 meters wide, and it is the most expensive among all the furniture, costing nearly 100,000 yuan. "Is this floor all my bedrooms?" Wang Muqing looked around. The first floor was over 200 square meters and had only one bed and one bathroom. "Of course, you live alone." "Xiao Xiao, you are so kind." At this time, Wang Muqing jumped from the bed onto Yi Xiao's body and clamped his waist tightly with her long legs. Yi Xiao was also a little at a loss at the moment, as they had never been so close before. He couldn't help but put his hand on her butt and stroked it gently, feeling the delicate elasticity. At this time, Wang Muqing also noticed Yi Xiao's increasingly heavy breathing and realized that something was going to happen. At this moment, Yi Xiao hugged Wang Muqing and threw himself on the bed, kissed her directly on the mouth, and started to touch her all over. Wang Muqing was also dumbfounded at this moment. If someone had done this in the past, she would have definitely slapped them and deleted the message. However, as for Yi Xiao, she really didn't know what to do. After all, she still loved him. "Xiao Yi, everyone." Suddenly Pang Xiao appeared at the door. Seeing the two of them hugging each other on the bed, he quickly backed out. "Sorry to bother you. I deserve to die." Taking this opportunity, Wang Muqing also broke free from Yi Xiao, tidied her hair, and the two looked at each other. "I'll go see if dinner is ready." Yi Xiao quickly found an opportunity to slip away, and is still savoring the soft feeling on his hand. After the meal, Yi Xiao and Sun Jiangwo and others picked the acres of cumin, chili peppers, and rapeseed, put them into bags, and prepared to process them tomorrow. The rapeseed was used to fry sesame oil, and the chili peppers and other condiments were ground into powder. After working for several hours, hundreds of woven bags were piled on the ground. Some were left for Wang Muqing and Du Zhang's restaurant, and the rest would be used for this barbecue event. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao, Wang Muqing, Pang Xiao, and a group of people set off for Donghai City with more than 50 bags of various seasonings. They were also accompanied by Su Chunmei and others. First, the group came to a hand-grinded sesame oil workshop in the city. Yi Xiao had already called to make an appointment. The sesame oil ground by hand is naturally much better than that squeezed by a machine. "Welcome." After arriving, the owner of the workshop, Lu Xiang, came out to greet everyone. Originally, the workshop had received many orders this month and was too busy to handle them all. However, when he learned that Island Number 4 was going to come here to grind sesame oil, he immediately agreed without hesitation. At this time, many citizens had heard the news and rushed over to watch the fun. After entering the house, Yi Xiao smelled the scent of sesame oil. He saw more than a dozen stone mills placed inside, and many workers were pushing the stone mills to grind sesame oil. "We put the rapeseed directly into the stone mill and use the heat generated by friction to heat the rapeseed. This way, the sesame oil produced is the most fragrant." Lu Xiang introduced it personally on the side. At this time, Yi Xiao also had someone bring in more than a dozen bags of rapeseed and handed them over to Lu Xiang. When Lu Xiang opened the bag, he saw that the rapeseed inside was bright yellow and very beautiful. He was stunned for a moment. After a moment, he came to his senses, slowly scooped up the rapeseed with a ladle and poured it into the trough of the stone mill, then started grinding. After a few minutes, a fragrant aroma began to spread in the air, and drops of clear fragrant oil dripped into the bucket. "It smells so good." At this moment, everyone in the workshop couldn't help but stretch their necks to sniff. This fragrance was not like ordinary sesame oil that would make people feel greasy after smelling it for a long time. Instead, it was the spirit of the time. As the aroma of the sesame oil continued to spread, more and more people began to gather, surrounding the workshop in 3 layers, and even the streets were filled with people. Su Chunmei looked at the crowd outside. She didn't expect that there would be so many people watching for just a little while, and she saw the traffic police outside evacuating the crowd. At this time, an old lady leaned in through the window and said, "Hey, young man, can you sell me some of this sesame oil? It smells really good." "Auntie, I use these for my own use, not for sale." Yi Xiao smiled and refused. If he sold it to her, he would have a hard time explaining to the large group of people outside. I don't want more, just 1 pound will do. You have at least 100 or 200 pounds here, so 1 pound won't be too much. A little more money doesn't matter. The auntie still didn't want to give up. This sesame oil was not only fragrant, but also looked very pleasing. Hearing this, Yi Xiao knew that he would have to sell it to her. So he said, Auntie, you can buy it if you want, but the price of this sesame oil is a bit expensive. Young man, don't look down on me. I still have money to buy some sesame oil. Okay, since you are so enthusiastic, I will give you a discount, 5,000 yuan per kilogram. What? 5,000 yuan a pound. When the aunt heard the price, she was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that a pound of sesame oil would be equivalent to almost 1 month's salary for her. When others saw her like this, they couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that it would take another 3 hours to grind the sesame oil, Yi Xiao asked Pang Xiao to prepare the other seasonings. Let's go out and eat something. There are too many people here. Yi Xiao asked Wang Muqing and Su Chunmei. Wang Muqing nodded in agreement, but looking at the dense crowd outside, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva, not knowing how to get out of this place. Excuse me, everyone, please make way. At this time, Yi Xiao held Wang Muqing's hand and protected Su Chunmei as they walked outside. However, there were too many people gathered outside, and he didn't move for a long time. Su Chunmei saw that Yi Xiao had unconsciously held her hand and pushed the crowd around her away, as if he was a towering tree protecting her from the wind and rain, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. It finally came out. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Xiao led the two of them through the crowd and came out. Then the three of them sat down in a cafe not far away. Su Chunmei looked around and saw that the area within a mile was filled with people. A large number of police were evacuating the crowd. Many media reporters had gathered around. She didn't expect that squeezing sesame oil would cause such a sensation. Chapter 85 4 Tickets. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, several vans stopped at the dock. Pang Xiao got out of the passenger seat and directed everyone to take out the plastic barrels from the vans. I went to several places to get the seasonings. I also ground the 2,000 kilograms of soybeans into bean curd skin. It was exhausting. Pang Xiao came over, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and drank it down. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go. Yi Xiao patted his shoulder. Then he and the workers moved nearly 100 bags onto the boat and set off back to island number 4. After arriving on the island, everyone put the seasonings into the warehouse. While eating in the evening, Wang Muqing thought of a question and asked it. For this barbecue event, we must have a barbecue grill and charcoal. Otherwise, how can we grill? I have already rented 100 round grills and some grill masters, and they will be here on the morning of the 1st. Yi Xiao put a lot of thought into the barbecue event this time, wanting to make people coming to the island feel at home. Then she said to Sun Jiangwo and the others, Uncle Sun, if you have any family members, you can also bring them up to participate in this barbecue event. I actually have a granddaughter, and she's about to graduate from college. When talking about his granddaughter, Sun Jiangwo's face was full of joy. This granddaughter is the most promising one in their family. When others talked about their families, some were happy while others were sad. In our village, people also say that Jiangwo's granddaughter is the most present. She is a college student from a prestigious university. Yes, my good-for-nothing grandson only knows how to fool around all day, and he's still single even though he's in his 30s. It's better to have a daughter. She can get married in the future and won't have to worry about cars and houses. Speaking of this, my boy is also a troublemaker. His girlfriend asked for a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan. How can our family afford it? Donghai University of Arts and Sciences, the most famous university in Donghai City. At this time in a dormitory, a group of female students were chatting about the upcoming barbecue event. You didn't see Cui Yu's face. She just hooked up with a fat nouveau riche and got a ticket to a barbecue event. Look at her, showing off the ticket all day long. It's disgusting to see her. It's because they are in that line of work. They have no sense of shame. We can't finish it. Sun Lu, who was standing by, saw them gossiping and said with a smile, You should worry less about other people's affairs and focus on finding a job first. Otherwise, you will cry later. At this moment, a girl leaned forward and said, Lulu, someone is looking for you. It seems to be your grandfather. Hearing this, Sun Lu hurried downstairs and saw a white-haired old man standing outside the dormitory. It was her grandfather, Sun Jiangwo. So she ran over, hugged his arm and said, Grandpa, why are you here? Of course I came to see my sweet granddaughter. Sun Jiangwo's face was filled with a kind smile. Grandpa, let's go eat first. Sun Lu led Sun Jiangwo towards the cafeteria. While eating, Sun Jiangwo said to Sun Lu, Lulu, come to the island to play on the weekend. Sun Lu only knew that her grandfather worked on an island, but she didn't know which island it was. She also had things to do this week, so she shook her head and said, "This weekend is very busy, Grandpa. Wait a minute. If you don't come, my kindness will be wasted. You know, many people want to come to our island to play but can't." Sun Jiangwo didn't expect that his granddaughter would actually refuse, and thought that this girl was becoming more and more willful. "Grandpa, you are not." At this time, Sun Lu covered her mouth with her hand, with an incredible expression, and excitedly approached and asked, "Grandpa, you are not working on island number 4. Sun Jiangwo smiled and nodded. "Grandpa, that's great." When Sun Lu heard this, she immediately roared with excitement, and this roar also attracted the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. "Here are 4 tickets. You can come with your friends." Sun Jiangwo took out 4 tickets and handed them over. Looking at the 4 tickets in her hand, Sun Lu was a little bit surprised for a moment. She didn't expect that the tickets she had dreamed of would be in her hands like this. After seeing Sun Jiangwo off, Sun Lu ran to the dormitory excitedly and waved the ticket in front of her roommates. "Everyone, look at what this is." As soon as they saw the ticket in her hand, the people on the bed jumped down immediately and surrounded Sun Lu. "Lulu, where did you get the tickets? We can go to the barbecue too. I love you so much, Lulu. Come on, give me a kiss." "Forget it. I don't like it. Why is Kai Tsuyu so proud now? She got a ticket by accompanying a man, but we can go without doing anything. If she knew, she would be so pissed off." Yang Tai had a very difficult time during this period. Wu Qian disappeared inexplicably before, and he thought that the guy had run away with his money. Later he found out that he had been killed. He believed that Wu Qian's death must have been caused by Yi Xiao's men, but he didn't expect Yi Xiao to be so cruel. It seemed that he had underestimated this guy. After this incident, Yang Tai did not take any action against Yi Xiao. After all, if Yi Xiao got ruthless, he might even kill him. "Why are you so depressed here? Come, have a drink." At this time, Wu Quan came over and sat next to him. "Nothing." Yang Tai shook his head. He didn't want the fact that he couldn't even deal with a vegetable vendor to be known to everyone. Wu Quan smiled and asked, "Will you go to the barbecue event hosted by Mu Cheng's boyfriend? It's quite interesting." Yang Tai nodded and said, "Of course I will go. Let that kid know that he can't get into our circle. By the way, I heard that your group is also going to make a big move. What are you going to do? Our industry is very unregulated now. We plan to integrate industry resources. Those small fish and shrimps should stay where they are." Wu Quan picked up the red wine glass and took a sip. He wanted to leave only a few large cruise companies in Donghai City to expand the group's business. As for those small companies, he would either acquire them or squeeze them out so that they could not continue to operate. Then he looked at Yang Tai and said, "To be honest, brother, if you want to pursue Wang Muching, it's very easy. Even if you want to deal with Yi Xiao now, it will be very difficult. In terms of financial resources, you can't compare with him." This time, he made more than 20 million from the barbecue activity class. Hearing this, Yang Tai's face became so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. He had never expected that his heart would be bullied by a vegetable vendor. "I also know that Wang Muching is a very attractive woman, but you are probably pursuing her not just because she is beautiful. I admit defeat to a woman in her 40s who is worth hundreds of millions. If you can win her over, I won't have to give you much in return." When Wu Quan said this, he saw a gleam in Yang Tai's eyes and knew there was hope. Chapter 86 Fake Tickets. On July 1st, at 5 o'clock in the morning, when everyone was still asleep, Yi Xiao came to the dock wrapped in a coat, and a boat with flashing lights slowly approached the dock. "Hello, you are Mr. Yi Xiao, right? Here are 60 barbecue tables and 2,000 kilograms of high-quality charcoal. Please sign for them." A man came down, took out a list, and handed it to Yi Xiao. "Thanks for your hard work." Yi Xiao wrote his name on the list, and then directed the workers to move the barbecue table up. An hour later, the open space was filled with 60 round barbecue tables, each of which could seat 10 people, and the long row of empty tables next to it were filled with various alcoholic beverages. After checking that everything was correct, Yi Xiao sat aside to rest. More than 100 barbecue chefs would come and be responsible for the barbecue later. At this time, Pang Xiao had already arrived at the Donghai City Pier and saw a long queue at the pier. Xiaodahai and some people were maintaining order. "Dear audience, today is the day of Diane's long-awaited barbecue event. Now you can see that there are already many spectators." Chen Tao brought his daughter to the dock early in the morning. He thought it was quite early because he saw many people in front had already arrived. "Everyone, come here one by one. Give me your ticket and tell me your name and phone number." Pang Xiao was holding a PDA which contained the information of those who had won the tickets to attend the barbecue event in order to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. "My name is Zhang Dong, and my cell phone number is 158. A man came over and handed the ticket to Pang Xiao. Pang Xiao compared the photo of Zhang Dong on the computer, and after confirming that it was correct, he let him board the ship. Then one by one people were inspected and started to board the ship. At this time, several men in the crowd were acting sneakily, looking around from time to time, their faces full of tension. Here, our tickets are friendship tickets. One person handed the ticket to Pang Xiao. Pang Xiao took the ticket and checked it carefully. Yi Xiao had asked someone to print dozens of tickets to give to people. These tickets were not registered, so it would take some time to confirm. However, after taking over, Pang Xiao felt that there was something wrong with the ticket. At this time, those people also showed nervous expressions on their faces and said, "We can go now." "Wait, you can't go up, there's something wrong with this ticket." Pang Xiao stretched out his hand to stop the man. When Ma Ying heard this, he immediately shouted, "How is this possible? Are you trying to cheat? You gave me this vote, but now you are denying it. This is ridiculous." As soon as he finished speaking, the accomplices behind him also started shouting, "That's right, you gave me the ticket, but now you don't recognize it. This is not a promise. If you don't give us an explanation, we won't let it go. There are reporters here, let them expose it." Many people even called Su Chunmei over to seek justice for them. Su Chunmei saw that these people had caused quite a commotion, so she immediately walked over to Pang Xiao and asked, "What's going on now?" Pang Xiao leaned over and whispered, "These tickets are fake." "It's fake, what should we do now?" Su Chunmei didn't expect that someone would actually use fake tickets, which is a problem. "Don't worry, I have a way." Pang Xiao walked over and said to those people, "If you say your tickets are fake, there must be evidence. Just watch." After saying that, he picked up a ticket and tore it into two halves. "This is the evidence. The real ticket cannot be torn apart." Pang Xiao picked up a real ticket and threw it into the man's hand. He and Yi Xiao had considered beforehand that someone might imitate it, so they added some special materials into the ticket, so the real ticket would not be torn. After the man got the ticket, he immediately used all his strength to tear it up, but the ticket was not damaged at all. "Okay, go wherever's cooler." Pang Xiao pushed those people aside and continued to work. Not long after, Xiao Na came over with a group of sisters and went straight to Pang Xiao, preparing to walk towards the boat. "These are Mu Cheng's best friends. Which boat are you boarding?" "This way. I've already arranged everything for you. Nana, you look so beautiful today." Pang Xiao looked at the bright and charming Xiao Na with his eyes almost popping out. "I'm beautiful every day," Jonah replied casually, then boarded the speedboat with a few other friends. At this time, Yi Xiaozhen, Sun Jiangwo, and others were picking vegetables for lunch in the vegetable garden. On the other side, 100 barbecue chefs were already preparing in the middle of the barbecue table. After Xiao Na and her group arrived on the island, they saw Wang Muching coming towards them riding a white horse, followed by a group of dogs. "Muching, your horse is so beautiful." Xiao Na looked at the handsome and upright horse under Wang Muching's crotch, her eyes full of joy. "Want to ride it?" After Wang Muching got off the horse, she handed the reins to Xiao Na and asked her to ride on it. At the same time, she also brought Heiyun over and asked the other sisters to ride on it. An hour later, Xiao Na and the others had finished riding, and Wang Muching led them to the bedroom. "Muching, is this your bedroom? It's really too big." When Joanna and the others walked into the bedroom on the first floor, they were immediately shocked by the spacious house. The floor was covered with white carpets, and the surrounding walls were replaced with panoramic skylights. "It's all right. You can sleep with me tonight." Although Wang Muching appeared to be indifferent on the surface, she was actually very happy in her heart. "Okay, let's not go home until we're drunk tonight." Joanna and the others were also very excited, as they could have a good time together as sisters in the evening. At this time, a cruise ship slowly approached the pier on the island. Chen Tao walked down with his daughter. After walking for a while, he saw dozens of huge barbecue tables that had been set up, and the nearly 100-meter-long table next to it was filled with drinks. "Dad, I want some yogurt." Mingming's eyes almost popped out of her eyes as she looked at the yogurt on the table. "Okay, Dad will get it for you." Chen Tao looked at a sign in front of the drink table that said free drinks, so he walked over and took a box of yogurt. It was still a few hours before noon, and many people went to get a bottle of drink and wander around the island. Sun Lu and several roommates were queuing up to get on the boat, when suddenly a seductively dressed woman came over with her arm around a fat man, with a gold chain as thick as a thumb hanging around her neck. When Chui saw Sun Lu and the others, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He walked over and asked, "Why are you here?" "We went to the island for a barbecue, so naturally, it would be here." One person looked at her with disdain and responded, "I remember you didn't win the lottery, and a ticket costs 100,000. How could you possibly afford it?" In order to participate in this barbecue event, Chui Yu accompanied the fat man for a month to get the ticket. As a result, she became a celebrity in the school and the object of everyone's envy. Chapter 87. Stay wherever you want. Our Lulu's grandfather works on the island, so we can go there for free. Lu Min hugged Sun Lu with a smug look on her face. She just couldn't stand the fact that Chui Yu was a prostitute and pretended to be pure and innocent. Oh, he's just a farmer. I thought he was some big shot. When Chui Yu heard this, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Seeing her like this, Lu Min was also unhappy and said, "What's wrong with farming? It's much better than some people selling their bodies. Who are you talking about who sold her body? Tell me clearly, or I will sue you for defamation." Chui Yu was like a chicken with its feathers standing on end at this moment. She hated it most when people said she was a prostitute. And now everyone on the boat couldn't help but look at her, which made her feel even more embarrassed. "I didn't say anything about you. Why are you so excited? Don't talk nonsense, or I'll make you pay. If you want me to look good, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so." Pang Xiao on the boat saw that the two were about to fight, so he quickly stepped out to block them. "Ladies, each of you should take a step back. It's a big weekend, and you should have some fun, right?" Hearing this, Lu Min and Chui Yu stopped arguing with each other and stepped aside. At this time, Pang Xiao walked up to Sun Lu and said, "I heard that your grandfather worked on the island. I have also been staying on the island. Who is your grandfather?" "My grandfather's name is Sun Jiangwo." Sun Lu smiled slightly. "You are Grandpa Sun's granddaughter. I have always heard him say that he has a granddaughter who is in college, a student at a prestigious university. I didn't expect to see you here." Looking at the elegant and sweet-looking girl in front of him, Pang Xiao suddenly felt a little shy. "My grandfather said that you took good care of him on the island, and he also said that he would settle down on the island in the future." "No, Uncle Sun is also an elder. It's his duty to take care of her." Then the two of them started chatting, and the atmosphere became more and more harmonious. Before we knew it, it was 11 o'clock. More and more yachts were docking at the pier, and celebrities and upper-class people appeared on the island one after another. Wu Quan and Yang Tai also came to the island, and they were accompanied by many people from the circle. They all brought a dog with them. Each dog was very large and looked very majestic and domineering. "Xiao Xiao, I heard there are a few dogs on this island. They are pretty good." Yang Tai said this to a 17 or 18-year-old boy who was walking a pit bull. "Where is he? I want to go and compete with him. My great general is victorious in every battle." Tang Zhao looked at the tall and ferocious pit bull at his feet, a hint of pride on his face, and then prepared to find those dogs to compete. Wu Quan walked up to Yang Tai and said with a smile, "Xiao Zhao likes to fight dogs the most. His dog is extremely fierce and has never been defeated. Now Yi Xiao is going to be in trouble." Yang Tai smiled. Tang Zhao had spent several million to buy this racing dog. He just wanted Tang Zhao to show Yi Xiao some power and let that guy know what the rules were. At this time, many people were looking at people who they had only seen on TV and in newspapers before and now appeared in front of them. They were all very excited and picked up their phones to take pictures nonstop. "Look, that's Meng Tingting. She's very popular recently. I didn't expect to see her here. Donghai City's richest man, Wang Hai, and his wife are here. They seem quite friendly and easygoing. Even Kai Liang, the owner of Baihuiyuan, is here. It's really worth the trip to meet so many celebrities." Yi Xiao was washing vegetables by the sink at this time, and there was a pile of green food and wine next to him as high as a hill. "I heard you have some nice dogs. How about taking them out for some fun?" At this time, Tang Zhao walked to Yi Xiao's side and looked at him with a smug look on his face. "My dog is not for playing with. Go wherever it's cool." Yi Xiao looked at the young brat in front of him, but he had no skills to deal with him now. However, Tang Zhao had seen this kind of situation before, so he took out a stack of money and threw it in front of Yi Xiao, saying, "Let your dog fight my dog, and this $10,000 will be yours." Tang Zhao has become very skilled in using this tactic, and no one has ever refused him so far. Yi Xiao took the wallet, took out a stack of money, and threw it in front of Tang Zhao, saying, "I'm very busy now. Can you give me 10,000 yuan and let me go wherever I want?" "You?" Tang Zhao didn't expect that someone would use the same trick on him, and for a moment he didn't know how to fight back. "Hey, Xiao Zhao, you came without even saying hello to me." At this time, Wang Mucheng, Xiao Na and others came over, followed by Lightning and the others. "Sis, I didn't know you were here." When Tang Zhao saw Wang Mucheng, he immediately turned his head away with a shy look on his face. When he was a child, he often annoyed Wang Mucheng and was beaten many times. So now he was a little afraid when he saw Wang Mucheng. Wang Mucheng came over and said directly, "You play with dogs all day long, and you don't even have a job to do. Sister, you don't know this. Dog fighting is my main business. Now I can make at least hundreds of thousands of dollars each time." At this point, Tang Zhao showed a hint of pride on his face. Now the general's appearance fee is hundreds of thousands, and other expenses have to be calculated separately. This is your dog, right? It looks quite fierce. Wang Muqing glanced at the general. Although he looked quite fierce, she was not afraid of him. Sister, I spent millions to buy this dog, and I haven't lost a single game yet. You only made a few $100,000 when you bought it for several million. How much did you lose? Sister, that's not how it's calculated. If you fight a few more times, you can make it back. Tang Zhao glanced at the dogs behind Wang Muqing. They were all very good, especially the largest one, which looked extraordinary. Wang Muqing watched him staring at the lightning and asked with a smile, "Why? Do you like it?" Tang Zhao nodded and said, "Sister, this dog looks really good. Sell it to me. I don't care how much it costs." Wang Muqing shook her head and replied, "That won't work. We won't sell lightning for any amount of money." Upon hearing this, Tang Zhao also became anxious. He grabbed Wang Muqing's hand and began to panic. "Sister Muqing, just sell it to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. Or let's fight. If I win, your dog will belong to me. If you win, I will agree to any request you make." This child. Wang Muqing knew that Tang Zhao had a childish temper, and if his demands were not met, he would definitely keep pestering her. Okay, let's compare. Yi Xiao saw Wang Muqing's dilemma, so he stood up and accepted the challenge. He also wanted to see how powerful lightning was. Chapter 88: A Shocking Roar. When everyone heard about the dog fight, they all ran over to watch. Wang Hai and his wife were greeting and chatting with people in the circle when they suddenly saw a white-haired old man walking towards them supported by a young woman. They hurried to greet him. At the same time, other people of status immediately stopped talking and walked up. "Mr. Tang, why are you here? You look so healthy." "Mayor Tang, long time no see. I wonder if you still remember me, Xiao Zhang from Baishan Garden." "Mr. Tang, please take a seat. It's windy today, so be careful." Tang Qinglian looked at the people around him with a bright smile on his face. "You guys still remember me. How rare. I'm here to join you young people in the fun today. Xiao Wang, I heard that the organizer of this event is your future son-in-law. Not bad. I also like the vegetables he grows very much. I ate that cabbage for 2 whole months last time, and now I'm still savoring the delicious taste in my mouth." When Wang Hai saw Tang Qinglian looking at him, he could only smile awkwardly for a moment. He had not yet recognized Yi Xiao as his son-in-law. Why is it so lively over there? Tang Qinglian looked at the large group of people gathered together with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "It looks like there's a dog fight going on over there. Dog fighting is interesting. Let's go and have a look." A group of people followed Tang Qinglian towards where the crowd gathered. When Tang Qinglian walked over and looked at Tang Zhao, who was full of confidence on the field, his brows couldn't help but frown. "Let me tell you, my great general." Just as Tang Zhao was preparing to passionately tell about his dog's achievements, he suddenly saw Tang Qinglian appear in the crowd. He immediately put away his arrogant expression, walked over and said, "Grandpa, why are you here? Why can't I come? You little bastard, all you do is play with dogs all day. I'll beat you to death." Tang Qinglian raised his crutch and pretended to hit Tang Zhao. "Mr. Tang, calm down and don't get angry." When others saw this, they rushed over to persuade them. Under everyone's persuasion, Tang Qinglian put down his crutches with an expression of disappointment. Yi Xiao saw that all the celebrities and wealthy businessmen were surrounding an old man with an extraordinary temperament, so he approached Wang Muqing and asked, "Who is he? He looks like he is not a simple person." "He is Tang Qinglian, the first mayor of Donghai City. He has made great contributions to the current achievements of Donghai City. Although he has retired, he has a wide network of contacts and great influence. People call him the old mayor. The girl next to him is his granddaughter Tang." Wang Muqing talked about Tang Qinglian's identity and background. After that, she walked over to Tang Qinglian and greeted him. "Grandpa Tang, you are getting healthier and healthier. You look younger than me. Haha, you are such a sweet talker. Where's your boyfriend? I want to see what kind of person can catch your eye." Tang Qinglian burst out laughing. This girl has been sweet-talking since she was young. Wang Muqing called Yi Xiao over and said, "Grandpa Tang, this is my boyfriend Yi Xiao." "Hello, Mr. Tang." Yi Xiao greeted with a smile. "Young man, that's great. You've cultivated such excellent vegetables. Even an old man like me is craving for them. I can enjoy them to my heart's content later." Tang Qinglian looked at Yi Xiao and felt that he was a very nice guy. As the saying goes, appearance reflects the heart. He was always very accurate in judging people. Yi Xiao smiled and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Tang. I will definitely satisfy you later." At this time, Tang Qinglian turned his gaze to Tang Zhao and said, "You rabbit, you never forget to fight dogs no matter where you are. If you lose, find me something to do." "Grandpa, my general has never lost before. I will definitely disappoint you when the time comes." Tang Zhao looked confident. In response, Tang Qinglian simply smiled meaningfully. He thought that the white dog was also extraordinary, with a unique temperament. He thought that his proud grandson might taste the taste of defeat for the first time. Tang Zhao led his general to the open space, and the general kept barking and wanted to rush forward. Lightning, go. Wang Muching also pulled out lightning. Woof, woof, woof. Tang Zhao let the general go, and the general grinned, bared his teeth, and barked wildly, looking ferocious. When the people around saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, but Tang Zhao's face was full of pride. Many dogs were scared away by the general. Woof. At this moment, Lightning was walking forward leisurely, looked at the general calmly, then opened his mouth and roared with all his might. The huge roar was like thunder in the sky, which almost broke people's eardrums. People around him couldn't help but cover their ears. Woohoo! At the sound of thunder, the general immediately ran away with his tail between his legs. Ha ha! When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this time, Tang Zhao's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it, and his face was full of shock. His undefeated general was actually scared away by the roar. You little brat, don't ever say dog walking is your real job again. Your dog is scared away. Tang Qinglian stroked his gray beard, a bright smile on his face. Xiao Zhao, don't be too sad. Lightning is not an ordinary dog. It is the king of hounds. It is not unfair for you to lose. Wang Muching patted Tang Zhao's arm to comfort him. At this time on the other side, Yang Tai and Wu Quan were looking at each other. They thought that provoking Tang Zhao would lead to a good show, but they did not expect this result. Then Yi Xiao and Wang Muching accompanied Tang Qinglian to walk around again. Tang Qinglian looked at the vegetables on the table that were piled up like a small mountain. Each one was so green and lovely. He was very happy and said with a smile, "Looking at these dishes makes me feel hungry. Not bad, not bad. Grandpa Tang, these vegetables are not only green and pollution-free, but also very nutritious. Eating more is very good for your health." Wang Muching introduced it on the side. It's just vegetables. No matter how nutritious they are still vegetables, not a tonic. It's just a barbecue, but you actually sold the ticket for 100,000 yuan. You are quite capable. At this moment, Tang Yi said this expressionlessly. Of course, this is not something that just anyone can do. Wang Muching responded unwillingly. She and Tang Yi had been at odds since they were little, and they would always fight over any toy she had. Tang Qinglian explained to his granddaughter at this time. Girl, you just returned to China recently, so you don't know, but the vegetables on the island taste very good. I ate some before, and I felt a lot more relaxed. Seeing that Grandpa said this, Tang Yi didn't say anything else. Wang Muching looked at her proudly, as if she had won. At this moment, Tang Qinglian looked at the many chickens cut in half on the table next to him and became interested. Chapter 89, Feast. Although these chickens are fat, their bones and muscles are very strong. You can't raise chickens like this in a chicken shed. Tang Qing reached out and touched the chicken on the table and felt it was quite solid. These are all high-quality 3 yellow chickens, and they are all free-range. Usually, I chase them when they have nothing to do, so the meat is strong. Wang Muching's mouth was watering as she looked at the chicken. She was extremely greedy now. But there's only this much here. Is it enough for 400 people? Tang Yi looked at the 30-odd chickens on the table and couldn't help but make fun of it. It's good enough to have something to eat, but you're still talking so much. Wang Muching retorted. Before we knew it, it was noon and people started to get their food from the table and then handed it to the barbecue chef to start grilling. It smells really good. Come here, daughter, have some dried tofu. Chen Tao handed a piece of roasted tofu to his daughter Nyonyo. The aroma of the tofu mixed with the flavors of various condiments made his mouth water. After Nyonyo took the roasted tofu, she took a bite immediately, and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing this, Chen Tao quickly handed over the drink and asked with concern, Daughter, what's wrong? Is it spicy? No, Dad, this dried tofu is so delicious. I want to eat more. Nyonyo kept stuffing dried tofu into her mouth while crying, until her mouth was full. Hearing this, Chen Tao smiled. He didn't expect that eating a piece of dried tofu would make him cry. Just as he was about to eat a piece, he saw that the people at the table had already grabbed the baked food and put it on their plates, eating it without hesitation. It's delicious. It's really delicious. Don't talk, I just want to eat now. This is my leek, don't steal it from me. Your bowl is already piled high, and you're still trying to grab it. At this time, there was a sound of chewing all around. Everyone lowered their heads and ate vigorously, without even a chance to speak. What a bunch of poor bastards who have never seen the world. It's like they have never eaten barbecue. Yang Tai looked at the people around him who were eating and drinking, his eyes full of contempt, then picked up a string of enoki mushrooms and put them in his mouth. The next moment, he felt a strong aroma of vegetables and the taste of chili and other condiments lingering in his mouth, and his taste buds seemed to explode. Then Yang Tai grabbed another bunch of coriander and stuffed it into his mouth without saying a word. Seeing him wolfing down the food, Wu Quan became curious. He picked up a string of chicken wings and started to eat it. Then his eyes lit up and he began to eat without caring about his image. At this time, Su Chunmei was broadcasting a live broadcast of people eating barbecue with a reporter. Looking at them eating with mouths full of oil, she felt itchy in her heart. Then the audience in front of the TV saw Su Chunmei secretly eating while the live broadcast was going on. Haha, this supporter is so cute. When everyone saw Su Chunmei cheating, they couldn't help but take screenshots. At this time, some people were watching the people eating happily on TV, and they felt very regretful in their hearts that they should not have sold the tickets at a high price. They could make money at any time, but this opportunity to taste delicious food would be gone forever if they missed it. Yi Xiao led Tang Qinglian, Wang Hai and his wife, and a few of Wang Muqing's friends into the house alone, where a barbecue chef had already grilled various vegetables. You guys eat first, I'll go to the kitchen. Yi Xiao was going to serve the tonic chicken soup that he had been cooking for the whole morning. The 2 metal chickens were used to stew the tonic chicken soup, but there were only 2 metal chickens, so he and the others could not taste it. Xiao Yi, I'll go get it. You sit down. At this moment, Pang Xiao stood up and walked towards the kitchen. At this time, Tang Qinglian put the bunch of potatoes into his mouth. He felt very crispy when he bit it, and the taste was a little spicy, which was very suitable for an elderly person like him. He nodded and praised. This roasted potato is really good. The fragrance of the potato makes people feel relaxed and happy. The various seasonings are just right. 1 more point will be too greasy, and 1 less point will be bland. It's so delicious, I can't stop eating it now. At this time, Tang Xiao took a bunch of vegetables in his 2 hands and stuffed them into his mouth. He felt as if he had never eaten anything in his life. Only by eating nonstop would he feel happy. Wang Muqing and her girlfriends were also eating happily at this time. They were eating a roasted eggplant. Give me a few more skewers of mushrooms. No, give me whatever you have. At this time, Tang Yi was also addicted to the food. As soon as the barbecue chef finished grilling the food, she snatched it away. Yi, didn't you say it wasn't tasty? Why are you eating it so much now? Looking at Tang Yi wolfing down the food without any ladle-like manners, Wang Muqing couldn't help but tease her. However, Tang Yi had no time to pay attention to her at the moment. She was eating a cabbage with relish. Sun Lu and several of her classmates were also feasting on the table at this time, but seeing Pang Xiao waving at her, she walked over and asked, "What do you want from me? Come on, I'll take you to try some delicious food." Pang Xiaoan smiled and took Sun Lu into the kitchen. As soon as Sun Lu entered the kitchen, she saw a large casserole steaming. A rich smell of chicken soup filled the air, mixed with a faint medicinal aroma. Come and try it. This is not something that ordinary people can taste. Pang Xiao scooped a bowl of chicken soup and a few pieces of meat and handed it over. This soup is so delicious, and the chicken is so tender. Even after I drink it, I can still smell the medicinal aroma in my mouth. After Sun Lu drank the bowl of chicken soup, she immediately felt warm all over and felt indescribably comfortable. Here, I'll give you another chicken drumstick. I have to take it to them. After stuffing a chicken leg into Sun Lu's bowl, Pang Xiao scooped out a large bowl of chicken soup. After Pang Xiao placed the chicken soup on the table, Wang Muqing immediately scooped a bowl and handed it to Tang Qinglian, saying with a smile, "Grandpa Tang, how does it taste?" Tang Qinglian first smelled it, then picked it up and took a sip, then immediately closed his eyes and showed an expression of enjoyment. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes and said, "This soup should only be found in heaven. How many times can you taste it in the world? It's delicious." Gurgle gurgle. At this time, the rest of the people scooped up the chicken soup and drank it without hesitation. For a while, the only sound in the room was the sound of drinking soup. Where are the chicken legs? Why are there only 3? Joanna searched the basin and found only 3 chicken legs, so she couldn't help but ask. Maybe only 3 or 4 legs. Pang Xiao made up an excuse to get away with it. After hearing this, Yi Xiao knew that the person who stole the chicken leg must be Pang Xiao, and he couldn't help but smile. Wang Hai took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. He looked at the bowl and saw that there was not much chicken soup left. Although he wanted to drink it very much, it was impossible for him to do so at this time. At this moment, there was a noise outside. Chapter 90, Overeating. Many people watched Pang Xiao bring the chicken soup into the house, and they also smelled the aroma of the chicken soup, and they all stretched their necks to sniff it. What a delicious chicken soup. I smelled it, and my almost full stomach is now hungry again. I heard that there are 2 chickens worth $100,000 on the island. I guess the chicken soup is made from these 2 chickens. It would be great if I could have a sip of it. Don't even think about it. We can't afford it. And even the rich people may not be able to afford it. When Meng Tingting heard the discussions around her, she felt very upset. She immediately stood up and asked, "We spent 100,000 yuan to come here, but you don't show us your good stuff. Do you look down on us?" As soon as these words came out, everyone turned to look at her. When one person heard this, he immediately stood up and retorted, "Can't I make something to eat myself? Why do I have to serve it to you?" Seeing someone dare to come out and sing a different tune, Meng Tingting looked at that person with disdain and said, "We spent 100,000 yuan to come here, and you can come here because of us, so just eat your food. You are a bunch of freeloaders with no self-awareness at all." When many people heard her words, they were filled with indignation and stood up one after another. "What do you mean by taking advantage of you? We are not here for the lottery you organized. Don't flatter yourself. I've learned a lot from seeing a public figure being so petty. There happens to be a reporter here. Expose her. You spent 100,000 yuan to come here, but we didn't spend a penny to get here. You must be pissed off." Yang Tai looked at the commotion in front of him, turned to Wu Quan, and said, "It seems like you are the one who favors Meng Tingting. How come you don't know her at all? If this gets out, it will be embarrassing for you." Wu Quan also frowned deeply. Those who came here were all dignitaries. She doesn't want to stay here anymore, right? Then he stood up and walked towards Meng Tingting. "You took so much money from us, but you kept the best for yourself. It's really outrageous." Meng Tingting was still complaining in dissatisfaction. "Shut up. Don't you realize where you are? Don't you know your place? Don't you know your place?" Wu Quan walked over and scolded Meng Tingting, hoping that she would behave herself. However, Meng Tingting also lost her mind at this time and refuted loudly. "Am I wrong? We spent 100,000 yuan to eat a rotten barbecue meal. Do you really think we are fools? We are only fools." Before she could finish her words, Wu Quan slapped her in the face and pointed at the dock, saying, "Get out of here right now." Meng Tingting snorted coldly, turned around, and left. Seeing this, Wu Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had spent tens of millions to bring Meng Tingting to prominence. If he didn't drive her away and something happened, or if she offended someone, Meng Tingting would never be able to make a comeback. Tang Qinglian looked at the farce outside and sighed. Young people nowadays are really fooling around. They are public figures, but they don't have any sense of responsibility. Don't be angry, Mr. Tang. Today's society is too impetuous, and this kind of phenomenon is very common. Wang Hai was trying to persuade them. He had seen this kind of situation many times. At this time, Wang Muqing came in with a bowl of porridge and placed it in front of Tang Qinglian, saying, "Grandpa Tang, drink some porridge. You should eat less greasy food. Girl is really good to me. This porridge looks golden and has a strong aroma. Let me try it." Tang Qinglian scooped up a spoonful of porridge and put it into his mouth, then commented, "The porridge is very warm and has a hint of sweetness. It reminds me of the days when I first developed Donghai City. I had steamed buns for 3 meals a day, and a bowl of porridge was very rare. It's not like now that conditions are better, so I don't cherish it as much." When talking about the past, tears welled up in Tang Qinglian's eyes. "Grandpa, that's all in the past. Now it's time to enjoy your life." Tang, he handed over a handkerchief to comfort her. "I'm sorry to have embarrassed everyone. I was very satisfied with the meal today. You little brat, you're still eating. Aren't you afraid of being full?" At this time, Tang Qinglian looked at Tang Zhao, who was still eating, and scolded him with a smile. After a while, Tang Zhao touched his bulging belly and replied, "I am really full this time. It was a great meal." At this time, the hundreds of people outside all had bulging stomachs and were leaning back in their chairs to rest, with a look of satisfaction and enjoyment on their faces, regardless of gender, age, or status. It was so delicious. I feel like I never want to eat barbecue again in my life. I ate a pound of leeks, and now my mouth tastes like leeks. Don't talk, let me lie down. I feel like my stomach doesn't even have room for my saliva. A reporter walked up to Su Chunmei and asked, "Host Su, are you still filming? It's really embarrassing to see them lying like this." Su Chunmei saw that many women were covered in grease and did not look like socialites at all. If this video were to be broadcast, it would offend many people and she might even be sued. Thinking of this, she said, "Stop filming. You are tired. Eat first." Upon hearing this, the reporters were also very excited. Seeing others eating so happily, they were almost dying of hunger and quickly went to the table nearby to eat. Half an hour later, everyone slowly stood up and walked around the island. Boom. At this moment, some people not far away were driving a yacht at high speed on the sea, causing a group of girls to scream. Wu Quan saw Tang Qinglian and the others coming out of the house, and hurriedly went to greet them and said, "Grandpa Tang, we are going to go for a ride on the sea. You can go with us." Tang Qinglian waved his hand and refused with a smile. "Quan Wazi, I'm a little seasick, so I'll just walk around the island. You guys just have fun." Wu Quan didn't care and let others go out to play, while he stayed to accompany Tang Qinglian. Yang Tai also followed behind, trying to make himself familiar, but his identity was not enough to make him talk to Tang Qinglian. After a while, the group arrived near a pasture and saw two horses, one black and one white, eating grass leisurely. When Tang Yi saw the two horses, her eyes immediately lit up, and she walked over to observe them closely. What great horses they are! Looking at these two horses, no matter from their eyes, bones, or temperament, they are both rare fine horses. Tang Qinglian looked at Tang Yi staring at the two horses intently and said with a smile, "My granddaughter has loved horses since she was a child. She now runs a racecourse. She is like a lost soul when she sees horses." A few minutes later, Tang Lian stood up, turned around, and said to Yi Xiao, "How much are these two horses? Name your price." 100 million. At this time, Wang Muching stood up and casually quoted a price. She didn't believe that Tang Yi would spend 100 million to buy a horse. Chapter 91 You shouldn't read. Okay, 100 million is 100 million. Tang Yi nodded in agreement without hesitation. Buying these two horses would definitely bring more profit to the racecourse. Wang Muching didn't expect her to agree so readily, so she started to act like a spoiled brat. "I was just joking. I won't sell these two horses. They are my treasures. If you are not satisfied with the price, you can raise it again." Tang Yi was still unwilling to give up and acted as if she was determined to win. "I won't sell it. Just give up on it." Seeing Tang Yi's unwilling look, Wang Muching felt extremely happy. Seeing that Wang Muching had no intention of selling and was just teasing her, she immediately climbed over the mountain and rode on the horse, saying to Wang Muching, "Do you dare to compete with me? What's there to be afraid of? I'm still afraid of you." Wang Muching naturally would not show weakness and immediately rode on by Shui's body. Accompanied by two delicate shouts, the two of them galloped away into the distance. At this time, Wu Quan looked at Yi Xiao deeply. He didn't expect that someone would buy his two horses for 100 million, which proved that the other party was very financially strong. Yang Tai's face was so gloomy at this moment. Two horses could easily be sold for 100 million. The annual profit of their Yang family was not that high. Wu Quan glanced at Yang Tai. Now he knew why Wang Muching would not choose Yang Tai. This was the reason. Wang Muching and Tang Yi rode on their horses in a jockey position, galloping across the island. Tang Yi could feel that the horse under her crotch was full of energy. She had ridden many horses, but had never encountered a horse that was so energetic and so fast. At this time, the two took turns leading, but the distance was basically negligible. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, everyone saw two figures rushing towards them from afar, and they appeared in front of them in just a few breaths. After Tang Lian got off the horse, he saw that the horse had been running for such a long time without even taking a breath, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. Then she walked to Yi Xiao and said, "Mr. Yi, my racecourse needs a horse like this. I wonder if you can help me with this." Yi Xiao naturally would not refuse Tang Lian's request, and said, "How can Miss Tang ask me to help you? It's actually very simple. I just need to let your horse run a few races for me. Of course, I won't let you help me for nothing." Tang Lian now understood that it was useless to tell Wang Muching, and he had to find Yi Xiao. Okay. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. After all, Heiyun and the others were purebred Arabian racehorses, and it was time for them to go to the racecourse for some training. Seeing that he agreed, Tang Lian was relieved. If he didn't agree, she would be very anxious, so she said, "I'll let you know when I'm ready." Then the group continued to stroll around. Tang Qinglian looked at the sugar maple trees growing vigorously not far away, and most of the places were empty land, so he said to Yi Xiao, "It is a waste to control such a large area, and the land will become barren." Mr. Tang is right. The island has just started construction. We have to take it step by step. Yi Xiao also wanted to build the island quickly, but now he was short of funds and manpower, and encountered many problems. That's right. Once we lay a solid foundation, we can build a taller building. Tang Qinglian also likes Yi Xiao's attitude very much. After wandering around the island for a while, Tang Qinglian and others prepared to leave. Before leaving, Yi Xiao brought some vegetables and golden rice to Tang Qinglian. "Xiaoya is so thoughtful. Ever since I ate your vegetables, I always feel like something is missing when I eat other vegetables." After expressing his thanks, Tang Lian boarded the boat and left. At the same time, many people left the island one after another, and the island seemed a lot quieter for a while. In addition, a lot of garbage was left behind. Yi Xiao started to have people pick up the garbage and put it into the garbage disposal, while Wang Muqing took her group of girlfriends and son Lu to play in the house. At this time, he saw Zhao Chong playing with his daughter with a smile on his face, so he walked over and asked, "Brother Zhao, you are smiling so happily. Is there any good news?" "I just negotiated a few deals with customers. Brother Yi, if you need any drinks in the future, I will definitely support you for free." Zhao Chong explained with a smile that he had also negotiated several big deals through this event. "Thank you, Brother Zhao. I will definitely not be polite in the future." Yi Xiao smiled, and then sent Zhao Chong away. Xiao Jianbin came over and said to Yi Xiao, "Mr. Yi, I have arranged to transfer 20 million to your card. This event was very successful. It is mutually beneficial. I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate next time." When Yi Xiao thought that he had 20 million, he smiled happily. Now he could build the island well. After seeing off all the guests, Yi Xiao returned to his room to rest. He was extremely tired from preparing for the barbecue these days. As night fell, the island was shrouded in black again, and the sound of crashing waves continued to come. "Come on, keep drinking." At this time in the room, Wang Muqing and others were already drunk, lying on the bed or carpet with their breasts exposed. Xiao Na blushed as she looked at Wang Muqing and joked, "Muqing, you've been with your boyfriend for so long. How do you feel about him? Can he satisfy you?" "Of course. He gives you whatever you want. There is nothing he can't satisfy you." Wang Muqing knew what she was asking, but she didn't fall for it. "I don't think he has lost much weight. It's really inappropriate for him to be with a goddess like you. If the man I'm with doesn't lose more than 10 pounds in a week, it's my fault. I'm just taking it slow and steady, unlike you who squeezes people dry. I like this kind of fierceness, it's exciting. No, I can't drink anymore. I need to lie down." When Yi Xiao woke up, he found that it was already dark and there was no movement upstairs, so he decided to go and see how they were doing. As soon as he entered the room, he saw women lying all over the room. Their white thighs came into view, and their clothes were in disarray. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Then Yi Xiao took out the quilts and covered them one by one. He didn't want to carry them to bed, so as to avoid any confusion later. Just as he covered Joanna with the quilt, she suddenly hugged Yi Xiao's neck, pulled him close to her, and started kissing him. Yi Xiao didn't expect that she would do this when she was drunk, so he wanted to push her away. But Jonah hugged him very tightly, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. At this time, Joanna habitually unbuttoned her clothes on her chest, and Yi Xiao saw something he shouldn't have seen. Just when Yi Xiao was at a loss, Xiao Na let go of her hand again, lay on the ground, and continued to sleep soundly. Chapter 92, Digging a River. At noon the next day, Wang Muqing and others woke up from their drunken state. Xiao Na rubbed her aching head and said to Wang Muqing, "Muqing, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that I had sex with your boyfriend. You won't be jealous, will you?" "You stupid girl, you're afraid that I'll be jealous, but you still say it out loud. You're deliberately trying to piss me off. Don't think about last night's dream anymore. I haven't even dreamed of rolling with him." Wang Muqing grabbed a pillow and threw it at her. This girl could do anything when she got mad. "I remember we were very drunk last night. Who helped us cover the quilt?" At this time, Xiao Na looked at the quilt on her body, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Hearing this, Wang Muqing was also dumbfounded. She thought that Xiao Na dreamed of Yi Xiao, and maybe it was Yi Xiao who came to cover them with the quilt. If this was true, then something might really have happened between Yi Xiao and Xiao Na. Thinking of this, she immediately ran to Jonah and began to tear off her clothes and pants to examine her carefully. "Haha, it's itchy, Mucheng, what are you doing?" Xiao Na watched as Wang Muqing quickly stripped off all her clothes, which made her face flush with shame. She had only been stripped naked by men before, and this was the first time she was stripped naked by a woman. "It's okay, just admiring your beautiful body." After Wang Muqing checked, she saw that there were no signs of any kind of exercise on Xiao Na's body, and she finally felt relieved. After washing up, Wang Muqing and the others went downstairs and saw steamed buns and porridge on the table. "Have some porridge. You drank so much last night, it will help you feel better." Yi Xiao motioned for them to sit down, as they had drunk a lot last night. But he became nervous when he saw Jonah looking at him from time to time, wondering if she remembered what happened last night. After dinner, Yi Xiao came to the stable and prepared to ride around the island on horseback. At this moment, Joanna came over and looked at him with a smirk on her face. Seeing this, Yi Xiao was also confused and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? I know everything you did to me last night. I didn't expect you to take advantage of me when I was drunk. If Muqing knew about this, I wonder how you'd explain it to her." Joanna stared at Yi Xiao. She was just guessing and actually remembered nothing. "I don't know what you were talking about, Miss Qiao. You have to provide evidence when you speak, otherwise it will be slander." Yi Xiao was not worried that she knew what happened last night. After all, it was she who took the initiative. Xiao Na thought he would honestly admit it, but he actually acted so serious, so she shrugged and said, "It's okay if you don't know. You just need to know that I'm Mu Cheng's best friend. Don't tease me for no reason, or something uncontrollable will happen." After saying that, she left with her hands behind her back. Yi Xiao shook his head, looking confused, not knowing what she meant by running over and saying this. Then he came to the pool again and saw that the water in the huge pool had seeped out and flowed into the sea. It's such a shame to waste such precious fresh water. Sun Jiangwo looked at the water in the pool flowing away in vain, with regret in his eyes. Yi Xiao also had an idea about this problem. There were freshwater fish provided in the system, and freshwater fish would definitely be raised on the island in the future. It would be better to dig a river on the island. He then shared this idea with Sun Jiangwo. That's great. If there is a river on the island, it will not only be convenient for irrigation in the future, but also make the island more beautiful. Sun Jiangwo praised the plan of digging the river highly. After making up his mind, Yi Xiao decided to find Han Lu from the Centennial Construction Company and hand over the river digging project to him. But now there is a more important task. That is, Yi Xiao plans to bring his mother over. Now that everything here is stable, it is time to bring her over. Yi Xiao waited until Wang Mucheng sent Xiao Na and the others away, then walked over and said, "Mucheng, I plan to go back to Jiangnan City to pick up my mother. You can come with me. Pick up my aunt." Upon hearing this, Wang Mucheng was also stunned. Thinking that her future mother-in-law was about to come, she was still a little nervous. "Don't worry, my mom is a very nice person. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law after all." Yi Xiao grabbed Wang Mucheng's hand and saw that she was a little nervous. "You are the ugly wife. If I were ugly, there would be no beautiful women in the world." Wang Mucheng was also amused by his words and nodded in agreement. After deciding to return to Jiangnan City, Yi Xiao entered the system to see what to plant next. In addition to the regular vegetables, he had to plant something special. When he just entered the system, he suddenly saw Wang Mucheng appear outside, and he was so scared that he quickly stepped back. "What are you doing? It's like you've seen a ghost." At this moment, Wang Mucheng in front of him slowly changed into the appearance of Inha, with a surprised expression on his face. "Why did you turn into Mucheng? You scared me to death." Yi Xiao patted his chest to calm himself down. At this time, Inha looked aggrieved and said, "I just wanted to give you a surprise." Yi Xiao naturally knew why she was trying to please him so much, so he said, "What are you trying to sell me again? I'm listening. It's summer now. What's the most popular thing in summer?" "Fruits, of course. So I'm going to recommend you some fruit seeds. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Inha had a sincere smile on her face, as if she was afraid that Yi Xiao would not agree. "Tell me, what kind of fruits are they?" Yi Xiao was very interested in what fruits she would mention, which were nothing more than apples, pears and the like. Then Inha stretched out his hand, and a big black watermelon appeared on the screen in front of him. He then introduced it. "This is a black-skinned watermelon. It only grows in Hokkaido. There are only 100 produced each year. What do you think? It's precious, isn't it?" Yi Xiao did not refute this and said, "Precious is definitely very precious, but it must also be very expensive. Of course, black watermelon is a royal fruit, costing 200,000 a can." Inha knew that Yi Xiao now had a huge sum of money, and if he wanted to make money from him, he naturally had to recommend the best to him. 200,000, that's not cheap. Upon hearing the price, Yi Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue. He worked hard for several months to earn hundreds of thousands, but buying a can of watermelon seeds cost 200,000. Inha had no choice but to pay attention to him and continue to introduce other fruits. Red bananas only live for 7 years and only bloom and bear fruit once. In Africa, they are only enjoyed by chiefs and high priests. Finger oranges are the size of a thumb and are filled with fruits that look like caviar, but when you bite them, they taste like honeydew melon juice. Yellow dragon fruit is a rare variety of pitaya. Listening to Inha introducing more than a dozen kinds of fruits in one breath, Yi Xiao almost drooled. These fruits had never been seen or even heard of before. Chapter 93 Signal Tower. Inha looked at Yi Xiao, drooling, and said with a smile, "How about it? Do you want to buy some? Not only can you eat it, but you can also sell it for money. I calculated it. It's not expensive. It's only more than 2 million in total." "Okay, buy it." Yi Xiao also decided to exchange all these fruits. While living in this world, it is natural for him to try everything he has never tasted before. Okay. Galaxy was also very fast and directly deducted the money from Yi Xiao's card. Yi Xiao watched her transfer the money without even touching the card, and a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. Then Inha began to explain, "I have linked your card to the system. As long as you agree, the The money can be transferred immediately. Then Yi Xiao exchanged these dozen kinds of fruit seeds and found that some of them had a growth cycle of as long as 7 years, which required the use of growth hormones, and they were growth hormones worth 100,000. In addition, he spent another 1 million to exchange some vegetable seeds. Now Yi Xiao knows that what the island urgently needs is a signal tower. Otherwise, even a mobile phone cannot be used, and it will be very inconvenient to contact the outside world. Moreover, with a signal tower, computers can also be used, which will add a lot of entertainment projects. This is it. It's a medium-sized signal tower. The signal can cover the sea area within a radius of 100 kilometers. It also has a centralized signal jamming function. It's interesting. Soon Yi Xiao selected a signal tower worth 2 million. Now he spent nearly 5 million in just a few minutes. He experienced what it meant to spend money like water. However, he was not short of money now, as he still had more than 14 million in his card. Xiao Yi, Cheng-Chi is here. At this moment, Pang Xiao walked in. After going downstairs, Yi Xiao saw Cheng-Chi directing people to carry bulging sacks over, and asked, "Brother Cheng, what is this? I promised you before that I would plant 100 acres of grassland for you. Now that the manpower and the seed drill have been brought here, you don't have to worry about it." After saying this, Cheng-Chi led a group of people to start working. Seeing this, Yi Xiao didn't say anything else. Of the 2,000 acres of pasture, only 100 acres were planted with grassland. The task was still very arduous. Then he exchanged the dozen or so fruit seeds and some vegetable seeds and gave them to Sun Jiangwo to plant. Then Yi Xiao set off for Donghai City. Han Lu had just finished a meeting and had finalized the construction plan for the dormitory building on island number 4 with the project manager. After returning to the office, he saw Yi Xiao already waiting inside and hurried over to greet him. "Brother Yi, your barbecue event went very smoothly. I was drooling after watching the live broadcast. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Han. This time I came to you to ask for your help. We need to dig a river on the island. I wonder if your company can do it." Yi Xiao stated the purpose of his coming here. "Of course, I can just send a few excavators over there. It's a piece of cake. By the way, the design drawings of the dormitory building have been completed. Take a look." Han Lu took out a blueprint and handed it to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao looked at the drawing and saw a 4-story dormitory building, which was just an ordinary dormitory building, nothing special about it. "I've calculated that including construction, decoration, and various furniture, the total cost will be about 2.5 million. If you think it's okay, I can arrange for workers to start construction immediately. The construction period is about 4 months. Okay, let's do it." Yi Xiao didn't want to worry about all this, so he just let Han Lu do it all at once. After leaving the Centennial Construction Company, Yi Xiao went to the computer city and bought a few computers and TVs, and then exchanged the 10-meter-high signal tower. Fortunately, the signal tower was divided into many parts and could be assembled, which also reduced some trouble during transportation. After asking someone to move the parts of the signal tower onto the ship, Yi Xiao also returned to island number 4. After arriving at the dock, Yi Xiao called Pang Xiao over and asked him to help move things. "Xiao Yi, why are you buying a computer when there is no internet or signal here?" Looking at these computers, Pang Xiao was also puzzled. "There will be a signal. Let's move up first." Yi Xiao smiled and helped move all the things into the house. He then began to assemble the signal tower. Fortunately, the assembly was relatively simple. It only took half an hour, and a 10-meter-high signal tower stood on the open space. After the power was turned on, Yi Xiao saw the indicator light on the signal tower light up. He immediately picked up his mobile phone and saw that the signal on the phone was full. "Finally, I can get online." At this moment, Pang Xiao's excited roar came from the house. At this time, Sun Jiangwo and others were also gathered together watching TV with relish. In the past, they could only play cards and chat together at night, and their life was very monotonous. Now they finally have TV to watch. During dinner in the evening, Yi Xiao also arranged the matters on the island to Pang Xiao, Sun Jiangwo, and others. "Just go without worry. I'm here on the island. Nothing will go wrong." Pang Xiao patted his chest and made a promise. "What do you mean I can go without worry? You're making me feel like I'm going to die." Yi Xiao gave him an unpleasant look. The next morning, Yi Xiao and Wang Muqing boarded a plane and set off for Jiangnan City, a place that made him miss and sad. Xiao Shulan was cleaning outside a shopping mall at the time when a Maserati sports car suddenly stopped in front of her. She was so scared that she lost her balance and dropped the bucket on the hood. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, a fingernail-sized hole appeared on the hood of the Maserati. "What are you doing? You've damaged my car, you blind man. Go to sleep, why not?" At this moment, a young woman got out of the car, looked at the hole on the hood, her face full of heartache. This was the car her boyfriend had just given her. "You were the one who suddenly parked the car in front of me, So you are also responsible. At this time, Xiao Shulan was also scared. The luxury car in front of her looked very expensive. How could she afford the compensation? You are blind and you blame me. Stop talking nonsense and take out 100,000 first. Lulek didn't care about that and just asked for the repair fee. When Xiao Shulan heard that it would cost 100,000 yuan, she was dumbfounded. Her monthly salary was only more than 2,000 yuan. How could she possibly come up with 100,000 yuan? At this time, more and more people gathered around. After hearing what the two said, they all started to blame Luli. It's just a scam, but you still want 100,000 yuan. How ruthless. Being rich is so great. You blame others for your own ignorance. What a joke. She is not a rich person at all. She is someone else's mistress. Rich people are very low-key. Looking at her bus-like appearance, she is not a good person. When Luli heard people around her saying this to her, she looked at Xiao Shulan fiercely for a moment. If it weren't for this cleaner, how could she have suffered such humiliation? Thinking of this, she slapped Xiao Shulan in the face and said sternly, "Bring the money to me tomorrow. I know you work here, don't try to escape." After saying that, Luli got in the car and left quickly. Chapter 94: Smashing Cars. After the plane landed at Jiangnan City Airport, Yixiao took Wang Muqing home. In the taxi, Wang Muqing was a little nervous and said to Yixiao, "This is the first time I meet my aunt. Do you want to buy something? It's not good to go empty-handed." "It doesn't matter, we can just make dinner then." Yixiao patted Wang Muqing's hand and told her not to be nervous. After arriving, the two went to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables, and then went home to prepare dinner. When Xiao Shulan opened the door and walked into the house, she saw a sumptuous meal on the table. Her son and a beautiful girl were busy in the kitchen. She walked in and said, "Son, why are you back?" "Mom, I came back to see you and take you to Donghai City. This is my girlfriend, Wang Muqing, your future daughter-in-law." Yixiao pushed Wang Muqing in front of him. "Hello, Auntie." Wang Muqing was also a little nervous at this time and greeted him with a smile. Seeing that her son had brought his girlfriend back, and such a beautiful one at that, Xiao Shulan was also very happy. She quickly grabbed Wang Muqing's hand and said with a smile, "This girl is so beautiful. It is a blessing for Xiao to find such a beautiful girlfriend like you." At this time, Yixiao noticed the palm print on Xiao Shulan's face, and his face immediately changed. He asked, "Mom, what's wrong with your face?" "It's okay, I just bumped into it accidentally." Xiao Shulan did not tell Yixiao what happened today. After all, she would have to pay a compensation of 100,000 yuan, which would only implicate him. "Mom, please don't lie to me. Your son is no longer the same as he was before. He will never let you suffer any injustice again." Yi Zhao's face was full of determination and his tone was extremely confident. Hearing this, Xiao Shulan also told what happened today. After understanding the whole story, Yi Xiao already had a plan and said, "Mom, don't worry, leave this matter to me. Don't be impulsive. Speak nicely. Do you understand? Don't worry. I know my limits." Then the family started eating and talking and laughing. Early the next morning, Luli came to the mall property management and asked for Xiao Shulan, who had damaged the car yesterday. "She didn't come to work today," the property manager explained. "Give me her phone number. She works for your property management company. Otherwise, I will sue you as well." Luli looked very proud. She didn't believe that a cleaner could bully her. "I am Xiao Shulan's son. If you have any problem, please come to me." Just when the manager was in a dilemma, he saw a man and a woman walk in, and he felt relieved. Luli didn't hesitate. She took out a repair order and threw it on the table, saying, "Your mother hit my car. Give me the money. 100,000. Yi Xiao looked at her and said, "I can give you the money, but you slapped my mother. How much do you plan to pay?" "Why pay compensation?" She asked for it when she was beaten. "Stop talking nonsense and give me the money." Luli looked unreasonable. In her eyes, he was just a cleaner and she could beat him up as she pleased. In that case, forget about the money. Use the money to fix the car yourself. Yi Xiao originally wanted to have a good talk with her, but he didn't expect her to be so unreasonable, so he didn't plan to have a good talk with her anymore. Hearing this, Luli snorted coldly and said with a ferocious face, "If you don't pay me, don't even think about leaving this door today. I will kill you." At this moment, Wang Muqing rushed forward and slapped her in the face, saying in a deep voice, "I want to see how you kill me. You dare to hit me?" Luli's eyes were wide open at this moment, with an incredible look on her face. "I hit you. Didn't you want money? Now we're even." Wang Muqing took out 100,000 yuan from her bag and threw it at Luli's face. When had Luli ever been insulted like this? She pointed at Wang Muqing and started to curse. "You little swordsman, you are a piece of shit that has been used by thousands of people for your arms and tasted by thousands of people for your lips. You are just thrown away after being played with." Yi Xiao was furious when he heard her scolding Wang Muqing. He walked up to the manager and asked him about it, then took Wang Muqing out. What are you doing? It's not that easy to get away after beating someone up. Lu Li picked up the money on the ground and chased after him. Yi Xiao brought Wang Muqing to the parking lot, found Lu Li's Maserati sports car, then picked up a stick nearby and started smashing it. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by a violent crash, the car's front windshield and headlights were completely shattered, and the hood was full of dents. My car. After Lu Li came out, she saw that the car looked disfigured, and she couldn't help but scream. She was so heartbroken that blood was about to ooze out. When passers-by saw this scene, their eyes widened and they started talking about it. This guy is too impulsive. He even dared to smash luxury cars. It seems that he must have hundreds of thousands of dollars to do this. How big of a grudge must this be? Get ready to sell the house. I guess his girlfriend cheated on him, so he smashed the car to vent his anger. Lu Li walked up to Yi Xiao, pointed at him angrily and shouted, "My car was smashed by you. Let's see what you are going to do." Yi Xiao didn't care about this at all, and said with a relaxed look, "You just want money. I'll pay for the car repairs. By the way, I have a lot of money." You. Lu Li was so angry about this that she almost vomited blood. Her car was new, but it had been sent for repair twice in less than a week. Just call me when you've fixed it. Yi Xiao threw her a business card and left with Wang Muqing. It was the first time that Wang Muqing saw Yi Xiao get so angry. She said, "Why is it not worth it? Hundreds of thousands of dollars are wasted." "It's okay." She said, "I can do it, but she can't say anything about you. I can't let you suffer any injustice." Yi Xiao was so angry because Wang Muqing was scolded. If a man can't even protect a woman, he is not a man. Although Wang Muqing felt that he was a little impulsive, she felt a little warm in her heart when she saw him thinking so much about her. Xiao Shulan saw the two of them coming back and hurried over to ask, "Son, how did things go?" "It's been taken care of. Don't worry. Mom, pack up and go to Donghai City first. I've arranged for someone to pick you up." Yi Xiao knew that today's incident had not yet been resolved, and in order not to make his mother worry, he thought of sending her away first. "Okay, I'll clean it up then." Xiao Shulan also felt that something was wrong, but thought that staying here would only cause trouble, so she agreed to go to Donghai City. Half an hour later, Xiao Shulan also packed up her things. In fact, there wasn't much stuff, just a few pieces of clothes. Then Yi Xiao sent her to the airport, and Pang Xiao would come to pick her up to take her to island number 4. Chapter 95. It turns out to be him. The next day, Yi Xiao received a call from Lu Li, saying that she wanted to invite him to a restaurant for a talk. "Should we take more people with us? I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage then." Wang Muqing was putting a bottle of pepper spray into her pocket at this time. If a fight broke out, it would be bad for such a beautiful girl like her to get hurt. She wouldn't dare to do anything in public, in broad daylight, and I'm here with her. Yi Xiao's face was full of confidence. He had been exercising during this period of time, so even if a fight broke out, beating 2 or 3 people would not be a problem. Then the two of them set off for the restaurant where they had agreed to meet. At this time, Lu Li was sitting on a sofa, leaning on a man's shoulder. This man was Yi Xiao's half-brother, Yi Lin. "Brother Lin, you have to help me. The car you gave me was smashed by that bastard. You have to help me." Lu Li kept acting coquettishly towards Yi Lin. "No problem. If anyone dares to bully my woman, I will never let him off easily." Yi Lin couldn't stand her coquettish voice the most. It made his bones itchy. The reason why he gave Lu Li a luxury car worth more than 1 million was because she was so good in bed that she made him feel extremely happy. After a while, when Yi Lin saw Yi Xiao walking in with a stunning beauty, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had heard that Yi Xiao went to Donghai City and seemed to have made a name for himself. "He was the one who smashed my car." When Lu Li saw Yi Xiao, she immediately pointed at him angrily. Yi Lin crossed his legs, looked at Yi Xiao, and said, "I didn't expect it was you who smashed my girlfriend's car. Tell me, how do you want to solve it?" "I smashed it, and I still have the money to repair it." Yi Xiao took Wang Muqing and sat down. "It looks like you're doing pretty well. There's a charity auction tomorrow night. Come. It's a good opportunity for the Yi family to get together, too." While Yi Lin was saying this, he was looking at Wang Muqing from time to time. Seeing that she was wearing first-class brand names and had an extraordinary temperament, she must not be an ordinary person. Now he understood why Yi Xiao had done so well in just a few months. It turned out that he had hooked up with a rich woman. "Okay, I'll go tomorrow night. I'll give you whatever the money is for repairing the car." Yi Xiao also accepted Yi Lin's invitation. The Yi family was someone he had always been reluctant to face. Now he was no longer the same as before. The Yi family is no longer the behemoth standing before their eyes. "No need, it's just a few 100,000, small change." Yi Lin waved his hand to refuse. As the heir of the Yi group, he couldn't even spend this little money. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if it got out? Then he stood up and walked out with Luli. After coming out, Luli asked in confusion, "Brother Lin, why did you just let it go like this?" "You don't know. He is my half-brother, and now he has become rich by relying on women. So am I going to just put up with this? Don't worry, I will make him look good at the charity gala tomorrow night." Yi Lin's face was full of cunning. The charity gala tomorrow night was not simple. Everyone who went there asked to bid for one item. He wanted to leave the most expensive one to Yi Xiao. It would be a lively party then. Wang Muqing hugged Yi Xiao's arm as they walked down the street and said, "I see that Yi Lin has a shifty look in his eyes. He seems to be interested in me." Hearing this, Yi Xiao also smiled. Anyone would be interested in a peerless beauty like Wang Muqing, and he also saw Yi Lin's performance clearly. He smiled and said, "Doesn't that show how charming my wife is?" "That's right. Everyone from the Yi family will be attending the charity event tomorrow night. They will definitely embarrass you. I had expected this, but I have been waiting for this day for a long time." When Yi Xiao thought about what the Yi family had done to him and his mother, he still felt a little angry. Yi Jinshan read the news in the newspaper about Yi Lin supporting a female star and was so angry that he slapped the table and cursed, "This good for nothing." Ever since Yi Lin took over the Yi group, he has been hanging out with women all day, either dating some celebrity or sleeping with some model. He has never done any serious work. Now he has to support himself. If he falls one day, the future of the Yi group, which he has worked so hard to build all his life, will probably be bleak. "Aunt Wu, give me a bowl of hangover soup." At this moment, Yi Jinshan heard a commotion coming from downstairs. He went out and saw Yi Lin, who was drunk, sitting on the sofa with his arms around a woman. Seeing this, he couldn't help but get angry, and as he walked on, he said, "You little brat, you fool around all day without doing any work. Do you know how many things the company has waiting for you to deal with? Grandpa, why are you in such a hurry? Even if I don't work, I will have enough food and clothing in this life. Life is short, so enjoy it while you can." As he spoke, Yi Lin kissed Lu Li on the face again. "Mr. Lin, don't be like this, there are people here." Lu Li's face was full of shyness at this time, but she also showed an expression of enjoyment. Damn thing. Seeing this scene, Yi Jinshan became angry and walked over to slap him. But when he just raised his hand, Yi Lin grabbed it and said coldly, "Grandpa, you are old. You don't have to worry about the company's affairs, just leave it to me." Then he led Lu Li upstairs and said, "Let's try that difficult position later. I heard it's very exciting." Hate. At this time, Yi Jinshan was slumped on the sofa with a worried look on his face. In the past, he could intimidate Yi Lin with his majesty, but now that Yi Lin owned 60 of the group's shares, his words were no longer effective. Yi Xiao and Wang Muqing were strolling in the mall. It was a rare opportunity for them to have time to go out shopping, so they were extremely affectionate with each other. "I'm going to check out the underwear. You wait outside." Wang Muqing saw a lingerie store, and her eyes immediately lit up, so she went in. Yi Xiao found a seat at the door and sat down, looking outside without looking away. After a while, Wang Muqing came over and patted Yi Xiao on the shoulder, saying, "I'm going to the bathroom first. Please help me choose." "My choice." Hearing this, Yi Xiao was also dumbfounded, asking him to help choose underwear. Isn't this making things difficult for him? But Wang Muqing didn't care about that and went straight out to find the bathroom. At this time, the waiter asked with a sweet smile on his face, "Hello, sir. Tell me what size your girlfriend is, and I can recommend a few to you, and I guarantee you will be satisfied." As for the size, it's just a little bit bigger than normal. He really didn't know about Wang Muqing's size, but he estimated it to be a B cup. After all, her figure was still very hot. "Sir, what you said is too vague. Don't you know your girlfriend's size? Even if you don't know the size, you can use your hands to compare it." The waiter still had a warm smile on his face, thinking that he was really weird for not knowing his girlfriend's bra size. Hearing this, Yi Xiao stretched out his slightly loosened fist. Chapter 96. No big deal. That should be B. The waiter took one look at Yi Xiao's fist and immediately determined its size. At this moment, Wang Muqing came over, saw Yi Xiao holding out his fist, and asked, "What are you talking about? Your boyfriend doesn't know your bra size, so he compared it with you." The waiter explained with a smile. Wang Muqing looked deeply at Yi Xiao's fist, then asked, "What size are you comparing?" "B." Yi Xiao answered truthfully. Wang Muqing rolled her eyes at him, turned to the waiter, and said, "C." Hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes widened. He knew that Wang Muqing had a good figure, but he didn't expect it to be so good. He didn't notice it usually. Do you know what it means to look thin when dressed, but have flesh when undressed? That's me. Wang Muqing is very confident about her figure. Normally, you can't tell anything about it, but when she wears a tights, all the men will drool. After buying the underwear, the two went to see a movie and then went home to live their daily life. In the evening of the next day, Yi Xiao was a little surprised to see Wang Muqing putting on makeup, because she usually went out without makeup. "I'm doing this to make you proud. Let the Yi family see that you have a beautiful girlfriend." Wang Muqing applied her eyeliner and lipstick very carefully, which made her look wilder and sexier than usual. "I think you just love to show off." Yi Xiao laughed and teased. After getting ready, the two of them set off for the hotel where the charity gala was to be held. At this time, Yi Zhinshan was chatting with a few old friends. "Brother Yi, your grandson is becoming more and more capable." This time he hosted the charity gala, and many people came to support him. Cui Fu looked at the endless stream of guests with a smile on his face. "You're too kind. That kid still needs to be tempered." Yi Zhinshan looked at Yi Lin, who was greeting everyone not far away, but he was not happy. At this moment, Yi Zhinshan suddenly saw a familiar person walking in and immediately recognized it as Yi Xiao. He wondered why he came here with a very beautiful woman beside him. "Why is she here?" Cui Fu looked at Wang Muqing with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yi Zhinshan asked, "Do you know her?" Cui Fu nodded and said, "She is the daughter of Wang Hai, the richest man in Donghai City. I have met her once before." Hearing this, Yi Zhinshan was also stunned. He didn't expect that Yi Xiao actually knew the daughter of the richest man in Donghai City, and it seemed that their relationship was not simple. Yi Shuang was drinking and chatting with some of her best friends at this time. Since she inherited part of the shares of the Yi Group, she became a multimillionaire. Every day, she went shopping and traveling in shopping malls in various countries with her best friends. Because of her generosity, she became the most popular person in the circle. "Why are you here? Is this also where you can come?" When Yi Shuang saw Yi Xiao coming in, she immediately walked up to him and questioned him. "It's not up to you whether I can come here or not. Go wherever is cooler." Yi Xiao didn't like his sister at all. The Yi family didn't care about him, and he wouldn't bow down and pretend to be a filial son and grandson. Yi Shuang was so angry that she almost vomited blood. The illegitimate son whom she had always looked down upon actually dared to speak to her like this. At this time, Yi Lin came over and greeted them with a smile. "Come on, let's go. I'll take you to find a seat." After saying that, he led Yi Xiao and Wang Muqing to the front row. Yi Xiao looked around and found that everyone around him was successful people in their 50s and 60s, except for the two young people like them. He immediately had a bad feeling. After waiting for a while, a host walked onto the stage and said, "Everyone, welcome to this large-scale charity gala hosted by the Yi Group, especially the few people here. Each of them will bid for an item to sell. Please give them a round of applause to thank them." As soon as he finished speaking, his penis immediately swelled up and a professional smile appeared on his face. When Yi Xiao saw the host pointing in his direction, his heart sank immediately. Now he finally knew what Yi Lin was up to, and he had to bid for one too. Fortunately, he still had more than 10 million in his hands, so he immediately felt confident. "Okay, now please take out the first auction item, the ancient steel rubbing of the two immortals Han's Han Temple, 178 centimeters long and 69.5 centimeters wide. The bid price is 800,000. The director took out a piece of calligraphy or painting that was rubbing from a stone inscription and began to introduce it. Then an old man raised his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Wu, for your kindness and for buying this lot. Mr. Wu has a nickname called Charity in Jiangnan City, and it really lives up to his reputation." Next is the Fortune, Longevity, and Happiness Jade Bracelet, which is priced at 900,000. Because it is a charity, after someone raises a placard, others will not participate in the auction. Xuanda Mark Yellow Glazed Dragon Pattern Enamel General Rui Zun. Tibetan Buddhist Statue. A pair of Wangwali four-cornered official hat chairs. An hour later, the price of an exhibit that had just been auctioned was close to 10 million, and now Yi Xiao was the only one who had not yet bid for any exhibit. At this time, Yi Lin winked at the host, then leaned back in his chair, waiting to watch the show. He wanted to see how Yi Xiao would end it. The host took out another exhibit and introduced it. This is the last exhibit, a Qing Kangxi underglazed red coiffing pattern double six vase. The bid price is 11 million. "Sir, now it's your turn to bid for this exhibit." After he finished speaking, Yi Xiao saw that everyone's eyes were on him, but he sneered in his heart. Yi Lin wanted to make him look bad in public, but unfortunately this wish was destined to fail. Just as he was about to raise his placard, Wang Muqing came over and said, "Let's give this item to you. Are you interested in antiques, too?" When Yi Xiao saw Wang Muqing wanted to take a picture of this antique, a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. At her young age, she would not be interested in antiques. "I'm not interested in antiques, but I really like antiques, especially those from the Qing dynasty. This time, he specifically asked me to buy it." Wang Muqing explained with a smile. Yi Lin watched the two of them muttering to each other for a long time. Then he sneered and said to the person next to him, "You dare to come here without money. Isn't this shameful?" Everyone followed suit. Yeah, nowadays, these young people come here to expand their network of contacts, but they don't realize what this place is. This is a place where you have to spend money. I guess they will find some excuse to leave here. It will only bring shame to them to stay here. But that girl is pretty. How could she fall for that poor boy? Just as the host was about to take the opportunity to mock her, he suddenly saw the girl holding up the sign and asked quickly, "Girl, this is more than 10 million. You should think it through." "More than 10 million? Is this a problem?" Wang Muching retorted in a domineering tone. Hearing this, the host's expression froze. More than 10 million was not a problem in her eyes. For a moment, she held back what she wanted to say. Chapter 97. The leg that cuts off the family. Seeing that something was not right, Yilin winked at the host and asked him to continue. He did not believe that the woman could come up with 10 million. With Yi Zhao's poor appearance, he could not possibly seduce such a rich woman. "Then please ask this girl to come to the VIP room to handle the follow-up matters." The host planned to take Wang Muching to the back to see if she could pay the money. No problem. Wang Muching followed him to the VIP room. At this time, Yilin sat next to Yi Zhao and started to tease him. "I didn't expect that you didn't have any other skills, but your ability to seduce women has improved rapidly. But following behind a woman is not manly at all." In response, Yi Zhao just smiled, stared at him, and said, "I like to follow her. If you have the ability, find a woman who is willing to let you follow her." Humph. Only incompetent people would hide behind a woman. Yilin had a look of disdain on his face. He never expected that there would be such a shameless person in the world. Not long after, Wang Muching came over and said to Yi Zhao, "It's done. We've spent our money and we're still hungry. Let's eat something before we go." Yi Zhao was very calm. He picked up a piece of dessert and started eating. Seeing this, Yilin snorted coldly, turned around and left. "This is too disgusting. It has no taste at all." After Wang Muching tasted it, she immediately put it down. After getting used to the food on the island, she couldn't get used to the takeout food now. Yi Zhao smiled, and then he saw Yilin arguing with a man. "Master Yi, that piece of land is where our family has been planting trees for 100 years. 5 million is really too low. It's like asking for my life." Fan Shurqing grabbed Yilin's arm with one hand and wiped the sweat off his hand, with a pleading look on his face. "Don't tell me this. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't agree, you'll miss this opportunity. Those loan sharks won't be as kind as me." Yilin pushed Fan Shurqing away and left with a smug look on his face. Alas. Seeing this, Fan Shurqing's face was full of disappointment. When the people around saw this scene, they couldn't help but talk about it in a low voice. Fan Shurqing's current state reminds us that we should never get involved in gambling. Yes, gambling can ruin your life. Back then, Fan Shurqing was one of the best in Jiangnan City. He loved gambling, but he lost all his fortune in gambling. He only had a piece of forest land to live on. Unexpectedly, Yilin took a fancy to him again. Yilin saw that he was entangled in loan sharking, so he wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob him. That piece of land is worth tens of millions. After hearing these words, Yi Zhao had an idea in his mind. Fan Shurqing went to several old friends to borrow money to get through this difficult time, but was rejected every time. If he could not pay back the loan sharks, the land would have to be mortgaged to the loan sharks. Thinking of this, he took out another cigarette and started smoking. "Hello, are you Mr. Fan?" At this time, Yi Zhao came over and greeted him. "Yes, who are you?" Fan Shurqing looked at the young man in front of him with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He remembered that he didn't seem to know this person. Yi Zhao directly stated his purpose. "Mr. Fan, I know your difficulties, so I can help you pay off the 9 million you owe to the loan shark." Hearing this, Fan Shurqing thought for a moment and said, "It's impossible for you to help me pay back 9 million and then get my land worth tens of millions. I don't want your land." Yi Zhao knew that with the value of that piece of land, it would be easy for Fan Shurqing to pay back the loan shark, but most people wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune and buy the land worth tens of millions for just a few million. So he always disagreed. "If you don't want my land, then what do you want?" Fan Shurqing looked puzzled. The most valuable thing he had now was the land. Apart from that, he had nothing else. "I want trees in the woodland." Yi Zhao wanted to complete the forest deployment on the island as soon as possible, so he planned to transplant the trees in the woods. When he heard that he wanted trees, Fan Shurqing became even more confused. Although the trees in the forest were worth several million, they were far less than 9 million. Seeing Fan Shurqing's puzzled face, Fan Shurqing Yi Zhao explained, "I want 1,000 acres of trees, and you are responsible for transporting them to Donghai City for me." Hearing this, Fan Shurqing immediately started to calculate in his mind. 1,000 acres of trees is a lot of trees, and the trees in the forest are more than 10 meters or even dozens of meters tall. The cost of transporting them to Donghai City is not small. This is a big project. Thinking of this, he said, I'll consider this proposal. It's okay. I'll stay here for a few days. Just think about it as soon as possible. Yi Xiao was not in a hurry and gave him time to think about it. Wang Muqing sat on a chair, drinking wine and waiting for Yi Xiao to come back. At this moment, Yi Lin came over and said with a smile, Beauty, you are so beautiful, but you follow Yi Xiao, a gigolo. Don't you feel wronged? I just like him to be a freeloader. How about that? Wang Muqing responded expressionlessly. Why don't you come with me? From now on, our two families will join forces and both of us will benefit. Yi Lin was not at all happy about her ignoring him. This woman was not only rich, but also very beautiful. It would be great if he could have both money and her. Seeing that he dared to tease her, Wang Muqing decided to teach him a lesson and said, You want me to be your woman. Do you have the qualifications? Of course, I am the heir of the Yi group, and we are a perfect match. Seeing that there was something going on, Yi Lin immediately went over. Yeah. Wang Muqing threw him a wink and then walked upstairs. As a veteran who has been in the love field for many years, Yi Lin naturally understood what this look meant and immediately followed. As soon as he reached the aisle, Yi Lin rushed over without hesitation and pushed Wang Muqing against the wall. Beauty, you are so beautiful, the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Don't worry, I have a gift for you. Wang Muqing pushed him away. What gift? Yi Lin also became curious. Then Wang Muqing immediately raised his leg and used a kick that could cut off his offspring. Ah! Yi Lin let out a scream, then curled up on the ground, his face covered with beads of sweat. This is a gift for you. How about it? You will never forget it for the rest of your life. You are not qualified to be my man. Wang Muqing felt very happy at this moment, and then turned around and jumped away. Half an hour later, Yi Lin came back to his senses from the severe pain. He stood up tremblingly, holding on to the wall, his eyes full of viciousness. No woman had ever dared to play tricks on him like this. He wanted to make Yi Xiao and that woman pay the price. Chapter 98, 1,000 Acres of Trees. On this day, Yi Lin came to Fan Shirqing's forest farm and saw that the house was in a mess. He thought that the loan sharks must have just been there. After sitting down, he played with his sunglasses and said, Don't even think about borrowing money from any friends. Everyone knows that I want to buy this land. Who would dare to lend you money? Just sell the land to me honestly, and those loan sharks will stop bothering you. Don't dream of buying my land with such a small amount of money. After Fan Shirqing met Yi Xiao, he no longer had any worries and seemed more confident. Don't believe anyone can help you. In Jiangnan City, if I say so, no one will dare to help you get through this. When Yi Lin saw him suddenly become tough, his first feeling was that someone was backing him up. In response to his threat, Fan Shirqing laughed. Master Yi, don't be too confident. Although you have great power in Jiangnan City, not everyone is afraid of you. Hearing this, Yi Lin burst into laughter and said, I'd like to see which blind person is backing you up. Hey, why is my brother here? At this moment, Yi Xiao walked in with a smile on his face, and Wang Muqing followed behind with a lollipop in her mouth. It's you. Are you also interested in this land? Seeing that it was Yi Xiao, Yi Lin's face darkened. Yi Xiao spread his hands and said, You don't have to worry about this. You just need to know that you can't take this piece of land. Hearing this, Yi Lin sneered, looked at Fan Shirqing and said, Name your price. I don't believe you are not interested in money. Fan Shirqing smiled, picked up the tea, took a sip slowly, and said, Yi Xiaoya, I am not short of money now, so don't think about my land anymore. 13 million. I will pay off the 90 million gambling debt for you. The money he paid is definitely not as much as mine. Yi Lin also directly offered a price of more than 20 million. The company was preparing to build a resort, and this place was the most suitable. It would be a sure win if he could get it. He believed that Fan Shirqing would refuse this price. Brother Yi Xiao's price is not as high as yours, only 9 million. Fan Shirqing threw out this indifferently. Hearing this, Yi Lin showed a smug smile on his face. But he doesn't want my land, so I won't sell it no matter how high the price you offer. Fan Shirqing put the teacup on the table and acted as if he was seeing someone off. No land, then what do you want? Upon hearing this, Yi Lin was completely puzzled, because the most valuable thing was that piece of land. That's not your concern. After that, Fan Shirqing took Yi Xiao to wander around the woods, leaving Yi Lin with a depressed look on his face. After a while, Yi Xiao appeared in a woodland. Looking at the trees that were several meters, or even more than 10 meters tall, there were tens of thousands of them. It was not a woodland at all, it was a forest. Fan Shirqing looked at the woodland with a trace of sadness in his eyes, and sighed. This woodland was planted when I was born. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 years have passed. Now it has almost saved my life. I still feel reluctant to sell this piece of woodland. If you don't want to give up, why bother in the first place? Don't gamble again in the future. You won't have such good luck every time. Yi Xiao tried to persuade him. No more gambling, never again. Fan Shurchen quickly shook his head. If he gambled again, he would not be a human being. Then the two signed another contract, which stated that Yi Xiao bought 1,000 acres of trees for 9 million yuan, and within 1 year, Fan Shurchen would be responsible for transporting them to island number 4 for planting. After taking care of the 1,000 acres of trees, Yi Xiao took Wang Muching back and prepared to return to Donghai City the next day. At this time on Donghai Island, Pang Xiao was playing computer games. Since the internet came into being, life on the island has become more and more exciting. Woo! At this moment, a cargo ship's whistle suddenly sounded, and Pang Xiao was so scared that he almost fell off his chair. Then he immediately went to the window and saw a cargo ship swaying towards him. So he hurried downstairs and went out. Boom! With a loud bang, the cargo ship hit the rocks on the shore. After Ma Liang got off the boat, he immediately asked people to check the damage to the cargo ship. It had deviated from its route due to the storm a few hours ago, and there was a problem with the navigation system, so it was stranded here. After getting ashore, he saw that there were people on the island, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't often go here, he knew that this should be a deserted island. What happened? Pang Xiao walked over and asked. Stranded, this place should be not far from Donghai City. Yes, do you need any help? Not for now. I have already contacted the company to come and handle it. At this moment, a man came over to Ma Liang and reported the situation. Captain, the fuel tank is leaking. It will probably take an entire night to fix it. Ma Liang nodded and let him get busy. Pang Xiao saw that they were acting sneaky and couldn't help but ask, what happened? It's nothing, just a hole. I'll have it repaired overnight. Ma Liang made up an excuse to get away with it. Pang Xiao didn't think much about it and invited Ma Liang into the house to chat. At this time, Yi Xiao and Wang Muching were drinking in the house, and the floor was full of beer bottles. You keep forcing me to drink. You're not going to do anything to me. Wang Muching's little face is red, very cute. How dare I? Yi Xiao quickly shook his head. He didn't have any improper thoughts about Wang Muching. He would do what he wanted to do when the time came. Seeing his sincerity, Wang Muching also moved closer, breathed at him, and said, don't you want to? It's okay to think about it, but you have to be willing to do it. Yi Xiao did not hide his inner thoughts at all. You are so beautiful, but I can let you hold me while you sleep. Wang Muching actually gave Yi Xiao a benefit. Hearing this, Yi Xiao carried Wang Muching into the bedroom without hesitation and laid down on the bed together. Yi Xiao slept very soundly that night. Ding ding ding. At this time, an alarm sounded in the system, and the sea area outside the model of island number 4 had turned red. In the waters outside island number 4, fuel from the cargo ship's damaged fuel tank was continuously leaking into the sea. Although workers were stepping up repairs, it would take a while to fix it. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Ma Liang was woken up and told that the boat had been repaired. Go, leave now. Ma Liang gave the order without hesitation. But what about the fuel on the sea? If we don't deal with it, we will be fined. One man looked at the fuel floating on the sea with a trace of worry on his face. Ma Liang's face darkened and he began to scold. Do you know how much money we will have to pay if we report it? Even if we sell you, it won't be enough. After hearing this, the man said nothing more. Then the group quickly boarded the boat and sailed to island number 4. Chapter 99. Big waves are coming. When Yi Xiao woke up, he felt like his head was about to split apart with pain, but when he saw Wang Muching sleeping beside him, his heart was warmed, so he leaned over and kissed her on the lips. Hate. Wang Muching pouted and acted coquettishly, pushed Yi Xiao away, and continued to sleep. Woo woo woo. Just as Yi Xiao was getting ready to get up and wash, an alarm suddenly sounded in the system. He quickly logged into the system and asked Inha, what happened? An area of the sea around the 4th island has been polluted by fuel oil, which has triggered the penalty mechanism. The penalty measures this time are waves, level, big waves, and wave heights of 2 meters and 5 to 4 meters. Galaxy said this in a cold tone. What? A punishment mechanism? Didn't I have to be reminded to deal with it before? Why did it suddenly come this time? Yi Xiao's eyes were full of confusion. He had littered on the island before, and the system had reminded him about it. Inha spread his hands and said, I reminded you before, but you were drunk last night and didn't hear me. The system will directly enter the random punishment mechanism. Hearing this, Yi Xiao felt a chill in his heart. Not to mention a 4-meter-high wave. Even a 2-meter-high wave could flatten everything on the island, and all his hard work for more than half a year would be ruined. Thinking of this, he asked, "Is there any way to resolve this crisis? Once the penalty mechanism has been activated, it cannot be revoked. You need to deal with the pollution on the sea surface as soon as possible, otherwise you will enter the secondary penalty mechanism. As for resolving this crisis, you can buy a wave thruster, which costs 1 million yuan per unit and has a range of 1 kilometer along the coastline." Galaxy said this with a serious face. The range is 1,000 meters, and the coastline is more than 13,000 meters. Wouldn't that mean 13 units, or 13 million? That's a lot of money. Yi Xiao quickly calculated the expenses. Now he only had 1 million left out of the more than 20 million, and he simply couldn't afford so much money. Inha put his hand on his chest and said, "I have already told you the solution. As for the money, that is your concern. But I have good news to tell you. This time the waves will only hit the island from one direction. As for which direction, you need to observe it yourself." "How long exactly is that?" "Within a month. The exact time is unknown." After learning this, Yi Xiao sighed, called Pang Xiao, and asked him to find someone to deal with the fuel leak on the sea. At this time, Pang Xiao was standing on the shore, looking at the sea in front of him full of floating fuel. He was dumbfounded for a moment. He didn't expect that the group of bastards last night actually ran away, and he seemed to have invited them to drink. Thinking of this, he gnashed his teeth in hatred and set off to Donghai City to find someone to deal with it. After Wang Muqing got up, she saw Yi Xiao's serious face and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't I let you hold me in my arms to sleep last night? Are you still unhappy?" "No, something happened on the island, so I'm worried." Yi Xiao told the story about fuel pollution. "It's easy, just have someone take care of it, but it's going to be expensive. Let's pack up and leave right away." Wang Muqing did not hesitate and immediately started packing her luggage. 2 hours later, the two arrived at Donghai City Airport. At this time, Yi Xiao grabbed Wang Muqing's hand and said seriously, "You should stay at your home for the time being. Don't go to the island for now." Hearing this, Wang Muqing showed a hint of surprise on her face and asked, "What? You slept with me and ignored me? What are you thinking? The island is busy right now, with many people and eyes. It's not convenient for you to be there." Yi Xiao thought that the waves could hit island number 4 at any time, so he didn't want Wang Muqing to take any risks. "Okay, then I'll go home and stay for a while." Wang Muqing didn't think much about it and took a taxi home, while Yi Xiao also hurried to island number 4. When he arrived outside island number 4, he saw several boats cleaning up floating fuel on the sea. When Pang Xiao saw Yi Xiao coming over, he quickly went up to him and said, "Little Yi, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. What's the situation now?" Yi Xiao is also very concerned about the current situation. "It'll take about a week to clean it up. It's my fault for letting those bastards get away with it." Pang Xiao looked annoyed. Yi Xiao patted his shoulder and consoled him. "It's not your fault. Ask them to speed up and say that they will double their reward if they finish the work in 3 days or so." Pang Xiao nodded and went to discuss it with the person in charge. The waves could hit at any time within a month now, so he had to ask them to speed up the cleanup to avoid causing unnecessary losses. Then he gathered Sun Jiangwo and others together and said, "Everyone, we have a month off now. Pack up and go back first." Upon hearing this, Sun Jiangwo and others were also surprised. They were suddenly given a holiday for no apparent reason, and they all felt very uneasy. "Xiaoya, the seeds of those fruit tree seedlings have just been planted. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to take a holiday at this time?" "Yes, Xiaoya, now is the official busy time. If you want to fire us, you can tell us clearly." Hearing their chatter, Yi Xiao also reached out his hand to quiet everyone down and said, "Everyone, don't think too much. It's just a simple holiday. I will notify you to come back in a month or even earlier." Upon hearing this, Sun Jiangwo and others didn't say anything else. They packed up their things and left the island. After disbanding them, Yi Xiao found Changshan and others who were digging a river and asked them to stop the construction and leave the island. "The river will be dug soon. If we leave now, it will delay the construction period and increase the cost." Changshan reported the situation to Yi Xiao, hoping to finish digging the river before leaving. "The situation is urgent. Captain Chang, please understand." Yi Xiao did not agree. Staying on the island for 1 more minute would increase the danger. If someone died, he could not take the responsibility. Seeing that he was serious, Changshan did not object and ordered people to start evacuating the island. Soon, the island became deserted. At this time, Yi Xiao was riding a horse and patrolling the island, looking at the acres of tender green vegetable fields, the thriving sugar maples, and the verdant grass. Everything was full of vitality, but all of this could be destroyed in an instant. After returning, he asked someone to send lightning and black cloud to a farm in Donghai City for resettlement. Pang Xiao looked at this scene and felt that something serious might have happened. He handed over a cigarette and said, "Something must have happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't let anyone leave here." I checked the weather forecast, and it said there would be big waves soon, so I asked people to leave the island first. Yi Xiao found a reasonable excuse to talk about the problem he encountered. Then all the money we spent on building the island would be wasted. Upon hearing the news, Pang Xiao found it hard to accept it for a while. He had spent tens of millions of dollars to build the island, but all of it was wasted with just one wave. There is still a glimmer of hope. The only way now is to earn 5 million and buy 5-wave reverse thrust devices, but it is not easy to earn so much money. As night fell, Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao also set off for Donghai City. Chapter 100 Horsefall. Every day in Donghai City, Yi Xiao was worried, fearing that big waves would destroy everything on the island and all his efforts would be in vain. The only good news was that the fuel leaked on the sea surface took 3 days to clean up and nothing happened. But there is only one problem now, that is to make enough money before the big waves come to buy the wave reaction and thrust reverser device. But these 5 million are not so easy to earn. Don't be unhappy. Problems are meant to be solved. If you really can't do it, go ask Mu Chung to borrow some money. She's not short of money, and she's your girlfriend. Pang Xiao was quite open-minded about it, because Yi Xiao had a rich girlfriend. Yi Xiao shook his head. He would not go to find Wang Muching unless it was absolutely necessary. Let's eat first. Then Yi Xiao picked up another steamed bun and started eating it casually. At this time, at a racecourse on the outskirts of Donghai City, Tang Yi was sitting in the VIP seat, watching a group of racehorses galloping on the track, his face so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out. Secretary Guan Wei came over and said, "Boss, our racehorses didn't perform well this time, and we lost several million all at once. Add to that the previous losses, and the loss is already huge, so it's time to buy new racehorses. I don't have to worry, I already have a goal." After saying that, Tang Yi picked up the phone and started making a call. After Yi Xiao received Tang Yi's call, he immediately stood up and slammed the table excitedly. Tang Yi said that she wanted to borrow Heiyun to go to the racecourse, which was an opportunity to make money. Then Yi Xiao went to the farm in the suburbs and prepared to take Heiyun there. Woof woof woof. As soon as they got outside the farm, Lightning and the others ran out immediately and rubbed Yi Xiao's legs with their heads. Good. Yi Xiao touched the lightning creatures' heads to comfort them. At this moment, a truck stopped in front of them, and a driver got out and said to Yi Xiao, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Xiao? I'm from the racecourse." "I am, let's go." Yi Xiao knew that Tang Yi would send someone to pick up Heiyun to the racecourse, so he took Heiyun into the carriage and set off for the racecourse. Tang Yi was chatting with a young man in the room at this time. I bet tens of millions on your horse, but I didn't make a penny. You have to compensate me." Luo Ning looked at Tang Yi and made a request. "You wanted to buy it yourself? I didn't force you." Tang Yi had no other options for this man who had been pursuing her, so she continued, "There will be a horse later that I guarantee you will like, and it will allow you to earn back all your losses in one go." "Really? Then I'd like to see what kind of horse it is." Luo Ning's face was full of joy. He also had shares in this racecourse, otherwise he would not have invested so much money in it. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao arrived at a modern racecourse. The racecourse in front of him was so magnificent that his eyes lit up. At this time, Tang Yi came over and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, I'm glad you are here. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Here is the cooperation agreement. Please take a look. It's been a pleasure working with you." Yi Xiao took a look at the cooperation agreement, which stated that the rental fee was 500,000 yuan. He was quite satisfied with this price, so he agreed. When Luo Ning saw Heiyun, his eyes lit up and he praised. Judging from his physique and temperament, he is indeed a good horse, like an Arabian horse, but I don't know what breed it is. "It's a purebred Arabian horse," Yi Xiao explained on the side. "A thoroughbred? That's quite rare. A thoroughbred is a horse that dominates short and medium distance races with its super speed." "Who are its parents?" The only high standard for determining whether a horse is a thoroughbred is to see who its parents are, and thoroughbreds have proof of their pedigree. "I don't remember. I don't know where I put the certificate." Yi Xiao made up an excuse to get away with it. Although Heiyun was indeed a purebred horse, he had no parents. Hearing this, Roning felt that the man in front of him was a money swindler. A purebred horse was worth at least several million, but he didn't even have a pedigree certificate. Tang Yi didn't care about these things. Her purebred horses were the descendants of champion racehorses, but in the end they were of no use at all. She had personally experienced the terrifying speed of Heiyun. Then she said, "Let the rider ride the black cloud for a while first, so that it can get familiar with the environment." Tang Yi then called the rider Xueming over and told him, "Be careful, it's very fast." "Sister Tang, don't worry, I'm a senior jockey." Xueming didn't take it seriously at all. He had ridden at least 800 horses, if not 1,000, and no horse could stump him. After taking the reins, he turned over and rode on Haeyun, preparing to take a slow stroll to deepen their relationship. However, just as he mounted the bike and had not yet sat firmly, the black cloud suddenly rushed out. Damn it, this is too fast. Xuanming almost fell down because of his instability, and the speed of the black cloud was getting faster and faster, so he couldn't help but lower his body. Da-da-da. At this time, everyone only saw a black shadow passing by on the track, and the sound of horse hooves seemed to be knocking on everyone's heart. At this moment, Haeyun came to a turning place. Xuanming on horseback suddenly thought to himself that it was not good. The speed of turning was too fast. He would definitely fall off the horse. The next moment, everyone saw Xuanming fall off the horse and fall heavily to the ground, while Haeyun easily rushed through the bend. Quick, go check it out. When Tang Yi saw Xuanming fall off his horse, she immediately asked someone to check. Roning's mouth opened wide at this moment. It was the first time he saw a jockey fall off the horse because of the speed. Sister Tang, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Xuanming walked over with his arm covered, looking apologetic. Don't worry about it. How are you? My arm is broken. I need to recuperate for a while. Luo Ning walked over and said, he is the best jockey in our stable. Now he is injured. Who should we send to the race next week? Hearing this, Tang Yi's face darkened. Even her best rider couldn't control the black cloud, so no one else would be able to do it either. After thinking for a moment, she said, I will go to the competition in person this time. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Keep it strictly confidential. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Ning objected. No, it's too dangerous. What if you get hurt? Don't worry, I'm also a professional jockey. I will coordinate with Haeyun before the race. After saying that, Tang Yi walked slowly with Haeyun, cultivating their relationship. Luo Ning walked up to Yi Xiao and said, I want to buy this horse. Name your price. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Yi Xiao smiled. He didn't sell it even when Tang Yi offered 100 million. I can't afford it? What a joke. You don't even bother to ask who I am. Roning sneered at this. Okay, 100 million. Do you want to buy it? 100 million. Your horse is made of gold. Go grab it. Roning almost choked at the price. Chapter 101 Burnt. Luo Ning invested in Tang Yi's racecourse, so he naturally knew something about horse racing. Some valuable racehorses could indeed be sold for 100 million yuan, but this horse had no pedigree and no fame, so only a fool would spend 100 million yuan to buy it. I told you can't afford it. Seeing him like this, Yi Xiao also started to tease him. You think I'm a sucker? How about 1 million? This price is not low. Luo Ning thought it was worth spending 1 million to buy it. When Yi Xiao heard the price, he just smiled and said, Do you know why I offered 100 million? Because Tang Yi offered 100 million to buy my horse, but I didn't sell it. Hearing this, Luo Ning was also stunned. Just now he said shamelessly that the other party was robbing it, but he didn't expect that Tang Yi would actually pay 100 million to buy it. After leaving the horse farm, Yi Xiao took a boat to island number 4 to see if everything on the island was still there. He even had a nightmare about a wave swallowing up everything on the island. What he is worried about now is that he has the money, but everything on the island has been destroyed, which is what he cannot accept the most. When he arrived on the island, Yi Xiao saw that everything on the island was still there, including the vegetable fields, maple forests, and grasslands. Only then did his heart calm down. At this moment, Wang Muqing and Xiao Na were browsing through a store selling brand-name bags in the mall. Wang Muqing looked at Xiao Na's deeply frowned brows and asked, Nana, why are you so unhappy? This is not like you. Oh, don't mention it. I have no money. Xiao Na sighed and looked at the 3-digit balance left on her phone. She was not happy at all. That's not right. Your income is not low, and your daily expenses are also paid by those who are chasing you. You can't spend much money. Wang Muqing looked confused. Xiao Na pointed at the clothes on her body and said, This dress is 12,000, the shoes are 10,000, and the earrings are 15,000. If I don't dress myself up, how can those stinky men spend money on me? Wang Muqing shook her head and said, Then you have to be frugal and save some money. You can't just rely on men. I do want to, but at the rate I'm spending now, it's probably impossible to save money. Mu Cheng, do you have any way to make a lot of money? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that I'm going to participate in a horse race soon. You can place a bet then. It's a sure win. Is it reliable? I trust you the most. Of course it's reliable. You've seen the black cloud on the island. It will participate in the competition. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. After returning home, Wang Muqing saw Yi Xiao lying dejectedly on the sofa. She walked over and pinched his face while saying, What's wrong? My little cutie, you look so unhappy. Yi Xiao forced a smile and said, It's nothing, Don't worry. Wang Muching knew that she was worried, so she said, you should have a good rest. I will make you dinner so that you can taste my cooking skills. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao also became interested and asked curiously, can you cook? Seeing his expression, Wang Muching immediately stood up and retorted, of course, just wait. After saying that, she turned around and went to the supermarket to buy groceries. Yi Xiao was also very much looking forward to seeing Wang Muching cooking and wanted to see what she could make. After Wang Muching arrived at the supermarket, she was dumbfounded when she saw the dazzling array of vegetables in front of her. She had only been to the kitchen a few times in her life, let alone cooking. Then she took out her cell phone and started searching, preparing to make a few simple dishes, such as braised fish, stewed chicken soup, stir-fried cabbage, etc. After buying the groceries, Wang Muching returned to the apartment. Yi Xiao watched Wang Muching walk into the kitchen carrying the vegetables and said, do you want me to help you? No, I can handle it myself. Wang Muching waved her hand to indicate that it was not necessary. She was very confident because she had already searched for the recipe online and it shouldn't be too difficult. Then she decided to make braised fish first. She washed the fish and then prepared to pour oil into the pot. But at this time Wang Muching was puzzled. The recipe said to pour in a certain amount of oil, but how much was it? Never mind. Wang Muching was also very decisive. She picked up the sesame oil bottle and poured it into the pot. She poured half of the bottle before stopping. After the pan was heated, she picked up the fish and threw it into the pan. Immediately, the pan exploded with a loud bang, and oil splashed everywhere. Seeing this, Wang Muching was so scared that she ran out of the kitchen screaming. After hearing the noise, Yi Xiao stood up immediately. Seeing Wang Muching coming out of the kitchen in panic, he quickly hugged her and asked with concern, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Wang Muching shook her head and said in shock, how can cooking be so scary? I'm scared to death. It's not cooking that's scary, it's you cooking that's scary. Yi Xiao scratched Wang Muching's nose with a smile on his face. You're so annoying. You just laugh at me. Why do I smell something burnt? At this time, Wang Muching stretched her neck to sniff, and when she saw thick smoke coming out of the kitchen, she immediately screamed again. In a flash, Yi Xiao rushed into the kitchen and saw that the fish in the pot had been burnt. Black smoke was constantly coming out and the fire at the bottom of the pot was burning fiercely, so he quickly turned off the fire. Then he looked at Wang Muching and said, is this the fish you made? Black pepper fish, how is it? You haven't tried it before. Wang Muching's face turned red, but she continued to defend herself stubbornly. Really? Then try it first. Yi Xiao picked up the chopsticks, picked up the burnt fish from the pot, and placed it in front of Wang Muching. Wang Muching looked at the black fish in front of her and felt a chill on her back. She quickly brushed it off and said, okay, I can just do it again. No one is born knowing how to cook. Forget it, let me do it. I'm afraid you'll set the house on fire. Yi Xiao rolled up his sleeves and started to get busy. Wang Muching leaned against the door, quietly watching Yi Xiao cook, with a happy expression of a little woman on her face. At this time in the horse farm, Tang Yi was riding Black Cloud slowly. She was not in a hurry and planned to cultivate her feelings first. Although she had ridden Black Cloud on the island, it was completely different from the competition. An hour later, Tang Yi decided to give it a try and slowly accelerate the Black Cloud to see how fast it could turn. As the speed increased, Tang Yi's heart couldn't help but tighten. When the Black Cloud turned sharply, the recliner felt a huge force coming, as if a hand was pulling her out tightly. Boom. The next moment, Tang Yi fell off the horse. Fortunately, she had taken protective measures and the roadside was covered with cotton pads, so she was not injured. Although the first attempt failed, Tang Yi's competitive spirit was aroused. She immediately stood up and walked towards the Black Cloud. Chapter 102 Betting. Time flies, and before I knew it, a week has passed. Yi Xiao would go to island number 4 to check every day. So far, the island was still safe and sound, but his mood was becoming more and more solemn. The probability of big waves hitting increased with every day less. Thinking that today was the day of the horse race, he and Wang Muching packed up and went out. At this time, in a car, Joanna was driving to the racecourse with several sisters. They also pooled together hundreds of thousands of dollars to place their bets. A charming woman said while applying lipstick, Nana, those tens of thousands of dollars were earned by me accompanying an old man last night. Please don't let my money go to waste. Don't worry. My sister is reliable. You will know when the time comes. Xiaona looked very confident. She trusted Wang Muching 100. After arriving at the racecourse hall, Xiaona happened to see Wang Muching and Yi Xiao there, so she walked over and greeted them. Muching, are you ready to place a bet too? Yeah, it's so easy to make money, why not do it? Wang Muching smiled. She firmly believed that He Yun would win the championship. At this time, Everyone in the hall was also discussing the new racing horse Black Cloud at the racecourse. What do you think of Tang Yi's new horse? What else can I say? He has no pedigree, no achievements, and is just a completely fledgling horse. That's right. You've seen the results of the horse that Tang Yi promoted before. It was terrible. It's not much better this time. Needless to say, the favorite to win the championship right now is Hurricane from the Tianlong Club, who is in the limelight right now. Joanna's friends and others looked unhappy when they heard the discussions around them. It was not easy for them to save some money, and if they lost, they would lose everything. Zhang Yin leaned over to Qiao Na's ear and whispered, "No one is optimistic about that Black Cloud. Why don't we vote for something else? Didn't we agree on this before? If you're afraid of losing money, then don't invest." Joanna looked determined. "Okay, then vote." Zhang Yin gritted her teeth and agreed. After a try, the bicycle was transformed into a motorcycle. At this time, Wang Muching walked over to the betting area and said, "Number 12, Black Cloud, 5 million. Upon hearing this, the registrant was dumbfounded and began to advise, "Girl, that horse has never participated in any races. Betting on it will definitely lose. It's okay, it's just a small amount of money." Wang Muching had an expression of nonchalance. After all, in her mind, He Yun was 100% certain to win. When Zhang Yin and the others saw that Wang Muching had placed such a huge bet, they couldn't help but feel relieved. 1.5 million, number 12. Yi Xiao also bet all his remaining money on He Yun. The odds were now 1 to 5. If he won, he would get more than 5 million, which was enough to buy a wave reverse thrust device. After placing the bets, the group came to the stable and watched Tang Yi putting horse harness on He Yun. Yi Xiao looked at the bruises on her face and knew that she must have suffered a lot during training. So he asked, "Are you confident in today's game?" "Of course, I will make sure everyone remembers us." Tang Yi was full of confidence. In order to practice high-speed cornering, she fell off her horse more than 100 times this week, but it was all worth it. After that, she led the horse out to make preparations. At this time, Wu Quan was having a lively conversation with a man and a woman. One of them was Yang Tai, and the other woman was plump. Although she was well-maintained, she still looked a bit old. "Sister Hua, this is the Yang Tai I always mentioned to you. What do you think? He's a handsome guy too." Wu Quan introduced Yang Tai to Zhang Linghua, who was a famous wealthy woman in Donghai City. Her husband died not long ago, and she was now feeling empty. Zhang Linghua looked at Yang Tai's handsome appearance. Her face almost burst into laughter and said, "Yes, he is indeed a handsome man." "Hello, Sister Hua." Yang Tai forced a smile, but looking at her face, which was as round as a pancake, he felt sick. Wu Quan saw Zhang Linghua staring at Yang Tai and knew something was going to happen. So he said, "Sister Hua, stop looking. We have plenty of time to watch tonight. Let me show you our Tianlong Club's champion horse, Hurricane, number 1. "Good." Zhang Linghua glanced at it casually and nodded. Hurricane has won many championship series and has just come of age. His future is limitless. "Sister Hua, do you want to play a game? It's a sure win." Wu Quan persuaded with a smile. He had also invested a lot in Hurricane, and so far, no horse could match Hurricane. "No problem, just invest 3 million and have fun. I'm doing this for your sake." Zhang Linghua smiled faintly, her eyes always wandering on Yang Tai. Hearing this, Wu Quan also laughed. "Thank you, Sister Hua, for your kindness. I will definitely not let you down." "That's not necessarily true. Yi's horse is miles ahead of yours." At this moment, Luo Ning came out and sat next to Wu Quan with a swagger. Looking at this mortal enemy, Wu Quan said calmly, "I heard that Miss Tang Yi will play in person this time. I am looking forward to it. My Hurricane has not met an opponent for a long time." Luo Ning crossed his legs on the table and said disdainfully, "Wu Quan, it's not that I look down on you, but your horse is not qualified to compete with He Yun." Wu Quan felt that the name He Yun sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before, so he asked, "What is the origin of this horse?" "It seems to have come from some island. Don't worry about it. Just know that this horse is very powerful. Do you want to make a bet?" Luo Ning asked for a bet again. He and Wu Quan had always been at odds with each other, and they would make all kinds of bets whenever they met. At this time, Wu Quan finally remembered where he had heard the name He Yun. It was on island number 4. Yi Xiao had a very good horse named He Yun. He originally wanted to buy it, but Tang Yi offered 100 million and was rejected. Naturally, he would not ask for trouble again. Unexpectedly, the horse was actually taken by Tang Yi. When he thought of this, he was really worried whether the Hurricanes could win the championship again. "What are you thinking about? Your face has turned black." Seeing that Wu Quan's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it, Luo Ning was stunned, so he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of him. "Nothing." For a moment, The smile disappeared from Wu Quan's face. As the race approaches, the spectators at the racecourse become more and more excited, waving banners in their hands. They are not here just to watch the horse racing. They are here to place bets. Wang Muqing and Yi Xiao were very calm at this time, chatting and drinking from time to time, not worried at all that they had placed bets of millions. On the other side, Joanna and others were extremely nervous. If they lost, they would have to eat instant noodles for several months. Chapter 103: Breaking the World Record. Bang! As the signal gun sounded, the horses in the fence immediately galloped out. Number 4, Number 8, Number 12. The spectators in the field stood up and cheered for the horses they supported. Hearing the deafening shouts around him, Yi Xiao also felt his blood boiling and couldn't help but want to stand up and cheer for He Yun. At this time, Joanna and others kept shouting He Yun's name, and they felt their voices were almost hoarse, but their voices were soon drowned out by the thunderous shouts. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out, far ahead of the other horses. Tang Yi rode on the black cloud and galloped on the track like a flash of lightning. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene and started talking about it. This is a 3,000-meter race, and he's running so fast right at the start. He's really a novice. It looks like the horse called Black Cloud is sprinting at full speed now. It will definitely not perform well in the second half. The jockey is too impulsive. I know the leading horse likes to run in front, but this is not leading at all. It's courting death. There is no energy left to sprint in the second half. I heard that this is the first time for a horse to go on a jam, so it's inevitable that it will make some mistakes. Just take it as a lesson. Wu Quan was originally worried that Black Cloud would defeat the hurricane, but now it seems that Black Cloud only knows how to rush forward and will eventually run out of energy. He is not to be feared. So he said to Luo Ning, don't you want to make a bet? How about a bet? Whoever loses will pay for the hunting festival. Let's bet. I don't believe that Black Cloud can't defeat your hurricane. Luo Ning naturally did not want to be outdone. Tang Yi rode He Yun at full speed at the beginning, which puzzled him. However, he had a bold idea in his mind, which was that Tang Yi wanted He Yun to run the entire 3,000 meters at full speed. Xiaona was happy to see He Yun leading the way, but she was still a little worried when she saw that people around her were not optimistic about He Yun. Besides He Yun, the rest of the horses were crowded together. She asked Wang Muqing, why do all the horses look the same to me? There's nothing good to see. Wang Muqing smiled and explained, it's just the beginning. The most exciting part of the race will be in the second half. All you see are the horses crowded together. In fact, the strategic struggle is not that simple. Even though there are more than a dozen horses racing now, there are only a few really competing. The others are just runners-up. A companion horse? Jona's face was full of confusion. She knew nothing about horse racing. There are two types of racehorses. The one that likes to run in the front is called the leading horse, and the one that likes to run in the back is called the heel horse. The heel horse has a characteristic. That is, if there is no horse in front of it, it will rush forward with all its strength, which is called running empty. At the same time, in order to prevent being blocked by other horses all the time, a horse is needed to lead the heel horse. In the second half of the race, the heel horse will sprint with all its strength. This is also part of the strategy of the horse team. What horse does the Black Cloud belong to? I don't know. I think I like horses that run all the way to the end. Wang Muqing also knew Black Cloud very well. It had enough ability to sprint all the way to the end, which no other horse could do nowadays. Tang Yi was riding on He Yun's back and galloping as wildly as she could. This was also the reason why she liked riding horses, to be able to gallop freely. After a while, the Black Cloud came to a bend, and its speed did not slow down at all. When everyone saw this scene, they all gasped. If they were to take a turn at such a fast speed, they would definitely fall off their horses. Yi Xiao looked at Tang Yi on He Yun's back, who was already tightly attached to the horse's back. His heart couldn't help but rise to his throat, wondering if she could make the turn smoothly. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, He Yun's body tilted as if he was about to fall to the ground, and then he turned smoothly without any delay, while Tang Yi was almost thrown out. Call. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Wang Muqing came over and said, you look very nervous. Are you having an affair with her? How is that possible? I'm just worried that she'll lose our money, and it will all go to waste. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at Wang Muqing. He didn't expect her to think this way. Don't be nervous, it's just a joke. Wang Muqing smiled with a playful and cute expression. In the blink of an eye, He Yun had already surpassed the other horses by a large margin, and his indomitable momentum did not disappear even after running at full speed for so long. Looking at the black clouds in front of him that were still full of energy and did not show any signs of fatigue, Wu Quan felt like he was frozen. Now the distance between them had been shortened. If this continued, no matter how hard the hurricane tried, it would not be able to catch up. Seeing this, Wu Quan immediately signaled to the person next to him, asking him to give orders to the rider and change strategy. A moment later, a chestnut horse rushed out from the herd and chased after the black cloud. Look, it's a hurricane. It can't stand it anymore and is about to catch up. That jockey is such an idiot. He's trying to catch up when he's only halfway through the race. Hurricane doesn't have the energy to run to the back. You know nothing. If we don't chase after it now, we won't be able to catch up later. Didn't you see that black cloud doesn't seem to feel tired at all? I don't believe there is any horse that can run the whole course at full strength. The situation on the field suddenly changed at this time. As Hurricane chased after him, several other horses followed closely, and the scene became extremely chaotic. Oh, everything is messed up. My money is gone. The people on the sidelines were also bewildered. None of this went according to plan. After the hurricane had chased for nearly 1,000 meters, it was finally only half a body away from hay. However, it had also consumed a huge amount of physical energy for this. Now it was constantly spewing white air from its mouth, as if its physical strength had reached its limit. However, the black cloud still maintained a constant high speed at this moment, slowly distancing itself from the hurricane again. Alas, seeing this scene, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Hurricane had used up the last 1,000 meters to chase Black Cloud and had already exhausted all his energy. He had no hope of winning. At the same time, several other horses were facing the same situation. The premature sprint had exhausted their energy. At this time, the audience in the venue watched as He-yun actually accelerated again and rushed towards the finish line. They were all dumbfounded. The other horses could not run anymore, but it could actually accelerate again and almost finish the entire course in a sprint. Yeah, we win, we win. When Joanna saw He-yun cross the finish line, she screamed excitedly. Wang Yin and others were dancing with joy at this time. They had earned more than 400,000 yuan, which was much more than what they earned at work. Now I declare that a new world record for 3,000 meters has been set. The person who broke the world record is He-yun, jockey, Tang Yi, with a time of 1 minute and 57 seconds. At this moment, an exciting voice resounded over the racecourse. Chapter 104 Observation. At this time, Tang Yi was holding He-yun's hand and accepting interviews from reporters. Ms. Tang, no horse has been able to run under 2 minutes in a 3,000-meter race. What do you think of this? Many people have doubts about Black Cloud's ability to run so fast, suspecting that it has taken stimulants. Ms. Tang, is this true? I heard that you also bet a lot of money on He-yun. I wonder if it has something to do with the gambling insider information. Does He-yun have a champion bloodline? Can you tell us about it? Tang Yi smiled and answered a few questions from these chattering reporters one by one, then left with He-yun. Luo Ning stood up, patted Wu Quan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "You lose. Remember, you have to pay for all the expenses of the hunting party." Huh. After saying that, he turned around and left triumphantly. Wu Quan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had lost tens of millions of dollars in the hurricane, and he saw that Zhang Linghua's face was not good either. Then he winked at Yang Tai. Yang Tai immediately said to Zhang Linghua, "Sister Hua, I know a very good restaurant tonight. If you are interested, I can take you there to try it." "Of course I'm interested. I have a bottle of good wine. Let's try it together then." Upon hearing this, a smile immediately broke out on Zhang Linghua's face, and her flesh was almost squeezed together. Then Yang Tai and Zhang Linghua walked out. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Wang Muqing, who was hugging Yi Xiao with a sweet look on her face. Wang Muqing looked at the excited Xiao Na and said, "I didn't lie to you. We made so much money this time. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. We all make small amounts of money. Unlike you, who invested 5 million and then got 20 million easily. You should treat us." Xiao Na's face was full of envy. If she was as rich as Wang Muqing, she would also be able to make a lot of money this time. "Okay, I'll treat you. It's the most expensive place in Donghai City tonight. You can choose whatever you want." Wang Muqing is also very generous. At this time, Tang Yi came over and greeted everyone. Yi Xiao went up to him and asked, "I heard that some people suspected that He-yun had taken stimulants. Will it have any impact on the competition?" Tang Yi said nonchalantly, "I have arranged for a special supervision and testing agency. Nothing will happen. I will treat everyone to dinner tonight. I have something else to do, just have fun." Now that he has money, Yi Xiao naturally has to rush back to island number 4 to guard against the incoming waves. He then set off for the East China Sea wharf. When he was about to board the ship, he saw Pang Xiao running towards him, jumping and skipping. "Xiao Yizi, wait for me. I will go with you." Pang Xiao ran over panting, with sweat all over his forehead. It's very dangerous to go this time. You'd better stay here. Although Yi Xiao was not worried about the effectiveness of the wave reverse thrust device, he was afraid that something unexpected might happen. Pang Xiao shook his head, put his arm around Yi Xiao's shoulders and said, "What are you afraid of? We are brothers. Brothers working together can accomplish anything." Seeing this, Yi Xiao also smiled and set off for island number 4 with Pang Xiao. After arriving on the island, Yi Xiao immediately spent 5 million to buy 5 wave reverse thrust devices. After exchanging them, he found that they were 5 iron boxes with a huge round hole in the front. He learned from manhwa that the wave reverse thrust device used the huge energy generated by intensive ultrasonic waves, which could automatically sense the arrival of waves and respond. At this time, Yi Xiao was standing on the roof, looking around with a telescope. His only worry now was that he didn't know which direction the waves would attack from, whether it would be during the day or at night. If he didn't prepare in advance, it might be too late. "Come, let's eat. I'll keep watch tonight." At this time, Pang Xiao made 2 bowls of instant noodles and brought them over and handed them to Yi Xiao. "Instant noodles? Can't you just cook something?" Looking at the instant noodles, Yi Xiao couldn't help shaking his head. When he first came to the island, he ate instant noodles. He ate instant noodles 3 times a day and almost vomited after eating so much. Pang Xiao shook his head and laughed. "You don't know me yet. I can only eat but not cook. I'm lucky to have instant noodles." Yi Xiao smiled, took the instant noodles, and started eating them in big mouthfuls. After dinner, Pang Xiao wrapped himself in a coat and sat on the roof, observing everything around him. Yi Xiao also went to bed early. After all, he had to work a 12-hour shift the next day. At this time, after Tang Yi and Wang Muching and others finished their meal, they saw that their phones had been blown up with 30 or 40 missed calls. She also knew why these people called. It must be about Heiyun. Tang Yi pulled Wang Muching aside and whispered, "Muching, Black Cloud is very popular right now. We should let it participate in more competitions. What do you think? This is a good thing, but the appearance fee needs to be discussed carefully." Wang Muching was also a smart person and knew what Tang Yi meant. "That's for sure. I want Heiyun to be the racehorse of our horse racing club. I'll discuss it with Yi Xiao in detail later." Tang Yi had long had the idea of making Heiyun belong to her club, and then all the glory that Heiyun won would belong to her club. Then she asked Wang Muching, "The hunting party is about to start. Will you go? We can get together then." "Of course I will go. Hunting is fun. I even hunted a rabbit myself at the last hunting party. Then we can compete to see who is better." The next morning, Yi Xiao came to the roof and saw Pang Xiao had fallen asleep leaning against a chair. He coughed a few times. Pang Xiao woke up immediately, looked into the distance seriously, and said, "Last night was fine. Nothing happened. Hard work these few days. It will be fine after the waves die down. Not every night will be as calm as last night. I don't want you to find yourself floating on the sea when you wake up." Yi Xiao's face was full of seriousness. Now that he had the money, he didn't want all the previous achievements in island construction to be ruined due to human errors. "I understand. I will never fall asleep next time." Pang Xiao nodded and realized the seriousness of the problem. Yi Xiao picked up the telescope and looked around, and found that the surrounding sea was still calm, and there was no sign of any waves coming. But even so, Yi Xiao was still very anxious. He was looking forward to the arrival of the waves sooner so that he wouldn't have to worry every day. He was almost depressed. On this day, Pang Xiao came to the warehouse and wanted to make something delicious. After all, he was sick of eating instant noodles these days. "Oh, not bad. There are potatoes." Seeing that there were quite a lot of potatoes in the basket, Pang Xiao decided to cook some to eat. So he picked up a knife and started peeling potatoes. Chapter 105, Life and Death. "It's time to eat. Try the potatoes I cooked. They're very good." Pang Xiao brought a plate of potatoes and placed it in front of Yi Xiao. "Yes, it tastes good." Yi Xiao picked up a potato and tasted it. Although only salt was added, it had a unique original taste, fresh and natural. Then the two of them started to fight over the food, enjoying themselves very much. After the meal, the two of them lay on the chairs, touching their bulging bellies. They enjoyed the meal very much. "Ouch, my stomach hurts." At this moment, Pang Xiao suddenly covered his stomach and screamed, his face full of pain. "Isn't it because I ate too much?" "No, I've eaten more than this before and it didn't hurt." "Oh no, my stomach hurts a little too." Yi Xiao suddenly felt a stomachache and quickly said to Pang Xiao, "There must be something wrong with the potatoes." Pang Xiao scratched his head and said, "No problem. I cooked them all. I watched the potatoes sprout and peeled them for a long time." Hearing this, Yi Xiao sighed and pointed at Pang Xiao and said, Don't you know that sprouted potatoes can't be eaten?" "I know now. Let's not talk about it anymore. I have to go to the bathroom." After saying that, Pang Xiao ran downstairs. This fat guy has caused me so much trouble. Yi Xiao also followed, his stomach churning at this moment. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao returned to the building with trembling legs. He felt that he could not even stand steadily and had no strength in his legs. Just as he picked up the telescope and looked into the distance, he suddenly discovered that the sea surface in the north became agitated. The waves were getting bigger and bigger, the waves were getting higher and higher, and there was a tendency to spread towards the island. Seeing this, he knew that the waves were coming, and he quickly shouted to Pang Xiao, "Fatty, come out quickly, there is something going on." "No, I can't move at all. I feel weak all over." Pang Xiao's listless voice came from below. Hearing this, Yi Xiao knew that he could only rely on himself. The coastline in the north is the longest, a full 4.5 kilometers. A wave reverse thrust device must be placed every 1,000 meters, for a total of 5. At this time, Yi Xiao saw that the waves on the sea in the north were getting bigger and bigger, and he rushed to the shore without hesitation, holding a wave reverse thrust device weighing more than 40 kilograms. However, Yi Xiao felt weak all over at this time. He felt that the wave reverse thrust device in his arms weighed 1,000 pounds. He was so tired that he was gasping for breath after running for a while. In order not to let his previous efforts go to waste, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Whoosh whoosh. 4 minutes later, Yi Xiao ran to the shore and put down the wave reverser. At this time, his clothes were already wet with sweat. Looking at the surging sea, he ran into the house again. When Yi Xiao came out again with the wave thrust reverser, this time he had to run 2 kilometers. He gritted his teeth and rushed out again. 6 minutes later, when Yi Xiao just reached the shore, a wave hit him and knocked him to the ground. The receding water also carried him into the sea. He hit many rocks along the way, and his arms and legs were covered with scratches, which oozed blood. Seeing this, Yi Xiao immediately reached out and grabbed a stone before stopping. At this time, his whole body was suspended in the air, with the sea water rushing below him. Yi Xiao let out an angry roar and struggled to climb up. He didn't want to fall down, otherwise everything would be gone. After coming up, he lay on the ground gasping for breath. After a while, he stood up and continued to run into the house. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao had placed 4 wave reversers, and now he was only missing the last one. However, at this moment he had almost no strength left, and could only drag the wave reverser step by step to the placement point on the coast 5 kilometers away. "Let me help you." At this moment, Pang Xiao dragged his exhausted body over, and helped Yi Xiao drag the wave reverser to the shore. Boom boom boom. The waves kept hitting the rocks on the coast, making a loud noise. When Yi Xiao heard the increasingly loud crashing sounds, his heart couldn't help but tighten. Now he was still 4 kilometers away from the last placement point, and he didn't know if he would make it in time. It's over. I'm going to lose over 100 pounds here." At this time Pang Xiao let out a desperate cry. Yi Xiao was filled with fear when he heard his voice. He looked up and saw a huge wave more than 2 meters high sweeping towards him quickly in the distance. A sense of oppression enveloped his body, and he felt like he couldn't even move his legs. Then he shouted to Pang Xiao, "Close your eyes and charge." Pang Xiao nodded, closed his eyes immediately, roared, pulled the wave reverser, and rushed forward regardless of anything. He knew that if he didn't try his best, both of them would die here. Yi Xiao also ran hard at this time, squeezing out every bit of strength in his body. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 1,000 meters. Seeing that they were only 20 meters away from the coast, Yi Xiao's face still did not show any happiness. Instead, he looked even more surprised, because the huge wave that was enough to destroy anything on the island was already in front of him. It was less than a kilometer away from the coast, and would arrive in the blink of an eye. "No, I can't even move my toes." At this time, Pang Xiao fell to the ground, his face pale, and he didn't even have the strength to breathe. Yi Xiao let out an angry roar, and he didn't know where he got the strength from. He picked up the wave reverser and rushed forward. He didn't want the island he had worked so hard to build to be destroyed. At this time, waves more than 2 meters high were rushing towards the sea with a devastating momentum, and appeared outside the island in the blink of an eye. Yi Xiao had already arrived at the shore and directly lowered the wave reverser. He had no time to estimate the waves that were already so close. Buzz. When the huge wave was about to hit the island, the 5 wave devices began to make low sounds and started to operate. Yi Xiao looked up at the huge waves in front of him and felt deeply the insignificance of human beings. If he was hit, he would be shattered in an instant. Suddenly, the attacking waves retreated rapidly, and the majesty that enveloped him also disappeared instantly. Phew! Seeing the receding waves, Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was finally resolved, and then he collapsed to the ground. After Pang Xiao stood up from the ground, he found that the sky had turned blue, the air was fresher, and the huge waves had disappeared. Only Yi Xiao was left lying on the ground. Seeing that he had not gotten up, he asked, "Why don't you get up? It's comfortable lying on the ground. I'm exhausted, help me back." Yi Xiao felt like he didn't even have the strength to speak, let alone stand up. Then Pang Xiao helped Yi Xiao up and walked towards the house. He was still feeling uneasy. If it weren't for Yi Xiao, the two of them might have really died in the sea. Chapter 106 Bad Reputation. Wang Muqing was accompanying Xiao Shulan shopping at this time. As the future mother-in-law, she, as a daughter-in-law, naturally had to please her mother-in-law so that they could get along well in the future. After arriving at a clothing store, Wang Muqing picked up a coat and tried it on Xiao Shulan. "Auntie, this coat suits you very well, and it's also very cool to wear in the summer." No, it's too expensive." When Xiao Shulan saw that the price was more than 9,000, she quickly waved her hand to refuse. "It's not expensive. It's only over 9,000. Consider it a gift from me to you." Wang Muqing felt that this price was really cheap. After all, the things she usually bought cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. She then swiped her credit card to buy the dress. Looking at this dress worth more than 9,000 yuan, Xiao Shulan felt distressed. This dress cost her half a year's salary. Then Wang Muqing took Xiao Shulan to go shopping in the mall, buying shoes and various jewelry, spending more than 100,000 yuan in one go. Wang Muqing saw that they had been shopping for nearly an hour, so she took Xiao Shulan to the cafe to rest. Xiao Shulan looked at the pile of bags on the chair next to her and said to Wang Muqing, who was walking over with a cup of coffee, "Girl, you're too good at spending money. When you marry Xiao, you have to be more frugal." "Auntie, I'm already very frugal, and I don't need this little money. Come, have some coffee." Wang Muqing handed her a cup of coffee. If she really wanted to go shopping, spending hundreds of thousands would be a piece of cake. At this moment, Xiao Shulan was also thinking about what she would do after she married Yi Xiao, since he was so good at spending money. In a car outside, Yang Tai was staring at Wang Muqing in the coffee shop, with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. At this time, a man opened the car door and got in, reporting, "Brother Tai, I found out that the woman is Yi Xiao's mother, a cleaner, and looks quite traditional." "It's fine as long as it's traditional. If you want to be the daughter-in-law of the Yi family, there's no way." After that, Yang Tai got out of the car and walked towards the coffee shop with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Wang Muqing saw that Xiao Shufan's cup was empty, so she stood up and prepared to refill her cup. While Wang Muqing was waiting at the bar, Yang Tai immediately walked over, handed over the flowers and said, "Muqing, accept these flowers. I carefully selected them for you. Yang Tai, I haven't seen you for a while. You've lost a lot of weight. I heard that you've been hanging out with Zhang Linghua recently. How dare you send me flowers? She's known for being rude and unreasonable. Be careful that you won't be able to keep your arms and legs." When Wang Muqing saw Yang Tai, she couldn't help but tease him. Now he actually wanted to eat what was in the bowl while looking at what was in the pot. "Muqing, she and I were just flirting with each other. In my heart, I still like you." Yang Tai still had a smile on his face when he heard Wang Muqing's teasing. He was with Zhang Linghua just for her hundreds of millions of assets. Otherwise, how could he accompany her? Zhang Linghua was also an unsatisfied woman, and the reason why she lost so much weight was to satisfy her. When Wang Muqing heard this, she felt sick. She had originally wanted to tell him a secret, but now it seemed that it was completely unnecessary. Xiao Shulan watched Wang Muqing talking to a man holding flowers, who looked like a suitor. At this time, she also heard the discussions of several people at the table next to her. "Look, isn't that Wang Muqing? Why is she here? Is she hooking up with someone again?" You're asking this even though you already know the answer. Everyone in college knew that she was available to anyone. As long as the money was enough, she could have fun and make money at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. She charged a very high price at the beginning, tens of thousands of dollars a night. I saw her going out to spend the night with a man in his 60s. Her reputation in our school is well known. She is beautiful. I heard that she has even set a price of 50,000 yuan a night. After hearing what the people at the table said, Xiao Shulan's face suddenly darkened. She had never expected that her future daughter-in-law would have such an indecent private life. After sending Yang Tai away, Wang Muqing returned to her seat and saw Xiao Shulan's face was terribly gloomy. She quickly asked, "Auntie, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? You look so bad." "It's okay. I'm tired and want to go back and rest." Xiao Shulan did not question her immediately and wanted to go back and discuss it with Yi Xiao. "Okay, let's go back." Wang Muqing didn't think much about it and planned to help Xiao Shulan, but Xiao Shulan refused. After they left, Yang Tai walked towards the table of people who were saying bad things about Wang Muqing and threw a stack of money on the table. Boss, you still want to hear what we said? Remember to look for us next time you need this kind of work. Those people immediately rushed to the table and grabbed the money. Yang Tai ignored them and turned to walk out. These old ladies had the most traditional ideas. Wang Muqing would never be able to marry into the Yi family. After Yi Xiao had a good rest, he returned to Donghai City and walked towards Wang Muqing's apartment, preparing to bring his mother back to the island. He had also called Sun Zhangwo and others to ask them to return to the island, and also asked Changshan to continue construction on the island. As soon as he entered the room, Wang Muqing pulled him aside and whispered, "I took your mother to the mall today and bought her a lot of things, but she seemed very unhappy. Did you buy something very expensive? My mother is a very frugal person and doesn't like extravagance." Yi Xiao began to comfort Wang Muqing. If the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was not good, he would suffer in the future. It shouldn't be this. She was very happy when I bought her something. Go and ask her what's going on. After saying that, Wang Muqing pushed Yi Xiao into the house. Yi Xiao pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Xiao Shulan's face was not looking good, he quickly asked, "Mom, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Shulan stood up, looked outside for a few times, then closed the door and asked Yi Xiao, "Do you know what Mu Cheng does for a living?" "I know. She has opened a restaurant now." Yi Xiao was not surprised by this, and he had not told his mother about Wang Muqing's identity and background, thinking that she was just curious. "Do you know where her money comes from?" Xiao Shulan continued to ask. Although Wang Muqing was very pretty, she didn't want her son to marry such a woman. Yi Xiao nodded and replied, "I know. Her father gave it to her." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shulan knew that her son had been deceived and quickly said, "She was lying to you. I heard that she had a bad reputation when she was deceived." At this time, Yi Xiao began to grumble and said, "Mom, Mu Cheng and I are from the same school. How come I don't know that she has a bad reputation? So what if we're from the same school? How can you know what she did behind my back? Mom, what on earth do you want to say? You've confused me. Let me be frank with you. I heard from others that the girl didn't make her money in a legitimate way, but by sleeping with other people. I can't even say it out loud. It's too embarrassing." What? Chapter 107 Counterattack. Seeing that Xiao Shulan thought Wang Muqing was a woman who made money by sleeping with others, Yi Xiao held his stomach and laughed. Xiao Shulan looked at him as if he was possessed by evil spirits and hurried over to say, "Son, you are not stupid. She is just a woman. At worst you can just find another one." "Mom, what are you thinking? How could Mu Cheng be that kind of woman? She would never make money by selling her body. She's richer than me." Yi Xiao knew that she had misunderstood, so he quickly explained. How could she, a young girl, have so much money? Xiao Shulan's eyes were full of confusion. It was surprising that such a young girl spent money so lavishly and didn't take money seriously at all. Yi Xiao spread his hands and said casually, "Because her father is the richest man in Donghai City, and her net worth is also over 100 million. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Shulan was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that a young girl could be worth hundreds of millions. No wonder she would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars casually. After a moment, she came back to her senses and asked worriedly, "Is she really not what others say? Of course, Mu Cheng and I go to the same school, and she has a very good reputation." Yi Xiao took great pains to comfort Xiao Shulan, and then went to find Wang Muqing. Wang Muqing saw Yi Xiao coming in and hurriedly went up to him and asked, "Do you know what the reason is?" Yi Xiao also told the truth and joked, "You are really popular. People know you everywhere." "That shouldn't be the case. I only knew Yang Tai at the coffee shop, and I didn't know anyone else. The people who knew me were all in this circle. Even at school, only a small number of people knew my identity." The more Wang Muqing thought about it, the more strange and suspicious it seemed. She wasn't an obvious person, so not everyone could recognize her. Yang Tai. When Yi Xiao heard this name, he didn't have much impression of him. He didn't have much interaction with him. He only knew that he had pursued Wang Muqing before. Asshole, it must be him. I was wondering why he came to give me flowers. It turns out he wanted to deal with me. Wang Muqing slammed the table and yelled. She had already figured out the whole story. Yi Xiao thought about it, and it seemed to be true. When he thought that Yang Tai's actions might break up him and Wang Muqing, he felt a little dissatisfied. So he leaned close to Wang Muqing's ear and whispered, Okay, give him a taste of his own medicine." After hearing Yi Xiao's idea, Wang Muqing also applauded. The next evening, the two came to a bar, found a seat, sat down, and ordered a few bottles of wine. At this time, the lights in the bar were flickering, and young and charming girls walked through the crowd from time to time, attracting the sidelong glances of men who were like hungry wolves and couldn't wait to rush up to them. Wang Muqing watched Yi Xiao looking around from time to time, and immediately reached out and pinched his leg and said, "Be quiet. Are they as pretty as me?" No, definitely not. Yi Xiao quickly retracted his gaze. Let's choose her. Wang Muching looked at a plump, charming girl who was surrounded by a group of men not far away. Looking in the direction of her finger, Yi Xiao saw a pretty woman standing in the crowd, but she gave people a very materialistic feeling. Then he walked towards the girl. Rue, drink my wine. This is $3,000. $3,000 is nothing. Rue, this drink of mine is worth $10,000. A bunch of poor bastards dare to compete with me. 50,000 yuan. Rue, come here quickly. At this time, there were more than a dozen wine glasses filled with wine on a coffee table, and next to each wine glass was a stack of money, with some in larger amounts, some in thousands, and some in tens of thousands. Feng Rue was the most beautiful woman in the bar. Whoever drank wine from her would feel proud, and maybe they would even have a chance to kiss her. Feng Rue glanced at these men and clicked his tongue. They thought that they could get into her bed just for tens of thousands of dollars. They were just dreaming. 100,000. Yi Xiao sat down and took out a thick stack of money and threw it on the table. When others saw Yi Xiao's generosity, they were stunned for a moment. Although Feng Rue was pretty, she was completely crazy to spend 100,000 yuan on just one glass of wine. With 100,000 yuan, it would be easy for her to find a woman prettier than her and have sex with her. But even so, some people felt ashamed and immediately said to Yi Xiao, "Boy, you are so arrogant. Is it a big deal to be rich? It's just amazing. Don't compare money with me. You definitely don't have as much money as me." Yi Xiao stood up and took Feng Rue away directly. "You are so arrogant. I want to see how capable you are." The man felt ashamed when he saw that everyone around him was staring at him. He stood up, picked up the wine bottle on the coffee table, and prepared to walk towards Yi Xiao. At this time, someone stopped him and said, "Brother, calm down. You are not as rich as him. He can sell any dish for tens of thousands of yuan. He is Yi Xiao." Hearing this, the man also sat down. Now the Daoxiang series of vegetables are well known in Donghai City, and Yi Xiao is also very popular among the citizens. If he knew that Yi Xiao was beaten by him, he would feel bad in the future. After Yi Xiao led Feng Rue to sit down, he said, "Miss Feng, the reason I came to you is to ask you to do us a favor." Feng Rue glanced at him and Wang Muching, and immediately said, "Do it with her or with both of you. The price is very expensive." Yi Xiao didn't expect that she would actually think that way, and quickly shook his head. "You misunderstood. We want you to help seduce someone. Of course, we will definitely not let you help in vain. 500,000, and I'll do you this favor." Feng Rue also quoted her price without hesitation. "Okay, follow me." At this time, Wang Muching stood up and walked outside first. 500,000 was no different from 50 cents to her. Feng Rue followed behind in a daze. She just mentioned a price casually, but she didn't expect the woman to agree. If she had known, she would have asked for a higher price. After coming out of the bar, Wang Muching got into her BMW M4 and drove the two of them away. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside a high-end residential complex. Wang Muching knew that Yang Tai had lived here since he followed Zhang Linghua, so she could only wait here patiently. Then she took out her cell phone and transferred 500,000 yuan directly to Feng Rue. Seeing the notification on his phone that 500,000 yuan had been deposited, he couldn't believe his eyes for a moment. He didn't expect to make 500,000 yuan so easily. He looked at Wang Muching and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? Since I dare to give you the money, I am not afraid that you will run away. For me, it is easy to find you." Wang Muching smiled. She had never thought about this question. Feng Rue didn't say anything else. Fortunately, he was just seducing one person, and he could just move to another place when the time came. Chapter 108. The Broken-Legged Racehorse. In the room, Zhang Linghua was applying a facial mask, while Yang Tai was sitting on the sofa watching TV. At this time, she saw Yang Tai stand up and walk outside, and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. I'll be right back." Yang Tai responded honestly. "Go ahead. I'll give you 10 minutes. Zhang Linghua nodded in agreement. Her husband used to fool around outside often, so now she takes a strict guard against men and keeps him under her nose at all times so that he won't do anything stupid. After Yang Tai left the house, his face immediately changed and became so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. Zhang Linghua had a strong desire to control him, and he felt like he could hardly breathe. Moreover, he had to serve her well every night. But the only good thing is that Zhang Linghua has already agreed to invest in the Yang family's company, and the funds are not small. After arriving outside the community, Yang Tai went to the supermarket to buy cigarettes. "That's him. Go ahead. All you need to do is get his contact information and make an appointment as soon as possible." Wang Muching pointed at Yang Tai, who was walking into the supermarket, and signaled to Feng Rue. "Don't worry, No man can resist my charm. Feng Rue got out of the car with a smile. When Yang Tai turned around after buying cigarettes, he bumped into someone. Oops. Feng Rue fell to the ground, and an expression of pity and pain involuntarily appeared on his face. Are you okay? Sorry, I didn't check on you. When Yang Tai saw such a charming beauty, he immediately reached out and helped her up. I sprained my ankle. I need to sit aside for a while. After Feng Rue was helped up by him, he leaned into Yang Tai's arms inadvertently. At this time, Yang Tai hugged Feng Rue and walked towards a chair beside him. Looking at the beauty in front of him, his heart couldn't help but feel warm. Facing that fat woman Zhang Linghua all day long was almost making him unable to bear it. Then he said to Feng Rue, "Why don't I take you to the hospital for a checkup?" "No, just take a rest. But my shoes are ruined. I just bought them." Feng Rue looked at the broken heel of her high-heeled shoes, and a trace of regret appeared on her face. She had broken the heel before coming in. "It's my fault. Why don't you leave me your phone number, and I'll compensate you with a pair." Yang Tai is also an old hand at cleaning up the place, so he naturally knows how to pick up girls. Feng Rue also smiled, handed the phone to Yang Tai, then got up and left. Yi Xiao looked at Feng Rue walking back with a smug look on his face, and he knew that the matter was done. It's just a phone call. It's so simple. There is no man who won't fall for me. After Feng Rue got in the car, he shook the phone in his hand. Then you can arrange to have him at the hotel as soon as possible. Your mission will be completed. We will take care of the rest. Wang Muchen gave instructions for the rest. Don't worry, it'll only take a few minutes to ask him out. Feng Rue patted his chest and guaranteed that when he saw the man looking at him like he had lost his soul tonight, he knew it would be very easy to ask him out. Then the three of them left. At night, Yang Tai lay on Zhang Linghua, thinking that the person under him was the beauty he met tonight. "Baby, not bad. You're really awesome tonight." Zhang Linghua pushed Yang Tai away with a smile, her face full of satisfaction. Yang Tai just smiled slightly at this. Now he felt nauseous just looking at Zhang Linghua, and he had to find a beautiful woman to mediate. At noon the next day, Yi Xiao came to the racecourse again, ready to see Heiyun. Heiyun was now preparing for the next competition. Since he broke the 3,000-meter world record last time, he had caused a sensation. Various media and institutions gathered together to supervise the whole process. When he arrived at the stable, he saw several masseurs massaging Heiyun. He walked over, touched its head, and said with a smile, "You live a more comfortable life than I do." At this time, Tang Yi came over with a bucket of hay and placed it in front of Heiyun, who immediately started eating. "It looks like it eats well." Yi Xiao waved to Tang Yi as a greeting. Of course, this bucket of fodder costs tens of thousands of dollars. It's the best fodder. Heiyun is a champion seed, so of course he has to be taken care of. By the way, I want Heiyun to be listed in my Ripple Club. What do you think? Tang Yi put forward her request, then stared at Yi Xiao, waiting for his decision. "That's not a big problem, but what's the benefit of hanging it in your club?" Yi Xiao also put on an attitude as if he was going to negotiate business. Tang Yi had already thought of this and said, "The benefit of being a figurehead is that I will give you 5 of the shares of my club." Hearing this, Yi Xiao began to bargain. 5%, isn't that too little? I think 20% is not bad. My club's market value is 100 million. Do you think 5 million is too little? Tang Yi's eyes widened. She, who was usually calm in the face of emergencies, actually had the urge to hit someone. What? 5 million? Upon hearing this number, Yi Xiao was dumbfounded. He did not expect that 5 of the shares would be so valuable. Seeing him like this, Tang Yi knew that the matter was settled and said, "I will send you the contract when the time comes. Take a look first, and we'll sign it if there's no problem." Hiss. At this moment, a sharp horse neigh suddenly came from not far away. At this time, the people around realized that something had happened and rushed over immediately. After walking over, Yi Xiao saw a chestnut horse lying on the ground, struggling constantly, while Wu Quan was standing beside it with a gloomy face and full of anger. "Why are you just standing there? Go check it out." Wu Quan yelled at the people around him. He brought Hurricane here today to participate in an exhibition match and was about to return after it was over. Unexpectedly, a horse suddenly rushed out, and Hurricane was frightened and fell to the ground. "No, my leg is broken." After the veterinarian examined the animal, he shook his head at Wu Quan. "Depend on." Upon hearing this, Wu Quan immediately cursed. Now a horse worth more than 7 million was gone. Hurricane was the mainstay of the club. What made him even more angry was that the horse that caused the accident was from his own team. He waved his hand at those people and said impatiently, "Drag him out and deal with him. It's really fucking unlucky." Yi Xiao watched this scene from the side and asked Tang Yi, "What does he mean by handling it?" "Euthanasia. Once a racehorse is injured, especially a serious injury like a broken leg. This is the only outcome. Tang Yi explained that every year many war horses would be injured. The lucky ones would be sent to a farm for retirement, but once a leg was broken, they would have to be euthanized. Can't a broken leg be healed? It's hard to cure. Horses are not like humans. They have self-control and can just lie down for a few months if their legs are broken. But horses can't be kept still or their wounds left untouched. Giving them treatment will only worsen their injuries and make them live in pain every day. In addition, the cost of treatment is extremely high. So once a racehorse breaks its leg, it can only be euthanized. Chapter 109 Caught in the Act. Hurricane lay on the ground and struggled desperately to stand up, making desperate hissing sounds from his mouth, as if he already knew his fate. Yi Xiao looked at Hurricane's eyes, which were filled with the desire to survive, and his heart was shocked. However, no matter how much glory it had achieved, once it had no value, it would eventually be ruthlessly abandoned. Thinking of this, he immediately leaned over to Tang Yi's ear and said, "I want that horse. Can you get it for me?" "You want a hurricane?" "To tell you the truth, it's not difficult to get it. But if you want to cure it, give up the idea as soon as possible." Tang Yi knew what Yi Xiao wanted to do and tried to persuade him. "I know my limits. Horse racing should have its own dignity. If there are any horses like this, please keep them for me." Yi Xiao was still confident that he could cure Hurricane's broken leg, as there should be medicine for treatment in the system. Seeing his persistence, Tang Yi knew that it was useless to persuade him any further, so she nodded and said, "I will arrange it, but it will take some time to go through the process. I'll let you know when it's done." When Yi Xiao walked out of the racecourse, he saw Wu Quan smoking dejectedly at the intersection. Wu Quan looked at Yi Xiao, who came out, his face so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. It was because of Yi Xiao that he lost tens of millions in horse racing betting, and now the hurricane was scrapped again. He hated Yi Xiao so much that his teeth were itching. Yi Xiao looked at his vicious eyes and shuddered involuntarily. He thought to himself that it was a good thing that he didn't go to him in person to ask for the hurricane, otherwise it would definitely be a waste. When Yi Xiao returned to the apartment, he saw Wang Muqing had already dressed and was ready to go out. "Let's go?" Feng Rui said she has asked Yang Tai out. Wang Muqing picked up the mirror and looked at herself to make sure there was nothing wrong. So soon. Yi Xiao was a little surprised to hear that Yang Tai had already been asked out. According to his idea, it would take at least a few days. Wang Muqing said with disdain, "It's because all of you men have lower body animals. You get impatient at the slightest provocation." Yi Xiao just laughed at this. This is the impression women have of men nowadays. Soon the two arrived at a hotel, and Feng Rui was already waiting in the lobby. "Yang Tai won't arrive for another half an hour. What should we do next?" Feng Rui walked over and asked. Wang Muqing came closer and gave instructions in her ear. Then she picked up her phone and started texting. Zhang Linghua was busy processing some documents in the company at this time. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. She picked it up and her face darkened. She cursed, "Yang Tai, you dare to mess around with other women behind my back? I will break your legs." After saying that, she rushed out with her bag and called a group of people at the same time. Yang Tai rushed into the hotel room in a hurry. After entering, he threw Feng Rui directly onto the bed. "Stop. Why are you so impatient? There's no fun at all." Feng Rui pushed Yang Tai away and stood up. "We are all here to have fun. Why would we need any fun?" Yang Tai didn't care about that and pounced on him again. However, Feng Rui cleverly dodged it and started playing hide-and-seek with him in the house. At this time, Yi Xiao and Wang Muqing were sitting on the sofa in the hall. Suddenly, they saw Zhang Linghua walking in aggressively with a group of bodyguards, and they thought to themselves that something good was going to happen. Then Wang Muqing picked up her phone and made a call to Feng Rui, which was a signal to remind her to retreat. When Feng Rui heard his cell phone ringing, he knew it was time to retreat. "Baby, after playing for so long, isn't it time to get down to business?" Yang Tai slowly approached Feng Rui, already extremely anxious. "Wait, I'll do it myself." Feng Rui stopped Yang Tai, who was walking over, slowly unbuttoned his clothes and took off them. Seeing that Feng Rui had taken off all his clothes, Yang Tai could no longer hold back and pounced on him like a hungry wolf. But at this moment, Feng Rui kicked Yang Tai directly with a powerful kick that could cut off his descendants. The next moment, Yang Tai was lying on the ground, screaming, rolling on the ground in pain, staring at Feng Rui and yelling, "You stinky woman, what on earth do you want to do? Since you like me taking off my clothes so much, I'll give you my clothes." Feng Rui picked up his coat and trousers and put them on, but left his bra and underwear on, then walked out. Seeing this scene, Yang Tai had a bad feeling. As soon as Zhang Linghua went upstairs, she saw a girl running out of the house in a panic. When she entered the room, she saw a set of underwear on the floor, and Yang Tai was lying on the bed. Sister Hua, why are you here? At this time, Yang Tai's face was full of panic. How could I have seen such a good show if I hadn't come? I told you before that if you dare to mess around outside, I will be rude to you. Zhang Linghua's face also looked unhappy, like a tigress that would explode at any time. Yang Tai explained humbly. After you listen to my explanation, the matter. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Linghua slapped him in the face and cursed. What the hell? I don't need any explanation now. I just need to beat you up. As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked him with a kick that could cut off his offspring. This time, Yang Tai didn't even let out a scream. He just fainted from the pain. What a waste. Zhang Linghua looked at Yang Tai with contempt on her face. She was dreaming if he wanted her to invest money in Yang's construction company. At this time, someone came up and asked, Sister Hua, what should we do with this kid? Do you want to cut off his limbs? Zhang Linghua sneered. I am a good citizen and never do anything illegal, but I'm afraid the Yang family will have a hard time doing business. Then she took her people away. When Yang Tai woke up, he found himself lying in the hospital. Seeing Wu Quan standing next to him, he asked, Why am I here? You were knocked unconscious and taken to the hospital. Wu Quan's face was not looking good either. Zhang Linghua had called him and scolded him before, which caused her investment to fall through. He introduced Yang Tai to Zhang Linghua in order to cooperate with her, but he didn't expect that it would fall through now. I was tricked by that stinky woman. Where is she? Yang Tai also figured it out and realized that Ru was definitely plotting against him. Wu Quan shook his head and said, After I heard that you were in trouble, I went to look for that woman, but I couldn't find her. I guess she ran away. Upon hearing this, Yang Tai was so angry that he wanted to sit up immediately, but he felt so painful down there that he had to give up. I will be discharged from the hospital immediately, and I will not let that woman go. You should stay for a few more days before being discharged from the hospital. Wu Quan began to persuade. I'm not seriously injured and will be discharged soon. Take care of it. I have hired a famous male medicine professor for you. After hearing this, Yang Tai was stunned and asked in a trembling voice, What's wrong with me? I'm afraid you won't be able to have sex anymore. Chapter 110 Future Brothers and Sisters. When Yi Xiao and Wang Muching returned to the island, a huge pit 10 meters wide and 2 meters deep, running across the entire island, appeared before their eyes. Pang Xiao came over and reported the latest situation. The digging of the river has just been completed. We just need to inject water into it. So what are you waiting for? Let's get started. Yi Xiao came to the water pipe, turned on the switch, and a stream of clear water flowed out. With the support of the seawater purifier, fresh water is inexhaustible. On the other side, Changshan led his men to lay the foundation of the dormitory building, and the island was a scene of bustling activity. Then Yi Xiao came to the grassland again. Cheng Qi had planted 100 acres of grass seeds on the island before. Now these grass seeds have grown into lush green grass. Bai Shui was eating grass leisurely on the grassland, and Lightning and the other 7 Dogo Argentinos were playing and fighting with each other, making the island full of vitality. Then he came to the orchard and checked the newly planted fruit trees and seeds. However, they had only been planted for a short time, and he could not see anything. Then he sprinkled the number 2 growth hormone according to the growth years of the fruit trees. After all, some only lasted for a few months, while some, such as red bananas, would take 7 years to mature. Looking at the fruit trees on the dozen acres of land, Yi Xiao was drooling. He spent more than 2 million on the seeds alone, so he believed that the taste would definitely be good. The ranch now has 100 acres of grassland. The farm has hundreds of acres of vegetables, and the forest has 150 acres of thriving sugar maple trees. The 3 areas are already considered to be of a considerable scale, but there is still some distance to go before they are fully completed. At night, Yi Xiao was lying on the bed, counting the money he had spent during this period. The 20 million earned from the barbecue event had long been spent, and the 5 million earned from horse racing was also gone. It felt like he had not earned any money at all. Xiaoyi, come and have a drink. I asked Aunt Wu to prepare some snacks. At this moment, Pang Xiao came in with a tray carrying several dishes and a bottle of erguo on it. I came just in time. I just wanted to find someone to chat with. Yi Xiao picked up a peanut and threw it into his mouth. Pang Xiao poured 2 glasses of wine, took a sip, smacked his lips, and said, What are your plans for the future development of the island? You know, the surrounding sea is full of treasures. I have a classmate who salvages shipwrecks. If we salvage something, tens of millions is not a small sum. I think we can give it a try. Yi Xiao had also thought about his idea. He took a sip of wine and said, Salvage requires a large amount of capital investment and professional personnel. Moreover, it is difficult to find a rich shipwreck site. It is time-consuming and laborious to find one. So I plan to build the island first. Pang Xiao continued. That's true. The 3 areas on the island are not yet complete. By the way, Grandpa's son and his friends often have headaches and fevers. When they are sick, they have to go to Donghai City for treatment. It's very troublesome. I think we can build a clinic on the island. First, make a list of what the island needs. Then we can complete it when we have enough funds. Yi Xiao shook his head. The landlord had no surplus food. Even if he was given 100 million now, he could spend it all immediately. This could be considered a skill. Pang Xiao also knew that Yi Xiao spent money like water, so he said, don't you still have shares in Muching and Dujiang restaurant? There will definitely be dividends at the end of the year. Alas, but the island needs money now. It's only July now. How can we wait until the end of the year? Yi Xiao sighed. He supplied island vegetables to Muching Western Restaurant and Hongsong Restaurant and held 20 of the shares. It would definitely be too late to wait for the year-end dividends. But then again, now that you have shares in the Tangi Jockey Club, you need someone to take care of you. Or you can use the money to invest in something. Otherwise, the money you earn will be spent immediately, and there will be no continuous cash flow. Pang Xiao suddenly talked about the issue of shares. Yi Xiao understood what he meant and said with a smile, You want to recommend someone? Pang Xiao laughed. You guessed it right. Grandpa's son's granddaughter, Sun Lu, whom I have met before, is a major in financial management. We can ask her to be in charge of your share management. She knows everything about you. You are the one who knows everything about her, right? But you can also ask her to come. Maybe it will work. By the way, don't you like Xiao Na? Why are you interested in Sun Lu? A hint of curiosity appeared on Yi Xiao's face. You know that Joanna has eyes on the top of her head. How could she possibly be interested in a mortal like me? This is a deal. She is your future sister-in-law. Pang Xiao poured another glass of wine for Yi Xiao, and the two of them started chatting and laughing. Sun Lu has been busy looking for an internship recently, but there are so many college students nowadays that it is not easy to find a satisfactory job. Dingling. At this moment, the phone rang. I picked it up and saw it was Pang Xiao calling. I hurried out and answered it. After the two met, Pang Xiao immediately mentioned the matter of managing shares to Sun Lu. Let me manage the shares? But I don't have any experience. Upon hearing the news, Sun Lu was very excited. This was the most valuable job for her. It's okay, we're just trying it out. Pang Xiao smiled and looked at Sun Lu affectionately. Under his gaze, Sun Lu also became shy and said, I can try. Seeing that Sun Lu agreed, Pang Xiao was relieved. If she agreed, all his efforts would be in vain. At that time, he would be the first to get the moon because he is close to the water. Just thinking about it made him feel very happy. Seeing his stupid look, Sun Lu knew what he was thinking and said goodbye and left quickly. Lulu, who is that person? It seems like he likes you very much. What did he want to ask you for? To have dinner with you? That fat guy does look a little cute, but 9 out of 10 fat guys are short. You should think about this carefully. How do you know he is short? I have seen a fat man. As soon as Sun Lu entered the room, her roommates started talking about it. Then Sun Lu told them that Pang Xiao came to see her. Chao Li said with envy, managing private equity shares is not something newbies like us can have. Lulu, you are so lucky. Hearing this, Sun Lu just smiled and didn't respond. The jobs we are looking for are all interns, which are just odd jobs. There is no chance to practice at all. You have to work hard. Don't forget to take care of your sisters when you become rich in the future. Another person echoed. It's not that easy to manage private equity. You have to help people make money. Otherwise, why would they let you manage it? Sun Lu studied this, but has no practical experience, so she has to work harder. Chapter 111 Arrogant Interview. Since hosting the live broadcast of the barbecue event, Su Chunmei has become the best new female host of Donghai City TV station and has the momentum to become the #1 host in the station. In the conference room, Director Sun Deming was convening a daily meeting of various departments. Sun Deming first glanced at everyone, then said, Everyone, the previous live broadcast of the #4 Island Barbecue Festival made our station's ratings far ahead. Now many viewers have called to ask about the fruit on #4 Island. Does anyone know anything about this? Xiao Jianbin was the first to speak and replied, Right now, there's a rumor in the city that a batch of fruit has been grown on Island #4, and the quality is very good. There are even many fruits that most people have never seen before. So many people have called to ask if they will invite people to the island to taste them for free. However, this news has not been confirmed yet. It's just a rumor. The previous event made host Su Chunmei famous, so this time I plan to send Li Jia to interview Yi Xiao and confirm the authenticity of the matter. Li Jia is a returnee from studying abroad. Although she has interviewed many foreign celebrities, she is also a newcomer in China. What do you think? As soon as Sun Deming said this, everyone below nodded in agreement. Li Jia is also his niece. Anyone who disagrees will have no chance of staying in the station. However, Xiao Jianbin expressed a different opinion. Director, Su Chunmei is a host who became famous for hosting barbecue events. Everyone has already associated her with Island Number 4. Would it be a bad idea to change her rashly? Or maybe we can let them host together. Jianbin, what you said is very pertinent. However, it is not easy for our station to train a famous host. We may be able to train another one this time. We have to give it a try. Sun Deming is also a veteran who has been in the workplace for decades, and he handled it easily. Seeing that what he said was reasonable and flawless, Xiao Jianbin did not say anything else. After get off work, Su Chunmei packed up her things, put on a mask, and prepared to go out. Now, people recognize her wherever she goes, and either ask for her autograph or take photos with her. Some even ask if they can take them to Island Number 4 to eat. When she just walked to the aisle, she saw several girls walking towards her. They were all hosts of the station. The one leading them was Lu Jia, who had just joined the station. Because she was the niece of the station director, many people wanted to have a good relationship with her. Chunmei, did you know that our sister Jia is going to interview Yi Xiao? The station has just given her the task, and I believe that Sister Jia will soon become the top sister in the station. A girl stopped Su Chunmei and expressed her compliments to Lu Jia in her words. Congratulations. Su Chunmei said casually, not having any thoughts on it, and then left. Why are you so arrogant? Wait and see who still remembers you after a while. The other girl looked at Su Chunmei angrily as she was leaving. There were so many newcomers. Why was she the only one who could go? However, Lu Jia's face was still as arrogant as ever. The people she interviewed abroad were all elites in the political and business circles. If it weren't for her family's request, saying that development in China is better than abroad, she would not have returned to China. On this day, Yi Xiao stood by the river on the island, watching the river channel filled with water, flowing out slowly. In order to keep the river water flowing, the river channel was deliberately dug low in the west and high in the east. Although the river water will flow into the sea, there is a seawater purification device that continuously provides fresh water, so the river water can always remain full. Looking at the undulating river surface, Yi Xiao was full of anticipation of feeding some freshwater fish. Having a freshwater river on the island would be a wonder. At this time, on a speedboat, Lu Jia was taking several cameramen to Island Number 4. He had already agreed with Yi Xiao to interview them today. After docking, Lu Jia saw a construction team working on the island and dust everywhere. For a moment, he couldn't help but take out a tissue to cover his nose. After looking around, she started to complain. There's nothing special here. I don't know what to interview. Master Lu, the vegetables produced on the Value Island are very popular among people. They are not something that ordinary people can eat. People are very concerned about the events on Island Number 4. A cameraman explained. It's just vegetables. How can it be delicious? Why is the road so bad? How can I walk on it? Lu Jiao looked at the more than 1 meter long muddy road ahead, then looked down at the pair of brand-name high heels worth tens of thousands of yuan on her feet, and immediately began to complain. The other cameramen looked at each other in bewilderment when they saw this, wondering how could a host like her be so delicate. At this time, someone said, how about I carry you over there? Carry me on your back? You're dreaming. I'm not someone you can touch. Not even my clothes can be touched. Hurry up and find something to pave a way for me. Lu Jia had a look of disdain on his face. You can walk on this road without getting your shoes dirty. Although the cameramen were scolded, they could only try to persuade the man in a friendly way. But at this time Lu Jia sneered. What do you know? It's easy for you to say that. I can't even afford this pair of shoes with your annual salary. Hearing this, the cameramen could only find a few bricks to pave a path. Although they were very dissatisfied, they could not afford to offend Lu Jia. Yi Xiao knew that there were reporters coming to interview him, so he arranged the chairs and prepared tea. At this time, he looked at a few people not far away who were hesitating for a long time, but didn't come over. The woman seemed to be dissatisfied and was bossing the people around her around. You are such a big shot. You can't even walk on this little road, and yet you let people pave bricks on it. This is the first time I've seen someone so squeamish. Pang Xiao shook his head, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Go to your thing first. Yi Xiao didn't have a good first impression of the host who interviewed him. After Lu Jia came over, she first took out a tissue to wipe the chair, and then sat down without saying hello to Yi Xiao. To her, Yi Xiao was just a vegetable grower. In foreign countries, the governors and mayors she interviewed were all polite to her. Seeing her arrogant attitude, as if her eyes were on the sky, Yi Xiao also sat down, picked up the tea and drank it by himself, without paying any attention to her. The cameramen were stunned when they saw the atmosphere suddenly turned awkward, and one of them secretly pressed the record button. Normally, they would only record during formal interviews, but he really couldn't stand Lu Jia. If she really became the top actress in the station, that would be disastrous. Mr. Yi, I heard that in China, In order to make vegetables grow faster and better, they use all kinds of pesticides and even hormones. I heard that your vegetables are perfect, so you must have used a lot of pesticides. Lu Jia also did not hesitate and started asking questions directly. She was always so sharp when asking questions abroad. Hearing this question, Yi Xiao almost choked on his water, thinking that she was not here to interview him but to find trouble. Chapter 112 Battle. In response to Lu Jia's question, Yi Xiao calmly replied, "The reason why the vegetables on the island are so good is because of their good variety and our careful care. Green vegetables are being promoted in China now. You should know this." Lu Jia is also very experienced in dealing with this kind of situation. She continued, "I know that these vegetables of yours have not been inspected by any organization. How can you reassure consumers? Abroad, any vegetables that enter the market will be strictly inspected. We are talking about honest business and trust. Consumers will feel it. It is a special feeling that you will not understand." Yi Xiao dealt with it easily. "What plans do you have for the future of the island?" Seeing that he was avoiding the issue, Lu Jia stopped dwelling on it and decided to make a breakthrough in another direction. The island is developing towards a tourist base, using this as a base to develop related side businesses. I see that the island has just started construction. It will take about 10 years for everything to be completed. Besides, it doesn't have any special features. The seawater is not as clean as those small islands abroad, and the air is not clear. I guess the prospects are not very good. Hearing Lu Jia's criticism of the island, as if he was comparing everything to foreign countries, as if foreign countries were always superior, Yi Xiao's temper also came up, and he said, "I heard that you have been abroad. If foreign countries are so good, why did you come back?" Lu Jia was also stumped by this question. He couldn't say that his family was forced to come back, so he made up an excuse. "I came back to experience the differences between China and abroad." What's the difference? The difference is huge. If you haven't been abroad, you will know once you go there. It can also broaden your horizons and learn advanced foreign experiences. In response to this, Yi Xiao just smiled and took a sip of tea. Seeing that he actually laughed, Lu Jia seemed to be mocking her, so she asked, "What are you laughing at? Is there something wrong with what I said?" Yi Xiao put down the teacup and said confidently, "Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about vegetables. The vegetables produced on our island are of the best quality in the world. If I say I am second, no one dares to say I am first. You are so arrogant. You are not afraid of getting your tongue tangled when you say this. If it gets out, people will laugh at you. There are so many top restaurants in the world. How can a small place like yours compare to them?" A look of disdain appeared on Lu Jia's face. As the saying goes, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. I'm just going to leave it at that. If anyone disagrees, feel free to challenge me. Yi Xiao's tone was also very strong, full of immense confidence. Lu Jia snorted coldly and said, "You are just boasting. How could they possibly compete with you? Wouldn't that be lowering your status? Besides, there would be no benefit if they won. Whoever beats me in the competition will be given 50 million by me." Yi Xiao stood up and almost shouted these words. Hearing this, Lu Jia was also stunned. 50 million is not a small amount. He continued to ask, "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course it's true. They can decide what to compete in. I'm always here to accompany you. Come if you dare." "You said it, just wait. I'll find someone to compete with you." Lu Jia had never seen such an arrogant person before. She also knew many top chefs, and she didn't believe that she couldn't beat him. The cameramen nearby looked at each other in bewilderment. First, the two of them argued with each other, and then they challenged each other to a fight. This was not an interview at all. It was more like a quarrel, and they didn't get any real work done. Too crazy. This is the first time I've seen such a crazy person. The people of status I interviewed abroad were not as crazy as him. He has no manners at all. After the interview, Lu Jia kept complaining as he walked. Ouch! Just as she walked onto the muddy road, her foot slipped and she fell to the ground, her body and face covered in mud. The cameramen behind her all laughed when they saw this scene, but no one helped her up. Seeing those people behind him laughing, Lu Jia glared at them, struggled to stand up, and walked towards the boat. Xiao Jianbin looked at the content of the interview with a deep frown. If this interview were broadcast, the station would be criticized. "Everyone, how was the interview? Did it go well?" At this time, Sun Deming walked in and asked everyone. He thought that his niece had returned from abroad after all, so an interview like this should not be a problem. "Director, this interview is totally useless. It seems that our hosts haven't fully adapted to the domestic environment yet." Xiao Jianbin shook his head and showed the interview video to Sun Deming. "There are some problems. It is indeed not allowed to be broadcast. However, this is an opportunity. We can invite some foreign chefs to compete with Yi Xiao. The ratings will definitely be guaranteed." Although Sun Deming wanted to favor Lu Jia, If this interview were broadcast, his niece would probably have trouble making it in the domestic hosting industry. Xiao Jianbin agreed with this proposal and said, "But we still need to confirm this matter with Yi Xiao and sign the contract to avoid any misunderstandings." "Okay, I'll leave this matter to you." However, in the evening, the video of Lu Jia interviewing Yi Xiao quietly spread on the internet and set off a storm of criticism on the internet. "This woman is sick. If life abroad is so good, why did she come back? He has no manners at all and is extremely arrogant. This is what he learned abroad. Go back to your own country if you are a Westerner. You still want to fight? Come if you have the guts. They've already said that if you win, you'll get 50 million. How generous and confident." Although many people scolded Lu Jia online, they were more concerned about whether anyone really dared to take up the challenge. When Lu Jia was about to go out to the nightclub, the phone suddenly rang. She quickly pressed the answer button, and then a burst of curses came out of the phone. "You stinky woman, foreign countries are your real fathers, licking them like this." Then she quickly hung up the phone, but the ringing continued. She had no choice but to turn off the phone and immediately had no intention of going out. Sun Deming also saw the video of Lu Jia's interview circulating on the internet. Although he has asked people to thoroughly investigate who leaked the video, Lu Jia's future in China is ruined. After returning home, he saw Lu Jia sitting on the sofa in depression and said, "If you want to go back abroad now, I won't stop you. If you want to stay, I can only let you work after a while. Uncle, I don't think too much about it now. I have already contacted the chef of a 3-star Michelin restaurant abroad. I want to let Yi Xiao know what it means to be a frog in a well." Lu Jia's face was full of pride. Her career and reputation were ruined by Yi Xiao. She would not give in so easily. "Don't worry about this. I will arrange it." Sun Deming is not a man who acts on impulse. This competition may cause the TV station's ratings to soar again. Chapter 113 Competition. In order to confirm the competition with Yi Xiao, Xiao Jianbin took Su Chunmei to island number 4 again. Yi Xiao was talking to Fan Shirching on the phone at this time. He said that the first batch of 1,000 trees would arrive tomorrow. After learning the news, he immediately called Xia Dehai again and asked him to make preparations for transportation. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Li Rong, the general manager of Tianhe Network Live Studio. I want to talk to you about cooperation this time." At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came over and extended his hand to Yi Xiao. "Hello, what is the cooperation?" Yi Xiao's face was also full of curiosity, wanting to know what the cooperation was about. After sitting down, Li Rong said directly, "I heard that Mr. Yi is interested in competing with foreign chefs. Our Tianhe network can take care of all this and invite foreign chefs to compete with Mr. Yi. In addition, our company will give Mr. Yi a 3 million appearance fee." After knowing what kind of cooperation he was talking about, Yi Xiao didn't expect that someone would come to him today based on what he said yesterday, and he could make money and solve his urgent needs, which was exactly what he wanted. At this moment, Xiao Jianbin and Su Chunmei came over. When Xiao Jianbin saw Li Rong, he could sense that his purpose for coming here was the same as his. They were all from the same circle and could be considered competitors, so he reached out and greeted him. "Old Li, why are you here? I'm afraid it's the same reason you came here." Although Li Rong had a smile on his face, he was actually smiling bitterly in his heart. He heard the news from the East China TV station. He came here early in the morning just to conclude the matter with Yi Xiao as soon as possible, but he didn't expect that he was still a step too late. Xiao Jianbin knew that now was the time to compete with him, so he said, "Lao Li, how come you, a live broadcaster, are getting involved in this? It seems like your company has quite a few popular live broadcasters. You know, the live broadcast industry is too competitive right now. Young people don't like to watch anything without some big moves. Your TV station should just broadcast TV news honestly. Why are you doing live broadcasting?" Li Rong also made a few jokes. Now Yi Xiao is a guarantee of popularity. The live broadcast of the last barbecue event attracted tens of millions of viewers and easily made a host famous. Xiao Jianbin just smiled slightly at this. What he was thinking now was that Li Rong had already made an offer to Yi Xiao. If he didn't know what the price was, he would be at a disadvantage. If it was too little, the deal wouldn't be done, and if it was too much, it would exceed the station's budget. If he asked directly, a price war would break out, so he should find out the bottom line first. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Su Chunmei, "Host Su, you have something to discuss with Mr. Yi. You go first, I will catch up with my old friend. Talk about things." "Oh, okay." Su Chunmei was stunned at first, then she reacted and looked at Yi Xiao. "Let's go? Let's go to the river." Yi Xiao also understood what they wanted to do, so he took Su Chunmei to the river. After the two left, Xiao Jianbin said directly to Li Rong, "Old Li, let's not beat around the bush. What is your budget?" Li Rong naturally would not easily reveal his bottom line, and said, "The budget given by the company is unlimited. This event must be our company. I heard that your station recently bought a big-budget TV series. I'm afraid the budget should be very limited." Hearing this, Xiao Jianbin burst into laughter and said calmly, "It has become a habit for our TV station to buy big-budget TV series. We have to buy several every year. The budget is definitely sufficient." Seeing that he was evasive and not telling the truth, Li Rong responded with a smile. Then the two of them looked at each other and smiled from time to time, as if they understood what the other was planning. At this time, Su Chunmei was walking slowly by the river, looking at the flowing water, and said in amazement, "The island is surrounded by the vast ocean, and there is actually a river on the island. It's incredible to think about it. How did you come up with this idea? There will definitely be a lot of animals on the island in the future. There will be a river for them to drink water, which will be convenient for irrigating vegetable fields, and they can also be fed some freshwater fish and shrimp." Yi Xiao didn't want to dig a river on a whim, but because the future development of the island required a river. Su Chunmei looked at Yi Xiao, who was talking eloquently and full of confidence, which made her feel her heart beating faster. Later, when Yi Xiao turned around, he saw Su Chunmei looking at him with her big watery eyes, which made his heart almost drunk. Cough, cough. After looking at each other for a while, Su Chunmei came back to her senses, her little face flushed, very cute. Yi Xiao also smiled awkwardly at this moment. It would be bad if he stared at a girl like this and caused others to misunderstand him. Li Rong was watching Yi Xiao and Su Chunmei looking at each other from a distance, and thought to himself, "You are so good, Xiao Jianbin. You actually dare to use the beauty trap. When it comes to beautiful girls, we have so many in our company." When Yi Xiao came over, Li Rong walked over and said, "Mr. Yi, Lao Qiao and I are also planning to go back. We plan to discuss cooperation tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow then." Yi Xiao didn't think there was anything wrong with it. However, Xiao Jianbin on the side was complaining in his heart. He wanted to talk to Yi Xiao in detail. Li Rong's words forced him to leave. On the way back, Li Rong said to Xiao Jianbin, "Old Xiao, don't fight with us this time. You will definitely lose to us." "That's not necessarily the case. It will depend on who has the bigger budget." Xiao Jianbin naturally did not want to be outdone. "I'll tell you why our company won't give up. Your radio station can only make one host famous at most. When tens of millions of traffic flows into our platform's live broadcast room, many hosts will become famous." Li Rong patted Xiao Jianbin on the shoulder and showed an expression of confidence in victory. Hearing this, Xiao Jianbin realized that it might not be easy to reach an agreement with Yi Xiao to share a house this time. At night, when Wang Muqing was about to go to bed, there was a knock on the door. She opened the door and saw that it was Xiao Shulan. She asked hurriedly, "Auntie, what do you want to talk to me about so late at night?" "Muqing, Auntie just wants to talk to you. Is it convenient?" Xiao Shulan looked at Wang Muqing and liked her more and more. Such a pretty girl would definitely give birth to beautiful children in the future. "Of course, Auntie, please come in." Wang Muqing felt very uncomfortable when she saw Xiao Shulan staring at her up and down, as if she was going to tell her something important. After sitting down, Xiao Shulan said, "Girl, you and Xiao are not young anymore. In our hometown, when you are your age, the children are old enough to help with cooking. Auntie is also old and wants to find a grandchild. When do you plan to get married?" Hearing this, Wang Muqing was stunned. She was only in her 20s, and having a child was still a very distant issue for her. Chapter 114, The Tree is Coming. Xiao Shulan looked at Wang Muqing's embarrassed face and said with a smile, "Girl, don't be embarrassed. I've been through this before. I saw that you and Xiao still sleep separately. How come your thinking is nothing like that of today's young people? Auntie, Yi Xiao and I have just confirmed our relationship, so we need to get to know each other better. As for having children, it's too early now." Wang Muqing quickly waved her hands. She was already a child. How could she possibly have another child? "Alas, it seems that my wish to become a grandmother will not come true." Xiao Shulan's face was full of regret and sorrow. Seeing this, Wang Muqing also grabbed her hand and comforted her. "Auntie, don't be sad. You will definitely have a baby in the future." After hearing this, Xiao Shulan felt a little comforted, and before leaving, she reminded them to hold on tight. Phew! Only after she left did Wang Muqing breathe a sigh of relief. She touched her forehead and found beads of sweat already oozing out. She was almost dying of nervousness when she was with her future mother-in-law. Then she sent a message to Yi Xiao, asking him to come up. After Yi Xiao entered the room, he smiled and said to Wang Muqing, "What's wrong? You can't sleep late at night. Do you need my comfort?" "You're not going to be comforted. Your mother came to me and told me to have a baby as soon as possible." Wang Muqing threw the pillow over and then crawled into the quilt, fearing that he would be raped. You promised. Yi Xiao looked at her expectantly. If she agreed, he could get drunk in the land of tenderness tonight. Wang Muching sneered and said, "You wishful thinking. We have only known each other for a short time. Tell Andy that we can have a baby in about 6 or 7 years." Hearing this, Yi Xiao's face darkened and he asked softly, "Do we have to wait 6 or 7 years before we can have sex together?" Seeing his expression that looked like he was about to cry, Wang Muching actually smiled and asked, "What? Don't you want to wait?" "I am willing. Why wouldn't I be willing? Waiting for you is my blessing. I'm just afraid you can't bear it." Yi Xiao quickly said nice things and did not forget to make a joke. "Kneel down." Wang Muching waved her hand and let Yi Xiao leave. The first half of the sentence sounded pleasant to the ear, but the second half made her want to hit him. The next morning, Yi Xiao got up early and looked out the window. He saw that Xia Dehai had gathered a group of people and came to the island, along with several trucks and cranes. "Brother Yi, I have transported the manpower and equipment here by cargo ship, and we can start work at any time." Xia Dehai saw Yi Xiao coming over and hurriedly went to greet him. "Thank you, Brother Xia and everyone. We'll have a good chat over lunch at noon." Yi Xiao bowed to everyone and looked at the time. The cargo ship carrying the trees should be arriving soon. Woo woo woo. Not long after, a whistle sounded, and a 1,000-ton cargo ship slowly came over. It could be clearly seen that it was planted with various trees. After the freighter docked, Fan Shirching rushed down immediately, hugged Sumu tightly, and started crying. Yi Xiao was also somewhat puzzled by his crying. He patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Fan, what's wrong? You are crying so sadly." "I'm not sad, I'm happy. You don't know how happy I am to see you. You are my savior. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today." Fan Shirching lay on Yi Xiao's shoulder, crying and snotting. "This is serious. By the way, Brother Fan, what kind of trees are being transported here this time?" Yi Xiao asked about the main business. Fan Shirching wiped his tears and said, "The 1,000 trees transported this time are all over 20 years old. Some are 7 or 8 meters tall, and some are over 20 meters tall. There are many species, including red pine, ash, fir, linden, and sequoia." Hearing him name more than a dozen trees in one breath, Yi Xiao was very happy. Since it was a forest, the variety of trees should be as rich as possible. Then Fan Shirching directed everyone to start unloading the trees from the boat. Because the lightest tree weighed hundreds of pounds and the heaviest tree weighed nearly 1,000 pounds, a crane had to be used. In order to facilitate transportation, the excess branches of the trees were also removed and the roots were tightly wrapped in bags to prevent moisture from evaporating. Workers operated a crane to lift the trees onto a waiting truck below, which then drove to a forest area where workers were already waiting. "Be careful, let go." A worker directed a crane to place a tree into the dug hole, and then others immediately went up to fill the hole with soil. After Yi Xiao inspected the area, he said to Fan Shirching standing by, "At the current rate, it will take a week to plant the trees, and it will be a difficult project to complete the planting of 1,000 acres of trees. These are all big trees. Because we are creating a forest, we plant them densely. We can plant more than 90 trees per acre, so these 1,000 trees can only be planted on a dozen acres. It is indeed a big project to complete the planting of 1,000 acres." Fan Shirching nodded in agreement and continued, "Brother Yi, your island can be turned into a modern tourist attraction. There is no need to build pastures, farms, forests, etc. By then, there will be no place to live, and the number of tourists received will definitely be limited." Yi Xiao had also thought about this issue. Although what Fan Shirching said made sense, in this case, island number 4 would be no different from other islands. It couldn't be said to be bad, but it just didn't have its own characteristics. When island number 4 was built in the future, the 3 characteristic areas would be its biggest features. Thinking of this, he just smiled and replied, "If the purpose was really to make money, why would I spend so much effort to do these things? I have also left the life of making money. I just do what I want to do. I am working hard to realize my wishes. Making money is just a byproduct." "Brother, you are in such a good mood. I am not like that. My biggest wish in this life is to make a lot of money, although I am not short of money." Fan Shirching sighed. He was once worth hundreds of millions, and he thought about making more money every day. The more his savings grew, the more excited he became. He had no goals in life at all. He just wanted to make money for the sake of making money. At this time, Xiao Jianbin brought Su Chunmei to the island again, ready to discuss cooperation with Yi Xiao. However, when he saw how busy the island was, he realized that he might have come at the wrong time, so he decided to leave first. At this moment, when Xiao Jianbin saw a group of young and beautiful girls walking down from the boat, he was also dumbfounded and asked, "Old Li, why did you bring so many girls here? You are allowed to use the beauty trap, But I can't? What our company lacks the least is beautiful women. These are our company's anchors, and each of them is a beauty. Li Rong smiled proudly and led a dozen girls inside. When did I ever use a honey trap? Xiao Jianbin was also confused after hearing this, and then he looked at Su Chunmei next to him and understood what Li Rong was talking about. He brought Su Chunmei to talk to Yi Xiao mainly because the two had worked together before and had a good relationship in private. He never thought of using any beauty tricks to achieve the purpose of cooperation. Chapter 115 Tianhe for Dawn. Hello, Mr. Yi. Nice to meet you again. Li Rong led a group of girls to Yi Xiao and greeted him. Hello. Yi Xiao was not surprised when he saw the dozen or so pretty girls in front of him. It was summer now, so they were all dressed very coolly, in uniform miniskirts and belly-bearing tops. At the same time, the people working around couldn't help but look at these girls. The girls looked at the men who were looking at them and started whispering and laughing. That's Yi Xiao? He's pretty good looking. What's wrong? Are you feeling amorous, little girl? I heard he's very rich, so you can give him a chance. Give him a chance. There are many beautiful women around him. Don't mess around with him. Li Rong pointed at a few girls and introduced them. These are the four most popular anchors in our company: Chunfeng, Xiaoyu, Qiuye, and Dongxue, collectively known as the Four Dawn of Tianhe. Hello, Brother Yi. The four anchors waved at Yi Xiao and called out in a delicate voice. Hello. Yi Xiao felt his bones numb when listening to their coquettish voices. These girls were only 17 or 18 years old and looked very young and beautiful. At this time, Li Rong said to them, Haven't you always wanted to meet Mr. Yi? Now you finally have the chance. Why don't you go and take a photo with him? Upon hearing this, the girls rushed over and took selfies with Yi Xiao with their cell phones. Brother Yi smiled. Come closer, eggplant. Hold my waist. Yi Xiao was surrounded by them all of a sudden and felt like she was in a land of tenderness. Even the air was filled with the scent of perfume, which made her feel itchy in her heart. Xiao Jianbin looked at Yi Xiao, who was surrounded by a group of girls, then glanced at Su Chunmei next to him, and thought to himself, Li Rong, you are such a bastard. You actually took advantage of your beauty. Director Qiao, you don't want to call some girls here too, do you? Su Chunmei knew that they were outnumbered now and the enemy was too powerful. We are a serious TV station. We don't do these messy things. Now Xiao Jianbin can only hope that Yi Xiao can withstand the temptation. Wang Muqing came back from running and saw Yi Xiao surrounded by a group of young girls, with his hand even on their buttocks. Her face immediately darkened and she walked over. When Yi Xiao saw Wang Muqing coming over, he quickly distanced himself from the other girls, walked up to Wang Muqing and said, Muqing, you finished running. Go take a shower. Don't rush to take a shower. You are very popular. So many girls are surrounding you, and you are not honest with your hands. Put them on their buttocks. It feels great, right? There was no expression on Wang Muqing's face, as if she was very calm. Did I? I have no idea. The situation was so chaotic that I didn't feel anything. Yi Xiao looked at her, and although she seemed fine, he knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Hearing this, Wang Muqing almost lost her temper. What do you mean by no feeling? Do you still want to feel something? But in front of so many people, she held back and said to Yi Xiao, It seems to be very busy over there. Go and take a look. Oh. Yi Xiao walked over honestly, knowing that Wang Muqing didn't want him to stay with those girls for long. When the girls saw Wang Muqing, they felt a sense of hostility. They looked her up and down and were shocked by her beauty. Wang Muqing didn't bother with these little brats and went back to the house to take a shower. Li Rong walked up to the girls and said, Don't just stand there. Hurry up and start the live broadcast. Many people are interested in the life and environment on the island. Don't waste this opportunity. Hearing this, the girls also turned on their phones and started live streaming. As the leader of the four actresses and the most popular, Xiaoyu quickly changed the name of the live broadcast room to One Day Tour to Island Number 4. As soon as she started broadcasting, tens of thousands of visitors flocked into the live broadcast room. Xiaoyu, did you go to Island Number 4? Show us around. Let's go to the orchard. I heard there's a batch of fruit grown on the island. I see the environment is very noisy. What are you doing? Oh my god, there's a cargo ship. It seems to be unloading trees. Xiaoyu put on headphones and took up her phone to take pictures. As she watched the screen scroll by, she slowly answered the questions one by one. They should be planting trees on the island. They are all large trees weighing hundreds of kilograms. I haven't found the orchard yet. I'm walking by the river now. As soon as these words were spoken, the screen in the live broadcast room started refreshing again. Where is the island? How can there be a river? Xiaoyu, are you crazy? There is sea all around. Where can we get fresh water? Don't worry about it. Xiaoyu just made a slip of the tongue. If there really is a river, I'll give you 100 rockets. Seeing that people didn't believe him, Xiaoyu immediately pointed his phone at the river flowing beside his feet and said, "Why would I lie to you? This is nothing but a river." When the visitors in the live broadcast room saw that there really was a river, they were all stunned, and the entire room fell into a crazy discussion again. At the same time, the person who had promised to send rockets also sent out 100 rockets worth 100,000 yuan. When Xiaoyu saw the number of viewers, she was so excited that she almost screamed out. The number of viewers had reached 4 million. You should know that her popularity was only around 1 million at the highest, and the number of gifts she had received so far was worth 6 or 700,000. Then she started turning around again. Li Rong looked at the sudden surge in traffic on the company's live broadcast platform and smiled happily. At the same time, he became more determined to win the cooperation with Yi Xiao. Xiao Jianbin looked at Li Rong, who was laughing nonstop, and knew that if he wanted to win this project, he would have to spend a lot of money. Yi Xiao was patrolling around at this time. The island was quite chaotic at the moment. It would be bad if something happened. At this moment, he suddenly saw a group of people gathered on the beach. When he got closer, he saw that they were the dozen girls, and some of them had gone swimming in the sea. Seeing this, he quickly found Li Rong and said to him, "Call them back. It's too dangerous." "It's okay, the sea is calm. They can all swim, don't worry." Li Rong was not worried at all, as they would receive a lot of gifts by doing this. However, Yi Xiao does not have such a good attitude as him. If something happens here, he will also be responsible. While swimming in the sea, Xiaoyu said to the phone, "Thank you for the gift, rich brother. I will swim 50 meters outside and show you the scenery in the sea." After saying that, she slowly swam outside. Xiaoyu swam quite fast and covered the 50 meters very quickly. Just as she raised her phone to interact with the audience, she suddenly felt her right leg twitch and then fell directly into the water. Chapter 116, Innocent Girl. The girls on the shore were broadcasting their own live broadcasts and didn't notice Xiaoyu at all. Where's Xiaoyu? Wasn't he still in the sea just now? At this time, someone looked around and did not see Xiaoyu, so he knew that something might happen. Then everyone started to exclaim and search everywhere. Something happened. When Yi Xiao heard the cry for help coming from the coast, he immediately stood up and rushed to the beach, with Li Rong following closely behind him. After reaching the shore, Li Rong hurriedly asked everyone, "What happened?" Xiaoyu was swimming in the water just now, but suddenly he disappeared. One person started to explain. "Then what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and find it." At this time, Li Rong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, with beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. He prayed in his heart that nothing would happen to Xiaoyu. After Yi Xiao learned where Xiaoyu was, he immediately jumped into the sea and dived into the water to see if he could find any trace of Xiaoyu. After entering the water, he saw Xiaoyu sinking continuously, his body twitching from time to time, so he quickly swam over. Now Yi Xiao also rushed forward with all his strength, because 1 minute late would increase the crisis. After getting closer, he immediately pulled Xiaoyu up and dragged him out of the sea, but he looked like he had fainted. "Let's make way." Yi Xiao put Xiaoyu on the ground, then immediately put his hands on her chest and began to press, then leaned over and performed artificial respiration. At this time, the tourists in the live broadcast room were also in an uproar. They were very nervous when they saw Xiaoyu drowning, and then they watched Yi Xiao give her artificial respiration. However, because of this, the traffic in her live broadcast room reached as many as 6 million. Phew. After several minutes of rescue, Xiaoyu finally woke up and spat a mouthful of water on Yi Xiao's face. At this moment, she suddenly saw Yi Xiao's hand on her chest and slapped her. Yi Xiao covered his slapped face and laughed awkwardly. "I'm glad you're okay. You're quite energetic." Xiaoyu also realized that Yi Xiao was saving her just now and quickly withdrew her hand. "Xiaoyu, are you okay? We were so worried." The other girls quickly gathered around to show concern, but they were muttering in their hearts. "Chunfeng, how could I not drown? Then I would be the top anchor on the platform. I'm so lucky. Qiuyi, you are such a good actor. It is so shameless to rely on this to attract audiences. Dongxue, that's fine too. I can also create some kind of accident during the live broadcast." Yi Xiao found Li Rong and said, "The island is in chaos right now. Tell them not to go to those dangerous places. If something goes wrong, it will not be good for anyone." Of course. I will keep an eye on them." Li Rong nodded quickly. Xiaoyu's incident also made him break out in a cold sweat. Xiaoyu was sitting aside resting at this time. She looked pale and was frightened. Looking at Yi Xiao's back as he left, a different look flashed in her eyes. At noon, dozens of people sat together and started to eat lunch. The table was almost full of dishes, and everyone was eating happily. While eating, Xiaoyu would look towards Yi Xiao from time to time. After Wang Muching noticed this, she touched Yi Xiao's arm and said softly, It seems that the girl you saved has a good impression of you. It's just gratitude, don't think too much about it. Yi Xiao looked at Wang Muqing's malicious expression and suddenly had a bad feeling. I am a woman. I can tell the difference between admiration and gratitude. She is still a little girl. I have to help her find her way back to the right path. Wang Muqing decided to go talk to Xiaoyu. She still had to maintain her dignity as the hostess. When Yi Xiao heard this, he began to murmur in his heart what it meant to turn back from a wrong path, as if he were a bad guy. After dinner, Xiaoyu took a slow walk along the beach. At this time, she saw the beautiful woman coming over and heard that she seemed to be Yi Xiao's girlfriend. Little girl, I think you seem to like Yi Xiao very much. Wang Muqing came over and didn't waste any words, but went straight to the point. So what? It doesn't seem illegal to like him. Xiaoyu is also a straightforward person. When he was discovered, he simply admitted it. Wang Muqing didn't expect her to admit it so easily. She was stunned. After coming to her senses, she continued, although it's not against the law, it doesn't seem right to do this. What era is it now? He's unmarried, and I'm unmarried. What's wrong with that? Auntie, you're so unsure of yourself. You should just give up your position and let someone more capable do the job. Xiaoyu put his hands on his chest, looking righteous. Auntie. Wang Muqing's eyes widened when she heard this title. She was only a few years older than Xiaoyu, but she was actually called Annie. Moreover, she seemed to have come to persuade Xiaoyu, but she was actually said to be unconfident. A girl of 18 is a flower. Once a woman is over 18, she is just an ant. Xiaoyu talked freely, looking very proud. Wang Muqing took a deep breath, calmed down her inner restlessness, and asked, how old are you? I'm only 16. What? You're only 16? Wang Muqing looked at Xiaoyu, who was 1.7 meters tall and had a well-developed figure. She didn't expect that she was only 16 years old. In response to her surprised expression, Xiaoyu deliberately straightened his chest and showed a hint of pride on his face. But after Wang Muqing knew her age, she was relieved and said, you are only 16 years old, so you should just go to school. It's not time for you to fall in love yet. That's okay. Let's date for a few years, and then we'll get married when I'm 18 and have a baby. Xiaoyu has already imagined her future with Yi Xiao. 18 years old is just an adult. You can't get married yet. It doesn't matter. Let's just live together and have the baby first, and then you can be the flower girl when you get married. You really think well. Wang Muqing was completely helpless with this naive girl. He thought that she was just a temporary curiosity and forgot about it after a while. At this time on the rooftop, Yi Xiao, Li Rong, and Xiao Jianbin were sitting together, discussing cooperation. Xiao Jianbin and Li Rong's eyes were red with anger at this moment. Your platform just needs to do a good job of live streaming. Can you invite chefs from abroad? Don't worry about that. As long as the money is enough, I can hire not only a chef, but also the president. Brother Yi, for 4 million, our TV station will also give Island Number for a year of free advertising. 4.5 million, Brother Yi, as long as you need it, our platform can always provide you with free publicity. Yi Xiao was drinking tea very leisurely at this time. The more they choked, the greater the benefit he would gain. Chapter 117 Sister Yi. Xiao Jianbin and Li Rong argued nonstop for half an hour, but the price did not rise much and remained around 5 million. After all, their budgets were limited, and if they kept bidding, the price would only go higher and higher. Old Joe, your radio station has always produced tens of millions of big productions, so show some generosity. Li Rong attacked again and wanted to talk about Xiao Jianbin's bottom line. You claim that your budget is unlimited, right? Then show some sincerity. Xiao Jianbin fought back easily. At this time, Yi Xiao yawned, thinking that their ideal price was about 5 million, so he said, why don't you two do it together? How about it? Hearing this, Xiao Jianbin and Li Rong looked at each other and fell into deep thought. After a moment, Li Rong was the first to nod his head and agree. I have no problem doing it together. It's up to you, old Xiao. Xiao Jianbin just smiled slightly, thinking to himself that if we do it together, you will get the advantage. Nowadays, the influence of television is not as great as that of the internet. In the end, the station will be the one that suffers. Everyone will go to their platform to watch the live broadcast, and who will watch TV? But he soon came up with an idea and said, it's no problem to do it together. It's a good idea to do it with both internet and TV. But I have one condition for cooperation, which is that you have to limit the flow of traffic during the live broadcast. Hearing this, Li Rong's face darkened. Thinking that he was quite scheming, he asked, then what do you think should be the limit for the traffic of our website? It is estimated that this live broadcast will attract about 40 to 50 million viewers, so the traffic limit of your website is 2,500. What do you think? And we will take care of inviting chefs to compete, which will save you the trouble. What do you think? Xiao Jianbin expressed his opinion that if this idea didn't work, then they would have to compete on price. Okay, I agree with this plan, but how do you calculate the cost? Li Rong nodded in agreement. 20 million traffic is definitely enough for their website. At this time, Xiao Jianbin looked at Yi Xiao and said, Brother Yi, we plan to pay 5.3 million for the appearance fee. What do you think of this price? No problem. When the time comes, you can invite the chefs and ask them what they are competing for. I can prepare in advance. Yi Xiao also thought the price was reasonable and all three parties would be satisfied. Xiao Jianbin then said to Li Rong, regarding the cost, your website will pay 3 million, and our station will pay 2.3 million. How about that? Li Rong nodded in agreement. Xiao Jianbin and his team would take care of everything, so he could save himself the trouble. At this time, Yi Xiao thought of another question and said, by the way, regarding the competition, I have another request. If I lose, I promise to pay 50 million. If they lose, they have to personally prepare 100 tables of food to entertain the audience. Hearing this request, Xiao Jianbin was a little puzzled and asked, this request is very special. Why do you want to make this request? We can have fun together with the people. It also gives everyone a chance to taste the cooking skills of foreign chefs. Yi Xiao knew that the reason why he was so popular among the citizens was because they always thought of them when there were benefits, and this time was no exception. I will make your request known. Xiao Jianbin had no choice but to agree, but this made it more difficult to invite foreign chefs to the competition. By the evening, many people knew that Yi Xiao was going to compete with foreign chefs, and that the audience attending the event would have the opportunity to eat top-notch food made by foreign chefs for free. At this time in Xia Yu's live broadcast room, many viewers were constantly sending barrages of questions. Sister-in-law, can you take me with you when the competition comes? Sister-in-law, today you are saved by a hero. Are you ready to marry him? Sister Yi, are you really planning to pursue Yi Xiao? We are very optimistic about you. Stop making trouble. Sister-in-law is still a lowly. Wait until she grows up. Ever since Xia Yu was rescued by Yi Xiao through artificial respiration, she has gained the nickname of sister-in-law, and she also changed the name of her live broadcast room to Sister-in-law Ye's live broadcast room. Xia Yu was very happy to see her popularity increase by several generations. She said to the audience on the computer, before the competition, the top 10 fans can go to the competition site with me and enjoy the top-notch food together. By the way, I will take everyone to taste the food made by Yi Xiao. As soon as these words were spoken, the computer screen was immediately flooded with various gifts. For these wealthy people, they had usually eaten the food made by foreigners in hotels, but the delicacies on island number 4 were hard to come by and ordinary people could not even get to taste them. A week later, more than 1,000 trees were planted, and Fan Shicheng returned to Jiangnan City. In the following period, trees would be transported in an endless stream. At this time, Yi Xiao and Lightning were walking slowly in the woods, looking at the tall and straight trees around them. Although there were only 12 acres of woodland now, it also felt a bit like a forest. Lightning and the others were also having fun at this time, sniffing around in the woods and chasing each other. After wandering around in the woods for a while, Yi Xiao felt that it was still a little lacking in vitality, mainly because there were no animals. He could only wait to get some animals up later. Dingling. At this moment, Yi Xiao's cell phone rang. It was Tang Yi calling. Tang Yi told him on the phone that the hurricane had been dealt with and would be delivered in the afternoon. After knowing the news, Yi Xiao immediately entered the system and checked the medicine section. If he wanted to heal Hurricane's broken leg, he had to rely on the medicine provided by the system. The bone-repairing needle can quickly heal broken bones and also has an analgesic effect. The price is 100,000. When Yi Xiao saw the price, his face was as bright as a flower, as if he had discovered a new world. This price was extremely cheap, and an idea to make money also came to his mind. He immediately spent 100,000 to buy one. After exchanging it, an injection filled with light blue liquid appeared in front of him. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the hurricane was sent to the island. However, compared with its previous high-spirited scene, it was now much weaker. It limped up to the shore and made a hissing sound from time to time, as if it was enduring great pain. Tang Yi walked up to Yi Xiao and said, I asked the veterinarian to give it painkillers, but it didn't work very well. If you can't cure it, I suggest you euthanize it. Don't worry, I have confidence. Yi Xiao walked over, touched Hurricane's head, and said, I will cure you. Although I won't let you return to the game, I will let you live happily for the rest of your life. Hiss. Hurricane seemed to understand, and a gleam appeared in his eyes. Chapter 118 Three-Door Green Crab. Yi Xiao handed the bone-healing needle to the accompanying veterinarian, Wu Xinghua. Wu Xinghua took the bone-reinforcing needle and looked at it carefully. He said, This is the first time I've seen this kind of injection. Can I ask what its ingredients are and what its effects are? I don't know either. I just know it can relieve pain and increase the speed of bone healing. Yi Xiao gave a brief explanation. I have used this kind of needle before, but it may not work. The pain relief is only temporary, and it takes at least 2 or 3 months for the broken bone to heal. The horse has poor self-control and will keep touching the broken leg, causing the wound to deepen. This vicious cycle continues, and the horse is deeply troubled by the pain. Wu Xinghua is not optimistic about this treatment method. It is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also has no effect at all. Let's try it first. Yi Xiao knew that the reason why the previous treatment method was unsuccessful was that the broken bones healed too slowly, while the bone-healing needle only needed 8 hours. Then Wu Xinghua picked up the bone-replenishing needle and injected Hurricane. After the injection, Hurricane slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Tang Yi came to Yi Xiao and said, "Hey Yun will have a game next month. Will you still bet on it?" Yi Xiao nodded. This was an opportunity to make money, and he would certainly not miss it. Heiyun is now the favorite to win the championship. Everyone is optimistic about it. I guess the profit may not be as much as before. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. You are now a well-known figure in Donghai City. People are talking about you wherever you go. Am I that popular? Huh. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Xiao asked Tang Yi and the others to stay for one night so that they could look after Hurricane. The next morning, Yi Xiao came to the stable and saw Hurricane standing and eating hay, not as listless as yesterday. Hurricane also walked up to Yi Xiao after seeing him and rubbed his head against his body, very intimately. Come on, go for a walk. In order to confirm that the Hurricane was really healed, Yi Xiao also took it to the grassland. As soon as it left the stable, Hurricane started running wildly. It was as if nothing had happened, and it seemed very excited. Seeing this, Yi Xiao was happy for it, and at the same time he discovered a business. Tang Yi and Wu Xinghua walked over and saw Hurricane running on the grass, with shocked expressions on their faces. Impossible. How can it get better so quickly? Wu Xinghua has been a veterinarian for many years, but he has never seen a horse with a broken leg being cured and the wound healed so quickly. Then he ran to the Hurricane and examined it carefully. Tang Yi looked at Yi Xiao with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She wondered what kind of man this was. Not only were the vegetables he grew delicious, but now he has this ability to come up with something refreshing every time. Seeing that she was staring at him, Yi Xiao felt a little embarrassed. It was usually not a good thing when a woman looked at a man like that. This is incredible, Mr. Yi. What exactly are the ingredients of this medicine? Where did it come from? Wu Xinghua walked up to Yi Xiao with excitement on his face. With this medicine, many racehorses with broken legs could be saved in the future. These drugs were given to me by a friend of mine. He asked me to try them out. I don't know what they are made of. Yi Xiao just found an excuse to deal with it. I see. Wu Xinghua showed a trace of regret on his face, and he would like to learn more about it if he had the chance. Tang Yi just smiled slightly at Yi Xiao's words, knowing that he was not telling the truth, but she did not think much about it. For her racecourse, this was still a good thing. A racehorse cost at least several million, and once injured, it was basically useless. Now with this kind of medicine, injuries can be cured. After reaching a cooperation with Yi Xiao, Xiao Jianbin sent competition invitations to some chefs working in famous restaurants and hotels abroad, and soon received a reply. Norma Restaurant, one of the top 10 restaurants, will lead a team to compete with Yi Xiao. The theme of the competition is seafood, and the time is set for half a month later. After confirming the news, Xiao Jianbin immediately announced it and distributed tickets randomly for free, which immediately aroused enthusiastic responses from countless citizens. Our country's cuisine is world famous. You are so brave to come here as a team. Kill one for every one that comes, and kill a pair for every team that comes. I don't know if I can get tickets and have a free meal then. This time we're competing in seafood. I wonder what Yi Xiao will use to compete. I'm really looking forward to it. Yi Xiao received a call from Xiao Jianbin and learned that those foreign chefs wanted to compete in seafood in August, so he thought about what kind of seafood to prepare to satisfy his craving. At this moment, he saw Wang Muching approaching and quickly stepped back and asked, "What do you want to do? I heard that the theme of this competition is seafood, right?" Wang Muching opened her big watery eyes and blinked them continuously. Yeah, what? Yi Xiao was also confused by her, and suddenly she ran over and scared him. Wang Muching directly stated her purpose. Since we're competing in seafood, why don't you get some crabs to participate? I haven't eaten crabs in a long time. Crabs are freshwater crabs, not seafood, and now is not the season for eating crabs. There must be crabs living in the sea. I believe you will find a way, and then I will give you a mysterious reward. Wang Muching had a sly smile on his face at this time, which was very tempting to you. Yi Xiao was also very excited when he heard this and quickly asked, "What is the reward?" "You'll know when the time comes." While saying this, Wang Muqing licked her lips with her tongue, looking very charming. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao wanted to pounce on her immediately, but seeing her walking away with her slender waist twisted, he couldn't help but sigh. It's so tempting to kill someone. Originally, Yi Xiao was still thinking about what kind of seafood to use for the competition, but now, for Wang Muqing's mysterious reward, he has to use crabs to participate in the competition. Originally, hairy crabs were quite suitable, but unfortunately they are freshwater crabs, not seafood, so he has to find sea crabs. Thinking of this, he immediately entered the system and started searching. Swimming crab, blue crab, brown crab, king crab. Yi Xiao looked at the pictures and read the information at the same time, and finally, he chose the blue crab. Blue crab is known as the ginseng of the sea, and the three-door blue crab is the best among them, with tender meat and extremely high medicinal and cosmetic value. In addition, the reason why Yi Xiao chose the three-door blue crab is that its living environment is very similar to that on the island. Blue crabs live in bays with fresh water inflow, and there happens to be a freshwater river on the island. The breeding environment is very suitable. When the time comes, just build a breeding pond at the mouth of the river. However, when Yi Xiao was about to buy it, he saw the price marked on it and suddenly became nervous. Chapter 119, Human Crab Struggle. Yi Xiao looked at the three-door blue crabs in the system and found that they weighed up to 5 taels, and 10 of them cost 500,000. Those young blue crabs also cost 10,000 each. Then he rubbed his eyes to see if he had seen it wrong. After confirming that everything was correct, he immediately called Inha out and asked, "Why are these crabs so expensive? I'm fine with vegetables costing 100,000 or 200,000 per acre, but these crabs are actually being sold for 100,000 each. Aren't you robbing me?" Inha said calmly. The reason why crabs are so expensive is because they give birth to baby crabs. The baby crabs won't be yours by then, so you're getting a great bargain. Hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately imagined a scene where crabs would be everywhere in the future. However, he knew that things would not be that simple, so he asked, "You never suffer a loss, so why are you giving me such a big pie this time? I can become the richest man in the world by selling crabs in the future." The blue crabs provided by the system have a characteristic, which is that they can only lay eggs once, no matter how long they live, and one female crab can mate with one male crab. Galaxy explained on the side. They can only lay eggs once, and they must mate 1-to-1. When did crabs practice monogamy? I'm curious how you managed to make them lay eggs only once. Did you sterilize them? Yi Xiao felt very aggrieved when he heard this. He had originally planned for the mother crab to give birth to baby crabs and have endless descendants. Inha rolled his eyes at him and said, "The nature of many animals is determined by genes. For example, birds sing and dance when they are courting. These are all caused by the genes in their bodies. The system only changed its genes a little. This is also for the sake of excellence. The rarer, the more precious it is. But our country has a population of over 1 billion, and crabs only lay a few hundred eggs. For so many people, the number is completely negligible. So it is extremely rare, otherwise how could it be sold at such a high price?" Yi Xiao was speechless at her words. At this time, Inha said again, "I still have crab feed and mud here. Do you want to buy some?" Yi Xiao asked back, "Can I do this myself?" "Of course, but the ones I have here are the best. If you want to raise the best crabs, then everything has to be the best. Otherwise, the crabs won't taste perfect." Inha explained seriously. Seeing that she was not as eager to sell as before, Yi Xiao said, "It's good that you are like this. You don't look like a salesman like before." Inha stared at him and smiled, then said, "This is also a way of marketing. It seems to be quite effective. I will use this method in the future." Hearing this, the smile on Yi Xiao's face froze instantly, and he could only sigh that routines are everywhere. Then he checked the stones and mud that went with the blue crabs. A bag of feed cost 10,000 yuan, and a barrel of mud cost 20,000 yuan. He planned to feed 60 crabs first, 10 adults for the competition, and 50 small ones for breeding. Then Yi Xiao called Changshan over and asked him to help build a breeding pond close to the bank at the lower end of the river. "No problem, I can fix it this afternoon." Changshan immediately called people to start repairing it. In the evening, Yi Xiao stood on the shore and saw a breeding pond of more than 20 square meters that had been repaired. It was rectangular in shape, and there were many densely packed small cracks on the wall at the end, which helped the flow of water. Then he spent 200,000 to exchange for 10 barrels of mud. The favorite place for blue crabs to live is the nutrient-rich mudflats on the seabed. The mud provided by the system contains extremely rich nutrients. Yi Xiao poured 10 buckets of mud into the breeding pond, and then spent 1 million to exchange for 60 crabs. Looking at the crabs jumping around in the bucket, especially the 10 adult crabs, weighing 5 tails each, with green shells and 2 huge claws waving constantly, flashing sharp light, and full of domineering, no one would want to taste the power of its claws. What a fat crab! At this time, Wang Muching ran over and looked at the fat crabs in the bucket. They were much fatter than ordinary crabs, and each one looked very energetic. Then she reached out to grab a crab, but the crab immediately stretched out its sharp claws and clamped her. Careful! Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao immediately spoke up and pulled Wang Muching's hand up. Snap! The crab missed its target, and there was a snapping sound. At this time, Wang Muching was so scared that her face turned pale. Her finger was almost pinched. If it was really pinched, her finger would probably be lost. Then she saw the crab proudly swinging its huge claws in front of her, as if showing off. She immediately pointed at it and said, "Little guy, I can't deal with you yet. Wait." After that, Wang Muching went to the side to find a branch and poked the crab, saying, "You little brat, you dare to come here in the afternoon. Let's see if you can." Before she could finish her words, the crab's claws swung again and the branch was directly cut off. "Okay, you're awesome. When I eat you, we'll know who's awesome." Wang Muching didn't expect this to happen, so she left after saying this. Yi Xiao was actually smiling happily at this time. Wang Muching actually had such a childish side. Then he poured the 60 crabs into the breeding pond. Sun Lu also stepped onto island number 4 at this time. As soon as she got ashore, she saw Pang Xiao waiting for her. She smiled and said, "No need to come to pick me up. I know the island well. The light is not good at night. It would be bad if something gets bumped into." Pang Xiao took the bag from Sun Lu's hand and led her into the house. "Grandpa, I'm here." After Sun Lu entered the room, she greeted Sun Jiangwo. "Hurry up and sit down, girl. You must be very tired after a busy day." Sun Jiangwo was also very happy after seeing his granddaughter. At this time, Pang Xiao walked outside and said, "You guys chat first, I'll go get some fruit." After he left, Sun Jiangwo looked at Sun Lu and said, "Girl, what do you think of this boy? He is very honest and looks good." Hearing this, Sun Lu's face immediately turned red, and she said shyly, "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I haven't thought about that yet." "Grandpa is an experienced person, you can't fool me. If you two are together, Grandpa will not object." Sun Jiangwo stroked his beard and smiled brightly. "Grandpa, I'm about to graduate, and I haven't thought about these things yet." Sun Lu also knew that Pang Xiao was interested in her, but she had not yet thought of this. Love without bread would never be happy. Her goal was to become a strong and independent woman. Chapter 124 in Chef's Group. At this time in a room, Sun Lu was reporting to Yi Xiao on her share capital allocation method. She knew that she had no experience, so she did her homework in advance. "Brother Yi, the management of shares is not too difficult, but working capital needs to be handled with caution. Real estate, rare metals, and some blue ocean projects are the hottest areas right now." Sun Lu handed the plan she made to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao looked through it carefully and found that she was well prepared, listing more than a dozen projects. He also knew that blue ocean projects, which were some emerging industrial projects, were more profitable, but they might turn into bubbles in an instant and required unique vision and experience. Sun Lu was also very nervous at this moment. She didn't know whether Yi Xiao was satisfied with the projects she had selected, and she kept kneading them with her hands. After Pang Xiao discovered this, he immediately said to Yi Xiao, "Xiao Yi, what do you think?" "Not bad. By the way, Xiaolu, if you were asked to do it, what project would you choose?" When Yi Xiao looked at the plan, he knew that Sun Lu would do it with all her heart, but running a successful project is a very complicated process. "I personally prefer to invest in blue ocean projects. Although the risks are relatively high, as long as I make adequate preparations and understand the projects thoroughly, I believe I can control the risks within a very small range." Sun Lu expressed her thoughts confidently. What she lacked now was experience, but what she lacked the most was tenacity. "But can you do it alone? It will take a lot of work to make it work." Yi Xiao pointed out the most critical issue. The reason why he was willing to let Sun Lu give it a try was that he wanted to provide more funds for the construction of the island. Now he can only make money by selling vegetables, but it is still a drop in the bucket for the construction of the island. "Don't worry about the manpower issue. I have already talked to my classmates, and they will come to help me." Sun Lu knew that he might not be able to complete such a tedious and difficult task alone, so he asked some classmates for help, all of whom were majoring in finance. Yi Xiao returned the plan to Sun Lu and said, "Do your best. I will give you commissions when there is profit." "Thank you, Brother Yi." Upon hearing this, Sun Lu was also happy. This way, her classmates would be more motivated. As time went by, Cargo ships transporting trees from Jiangnan City came one after another, and the forest land increased from more than 10 acres to more than 30 acres. On this day, Li Rong called Xia Yu and a dozen other anchors to a meeting. He said to them with a smile, "During this period, the platform's traffic has increased several times. I believe that everyone's pockets have also bulged a lot." Hearing this, everyone smiled at each other. With more people coming in, they naturally received more gifts, and their income would be much higher than before. Our most popular artist right now is Xia Yu, who earned over $1 million this month. One girl had an envious expression on her face. Then the others also joined in the congratulations, but they were full of jealousy in their hearts. She became so popular only by riding on Yi Zhao's popularity, and even asked the audience to call her sister Yi. It was so shameless to force a relationship. Okay, the competition is about to start. We will broadcast it live on our platform, and more people will come to watch. The foreign chefs will arrive today, and I want you to do the live broadcast as a warm-up. Li Rong stretched out his hand to ask them to be quiet and assign the tasks. Then everyone went back to prepare, but Xia Yu was left behind. Yi Xiao is the biggest traffic star right now. If you have nothing to do, hang out with him more often. You will not only be the top star on our platform, but you may also become the top star on the entire network. Li Rong looked at Xia Yu with excitement in his eyes. To the company, she was a treasure trove. Xia Yu nodded. She also wanted to become the big sister in the anchor industry. At this time, on an airplane, a white-haired, bearded foreigner was reading a magazine. He was Jason, the head chef of Norma Restaurant. Abroad, he was also a leading figure in the chef and catering industry. Sitting next to him was a man in his 30s with a proud look on his face. He was Jason's son, Tom. Following in his father's footsteps, he was also quite famous in the catering industry. "Father, we are world-renowned chefs. Why are you thinking of competing with a young boy? We are not short of that 50 million. Tom was filled with indignation. Coming here was a complete debasement of their status. Now some people said that they had tarnished the reputation of Noma Restaurant and were insulting the status of a chef. Moreover, there were 10 top chefs coming here with them. Jason put down the magazine and said to his arrogant son earnestly, "You should know that Chinese cuisine is the most colorful in the world. You have been in the Western food circle for more than 30 years. It is time to see the wider world outside. It will be of great help to your cooking skills and mentality." Tom didn't listen to this at all. Western food reflects the quality of life of the upper class. As for Chinese food, it is completely inferior. Looking at his son's disdainful expression, Jason shook his head. A chef who only stays in his own small circle and does not go out is destined to achieve limited success. He traveled to various countries to learn cooking when he was young and achieved his current success. For Tom, there is still a lot to learn. When Li Rong led Xia Yu and his party to the airport, he saw Qiao Jianbin there, along with Su Chunmei and several cameramen. Then he walked over and said, "Old Joe, you are such a busy man. Why are you here instead of sitting in the office? Just leave it to me." Haha. As the organizer and host of this event, you still have to be polite and don't make us feel impolite. Qiao Jianbin responded with a smile, saying that all aspects of the competition would be broadcast live by the TV stations, which would guarantee the ratings. At this time, he saw a group of foreigners coming out, and he quickly went up to them, extending his hand and greeting them. "Welcome, Chef Jason. Welcome, everyone. You must have worked hard on the journey." Nanny, it's not hard." Jason responded in broken Chinese. "This way, please. We have booked a hotel for you." Qiao Jianbin led them towards the car on the side of the road. Then a girl rushed forward and said, "Hi, can I take a picture with you guys?" "Sure." Jason nodded in agreement without hesitation. At the same time, some girls gathered around Tom, drinking with him and posing in various postures. Tom was very proud at the moment, thinking that he was still very popular here, so he talked to them incessantly about the various awards and honors he had won. But then he found that the girls stopped paying attention to him after taking the pictures. They walked aside and muttered to their phones, with puzzled looks on their faces. Chapter 121. Attention from the catering industry. After Qiao Jianbin led Jason and others to the hotel, he went back to set up the venue. The competition venue for this event was chosen to be outdoors. After all, there would be thousands of spectators watching the game. With the arrival of the foreign chef team, the citizens' expectations for the competition are getting higher and higher, and those spectators who have drawn tickets are even more excited. If Yi Xiao wins, he can have a sumptuous meal. At this time, in an ancient courtyard, a group of people were having a heated discussion. These people were all bigwigs in the catering industry in Donghai City and many well-known chefs. This time, a team of foreign chefs came to Donghai City to compete with Yi Xiao. This is no longer just a personal matter. It concerns the reputation of our domestic catering industry. It is a competition of culinary skills between China and abroad. That guy is too arrogant. He even dared to say that the ingredients he provided are the best. If he loses, it will be the reputation of our domestic catering chef industry that will be lost. Young people are bound to be a little arrogant. Lao Fong, you were even more arrogant than him when you were young. You said that if anyone beat you, you would quit the chef industry. Haha, that's true, but the foreign chefs who came this time are all famous, especially Jason, whose cooking skills are unfathomable. We can't let that guy mess around. We have to take action. Since they are well prepared, we will naturally not be cowards. As the president of the Donghai City Chefs Association, Yuan Ping called everyone together to discuss the competition between Yi Xiao and a foreign chef team. Seeing everyone discussing it enthusiastically, he spoke out his opinion. Yi Xiao will definitely not go alone in this competition. This is related to the reputation of our domestic catering industry, so we must take action. I will have someone contact the organizer, and you should also prepare well. Hearing this, everyone was eager to try it out. Soon Xiao Jianbin received a call from Yuan Ping, saying that the Chefs Association also wanted to send someone to participate in the competition. He was very happy to hear the news. This way, it would attract more audiences, but he still had to discuss it with Jason and Yi Xiao. Xiao Jianbin immediately called Yi Xiao and explained the whole story, and Yi Xiao agreed readily. Then he went to the hotel to discuss the matter with Zhao Jessen in person. Your chef association is going to participate too? After Jason learned the news, he fell into deep thought. This way, the impact rose to a new level. No problem. As many people as you want will do. Tom on the side agreed readily, looking fearless. In the end, Jason agreed. If he didn't agree, others would say that they would be scared. In the evening, in a corner of the restaurant, Lu Jiajing was chatting happily with Tom, with smiles on her faces as big as flowers. Tom saw that Lu Jia was communicating with him in fluent English, and he also knew that she had been abroad, so they had a very pleasant chat. You have to teach Yi Xiao a lesson in this competition and let him know what the gap is. When Yi Xiao was mentioned, Lu Jia became extremely angry. How did he offend such a beautiful lady? He has no gentlemanly manners at all. Tom looked like a gentleman, with a smile on his face all the time. Hearing this, Lu Jia became even more angry and replied, "There are no gentlemen in China. How can they compete with you? You must be very confident in this competition." Of course, Tom was full of confidence in the competition, and he never thought that he would lose. Seeing that the time was almost right, he said to Lu Jia with a smile on his face, "I brought a bottle of good wine from my hometown. Do you want to try it?" Lu Jia naturally understood what he meant and declined with a smile. "Not now. If you win the game, it would be better to have a celebratory drink." "Okay, then we'll drink together after I win." Tom laughed and raised his glass. On this day, Yi Xiao was watching the blue crabs below the breeding pond. He sprinkled some feed down from time to time. The crabs immediately came out of the mud and fought for the feed with each other. Pang Xiao came over with an old man, who was Yuan Ping, the president of the Chefs Association. He planned to talk to Yi Xiao about the competition. After knowing the identity of the visitor, Yi Xiao hurriedly went up to him and asked, "Hello, Mr. Yuan. Mr. Yi is really young. I always thought that the person who could grow such excellent vegetables should be an old man of my age. He is really young and promising." When Yuan Ping saw Yi Xiao, he was also surprised. He didn't expect that he would be so young. "Mr. Yuan, you are too kind. You are quite young. You're already an old man. How can you still be young, Xiaoya? I came to you this time because we sent 10 people to participate in this competition. I heard that you were going to cook crabs, so I recommended a chef who is very good at cooking crabs to you." Yuan Ping stated the purpose of his coming here. Yi Xiao smiled and replied, "Mr. Yuan, I plan to go into battle myself this time." Upon hearing this, Yuan Ping said thoughtfully, "The chefs coming from abroad this time are all first-class chefs. Since Xiaoya wants to cook himself, I believe his cooking skills must be very good. I do have some experience in cooking crabs." Yi Xiao actually doesn't know how to cook crabs, but the blue crabs provided by the system don't require any careful preparation. They can be eaten directly after steaming. It is very simple. Yuan Ping did not say anything else. He walked around the island again. When he saw the endless vegetable field, he immediately quickened his pace and walked over. Then he squatted down and looked at it carefully. He exclaimed, "These vegetables are of top quality in terms of color and moisture. It would be great if we could expand production so that people can taste them." Yi Xiao looked at the 100 acres of vegetables that were about to mature. He had spent 1 million to exchange them before. However, these vegetables could only be eaten. He had tried before and saved some seeds to plant again, but they would not even sprout. Now that Yuan Ping mentioned this problem, he could only find an excuse to deal with it. "Mr. Yuan, there are still many problems with the seeds of these vegetables, so the yield is limited. Is that so? That's a pity. There was a hint of disappointment on Yuan Ping's face. As a chef, his greatest wish was for people to eat the best food and enjoy the most delicious delicacies in the world. Then he came to the river and said to Yi Xiao, "It's a good idea to divert water from the sea to form a river. It will add a different look to the island." "Mr. Yuan, this is either sea water or river water." Seeing that he had misunderstood, Yi Xiao hurriedly explained. "What? It's really river water. There's sea all around. Where does the river water come from?" Yuan Ping didn't believe what Yi Xiao said, thinking he was just joking, but when he put his hand into the water and tasted it, his eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 122, The Attention of All. As the match day approaches, more and more people are paying attention to any news about the match. In Xia Yu's live broadcast room, the entire screen was flooded with various gifts, and typed speeches could not be seen at all. The top 10 people on the gift list could go to the cooking competition with Xia Yu. "Xia Yu, 100 rockets are sent to me, and I will definitely be at the top of the list. You guys are too cruel. I was ranked 3rd just now, but now I'm out of the top 10. Sister-in-law, can we eat crabs this time? I heard that Brother Yi plans to cook crabs this time." "What? If you want to try something new, then I have to be on the list. Wait, I'll go recharge right away." At this time, Xia Yu saw that everyone in the fan group was saying that the top 10 could go and eat crabs together, and everyone was very excited and planned to pay to be on the list. Seeing this, Xia Yu quickly explained to the audience, "Everyone, the top 10 can come with me to the competition site this time. There is definitely no problem with eating a big meal, but I am not sure about crabs." But at this time, the audience was just giving gifts crazily and didn't listen to her explanation at all. At the same time, some other popular anchors also put up headlines saying that those who ranked high on the list could go to the event with them to eat crabs to attract fans to give gifts. Li Rong had also obtained some spots to go to the event and distributed them to some anchors. Early in the morning on the day of the competition, Yi Xiao got dressed and came to the breeding pond, ready to catch the 10 blue crabs. However, these 10 crabs were very energetic and very lethal, so it was not easy to catch them. At this moment, he saw Wang Muching coming over and asked, "Why are you running out instead of sleeping? That day we were catching crabs. We're going to eat them soon, and I want her to know how good I am." Wang Muching always remembered how scared she was by those crabs, and now it was finally time for her to vent her anger. Yi Xiao looked at her and thought she was just like a child, so he handed her the pliers. He didn't dare to grab it with his hands. Then Wang Muching started picking up the crabs, muttering as she did so, "It seemed like you were the one who was mean to me last time." "No, it seemed like you. Never mind, they all looked the same." At this time in the park in the city center, tens of thousands of people were gathering around. Knowing that a cooking competition was going to be held here, they all came over to watch. Many chairs were placed in the central area, and many spectators had already entered and taken their seats. However, because tickets are required, most of the time you can only watch from outside and cannot go in. "This way, follow me." At this time, Xia Yu led the top 10 people on the gift list to the audience seats and found a seat to sit down. At the same time, Yuan Ping and a group of people were also making intensive preparations. The seafood ingredients used in this competition were all carefully selected. Jason was directing people to move the ingredients out of the freezer. For this competition, all the ingredients were airlifted from abroad. Be careful and don't make any mistakes. Check several times. Xiao Jianbin was giving instructions to the staff on site. He had just received news that the TV station's ratings had exceeded 10 million before the game even started and was still maintaining a steady growth. Su Chunmei sat aside, checking her makeup in the mirror. As a host, her face is her presentation. Yuan Ping and others gathered together to discuss the coordination and matching of the dishes. Why hasn't Yi Xiao come yet? Isn't he still sleeping at home? One person searched for Yi Xiao for a long time but couldn't find him, so he couldn't help but ask. He's probably preparing the ingredients. He's not a professional chef, so he should be very serious about it. Yuan Ping defended Yi Xiao. But the next moment he was dumbfounded, because he saw Yi Xiao walking towards him with a bucket, which must be filled with crabs. Seeing this, Yuan Ping hurried over and asked, "Did you only bring crabs?" "No, there are some condiments." Yi Xiao pointed to the bag in Pang Zhao's hand. Fortunately, there were only a few kinds of condiments to go with crabs, so it was easy to prepare. Yuan Ping was speechless at this time. He originally thought that Yi Xiao would have some tips on cooking crabs, but now it seems that he was just cooking it as a home-cooked dish. A bald old man nearby saw that Yi Xiao looked like he was going to the market to buy vegetables and was about to come back to cook. His face immediately darkened and he walked over and said, "Young man Yi, you are treating the competition as a joke. You think you can win the competition by just cooking a dish casually. Seeing Yi Xiao looking at Fong Taifu with a puzzled look on his face, Yuan Ping introduced him. This is Fong Taifu. He has a rather straightforward temper. Don't take him too seriously. Just listen. Mr. Fong, don't worry. Nothing will go wrong. Yi Xiao was full of confidence. He wanted to let those foreigners know what real food was. You said it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take care of you. After saying that, Fong Taifu turned around and started to prepare. Making a good dish takes a lot of time. After Yi Xiao put the crab into a basin of clean water, he ignored it and sat aside to rest and chat with the people around him. At this time, Xiaoyu quietly slipped to Yi Xiao's side and said, Brother Yi, how many crabs are you going to cook this time? I want to try it too. There are only 10 of them this time, and they will all be used for the competition. If you want to eat them, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until next time. Yi Xiao also had a look of regret on his face. There were too few crabs, and he might not be able to eat any of them. Hearing this, Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly. It wasn't that she wanted to eat it, but many of the people in the top 10 of the gift list were not her fans. If she gave the gifts just to have a taste of it, it would be difficult to explain when the time comes. Fong Taifu was preparing to make a dish of cross-bridge abalone. While he was busy processing the abalone, he suddenly saw Yi Xiao chatting enthusiastically with a young girl. He became furious. Instead of preparing the dishes properly, Yi Xiao was chatting with the girl. He almost rushed over with a knife. At this moment, Yi Xiao saw Tang Yi supporting Tang Qinglian walking over and hurriedly went to meet them. Xiao Yi, I heard there were crabs here, so I rushed over. Now I'm addicted to your food. Tang Qinglian had a smile on his face. He loved eating crabs the most. In the past, his family was poor, so he went to the river to catch crabs every day, so he had a special feeling for crabs. I will definitely not let Mr. Tang down. Yi Xiao was feeling bitter right now. There were only 10 crabs in total, and 4 judges had removed 4. Wang Muqing had to keep 1, and now Tang Qinglian was also going to take 1, leaving only 4. And there were thousands of people around who all wanted to eat crabs. At this time, Tang Qinglian went to greet Yuan Ping and others. They were old acquaintances, and they started chatting very enthusiastically as soon as they met. Chapter 123. Sea Cucumber with Sauerkraut. Lu Jiao walked over to Tom, who was busy, pointed at Yi Xiao, and said, He is Yi Xiao. You have to teach him a lesson for me during the game. He's not even a chef. We're not on the same level. Looking at Yi Xiao, who was standing idly by the side, Tom didn't take him seriously at all. Then I feel relieved. Then Lu Jiao walked towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao looked at Lu Jia coming over, and his face darkened. He turned around and didn't want to pay any attention to her. But Lu Jia was not going to let him go and started to mock him. They are all world-class chefs, and you want to compete with them with your mediocre skills? You don't even take a piss and look in the mirror. Are you worthy? Whether I am worthy or not is not up to you to decide. Who are you? That's right, you are not worthy at all. Yi Xiao also fought back unwillingly. You are such a man to quarrel with a woman. You have no gentlemanly manners at all. Lu Jia didn't have the shrewish demeanor she now had at all. Yi Xiao flicked the dust off his shoulders and said seriously, Men are only gentlemen to ladies. Are you a lady? If you want others to be gentlemanly to you, you have to be worthy of them. You? Lu Jia was so angry that he almost choked. He snorted and said, I want to see what your face looks like when you lose. Thinking that you're going to give me 50 million makes me feel very happy. I'm afraid you won't be happy, because you will definitely not lose, but I think you will look very happy by then. Yi Xiao still fought back slowly. If you win, I'll eat shit. In anger, Lu Jia also said this. Then get ready to eat. Yi Xiao was smiling very happily at this time. There are 4 judges in this competition. 4 judges are selected from both sides to try the dishes and give each other scores. The one with the highest total score of the 10 dishes wins. This is not only a competition of cooking skills, but also a display of honor related to professional ethics. When the time reached 11 o'clock, the competition officially began and the chefs on both sides started cooking at the same time. The audience at the scene was also excited to see this scene. The chefs on both sides are world-class and represent the highest culinary skills of the 2 countries. However, Yi Xiao, who was the focus of everyone's attention, was playing with crabs at this time and would occasionally use a stick to poke them into the basin. Brother Yi is really bold. He's still playing with crabs at this time. You don't know this. Make the crab happy and let it die comfortably. That's how the crab will taste good. This is the first time I've seen crabs cooked this way. It's a great experience. This is the best reflection of respect for ingredients and love for food. Yi Xiao looked at the crabs in the basin that were still full of life, thinking that they could drink quite well. At the same time, he felt embarrassed. Before, in order to put these ferocious crabs in the pot, he had specially poured wine into the water, hoping to get them drunk, but he didn't expect that they were all drunkards. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time, So he took out another bottle of wine and poured it in. As time passed, a fragrance began to fill the air, and everyone took a deep breath. Fong Taifu put the processed abalone into a plate, poured the shark fin sauce on it, sprinkled it with chopped green onions, and the abalone dish was ready. When he looked around, he found that most people had already prepared their dishes and had smiles on their faces. However, when he saw Yi Xiao still looking at the crabs in the basin, he wanted to rush over immediately. He had been squatting there half an hour ago, and now he was still squatting there with more than 10 minutes left before the game started. So he made a fist gesture towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was also a little nervous at this time. If he couldn't steam the crabs before the end of the game time, he would lose, no matter how good the quality of the crabs was. Not long after, he saw that the crabs in the basin had finally calmed down. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly cleaned the crabs and put them in the pot to steam them. Fortunately, it only took a dozen minutes to steam the crabs. At this time, almost all the chefs had prepared the dishes and were waiting for Yi Xiao alone. Yuan Ping and others were so nervous at this moment, worrying about Yi Xiao. If they couldn't finish the dish on time, they would lose the competition and there would be no need to compete at all. Humph, he can't even finish a dish. How can I compete with such a person? It's really embarrassing. Tom looked at Yi Xiao, who was guarding the pot, with deep disdain in his eyes. Dingling. As the bell rang, the game time officially ended. Yi Xiao had just put the crab into the plate and was 1 second away from losing the qualification for the competition. Yuan Ping heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. He picked up a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Compared with those foreign chefs, Yi Xiao was the one that made him most worried. Okay, now go ask each side to send 4 judges to evaluate the other side's work. The host began to invite the judges to come on stage. Then Yuan Ping, Fong Taifu, and 2 other chefs went on stage, and Jason and Tom also served as judges. Okay, the first dish to be evaluated is Chef Yuan Ping's sea cucumber with sauce. All chefs know that the handling of fresh sea cucumbers requires very sophisticated knife skills. The sea cucumber slices must be thin, and the degree of doneness must be very accurate. If it is slightly overcooked, the meat will become hard. Now, Jason and the other 4 chefs will evaluate it based on the 3 aspects of color, aroma, and taste. The total score is 5 points. While the host was introducing this, 4 servings of sea cucumber with sauce made by Yuan Ping were served. Then Jason and the others began to taste it, whispering to each other from time to time. After a while, Jason was the first to comment. The slices of sea cucumber are so thin that sunlight can pass through them. The raw and cooked parts are just right. The unique sauce gives me a sense of freshness. The color, aroma, and taste are impeccable, so I give it a score of 4.6. Tom, 4.5. Bob, 4.6. Alan, 4.6. Total score, 18.3. At this time, the host walked onto the stage again and said, Okay, the scoring is over. Now, please invite the 4 chefs Yuan Ping to evaluate the brown butter-fried flounder cooked by Chef Jason. As we all know, if you want to eat a perfect flounder, it takes skill from purchasing to serving it on the table. Each step requires accurate and gentle handling. The cooking time requirement for this brown butter-fried flounder must be precise to the minute. No raw parts can be left, and the fish meat must be fresh and juicy. This is one of the most difficult techniques for cooking flounder. After the introduction, Yuan Ping and others began to taste the food. Yuan Ping, the president of the Chefs Association, was the first to speak after the evaluation. Chef Jason made this brown butter-fried flounder. The fish meat is tender and the juice is perfectly locked in. The timing is perfect. Thank you, Chef Jason, for letting me eat such delicious food. So I give it 4.6 points. Fong Taifu, 4.6. Chen Sheng, 4.6. Style, 4.5. Total score, 18.3. Chapter 1, 24 Fatal Mistake. Chen Sheng, fried conch with crispy melon, score, 18.4. Bob, oysters on ice, score, 18.5. Zhang Feng, spicy ube, score, 18.5. Alan, fried dory, score, 18.4. As the game became increasingly intense, the scores of both sides were exactly the same. Everyone, the total scores of both sides are actually the same. It can be said that the strength of both sides is evenly matched. The next dish we will evaluate is Chef Fong Taifu's crossbridge abalone, which is Chef Fong's specialty. The host introduced the dish while having the crossbridge abalone brought up. Tom picked up a piece of abalone and put it in his mouth. He found that it had a delicate texture and a soft taste. The cooking skills could be said to be very good. He did not expect that the opponent's cooking skills would be so high. The score was not far apart at all. It would probably not be easy to win. Thinking of this, an idea came to his mind. Jason, 4.6. Alan, 4.5. Bob, 4.6. Tom, 4. As soon as Tom gave this score, the audience below was immediately excited. It's shameless to resort to such a despicable trick when you know you can't win. What kind of world-class chef is this? He has no professional ethics at all and resorts to such shady tactics. If you don't tell us the truth today, don't blame us for being rude to you. That's too much. Is there something wrong with your sense of taste? When Fong Taifu heard that Tom only gave him 4, he immediately slammed the table and yelled, "Only 4 points. If you don't tell me the reason, I will tear it down." Yuan Ping hurriedly tried to comfort Fong Taifu, as he had such a bad temper that he was likely to rush up and hit someone. At this time, Jason looked at Tom with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Fong Taifu's abalone was perfect from any angle, and there was almost nothing wrong with it. He estimated that the low score was a big jealousy for a chef. Tom looked at the crowd with a calm face and explained, "This abalone dish is very good in every aspect, but it also has its shortcomings. The taste is thick and mild. It is delicious for older people, but for young people like us who are looking for excitement, the taste is a little bland." Yuan Ping and others looked at each other in bewilderment at this explanation. This was entirely based on their own taste. However, they were also speechless and had no way of expressing their grievances. After all, there was nothing wrong with a perfect dish. This little bastard is making me so mad. He is just finding fault with everything. Mrs. Fong was so happy that she blew her beard and wished she could cut Tom into pieces. "We are not the best. He found the fault, and we have nothing to say." Yuan Ping patted Fong Taifu on the shoulder to comfort him, saying that they were only 0.5 points behind, and there was still a chance to catch up later. Then Yuan Ping and others evaluated Alan's grilled clams and gave high scores of more than 4.5. Although what happened before, they did not lose their professional ethics. Now, please allow Chef Jason and the 3 judges to continue tasting the mayonnaise-baked scallops prepared by Chef Mo Jian. As soon as the host finished speaking, 4 servings of scallops were placed in front of Jason and the other 3. After Yuan Ping watched Jason and others take a bite, his brows immediately frowned, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Jason quickly put down his spoon and said, "I only give this dish 3 points." At the same time, the other 3 also gave extremely low scores of only 3 points. Seeing this scene, the audience below showed surprised expressions on their faces. They thought that the 4 points Tom gave before were exaggerated, but now all the chefs who evaluated only gave 3 points. Something must have gone wrong. They are not trying to mess with us on purpose, are they? What a bunch of bastards. Fong Taifu was still holding back his anger, but when he saw this scene, his temper exploded. "Old Fong, don't get excited." Yuan Ping did not doubt the evaluation ability of Jason and others. They were also experienced chefs and would not risk their reputation. At this time, he saw Mo Jian standing beside him with a nervous look on his face and asked, "Old Mo, what's going on?" Mo Jian sighed and replied, "My hands were shaking when I was cooking, and I put too much salt. It's too late to redo it. Alas, you have been cooking for your whole life, and yet you would make a mistake like this." Yuan Ping was also very angry. Now the score gap was so big that if he wanted to win, he could only hope that the person behind him would perform exceptionally well. However, the person at the back was Yi Xiao, so it might be difficult to expect him to perform exceptionally well. In the subsequent comparison, Yuan Ping saw that there were no more mistakes on their side, but the score had not been shortened. He couldn't be happy, thinking that if the game was really over, he would have no face to see the people of Jiangdong. Soon, only Tom and Yi Xiao's dishes were left to be evaluated. At this time, Tom personally carried his dish to Yuan Ping and others and introduced it confidently. "My dish is called blue lobster and sauce. I use broth made from lobster heads and vegetables to cook it, then serve it with truffle sauce, tomatoes, garlic, onions, and spices to bring out the sweetness of the lobster without stealing the flavor of the lobster itself. Try it." Yuan Ping tasted it first. Blue lobster is a very precious food ingredient, but the cooking method is relatively simple. After a moment, Yuan Ping gave a score of 4.5. This kid is quite capable, but unfortunately his character is not that good. Although Fong Taifu disliked Tom, the dish he cooked was still good. After the evaluation, there was no smile on Yuan Ping and others' faces anymore. Now the score gap had reached 19 points. This also meant that in order to win the competition, Yi Xiao's crab had to receive full marks from the 4 judges, Jason and Yi Xiao, in the end. However, this was almost impossible. "Alas, I lost this time. Yi Xiao's homemade crabs are not even up to par." Fong Taifu sighed. He didn't expect the final result would be like this. At this time, the audience around and the tourists on the internet found it difficult to accept this result and were filled with grief for a while. They tried their best. If it weren't for Mo Jian's mistake, they might still have a chance. "That Tom is so annoying. I want to beat him up so badly that he won't even recognize his mother. Now it all depends on Yi Xiao. I hope he can turn the tide and save the collapsing building. It's really hard to get 20 points to win, and the crabs he made look no different from the home-cooked crabs I usually make. When Wang Muching and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel nervous. If they lost, not only would they have to pay them 50 million, but their reputation in the domestic catering industry would also be ruined. Lu Jia was smiling very happily at this moment. After Yi Xiao lost, she would make fun of him. Anyone who dared to offend her would have a bad end. While everyone was extremely nervous, Yi Xiao was extremely relaxed, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 125 No Image. Under the gaze of everyone, the host walked up to Yi Xiao and asked, Mr. Yi, what is the name of this dish you made? It's steamed crab. Yi Xiao walked onto the stage and brought up 4 crabs. Can you tell me how to make this crab? Is there any trick or something? The host continued to ask more questions. He had to ask more questions, otherwise he would not know how to introduce it to the audience. In response to this question, Yi Xiao shook his head and said, there is no trick. It's just a common steamed crab. After hearing this answer, Yuan Ping knew he had been fooled by this guy. He had said before that he had the trick to cook crabs, but now it seemed like it was all nonsense. Now, Jason and the other 4, please evaluate the steamed crab made by Yi Xiao. This crab is, well, very big, and should be very satisfying to eat. The color is bright red, very conspicuous, and very appetizing. As we all know, people in our country like to eat crabs very much, and they are also very good at crab dishes. The steamed crab made by Mr. Yi Xiao is simple but extraordinary, and it combines the cooking skills of our country for thousands of years. The host didn't know how to introduce it and just made some random comments. When Lu Jia heard this, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself that it was just a home-cooked crab dish, but they dared to serve it on the table. It was simply embarrassing. Jason and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the whole crab in front of them and the pillow of crab-eating tools next to it. They had no idea where to start. The crabs they bought abroad were all very large and already processed. Bang! Seeing this, Yi Xiao rushed over, picked up the hammer on the table, and hit the crab's back. The crab cracked open, and then said, just eat the meat inside. You can also dip it in sauce and drink some rice wine. Thanks. Jason was also startled by his action. He picked up a crab leg and looked at it carefully before putting it in his mouth. His eyes suddenly widened, and he felt a wonderful taste bursting in his mouth, as if the crab came alive. The meat was delicious, and he couldn't stop eating it. Then he reached out, picked up the crab and stuffed it into his mouth, muttering, good, good, while eating. It was the first time Tom saw his father like this. He looked like he had never eaten crabs and was so out of control. At the same time, he saw Alan and others also taking crabs and eating them, without caring about their image at all. Seeing this, Tom knew that the crab tasted very good, but no matter how good it was, Yi Xiao and the others had already lost. No way, it's so delicious. When Tom took a bite, he was completely excited. He had never eaten such delicious crabs, especially the crab roe inside, which was simply the most delicious delicacy in the world. He started to eat it in big mouthfuls. At this time, the audience below was also stunned, watching Jason and others eating without any image on the stage, wondering if this is still the world's top chef. It was like a starving ghost reincarnated. Yuan Ping and others were looking at each other in confusion. They had all eaten crabs before, and although they were delicious, they were not so bad. They couldn't help but wonder if Jason and others were mentally ill. Grandpa Tang, let's go eat crabs. While everyone was paying attention to Jason and others on the stage, Wang Muching quietly came to Tang Qingyuan's side. Tang Qingyuan nodded, and the two of them walked towards where the crabs were placed. Lu Jiao watched Tom lick the crab shells clean and was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She thought to herself, if you have never eaten crabs, I will buy you 10 pounds and eat you to death. When Tang Yi came back from the bathroom, she found that her grandfather was gone. She started looking for him everywhere and finally saw him squatting on the ground in a secluded corner, eating crabs with Wang Muching like a little child. She couldn't help but laugh. It's so delicious. The crab meat and crab roe are paired with the dipping sauce and a sip of rice wine. It's incomparably delicious. Anything else? Jason licked his fingers, savoring the taste. There is none left. Yi Xiao watched as the crab shells on the plate were licked clean. Not a single bit of meat was wasted, and even the plate was so clean that it reflected light. Upon hearing that there were no more, Jackson also showed a look of disappointment and said, I've made the decision. The scores of the 4 of us are all 5 points. Yeah, I won. After hearing this, the audience below couldn't help but stand up and cheer. Brother Yi is awesome. He dealt with these foreigners with just a few crabs. Of course, The crabs that Brother Yi feeds can't be ordinary crabs. They are the best crabs in the world. Looking at it makes me want to eat it, but I don't know if I can eat it. Hurry up and petition online. Let us eat crabs for free. Yuan Ping also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. If he had lost, he would have lost all his face. Fortunately, Yi Xiao did his job well. At the same time, he became curious about the crabs made by Yi Xiao. At this moment, Lu Jia rushed to the stage, pointed at Jason and yelled, "Why do you make decisions for them? What kind of crab is that? It has no special features at all. Don't you pay attention to color, fragrance, and taste? What color is there in this crab?" Jason looked at the arrogant girl and stood up to explain. When a chef cooks, he pays attention to the color, aroma, and taste. But since it is to be eaten, the most important thing is the taste. In the face of absolute taste, color and aroma are no longer important. To put it simply, as long as it tastes good, it's fine. Lu Jia couldn't explain this at all, so she turned to look at Tom and asked, "What about you? I believe you won't give it 5 points." "I agree with my father, 5 points is well deserved." At this time, Tom naturally didn't dare to have any objection. "You, a loser." Lu Jia also started cursing without any hesitation. Yi Xiao had no intention of getting into a fight with this woman, but he didn't expect her to dare to come up and make a scene, so he walked up to her and said, "Before, you said that if I win, you'll eat shit. Are you ready now?" "Eat your head." Lu Jia cursed, turned around, and walked away. At this time, Fang Taifu came up and said to Yi Xiao, "Boy, take out the crabs you made and let me try them." "There is none left." Yi Xiao spread his hands with a sincere look on his face. He still wanted to taste the crab. If it was taken out, he would probably not have any share. "Don't play tricks on me. I watched you make 10 of them. Come on, stop being a bitch." Fang Taifu urged from the side. Seeing this, Yi Xiao knew that he could no longer hide it, so he walked over and prepared to take the crab. When he went over, he saw that the plate containing the crabs was empty. He was stunned for a moment, thinking that it was really gone. At this moment, Yi Xiao saw Wang Muqing and Tang Qinglian walking out from the corner while wiping their mouths, with expressions of enjoyment and satisfaction on their faces. Chapter 126, Fulfilling the Promise. Yi Xiao glanced at the empty plate, then looked at Wang Muqing, whose face was flushed, and said, "How's the crab? It's delicious, right?" "I didn't eat. What's wrong?" Wang Muqing started to play dumb, but the next moment she burped. Yi Xiao smelled the alcohol in her mouth and burst into laughter. "The crab tastes good, Xiaoya. It's thanks to you that I can eat such delicious crab." Tang Qing patted Yi Xiao's shoulder, with a hint of embarrassment in his smile. A man of such age was still stealing crabs from a little girl. If it got out, he would only be laughed at. Chun Feng is currently live streaming with his mobile phone, constantly interacting with the audience. At this time, several people came over and asked him, "Chun Feng, when can we eat crabs? I don't think they have prepared any crabs." "Yes, we gave you so many gifts just to have a taste of the action. Go blow it quickly. My saliva is almost flowing out." Seeing this, Chun Feng could only comfort her while thinking of a solution. At this time in a room, a group of anchors from Tiana Network Company gathered together to discuss how to solve this problem. Before, they had put out a slogan that fans who received the top 10 gifts on the list could come to the scene to try out the gifts. Xiaoyu walked into the room from outside, seeing everyone with sad faces, and asked, "Have you come up with any solution?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chuanfeng's voice of blame rang out. "This is all your fault. If you hadn't been the first to organize the gift-giving and crab-eating activities, how could it have turned out like this? Yeah, now the fans are making trouble with me, and they insist on eating crabs. I won't even give them back. If this gets out of hand, and people say we don't keep our word, who will dare to follow us in the future? Xiaoyu, what do you think? You are the one who started this." At this time, everyone in the room pointed their fingers at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu glanced at them and said calmly, "I was the one who started this, but I didn't ask you to follow my example. You must have received a lot of gifts during this period. Some are worth hundreds of thousands, and some are worth millions. At most, Yi Xiao and I can go and ask for a few crabs. It's not a difficult task. You can do it yourself." As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the room immediately started to speak well of him. They were not familiar with Yi Xiao and had no way of getting crabs. On his way here, Li Rong saw dozens of fans gathered outside the house, all discussing the crab issue. He knew that if this matter was not handled properly, it would have a huge impact on the company. At the beginning, he had tacitly agreed to his anchors eating crabs in exchange for fans giving gifts. Now he thinks he was not thoughtful enough. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Chun Feng and others surrounding him, asking how to solve the problem. "It takes the person who tied the bell to untie it. We have to ask Yi Xiao for help in this matter. The company will pay for a batch of crabs. When the time comes, Yi Xiao can just find a reason to explain it. Li Rong also thought of a solution before he came. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Rong then went to Yi Xiao to discuss the matter. After Yi Xiao understood the whole story, he said, "It's not impossible to buy crabs, but the price is a bit expensive, and we have to wait a few months." "You name a price." Li Rong had a serious look on his face. He knew that things on island number 4 were more expensive, so he was mentally prepared. "We are also acquaintances. I'll give you a friendly price of 50,000 per piece." Yi Xiao casually stretched out 5 fingers. Upon hearing the price, Li Rong almost gasped. One crab costs 50,000, and there are 60 people in total, which means 3 million. Fortunately, the company made a lot of money this time, so it was still within an acceptable range, so he nodded in agreement. Then Yi Xiao went to find the fans who came to the scene to give gifts. At this time, the fans were discussing when they could eat crabs. Suddenly, they saw Yi Xiao coming over and quickly surrounded him. "Brother Yi, you were really amazing today. You turned the tide in one fell swoop." "Yes, let those foreigners see how powerful we are. Are crabs really that delicious?" They almost swallowed their tongues. "Can we eat crabs today? We've been looking forward to it for a long time." Seeing them talking at once, Yi Xiao quickly reached out his hand to quiet them down and said, "Everyone, due to some reasons, you may not be able to eat crabs today, but I will invite you to the island to eat crabs then. Let's try the cooking skills of foreign chefs first." Although everyone was a little disappointed when they heard this disappearance, since Yi Xiao had spoken, they didn't say anything else. At this time, Jason and others were gathered together, whispering and discussing. Yi Xiao walked up to Yuan Ping and asked, "Mr. Yuan, what are they doing? Let's discuss how to prepare the 100 tables of food. That's enough for more than 800 people, which should keep them busy." Yuan Ping explained with a smile. At this moment, Jason came over and said, "More than 800 people are too many. We are planning to book 100 tables at a nearby hotel, and we will pay for it. What do you think?" "No problem." Yi Xiao also nodded in agreement. After all, according to Western cooking methods, 100 tables of food would be enough for them to cook for several days and nights. When the audience learned that they were going to the hotel for dinner, they became very excited and started walking towards the hotel. Yi Xiao came to Tang Qingyuan and invited him. "Mr. Tang, come and have dinner with us later." Tang Qingyuan smiled and waved his hand to refuse. "I won't go. I just ate 3 crabs, and I'm full. You can take Mu Chung with you. She keeps complaining that she's not full." Hearing this, Yi Xiao just smiled. Only now did he realize that Wang Muching was a foodie. She ate all day long and never gained weight no matter how much she ate. Then he and everyone set off for the hotel. "I'm so angry. Useless, a chef from a top restaurant, nothing." Lu Jia was walking on the side of the road at this moment. She didn't expect Yi Xiao to win in the end. When she thought about it, she felt so angry that her teeth were itching. At this moment, 2 people suddenly rushed out from the roadside, holding a bucket filled with light yellow liquid and feces. When they came to Lu Jia, they directly poured the feces in the bucket over to her. The next moment, Lu Jia was covered in urine and feces, and was completely covered from head to toe. "Since you said you'd eat shit, you have to keep your promise, haha." After saying this, the 2 men ran away quickly. Lu Jia smelled the smell of urine all over her body, and there was a pile of feces on her shoulder. She screamed in shock. When the people around saw this scene, they couldn't help but cover their noses and walk away, secretly saying that young people nowadays will do anything to become famous. Chapter 127 Learning to Cook. At this time in a hotel, everyone was eating and drinking. The table was filled with various kinds of wine, and everyone wanted to get drunk. After Jason tasted a bite of the dish, he immediately put down his fork. Ever since he had eaten the crab, he had no appetite for these things. Thinking of this, he walked to Yi Xiao again and said in half-baked Chinese, "Mr. Yi, I want to bring some crabs back to China. Is it convenient?" "Mr. Jason, it's a shame that we won't have crabs for several months." Yi Xiao also spoke the truth. Hearing this, Jason was filled with regret. If he went back like this, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. So he thought of an idea and said again, "Can I stay on your island for a few months? I can go back after I finish eating crabs." Hearing this, Yi Xiao didn't expect that he would be so persistent in trying something new. Looking at the current situation, he would not give up unless Jason agreed, so he had no choice but to agree. "Thank you so much." Jason was as happy as a little kid at this moment. After dinner, Yi Xiao and Wang Muching also came to the balcony and chatted and laughed. At this moment, Xiaoyu came over with a cell phone and said to Yi Xiao, "Brother Yi, I want to take a picture with you." Hearing this, Yi Xiao also turned his gaze to Wang Muching, signaling her to find a way to deal with this girl. But before they could react, Xiaoyu moved closer to Yi Xiao, picked up his phone to take selfies, and posed in various intimate poses. Wang Muqing saw Xia Yu put his face close to Yi Zhao's, which was clearly a provocation to her. Wave. Xia Yu suddenly kissed Yi Zhao on the face, then jumped away while twisting her waist. Seeing this scene, Wang Muqing was also stunned, thinking that these girls nowadays are really too brave. Yi Zhao didn't expect Xia Yu to suddenly attack him, and in front of Wang Muqing. Wang Muqing saw Yi Zhao was stunned and asked coldly, "What? Are you still thinking about it?" "No way, I just didn't expect her to do that." Yi Zhao hurriedly explained. "She's still a little girl, don't mess with her if you have nothing to do." Wang Muqing warned seriously. Yi Zhao kept nodding his head. He did nothing. He was the one who was provoked. At this time, Xia Yu was showing the photos he took with Yi Zhao to his fans in the live broadcast room, which caused another screen sweeping. "My sister-in-law is really amazing. Now she has really become my sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law? Do you really want to take the position?" Yi Zhao has a girlfriend, and her identity is not simple. Will our Xia Yu be afraid? There is nothing that can't be solved with one baby. If that doesn't work, then have 2 babies. The rice has been cooked. I don't believe Yi Zhao dares not to take responsibility. At this time, Yi Zhao didn't know that many people were giving Xia Yu advice. He was returning to island number 4 with Wang Mu, Jason, and others. After arriving on the island, Jason looked around like a curious baby and screamed, "Oh my God," from time to time, like the howling of ghosts and wolves, making the people on the island feel nervous. The island is incredible, and the vegetables are so good. I have decided that I want to learn how to cook Chinese food." After Jason came back from his tour, his face was full of excitement. Everything on the island made him curious. "Okay, then let Aunt Wu teach you how to cook some home-cooked dishes." Yi Zhao felt a little embarrassed about his request. After all, there were no professional chefs here, so he could only let him follow Wu Fun. Wu Fun looked at the foreigner who was following her and wanted to learn how to cook from her. After thinking for a while, she decided to follow him to make a stir-fried cabbage dish. Then she prepared all kinds of materials and explained, "First pour in some oil." "How much is it?" Looking at the oil bottle in his hand, Jason was at a loss and a little nervous. "Just pour a little less." Wu Fun explained patiently. Jason poured a little oil and threw the cabbage into the pan when it was hot. Immediately, there was a crackling sound from the pan. He was so scared that he immediately stepped back and screamed. Seeing this old man in his 60s flaming like a little child, I took over and started cooking myself. It's really hard to cook. Jason wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was so scared when he was cooking. At dinner time, everyone at the table watched Jason wolfing down bowl after bowl of rice as if he would never be full. Wang Muqing saw that Jason had already finished several dishes, so she leaned in front of Yi Zhao and whispered, "If he really stays here for a few months, I'm afraid the island will be bankrupt." Yi Zhao firmly believed in this, but it was also reasonable. These dishes were all island vegetables, so the taste was naturally needless to say. "I have traveled to hundreds of countries around the world, and the food I eat here is the best I have ever eaten in my life." After Jason ate 4 bowls of rice in a row, he finally stopped and praised the dishes highly. "If it's delicious, eat more. As much as you want." Yi Zhao responded with a smile, thinking that he would be staying here for a few months, and he had to find something for him to do. Otherwise, he would just eat and do nothing. After a moment, he came up with an idea, which was to let Jason do his old job. That is, let him teach apprentices, and then recruit a group of students and collect some registration fees. Then Yi Zhao told Jason about this idea. "Okay, no problem." Jason also knew that he had to do something to help the island, so he nodded and agreed to Yi Zhao's proposal without hesitation. Seeing that the matter was settled, Yi Zhao quickly called Xiao Jianbin and asked him to place an advertisement on TV to recruit apprentices. Jason, the world's top chef, will accept apprentices and teach on island number 4. "Brother Yi, no problem. I'll give you an advertisement during prime time tonight." Xiao Jianbin nodded in agreement without hesitation and quickly gave instructions to his subordinates. After hearing the news, the secretary next to him said, "Director Xiao, a few seconds of advertising during prime time can earn millions. Don't we want money?" "Why do you want money? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. It will be much more convenient for us to ask Yi Zhao to do things in the future." Xiao Jianbin laughed. Yi Zhao was extremely popular now, even comparable to top stars. That evening, the Donghai City TV station inserted an advertisement that Jason would be recruiting disciples and teaching them on island number 4. The fee per person was 100,000, and there were 30 places available. Ordinary citizens did not have much interest in this advertisement, but it caused a sensation in the chef circle. Jason's name is also well known in the domestic chef circle. Many people wanted to hire him, but never had the chance. Unexpectedly, he is now openly accepting apprentices. Even if you can't learn anything, You can still make a living anywhere with the name of Jason's apprentice. Chapter 128, Can't Stop the Ship. Wang Muching knew that Yi Xiao collected 100,000 yuan for the registration fee and asked Jason to work for free. She smiled and said, "You are really good at making money. A world-class chef is working for you for free. How can you say he's working for free? The food and drinks he gets on the island are not cheap. This is called mutual benefit." Yi Xiao slowly extended his hand towards Wang Muching's waist. After being together for so long, they had kissed only a few times, and hugging each other's waist was simply impossible. "Don't move, or I'll break your claws." Wang Muching slapped his hand away. Seeing this, Yi Xiao immediately showed an aggrieved expression. "Mu Cheng, we have been together for such a long time, and we haven't even held hands a few times. Most couples who have been together for such a long time would have reached third base a long time ago." Wang Muching chuckled and replied, "Are we an ordinary couple? Can other people's girlfriends be as beautiful as me?" Faced with her question, Yi Xiao was speechless, but he still kissed Wang Muching on the mouth and ran away quickly. Wang Muching laughed when she saw this scene and muttered, "You dare to kiss me? Don't think you can get away with it by running away. Go kneel on the washboard for me tonight." A few days later, Yi Xiao received a call saying that the 30 apprentice places had been filled and they would set off for island number 4 today. Yi Xiao decided to go to greet them in person. After all, he had collected a tuition fee of 100,000 yuan per person. Then he drove the only yacht on the island to Donghai City. When Yi Xiao arrived at the pier and was about to dock, suddenly several people in security uniforms came over and stopped him. "Wait a minute, have you paid the fee?" "What fee?" Yi Xiao was also confused. "You need to pay the mooring fee when you dock at the pier. This is the rule. I can see that you haven't paid. Move your boat away immediately. You can't dock here." One of the security guards, Chui San, hurriedly urged, looking impatient. "Where can I pay the fee? I can just go and pay it. How much is it per month?" Yi Xiao felt that this was not a big problem. However, Chui San ignored him and pushed Yi Xiao, saying impatiently, "You can't park here before you pay the fee. Leave quickly. By the way, you can't park anywhere else on the entire pier." Hearing this, Yi Xiao was also extremely depressed, wondering if he had not checked the almanac before going out today, or what. He then drove the boat away, stopped it where the security guards couldn't see him, and walked towards the dock. When Yi Xiao arrived, he found a group of people gathered together, with Xia Dehai standing next to them, smoking nonstop. "Brother Xia, what's wrong?" Yi Xiao walked over and asked. "Alas, our ship can't sail anymore, and there are no ships going to island number 4, so these people are left here." Xia Dehai threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and stomped on it angrily. At this moment, Yi Xiao thought of the scene where he was blocked just now, and then thought about this matter, and he realized that things might not be simple. Then he came to Xia Dehai and asked, "Brother Xia, can you find a boat to take the people over first?" Xia Dehai shook his head and sighed. No one wants to help me now. I heard that it was Wu Quan from the General Aviation Group who sent the message. It seems that the owner of this wharf has a close relationship with him." Hearing this, Yi Xiao asked the apprentices who were going to island number 4 to go back first, and then he and Xia Dehai came to a restaurant to chat while eating. "It's getting harder and harder for small companies like us to do business now. The General Aviation Group is either merging all the small companies or forcing them to go bankrupt. So I joined forces with some small companies to form a shipping club. Before, we could rent a berth at the dock every month, but now they want 100,000 yuan a month. We can't afford that. We are going to dispose of all the dozens of ships and find another way out." Talking about this frustrating thing, Xia Dehai drank the wine on the table. He had originally hoped to maintain his business by flying the route to island number 4, but now it seems that he was overthinking. When Yi Xiao heard Wu Quan's name, he knew that all this was aimed at him. He had made Wu Quan lose more than tens of millions when betting on horses, and Xia Dehai was implicated only because of him. Thinking of this, he also poured a glass of wine for Xia Dehai and said, "Don't worry, Brother Xia. I will take care of this matter so that you won't lose your job. I feel relieved with your words, brother. Come, have a drink." Xia Dehai raised his glass. After hearing Yi Xiao's words, he felt completely reassured in him. At this time, in Wu Quan's Sea View Villa, he and Yang Tai were drinking. Yang Tai shook the red wine in his glass and said in a shrill voice, "Yi Xiao's ship can't dock at the pier now. You are cutting off his escape route. I'm not used to your shrill voice. It won't be so convenient for Yi Xiao to transport things to the island in the future. No one dares to rent a boat to him. I guess that broken boat won't last long. You dare to go against me. You really overestimate your own abilities." Wu Quan had a very proud look on his face. Yi Xiao had caused him to lose a lot of money, and now it was just a little interest. Yang Tai's face was so gloomy at the moment, water seemed to be dripping out of it. The reason why his voice became so sharp was that he was no longer a man. He was completely ruined by the trick he had received from that woman last time. Now Wu Quan actually brought up the matter, which made him very angry. Don't worry about it. Even though you are like this, medical science is so advanced nowadays, so there is no problem in continuing the family line. Wu Quan smiled and comforted her. Hearing this, Wu Quan felt a surge of anger in his heart, and he also felt a little resentful towards Wu Quan. If he hadn't introduced himself to Zhang Linghua, how could such a thing have happened? At this time, Wu Quan didn't care about him at all. What he was thinking about was how to bring Yi Xiao down. After Yi Xiao returned, he also did some investigation and found out that the wharf was owned by Daning Company and its chairman was Yao Bin. After understanding this, he decided to talk to Yao Bin to see if he could buy a ship berth. However, with his current status, he could not contact Yao Bin, so he sought help from Wang Muqing. At this time, Wang Muqing was lying on the sofa with her legs crossed, slowly cracking melon seeds and smiling at Yi Xiao from time to time. Muqing, please help me. Yi Xiao sat next to her and started saying nice things to her. You can ask me to help you. Just run around the island 10 times, and I'll tell you where to find Yao Bin. Wang Muqing made this request with a smile. 10 laps. What? Who told you to kiss me secretly before? Even though I'm your girlfriend, you didn't kiss me for nothing. This is also for your own good, so that you can exercise more. 10 laps would kill me. No, you're not old yet, so it won't kill you. Chapter 129 got beaten. In the evening of the next day, Yi Xiao and Xia Dehai came to a private club, Manhwa Hall. According to Wang Muqing, Yao Bin liked to come here the most, and was there almost every night. Brother Yi, are you okay? Xia Dehai saw Yi Xiao twisting his neck and moving his waist from time to time, as if he was uncomfortable all over. It's okay, don't worry. Yi Xiao waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He was so tired last night that he didn't even run a lap. He felt sore in his waist and legs when he woke up in the morning. Looking at the group of tough security guards standing at the entrance of the club in front of him, Xia Dehai couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said, "It seems that ordinary people can go in here. Don't worry, it's no problem." Wang Muqing is also a member of Lanhua Hall, so Yi Xiao took her membership card. After entering smoothly, Yi Xiao came to the outside of a private room and knocked on the door. "Who are you looking for?" At this moment, the door opened and a burly man came out and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you looking for?" "We have something to discuss with Mr. Yao." "Wait." A moment later, the big man came out again and led the two men in. After Yi Xiao entered the room, he saw 4 men and 4 women inside. All of them were disheveled and reeked of alcohol. Then he walked towards the pot-bellied man. Wang Muqing had shown him a photo of Yao Bin before, so he introduced him. "Hello, Mr. Yao. I'm Yi Xiao." Before he could finish his words, Yao Bin interrupted him. "I know you, kid. I'm sure everyone knows you. He's a very popular figure in Donghai City. I know why you came to see me. Let's drink this glass of wine first, and then we can talk." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman next to him took out an oversized wine glass and poured a full glass of white wine, which weighed a full pound. At this time, several other people also started to make a fuss. "Drink it, kid. Being able to drink Mr. Yao's wine is the greatest blessing in your life. As long as President Yao opens his mouth, you won't have to worry about your life anymore. Drink it now. Xiao Yi, after you drink this glass of wine, we brothers will recognize you as our man. Drink it quickly, drink it quickly." Yi Xiao simply ignored the noises from the people around him and looked at the large glass of white wine on the table. This was not just drinking, it was totally life-threatening. He came here to discuss things, not to drink with others. At this time, Xia Dehai walked up, stretched out his hand to the wine glass and said, "I'll drink on behalf of Brother Yi. Cheers to everyone." But before he could touch the glass, a man stood up and slapped Xia Dehai in the face, cursing, "Who the hell are you? You deserve to drink." Xia Dehai fell to the ground with his left face swollen. Seeing this, Yi Xiao's face couldn't help but darken. Seeing Yi Xiao hesitate, Yao Bin poured out the wine in his glass and said, "Since you don't want to drink, then change something else and give him something to drink." "I'll do it." At this time, a man stood up, unbuckled his belt, and started peeing into the cup. He then handed it to Yi Xiao and said, "Drink it. It's still hot. If you drink, we'll discuss everything, otherwise you're going to have a hard time." Yao Bin leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigar, and puffed away leisurely. "Drink your uncle." Yi Xiao also got angry and grabbed the cup of urine and threw it at Yao Bin, directly into his mouth. "Bah, bah, bah, this kid is looking for death. I'll Biao destroy him for me." Yao Bin stood up, spitting continuously, pointing at Yi Xiao and yelling. Then the burly man behind him rushed out and punched him with such force that a faint sound of breaking through the air could be heard. Seeing this, Yi Xiao hurriedly stretched out his arm to block, but he was unable to block the attack and was knocked to the ground. Immediately afterwards, The rest of the bodyguards rushed up and started punching and kicking Yishao. At this time, Yishao could only curl up his body as much as possible to protect his vital parts. Okay, throw him out. After a moment, Yaobin also asked him to throw Yishao out. Boss Yao, are you okay? At this time, the man who had urinated before came over with an uneasy look on his face. It was his urine that Yaobin drank just now. If Yaobin held a grudge against him, he would be finished. Pooh. Yaobin was drinking water and rinsing his mouth at this moment, and he always felt a smell of urine in his mouth. Boss Yao, just let the kid go like this, but you still have to do something with him. One person came over and asked. That kid has some connections. It's no good if we make a big fuss about it. Yaobin also knew his limits. Yishao knew a lot of people, and if he really destroyed him, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. At this time, Yishao and Xia Dehai supported each other and walked towards the hospital. Just now, Xia Dehai went to help and was beaten into a pig's head. Brother Xia, I'm really sorry for making you suffer as well. Looking at Xia Dehai limping beside him, Yishao felt very uncomfortable. It's okay. That Yao guy is too much of a bully. I should have brought a few more people with me. Xia Dehai smiled but didn't take it to heart. After arriving at the hospital, the two checked and found that Yi Zhao's arm was dislocated and his face was swollen. He would need to rest for a month. Xia Dehai's condition was similar. After staying in Donghai City for one night, Yi Xiao returned to the island the next morning. Wang Muqing got up early in the morning and jogged slowly with headphones on. When she ran to the dock, she saw a person wrapped in bandages appear in front of her. She was startled and wondered where this mummy came from, so she picked up a stick on the ground and rushed over. Muqing, it's me. Yi Xiao looked at her rushing towards him aggressively and quickly stepped back to reveal his identity. Yi Xiao, is that you? How did you become like this? When Wang Muqing heard Yi Xiao's voice, he immediately threw away the stick and walked over to support him. Oh, it's hard to put it into words. Yi Xiao sighed and told the whole story in detail. Hearing that Yi Xiao was beaten like this by Yao Bin, his face immediately darkened, and he said, if he dares to hit my man, I will destroy him. Just wait. I will let my bodyguards who retired from Zongnanhai take care of him. Seeing Wang Muqing taking out her phone and preparing to call for help, Yi Xiao quickly grabbed her hand and said, Muqing, I will avenge this grudge myself. You don't need to get hurt. If word gets out that I'm hiding behind a woman, that would be bad. You can do it. Come on, go inside and lie down. Wang Muqing supported Yi Xiao and walked slowly into the house. After lying on the bed, Yi Xiao looked at Wang Muqing and said, Muqing, I feel very uncomfortable now. I need you to help me relieve the pain. How can I relieve it? Wang Muqing asked curiously, but she felt that he would never be able to spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Give me a kiss, and I'll get better faster. Yi Xiao stated his purpose. Seeing his pitiful look, Wang Muqing couldn't bear to refuse, so she leaned over and kissed him on the mouth. At this moment, Wang Muqing's hand touched a place it shouldn't have touched, and Yi Xiao immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Chapter 130 Hotel Secrets. Yi Xiao has been recuperating on the island these days while asking someone to investigate Yao Bin's background information. He had to get rid of this anger no matter what. At this moment, he was sitting on the rooftop, looking at the scenery around the island. The island had now entered a period of steady development, and there was no need for money yet, so he had more than 7 million in liquid funds. Little Leaf, I'm back. Pang Xiao rushed upstairs at a trot. Yi Xiao asked Pang Xiao to investigate Yao Bin's background, and it seems that there was some gain. Pang Xiao picked up the water cup on the table and drank it all. Then he said, in addition to operating the dock, Yao Bin's Daning Company's main businesses are hotels and some clubs. He has a lot of dark history, but he is rich and can solve everything with money. Rich and powerful? I want to see how rich and powerful he is. Yi Xiao has already thought of an idea. Places like hotels and clubs have always been a den of filth and corruption. If any negative news were to come out, it would definitely have a huge impact. When Xia Yu was in the live broadcast room, he suddenly received a message from Yi Xiao, asking him to go out and meet him. Yeah. After seeing this news, Xia Yu happily announced to the audience, your eldest brother asked me out. Brothers, I will go off the air first, and I may not broadcast live tonight. After that, she went offline. At this time, the live broadcast room was in an uproar, and a group of fans were talking about it nonstop. It looks like Xia Yu wants to marry me. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle tonight. My sister-in-law is not really in power. You have to take precautions at night. If one isn't enough, use a few more. You guys are so mean. What if Xia Yu just went there to have a meal? Xia Yu dressed up carefully and then came to the agreed cafe. After entering, she saw that Yi Xiao had gauze wrapped around his face, and she quickly sat down next to him and asked with concern, how did you become like this? Who hit you? Seeing that Xia Yu was almost close to him, Yi Xiao immediately distanced himself from her and said, "All this is in the past. Now I need your help." "You want me to help? I have a request." A sly smile suddenly appeared on Xia Yu's face. "What's your request?" "I won't refuse anything I can do." Yi Xiao had a bad feeling. Whenever a girl said she had a request, it was usually not a good thing. Xia Yu came over and said, "Be my boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao shook his head and said, "Change it. This one won't work. But this is all I ask. Please fulfill my request." Xia Yu started to grab Yi Xiao's hand and act coquettishly. "Stop messing around, you little girl." Yi Xiao had no intention of paying attention to her and wanted to change the subject. The more he got entangled with a woman, the more difficult it would be to explain. Xia Yu realized that this request might not be fulfilled, so he thought about it and changed his request. "Then I ask you to accompany me shopping." "Okay, I'll go with you then." Yi Xiao thought this request was okay, so he nodded in agreement, then leaned over to her ear and spoke. "Don't worry, I have millions of fans. I promise to complete the task. Then you can clean yourself up and go shopping with me." Xia Yu looked confident, picked up her bag and left. As a loyal fan of Xia Yu, Sun Xiaodong always pays attention to her. After knowing that Xia Yu will not be broadcasting live today, he prepared to play games and go to bed. At this moment, the voice on the phone rang frantically. When I opened it, everyone in the group was saying that Xia Yu was starting a live broadcast. Then Sun Xiaodong entered the live broadcast room and found Xia Yu in a hotel room. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room also launched barrage comments crazily. "Xia Yu, are you going to broadcast the birth of a baby live tonight? We'd be shy. My sister-in-law really went to the hotel. If it was live, we single guys would be so jealous. It looks like there's only one person. Where did Yi Xiao go? How can one person create a human being?" Xia Yu saw that the fans all thought she came to the hotel with Yi Xiao, so she explained, "Everyone, I came to this hotel alone today. I have nothing to do, so I will live broadcast to you." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Xia Yu opened the door and saw that it was the waitress, so she said to her, "Help me clean up the house. I'm going out to buy some things." Then Xia Yu said hello to the fans in the live broadcast room and went out, but did not take his mobile phone with him. At this moment, fans in the live broadcast room suddenly saw an infuriating scene. The waiter picked up the tablecloth and wiped the table casually a few times, and then used the tablecloth to wipe the water cup. Not only that, the waiter kept rummaging in Xia Yu's bag, and finally found a lipstick, looked at the brand, then unscrewed it and applied it on his mouth. After applying it, he also spat into the bag. This woman is so disgusting. She actually rummaged through the guests' things and used the tablecloth to wipe the cups. Which hotel is this? I want to expose it and what service this is. This is disgusting. Are all hotels so disgusting nowadays? I really want to pull this woman out and give her a beating. After Xia Yu came back, she saw that fans in the live broadcast room had already reminded her to be careful in the barrage, saying that the waiter used the tablecloth to wipe the cup and used her saliva and so on. After figuring out what was going on, Xia Yu thought that things would be so easily done. Yi Xiao told her to go to the hotel under Daning Group and take the opportunity to find the waiter to get some information about the hotel's shady dealings. Unexpectedly, things were done before she even started. She then called the hotel manager over and asked him what to do about the matter. "I will investigate this matter thoroughly, but miss, you must have evidence for what the waiter did." Although the hotel manager appeared to be doing his job impartially, he was clearly biased towards the waiter. "Isn't this evidence? Would I spit in my bag?" Xia Yu also argued with reason. However, the hotel manager put his hands on his chest and said arrogantly, "That's not necessarily the case. Maybe you vomited it yourself and then blackmailed our hotel. You, believe it or not, I will ask the media to expose you." Xia Yu pretended to be indignant. After all, there were millions of viewers watching. "Humph, to tell you the truth, our boss is Yao Bin, and everyone in Donghai City knows him. So what if the media is involved? As long as the money is in place, they won't dare to say anything. Little girl, don't look for trouble, or you'll be the one who suffers." The hotel manager showed no fear of her threats. Xia Yu also knew that she was outnumbered now, so she didn't continue to argue with him. She picked up her phone and walked outside. Not long after, a video of the incident in the hotel circulated online, causing a sensation, and many netizens began to criticize Daning Hotel. Chapter 131 Two Combos. Yao Bin was sleeping soundly early in the morning when he was suddenly awakened by a rapid ringing. After answering the phone, he heard the anxious voice of his secretary. "Mr. Yao, the stock price plummeted as soon as it opened this morning. It has already fallen to the limit." "What? How could this happen?" Upon hearing this, Yao Bin was so shocked that he sat up from the bed and hurried to the company. In the conference room of Daning Group, Yao Bing was watching a video about the hotel on the computer with a gloomy face. After reading it, he asked his secretary, "Did this female anchor do it intentionally or unintentionally?" From the video, it seems that they met by accident. But I did some research and found that this girl has a good relationship with Yishao. The secretary reported respectfully on the side. It must have been that little bastard who did it. Give orders that from now on, no ships from island number 4 will be allowed to dock at the pier, and no ships transporting goods to island number 4 will be allowed to enter the pier either. Yao Bin knew that Yishao had been framed last time, and now he was starting to take revenge. The secretary nodded and asked, "Mr. Yao, many people on the internet are now smearing our hotel, and some competitors are also deliberately smearing us. What should we do now? What else can I do? I've given you your salary for nothing, right? Hurry up and find media PR and get some online trolls." Yao Bin slammed the table and started yelling. The secretary nodded repeatedly and retreated. In the following days, all kinds of negative information about the Daning Hotel broke out on the internet. For a time, everyone was condemning the Daewoo Hotel, which led to a sharp drop in its stock price. In just a few days, it had lost 40 to 50 million yuan. Yao Bin has been unable to eat or sleep well these days. Not only has the stock price plummeted, but the hotel occupancy rate has also dropped sharply, making his hair almost turn white with anxiety. Then he called his secretary over, scolded her, and then asked, "Didn't I ask you to find the media and internet trolls to whitewash the situation? Why is it useless? Did they whitewash everything?" "Mr. Yao, this time we used all the 5 million for PR, but that anchor has so many fans that even the media and the internet trolls can't handle it all." The secretary explained angrily, "Go find that anchor and give her some money to make her behave. If she doesn't agree, you know what to do." "I see." In the evening of that day, Xiaoyu came out of the house and prepared to go to the supermarket to buy some snacks. But when she just went downstairs, she was stopped by a strange man. "Miss Xiaoyu, I am Zhang Liang, the secretary of the chairman of Daning Group. This is my business card. I want to talk to you about something." "Sure, there's a cafe over there. Let's go there and talk." Xiaoyu was also very aware of the dangers and went straight to a crowded place. After sitting down, Zhang Liang directly stated the purpose of his visit and handed over a card. "Our boss hopes that you will stop speaking ill of Daning Hotel. This is 1 million. But just because I don't say it doesn't mean my fans and netizens won't say it." During this period, Xiaoyu often encouraged fans to dig up negative information about Daning Hotel in the live broadcast room. "Miss Xia, I've also watched your live broadcast. I believe that without your instigation, fewer people would target our hotel." Zhang Liang also came prepared. "Wait a minute, I'll think about it and go to the bathroom." Xiaoyu found an excuse to go to the bathroom and called Yi Xiao to explain the matter. After Yi Xiao knew about this, he asked Xiaoyu to take the money and not to worry about it anymore. After all, Yao Bin was quite powerful and it would be easy for her to deal with him. After knowing what to do, Xiaoyu directly collected the money. "Don't worry, I will definitely not get involved in this matter again. I hope Miss Xia can keep her word, otherwise I don't know what will happen next." After making the threat, Zhang Liang left. Wang Mucheng walked over to Yi Xiao, watched him talking on the phone with Xiaoyu, and said with a smile, "It seems that you still care about that girl. I asked her to do this. If anything goes wrong with her, I will feel uneasy." Yi Xiao explained with a smile, "Your move has caused Daning Group to suffer a great loss. You and Yao Bin have become enemies now." Wang Mucheng handed over a can of beer. Yao Bin had been doing business in Donghai City for so many years, so his foundation was very deep. Yi Xiao was very open-minded about this and said very easily, "I have understood it now. Even if you do nothing, there will be people who will dislike you. So don't be afraid of having enemies. Enemies are there for a purpose. They are there to be destroyed." Seeing his domineering look, Wang Mucheng also smiled. The man she was looking for would naturally not be the kind of person who was servile and submissive. Then she continued to ask, "How are you going to deal with this matter of Yao Bin? This little loss is just a drop in the bucket for Yao Bin. I will teach him a lesson." After saying that, Yi Xiao picked up his phone and called Xiao Jianbin again. At this time, Xiao Jianbin was having a meeting with a group of TV station employees. He put a document on the table and said, "I believe everyone knows the most exciting thing right now, which is the Daning Hotel incident. We are the most formal channel for the people to understand the truth of the matter. At the same time, we respond to the construction of a civilized society, so we decided to cooperate with relevant departments to conduct action reporting." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Chunmei stood up and said, "Director Chiao, I'll go on this operation. Although I'm the host, I'm also a reporter." "Okay, then you should be careful." Xiao Jianbin nodded in agreement. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yao Bin was having an affair with a young woman in the presidential suite of Daning Hotel. Dear viewers, I am Su Chunmei, a reporter from Donghai TV station. I am now outside the Daning Hotel on Danfeng Road. According to relevant departments, we have received many reports from the group that the Daning Hotel is called a high-end hotel, but in fact, it conducts illegal transactions behind the scenes. Today, relevant departments will conduct a surprise inspection of the Daning Hotel. When Yao Bin heard the news report on TV, he was dumbfounded. Aren't those reporters and police outside now? Thinking of this, he immediately picked up his clothes and ran out. As soon as he opened the door, he bumped into someone and fell to the ground. Boss Yao, this is bad. The police and reporters are rushing in. Zhang Liang quickly helped Yao Bin up. Hurry, go out the back door. Yao Bin didn't even bother to put on his clothes at this moment. He just put on a blanket and rushed out. Seeing the back was right in front of him, Yao Bin breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he just opened the door, he saw a group of reporters waiting for him outside. They took a lot of photos at first, and then asked questions. Hey, isn't this Mr. Yao? Why are you here? And you're dressed like this. Boss Yao, the police just raided your hotel, and you ran out of it, looking so panicked? What do you think of the illegal operations of Daning Hotel? Mr. Yao, your wife is traveling abroad. What would she think if she saw you like this? Chapter 132 Buying Land. Faced with the reporters' endless questioning, Yao Bin's face turned red and green. Stop filming, stop filming. Our CEO Yao is just here for a walk. Please don't report anything recklessly. Zhang Liang stood up and tried to stop the reporter. However, his words triggered a series of questions from reporters. Boss Yao, you're only wearing underwear when you go out for a walk. When did this become popular? You seem quite interested in coming to the hotel for a walk so late at night, Mr. Yao. Mr. Yao, do you agree with the idea of taking a walk? Now Yao Bin wanted to slap Zhang Liang to the ground and take a walk. It was a pity that he could say that. Then he got into the car with a gloomy face and said nothing. After returning home, Yao Bin asked the nanny to put a hot towel on his forehead. Tonight was really too thrilling, and he was almost arrested. At this time, Zhang Liang was outside making non-stop phone calls, with beads of sweat the size of beans oozing out of his forehead. Yao Bin watched Zhang Liang rush in, then trip and fall to the ground. He was so angry that he picked up the cup next to him and smashed it at him. It would have been fine if this guy couldn't talk well, but now he couldn't even walk. Boss Yao, something happened. The police took a lot of people away from the hotel. Even the general manager was called in for questioning. I'm afraid the situation is not good. Zhang Liang dodged the cup that was thrown at him and quickly reported. Go and ask Feng San to take the blame. He's the general manager of the hotel. Tell him I won't treat him unfairly. Get out. I have a headache. Yao Bin waved his hand and asked him to leave. The next morning, Yao Bin was called in for a talk, and all Daning hotels were closed for 3 months. When Yi Xiao saw this news, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Before, it was just a tickle at most, but now it is a serious injury. Next, he had to resolve the issue of the dock, which had a huge impact on Island Number 4. It not only affected the livelihoods of Xia Dahai and others, but also whether any ships would dare to come to Island Number 4 in the future. However, it is probably impossible to get a berth from Yao Bin now, and we have to think of other ways. Take a look at this news. It should be helpful to you. At this time, Wang Muqing came over and handed over the phone. Land bidding auction number 528. Yi Xiao looked to one side and found that Zhengwu was going to auction a piece of land near the sea with a starting price of 1 billion yuan. Seeing this number, Yi Xiao couldn't help but swallow his saliva and said, Mu Cheng, you don't want me to buy it and use it as a dock, do you? Wang Muqing nodded and said, this place is only 1 kilometer away from the Donghai City Pier. If we buy it and use it as a pier, it will be very convenient to get to the island. It's convenient, but I can't afford it. And the starting price is 1 billion yuan, and I don't know how high the price will go when the auction comes. Yi Xiao sighed, let alone 1 billion. Even 100 million was an astronomical figure for him. Now there is good news. I am interested in this piece of land. He will invest to buy it. At that time, you will be given some shares, and the shore will be used as a dock for you. Wang Muqing said this with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Xiao became interested and asked, isn't this what you told your father? With your family's financial resources, it's easy to buy this land. You don't need to come to me. Wang Muqing shook his head and replied, no, I didn't. My dad came to see me. He has a request. He knows that you are very familiar with Tang Qingyuan, so he wants you to talk to him about it. The two families will take over this piece of land and develop it together. You two families are developing it together? I'm confused. It's totally fine for you to develop it yourself. Why do you need to find someone else? Yi Xiao asked the question that puzzled him. I don't know about that either. I can't figure out what my father is thinking. Wang Muqing spread her hands. She didn't understand business matters. Then Yi Xiao fell into deep thought. He would definitely take part in this matter, as it would bring only benefits and no harm. Now he was thinking about what to bring when he visited Tang Qingyuan. After all, it was his first visit. After much thought, he decided to just bring some island vegetables. After all, these were the only things the island had to offer. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao came to Tang Qingyuan's courtyard in the suburbs with a bag of vegetables. Looking at the lush green trees and the occasional bird calls, the yard seemed even more quiet. Haha, Xiaoya, I didn't believe you when I heard you were here, but when I came out, it turned out to be you. Tang Qingyuan walked out with a smile. Mr. Tang, this is my first time here and I didn't know what to bring, so I only brought some vegetables. Please don't laugh at me. Yi Xiao handed the dish over. Tang Qingyuan asked someone to catch the food while saying, No way, I really like the food on your island. You came just when we were about to finish eating. You are a timely help. Let's go inside and have some tea first. Yi is cooking. After entering the room, Tang Qinglian sat on the sofa and started making tea. Soon a fresh fragrance filled the room. It smells so good. Yi Xiao took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Xiaoya, if you plant tea trees, the tea you grow will definitely taste great. I'm really looking forward to it. Tang Qinglian smiled and handed over a cup of brewed tea. The vegetables grown and crabs raised by Yi Xiao were much more delicious than ordinary ones. He believed that the tea trees he planted would also be very good. Yi Xiao took a sip and responded, I will definitely do it if I have the chance. It's time to eat. At this time, Tang Yi's voice came from the living room. When Yi Xiao walked over, he saw Tang Yi wearing an apron and bringing dishes out of the kitchen. Compared with her capable appearance outside, she had more charm of a housewife. After looking at you for a while, he said, I didn't expect you could cook. What a surprise. Cooking is just a hobby. Try my cooking. It's all made with vegetables from your island. Tang Yi added a bowl of rice to Tang Qingyuan and Yi Xiao, and then sat down. Now I have to eat the food you send me almost every day? Now everything else tastes bland. By the way, when the crabs are ready, you have to send me a few. I'm still craving for them. Tang Qingyuan picked up a piece of vegetable and put it into his mouth, his face full of enjoyment. While eating, Yi Xiao also stated the purpose of his visit, which was that Wang Hai hoped to take over the land together with the Tang family. Tang Qingyuan took a handkerchief and wiped his mouth, then said, I have not cared about these things for a long time. I just want to be an old man who enjoys family life. Yi is in charge now. Xiaoya, you can discuss anything with her. I have also been paying attention to that piece of land recently. It is a piece of land with very high investment value. So many people are eyeing it. It may not be easy to get it. As far as I know, Daning Group has reached a preliminary intention with General Aviation Group to acquire the land together. Tang Yi introduced slowly and calmly, as if she knew everything very well. Chapter 133, Doing Homework. At this time, Yi Xiao and Tang Yi were walking in the garden. Tang Yi was also quite interested in the matter of the land and said, I will talk to Wang Hai about the land. After all, subsequent development is when money will really be spent. Then my mission is accomplished. With the financial resources of the Muching family, why do we need to bring you in? Yi Xiao followed and asked casually. For a project, the more people participate, the lower the risk. This is just a method most businessmen will take to avoid risks. As for whether Wang Hai has other ideas, I don't know. Tang Yi sat on a chair by the pond and picked up fish food to feed the fish. Yi Xiao looked at Tang Yi's delicate face and asked, When will you bring your boyfriend out for a walk? Let me see who he is and why he is so attractive to you. I don't have a boyfriend. Are you saying this to tease me? If I tell Mu Cheng, she will tear you apart. Tang Yi turned her head and looked at Yi Xiao with a sly smile on her face. Don't get me wrong, I'm just curious. How come you don't have a boyfriend when you're so outstanding? Yi Xiao quickly began to explain that such things should not be talked about casually. Tang Yi shrugged and replied, I don't like anyone. In today's society, dating is no longer popular. Singlehood is popular now. Yi Xiao also felt deeply touched. It was okay to have a relationship, but it was not okay to get married. You need a car, a house, and savings. If he hadn't met Wang Mucheng, he would not have planned to have a relationship. Yaobin was currently recuperating in a VIP ward. The company had encountered a series of problems before, which made him so angry that he had a heart attack. So he had to come here to recuperate. Uncle Yao, how are you? You seem to be in good spirits. At this time, Wu Quan walked in with a bouquet of flowers. My dear nephew, please sit down. If I am not strong, I might not survive this. Yaobin felt so angry when he thought about Yi Xiao secretly tripping him up and causing him to suffer heavy losses. Wu Quan picked up a knife and peeled an apple while saying, Uncle Yao, the auction for that lot will start next week. The plan is to build a tourist city. We previously agreed that the shares would be 60 for you and 40 for me. Now looking at the situation, I think 40 for you and 60 for me is the most appropriate. My dear nephew, although the company has encountered some setbacks and suffered some losses, the working capital is still sufficient, so please don't worry about it. Yao Bin knew what Wu Quan was planning. The value of that land could be very high if it was developed. Whoever had more shares would earn more. Uncle Yao, Wang Hai is taking advantage of your hotel's predicament to organize activities to attract guests. It won't be long before he eats up all the market share in Donghai City's hotel industry. You should use more funds to consolidate your hotel market share. Wu Quan handed over the peeled apple with a smile on his face. At this time, Yao Bin was also lost in thought. The two main industries of Daning Group are hotels and docks. If there is a problem with the hotel, this part of the share may indeed be eaten up by Wang Hai. Thinking of this, he nodded in agreement. It didn't matter if he earned less money, but the foundation could not be shaken. After Yi Xiao came out of Tang's house, he received another call from Xia Yu, asking him to go shopping with her. His head was about to explode. If he didn't go, he had promised her after all. If he went, he didn't know what trick she would play. When he arrived at the park, the scene before him almost made him unable to believe his eyes. He saw Xia Yu lying on the table doing homework. Seeing this scene, he was also dumbfounded and walked over and said, "Are you doing your homework?" "Of course. What else would I be doing? My mom insisted that I finish my summer homework first." Xia Yu looked helpless. After hearing this, Yi Xiao realized that she was only 16 years old and still a student. So he said, "You can't go shopping now. Just stay here and do your homework. I'll go back first." "No, we won't go shopping, but you have to stay here and help me with my homework so I can concentrate on it." Xia Yu looked serious. Hearing this, Yi Xiao knew that he couldn't leave, so he sat down, stared at her doing her homework, and asked, "Are your grades usually good?" "Sure, I'm a top student." Xia Yu looked very proud. After a moment, she handed the notebook to Yi Xiao and asked, "How do you do this question? Aren't you a top student? Why are you asking me? Even top students don't understand things." "Neither do I. Aren't you a college student? How can you not know how to do this?" "There are things that college students don't know." Yi Xiao said this with a stiff face. It has been a year since he graduated from university, and he has already returned everything he learned in school to his teachers. At this moment, Xia Yu's eyes showed a look of deep contempt. Under her gaze, Yi Xiao felt his face getting hot, and he quickly looked away to resolve the embarrassment. Yi Xiao spent the entire afternoon helping Xia Yu with her homework. He saw her solve a problem in minutes, looking like a top student. "I'm finally done." Xia Yu stretched and began to turn his neck. "Now that you're done, I should go back." Yi Xiao stood up and prepared to leave. But Xia Yu stopped him. "It's time to finish our meal now. Let's go finish our meal." Just when Yi Xiao was about to refuse, a well-maintained woman in her 30s walked over. After seeing the woman, Xia Yu immediately sat down obediently and pretended to continue doing his homework. Have you finished your homework?" The woman walked up to Xia Yu and started checking him. "Mom, I'm done." Xia Yu looks like a good girl. Luing looked at Yi Xiao and asked, "Who is this?" "Mom, he's my classmate, and he came here specifically to help me with my homework." Xia Yu thought quickly and arranged an identity for Yi Xiao. If her mother knew that she didn't study hard, she would definitely break her legs. Luing looked at Yi Xiao with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She said, "Your classmate is growing up too fast. He seems to be the same age as me." Yi Xiao originally wanted to call her Annie to say hello, but when he heard this, he just laughed. Besides, she seemed not much older than him, so he really couldn't call her Andy. "Xia Yu, you said you would study hard at home during the summer vacation and strive to get first place in the final exam. Come on." After saying this, Yi Xiao slipped away quickly. Is that true? I didn't expect you to love studying so much. Asking you to study at home before was like being in prison. I will stay at home with you to study tomorrow." When Luing heard this, her face was filled with joy. "Mom, he's just talking nonsense. Don't believe him." Xia Yu was in tears at this moment. If he could only do homework at home during this summer vacation, it would be worse than death. Chapter 134, Iron Sand Fist. On this day, Yi Xiao called Tang Yi to confirm the land auction tomorrow. He learned that she and Wang Huan had already signed a contract. The two families would each contribute 1 billion, and Yi Xiao would contribute 5 million. After knowing the news, Yi Xiao was also happy. At that time, he would be able to use a dock on the shore, and he would also have a small share in this project. Thinking that he would attend the auction tomorrow, he went to bed early to rest. However, he couldn't fall asleep for a while, so he logged into the system and planned to wander around. As soon as he entered, Inha came up to him and teased him with a smile. "I heard that you were beaten. After all, you exercise every day. How come you don't have any chance to fight back?" "He's a professional. How can I beat him? You can only talk here. Go and fight if you have the guts. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at her. He still felt a slight pain on his face, and the wound had not yet healed. If I can get out, I'm not bragging. I will be invincible in the world. There is no kung fu that I don't know. Inha put his hands on his chest, his face full of pride. Hearing this, Yi Xiao just laughed, with a look of disbelief, and said, Who can't brag? I also said that I am invincible in the universe. As soon as he finished speaking, Inha began to demonstrate, and each move looked quite realistic. After a moment, she stopped, walked up to Yi Xiao and showed off. If I were a physical entity, I would beat you to a pulp. Yi Xiao became curious at this time and asked, How do you know kung fu? It's no wonder that I know kung fu. After all, I have all the kung fu in the world. Inha sat back on the sofa and crossed her long white legs. You have it here? Why don't I see it? Yi Xiao immediately became interested. Inha laughed and said, Didn't I tell you that those things that have nothing to do with the development of the island are all with me? They won't appear in the system. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately became anxious. How can kung fu have nothing to do with the development of the island? If I get injured, wouldn't it delay the development of the island? How can I sell kung fu? 1 million for one copy. You can choose any kung fu in the world. After learning, you can use it immediately, and it is at the highest level. Inha said this casually, but there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. After knowing the price, Yi Xiao was very satisfied. He could learn a martial art for 1 million, and it was even a great success. But at this moment, Inha spoke again. But in addition to 1 million, I have another request. That is, you have to dance for me. What? I can't dance. This is going to kill me. Yi Xiao's face was full of embarrassment. The things in the system were clearly priced, but the things in Inha were different. She could sell them however she wanted. If you don't know, forget it. You're not broke. You can just hire a few more bodyguards in the future. Inha was not in a hurry, because it wasn't her who was being beaten anyway. Okay, then jump. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and started dancing randomly, stretching his legs and shaking his arms. There was no trace of beauty in his movements, just like a group of demons dancing wildly. Before they had danced for a while, Inha called for a stop. Stop dancing. It's an eyesore. If you continue dancing, my eyes will go blind. I'm asking for trouble. What kind of kung fu do you want to learn? Tell me now. Don't make your kung fu too complicated. You may use it less in the future. Keep the moves simple, and the last one is the kind that is formulated in one go. Yi Xiao stated his request. You've asked for quite a lot. Got it. Iron sand palm. With one blow, even a rock can be smashed to pieces. Inha took out an ancient book and threw it over, with 3 big words, Iron Sand Palm, written on it. After hearing her introduction, Brother Yi showed a hint of disappointment on his face and said, I thought I could shatter mountains and rivers with one punch. It's just a rock. Being able to break a rock is already pretty good, but you want to break mountains and rivers? Do you think this is a fantasy novel? Inha rolled his eyes at him. Then how do I learn this? You won't make me practice for more than 10 years. You'll find out if you look through it. When Yi Xiao opened the book, he saw that the words and portraits inside began to move, and then floated into his eyes one by one. At the same time, he felt an itch in his body, as if his muscles were wriggling. He quickly asked, Nothing will happen, right? Inha propped up his chin with his hand, yawned loudly, and said, It's okay. I'm just transforming your body. After all, you are a man who has mastered the iron sand fist. Your body can't be like a woman's. Hearing this, Yi Xiao was also very depressed. He also worked out every day, so how could he be the same as a woman? After a while, he felt his body getting hot. He looked down and found that his muscles were firmer and more shapely. He even had abdominal muscles, and his arms felt full of strength. Then Yi Xiao returned to the room and planned to try the power of the iron sand palm. Look at my unicorn arm. With a roar, Yi Xiao punched the wall. The next moment, he covered his hand and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He felt his hand hurt so much. He looked at the wall and saw that there was not even a trace. He asked Inha hurriedly, Didn't you say you could break the stone? How come you can't even break the wall? Yes, it can break stones. But this wall is made of cement, and it is cement provided by the system. It would be strange if you can break it. Listening to Inha's mocking voice in the system, Yi Xiao grabbed the quilt to cover his head. He was crying because of his own stupidity. The next morning, Yi Xiao changed into a suit and prepared to attend the land auction. At this moment, he was standing in front of the mirror. His 1.83-meter height and the suit made him look absolutely stunning. Hey, you're showing off here. At this time, Wang Muqing came over wearing a white low-cut shirt and pushed Yi Xiao away. Yi Xiao saw that the collar of her dress was very low, and he quickly walked over and said, No, you're exposed when you wear it like this. go change into another one. Aren't you happy to see me showing off? Wang Muching smiled and even pulled her collar down. If I can watch, so can others. I can just watch in private. Go change into something else. Yi Xiao pushed Wang Muching into the house. After a while, Wang Muching changed into a normal shirt and went out. At this time, in front of the Yufeng Hotel, a number of luxury cars drove over, and those who got out of the cars were all well-known business tycoons in Donghai City. As soon as these people came out, a group of reporters rushed up and took a lot of photos of them. At this moment, Yao Bin was discussing the land auction with Wu Quan. Looking at the familiar faces around him, he knew that it might not be easy to acquire the land. Chapter 135 Strong Backing. Although Yao Bin greeted his old acquaintances with a smile, in his heart he wished they were not there, because these people were all competitors. At this moment, he suddenly saw the person he least wanted to see appear in front of him. So he walked up to him and said, "Why are you here? Is this a place you can come to? It's not up to you whether I can come here or not." Yi Xiao walked up to him and looked at Yao Bin proudly. "Are you itching for trouble again? You didn't get beaten enough last time, did you? I won't show mercy this time. So what if I'm merciless? What can you do to me?" Yi Xiao deliberately reached out and tapped his chest a few times, trying to provoke him. Seeing Yi Xiao actually taking action, Yao Bin immediately yelled, "How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? I didn't hit you, don't accuse me." Yi Xiao quickly stepped back. "You hit me. A biao, teach him a lesson for me." Yao Bin was not afraid of making things worse, so he signaled a biao to go up. Then a biao rushed forward and punched Yi Xiao in the face. Seeing this, Yi Xiao slapped him without hesitation. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, a biao immediately took several steps back. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead, and his right hand was shaking constantly. "What are you standing there for? Beat that guy up for me." Yao Bin looked at a biao standing there in a daze and urged him with an unhappy look on his face. "Boss, I'm afraid I can't do it anymore. My right hand is probably broken. That guy is so weird." He suddenly became a master. A biao came over to explain. As soon as he met him, he knew that Yi Xiao was no ordinary person. This kid's skills could be said to be very profound, even comparable to those old guys who had practiced for decades. After hearing what a biao said, Yao Bin looked at Yi Xiao with a hint of fear in his eyes. He wondered who the hell was this guy. He seemed like a different person after not seeing him for a few days. Last time, he was beaten like a pig. No manners at all. After saying this, Yao Bin turned around and walked in. It seems that this iron sand palm is really effective. From now on, I will slap anyone I don't like. Yi Xiao looked at his right hand with a hint of excitement on his face. After entering, Yi Xiao found that there were many tables and chairs placed in the hall, and many people were chatting with each other. He also found a seat and sat down. Wang Muching was chatting with Tang Yi outside, and they seemed to be talking about some gossip. "Look, that kid dared to come here just because he has millions of dollars. Didn't he even consider that this is a place that he can come to?" Yao Bin was chatting with a few people, and his words revealed his disdain for Yi Xiao. "Old Yao, don't bother with young people. Maybe they just come here to broaden their horizons. I think he's here to build connections. Young people nowadays only think about using backdoors. They don't have any ability at all. Mr. Yao, you are determined to win this land bidding. I heard that you have reached a cooperation with General Aviation Group." Old Yao has had his eyes on this piece of land for several years, but he has been coveting it till now. After waiting for a while, Wang Muching and Tang Yi came in and sat next to Yi Xiao. Yao Bin and Wu Quan raised a total of 2 billion for this piece of land, so it is believed that it is a sure thing to get this piece of land. At this moment, he suddenly saw 2 girls sitting next to Yi Xiao, and his face suddenly darkened. He knew those 2 girls. One was Wang Hai's daughter, and the other was Tang Qingyuan's granddaughter. Both of them had important identities. He didn't expect that they knew Yi Xiao, and it seemed that their relationship was not simple. Thinking of this, Yao Bin suddenly felt that it might not be easy to take over this piece of land this time. Welcome everyone to the auction site for the number 528 plot of land. The starting price for this plot of land is 1 billion yuan, and each bid increment must not be less than 50 million yuan. As soon as the time reached 11 o'clock, the auctioneer came on stage and announced the official start of the auction. 2 billion. As soon as the words fell, a powerful voice resounded throughout the hall. Phew. Yao Bin was just about to have a cup of tea to calm down before slowly bidding, but he unexpectedly heard someone directly bid up to 2 billion. He wondered which idiot of white porcelain was bidding such a high price. When he looked up, he saw that the person holding the sign and bidding was Yi Xiao. He was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. Yi Xiao looked at everyone in the hall looking at him, nodded and smiled. The reason why he called out such a high price was because he had discussed it with Tang Yi. The final transaction price of this land would definitely be higher than 2 billion. so he planned to get the upper hand. Well, Mr. Number 12 bid 2 billion. Is there anyone else bidding? The auctioneer was stunned for a while before he reacted. It was the first time he saw someone bid like that. Wait, that guy is just messing around. He can't even come up with 2 billion. He's just here to cause trouble. At this time, Yao Bin stood up and pointed at Yi Xiao with an indignant look on his face. The auctioneer looked at Yi Xiao and said, "Sir, if you are here to cause trouble, you must bear the consequences. Mr. Yi Xiao is participating in the land auction on behalf of our Ripple Club and the Orange Group, so the funds are provided by both of us." Tang Yi stood up and explained to everyone. Upon hearing this, the people around began to discuss in low voices. I didn't expect that the Wang family and the Tang family would also be interested in this piece of land. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid they will take over this piece of land. I haven't heard that the two families are interested in this piece of land before. Now it all depends on what Yao Bin and the others decide. We were caught off guard. At this time, Yao Bin was also having an urgent discussion with Wu Quan. They had only raised 2 billion yuan in funds, and it would not be easy to get more money now. After Wu Quan called his father to discuss the matter, he said to Yao Bin, "I will invest another 200 million at most. What about you?" Yao Bin was so anxious that he kept wiping the sweat from his forehead and said, "I can only give 100 million at most, otherwise I really can't afford it." Hearing this, Wu Quan also raised his sign, 2 billion and 50 million, 2.1 billion. Yi Xiao raised the sign very easily. After all, it was not his money that was being spent, and Wang Hai and Tang Yi had also spoken, so he had to get it no matter how much money it cost. 2 billion 300 million, 2 billion 350 million. Congratulations to Mr. Number 12 for winning this piece of land. In the end, Yi Xiao still took over the land. When Yao Bin and Wu Quan heard this voice, they were stunned. The fat meat that was about to reach their mouths just flew away. Wu Quan looked at Yi Xiao with eyes full of resentment. Ever since he met Yi Xiao, nothing he did went well. He kept running into that kid Yi Xiao wherever he went. My land. At this time, Yao Bin kept muttering to himself. He had been looking forward to this piece of land for several years and had made sufficient preparations for it, but he did not expect that it would be taken away by someone else in the end. Thinking of this, he stood up and rushed towards Yi Xiao. Chapter 136 Tension. Yao Bin walked up to Yi Xiao angrily, pointed at him and said, "You are targeting me on purpose, right? Even if you take this piece, what will happen? You still get nothing. Then I have to tell you a good news. I will build a dock on the shore of this land. I will need your valuable suggestions." Yi Xiao planned to stimulate him. Although he wanted to build a pier, it was just a small pier for his own use. "You little bastard, are you trying to steal my business? You." Before he could finish his words, Yao Bin covered his heart and fell to the ground with a cry. "Old Yao, are you okay?" When the people around saw this scene, they couldn't help but gather around. Seeing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh why his psychological endurance was so weak. After coming out of the hotel, Wang Muching said to Yi Xiao, "My dad asked you to go home for dinner tonight. Can I not go?" Yi Xiao was still a little afraid of Wang Hai, perhaps because he was his future father-in-law. "You don't have to go. Don't come to see me in the future." After saying this, Wang Muching got in the car and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Yi Xiao had no choice but to follow. His father-in-law had spoken, and if he didn't go, he would be courting death. After arriving at Wang's house, Yi Xiao seemed a little restrained sitting at the dining table, feeling neither standing nor sitting. "Xiao Yi, don't be so reserved. I saw that you acted like nothing happened when you saw me before." Wang Hai couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yi Xiao's appearance. "Uncle Wang must have asked me to come here for something." Yi Xiao did not respond. Before, his relationship with Wang Muching was not confirmed, so of course there were not so many estimates. But now the situation is different. Wang Hai stood up and led him towards the study. Yi Xiao is also very nervous now and doesn't know what Wang Hai is going to say to him. Wang Hai motioned for him to sit down and then said, "Don't be nervous. I called you here to talk to him about the land." Hearing this, Yi Xiao relaxed a lot. As long as it wasn't related to Wang Muching, he had nothing to be nervous about. Yao Bin's Daning Group has seen declining revenues over the years, and its market share has been shrinking, so he has been living off his past profits. If it weren't for the continued support from General Aviation Group, Daning Group would have collapsed long ago. Wang Hai stood in front of the table, picked up a brush, and wrote the word war. "Uncle Wang, good handwriting." Yi Xiao praised from the side. "Haha, Xiao Yi, I can tell you don't know how to read. I just learned how to write calligraphy. Let's get down to business. I want to swallow up the Daning Group. Yao Bin's hotel suffered heavy losses after what you did. This just gave me this opportunity. I plan to mark out the shore part of that land to build an international wharf. I will do this in 2 ways to completely swallow up the Daning Group." Wang Hai put his problem aside and picked up a cup of tea to drink. Yi Xiao was also shocked after hearing this. He didn't expect Wang Hai to be so ambitious. After all, Daning Group has been operating in Donghai City for decades, but he didn't expect that he would just swallow it up. Do you know why people say that business is like a battlefield? Business opportunities are fleeting, the winner takes all, and the loser has nothing. If you don't seize this opportunity, others will naturally seize it. If you do this, others will become stronger and eventually eat you up. In business, it's not that you want to become stronger, but that others force you to become stronger. Wang Hai also sighed, saying that sometimes people in the business world have no choice but to do things. But these seem to have nothing to do with me. Yi Xiao asked the question in his mind. How can it be unrelated? Don't you know that Yao Bin has put all his attention on you? He is also covering for me. I asked you to come here so that you can be careful when you go out. It is inevitable that Yao Bin will do something extreme when he is desperate. Wang Hai explained with a smile. Now Yi Xiao understood that he was being used as a shield, but he usually stayed on the island and rarely went anywhere else. Wang Muching saw Yi Xiao coming out of the study room and asked, "What did my dad say to you?" "He told us to get married as soon as possible and give him a grandchild." Yi Xiao said this seriously. "You're just bragging. My dad just told me to get married later, and that getting married in my 30s or 40s is about the right time." "Really? Fake." Xia Dahai was having a meeting with a group of people from the trade union at this time. "Old Xia, we haven't started work for weeks. This is not a solution. Yes, if the boat is parked there without moving, it will cost money every day. We are a small business and we can't afford to waste money. There is also the matter of the dock. Now that Daning Group won't rent the berth to us, we can't make any noise. Don't just stand there. Think of a solution quickly." Xia Dahai sat aside in silence, smoking one cigarette after another. Now the boat was in a difficult situation. At this moment, he saw Yi Xiao coming in. He immediately threw his cigarette on the ground and walked over to him, saying, "Brother Yi, why are you here?" Yi Xiao saw that the room was filled with smoke and everyone's brows were deeply furrowed. Then he said, "I came here to tell you a good news. A pier will be built on the seashore 1 kilometer away from here. At that time, the boat berth will be provided free of charge to everyone. What's the point of having a berth? No one will go to that pier for a while. There are no passengers at all." One person said this with a complaining tone. Hearing this, Yi Xiao didn't know what to say. It seemed to be true. On the way back to island number 4, Yi Xiao was also thinking about how to solve this problem. The problem with the dock was solved, but it would be useless if there were no customers. "Why? Are you worried or thinking about some beautiful lady?" Wang Muching looked at Yi Xiao's expression and started teasing him. "How dare I think of other women? You are the only woman in my heart." Yi Xiao told about the problems he encountered. Wang Muching patted his shoulder and consoled him. "I believe my man can handle it. I'm optimistic about you." Yi Xiao just laughed at this. Problems exist to be solved. If there are problems, there will naturally be solutions. This is what he has always believed in. "Okay, I'll reward you." Wang Muching lowered her head, ready to give Yi Xiao a loving kiss on the forehead. At this moment, Yi Xiao went straight up and held her lips. Wang Muching didn't expect him to do this. Her eyes widened for a moment. She felt like he was sticking his tongue in and at the same time wanted to push Yi Xiao away. However, Yi Xiao held Wang Muching like an octopus, not giving her any chance to escape. After a moment, Wang Muching stopped resisting and responded enthusiastically by hugging Yi Xiao's neck. Chapter 137 Melon Thief. After forcefully kissing Wang Muching, Yi Xiao was also punished to run laps. At this time, he came to the place where fruits were grown and saw round and plump black-skinned watermelons lying quietly on the ground in front of him. He estimated that there were about 30 or 40 kilograms. Among all kinds of watermelons, black-skinned watermelons are the most precious. The production is very limited, with only 100 per year, and 1 pound costs more than 700 yuan. It is said that black-skinned watermelons have a special sweetness. Looking at the hundreds of black-skinned watermelons in the field, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. These were all money. Then he came to a strawberry field, but the strawberries here were white and looked very cute. This is pineapple berry, which is also a kind of strawberry, but it tastes like pineapple. To confirm this, Yi Xiao picked a pineapple berry and put it into his mouth. Immediately, a pineapple-flavored juice filled his mouth, making his taste buds explode instantly. The sweetness was just right and would not make people feel greasy. After swallowing it, he felt a warm current beginning to flow in his body. "It's so delicious. I feel like I can eat the whole piece of jackfruit." Yi Xiao licked his lips and felt a fragrance lingering in his mouth. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao finished touring the orchard. More than a dozen rare fruits, including finger oranges, yellow dragon fruits, Northern Territory mangoes, etc., were ripe. At the same time, He came up with an idea to help Xia Dehai and others get through the most difficult period. During dinner, Yi Xiao said to Wang Muqing and Pang Xiao, I plan to let tourists visit the orchard on the island for free. What do you think? It's a good idea, but just touring the orchard might be a bit boring. We need some other entertainment activities. Wang Muqing expressed her opinion. After all, the facilities on the island were not yet perfect. This is a big problem. The island is still too boring now. You come here to see fruit trees, but you can't eat them. Pang Xiao also followed suit. Yi Xiao also knew about this problem, but it was too late to build entertainment facilities now, and he did not plan to build an amusement park on the island. I've got an idea. How about bringing some animals to the island? This will make the island more lively. At this time, Wang Muqing came up with an idea. At that time, there were only 2 horses and a few dogs on the island. This is great, but where can I buy these animals? Just a few turtles? Yi Xiao also thought it would be very appropriate to buy some animals and put them on the island. Wang Muqing was also very interested in this matter and said, leave it to me. I love small animals the most. Are you sure you're not buying this to eat? Hate it, I'm very loving. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao informed those who came to Jason to learn cooking that they could come, and Xia Dehai would arrange a boat to pick them up. That afternoon, 30 chefs from various high-end restaurants and hotels gathered on island number 4 and were moving stools to sit on an open space. Jason stood in front of the crowd with a serious face and said to those who came to listen to the class seriously, the first rule of a chef is that the food he provides to customers must be safe. You should know this. The deliciousness of food does not depend on how good your cooking skills are, but on whether you cook it with your heart. Customers can feel whether the food is cooked with care. All the chefs listened attentively, but a few of them were careless and didn't take it seriously at all. An hour later, Jason let them rest for a while. At this time, Zhu Feng and a few friends were wandering around and chatting, but their words were full of disdain for Jason. I thought a world-class chef was something special, but I didn't expect him to just talk a lot. I'm tired of listening to him. Don't worry about it. We're just here to build a good reputation. If we spread the word that we learned cooking from Jason, it would give us some face, right? That's for sure. Otherwise, why would we spend $100,000 to come here and listen to his long speech? This island is really boring. There is nothing to play with. After a while, the group arrived near the orchard. Wow, what a big watermelon. Zhu Feng looked at the big, round watermelons in the watermelon field, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Now it was the hottest time of summer, and it would be so great if he could eat a piece of watermelon. At this time, someone said, how about we make one and try it? It doesn't seem right to steal watermelons here, and it looks like this watermelon is not cheap. I'm sure you know that things on the island are very expensive. One person showed a hesitant expression, but looking at the plump and tempting watermelon, he really wanted to taste what the watermelon tasted like. Zhu Feng strode towards the melon field and said, what are you afraid of? Even if this watermelon costs tens of thousands of dollars, I can afford it. I'm treating you. Come and help me. It's heavy enough. In addition, when he heard this, he was also happy and went forward to help without hesitation. After a while, they came to the side holding a black-skinned watermelon weighing more than 30 kilograms, and then threw it directly to the ground. Bang! With this crisp sound, the watermelon broke into several pieces. Zhu Feng immediately grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. Oh my God, this is so delicious. Is this still a watermelon? It's almost all water after one mouthful, and it has a special sweet taste. Yes, this sweet taste is very special. It's really delicious. This piece is mine, don't snatch it from me. There's plenty left, enough for you to eat. More than 10 minutes later, Zhu Feng and others were lying on the ground with bloated stomachs and watermelon juice on their mouths and clothes. At this time, one of them looked at the half of the watermelon left and asked, what should we do with the rest? We can't just take it back. You're stupid. Throw it on the ground. Zhu Feng stepped on the remaining half of the watermelon. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, Lightning and the others rushed over from a distance, barking wildly around Zhu Feng and the others. Get out of here, damn dog. Zhu Feng felt cold sweat on his back as he looked at these big dogs with bared teeth. At this time, other people heard the shouting and rushed over. Yi Xiao looked at the watermelon that was trampled to pieces on the ground, and a surge of anger suddenly surged up. He had even eaten it before, but these people just ruined it like this. Then he asked Lightning and the others to retreat and said to Zhu Feng and the others, just eat the watermelon. Why waste it? It's just a watermelon. I can just compensate you. Zhu Feng looked indifferent. What was so great about a watermelon? Okay, you pay for it, right? 200,000. Yi Xiao tried hard to suppress his anger. Otherwise, he would have rushed up and beaten him. Go ahead and grab it. This is a watermelon, not gold. Upon hearing this, Zhu Feng's eyes widened immediately, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 138 Cute Animals. This is a top-grade black watermelon worth $200,000. Didn't you say you would compensate me? Give me the money. Yi Xiao had a tough look on his face. What made him angry was not that they stole the watermelon, but that they wasted it like this. If you say it's a black-skinned watermelon, does it really mean it's a black-skinned watermelon? Show me the evidence if you can. Although Zhu Feng was refusing to admit his mistake at this moment, he had already given in his heart. 200,000 was not a small amount of money. Seeing that he still wanted evidence, Yi Xiao also said, "If you don't believe it, call the police. Let them confirm whether it is an authentic black-skinned watermelon. However, the amount of theft is huge. I'm afraid you will have to stay in prison for 6 or 7 years." Hearing this, those guys panicked. They didn't expect that they would go to jail for stealing a watermelon. One of them nudged Zhu Feng with his arm and said, "What should we do now? I don't want to go to jail. If each of us contributes tens of thousands, that will be enough." In the end, Zhu Feng admitted it. Then several people transferred 200,000 yuan to Yi Xiao, and the matter was resolved. At this time, Jason stood up, pointed at Zhu Feng and the others and said, "You guys can leave now. I will teach people like you how to cook. But you have collected our tuition fees, so you can't just say you don't want to teach." Zhu Feng stood up again and held on to the point that Yi Xiao had collected tuition fees. "I will refund your tuition fees. Please leave the island immediately." Seeing that Jason had expressed his stance, Yi Xiao naturally would not keep them. Zhu Feng glared at Yi Xiao hatefully, then left the island with a few people. A few days after they returned, they were expelled from the Donghai City Chefs Association. On this day, Yi Xiao was riding on Snow White and patrolling the island with Lightning. Ever since the last incident of stealing watermelons, he has been patrolling the island every day. After all, there are still many workers busy repairing dormitory buildings, and at the same time, an endless stream of trees are being transported here. Now the forest area has reached more than 200 acres. When he returned, he saw Wang Muching looking very happy after answering the phone call, and asked, "What are you so happy about? Didn't you say before that you wanted to buy animals for our island? I've heard that a zoo is going bankrupt due to poor management, and many of the animals there are going to be disposed of. We can just buy some of them." After saying that, Wang Muching went into the house, changed her clothes, and prepared to go out. Shen Rui has been racking his brains these days for where to put the animals in the zoo. After the zoo went bankrupt, he planned to get rid of these animals and contacted many zoos, but there are still hundreds of animals left with nowhere to go. At this time, he saw a man and a woman walking in, and hurriedly greeted them and said, "I'm sorry, the zoo is closed today. Boss Shun, I'm Wang Muching, who you talked to on the phone earlier." Wang Muching introduced herself with a smile. "Oh, Miss Wang, hello. Shen Rui was also very happy when he learned from the phone that Wang Muching was interested in buying an animal. "We want to see what other animals there are." "Okay, this way." Then Shen Rui led Yi Xiao and the others into the zoo for a visit. The first place the three came to was the tiger park, where they saw several energetic tigers walking in the huge park. Shen Rui pointed at the tigers and said, "These tigers are all 3 years old. The big one is called Jian Jian, the smaller one is called Kong Kong, and the other one is Sha Sha and Lulu." Seeing that he even gave names to these tigers, Yi Xiao thought that he seemed to like animals quite a lot. Wow, what a cute alpaca. When the group came to a meadow, Wang Muching saw a dozen cute furry alpacas eating grass. She immediately ran over, touched their wool, and her face was full of love. After playing with the alpacas for a while, Wang Muching asked Shen Rui, "How much are these alpacas for?" "I spent more than 500,000 yuan to buy these alpacas from abroad. Now I just want them to have a good place to go." Looking at these alpacas, Shen Rui's eyes were full of reluctance. He loves animals very much. Otherwise, he would have closed the zoo when it was losing money a few years ago. During the 1-hour visit, the two also saw many animals, including squirrels, gorillas, hippos, zebras, and dozens of other species. It's already noon. If you two don't mind, I've booked a table at the small restaurant next door. We can eat and chat at the same time. Shen Rui looked at the time, and it was already 12 o'clock, so he made a request. "Okay, let's eat and talk." Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. After arriving at the restaurant, Shen Rui poured wine for Yi Xiao and said, "I wonder how you two feel about today's visit. Do you have any favorite animals?" Before Yi Xiao could speak, Wang Muching said, "Of course there are, such as alpacas, squirrels, black-nosed sheep, etc. They are really cute." Seeing her like this, Yi Xiao realized that all girls like cute animals. However, these cute animals are indeed more attractive. However, buying the ones she mentioned might cost 6 or 700,000, and he only has more than 1 million in his hands. I wonder if Mr. Yi has any ideas? Shen Rui turned his gaze to Yi Xiao. Because the island has woodlands and grasslands, it is open, so bears, leopards, tigers, and other beasts are definitely not allowed to be raised. I would like to raise a few zebras and hippos, but the funds may not be sufficient. Yi Xiao expressed his thoughts truthfully. When Shen Rue heard this, his eyes lit up immediately, and he asked, "Is the island you are talking about island number 4? Yi Xiao nodded. I have heard of Mr. Ye's name for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet him in person today. In fact, compared to selling them at a high price, I hope these animals can have a stable place. If Mr. Yi really wants to buy them, I can give you a discount, and you can send the animals to the island first and pay in installments." Shen Rue knew that the area of island number 4 was not small. If these animals could live on the island, they would definitely be very happy. "Mr. Shun, let's go back and think about it first, and then we'll give you an answer." Yi Xiao thought his suggestion was very good, but after all, they had to get the animals to the island, so everything still needed to be considered carefully. "No problem. I'll wait for Mr. Ye's good news. Come on, I wish you a happy cooperation." Shen Rue raised his glass with a smile on his face. If this could be accomplished, the pressure on him would be much less. After coming out of the hotel, Yi Xiao and Wang Muching slowly walked towards the pier, strolling and basking in the sun, looking very leisurely. "Muching, you like those alpacas very much?" Yi Xiao looked at Wang Muching and chatted casually. "Yes, they are so cute. I have no resistance to cute things. After I buy them, I will hug them to sleep." "How inhumane. I haven't even slept with you, yet you let them have it." "Fuck you, if you want to sleep with me, just wait." Behind the two people's laughter, a dozen people were slowly following behind them. Chapter 139, One Palm at a Time. Yi Xiao and Wang Muching were riding their bicycles towards the new pier at this time. Since this place has not been developed and is surrounded by wasteland, it is sparsely populated and very remote. "Come chase me." Wang Muching was riding in the front, shouting to Yi Xiao behind her. They were riding in the warm sunshine, with a gentle breeze blowing in their faces. For a moment, they felt very comfortable. At this time, Yi Xiao was pedaling hard, and he rushed to the front in a flash. The two of them were having a lot of fun. At this moment, an off-road vehicle suddenly rushed to the front and stopped. Then, burly men holding sticks got out of the car and blocked the way. When the two saw these people, they turned around and tried to run without saying a word, but the dozen or so people quickly surrounded them. "If you want to run, I'm afraid you can't." A man with scars all over his face walked up to him and looked at Yi Xiao viciously. "It's me you want to deal with. Can you let her go?" Yi Xiao knew that these people were either sent by Yao Bin or Wu Quan, and now they were the two who hated him the most. Scar looked at Wang Muching with a lustful look in his eyes and said with a smile, "How can she leave? We still have to have some fun later. It would be a waste if we don't have fun with such a beautiful woman." When Yi Xiao heard this, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. He looked at his hands. If he had not practiced the iron sand palm before, he would probably have died here today. Wang Muching was very calm at this time. After all, she was a black belt in Taekwondo, so she was more than capable of dealing with a few ruffians. "Boss Yao asked you to come, didn't he? That old guy must be angry out of shame." Yi Xiao first decided to trick him and find out who sent them. "Boss Yao doesn't have that." Scar said this without hesitation. Hearing this, Yi Xiao sneered. "Boss Yao is calling you so affectionately. With your IQ, you can only do these kinds of physical work. Boy, you dare to cheat me. You are looking for death." Scar got angry and raised the stick in his hand and smashed it towards Yi Xiao's head. If the stick hit him, his head would be broken into pieces. Seeing this, Yi Xiao met the attack with a palm without hesitation. Snap! With a crisp sound, Yi Xiao directly chopped off the stick as thick as his arm with one palm. Seeing this, Scar was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. At this moment, Yi Xiao rushed forward and hit Scar's shoulder again. The next moment, De Biao fell backwards and slid more than 2 meters on the ground before stopping. "Oh, my arm is broken." Scar lay on the ground wailing in pain. The people around were also shocked by Yi Xiao's move, and for a moment they didn't dare to step forward. "One of my palm strikes can break arms and legs at best, or kill you at worst. If anyone refuses to obey, come forward." Yi Xiao raised his right hand and showed off to those people. "Go ahead and kill him." Scar also became ruthless at this time and ordered everyone to rush forward. Seeing this, Yi Xiao went up without hesitation. He didn't have any other moves, but just slapped down with his palms. One stick after another broke, and many people fell to the ground immediately after being hit. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Yi Xiao was also hit by several sticks. Before long, a bunch of people fell to the ground, with only one person standing. The remaining man saw Yi Xiao approaching and retreated involuntarily, with beads of sweat on his forehead. He had never seen anyone so good at hitting people, and he could fight 11 people at once without any harm. Leave this to me. At this time, Wang Muqing walked towards the man. When the man saw a young girl standing up, he couldn't help but feel happy and rushed forward with a roar. However, when he just rushed in front of Wang Muqing kicked him directly in the chin with a high kick, and the man was knocked unconscious instantly. I didn't expect Yao Bin to be so desperate. If you didn't know Kung Fu, we might all die here. Wang Muqing looked at the people on the ground with a deep frown on his face. We have to be more careful next time, so as not to be caught by him again. Don't worry about that. I'll take lightning with me when I go out next time. Let's see who dares to come. Looking at the people lying on the ground and struggling, Yi Xiao was so angry that he picked up a stick on the ground and walked to the front of the car and started smashing it hard. In an instant, the car was smashed to pieces. Then Yi Xiao and Wang Muqing rode their bicycles slowly towards the pier. Yao Bin looked at the dozen or so people standing in front of him with bruised faces and noses and couldn't help but curse. Are you all pigs? A dozen people can't deal with one person. Are you all just eating for free? Boss Yao, it's not that we are incapable. It's that guy is too evil. We are no match for him. You didn't see that he could smash through a steel plate with one blow. Scar stood below and explained. Snap. Yao Bin grabbed the teacup beside him and smashed it directly on Scar's head, and blood immediately flowed out. Even so, Yao Bin still angrily scolded. To put it bluntly, it's because you are useless. Get out of here. It's annoying to watch you. Boss Yao, many of our brothers were injured this time. What do you think of the medical expenses? Scar looked at his brothers who had broken arms and legs. He knew he wouldn't be able to explain to them if he didn't get the medical expenses. I'll have someone give it to you. Get out of here. Yao Bin knew that these people were still useful, so he still had to pay them. Thank you, Mr. Yao. Thank you very much. Scar led his men away with a respectful look on his face. After Yi Xiao returned to the island, he also wandered around. Since he decided to bring animals to the island, he naturally had to plan it well. Most of the animals were actually easy to place. For example, squirrels could be placed directly in the woods. There were already more than 200 acres of forest land, which was enough for them to live in. Animals like alpacas, which were harmless and only knew how to be cute, were even simpler to place. They could just be thrown into the grass. At this time, he came to the river and carefully observed the surrounding terrain. He wanted to put a few hippos on the island, so he had to place them by the water, so he had to build some isolation measures such as fences. Soon, Yi Xiao chose a location and asked Sun Zhengwo and his men to fence off an area by the river to raise hippos. Yi Xiao also did some calculations and decided to buy 4 kinds of animals this time: hippopotamus, alpacas, squirrels, and black-nosed sheep. These would cost a total of almost 2 million yuan. In addition, he also needed to purchase a batch of bicycles to facilitate self-driving tours around the island for tourists. Xiaoyi, the fruits are almost ripe now. How are you going to sell them? Pang Xiao came over riding Hurricane. In the past, he could only ride a bicycle, but now with Hurricane has become his exclusive mount. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when the time comes. This batch of fruits is extremely precious and the prices are not cheap, so it will take some careful planning if you want to sell them. Chapter 140: Purchase of Animals. 3 days later, Sun Guojian had led his men to build a 1-meter-high fence by the river, which stretched for more than 200 meters along the bank. Fortunately, hippos stayed in the water almost all day and only came to the ground to rest at night. On this day, Yi Xiao went to Donghai City again. He first came to a bicycle shop to order a batch of bicycles. After Yi Xiao went in, he saw quite a few bicycles displayed inside, of all kinds, which dazzled him. At this time, he saw a clerk playing with his mobile phone and quickly shouted to the clerk, "Can you come over here for a moment? We don't sell it here, go somewhere else." The clerk replied without even looking up and continued playing with his phone. "I'm not going to buy just one, I'm going to buy about 200. Yi Xiao threw out these words. When the clerk heard this, he immediately put down his phone and jumped over, saying with a smile, "Sir, what kind of bicycle do you need? We have the most complete variety in the city, including mountain bikes, track bikes, children's bikes, road bikes, and more than a dozen other types of bicycles. Just a normal bicycle will do." Yi Xiao thought about it and realized that one doesn't need a very good bicycle to ride around the island. "Then I recommend this kind of bike. If you don't drive it aggressively, it's completely sufficient. It's also not expensive, only 500 yuan. The clerk pointed to a bicycle and started introducing it. Yi Xiao rode around the store and felt pretty good, so he said, "I want to buy 200 of them. Can the price be lower?" The clerk said with embarrassment, "This is already the cost price. It really can't be any less. In that case, I'll go look somewhere else first." Yi Xiao prepared to go out. Now was the time to spend money, and every penny he could get would be the best. He didn't believe that he couldn't find a cheaper solution. Seeing this, the clerk quickly grabbed him and said, "Don't worry. The price can be negotiated. How much do you think is appropriate?" $400 is about right, I think. Sir, you are a real bargainer. We would have to sell all our pants for $400. 405. Add a little more, 460. This is the lowest price. In the end, Yi Xiao bought 200 bicycles at a unit price of 460 yuan, spending a total of 92,000 yuan. Then he went to the zoo to find Shen Rui. When Shen Rui knew Yi Xiao was coming, he specially brewed a pot of good tea in the office. He handed it to him and said, "I wonder what Mr. Yi thinks about buying animals. The current buyers are squirrels, hippos, zebras, alpacas, and black-nosed sheep." Yi Xiao told them what animals he wanted to buy. Tigers and leopards were suitable for the time being. "I have 56 squirrels, 5 hippos, 20 zebras, 12 alpacas, and 30 black-nosed sheep. I'll give you the lowest price. I hope they can live well on the island." Shen Rui picked up the computer and started to calculate, then handed the computer to Yi Xiao and said, "The total is 1.6 million. Yi Xiao then signed a contract with Shen Rui, paying 600,000 first and the remaining 1 million within 3 months. After signing the contract, Yi Xiao looked at Shen Rui's hesitant face, as if he had something to say, and asked, "Boss Shen, is there anything else?" "It's like this. I still have a few elephants in my zoo. Not many people go to the zoo to see elephants now, so they are not very popular. So no zoo is willing to accept them. I plan to donate these elephants to island number 4. I wonder what Mr. Yi thinks." Shen Rui talked about the problem that had been bothering him. Hearing this, Yi Xiao fell into deep thought. It was indeed a good thing to get a few elephants for free, but the elephants were too big. If they went crazy, the noise they made would be quite big. At this moment, Shen Rui saw him hesitating, and his heart couldn't help but rise. "Okay, I'll thank Boss Shen for his kindness." In the end, Yi Xiao agreed. After all, it would cost a lot of money to buy a few elephants. At most, he would just have to be more careful in the future. "Thank you so much. I'll have someone send 50 squirrels to the island today." A bright smile appeared on Shen Rui's face. After coming out of the zoo, Yi Xiao called Su Chunmei again to ask her out. Su Chunmei wore a white coat and carried a bag as she walked into the beverage store on the roadside. After sitting down, she said to Yi Xiao, "Brother, it's working hours now. You must have something to ask me out." "Beautiful lady, you are really smart. Here's the thing. I am planning to invite people to visit the island for free, and I would like to ask your TV station to advertise for it." Yi Xiao smiled and handed over a drink. "Then you should go find Director Qiao. There's no point in finding me, and you just sent me away with a drink." After Su Chunmei took the drink, she put it into her mouth and started drinking, shaking her long white legs from time to time. "Didn't I trouble Director Qiao last time? I'm shy. I hope you can tell them, and then you can eat all the fruits on the island for free." Yi Xiao patted his chest and promised. Su Chunmei gladly accepted the proposal and said, "That's about right. Not only do I want to eat it, I also want to take it." After chatting for a while, Su Chunmei got up and went back to the studio. She sneaked out during work and was scolded when she was caught. After returning, she told Xiao Jianbin about this. "Okay, no problem." Xiao Jianbin nodded in agreement without hesitation, but a sly smile appeared on his face. "Director Qiao, I feel like there's something conspiratorial about your smile." Su Chunmei saw his smile and started to ask. Xiao Jianbin responded with a smile. "You know, a gold-level advertisement costs millions per minute. I helped him and asked him to sponsor some fruit for the station. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the higher-ups." After saying that, Xiao Jianbin picked up the phone and called Yi Xiao. At this time, Yi Xiao had already rushed back to the island and was checking the condition of the fence on the shore. In a few days, the purchased animals would arrive one after another, and by then, the island would undergo earth-shaking changes. Wang Muching was currently building a shed for her favorite alpaca. She was seen throwing bundles of dry grass on the ground, working very seriously. When she looked up and saw Yi Xiao coming over, she asked, "Are you really going to let people come up to visit for free?" "Yes. Right now, we are mainly helping Xia Dahai and his team get through the difficult times. When the facilities are improved in the future, we will definitely charge a fee." Yi Xiao explained with a smile. "If we charge a fee, it may be a bit troublesome. After all, there are so many animals on the island, and it needs to be reviewed by relevant departments. In addition, a tourist base also needs to be reported and registered, and it also involves taxes and so on." Wang Muching reminded him from the side to prevent him from making any mistakes. "I will pay attention to it. I will complete the relevant procedures before charging." "That's good. Come and help me build the shed. I have to build a shed for the black-nosed sheep later." Chapter 141 Little Flying Squirrel. In the evening, Shinrue brought 50 squirrels to the island. He saw 50 squirrels locked in 2 large cages, squeaking nonstop. At this time, Lightning and the others came over and kept sniffing beside the cage, which made the squirrels squeak nonstop. They curled up and shivered, which made them look even more adorable. What a cute squirrel. In order to come over, many people came up to the cages and stared at the squirrels. After Yi Xiao arrived, he had someone carry the cage into the forest, then asked everyone to step back and open the cage door. Immediately afterwards, the squirrels in the cage jumped out and climbed up the trees, shouting and jumping around on the trees, looking very happy. These squirrels used to live in a small forest. Now they are in such a large forest. They must be very happy. This should be their final home. Looking at these squirrels playing happily in the trees, Shinrue felt very pleased. They are cute, but they disappear in the blink of an eye. It's not easy to find them. Wang Muqing watched as the squirrels quickly disappeared into the woods and couldn't help but sigh. After all, this forest was more than 200 acres, and looking for them was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After Shinrue looked around the forest, he said to Yi Xiao, "Squirrels feed on fruits and seeds. I don't think there are any in the forest yet. You have to prepare some for them first." What? Hearing this, Yi Xiao was also dumbfounded. The orchard was now full of fruits that were almost ripe. If these squirrels took advantage of them, the orchard would be in trouble. He then asked someone to go to Donghai City to buy some fruits to feed the squirrels at night. At this time, many people had already learned from the news that they could visit Island Number 4 for free, and they called the TV station to ask when they could go. Xiao Jianbin received reports from his subordinates, and his phone was about to explode with calls. Everyone was calling to inquire about the free tours to Island Number 4. This place was almost becoming the customer service center of Island Number 4. Then he called Yi Xiao and reported the situation to him, hoping that he could resolve it. After Yi Xiao knew about this, he was also thinking about how to solve this problem. He couldn't set up a customer service phone number or something. After all, it would be flooded with calls at any minute. Thinking that with the current popularity of Island Number 4, there is no need to advertise on the East China Sea TV station, Yi Xiao thought that he could build a website for Island Number 4, so that people who want to know about the situation on Island Number 4 can directly check the official website. Thinking of this, he immediately called Xiao Jianbin again and asked Xiao Jianbin to place another advertisement to find talents who could build the official website. Anyway, he would sponsor a batch of fruits to the TV station at that time, so it would be a waste not to place the advertisement. After solving this problem, Yi Xiao looked at the time. It was already past 6 o'clock, so he went to the kitchen to take out various cut fruits and prepared to feed the squirrels. After arriving at the forest, he started looking around with the bucket, but after walking around for an hour, he didn't see a single squirrel. Thinking that they might be tired from playing and were resting, or they might not be hungry, he put the bucket of fruit on the ground, waiting for them to come and eat when they were hungry. Woof, woof, woof. In the dead of night, a burst of dog barking suddenly resounded throughout the island. Yi Xiao got up and ran downstairs immediately after hearing the dogs barking. Seeing Lightning and the others rushing towards the orchard, he hurriedly followed them. After arriving at the orchard, he saw the squirrels picking jackfruits in the pineapple berry field. They would grab the pineapple berries with one paw and put them in their mouths, while they would keep picking with the other paw. It was obvious that they not only wanted to eat them, but also wanted to take them away. When he saw a few squirrels trying to push a 30-pound watermelon out of the watermelon field, he couldn't help but laugh. It was really cute to see them trying hard to push the watermelon, but failing. "Everyone, go back, Lightning." Yi Xiao asked Lightning and the others to chase the squirrels back to the woods, and then counted the losses. Fortunately, they were discovered in time, so the losses were not too great. However, this also reminded him that if these squirrels were not taken care of, there would be endless troubles. After lying back on the bed, Yi Xiao began to think of ways to keep these squirrels behaved. Having people keep watch at night was not only troublesome, but also ineffective. Putting up a fence around the orchard was also useless. After half of it disappeared, he was already staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, because he simply couldn't think of any solution. At this time, Yi Xiao entered the system again, wanting to ask Inha if there was any solution. "It's very simple. How difficult is it? In your words, there is nothing that money can't solve. This problem is simply a small case for Galaxy. It can be solved with money? Tell me quickly." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately became energetic. Inha stood up and explained to him like a teacher. "It's not people who can manage squirrels, but the squirrel leader. As long as the leader is obedient, the other squirrels will naturally be obedient." Yi Xiao scratched his head and said, "But what does this have to do with money? Besides, how would I know who the squirrel boss is? Even if I knew, I couldn't catch him." Hearing this, Inha also sighed and said in a tone of regret, "You haven't watched TV. Those gangs, if they don't have a boss, they can support a boss. There are squirrels for sale in the system. Buy 2. Then you will become the boss of that group of squirrels. Why 2 and not just 1? Wouldn't they fight for who's the boss? Haven't you heard that there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, unless one is male and the other is female? Why didn't you just buy a pair earlier? Your head told you about the White Tower. Then Yi Xiao started to check the squirrels in the system. The 2 in the system were called flying squirrels. They had pure white fur, short heads, fluffy tails that were longer than their bodies, and a pair of big, bright eyes that made them look very cute. Seeing how cute the little flying squirrel was, Yi Xiao spent 200,000 to exchange for a pair. After the 2 little flying squirrels came out, they were not shy at all. They started to circle around Yi Xiao and even jumped onto him. Yi Xiao quietly came to Wang Muqing's door holding the 2 little moles, ready to give her a surprise. He knew that Wang Muqing never closed the door when she slept, but it didn't seem right for him to sneak in the middle of the night. If he was misunderstood as wanting to do something to her, he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao decided to just put the 2 little flying squirrels in. So he grabbed the door handle and opened the door. However, when he just opened the door a crack, he suddenly saw a man in white clothes and disheveled hair standing in front of him. He was so scared that he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Ha ha. Then Wang Muqing's smug laughter was heard. Chapter 142, The Spitting Alpaca. I heard some noise at the door a long time ago. So it was you who was sneaking around here. Are you planning to take this opportunity to do something bad? Wang Muqing tidied her hair and looked at Yi Xiao, whose face was pale on the ground, with a smile in her eyes. Am I that kind of person? I just wanted to give you a surprise. Yi Xiao took out 2 little flying squirrels and handed them over. When Wang Muqing saw the 2 little flying squirrels, she couldn't take her eyes off them and quickly hugged them in her arms. What cute squirrels, so soft and warm. I want them to sleep with me tonight. After that, she carried the 2 squirrels into the bedroom and closed the door with a click. Seeing this, Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. If Mu Cheng thought too much, he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The next morning, Wang Muqing brought 2 squirrels downstairs to have breakfast again. She also gave them names. The big one was called Dabai, and the small one was called Xiaobai. Give them to me. I still have great use for these 2 squirrels. Yi Xiao took the 2 squirrels and walked outside. He wanted them to lead the group of squirrels. After he arrived at the forest with the little moles in his arms, he put them on the ground. At this time, the 2 little moles sniffed around for a while and then began to squeak, as if calling. After waiting for a while, Yi Xiao heard some movement on the tree top above his head. Looking up, he saw the group of squirrels hopping towards him. Then 50 squirrels jumped down from the ground, surrounded the 2 little moles, and began to communicate. After a while, Dabai and Xiaobai ran to the tree first, and the squirrels followed behind them, looking respectful and obedient. You 2 have to set a good example. Yi Xiao looked at the squirrel leaving, his heart full of anticipation. When he returned outside, he saw Wang Muqing and many others had already run to the dock. He hurried over and saw Shenrue directing the transport of 5 alpacas in cages to the shore, with a dozen cute alpacas following behind. My alpaca! When Wang Muqing saw the dozen or so alpacas, she immediately rushed over and led them to play somewhere else. When the 5 hippos were transported to the river, they were immediately put into the fence. Then they dived into the water, leaving only their eyes and noses exposed. They looked very cute. When people around saw these hippos, they immediately took out their phones and started taking pictures. Now that there are these animals on the island, it feels different, with a little more life. Pang Xiao was also deeply moved when he saw the scene in front of him. This was a deserted island before, but now there are farmlands, forests, pastures, and these animals. He believed that things will get better and better in the future. Yi Xiao also deeply felt the same way. Everything on the island was built by him brick by brick, and he was familiar with every change. After Wang Muqing brought the alpacas to the grassland, the alpacas began to eat grass leisurely, looking docile. At this time, Wang Muqing was also taking a selfie with her head resting on the alpaca's head. She had no resistance to these cute animals. Lightning and the others were also very curious about these strange-looking animals. They kept surrounding the alpacas, looking at them and sniffing them from time to time. At this time, an alpaca suddenly spit at Lightning and the others, and Lightning and the others were so scared that they immediately ran away in all directions. It also spits. Watching this scene, Wang Muqing's eyes widened, looking like a curious baby. Who doesn't know how to spit? Yi Xiao smiled. Alpacas will spit when they are angry. This is one of their characteristics. It's okay, I like it. Who says they are so cute even when they spit? Wang Muqing took out a comb from somewhere and started combing the alpaca's hair. Seeing that she looked serious, Yi Xiao did not disturb her and went about his own business. In a simple rental house, several young boys were sitting in front of computers and typing away. Hurry up, we still have a few orders to hand in. Xiao Lu urged a few friends, all of whom were computer majors. After graduation, they set up this small studio together to provide website construction, security protection, and other services for companies. Everyone, good news. I saw a piece of news saying that Yi Xiao is going to build an official website. If we can accomplish this task, we will become famous. At this moment, a man rushed in and excitedly announced the news to everyone. However, the other people all reacted calmly. One of them stood up and stretched while saying, "We are just a small studio, and we only take small orders. Yi Xiao is so popular now, there must be many big internet companies rushing to do it, so it's not our turn. But if we just give up without trying, I won't be willing to do that." The man continued to refute. Xiao Lu reached out his hand to quiet them down and said, "Wei is right. We have to give it a try. We are now in the starting stage, and we should not miss any opportunity, even if it is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Moreover, island number 4 is now the focus of attention. If we can do this order, I don't need to say what the benefits are. Once a website is built, it is not just left there, it needs frequent updates and maintenance, and we are indispensable for all of this. You should put aside your work first, come to the meeting, and write a plan." Not long after, Shen Rue brought over the elephant, zebra, and black-nosed sheep. Yi Xiao placed the elephant on the edge of the grassland and fenced off a few acres of land for it to move around. He threw the zebras and black-nosed sheep into the grassland and let them graze on their own. At this time, Yi Xiao was squatting in front of a black-nosed sheep, looking at it carefully. The biggest feature of the black-nosed sheep is its black face, which is covered with black hair, which looks very funny. In addition, its ears, nose, and feet are all black, and the rest of its body is covered with white fluffy hair. Lightning and the others also have a good impression of these black-nosed sheep. They rub against them from time to time and have a lot of fun. Then Yi Xiao came to the forest again, intending to check on the squirrels. Since Dabai and Xiaobai became their leaders, the squirrels no longer went to the orchard to make trouble, but ate the fruits in the bucket honestly. After wandering in the forest for a while, Yi Xiao saw Dabai and Xiaobai sorting out trouble on the tree, and when they saw Yi Xiao, they immediately ran down and jumped onto him. So nice. Yi Xiao held them tightly in his arms. When the other squirrels saw this scene, they also slowly came over. Some even climbed onto Yi Xiao's head and ate the apples with a smacking sound, leaving apple crumbs all over his head. Yi Xiao saw that all the animals were ready, and it was time to let people come and visit. Chapter 143 Play. Jiaying woke up her husband and daughter early in the morning. They decided to go to island number 4 for a trip on the rare weekend. "I haven't woken up yet this early in the morning. What's so fun about that broken island?" Mo.Sai looked unhappy. He thought that he should sleep at home on weekends instead of running around for no reason. "You promised me and my son that if you don't go again." Seeing his attitude, Jiaying was also furious. When Mo.Sai saw that his wife was really angry, he quickly got up, washed, woke up his daughter, tidied himself up, and went out. When the two arrived at the dock, they saw thousands of people gathered together and arguing with several security guards and supervisors. "What? There's no ship going to island number 4? There's no ship going to island number 4 at such a big dock. Everyone, please understand our company's decision at this time." "What do you mean by understanding? You are here to serve us. How can we get there without a ship? You should ask the people on island number 4 about this. They should be the ones organizing the activities." At this time, the supervisors were constantly wiping the sweat from their foreheads. They had also received orders from above to prohibit cruise ships from going to island number 4. "Everyone, if you are heading to island number 4, please come this way. We have a boat going to island number 4. Just then, a horn sounded. After hearing this, everyone followed immediately. "Our ship will specifically go along the route of island number 4. We also have cooperation with island number 4. Please go this way." Xia Dahai introduced the situation and led them towards the new dock. At this time, near the new pier, a group of people were craning their necks to look into the distance. "Why haven't you come yet? I'm so anxious." This group of people are all ship owners from the shipping club. They have had no business for more than half a month. If there is no business anymore, they really won't be able to hold on any longer. "Look, someone is coming." Along with this exclamation, everyone saw a dense crowd of people coming over, and a long-lost smile appeared on their faces. They all got on the boat and started the boat. Xia Dahai couldn't help but smile as he looked at the long queue of people queuing up to buy tickets. "It's all your fault. You have to take so long. There are so many people here. I don't know how long I have to wait." Jiaying looked at the hundreds of people ahead and couldn't help but complain to Mo.Sai. Mo.si didn't expect that there would be so many people going to island number 4, otherwise he would have come earlier. Soon after, one cruise ship after another set off for island number 4. 2 hours later, the first group of tourists arrived on the island. The first thing that caught their eyes was a huge warning sign, which stated that anyone who damaged the island's facilities and did not abide by the rules would be permanently banned from the island. This was also specially made by Yi Xiao in order to make tourists abide by the rules. After all, there are very few employees on the island now, and it will be difficult to maintain order. Next to the signboard is a topographic map that shows the topography of the island and the areas where various animals live. Tian, where do you want to go first? Jiaying held her daughter and asked her. I want to see the hippos. She said it in a sweet and baby voice. Then Jiaying carried her daughter to the river. When they arrived, they saw a lot of people gathered by the river. They saw 5 hippos lying quietly in the water with only their eyes and noses showing. I've only seen hippos in a small pond at the zoo before, but this is the first time I've seen a hippo in a river. It feels very different. Jiaying looked at the hippopotamus and sighed. Mo.si also felt the same way, and then picked up his mobile phone to take pictures of his wife and daughter. At this time, Jiaying found that many people were riding bicycles around, so she quickly asked Mo.si to ride one over. Mo.si also found a 3-seater bicycle and rode slowly with his wife and daughter. Didn't they say there were alpacas? Why didn't I see any? When they came to the meadow, they looked around, looking for traces of alpacas. At this time, a person nearby started to explain. This grassland is more than 100 acres. It will take some effort to find the alpaca. I saw an alpaca. At this moment, someone screamed and the people around him rushed over. Let's go too. Mo.si said something to his wife, and then the two of them rode their bicycles over. A few minutes later, they finally saw the dozen alpacas on a meadow, but they were surrounded by a group of people who took out their mobile phones to take pictures. I want to take a photo with the lamb, too. She pointed at the alpacas in a sweet and baby voice, her eyes full of love. Let's go later. There are too many people now. Jiaying looked at the people surrounding her and decided to wait for a while before going again. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so alpacas ran away, causing a group of people to follow closely and chase after them. The lamb ran away, woo-woo. Tian watched the alpaca run away and immediately started crying. Just as Jiaying was patiently comforting her, she suddenly saw a group of black-faced sheep coming over. They were very cute and adorable. She quickly said to Tian, Daughter, let's go play with those sheep. Okay? Little black sheep, here I come. Tian immediately rushed towards the black-nosed sheep, hugged them tightly in her arms, with a look of happiness on her face. Seeing this scene, Jiaying was also very pleased. The purpose of going out for fun is to have fun. Yi Xiao was patrolling with lightning at this time. Thousands of people came to the island at once, but the most popular places were the animal area and the orchard. At this time, he saw Tang Qingyuan and Tang Yidi appear in the crowd with a round-faced little girl, and he quickly went up to greet them. Mr. Tang, why didn't you say hello to me when you came? Xiaoyi, I came here with my granddaughter today and didn't say hello to you. Tang Qingyuan laughed. Actually, he had another purpose for coming here, which was to eat fruits. He had heard that there were a lot of very good fruits grown on the island, and he had been coveting them. Tang Yi asked the 5-year-old girl next to her, Lucy, is it fun here? It's okay, just some well-behaved animals, nothing else. Lucy spoke in the tone of a little adult. Lucy? It's a foreign name. Hearing that the girl's name was Lucy, Yi Xiao also became curious. After hearing this, Tang Qinglian and Tang Yi burst into laughter. Tang Yi then began to explain. This little brat thought her name was not nice, so he found a name in a book and called her that. So what's her real name? Yi Xiao was also very curious about what kind of name would make a child unwilling to call it. Aunt, don't tell me. If you tell me, I will ignore you. Humph. Lucy wrinkled her nose, looking serious. Hey, Yaden, you're here too. At this moment, Wang Muching came over from the side, and when she saw Lucy, she quickly greeted her. Aunt Muching, I'm going to ignore you, humph. Chapter 144 Free Tasting. Yaden. Yi Xiao also laughed when he heard the name. No wonder the little girl changed her name. Letting a cute girl be called Yaden would make anyone want to change their name. Wang Muching looked at Lucy's pouting mouth, which looked like she was really angry. She pointed at the squirrel on the tree and said to her, Girl, I'll help you call the squirrel down to play with you. You won't be mad at me anymore, okay? Then call it down first. Lucy raised her head and looked at the squirrels in the tree, thinking that it would be nice if they played with her. Dabai Xiaobai, come down quickly. After Wang Muching stood up, she greeted the two little flying squirrels. Squeak. After hearing Wang Muching's call, Dabai and Xiaobai immediately jumped down from the tree and began to glide in the air. Flying squirrel. Seeing this scene, Lucy also widened her eyes with an incredible expression. Soon, Dabai and Xiaobai jumped onto Wang Muching. Aunt Muching, I want to hold them. When Lucy saw the two white squirrels, her eyes were full of love. Then Wang Muching put Dabai and Xiaobai in her arms. Lucy petted the two squirrels and asked, Aunt Muching, can I take them home to play with me? Of course not. This belongs to someone else. How can you take it home? Wang Muching rubbed Lucy's little head. Auntie, I want them. Lucy turned her gaze to Tang Yi and started to act coquettishly. Tang Yi squatted down and said to her, Be good. Auntie will buy you a more beautiful squirrel. Hearing this, Lucy calmed down. At this time, a large group of people gathered outside the orchard, taking pictures of the fruit trees inside and checking the brief introduction on the sign next to them. Mom, I want to eat melon. Tian looked at the plump black watermelons in the field and shouted for some. My dear daughter, if you want to eat it, I'll buy it for you when we get home. Jiaying could only comfort them patiently. These watermelons were not cheap, and they could not afford them at all. At this time, many children around were also clamoring for fruit, but they were all comforted by their parents. Yi Xiao accompanied Tang Qingyuan and came to the vicinity of the orchard. These watermelons are growing really well. And that banana is actually red. This is the first time I've seen it, old man. Tang Qingyuan looked at the fruits in the orchard, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. The banana is called a red banana. It is originally produced overseas and is very rare. Yi Xiao explained on the side. At this time, Lucy looked at the beautiful pineapple berries, pointed at them and shouted, Auntie, I want to eat strawberries. I want to eat strawberries. Okay, you'll eat it later. Tang Yi picked up Lucy. There were so many people around who wanted to eat. If they went to eat, the others would definitely not be willing. Woo woo woo. At this moment, the cry of a child came from the side. I saw a child rolling on the ground, shouting, I want to eat. I want to eat. Don't make a fuss. I'll buy some for you when we get back. A mother nearby could only keep comforting the child. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao immediately called Pang Xiao over and whispered a few words in his ear. Not long after, everyone suddenly saw a few people moving a few tables over, and then moved a few watermelons and placed them on the tables. Everyone was very curious. Yi Xiao came in front of the crowd and announced to them, Everyone, in order to give back to everyone's support for island number 4, I decided to let the elderly and children taste the black-skinned watermelon for free. Due to the limited production, please forgive me for the inconvenience. After saying that, he picked up a machete and cut a black-skinned watermelon weighing more than 30 kilograms in half. This scene also caused cheers from the people around. Then Yi Xiao cut the watermelon into pieces. Each piece was large enough. Children, line up to eat watermelon. Wang Muching was also standing by, calling on the children to line up and get their watermelons. Tian ran back holding a large piece of watermelon and said to Jiaying, Mom, eat watermelon. Daughter, you eat first. Jiaying touched Tian's head with a look of relief on her face. It's really good. It's delicious. It's much better than what we had before. One sweet bite, and your mouth is filled with juice. But after eating a few bites, she handed the watermelon to Jiaying and said, I'm full. Mom, eat it. Jiaying took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. The watermelon tasted really good, especially the special sweetness that left her with an endless aftertaste. At this time, the children around were eating watermelon madly out of habit, as if they had never eaten watermelon before. At this time, an old man said while eating a watermelon, In the summer, eating a bite of watermelon will make your whole body feel cool, and the watermelon tastes delicious. By the way, young man, a watermelon must be expensive. It must cost at least 100 yuan. Pang Xiao smiled and explained, Uncle, you are right. This watermelon is indeed not cheap. One costs 20,000 yuan. 200,000. When the old man heard this number, he almost choked. Of course, this is an authentic black-skinned watermelon. It's hard to buy it anywhere else in the world, let alone out there. Then I am so lucky, old man, to be able to eat such a good watermelon. Tang Yi watched Lucy eat the watermelon all over her body and quickly said to her, Slow down, no one is going to snatch it from you. Woo woo woo. At this moment, Lucy burst into tears. Hey, you bastard, you started crying after I said a few words to you. I want to eat more, but I'm full. When everyone heard this, they all burst into laughter. Tang Qingyuan watched Yi Xiao distribute the watermelons to everyone and was very impressed with him. Just these few watermelons cost 8 or 900,000 yuan. Not everyone could afford such a generous sum. It also proved that he was very open-minded and would not be obsessed with gains and losses. After eating the watermelon, everyone started to play on the island again. Some rode bicycles around the island. while others lay on the grass to bask in the sun. The children were either chasing the alpacas around or rolling on the grass with the black-nosed sheep in their arms. At this time, Yi Xiao was walking slowly on the island with Tang Qingyuan, chatting from time to time. It must be very pleasant to live here. There is endless sea all around, and the island is surrounded by blue waves, forests, grasslands, and everything else. Tang Qingyuan looked at the people playing around him and couldn't help but sigh. If Mr. Tang likes, he can live here permanently. Yi Xiao extended an invitation. However, Tang Qingyuan waved his hand and said, "There will definitely be a lot of people coming and going here in the future. It's too noisy. I like it to be quiet." Hearing this, Yi Xiao also explained with a smile. "Mr. Tang, it may be a little noisy outside, but it is very quiet in the house, not noisy at all." "Really? Then I'd like to try it." There was a hint of anticipation in Tang Qingyuan's eyes. After all, although this place was a bit noisy, it was also more lively. "Of course, Mr. Tang, you can stay here tonight. Feel it for yourself. The 3-story building is built with materials provided by the system, so the sound insulation effect is also very good." In the end, Tang Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Chapter 145, Finding Trouble. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Xiao ordered people to evacuate the tourists on the island. After all, it would take 2 hours to go back, and it would be too dangerous on the sea route if it was too late. "Mom, I still want to play with the lamb. I don't want to go back." Tian was riding on the alpaca's back at this time, holding its neck tightly and refusing to let go. "Tian, baby, mommy will bring you to play tomorrow, okay?" Jiaying also tried to persuade them earnestly. She had a great time that day and felt very comfortable on the island. Tian also knew that it was time to go home, so she didn't insist any longer and climbed down from the alpaca's back. Then the family of 3 started heading towards the pier, ready to go home. Yi Xiao watched the last cruise ship leave the dock and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he led his men to check the situation in each area and clean up the garbage left at the scene. While Pang Xiao put the scattered bicycles back in place, he said to Yi Xiao, "I think we can charge a fee now. We let them ride the bicycles for free, let them touch the animals for free, and now they have to pick up the trash here, so it shouldn't be too much to charge a fee. The time is not right yet, and the price will certainly not be too high. More importantly, there are still many facilities that have not been completed." Yi Xiao picked up a fast food box from the ground. Since there were no restaurants or other places to eat on the island, many tourists brought their own food. Therefore, they had to take it slow and build it step by step. He also had a bigger idea in his mind, which was to build the world's first underwater park, but it could only be realized in the future. It took an hour for everyone to sort out everything on the island. At this time, Lucy, nicknamed Yatu, whose real name was Su Huer, was waiting in the kitchen. Smelling the fragrance coming from the pot, her saliva was almost flowing out, and she kept asking when she could eat. "Almost. It will be ready soon. Try the new dish I learned. It's called minced meat and eggplant." Jason stayed on the island for a while and learned a lot from Wu Fun, becoming a very good cook. Soon, everyone gathered in front of the dining table. Su Huier stood on a chair, reached out and grabbed a chicken leg from the bowl and started to chew on it, shouting, "Delicious, delicious," as she chewed. "Huier, how can you not have any manners at all and grab things with your hands? What did your aunt teach you?" Seeing this scene, Tang Yi quickly scolded him. However, Su Huier ignored her at this time and was gnawing on the chicken leg with great relish. After a while, she had eaten up a chicken leg, then sat on the chair and said depressedly, "Oh, now I wish I were an adult, so that I can eat a lot of food instead of being full after eating a chicken leg." Hearing this, everyone at the table couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Tang Qingyuan was drinking and chatting with Sun Jiangwo and others, and the atmosphere was very lively. In a restaurant in Donghai City, Xia Dehai and members of the trade union were having a meal together and saw many empty wine bottles on the ground. "Everyone, we received more than 2,000 tourists today. We would like to thank our boat club's president, Xia Dehai. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be able to get through this difficult time." One person stood up and raised his glass to Xia Dehai. Xia Dehai extended his hand and asked everyone to sit down. He said, "I just did what I should do. Everyone, drink less. We still have a lot to do tomorrow. It's okay. I've already prepared everything for tomorrow. It won't delay me. Yes, we are so happy after so much effort. Tonight, let's not go home until we are drunk. Come, drink." After the first group of tourists went back, they were very satisfied with their trip to island number 4. With their good feedback, more tourists chose to go to island number 4 to experience it the next day. When Tang Qingyuan woke up, he found that it was already 10 o'clock. He went to the window and saw that there were endless stream of tourists outside. He believed what Yi Xiao said, that the room was very quiet. In the past, he could not sleep if he heard any noise, but now it was so noisy outside, but he didn't hear anything at all. As soon as he walked downstairs, Tang Yi brought a breakfast and put it on the table, saying, "Grandpa, have some breakfast first." "Girl, why didn't you wake me up? You made me sleep so late. I haven't seen you sleeping so soundly in a long time, so I didn't plan to wake you up. By the way, where's Huier?" She ran out to play early in the morning. I've never seen this girl so serious even at school. At this time, many tourists are taking pictures by the watermelon field. After all, black-skinned watermelons are very precious and ordinary people can never see them. At this moment, a man rushed forward, picked up the introduction board in front, and slammed it heavily on the ground, while shouting, "This is not a black-skinned watermelon at all. Don't be fooled by Yi Xiao. He is playing tricks on us." As soon as these words were spoken, some people immediately refuted them. "Why do you say that? Can you provide evidence? If you don't tell me the truth, I'm going to beat the living crap out of you." This guy didn't escape from some mental hospital. The man didn't care at all about the questions from people around him, and his face was full of calmness. Then he pointed to a short man next to him and said, "This is Mr. Matsushita. Anyone with a little common sense knows that black-skinned watermelons are only found in island countries. Mr. Matsushita has the final say." Yi Xiao saw a group of people gathered together and hurried over. After understanding what had happened, he looked at the man and felt he looked very familiar. He quickly remembered who he was. It was Zhu Feng, who had been driven away for stealing watermelons. Seeing him bringing a Japanese here, obviously to cause trouble, he couldn't help but laugh. "Zhu Feng, you are here to cause trouble. If you haven't done anything wrong, are you afraid that I'll find fault with you?" Zhu Feng had a very proud look on his face. Before coming here, he had confirmed again and again that the so-called black-skinned watermelons on the island were simply fake, so he dared to come here. "What bad things could I do? But you were caught stealing watermelons, so you must be holding a grudge." Yi Xiao directly exposed his past. "You, don't be so proud. You are still the same, pretending to be on holiday and waiting for everyone." Zhu Feng felt very angry when he saw the strange looks from the people around him. Yi Xiao put his hands in front of his chest, put on an expression of watching a good show, and said, "You said I was cheating. Why don't you show me the evidence?" At this time, Zhu Feng leaned close to Song Xiejing's ear and whispered, "Mr. Songxia, it's your turn now." Matsushita Jing walked up to the crowd and said, "Everyone, the production of black-skinned watermelons in our country is extremely low, less than 100 a year, and each weighs only more than 7 pounds. This is all well documented. Look at these so-called black-skinned watermelons. They weigh 30 or 40 pounds. This is the best proof that these are not black-skinned watermelons at all." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but turn their eyes to Yi Xiao, and at the same time took out their mobile phones to check the internet. Chapter 146, It's Your Own Fault. It seems to be true. The largest black-skinned watermelon weighed only 7 kilograms and sold for 40,000 yuan. The black-skinned watermelons on the island can't be real or fake. That shouldn't be the case. If they want to trick us into buying a watermelon worth 200,000, we can't afford it. You don't know this. How much money can you make by cheating us? It's more profitable to cheat those rich people. After people around him searched on the internet, they found that what Matsushita I said was not wrong. When Zhu Feng saw that everyone around him began to question Yi Xiao, he was very happy in his heart. He raised his head and said to Yi Xiao proudly, "Now you have nothing to say, right?" Yi Xiao just chuckled and said, "The watermelons grown in your country only weigh 7 kilograms, but I am not allowed to grow more than 30 kilograms? What's the logic behind this? You are making far-fetched arguments." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Feng roared, "The black-skinned watermelon is a specialty of our island country. It took decades of cultivation to reach its current size and color. How could you make it grow to over 30 kilograms in an instant?" Matsushita, I said this slowly. In his eyes, this was definitely not a black-skinned watermelon. Yi Xiao didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't just say that it was provided by the system. It wasn't surprising that it grew so big. Besides, the people around him didn't believe his claim that he grew the black watermelon into this size. "What? You have nothing to say? You are a liar." Zhu Feng was even more pleased when he saw that he was silent. "You can't grow such a big black watermelon, which only shows that you are incompetent." Yi Xiao also held on to this point tightly. After all, the world is so big and all kinds of things can happen. Seeing that he had an expression that showed he would never admit it, Zhu Feng became anxious. If he didn't prove his reputation of fraud, everything he had done now would be in vain, and he couldn't vent his anger on him. Thinking of this, he came up with an idea and said to Yi Xiao, "Although your watermelon looks very similar to the black-skinned watermelon, The taste is definitely different. Do you dare to let Mr. Matsui taste it? My watermelon is very expensive. How can you just taste it? Besides, you are the ones who are questioning me. I need you to show me evidence. I won't give any explanation. Yi Xiao doesn't care if people doubt whether these watermelons are black-skinned watermelons. What he sells is not the watermelons, but the taste. I think you just don't dare. So, if I spend 200,000 yuan to buy a watermelon, do you dare to sell it to me? To Zhu Feng, this made him certain that Yi Xiao was scared, and he came well prepared this time. He shook the bulging bag in his hand, and it was not a problem for him to buy a watermelon. Yi Xiao was also very happy that he wanted to buy the watermelon and personally identify it. He nodded and said, "Why not? But how can I be sure that Mr. Matsushita will not lie?" Matsushita too stood up and said seriously, "I swear on the honor of my Matsushita family that I will never lie and will answer truthfully." "Okay, say it again and I'll record it. If you're lying, I'll broadcast this video 24 hours a day in your country and see how you, the Panasonic family, can save your face." Yi Xiao took out his cell phone and pointed it at the Panasonic well. Matsushita, I did not refuse, and repeated the oath. Then Yi Xiao asked someone to bring a watermelon over. "Wait, I have another request." Just as Yi Xiao was about to cut the watermelon, Zhu Feng's voice rang out again. "What do you want?" Yi Xiao leaned against the table, wanting to see what tricks he could come up with. Zhu Feng was now certain that the watermelon was not a black-skinned watermelon. Thinking that he spent 200,000 yuan just to buy a watermelon, he was losing money no matter how he thought about it. He had to make it back, and he could make even more. So he said, "I want to make a bet with you. Do you dare?" "What's the bet?" "If you lose, you give me 1 million. Zhu Feng also made up his mind, his face full of greed, and he wanted to make a fortune this time. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement and said, "What if you lose?" "No, you will definitely lose." Zhu Feng thought that he would not lose at all, so he said, "If I lose, I will also give you 1 million. However, Yi Xiao shook his finger and said, "You don't have $1 million at all. What you wrote is a blank check. You want to get something for nothing? This is not possible. So what do you say we should do?" Zhu Feng couldn't think of anything to gamble with, because he had already spent all his savings on watermelons. "If you lose, just put up a sign and go around Donghai City. Just put it on the sign and say that the black-skinned watermelons from island number 4 are genuine." Yi Xiao placed his bet. Okay. Zhu Feng agreed to this request without hesitation, because it was impossible for him to lose. Even if he lost, he could just cheat. Yi Xiao seemed to see through his thoughts and said, "Don't try to cheat me when the time comes. You know, I actually have quite a lot of fans. If someone doxes you online, they might make harassing phone calls or intercept you and beat you up. I will never cheat, don't worry." After hearing this, Zhu Feng didn't dare to cheat anymore. Then Yi Xiao cut the watermelon with a knife and handed it to Song Xiaojing. At this time, the people around also stretched their necks, wanting to know what the result would be. After Matsushita took a sip, he was immediately shocked and his face was full of disbelief. "Mr. Matsushita, how is it? Tell us the results." Zhu Feng's face was still filled with a smug smile. He was very excited thinking that he would soon get 1 million yuan, and he had already figured out how to spend it. "It's true, this is the black watermelon." Matsushita nodded, looking serious. "What? It's true. Impossible, impossible. How can this be true?" After hearing this, Zhu Feng was completely stunned. He didn't know how something that was 100 confirmed could change. After tasting a few pieces of watermelon, Matsushita Jing said again, "It is indeed true. Black-skinned watermelons have a special sweetness. The watermelons here also have it, so it is a real black-skinned watermelon. It seems that Mr. Ye's cultivation method is much better than ours." When the people around heard this, they immediately burst into heated discussions. I said, "How could Yi Xiao lie to me? This is absolutely impossible. That kid must be dumbfounded now. He bought a watermelon for 200,000 yuan, and he has to parade it through the streets. This is a perfect example of what it means to suffer the consequences of one's own actions. Don't assume that just because you are a thief, others are too." At this time, Zhu Feng was slumped on the ground with lifeless eyes. Not only was his savings of 200,000 yuan gone, but the 1 million that he was about to get was also gone. Now he didn't know where he had lost. Chapter 147, Selecting a Plan. Zhu Feng hung his head, and when he heard the mocking sounds coming from all around him, he turned around and walked away in shame. "Don't you want your watermelon anymore?" At this moment, Yi Zhao's voice rang out again. "Yes, why not?" Zhu Feng came over and left with the watermelon in his arms. He spent $200,000 to buy it, and he could make a profit by selling it in Donghai City. On the boat, Zhu Feng looked at Song Xiaojing and complained, "Look at what you did. You made me lose 200,000 yuan in an instant. Don't you know how to lie?" I swore on my family's reputation. How could I lie? Matsushita, I remained serious and didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Damn it, didn't you say it definitely wasn't a black watermelon? If it weren't for you, how could I have lost so badly? Zhu Feng became angrier the more he thought about it, and kicked Song Xiaojing off the boat. Someone fell into the water. When the people on the boat saw this, they began to rescue. After landing, Zhu Feng also set up a stall, cut the watermelon into pieces and sold them. Let's eat watermelon, delicious watermelon, authentic black-skinned watermelon. At this time, a man came over, took out a few dollars in change and said, $1, how much? 10,000. Zhu Feng said this without hesitation. He was going to make a big profit this time. 10,000, you are crazy. The man cursed and walked away. This is the real black watermelon. You want to buy it, but you can't. You have no knowledge at all. You are such an old-fashioned guy. Zhu Feng also started cursing. However, when he waited at the stall until night, he still hadn't sold a single piece. Just when Zhu Feng was about to close his stall and go back to sell tomorrow, a few unreliable people suddenly walked over. Do you want to buy some watermelon? Looking at these people with colorfully dyed hair, Zhu Feng felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Yes, of course. One of them directly picked up a piece of watermelon and put it in his mouth. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he quickly asked others to eat it. The total is 80,000 yuan. Zhu Feng was also happy when he saw them eating watermelon. However, those people just took the remaining watermelons and planned to leave, without any intention of paying. Seeing this, Zhu Feng rushed over and stopped them. You haven't paid yet. You can't leave like this. Give me your head, brothers, and beat me up. Then those people surrounded Zhu Feng and started beating him up. On this day, Yi Xiao was sitting in front of the computer, checking the plans sent by those internet companies for the design of the official website of Island Number 4. Now, looking at the dozens of plans in his mailbox, he felt that it was enough for him to read. After looking for several hours, Yi Xiao did not find a plan that satisfied him. So he stood up, looked at the sea in the distance, and relaxed his eyes. Not long after, he finally found a plan that satisfied him. There was also a rendering on the plan. There was an ocean at the bottom, an island in the middle, and blue sky and white clouds at the top. The various functions of the website were also explained in great detail. Then Yi Xiao called the number left above. Yeah, brothers, I just received a call from Yi Xiao, saying that he was quite satisfied with our design plan and asked us to come over to discuss it in detail. After Xiao Lu answered the phone, he immediately made an excited announcement to everyone. We have put down our current work and are busy with this plan these days. I hope we will not be disappointed. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed, and I feel there are even greater opportunities waiting for us. Early the next morning, Xiao Lu boarded the cruise ship to Island Number 4. Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised to find that the designer of this plan was actually a young man in his 20s. Xiao Lu smiled and said, Many people have the same expression when they see me, but it should be fine after waiting for a dozen years. Tell me about your ideas for this plan. Yi Xiao didn't expect that he was quite humorous. Nowadays, people pay attention to ecological harmony. This plan is also based on this concept. In addition, the background of the website will be set to dynamic, giving people an immersive feeling. Xiao Lu also talked for half an hour before he picked up the water cup and took a sip. Yi Xiao also roughly understood the situation and asked, How much does it cost to build a website? How long will it take to complete? Normally, it can be completed within a week. The main expenses are the purchase of the domain name, server, and production fee, which add up to about 6,000 yuan. The subsequent maintenance is another matter. Xiao Lu handed over a sheet with a detailed list of various expenses. Yi Xiao took a look and found that the fees were not expensive, except that things like domain names and servers had to be renewed every year. Then he thought that the website also needed to be updated and maintained, and also needed professionals to operate it. So he said to Xiao Lu, Can you come to work for me and help me manage the official website? It's not difficult to manage the official website. If Mr. Yi needs it, I can help manage it and come here to work. I don't have any plans to do so now. Xiao Lu smiled and declined. He started his own business because he didn't want to work under someone else. I see you are also in the startup phase. I plan to inject capital into your studio. What do you think? Yi Xiao thought that the official website of Island Number 4 also needed someone to maintain and manage it, and becoming a major shareholder of the studio would definitely be beneficial. Xiao Lu was also very excited when he heard the news, as the studio just happened to be short of funds. But for a moment he couldn't believe his ears and asked, Mr. Yi, is it true? Yi Xiao nodded and said, Of course it's true, but the premise is that you have to make the website well, which can also be regarded as a test. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Xiao Lu looked confident and left excitedly. When Yi Xiao came outside, he saw Su Chunmei coming over. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses and looked very stylish. He smiled and asked, I wonder what brought the beautiful Sue here. I'm here today for a mission. The station asked me to ask you for sponsored fruit. I've brought everyone with me. I hope you won't let me down. Su Chunmei pointed at the few people following behind her. Yi Xiao wanted to tease her, so he pretended to be surprised and said, Did I say I would sponsor the fruit? How come I didn't know that? You dare to tease me? This is not what a grown man like you should do. Su Chunmei knew that he was trying to tease her and immediately thought of a way to counter it. Where? I really don't remember. An inexplicable smile spread across Yi Xiao's face, as if he was saying, Please beg me. Please beg me. But Su Chunmei didn't buy it and walked straight towards Xiao Shulan. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Chapter 148 Stealing Business. Ever since Su Huier came to the island, Xiao Shulan has fallen in love with this girl and treated her as her own granddaughter, wondering when Yi Xiao and Wang Muching could give her a grandson. Su Huier was sitting on a chair and eating fruit seriously at this time. She just threw a pineapple berry into her mouth and then opened a red banana. Auntie, hello. Su Chunmei walked up to Xiao Shulan and greeted her. Su girl, you are here. Please sit down and have some fruit. When Xiao Shulan saw her, she quickly greeted her. Thank you, Auntie. After Su Chunmei sat down, she picked up a pineapple berry and put it in her mouth. After chewing it for a few times, she immediately spat it out, then covered her mouth and began to dry heave. Seeing this, Xiao Shulan hurriedly asked, Girl, did you have a stomachache? No, ugh. Before she could finish her words, Su Chunmei covered her mouth and started vomiting again. Xiao Shulan was also an experienced person, so she understood immediately and comforted her. Girl, does your boyfriend know? Do you plan to give birth to the baby? Su Chunmei glanced at Yi Xiao casually, and then said awkwardly, Auntie, he doesn't know yet. When Yi Xiao saw her looking at him, he immediately thought to himself that this girl was going to put the blame on him. Xiao Shulan was also shocked at this time, thinking that this girl might be pregnant with Yi Xiao's child. They were actually together behind each other's backs. What should she do? Mom, don't think too much. She and I were just joking. Seeing this, Yi Xiao hurriedly walked forward. It would be terrible if his mother misunderstood him. Auntie, don't worry. Yi Xiao and I were just joking. Su Chunmei also started to explain. Xiao Shulan patted her chest and said, You two kids almost scared me to death. Then Su Chunmei took Yi Xiao aside and said with a smile, How is it? You are still a little naive to fight with me. You cow, let's go? To the orchard. Yi Xiao gave her a thumbs up and led her towards the orchard. A few hours later, Su Chunmei drove an SUV to the TV station's parking lot. Just as she was about to call for help, she suddenly saw a group of people rushing over. Sister Su, these are the fruits we brought back from island number 4. Let me help you. This watermelon is really big, probably weighs about 30 or 40 kilograms. I heard that this watermelon alone costs 200,000 yuan. I don't know if it's true or not. What are these fruits? They look really strange. This is the first time I've seen them. Su Chunmei couldn't help but laugh when she saw her being pushed aside by these people. At this moment, Xiao Jianbin came over and immediately yelled at them. What are you doing? It's working hours now. Hearing this, everyone ran back immediately. Director Xiao, what should we do with these fruits? Su Chunmei picked up a pineapple berry and prepared to put it in her mouth. These are all the company's property, and the company will naturally make arrangements. You are very familiar with Yi Xiao, so it should be okay for you to eat the fruit. Xiao Jianbin smiled and snatched the pineapple berries from Su Chunmei's hand. These fruits can be used in many ways, for example, to entertain VIPs. Director Xiao, you are killing the donkey after it has done its work. Su Chunmei smiled. Fortunately, there was some fruit in the car that she had brought back from Yi Xiao. At this time, on the shore of the new pier, there was already a group of vendors selling fruits, snacks, and various foods. Seeing that there were thousands of tourists going to island number 4 every day, these vendors also discovered this business opportunity. Since coming here, their business has been booming. Xia Dehai sat on a chair, holding a cup of tea, looking at the vendors shouting to the tourists not far away, his face filled with smiles. Now his life is getting better and more comfortable. At this moment, Vice President Zheng Qian came over and said to him, Old Xia, someone is trying to steal our business. What? Who is it? When Xia Dehai heard this, he immediately sat up. It's Lao Lu's gang. They've parked their boats nearby to solicit business. Zheng Qian had a serious look on his face. He didn't expect that someone would come to snatch his business just as he had started. Let's go and take a look. Then the two of them walked towards the shore. After arriving, Xia Dehai saw a bald man soliciting business and immediately walked towards him. Lao Lu, weren't you staying well at the dock over there? Why are you here? Of course I came here, because there is money to be made here. Luwen smiled. They couldn't make any money at the dock over there, but it was different here. He had already inquired and found out that Xia Dahai had made a lot of money during this period. We were specially invited here by others. You cannot come here without their permission. How could Xia Dahai tolerate anyone else sharing this piece of cake? Luwen ignored him and said with a smile, I heard that a dock is going to be built here. I can just pay the fee. Besides, no one is in charge here now. I want to stay here. What can you do to me? After that, he shouted to the tourists, if you want to go to island number 4, get on the boat quickly. It will leave soon. The ticket price is 20 yuan. Seeing this, Xia Dahai's face couldn't help but darken. Zheng Qian came over and whispered, Old Xia, what should we do now? Do you want me to send someone to chase them out? Not for now. Let's wait and see. Xia Dahai didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, the business that had just started to improve would be ruined again. Yao Bin was lying in the ward at this time, looking haggard. Since he fainted from anger last time, he had an operation and he is still in the recovery period. Secretary Zhang Liang came in from outside, carrying a lunchbox, and said as he took it out, Boss Yao, I brought you some chicken soup. Drink it while it's hot. Xiao Zhang, how is the company doing now? Yao Bin asked while drinking chicken soup. Boss Yao, drink the soup first. We can talk about the company later. Zhang Liang showed a trace of difficulty. Yao Bin was also a seasoned veteran who had been in the business world for decades, so he could tell something was wrong. He put the bowl down and said, Is there something wrong with the company? Tell me quickly. Zhang Liang pondered for a moment and said, Boss Yao, the company is in a bad situation right now. The hotel under its umbrella has been losing money due to competition from rivals. There are rumors that Wang Hai and Tang Yi are planning to build a wharf on the land they acquired, so they've lost a lot of customers. People in the company are not optimistic about the wharf business and have started selling off their shares. And what? Tell me now, you are going to drive me crazy. Yao Bin was so anxious that his body was shaking. I found out that Wu Quan is also buying a large number of our company's shares. It seems that he wants to take over our company. This bastard actually did this behind my back. After learning the news, Yao Bin immediately called Wu Quan and questioned him about the matter. Wu Quan did not deny it, and even said something like there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests, which made Yao Bin almost faint with anger. Chapter 149 Free Rent. This bastard made me so angry. He actually stabbed me in the back. What a beast. Yao Bin covered his chest and cursed Wu Quan. The two families have been cooperating for many years, but he didn't expect that he found out to be an ungrateful villain. Mr. Yao, don't do business. Take care of your health first. You go out first. I want to be alone. When Zhang Liang came out, he saw Wang Hai standing outside and nodded at him. Wang Hai handed a bulging envelope to Zhang Liang, then walked in carrying a basket of fruit. When Yao Bin saw Wang Hai, he was stunned for a moment before he sighed. Is my company really going to fail? Old Yao, why are you saying that? After Wang Hai sat down, he placed the fruit basket on the bow cabinet. You don't get the nickname of the acquisition king for nothing. Whoever you visit will have their company acquired the next day. I guess this is why you came to see me. But I still have liquid funds, which can keep the company going. Yao Bin could guess Wang Hai's purpose. Wang Hai did not hide anything and said, even if you hold on, you will only be a spent force. Lao Yao, in the current environment, your company is doomed. It will be impossible to turn things around. Wu Quan is still trying to steal your employees from behind. You are now under attack from both sides. I believe you have also acquired a lot of shares in our company. I also know that in the end my company will either become yours or Wu Quan's. But I just can't accept that the company I have worked hard to build for decades is gone just like that. Yao Bin's face showed both anger and unwillingness. Old Yao, I believe you understand better than me that the business world is like a battlefield. You should be able to foresee the future of your company. If you want to hold on, even if you exhaust your family fortune, you will still be swallowed up in the end. You have also struggled for most of your life. It is time to enjoy your grandchildren. You don't want them to worry about their lives in the end, do you? Wang Hai scooped a bowl of chicken soup and handed it over. Hearing this, Yao Bin's face also showed a trace of tenderness, and he said, But why should I sell it to you? I believe there are many people willing to accept my company. Wang Hai smiled and said, Because I will give you a reasonable price. You also know that given your current situation, it is impossible for those people not to try their best to lower the price. One last question. Are you really planning to build a dock? Yao Bin stared at Wang Hai closely. Does it matter? Wang Hai smiled slightly and did not answer the question directly. Forget it, forget it. In the end, I still lost. The mall is like a battlefield. The mall is indeed a battlefield. In the end, Yao Bin let out a long sigh. Just because Wang Hai seized the opportunity because of the hotel incident, Wang Hai made a feint to the east and attacked in the west. He released the news that he would build a new wharf which resulted in the company being unable to take care of both the wharf and the hotel. The company fell into chaos and had no chance of recovery. Not long after, Wang Hai's Haiqing Group officially announced that it had become the largest shareholder of Daning Group and the real ruler of Daning Group. Bang! After hearing the news, Wu Quan immediately grabbed the vase beside him and smashed it to the ground. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take over Daning Group, but he didn't expect that Wang Hai got there first. His fiancée, Chun Mei, was watching this scene with her legs crossed. She chuckled and said, "You have used a lot of shady tricks over the years, but to no avail. Wang Hai's business empire has expanded a lot, and you are still guarding your little piece of land." Hearing her mocking voice, Wu Quan felt unhappy. Looking at her long white legs, he became furious and rushed towards Chun Mei. Snap! But when he just rushed over, Chun Mei slapped him in the face and said angrily, "Although we are engaged, don't even think about touching me. We are all living our own lives. If you dare to touch me again, I will chop off your dog paws." After saying that, Chun Mei turned around and went upstairs. Wu Quan touched his left cheek deeply and looked at her angrily. If her father wasn't a domestic steel tycoon, he would have ignored this bitch. On this day, outside the 3-story building on island number 4, a group of middle-aged people gathered together, looking inside anxiously. "Who are you looking for?" Wang Muching came out of the house holding a banana. Seeing these people looking inside from time to time, she started asking, "We have something we want to talk to Mr. Yi Xiao about." Su Yi, as their leader, stood up. Hearing that they wanted to find Yi Xiao, Wang Muching also called Yi Xiao out. After Yi Xiao came down, he asked them, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Su Yi told them the purpose of their visit. "It's like this, we want to open a small restaurant on the island. It doesn't have to be too big, just a room will do, so we want to ask for your permission. This is a good thing. The island is currently struggling to provide dining options for tourists." Yi Xiao also agreed with their idea. Although he would build a restaurant in the future, the consumption was not affordable for ordinary people. He just needed a group of affordable restaurants for tourists to dine. "So you agree?" Sui didn't expect that he would agree so easily. Yi Xiao nodded and said, "You can open a restaurant on the island, but you must abide by the rules of the island. You are not allowed to throw away garbage at will, and you have to build your own houses." "No problem, what about the cost?" Everyone looked at Yi Xiao at the same time. The rent for opening a restaurant in those scenic spots is extremely expensive, not to mention that on island number 4, the rent must not be cheap either. "Don't be nervous. I don't need to charge you rent, but I have a few conditions. If you can agree to them, I will allow you to open a restaurant on the island." Seeing how nervous they were, Yi Xiao began to comfort them. "You said? What conditions?" "First, the prices of the dishes must be the same as in Donghai City. No price increase is allowed. Second, there may be some activities on the island. You must fully cooperate at that time." Yi Xiao didn't want the things they sold to be too expensive, as that would only ruin the reputation of island number 4. "Agreed, we agree." In response to these two requests, Su Yi and the others quickly nodded in agreement. The reason why things in the scenic area are so expensive is entirely because of the high rent. Now that there is no rent, they can still make money by selling at normal prices. Seeing that they all agreed, Yi Xiao asked them to leave first and prepare to start building the restaurant themselves. They could just sign a contract later. After Su Yi returned home, she immediately started to prepare for building a restaurant. They had all agreed that they would just need to put up a wooden shed and get a few tables. Her husband looked at her coming back late at night and said with an unhappy face, "It's time to pay the rent for our restaurant. You should find a way to do it. You have to spend all the money you don't earn. I'm going to close the restaurant. Let's go to island number 4 and open a restaurant there." "You silly woman, are you crazy? If you open a restaurant on island number 4, the rent will be extremely expensive. What do you know? They don't charge us rent and let us run it for free. Is he mentally ill? He has the money but doesn't want to make it. You know nothing. Go to sleep. You'll be busy tomorrow." Chapter 150, Island Number 4 Official Website. Soon after, more than a dozen thatched huts appeared in the southeast corner of the island, filled with all kinds of condiments and ingredients, including stir-fried dishes, pasta, barbecue, and hot pot. There was even a beverage shop, and the business was booming because of the affordable prices. "Boss, another serving of fat pot meat, quick." "Okay." Su Yi walked into the kitchen with the menu and urged, "Hurry up, the guests are waiting outside." Her husband smiled and replied, "Daughter-in-law, don't be impatient. So many people have to come one by one." Su Yi saw that more than 20 tables outside were already full of people, and she smiled brightly. When she was in Donghai City before, there were only a few people here in a day, but now she is almost too busy to handle it. Although it is a bit harder, she earns more. Moreover, all kinds of common vegetables are grown on the island, and she can buy them here. It is not only convenient, but also very cheap. Since Zhai Ying's last visit to the island, her daughter has been clamoring to come again, so she took her daughter and a few friends to spend a day on the island. Hey, why is there a restaurant here? When Zhai Ying saw this row of restaurants, she became curious because these restaurants were not there the last time she came. Xiao Ying, the prices on the restaurant menu here don't seem expensive. Should we eat something? It's almost noon anyway. Mo Lu looked at those feasting moments and felt hungry. Zhai Ying nodded and took the girl and a few friends to a small hot pot restaurant. However, this hot pot restaurant was as simple as it could be. There was just a large shed where all kinds of ingredients were placed and a dozen tables outside. But in order to confirm the price, she asked the service staff, "Are the prices on the menu real? They are too cheap." It must be true. This is the island's rule. All restaurant prices must be normal prices. The waiter knew what they were worried about, so he explained with a smile. This is quite good. It's not like other scenic spots I've visited where a bottle of water would be sold for the price of gold. Mo Lu also gave a thumbs up to this rule on the island. After a while, the hot pot was served and everyone started eating. Wow, it's so refreshing. Eating hot pot in the summer, accompanied by a bottle of iced Tianfu Cola, feeling the sea breeze, and looking at the sea view, is so refreshing. This treatment is not available on other tourist islands. It was the first time that Mo Lu enjoyed a meal so much that she couldn't help but take out her cell phone to take pictures. Mom, look, a squirrel. Just then, Tian pointed at the squirrel swaggering from the side of the road and shouted, "It's really a squirrel." Zhai Ying looked down and saw that there were indeed quite a few squirrels walking towards her, and they were not afraid of people at all. When the guests along the way saw the squirrels, they took out snacks and threw them over, and the squirrels caught them and started eating without hesitation. "Come on, take a picture." At this time, Mo Lu directly picked up a squirrel and took a selfie with it. However, the squirrel rolled its eyes at her while taking the selfie, which made everyone at the table laugh again. "Mr. Tang, come and try this twice-cooked pork. It's so delicious." "Old man, you're out for a walk again." "Uncle, would you like a drink?" When the restaurant owners around saw Tang Qingyuan, they all greeted him enthusiastically. In response, Tang Qingyuan just smiled and bowed to decline. He didn't want to live on the island before, but now he doesn't want to leave at all. When he has nothing to do, he hangs out with Sun Jiangwo and chats with people around him. His life is very comfortable. After waiting for 5 days, Yi Xiao finally received a call from Xiao Lu, saying that the official website had been completed, and then he received a URL. After opening it, the 3 big words, Island Number 4, appeared in the most conspicuous position of the website, and the background was the dynamic flowing sea water, swaying islands, and floating white clouds. In addition, all the sections on the official website of Island Number 4 are also fully equipped. He clicked on the terrain introduction, which contained detailed introductions on agricultural areas, forests, and pastures. In terms of the latest developments, there is news that more than a dozen restaurants have moved into the island. One of the most important functions of the official website is the message area, where netizens can leave messages. Yi Xiao is also very satisfied with this official website, which allows people to have the most intuitive and comprehensive understanding of everything on the island and listen to the opinions of netizens at the same time. Then he went backstage and posted the latest dynamic announcement on the official website, which was about selling fruits and welcoming individuals and enterprises to discuss cooperation. At this time, Xiao Lu was monitoring the operation of the official website of Island Number 4. Although he had tested it many times, he still did not dare to take it lightly. After all, this was not only about the reputation of the official website studio, but also about whether he could get Yi Xiao's investment. "Boss, the number of visitors to the official website of Human Island Number 4 has exploded and has exceeded 5 million. Should we add another server? Otherwise, it will not be able to accommodate such a large number of visitors. Increase it. I estimate the traffic to be 20 million. However, half an hour later, Xiao Lu was dumbfounded when he saw that the number of visitors to the official website of Island Number 4 had exceeded 50 million. He did not expect the number of visits to be so high. At this time, the message area on the official website was also very lively, and everyone was chatting very enthusiastically. Now that I finally have a website, I feel like I've found my home. Yes, in the past, we could only contact Donghai TV to learn about the situation on Island Number 4. The phone was ringing non-stop, as if Donghai TV was the front desk of Island Number 4. What I want to ask most now is whether we can have free or affordable fruit on the island. I really want to eat it. I want to eat it too. Please give me some fruit for free. Same as above. Yi Xiao was also looking at the comments from netizens on the official website at this moment. 80% of the netizens hoped that the fruit would be free. Since this was the first time he listened to the suggestions of netizens, this request had naturally to be met. Then he posted a message in his dynamic. In order to celebrate the opening of the official website and give back to the fans for their support, Island Number 4 will sell island fruits at a reasonable price at a certain time and place in the future. After seeing this disappear, many netizens were so excited that they almost jumped up and left messages to make the scene lively again. I didn't expect that Brother Yi really heard our calls and started selling fruits at a fair price. I love you so much. Everyone, think about what other requests you can make. Maybe Brother Yi can satisfy us. Then I want a girlfriend. She doesn't need to be too pretty, just as pretty as Yi Xiaozi. Brother, I admire you. After completing the official website, Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It would be much easier to communicate with people in the future. All he wanted to think about now was how to sell the fruit. Chapter 151, The First Business. On this day, when Yi Xiao was patrolling the orchard with Lightning, he saw a bald man with a big gold chain around his neck and several bodyguards following him. He was looking around the orchard, and his behavior was very suspicious. Seeing this, he immediately walked over and asked, "Brother, what are you doing? I heard they sell fruit here, so I wanted to come and take a look. Why can't I see it?" Chen Dafu shook the gold watch on his hand, which emitted a dazzling golden light under the sunlight. "Of course you can look. Then just look openly. Why are you being so sneaky?" Yi Xiao laughed and teased. Chen Dafu looked at the fruits in the orchard and asked, "Are you selling these fruits? I want to buy some." Yi Xiao nodded and said, "Of course I sell it, but the price is a bit expensive." Chen Dafu chuckled when he heard this. "I lack everything except money. How do I sell these bananas? 10,000 yuan a pound. 10,000, ahem. Okay, where's the watermelon? 200,000 each. Ahem, 200,000 is not bad." After knowing the price of the fruit, Chen Dafu's face couldn't help but darken, and he revealed a forced smile. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao also smiled and said, "These fruits are of the best quality. I guarantee you will be satisfied." Chen Dafu swallowed and asked, "How many kinds of fruits do you have in total?" 13 kinds, what? I want all of them. We really need some of both. Chen Dafu is a coal boss. He has recently fallen in love with a female star and has been pursuing her madly. Now she has made a request, which is to buy all the fruits on Island Number 4, then give him a chance. After understanding the whole story, Yi Xiao smiled and said, "If you want to win the beauty, you naturally have to put in some effort. Maybe she is also testing you." "That's what I thought. So give me some of each fruit." Chen Dafu spoke without wasting time. "Okay, wait a moment." Then Yi Xiao asked people to start transferring the books. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao placed a pile of fruits in front of Chen Dafu and said, "Okay, the total is 1.6 million. This is a fruit worth 1.6 million. This is the first time I've imported such expensive fruit." Chen Dafu walked around the pile of fruits with a look of curiosity and asked someone to transfer money to Yi Xiao. "Go slowly, sir." Seeing Chen Dafu leaving with the fruit, Brother Yi was also very happy. He didn't expect that the first customer would come so soon. In a dressing room, a young and petite woman was putting on makeup. She was obviously the one that Chen Dafu was pursuing, Su Ling. At this time, a man came over and said, "Xiao Su, that coal boss came to see you again. You said he is not short of money. Although he looks like a nouveau riche, he is not bad looking. Why do you look down on him?" "It's not that I look down on him. It's that I don't want to be a housewife yet. I'm so young." Su Ling looked at his beautiful face and planned to work hard for a few more years. "By the way, I see he wants to carry a bunch of fruit. I remember you told him that as long as he bought the fruit from Island Number 4, you would give him a chance. I'm afraid he really did buy it." "What? You really bought it?" Hearing this, Su Ling was also stunned. "You know, the fruits on Island Number 4 are not cheap. Ninger, I'm here. Look what I brought you. Fruits from Island Number 4. Chen Dafu walked in with a smile and placed a pile of various fruits on the table. Seeing this, Su Ling hurriedly asked, "These fruits must cost a lot of money." "Not much, just a few million." Chen Dafu looked very heroic and didn't take the money seriously at all. "About 1 million, that's the price of a luxury car." When the people in the room heard this, they all showed envious expressions. At this time, Chen Dafu walked up to Su Ling and said, "Linger, you promised me before that if I buy it, you will give me a chance. You are not allowed to regret it." Su Ling was just joking, but he didn't expect that he would take it seriously. However, since he said he would give him a chance, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. The worst that could happen was that he could just have a meal with him. "Wow, Linger, there are so many fruits. These fruits look delicious. Of course the fruit on Island Number 4 can't be bad. I haven't even tried it yet." When the people in the room found out that these fruits were bought from Island Number 4, they immediately gathered around, picking up the fruits from time to time to look at them, sniff them, and almost started eating them directly. Seeing this, Su Ling had no choice but to treat these sisters to some fruit. Ever since Yi Xiao announced that he would sell some fruits at a fair price, Citizens have been leaving messages on the official website, asking when this event will be held. But now Yi Xiao is thinking about how to sell these fruits, because the prices of these fruits are very expensive, so ordinary people can't afford them. At this time, a man walked towards Yi Xiao and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Hu Xianjiao, the general manager of Fruit Network, and this is my business card. Hello, Manager Hu. What do you want to talk to me about? Yi Xiao took the business card, took a look at it, and started asking. It's like this. Our website wants to cooperate with Mr. Yi to sell the fruits from the island on our website. For this, we will provide free transportation and will not charge any fees. Hu Xianjiao stated his purpose. The website is not very famous now, so he hopes to use this method to increase its popularity. Yi Xiao also thought that this proposal was feasible. If one wanted to buy fruits now, one could only come to the island. Moreover, the domestic market was so large that putting the products online would indeed increase sales. I'll send someone to take pictures and will be responsible for putting the products on the shelves. After confirming the cooperation, Hu Xianjiao immediately called people to start preparations. At the same time, Yi Xiao also posted the news of cooperation with Fruit Network on the official website, and then just waited to receive the money. At this time, Wang Muqing pushed the door and walked in, looking at Yi Xiao with a smile on her face. Yi Xiao looked at her smiling face and suddenly felt a chill on his back. He said, Mu Cheng, don't look at me like that. I feel guilty. You haven't done anything wrong. Why are you feeling guilty? By the way, what day is it in a few days? Wang Muqing opened her big watery eyes and looked at him expectantly. What day? When Yi Xiao heard this question, he felt that something was going to happen. He and Wang Muqing had only been together for a few months, and he had never paid attention to when her birthday was. Seeing his confused expression, Wang Muqing immediately became angry. Do you really not remember what day it is? I remember. Of course I remember. It's your birthday. Yi Xiao had cold sweat on his forehead at this time. Thinking that her birthday was the only important day, he answered casually. I'm sure you remember. I'm planning to hold a birthday party on the island, so I told you in advance. After saying that, Wang Muqing turned around and walked out, leaving Yi Xiao confused for the whole day. Chapter 152 Solar Yacht. Chun Fong received a call from the courier early in the morning, saying that the Daoxiang watermelon he bought online would be arriving soon, so he immediately went downstairs to greet it. After going down, he saw a courier truck parked outside, and several couriers were unloading a large box from the truck. When the people around saw how big a deal it was to deliver a package, they couldn't help but gather around, wanting to see what was being transported. Everyone, please make way. This is fragile. A courier began to evacuate the onlookers. If the package broke, they would have to pay a lot of money for it. What are you transporting? Such a big commotion. Watermelon. It's just a watermelon. I thought it was something else. At this time, Chun Fong came down, checked that there was no damage, and signed for it. The person nearby saw this and came over and said, Old Chun, is this the watermelon you bought? I thought it was some priceless antique. Chun Fong smiled and said, although this watermelon is not priceless, it is not cheap either. Hearing this, everyone around couldn't help but laugh. No matter how expensive it is, it's just a watermelon. At most it's only 1,000 yuan. Old Chun, you are becoming more and more squeamish. You make such a big fuss just to buy a watermelon. If you buy something expensive, you will have to use a plane to transport it. For watermelons, the more expensive they are, the better they are. The watermelons outside the community that cost 50 cents a pound are pretty good. Chun Fong heard the old neighbor's jokes and said with a smile, I'll give it to whoever can guess how much this watermelon is worth. 1,000. Low. 5,000. Low. 10,000. Still low? When everyone heard that 10,000 was too low, they couldn't help but look at each other. If the watermelon could be sold for 10,000, it would be a sky-high price. Seeing that everyone was looking over curiously, Lu Fong smiled and said, This watermelon is worth 200,000. 200,000. After hearing the price, everyone around was stunned. This was not a watermelon at all, it was a nugget of gold. Since the island's fruits were put on sale online, 3 million pieces of fruit were sold in a short period of time, and the daily sales volume continues to increase. However, Yi Xiao was in a dilemma at this moment. Tomorrow was Wang Muqing's birthday, and she had invited many friends to the island for a party. He had not yet decided what gift to give her. At this moment, he felt something moving in the system. After entering, he saw the lucky draw wheel reappear. He asked Inha, Is today another holiday? Oh, it's August now, and you haven't even given me a lucky draw for Army Day. I forgot to open it last time. Look, I opened it for you on Chinese Valentine's Day. Inha said this very casually. What? You forgot to open it? That means I drew one less cigarette. No, you have to make it up to me. Yi Xiao doesn't care about that. One more draw means one more chance. What if he wins something good? However, Inha didn't buy his trick and said, "It can't be made up. If you treat me like this, I might forget to hold the lottery on future festivals." Hearing this, Yishao took a deep breath, thinking to himself that you are cruel, then reached out and pressed the switch. He was very excited now. What he needed most now was a rainfall control device that could automatically adjust the rainfall on the island and save the trouble of manual watering. This device would cost 100 million to purchase. Deep sea oil production vessels, coastal baselines, domesticated needles, nano fishing nets, gooseneck barnacles. Watching the names of the items flash across the screen, Yishao's heart couldn't help but rise to his throat. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for winning the Sunshine Light Energy Yacht. It is 15 meters long, has 1 cabin, 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a living room. The hull is made of special light energy materials and can last forever. The market price is 8 million. Yishao listened to Inha's introduction. Although he didn't win what he wanted, he was still very happy when he thought that this yacht was worth 8 million, and it could be used as a birthday present for Wang Muching. The next day at noon, Wang Muching prepared to go to the Donghai City pier to pick up her friends. "Muching, come with me to a place." At this time, Yishao came over and stopped Wang Muching. "Where are you going?" "Just follow me." "Come on, put on the blindfold and cover your eyes." "What the hell are you doing so mysteriously?" At this time, Wang Muching should be able to feel that Yishao wanted to give her a surprise, so she did not expose him and followed him honestly. Then Yishao took Wang Muching's hand and brought her to the dock, where the yacht was docked. "Okay." After arriving, Yishao took off the blindfold for her. "Wow, is this for me?" When Wang Muching saw the yacht in front of her, she was stunned because it was so beautiful, with streamlined lines and sparkling pearl paint. She couldn't move her feet when she looked at it. Yishao opened his arms and nodded. "Of course it's for you. How about it? Do you like it?" "Of course I do." After saying that, Wang Muching couldn't wait to run onto the yacht and stroll around. Yishao originally wanted to let her hug him, but now it seems that is impossible, so he could only put his hand down helplessly. After Wang Muching got on board, she immediately lay down on the leather sofa and exclaimed, "This sofa is so comfortable. I feel like taking a nap. Can you sail a boat? Do you want me to teach you?" "Brother, you specially read the instruction manual. Otherwise he would not know how to drive this yacht. You think I've never driven a yacht before? You really underestimate me." Wang Muching sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and stepped on the accelerator smoothly without any delay. Yishao came to the deck at this time, feeling the sea breeze blowing in his face. The surrounding scenery quickly swept away. He felt extremely relaxed. He also noticed that the yacht made almost no noise when it was on a fast route. According to the fastest speed, it only took 40 minutes to get from island number 4 to Donghai City Pier. After circling the island, Wang Muching let Yishao go and rushed to the Donghai City Pier to pick up his friends. At this time, a dozen girls were waiting at the dock, and Joanna was among them. "What kind of place is this? There's not even a place to sit, and the road is so bad." At this moment, a girl wearing a sun hat and spraying perfume on herself started complaining with a look of disgust on her face. "Yuan Di, I don't think Muching invited you. How dare you come here?" Xiao Na couldn't stand her behavior. She had always been at odds with Wang Muching when they were in college. She was full of princess syndrome, and this time, she even came uninvited. "After all, I am Muching's classmate and old friend. It's my old friend's birthday, so of course I have to come and congratulate her. You, a little wild model, have no right to talk to me." Yuan Di looked at her with disdain, and at the same time took a few steps to the side, looking disgusted. Chapter 153 All animals are valuable. "What? Xiaoyi model. I'm a regular model. Okay." Hearing Yuan Di actually calling her a wild model, Xiaona was extremely angry and wanted to slap her silicone face to pieces. In order to marry into a wealthy family, she had plastic surgery and not a single part of her body was real. These models nowadays, to put it nicely, they are models. To put it bluntly, they are prostitutes. Everyone knows this. My husband is very familiar with the boss of your company. Do you want me to talk to him and introduce you to more rich men? Yuan Di took out a mirror and touched up her makeup. She had just married a billionaire not long ago and officially entered the wealthy family. Xiao Na was almost fainted by this, but she was not someone who could bear it, so she fought back. "I'm afraid your billionaire husband has slept with those wild models a lot. Why don't you introduce him to some good ones?" "You." When Yuan Di heard this, she was so angry that she couldn't say a word. Although she married into a wealthy family, her life was not happy. It was common for her husband to cheat on her. The ship is coming. At this moment, everyone saw a yacht slowly approaching the shore. When Yuan Di saw Wang Muching getting off the yacht, his face suddenly darkened. He had heard that she was with Yi Xiao before and thought she was living a miserable life, but he didn't expect her to be so glamorous. As Xiao Na walked towards the yacht, she asked Wang Muqing, "Muqing, this wasn't given to you by Yi Xiao?" Wang Muqing nodded, with a happy smile that a woman should have on her face. "Muqing, I'm so envious of you. Your boyfriend actually gave you a yacht." Others also came forward to congratulate. At this time, Wang Muqing saw Yuan Di and felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Xiao Na leaned over and whispered in her ear easily, "She is Yuan Di. She had plastic surgery. Yuan Di, I haven't seen you for a year. You are getting more and more beautiful." When she heard Yuan Di's name, Wang Muqing immediately remembered that when they were in college, Yuan Di always wanted to compete with her, from what to eat, what to wear, to who to date. He wanted to surpass her in everything. "You're not bad either. You're still as pretty as before. I heard you're with Yi Xiao? Is that the Yi Xiao in our class? I don't have much impression of him." Yuan Di smoothed her hair, inadvertently revealing the valuable necklace around her neck and the earrings on her ears. "He is a relatively low-key person. He really doesn't attract much attention. What about you? I heard that you are married." Wang Muqing knew that her bad habit had come back again, but she didn't care. Logically speaking, her family conditions were very good, and there was no need for her to compare herself with others and to be the best. Hearing this, Yuan Di showed a smug look on her face, and it was finally her turn to show off. "Yes, I haven't been married for long, and you should have heard of my husband, the biggest real estate tycoon in Jiangnan City, Mo. Let's go? Let's go to the island and play." At this moment, Xiao Na suddenly interrupted Yuan Di and pushed everyone towards the yacht. Seeing this, Yuan Di almost couldn't breathe because the breath was stuck in his throat. When he got on the yacht, Yuan Di stomped on the deck and said, "I don't know if this boat is of good quality or safe. This ship costs 8 million, so it should be pretty safe." Wang Muqing explained with a smile. Hearing this, Yuan Di fell silent. Her husband's large yacht only cost about 4 million, while this medium-sized yacht cost 8 million. Thinking of this, she felt jealous and said, 8 million is enough to buy a large yacht. Mucheng, your boyfriend is not lying to you. Or your boyfriend has been fooled. It's a gift from him anyway, the price doesn't matter. After saying that, Wang Muqing walked into the cockpit and drove the yacht towards island number 4. Yuan Di didn't believe a word of this. Nowadays, no woman would want a man without some money. If her boyfriend had no money, it was unclear whether Wang Muqing would still be with him. Soon after, the yacht docked at the pier of island number 4. At this time, many tourists were still touring the island. Yuan Di walked ashore and asked Wang Muqing, "Muqing, is your boyfriend the general manager here? He can give you a yacht, so his position must be quite high." "Yi Xiao is not the general manager here. He is just an ordinary person." Jonah knew what she wanted to ask, so she decided to tease her. "So what does he do?" Sure enough, after hearing this, Yuan Di showed a smug smile on his face again, thinking that it would be even better if Yi Xiao was a gatekeeper. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Xiao Na revealed Yi Xiao's true identity without hesitation. "He doesn't seem to have a proper job, but this island is his." Upon hearing this and seeing the smug smile on Xiao Na's face, Yuan Di suddenly felt as sick as if he had eaten a fly. He never expected that the poor boy would actually have a day to turn things around. "Everyone, let me show you around first, and I'll ask the kitchen to make something delicious tonight." Wang Muqing acted as a tour guide, leading everyone around the island. Yuan Di looked at the thatched hut restaurants on the island. Everything was still under development, and he felt relieved. He thought that Yi Xiao's current situation was definitely inseparable from Wang Muqing's help. After all, she was still a gigolo. At this time, the group came to the pasture again and saw 2 horses eating grass. One of them excitedly said to Wang Muqing, "Muqing, can I go ride for a while?" "Of course, I'll help you." Wang Muqing led her over. "It's just 2 horses. What's so special about them? It's not like I haven't seen horses before. My husband has dozens of horses in his stable." Yuan Di muttered disdainfully. Seeing Xiao Na staring at her with wide eyes, she couldn't help but say, "What? Are you trying to say that those 2 horses are valuable again?" Xiao Na nodded and pretended to be serious and said, "How do you know?" "The red one is called Hurricane, a champion racehorse, worth 5 million. The white one is called Snow White, and her value is even more incredible, worth 60 million. Hearing this, Yuan Di was a little unconvinced. He pointed to a dog with a lightning mark on its forehead running by not far away and said, "Why are all animals so expensive here? Tell me that dog is worth tens of millions." "Not really. It's still worth a few million." When Yuan Di heard the first half of the sentence, she thought that Wang Muqing was really good at pretending, but when she heard the second half, she almost vomited blood. She saw that the people around her were very calm about it, as if they had known it for a long time. Xiao Na saw that Yuan Di was completely confused, and she kept laughing with her hands covering her mouth. Chapter 154 Bad Information. Yi Xiao was counting the fruits in the orchard at this time. He was wearing a straw hat and walking around barefoot. Hey, Yi Xiao, I heard that this island is yours. Why are you still working on it yourself? When Yuan Di arrived nearby, she looked at Yi Xiao like a farmer with disdain in her heart. Now she finally understood that Wang Muqing was also a vain woman. If a dog could be said to be worth more than 1,000,000, then these fruits must not be cheap either. Come and have a look when you have nothing to do. Yi Xiao recognized that the woman was Yuan Di, but he had only met her in school before, but had never spoken to her. This fruit must be expensive. It must cost millions per pound. Yuan Di started to tease. It's not that expensive, only about 10,000 yuan. Yi Xiao answered truthfully. After hearing this, Yuan Di became more certain of this. She had never heard of any fruit being sold for 10,000 yuan. At this moment, a man came over with a box and said to Yi Xiao, "Give me a watermelon." No problem. Yi Xiao walked to the side, took a few stacks of banknotes, put them into the money counting machine and started counting them. After confirming that everything was correct, he picked a watermelon and gave it to the man. Yuan Di watched as he actually sold a watermelon for 200,000, and for a moment he couldn't believe his eyes. Come try it. Yi Xiao picked some fruits and handed them to them. It's delicious. After Joanna and the others tasted it, their eyes immediately lit up and they couldn't stop eating it. Yuan Di looked at them scrambling to eat the fruits, not acting like ladies at all, and cursed in her heart. What a bunch of country bumpkins. It's like they have never eaten fruit before. But once she tasted a pineberry, she couldn't stop and joined the crowd grabbing the fruit. At night, Wang Muqing brought a dozen sisters to the room again. Is this your room? It's so big. When Yuan Di walked into the room, she was stunned. She didn't expect that her convenience would be so big. Yes, you guys sit wherever you want. I'll have someone bring some wine up. We won't leave until we're drunk tonight. After saying that, Wang Muqing went downstairs to get some wine. Yi Xiao saw Wang Muqing coming downstairs, walked over and said, "Drink less tonight, and be careful. Don't worry, don't come upstairs. There are girls in the room. They will behave badly if they drink." Wang Muqing gave instructions from the side. Yi Xiao made an okay gesture. Ever since they went in once when they were drunk and had a little ambiguity with Xiao Na, he would never go in again even if he was beaten to death. The wine is here, everyone please feel free. Wang Muqing distributed the wine to everyone one by one, and then started drinking while chatting. At this moment, Yuan Di watched them drinking bottle after bottle, and suddenly an idea came to his mind, an opportunity to ruin Wang Muqing's reputation. Come on, don't just stand there, drink. A man walked up to Yuan Di and patted her on the shoulder. Yuan Di smiled slightly, took a sip, and said to himself, "Drink it. You will regret it." As time went by, there were more and more empty wine bottles on the ground, and a group of people were lying on the ground and on the sofa, drunkenly. Come on, keep drinking. Yuan Di deliberately walked over to Wang Muqing and the others, wanting to see if they were drunk. But they were all sleeping on the ground, and no one paid any attention to her. You are so stubborn that you say you are a wild model and dare to take the blame. I will kick you to death and ruin your reputation. Yuan Di walked up to Xiao Na and kicked her in the stomach. Xiao Na was now drunk and unconscious, so she had no reaction at all. Then she stripped Jonah's clothes off and started taking pictures. After doing all this, she put Jonah's clothes back on to avoid being discovered. Then Yuan Di took a photo of Wang Muqing. Looking at the photo of the two of them in the phone, an inexplicable sense of pride appeared on her face. Then she was ready to send the photo out, so that the two of them would be ruined and see if they dared to be proud in front of her again in the future. Hey, why can't I send the photos? The signal is so bad in this crappy place. Yuan Di looked at his phone and tried to send photos several times, but failed. He started cursing and put the phone in his bag, planning to send photos again tomorrow. At this time, Yi Xiao was sleeping soundly when he suddenly heard a movement in the system. He hurried in and asked Inha, "What happened?" "The signal tower just detected a group of bad information and it has been blocked, so I'm notifying you." Inha explained to Yi Xiao. "What message?" Yi Xiao asked hurriedly. Inha said to Yi Xiao with a sly smile, "You'd better not look at it." Yi Xiao was also curious and said directly, "What can't be seen? Hurry up." Then Inha clicked on that set of pictures. When Yi Xiao saw the picture of a naked Joanna, his eyes widened immediately, and he quickly asked Inha to turn off the music. He didn't expect it was Joanna again. Then he asked, "Is it just Jonah? There's also your wife's. Do you want to see it? As far as I know, you haven't seen your wife's body yet. This is a great opportunity." Inha looked at Yi Xiao with a wicked smile. "I'm not that kind of person. I read it because I didn't know about it. If I knew about it and still read it, then I have a problem with my character. By the way, can you find out who posted it? Yi Xiao quickly waved his hand to refuse. The signal tower has limited functions and only knows a mobile phone number. Then Inha found out the phone number. After taking note of the phone, Yi Xiao knew that the person who took the photo must be among those invited by Wang Muqing. He must find that person before they leave tomorrow and delete the photos in her phone. Otherwise, if they leave the island, the consequences will be disastrous. And the most important thing is that this matter cannot be told to Wang Muqing. Otherwise, if he is asked how he knew about this, it will be difficult to explain it then. After making up his mind, Yi Xiao lay on the bed and began to think about how to get access to the phone. It was not difficult to find the owner of the phone, but the difficult part was to delete the photos in the phone. After thinking for an hour, he still couldn't come up with a solution, so he could only improvise when the time came. Early the next morning, Wang Muqing and the others were still sleeping because they were drunk. But Yuan Di is anxious to leave now. After waking up, she wants to send the photos. She can't wait for them to wake up and say goodbye to them. Then she gathered her things, slipped out quietly, and headed for the dock. Yi Xiao woke up early in the morning and stood guard at the door to prevent the man from running away. At this time, he saw Yuan Di running out in a panic, so he picked up his mobile phone and dialed the number, and then he saw Yuan Di take out his mobile phone and answered it. It's you. After confirming who it was, Yi Xiao was ready to catch her in the trap. Chapter 155, Unsaleable Watermelon. Miss, I'm sorry, the boat broke down. We have to wait a while before we can leave. When Yuan Di walked to the dock, he was stopped by someone. There are so many ships out there. It would be the same if I took any other ship. Seeing that there were more than a dozen boats nearby, Yuan Di walked towards them. When the boatmen saw her, they waved their hands and refused, saying that the boat would not leave until noon. Seeing this, Yuan Di stomped his feet, turned around, and walked back. At noon, Wang Muqing and the others slowly woke up. Why does my stomach hurt so much? It feels like someone kicked me. When Jonah woke up, she rubbed her aching stomach. You must have drunk too much last night. Get up, wash your face, and sober up. Wang Muqing smiled and called everyone to stand up. After going downstairs, Wang Muqing saw Yuan Di walking around, as if he was in a hurry, so he walked over and asked, "What do you want?" Something happened at home, and I need to go back immediately, but there is no boat leaving now, so I want you to take me back. Yuan Di thought for a moment and decided to ask Wang Muqing to take her back. Okay, lunch will start soon. I'll take you back after lunch. Wang Muqing was also surprised. She thought that there were always boats leaving the island, so how could there be no boat leaving? While having lunch, Yi Xiao was thinking about how to delete the photos in Yuan Di's phone. However, when he learned that Wang Muqing was going to take them away on a yacht, he had no choice but to resort to this method. Yuan Di wanted to leave immediately after finishing his meal. Why are you in such a hurry? You have to sit down for a while after finishing your meal. Joanna replied unhappily. Why are you in such a hurry to go back and be reborn? Okay, she's in a hurry, let's go. Wang Muqing led everyone towards the dock. Yuan Di glanced at Xiao Na viciously, thinking that as long as I get out, you will be disgraced and cursed by everyone. At this time, Xiao Na walked up to Yi Xiao and said, Why do you look at me in a strange way? Did you do something to me while I was drunk again? What do you mean by again? I've never done anything to you, okay? And why did you see me looking at you in a weird way? Yi Xiao broke out in a cold sweat on his back, thinking that women's intuition was really accurate. He had seen photos of her naked body last night. It's just a feeling. Women's intuition is always accurate. Xiao Na replied and turned away, always feeling that Yi Xiao was hiding something from her. Soon, a group of people arrived at the pier and swam upstream one after another. Wait for me, I want to go too. At this moment, Yi Xiao also walked up. When passing by Yuan Di, he pretended to sprain his ankle, staggered, and leaned on her. Yuan Di also lost his balance and fell directly into the sea. Quick, save people. When the people around saw this scene, they all started shouting. Yuan Di was quickly fished out, but his whole body was wet. Seeing this, Yi Xiao knew that her phone must have been soaked in water, but this still did not make him feel at ease. After all, there was still a possibility of repairing it. My phone. My phone. Sure enough, after coming out of the sea, Yuan Di immediately took out his mobile phone to check it, only to find that it could not be turned on at all. I'll compensate you with a new one. It's my fault after all. Wang Muqing walked forward to comfort her. However, Yuan Di doesn't care about the phone, but the photos in it. At this time, Yi Xiao decided to use the same trick again and moved closer to Yuan Di again. Yuan Di's attention was completely on the mobile phone at the moment, so when he was bumped by someone, his hand slipped and the phone fell into the sea. Sorry, my foot slipped. Yi Xiao looked apologetic, but he was extremely proud in his heart. Now that his phone had fallen into the sea, he had no more worries. At this moment, Di looked at Yi Xiao with eyes that were almost spitting fire and pointed at his body with a trembling hand. I have something else to do, so I won't go with you. After saying this, Yi Xiao turned around and ran off the boat. Wang Muqing followed him and said to him, You are obviously targeting her. Do you have a grudge against her? No, it was really an accident. Yi Xiao would not admit it, otherwise it would be troublesome to explain it later. Wang Muqing didn't care about this. She turned around and got back on the boat to see them off. A week later, Yi Xiao saw that 2/3 of the fruits in the orchard had been sold, making a full 6 million yuan in profit, and the remaining fruits would be sold to citizens at a reasonable price. For this purpose, he racked his brains to come up with a good plan. If he sold it directly to the citizens, it might be sold out immediately. If he could do something more meaningful, it would be even better. At this moment, he saw a message pop up on his computer saying that watermelons grown in the vicinity of Donghai City were unsaleable and they were seeking help from the personnel of relevant companies. When Yi Xiao saw this message, he came up with an idea and immediately picked up his phone and dialed the number above. As the village chief of Xiaoli Village, Zheng Qiu has been worried recently. The entire village has planted thousands of acres of watermelons. He wanted to take advantage of the summer, which is the peak season for watermelon sales, to generate income. Unexpectedly, the price of watermelons has been falling this year. So far, less than 1/3 of them have been sold. If the watermelons cannot be sold, the village will lose all its money. At this time, he received a call from a man named Yi Xiao, who said that he had a way to help them sell the unsaleable watermelons, and that he would come today. He was very happy. That afternoon, Yi Xiao came to Xiaoli Village alone. Zheng Qiu looked at a young man in his 20s walking towards him, and he was also murmured in his heart, thinking that such a young man could do nothing for them. However, since he was here to help, he greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, are you Mr. Yi Xiao? Yes, I am. Village Chief Zheng, you can just call me Xiaoya. Yi Xiao greeted with a smile. Then Zheng Qiu led Yi Xiao towards the melon field. Along the way, Yi Xiao looked around at the endless green watermelons and also saw many smashed watermelons along the way. The villagers saw that the watermelons they planted could not be sold, so they had to smash them and use them as fertilizer, pinning all their hopes on next year. These watermelons were planted with great effort, and they smashed them with their own hands, which made their hearts bleed. Zheng Qiu looked at the smashed watermelons on the field with a look of regret on his face. Village Chief Zheng, I also have a batch of popular fruits to sell. I can help you sell them, and I will also put your watermelons online for sale. Maybe there will be a chance to sell them. Yi Xiao expressed his idea. He believed that this method would work. As for online sales, he could ask Hu Xianzhao's fruit website for help. He should not refuse. We have tried both of the methods you mentioned, but the results were not very good. Zheng Qiu showed a trace of difficulty on his face. In order to sell these watermelons, they tried various methods, but to no avail. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Maybe it will work. Yi Xiao's face showed great confidence. Zheng Qiu nodded in agreement. Since there was a glimmer of hope, he was going to give it a try. Chapter 156 Hot Sale. After Yi Xiao returned, he immediately went to the Fruit Network's headquarters to find Hu Xianzhao. When Hu Xianzhao knew that Yi Xiao had arrived, he immediately went to greet him in person. Since the website started selling island-flavored fruits, it has also boosted the overall sales of the website. For the company, it has undoubtedly helped it gain a firm foothold in the current e-commerce environment. Then he poured a cup of coffee and handed it to Yi Xiao, saying, I wonder what Mr. Yi wants to see me about this time. Yi Xiao then told them that the watermelons in Xiaoli Village were unsaleable and he wanted their website to help with sales. This is a good thing, and our website can help, but based on past experience, I'm afraid the effect won't be very good. Hu Xianzhao agreed without hesitation, as this is something the website often does. I will help promote this. It should have a good effect. Yi Xiao is also very confident about this. After finishing the online sales, Yi Xiao returned to the island and posted a message on the official website of Island Number 4. That is, 3 days later, at 9 a.m. at Sun Moon Plaza in the city center, the island's scented fruits will be sold at a fair price, and the watermelons from Xiaoli Village will be helped to be sold at the same time. The fruits will also be sold online simultaneously, and he hopes that the general public will actively place orders. As a loyal fan of Number 4 Island, Qin Bin visits Number 4 Island's official website almost every day and leaves messages in the comments. Now he is very excited to see that the product will be sold at a low price in 3 days. However, 3 days later is Saturday, and he still has to work overtime, so he hurried into his boss' company to ask for leave. After entering the office, he said to his boss with a smile on his face, Boss, I want to take a day off on Saturday. No, just half a day. Is that okay? You always ask for leave when you have to work overtime. I won't tolerate this habit of yours. If you don't come up with a valid reason this time, forget about asking for leave. That day I'm going to grab the fruit from island number 4. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Are you talking about the fruits on island number 4? I'm also keeping an eye on the fruits on the island. I'll grant you leave. Bring me some when the time comes. Thank you, boss. In the following days, Yi Xiao was busy organizing the event and raising money with Zheng Qiu. That evening at Sun Moon Plaza, many simple plastic sheds had been set up in the square, and they were filled with densely packed watermelons. In preparation for tomorrow's official launch, Zheng Qiu checked it several times to avoid any mistakes. Let's go? Village Chief Zheng, let's go eat something first. After Yi Xiao set up the stall on island number 4, he came over to find Zheng Qiu. I just need a box of instant noodles. I have to stay here to keep watch at night. Go eat. Don't worry about me. Zheng Qiu shook his head and declined. He had no appetite at all now. He kept praying in his heart that this event would be a success. It's not good to stay here all night without eating. Let's go. I'll treat everyone to dinner. Yi Xiao stood up and invited everyone to eat. Then the group walked towards a nearby restaurant. After dinner, Yi Xiao went to a nearby hotel to rest, while Zheng Qiu went to the square to keep watch. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Zheng Qiu sat in a chair, wrapped in a coat and smoking, feeling uneasy, wondering what today's sales results would be like. Just then, he saw a large group of people coming over and lining up in front of the stall on island number 4. Seeing this, Zheng Qiu asked, "Are you here to buy fruit? You don't have to come so early in the morning if you want to buy fruit." "Uncle, you don't know this. The fruits on island number 4 are very popular. You may not be able to buy them even if you want to. If you don't line up early, it will be my turn," one person explained with a smile. Hearing this, Zheng Qiu didn't expect that Yi Xiao's fruit would be so popular. Soon more than 100 people came, and more people were rushing here. At this time, Qin Bin was standing in the crowd queuing. Looking at the long queue, a trace of relief appeared on his face. If he hadn't known that there would be a lot of people and had come to queue earlier, he wouldn't know where the queue is now. As time passed, the sky gradually brightened. A large crowd of people had gathered in the square, making it impossible to get through. Although most people came for the Daoxiang fruits, there were also many people picking watermelons in front of the stalls. Come and have a look, the best watermelon. If it's not sweet, you don't have to pay for it. Free tasting, free tasting. Big sister, come and have a look. This watermelon is so sweet that summer will turn into spring after one bite. Big discount promotion, only $1 per pound, great value. At this moment, there were endless shouts in the square. Zheng Qiu watched many people buy watermelons and leave, and he finally felt relieved. As soon as 9 o'clock arrived, Yi Xiao came to the 13 stalls on island number 4 to inspect them. There were about 500 kilograms of each fruit in stock. Due to the small quantity, each person could only buy one kind of fruit, and only 1 kilogram at a time. At this time, there were many people gathered in front of the 13 stalls, queuing up to buy. Thanks for supporting Daoxiang fruits. Please also support the watermelons from Xiaoli village. Every time someone buys Daoxiang fruit, the salesperson will say this to him. When Qin Bin was about to buy finger oranges, he saw that the one he got was Yi Xiao. He was immediately shocked and yelled, "You are Yi Xiao, really Yi Xiao? I finally saw a living person today. I'm Yi Xiao. I'm not some big star. Are you so excited to see me?" Yi Xiao looked at him with a fussy look on his face and couldn't help laughing. "Although you are not a star, you are more popular than a star. Can you give me an autograph? It's still the first time someone wants my autograph. Okay. Can you take a photo with me? You're asking for a lot. Come on." After taking the photo, Yi Xiao said to Qin Bin, "Please support the watermelons of Xiaoli village. Thank you very much." Qin Bin patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'll go buy 10 kilograms. No, 20 kilograms later." Just as it was 12 o'clock, all the Daoxiang fruits were sold out, and Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Zheng Qiu was weighing watermelons for a customer when someone suddenly ran over and said, "Village chief, the watermelons we brought this time are almost sold out. Please ask the village to transport more watermelons here." "What? They're all sold out. I'll call the village right away." Zheng Qiu didn't expect that the watermelons would sell so quickly, so he quickly called the village and asked them to transport the watermelons over. Although the Daoxiang fruits were sold out, people did not turn around and leave. They thought that the watermelons here were not expensive and of good quality. They would eat them in the summer anyway, so they would just buy one. Therefore, the watermelons on site were sold very quickly. Chapter 157 Advertising. Not long after, several more trucks of watermelons were transported over, and the square became a watermelon market. Although Zheng Qiu was so busy that he was sweating, his face was filled with a brilliant smile. At this time, Yi Xiao was also helping the villagers sell their products. If they could sell more, they would have less worries. Hello, are you Mr. Yi Xiao? At this time, a pot-bellied man came over and greeted Yi Xiao with a smile on his face. Yes, what can I do for you? I am Sun DeLong, the owner of Mingyi Underwear, and I want to discuss some business with Mr. Yi. Sun DeLong handed over the business card with a smile. Yi Xiao then led him aside and asked, what kind of business does Mr. Sun want to discuss with me? It's like this. My company makes underwear. We want to put an advertisement for our company on your number 4 Island's official website. The fee is 5 million. What do you think, Mr. Yi? Sun DeLong said this with a smile on his face. Now the traffic of the official website of Island number 4 is not small, which is much better than the effect of hiring some celebrity spokespersons. Mr. Sun, the official website of number 4 Island will not accept any advertising placement, but I do have another way of cooperation. I wonder if Mr. Sun can accept it. Yi Xiao directly rejected the plan of advertising on the official website. He didn't want the official website to become an advertising section, but he didn't want to give up the opportunity to earn 5 million. Hearing this, Sun DeLong showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes, but still nodded and said, Mr. Yi, please speak. I'm going to shoot an introduction video for Island number 4. I'll have people wear your company's underwear for demonstration. The footage should be no less than 30 seconds. What do you think, Mr. Sun? Yi Xiao planned to let Wang Muqing be the leading actress, which would also save the cost of hiring a leading actress. Yes, of course. Upon hearing this idea, Sun DeLong nodded silently, like a chick pecking at rice. When the time comes, putting the company's name on the underwear will have a much better visual effect than just hanging a picture. After reaching a preliminary cooperation intention, Sun DeLong went back to prepare. In the evening, Zheng Qiu walked up to Yi Xiao with a smile on his face and stretched out his hand to him. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, we would be worried to death. We have also received many orders online. I believe it should not be a problem to sell out. As long as I can solve your troubles, I am just doing it for the sake of convenience. Yi Xiao didn't think it was a big deal. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. After returning to the island, Yi Xiao told Wang Muqing about making the short film. I can make a short film, but I don't want to be the heroine. I don't like to be in the spotlight. Wang Muqing directly expressed his thoughts. If you don't play the leading female role, who will? I will be the leading male role. If I'm not afraid, why should you be afraid? Yi Xiao was a little puzzled. Wang Muqing was very photogenic, but he didn't expect that she would refuse. Wang Muqing spread her hands and said, I'm doing this for your own good. You haven't even seen me in my underwear. Do you really want to give my first time to all men? Yi Xiao thought this reason was completely nonsense, thinking to himself that he had seen you without clothes. But he still asked, since you are not the heroine, who will be? Let Jonah come. Just give her a friendly price. Wang Muqing casually said this. She was still worried about letting other women come. Let her come. When Yi Xiao heard that Xiao Na was asked to come, he was also stunned. Seeing his expression, Wang Muqing asked curiously, what's wrong with letting Xiao Na come? Why is there such a big reaction? Yi Xiao quickly shook his head and replied, no, it's too familiar. I'm afraid I can't let go. Wang Muqing didn't care about his explanation and went to call Xiao Na. At this time, Xiao Na was sitting in the office of the company's general manager Bai Jianfeng, playing with her mobile phone. Xiao Na, the company has arranged so many activities for you, and everyone has not given you a good evaluation. You need to reflect on yourself more. Bai Jianfeng looked at Xiao Na with a sincere expression. I work diligently and conscientiously. As for those reasonable requests, I don't care. Xiao Na looked as if she had a clear conscience. At this time, Bai Jianfeng stood up and walked towards Xiao Na while saying, it's like this in this industry. If you want to succeed and make money, you naturally have to make extra efforts. There is a large fashion show coming up soon, and I can recommend you to go. Bai Jianfeng came behind Xiao Na at this moment and slowly reached out and pressed her shoulder. Manager Bai, if you can recommend me, I will be very grateful to you. Xiao Na took the opportunity to escape from Bai Jianfeng's men. Seeing this, Bai Jianfeng's face suddenly darkened, and he said, but I have so many people under my command, so I must have a reason to recommend you. You know how to thank me. Seeing that he had made his words so clear, Xiao Na also said directly, Manager Bai, I am not interested in you. If you really have any improper thoughts about me, I can't satisfy you. You think you are a good person, but there is no clean person in this line of work. Forget about going this time. When Bai Jianfeng saw that Xiao Na dared to reject him, he couldn't help but start cursing. I don't want to go yet. You bald, old man. Joanna also fought back without giving in. When Bai Jianfeng heard that he was bald, he immediately became angry. This was the last thing he would allow anyone to say about him. So he pointed at Xiao Na and yelled, from today on, You will not be accepted into any activities. Go home. That's just what I want. I forgot to tell you that my contract with the company only lasts for 1 week. But Joanna left with a smile on her face. After so many years in the circle, she still has a wide network of contacts. If she is not welcome here, she will find another place that will welcome her. However, Bai Jianfeng was almost so angry that he vomited blood. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to not let Joanna leave so easily. I'm so pissed off. That old bald guy actually wanted to sleep with me. Fortunately, my contract is about to expire. I can change companies by then. After leaving the company, Xiao Na came to Wang Muching and complained to her. You're not a child anymore. You earn a lot, but you spend a lot. This is not a good way to go on. You've changed companies several times this year. Wang Muching is always worried about her best friend. Xiao Na lay on the bed, sighed and said, I don't want to either. Food, housing, and daily necessities all cost money. Tens of thousands of dollars a month is not enough for me to spend. Wang Muching shook her head and gave her an idea. Why don't you start your own company and see if you can make a career out of it? Hearing this, Joanna's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. Chapter 158. You are not allowed to read. Wang Muching looked at Xiao Na's expression and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Are you tired or not interested? Of course I am interested, but it's useless if I don't have money. You know I live paycheck to paycheck. Joanna covered her face with the pillow. She regretted it so much. It would have been great if she had saved some money. You don't have money, but I do. Let's open it together. I'll pay and you'll provide the people. You'll definitely be the one managing it when the time comes. I won't get involved, and I don't have the skills to do that. Wang Muching still decided to help her. After all, they were sisters, and she couldn't bear to see her continue like this. Upon hearing this, Xiao Na also became excited and quickly opened her big eyes and asked, Muching, how much money are you going to invest? Invest 1 million first. No problem. I just happen to know a few models whose contracts are about to expire. I can bring them over to work with me. By the way, how can I forget Yi Xiao about such a lucrative business? I will go find him to invest some money to make our company even bigger. After saying that, Xiao Na ran out to find Yi Xiao. Seeing this, Wang Muching couldn't help but smile. At this time, Yi Xiao was riding Hurricane and patrolling the island with Lightning. There were not many staff members on the island now, so he had to do these things himself. At this time, he saw Joanna riding a bicycle and rushing towards him quickly. His intuition told him that Joanna wanted to see him for something, so he immediately dismounted and waited for her to come over. Yi Xiao, Mu Cheng and I are planning to set up a modeling company. You can join us. Xiao Na walked up to Yi Xiao and directly told him the purpose of her visit. You two are enough. Why do you have to drag me in? I hope you can help us. Give us some financial encouragement. Xiao Na came up to Yi Xiao and looked at him with a smile on her face. Yi Xiao looked at her, almost sticking to his body. There was a faint scent of perfume that smelled very pleasant. And when he looked down, he could see deep cleavage. Seeing this, Xiao Na quickly reached out and covered her chest with her hands, saying, I'm your girlfriend's best friend, and you dare to look at me. If you weren't Mu Cheng's boyfriend, it wouldn't be a big deal for me to let you look at me, but you are. Tell me, how much money do you plan to invest? Hearing this, Yi Xiao wanted to cry but had no tears. He just took an unintentional look and was fooled. However, he still wanted to explain himself and said, I didn't mean to do that. Don't blame me. Mu Cheng just needs to invest the same amount as hers. By the way, the filming will start in a few days. I have already contacted the right people. You must come on time. No problem, it's just a small matter. After saying that, Joanna rode away on her bike. She still had to prepare to poach people. Phew. After she left, Yi Xiao couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Now he always felt uncomfortable around Joanna, as if he was guilty. It was probably because he saw the photos of her naked body. After returning, Joanna was not idle either. She poached people everywhere, and almost all the people in her company were poached by her. On this day, Bai Jianfeng called Yuan Yao, the company's popular model, over and said with a smile, Yao Yao, your contract is about to expire. I plan to sign you again. I have prepared the contract and will give you my greatest support this year. Manager Bai, I'm going to work for another company, so I won't sign a contract with your company anymore. Yuan Yao simply shook her head and refused. You went to another company? Which company? How come I didn't hear anything about it? Besides, our company has a lot of funds and has never treated you unfairly. Bai Jianfeng was also extremely puzzled at this time. Many models of the company did not renew their contracts recently, which made him very annoyed. Seeing that he knew nothing, Yuan Yao pretended to be surprised and said, Manager Bai, don't you know that Xiao Na has set up a modeling company? Almost everyone in the company has gone to her company. What? She poached people from my company. Yao Yao, she is a self-taught person. Her company won't last long. How can we have as much capital as our company? Bai Jianfeng was also shocked when he heard the news. He didn't expect that Xiao Na would poach people from the company without saying a word. Xiao Na paid me a much higher appearance fee than you did. Her backers are Wang Mucheng, the daughter of our city's richest man Wang Hai, and Yi Xiao from Island Number 4. I won't talk to you anymore. But, after saying that, Yuan Yao turned around and walked out. Snap! Bai Jianfeng slammed his fist on the table with a ferocious look on his face. He had already thought of how to deal with Joanna. 3 days later, a group of people carried cameras and started filming all over the island. Take pictures of the environment and scenery on the island. Hurry up. Chui Yin, the director of the short film shot on Island Number 4, was also sitting in a chair urging. Then he found Yi Xiao and Xiao Na and said to them, I have arranged a plot where Yi Xiao asks Xiao Na to get up, get intimate with each other, and then the two of you wander around the island. It's also very simple, and I think it can be done today. Yi Xiao nodded seriously. It was his first time shooting this, so he was a little nervous. Seeing him like this, Xiao Na couldn't help but tease him. Relax, I won't eat you. Yi Xiao just laughed at this and felt a lot more relaxed when he saw Wang Mucheng cheering him up. Chui Yin looked at the 30-second close-up of underwear in the video and couldn't help but say to Yi Xiao, it seems that this underwear scene can be removed. It will appear more harmonious. It's okay. It makes you look more homely. Yi Xiao made up a random reason to explain that he could make 5 million just by taking pictures of underwear. So this business was definitely a lucrative one. Then the group came to the room and prepared to go. At this time, Joanna had already changed into the underwear provided by Sun DeLong, lay on the bed, and covered herself with a quilt. When Yi Xiao saw this scene, he felt it was somewhat familiar. A woman was lying on the bed, surrounded by cameras and a group of people watching. What are you standing there for? It's your turn. Wang Mucheng looked at Yi Xiao standing there in a daze and touched him with her arm. Oh. After coming to his senses, Yi Xiaoxiang slowly walked towards Xiao Na and reached out to stroke her hair. These were all rehearsed before. Cart. But at this time Chui Yin stopped, stood up, and said to Yi Xiao, Mr. Yi, can you be a little more passionate? The scene I need must be warm. Just wake her up the same way you wake her up. Hearing this, Yi Xiao didn't know what to do. After all, he had never called Wang Mucheng to get up before. Then he took a deep breath, calmed his inner tension, and reached out to Joanna again. Cart. 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 Let's take a break first. After calling for several timeouts, Chui Yin asked everyone to rest for a while. Yi Xiao had no experience in this area, and continuing like this would only be a waste of time. Chapter 159, Angry. Gurgle gurgle. Yi Xiao picked up a bottle of water and drank it quickly. He was a little nervous when he saw Xiao Na, so he couldn't meet the requirements. Don't be nervous, just think of her as me. If you can't do it well, the director will charge you by the minute. Wang Mucheng walked over to Yi Xiao, held his hand, and encouraged him. As soon as Yi Xiao heard the word money, he immediately perked up and thought to himself that he must succeed this time. Then he walked towards Xiao Na again. In his eyes, Xiao Na was now Wang Mucheng. He leaned down with great affection and stroked Xiao Na's hair. Okay, this shot is done. Next shot. Seeing that Yi Xiao had finally completed this set of shots, Chui Yin quickly asked them to start shooting the next set of shots. This set of shots was of Joanna walking to the window and looking out, while Yi Xiao hugged her from behind. At this time, Joanna got down from the bed wearing only her underwear. Her beautiful figure was fully revealed, and her long legs were so swaying that people couldn't open their eyes. She came to the window and stretched. Then Yi Xiao came up from behind, hugged Xiao Na tightly, and placed his hands on her tender and smooth belly. However, Yi Xiao felt very embarrassed at this time because he had a reaction. Thinking that things had come to this point, he could only bite the bullet and persevere. Xiao Na also felt this deeply. She also understood that this was just a normal reaction of men. However, Yi Xiao was too nervous to move. Wang Mucheng, who was standing aside, saw Yi Xiao hugging Xiao Na tightly, looking so intimate, and felt a sour taste in her heart. She quickly reassured them that they were just acting. Okay, the 2 main shots are done, now it's time to go outside. As Chui Yan's voice sounded, Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, then stood against the wall, waiting for the reaction to end before he could see anyone. Joanna looked at Yi Xiao with a look of deep regret and knew what was wrong with him. She smiled at him deeply and went into the house to change clothes. Are you really angry now? Wang Mucheng came over with a glass of water, an inexplicable smile on her face. No. What's wrong? Yi Xiao started to act dumb. It would be so embarrassing if Wang Mucheng knew that he had reacted. Don't deny it. I'll calm you down. After saying that, Wang Mucheng poured the water in her hands onto the front of Yi Xiao's pants. Wow. The next moment Yi Xiao started screaming. The cup of ice water that Wang Mucheng poured on him was ice water. Now he felt completely chilled. Then Yishao quickly got back to work. There was no intimate action outdoors, so the shooting was completed quickly. Cui Yin sent the film material back for editing. Fortunately, it was only a few minutes of video, and there was enough material, so it wouldn't take long to edit. When he was watching the video in the evening, Yishao received the prepared video. He clicked on it, and saw that the highlight at the beginning was the display of Joanna's perfect figure. With this, the underwear advertisement was weakened a lot. The following content was the two of them walking around several areas together, taking the audience to understand the appearance of Island Number 4. Not bad. There's the sea, the river, and beautiful women. It's very good. I'm sure the response will be very good. Pang Xiao watched the video and cheered loudly. Seeing that his eyes were all on Joanna, Yishao couldn't help but smile, and then uploaded the video to the official website of Island Number 4. After this video was uploaded, it caused heated discussions among countless people. Who is this beauty? She is so pretty and has a great figure. There seem to be too many close-ups of underwear. That's advertising, but I like it, the more the better. Island Number 4 is so beautiful that I want to live there. Sun Delong was also browsing the official website of Island Number 4 at this time. Seeing many netizens discussing the underwear that Xiao Na was wearing, he was very happy. He believed that in a short time, the popularity of the company's underwear would reach a new level. On this day, Joanna came to the company, ready to pack up and leave, since her contract was about to expire in a few days anyway. Kiana, there is a fashion show tonight. You should go. At this moment, Bai Jianfeng came over and gave a task to Xiao Na. My contract is about to expire. What activities are you arranging for me? Joanna was displeased, knowing that he was deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. Bai Jianfeng smiled triumphantly at this time. As long as the contract is not expired, you are a member of our company. If you don't go, I will sue you for breach of contract. You have money, right? You can ask your backstage to help you pay the penalty. Who said I won't go? I won't give money to you baldhead for nothing. If you want me to break the contract, you're dreaming. Joanna didn't want to let him get away with it, so she decided to go to the fashion show tonight. Looking at Xiao Na's leaving figure, Bai Jianfeng thought to himself that as long as you dare to go tonight, you will just let yourself be ravaged. At night, Joanna arrived at the venue of the fashion show and found that it was actually a bar. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Hey, aren't you the girl in the video on the official website of Island Number 4? I didn't expect you to be as beautiful as in the video. At this time, a man walked up to Joanna and started talking. Thanks. Joanna also smiled slightly. Not long after, Bai Jianfeng also walked in and waved to Joanna, and Joanna also walked over. After entering a private room, Joanna saw a group of men sitting inside, each accompanied by one or more girls. Hey, Xiaobai, I didn't expect you to be the girl in the video. At this time, a man in his 40s eyes lit up when he saw Joanna. Boss Ma, how dare I lie to you? She is from our company. Bai Jianfeng quickly went up to Ma Du and lit a cigarette for him. At this time, Xiao Na also knew that this was not a fashion show, so she quickly walked up to Bai Jianfeng and questioned him. This is not a fashion show at all. You just want me to accompany you drinking. So what? Bai Jianfeng also did not hide it at all. This is not my obligation. Please find someone else. After saying that, Xiao Na turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, Bai Jianfeng said, You didn't go to the fashion shows that the company arranged for you a few times before, right? This is also considered a breach of contract. You dare to threaten me? I'm threatening you, so what? If you don't stay, I'll sue you and you won't be able to survive in this circle anymore. Since Bai Jianfeng dared to let Xiao Na come, he naturally had a way to make her stay. Chapter 160 Rescue. When Yi Xiao was browsing the official website, he saw someone in the comments section saying that he saw Xiao Na in a bar and said that she didn't look happy. Yi Xiao didn't care too much about this, since Xiao Na often went to bars, but he still sent a message to Wang Muqing about it. After seeing the news, Wang Muqing called Xiao Na and asked her what she was doing. However, the noise on the other end of the phone was also very noisy, and Wang Muqing did not hear clearly what Xiao Na said, but she felt that she was very angry, as if something had happened. Then she sent a message to Yi Xiao and asked them to go and take a look together. At this time, in the bar box, Malone was smoking a cigar and said to Jonah in a bossy manner, Since you are a model, then walk for us like a cat, so that we can admire you up close. Yes, come on, let me go. Here, $100,000. I'll give it to you when I leave. Stinky woman, what are you standing there for? Go away. When the other people in the room heard what Ma Long said, they couldn't help but join in the fun. At this time, Bai Jianfeng walked up to Xiao Na and whispered, As long as you serve them well, I will let you go. Go to the table and take one. Hearing this, Joanna stood directly on the table, thinking of it as a performance for the dog. Wow, these legs are really nice. Good legs, enough to play for a year. How do you maintain your skin? It's so smooth and supple. When Ma Long and others saw a pair of long white legs swaying in front of them, they couldn't help but reach out to touch them. At this time, Xiao Na suppressed the anger in her heart, and after she finished walking, she ran directly into the bathroom. Ma Long blew out a puff of smoke and said with a smile, "This girl is not bad, Xiao Bai. She looks like she is not very willing. Boss Ma, there is no reluctance. In front of this medicine, even a chaste woman will willingly offer her body." Bai Jianfeng took out a white pill and put it into Xiao Na's cup. Bubbles immediately came out of the pill and disappeared into the wine. Soon Xiao Na came back and said to Bai Jianfeng, "I am leaving too. They have taken advantage of me. Now I am leaving. If you dare to stop me, don't blame me for being rude. Am I that kind of person? You can leave if you want. Drink this glass of wine, and I'll let you go." Bai Jianfeng brought the drugged wine to Xiao Na. Drinking, Xiao Na did not hesitate and drank the wine in the glass without saying a word. Then she turned around and wanted to leave, but when she reached the door, she suddenly felt her body getting hot and her head felt heavy, so she knew she had been tricked. She pointed at Bai Jianfeng and said, You actually drugged me." Bai Jianfeng looked at Xiao Na falling to the ground, then turned around and said respectfully to Ma Long and the others, "Boss Ma, you guys take your time. I'm going to leave first." After saying that, he turned and walked out. At this time, Yi Xiao and Wang Muqing had already arrived at the door of the bar. Wang Muqing took out a photo of Xiao Na from her phone and said to the security guard, "Have you seen this girl?" "No." The security guard said this without hesitation. Hearing this, Wang Muqing also became anxious. It was not easy to find someone in a bar where all kinds of people gathered. At this time, Yi Xiao walked up, took out a stack of money from his wallet and stuffed it into the security guard's hand, and asked, "Do you know where it is now?" Box 425. The security guard took the money without changing his expression and said this calmly. Then the two of them walked towards box number 4. "Who are you? You are not allowed in here." When Bai Jianfeng was guarding outside, he saw two people coming and quickly stopped them. When Yi Xiao saw someone coming out to stop him, he pushed the person in front of him to the side, and Bai Jianfeng rolled away like a ball. The moment Yi Xiao opened the door, he saw Joanna curled up in the corner, and those men were trying to touch her. Seeing this, he rushed forward, pushed those people aside, and helped Jonah up. However, how could Ma Long and others watch him take people away so easily? They immediately stopped Yi Xiao. "Boy, you are so brave. You dare to take someone away from me. Do you know who I am? Do you know what this place is? How dare you act wild here? Stop. This is not a place where you can come and go as you please." Looking at this group of arrogant men, Yi Xiao didn't say anything and slapped the coffee table with his palm. With a clang, the marble coffee table shattered. At this time, the box was completely silent. Ma Long and others were so stunned that they didn't even dare to breathe. They thought that this coffee table could break so easily. It couldn't be made of plastic. Then Yi Xiao took Xiao Na out. Bai Jianfeng saw that Yi Xiao wanted to take Jonah away, and he rushed forward immediately. He had been planning for a long time to get in touch with Ma Long and others, and he would never let that guy take Jonah away like this. But just as he rushed over, Yi Xiao slapped him on the head again. The next moment, Bai Jianfeng felt a tinnitus in his ears and then lost consciousness. At this time, Wang Muqing helped Xiao Na walk towards the car. Seeing her constantly touching herself, her face flushed, she said to Yi Xiao, "She must have been drugged. Now the drug is taking effect. What should we do? What else can we do? Send him to the hospital." Yi Xiao opened the car door and let them both get in, then drove towards the hospital. While in the car, Yi Xiao watched Xiao Na tearing off Wang Muqing's clothes and kissing her wildly. She had obviously lost her mind. He wondered what kind of drug this was that was so powerful. "What are you looking at? Drive carefully." Wang Muqing saw Yi Xiao stealing glances from time to time and quickly glared at him, then simply grabbed Xiao Na's hands and watched her touching the sensitive parts of her body. Her heart was almost distracted. Soon the group arrived at the hospital and called a few nurses to take Jonah in. At this time, the doctor next to him asked Yi Xiao while checking Xiao Na's condition, "Why did she become like this?" "Someone drugged him. Probably something of that nature." Yi Xiao began to explain. "Who are you to her?" "I'm her friend." "Who is that girl next to you?" Seeing the doctor asking irrelevant questions, Yi Xiao asked, "Doctor, save her first. Is she okay?" The doctor shook his head and said, "She's fine, don't worry. I'm telling you young people these days, you dare to do anything for excitement, and your relationships are also very complicated. You should all get checked to avoid contracting any diseases." "Doctor, thank you for your concern. You should go and do your work first. We can just worry about our own affairs between us." After some persuasion, Yi Xiao finally managed to send this kind-hearted doctor away. Chapter 161 Black Cloud Poisoning. After giving Jonah an injection, she calmed down and fell asleep on the hospital bed. Yi Xiao saw that it was getting late, so he asked Wang Muqing to go back and rest while he stayed here to guard. Wang Muqing shook her head and refused. I am her best friend. It is only natural for me to be here to guard her. What's the matter with you guarding her here? Hearing this, Yi Xiao didn't say anything else. He booked a room nearby and went to rest. Not long after he arrived at the hotel room, he received a call from Tang Yi, asking him to go to the racecourse tomorrow. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao came to the ward and saw Wang Muqing had fallen asleep on the bed. He quickly woke her up and asked her to go back and rest. After Qiao Na slowly woke up, the first person she saw was Yi Xiao. She was immediately shocked and asked, "Why is it you? Why can't it be me?" Seeing her so startled, Yi Xiao was also full of curiosity. I remember I was drugged last night. Did I have sex with you? Qiao Na stared at Yi Xiao with her eyes wide open. How was she going to explain this to Mu Cheng? Hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes at her, pointing around and saying, "Don't you even look at where this is? Does this look like a place for sex?" At this time, when Joanna saw that this was a hospital, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then the doctor came to check her out again and confirmed that she was fine and could be discharged from the hospital. Qiao Na also put on her clothes and walked out. However, when she reached the corridor, she saw Bai Dianfeng walking towards her with a grin on his face. She quickly smiled and greeted him. "Hey, isn't this Manager Bai? Why is your mouth crooked? This must be the retribution for the old man's bad deeds." You. Bai Dianfeng pointed at Yi Xiao and couldn't say a word for a long time. The slap Yi Xiao gave him last night directly made his mouth crooked, and it would be like this for the rest of his life. If you have nothing to say, just stay still. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. Yi Xiao just waited for Qiao Na to leave the hospital without paying any attention to him. The next moment, Bai Dianfeng was so angry that he fell to the ground. After leaving the hospital, Yi Xiao came to the racecourse. The race had not started yet, and the contestants and horses were making preparations. After finding Tang Yi, he also asked directly, "What do you want to see me about?" It's like this. Now Black Cloud is invincible in China. After today's game, I plan to let Black Cloud return to the island to rest for a while, and then take it to participate in competitions abroad. What do you think? Tang Yi picked up a cup of tea and drank it slowly. During this period, their club had become famous because of He Yun. No problem. Yi Xiao also strongly agrees with He Yun being able to compete abroad. He Yun is a racehorse, and galloping on the track should be its biggest dream. At this moment, a man ran in a panic and said to Tang Yi, "Boss Tang, something bad has happened to He Yun." What? Hearing this, Tang Yi also stood up and hurried towards the stable. After arriving at the stable, Yi Xiao saw He Yun lying on the ground with lifeless eyes, and a foul stench filled the air. Tang Yi quickly asked the breeder, "What happened?" "I don't know either. He Yun suddenly became like this. It looks like he has diarrhea. He must have eaten something bad." After hearing the question, Zhao Qi immediately began to explain. "It has an upset stomach. What did you feed it?" Tang Yi immediately asked back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi immediately protested. "Boss Tang, I followed the formal procedures to ask. I don't know why this happened." At this time, veterinarian Wu Xinghua came over and said, while checking He Yun's condition, "It is indeed diarrhea, but it is too severe. He is almost fainting." After that, he went closer to He Yun's excrement and started to check and smell it. Then Wu Xinghua came up to Tang Yi and started whispering, "Okay, all of you get out." Tang Yi asked everyone else to leave the stable. Seeing her serious expression, Yi Xiao also felt that something might have happened, so he asked, "What happened?" Wu Xinghua started to explain, "I suspect He Yun was drugged, which is why he has such severe diarrhea." Drug? Not many people are allowed to come into contact with Black Cloud. How could he be drugged? Yi Xiao's face was full of confusion. He knew that He Yun was being taken care of by someone special, and ordinary people couldn't even enter the stable. The only people who can come into contact with He Yun are the breeders and veterinarians. I completely trust Mr. Wu. Now I suspect it's the veterinarian Zhao Qi. After all, in today's society, there is nothing that money can't solve. Tang Yi expressed her inference. Yi Xiao looked at He Yun, who looked in pain, and felt very uncomfortable. He asked, "How is He Yun now? Is he just having diarrhea?" "I don't know. The details have to wait for the examination. I have asked the medical team to come over." Wu Xinghua shook his head. He was not sure whether to jump to conclusions. Yi Xiao is extremely anxious now. He doesn't know what the situation with He Yun will be like. His life might even be in danger. At this time, Tang Yi received a call and said, "The odds of the second seed horse race have suddenly skyrocketed. Now I am sure that someone is deliberately targeting He Yun. I have asked someone to investigate Zhao Qi. I am afraid that Heiyun will not be able to play in the game today. Yi Zhao's consciousness has now floated into the system, and he wants to ask Galaxy if there is any way to quickly restore the black cloud. I have everything here. All you need is money. The detoxification injection costs 500,000 yuan, which can remove all toxins in the world. The stamina injection costs 100,000 yuan, which can quickly restore the stamina of your horse. Galaxy said this slowly. Yi Zhao bought it without hesitation, and then got 2 injections, one blue and one white. Then he handed the injection to Wu Xinghua to inject into Heiyun. Ever since Wu Xinghua saw that the injection given by Yi Zhao actually cured Hurricane's broken leg, he has trusted him very much. After taking the injection, he started to inject Heiyun. After a moment, the light returned to Heiyun's eyes, and he slowly stood up. Seeing this scene, Wu Xinghua's eyes were filled with shock again. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a poisoned horse could recover so quickly. At this time, Zhao Qi was still sitting calmly in the room drinking the best coffee. Clang. At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. He immediately spat out the coffee he had just drunk and cursed. Which king? But the next moment, Zhao Qi saw several men as strong as iron towers appear at the door. He immediately felt a chill in his heart and thought to himself, "Oh no, it's over." Chapter 162 Lost Again. Boss Tang, what is the matter that you want to see me about? Zhao Qi was taken to Tang Yi's office by those people. Seeing a group of black-clad bodyguards standing around, he felt a chill down his spine. Tell me the truth, and I'll let you leave safely. Tang Yi stared at Zhao Qi expressionlessly, without any emotion. Zhao Qi is not stupid, so he would not admit it honestly. He pretended to be innocent and said, "Boss Tang, I really don't understand what you want me to say." Tang Yi said to a bodyguard beside her, "I'm handing him over to you. Throw him into the river or bury him in the ground. It's up to you." After saying that, she stood up and walked outside. Hearing this, Zhao Qi was so frightened that his face turned pale. He hugged Tang Yi's thigh and begged for mercy. "Boss Tang, I was wrong. Please let me go. I only did this after receiving 200,000 yuan from others." "Who asked you to do this?" "I don't know him either. He should be just an errand boy." "Mr. Tang, I was wrong. I was confused. Please forgive me." Zhao Qi begged for mercy while slapping himself hard. His face became swollen. Tang Yi then had Zhao Qi sent to the police station. When she returned to the stable, she saw that Heiyun had stood up. She was delighted and looked at Yi Zhao and said, "It must be you who made it stand up. Can it participate in the competition now?" "I checked it again and again, and there is absolutely no problem." Wu Xinghua nodded. "I'm going to let the man behind this know what it means to suffer the consequences of one's own actions." A smug smile appeared on Tang Yi's face. Since that person wanted to prevent Heiyun from participating in the competition, he would definitely place a heavy bet on the second seed horse Tashin. At this time, Wu Quan was chatting and laughing with a few friends, looking very proud. Someone nearby asked Wu Quan, "Are you sure Heiyun won't come to participate in the competition?" "Of course, you still don't trust me. The odds on Tashin are very high right now, and it's the best among these racehorses. We're sure to make a lot of money this time." Wu Quan was full of confidence. This time he bet 50 million on Tashin. He wanted to make back his previous losses in one go, and he only paid 200,000. "We bought Tashin because we trusted you. If we lose, our lives will be difficult." "Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem." But just as he finished speaking, Wu Quan saw the black cloud appear on the court. He immediately stood up with an expression of disbelief on his face and kept muttering, "Impossible, it will definitely not play in the game." At this time, his friends were also furious. "Wu Quan, didn't you say that Heiyun would not play in the game? What's going on now? I invested tens of millions of dollars in it, and now it's all gone. My dad will beat me to death when I go back. What should we do now? Find a solution quickly. You're not trying to cheat us on purpose, are you? Pay us back." Wu Quan looked at them. Their saliva sprayed on their faces, and he also yelled at them. "How should I know what's going on? I just lost tens of millions. If you are willing to gamble, you have to admit defeat. No one can blame anyone else. You are awesome, just wait." After saying some harsh words, those people turned around and left. At this time, Wu Quan still knew that he had made many enemies in their circle, but he did not leave. Instead, he sat down, clasped his hands together, with a last glimmer of hope in his heart. "Yeah, Black Cloud is invincible. Black Cloud is invincible." When Heiyun once again crossed the finish line first, the audience burst into warm cheers. "It's gone. 50 million is gone just like that." Wu Quan leaned back in his chair, his eyes dull and beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. Although the Wu family was wealthy and powerful, it was difficult for him to explain to his family the loss of 50 million yuan. At this time, he saw Yi Xiao eating popcorn with Tang Yi not far away, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He said in his heart, "Yi Xiao, you must come to the hunting meeting soon. That will be a good place to bury you." At this moment, Yi Xiao also felt like someone was staring at him. He turned around and didn't find anything wrong. He shook his head, wondering if he was having an illusion. Tang Yi picked up a piece of popcorn and stuffed it into her mouth, then asked Yi Xiao, "Mu Cheng should have told you about the hunting party. Will you go then?" "Yes." Yi Xiao nodded. The hunting trip would be to a primeval forest, which was also an activity held regularly every year in their circle. "I believe it would be soon, in about 10 days. It's fun there, too. Last time I wanted to hunt a wild boar, but it ran away. I was disappointed for several days." Tang Yi smiled and told some interesting stories that happened at the hunting party. After chatting for a while, Yi Xiao took Heiyun back to island number 4 and let it rest on the island for a while. When he just returned to the island, he saw a familiar face. It was Lu Zong, who had given him 6 Dogo Argentinos for free. Then he went up to him and asked, "Brother Lu, why are you on the island?" "Of course I came here for something. Do you remember what you promised me before?" Lu Zong went to see Lightning and found that he was becoming more and more energetic and strong, and he was very happy. "Of course I remember." Yi Xiao responded with a smile. He had previously promised Lu Zong that he would let Lightning breed one of his female dogs. Lu Zong brought over a black Dogo Argentino and introduced her. "Her name is Yuan Yuan. She is the dog I am most satisfied with. She is the perfect match for Lightning." "Brother Lu, it's not the estrus season for dogs yet. I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to mate successfully." Yi Xiao raised the question in his mind. Lu Zong had already considered this and said, "It's just a little early. It doesn't matter. Besides, the success rate is higher at this time. Just leave it to me." After saying that, he took Lightning and Yuan Yuan aside. Yi Xiao stood aside and saw that Lu Zong wanted to let Lightning and Yuan Yuan get to know each other first, but they ignored each other and there was no interaction at all. It must be difficult for them to give birth to cubs successfully. Yi Xiao then returned to the room, thinking about how to develop the island in the future. He now had more than 6 million in liquid funds, and it was not a solution to keep it there all the time. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't spend it for a day. After some contemplation, he finally decided to improve the forests and grasslands on the island first. Otherwise, if he hoed here and there, it would not only be troublesome and laborious to expand the business, but the introduction of other buildings and facilities, beaches, coral reefs, and precious fish on the island would have to be slow. After making up his mind, Yi Xiao called Cheng Qi and asked him to come to the island to discuss in detail. After Cheng Qi received Yi Xiao's call, he rushed over immediately. He knew that a forest area and pasture were to be built on island number 4, which would require a large amount of grass seeds and seedlings. He had been waiting for a long time. "I have waited for so long, and finally it is today. I have waited for so long, and finally it is realized." Accompanied by cheerful singing, Cheng Qi boarded the ship bound for island number 4. Chapter 163. It's done. In the evening, Yi Xiao couldn't help but smile when he saw Lu Zong walking in dejectedly. Lu Zong wanted Lightning and Yuan Yuan to deepen their relationship, so he took them for walks and played games with them. However, they still seemed to ignore each other and had no chemistry at all. Alas, it seems that it is not easy to make them give birth to puppies. A trace of helplessness appeared on Lu Zong's face, and all he was thinking about now was how to make them give birth to cubs. "Don't be anxious. Feelings are cultivated slowly." Yi Xiao smiled, then led Cheng Qi into the study and talked about business. Now the forest area has 1,000 acres of forest land and 150 acres of sugar maple forest, so I want to improve 500 acres of sugar maple forest and 400 acres of golden maple forest first, and keep the remaining 100 acres of land for backup. Oh, and 1,000 acres of grass seeds. Cheng Qi took out his computer and calculated while listening to Yi Xiao's plan. After a while, he said, "It's a total of 750 acres, all of which are saplings more than 1 meter tall, plus 1,000 acres of grass seeds. The total is 15.03 million, so let's make it 15 million. Okay, pay a deposit of 5 million first, and the rest can be paid in installments." Although it is only over 6 million now, Yi Xiao still decided to buy it. After the forest and pasture are completed, he will have the energy to do other things. When he has money in the future, he will buy some growth hormones to make these maple trees grow quickly into big trees. "No problem, I'll do it right away." After reaching the cooperation, Cheng Qi immediately turned around and picked up the phone to contact the source of goods. Then Yi Xiao came to the rooftop again and looked around. He still had several million in savings a few minutes ago, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in debt of 10 million. Now he only had more than 1 million in his hands. He had to find a way to make money, but he had to wait until after the hunting meeting before he could think about it slowly. After dinner, Lu Zong took Lightning and Yuan Yuan for a walk to cultivate their relationship. Du Jiang has been living a very comfortable life during this period. With the support of Daoxiang vegetables, the restaurant business is booming every day, and many branches have been opened in the city. At this time, he was having dinner and chatting with a group of people in a private room of the hotel. One of them stood up and toasted Du Jiang. "Boss Du, you have made a lot of money during this period. The brothers are jealous." No, I just want to make a living." Du Jiang smiled, but there was a hint of pride on his face. He had indeed made a lot of money during this period. "We all eat in the same circle. I hope Mr. Du can give me more advice." "Yes, now branches are about to open in other provinces. Boss Du, good things should be shared with everyone. It's not nice to keep them hidden." Hearing everyone's compliments, Du Jiang also responded with a smile. "Everyone invited me to dinner today. I'm afraid it won't just be a simple meal." Hearing this, the others also laughed. One of them said, "Boss Du, it's like this. A few of us want to invest in your restaurant. You can open more restaurants, and we can also get a share of the profits. What do you think, Boss Du?" This is a matter of great importance and requires careful consideration. Du Jiang was also somewhat tempted by this proposal. After all, the more stores he opened, the more money he could make. What's there to think about? Wouldn't it be great if we could all make money together? Others began to persuade him. Du Jiang was already lost in thought at this moment. If he allowed these people to join the investment, Yi Zhao's shares would definitely be diluted. Although they would make money, Yi Zhao's interests would be damaged. At this time, the others looked at each other, and one of them said to Du Jiang again, "Boss Du, I know what you are worried about. I heard that the exclusive supply contract you signed with Yi Zhao is very simple, without too many clauses. Even if it dilutes his shares, so what? Will he dare not supply you?" Du Jiang naturally knew that there were many imperfections in the contract, but if he really did this, his relationship with Yi Zhao would probably come to a standstill, which was what he least wanted to see. At this time, another person came up to Du Jiang and said, "Mr. Du, the reputation of Hong Song Restaurant is getting louder and louder. It's time to move out of Donghai City and develop in other provinces and cities. We plan to invest tens of millions to help Hong Song Restaurant go further." Hearing this, Du Jiang's eyes lit up. He also had ambitions and wanted to turn Hong Song Restaurant into a catering group. Now he thought that maybe it was time. "Come, have a drink." When the others saw that Du Jiang was moved, they knew there was hope, so they quickly urged him to drink more. A week later, when Yi Zhao was patrolling the island, he saw Lu Zong pacing back and forth near the doghouse, looking very excited. He quickly walked over and asked, "Brother Lu, is there any good news?" It's done. They finally have a chance." Lu Zong had a smile on his face like a little child. He had spent a lot of effort to develop feelings between them during this period of time, and he was almost exhausted. Yi Zhao leaned his head in to take a look, and found that Lightning and Yuan Yuan were having a baby, and he was delighted. A few minutes later, Lightning and the others came out of the doghouse and went off to play. After Lu Zong called Yuan Yuan over, he patted its head and said to Yi Zhao, "It's done. I'll go back first." Then Yi Zhao personally sent him to the dock. After a few days, Tang Yi sent people to pick up Hurricane and Snow Lightning and sent them to the venue of the hunting meeting. Yi Zhao watched Wang Muching packing all kinds of cosmetics in her bag and couldn't help but ask, "We're going hunting, not to a beauty pageant. Why are you bringing so many cosmetics? You don't know this. Women can go out without anything except cosmetics. Otherwise, they would be embarrassed to see people." Wang Mucheng, on the other hand, looked righteous. Yi Zhao didn't have much to bring, just a few pieces of clothes, which was much more convenient. After coming out of the house, Yi Zhao found Pang Xiao again. After he left, the affairs on the island would be left to Pang Xiao. "Don't worry, there's nothing serious happening on the island. The dormitory building is almost finished, and trees are planted in the forest area every day. I'll just keep an eye on it. If anything happens, I'll call you." Pang Xiao assured confidently that his responsibility was to make sure nothing happened on the island. "Okay, I trust you to do the job." Yi Zhao also trusts Pang Xiao very much. As long as there are no safety issues, all problems will not be a problem. After giving his instructions, he went to say goodbye to Xiao Shulan. "Gojo, hurry up." As soon as Yi Zhao entered the room, he saw Xiao Shulan, Wu Fun and others playing mahjong and simply ignored him. "Mom, I'm going out tomorrow, so I came to tell you." Yi Zhao approached Xiao Shulan and greeted her. "It's fun, bang, haha, I win again." Xiao Shulan looked excited and casually dismissed Yi Zhao. Seeing this, Yi Zhao tactfully retreated. Chapter 164, Entering the Forest. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Yi Zhao and Wang Muching arrived at the airport and boarded the plane. After entering the cabin, He also found many familiar faces, including Luo Ning, Wu Quan, and Yang Tai. However, except for Luo Ning, the other two were always hostile to him. They didn't care about Yi Xiao either. After all, the grudge between them and them was long-standing. Muching, come here and sit here. Tang Yi called Wang Muching over. After sitting down, Yi Xiao watched more than 20 people get on one after another, and then the plane took off. On the plane, everyone had a happy chat because they knew each other. At this time, a man in his 40s came up to Yi Xiao and said, "Your name is Yi Xiao, right? I'm sure Sui, and you're the newcomer to the hunting activity this year." "Hello?" Yi Xiao smiled and nodded. "Let me show you this. It's a 500-pound wild boar I hunted last year. This year I plan to hunt a bigger one." Sure Sui took out a photo from his cell phone and handed it over. "It's really big." Yi Xiao looked at the photo and saw a huge wild boar lying on the ground with arrows all over its body. At this time, Wang Muching came over and said with a smile, "Uncle Sure, you are showing off the wild boar you hunted last year again." Sure Sui laughed and replied, "Haha, niece Wang, let's compete to see who can hunt more prey." "Uncle Sure, you are doomed to fail." Wang Muching was full of confidence. With Lightning and the others, she was sure to win. For hours later, the plane landed at an airport and the group left by car. In the evening, a dozen cars stopped in a small town outside a forest. As soon as he got off the car, Yi Xiao saw Lightning rushing towards him. "Good." Yi Xiao touched their heads to comfort them. "Let's go. We have to stay here all night and set out into the forest early tomorrow morning." Wang Mucheng led Yi Xiao into the room. After Yi Xiao arrived at the room, he found that although the house was very ordinary, it had everything you need, including quilts, various toiletries, and even electrical appliances. Then he lay down on the bed to rest. He was very tired after sitting in the car for a whole day. Yi Xiao woke up early the next morning and heard a noise outside. He went out to see that everyone was getting ready to set off. "Here, this is for hunting." At this time, Wang Muching had changed into casual clothes and was holding a crossbow and a quiver in his hands. "Wow, it's pretty heavy." After Yi Xiao took it, he felt it was quite heavy. When he came outside, he saw a group of people riding horses into the forest, and each of them had a crossbow and a quiver on their horses. At this time, Sure Sui came over on a brown horse, wearing a cowboy outfit, and said to Yi Xiao with a smile, "How is it? Doesn't this outfit look very stylish?" "Of course, you look like a 20-year-old boy in this outfit." Yi Xiao praised without hesitation. "Haha, you are such a sweet talker." Sure Sui laughed and rode away on his horse. After everything was ready, Wang Muching rode on by Shui, Yi Xiao rode on Hurricane, and Tang Yi rode a horse of her own and followed the team on an off-road vehicle. At the same time, several pickup trucks followed behind, loaded with food, tents, and other supplies. "Isn't the horse Yi Xiao rode the same one from your club before?" Yang Tai looked at Yi Xiao who was leaving, then turned to look at Wu Quan. Snort. Wu Quan snorted coldly, without answering. He turned over, mounted his horse and followed. Before, Tang Yi said she needed Hurricane, so he did her a favor. Unexpectedly, she gave Hurricane to Yi Xiao, and Hurricane was actually cured. That was a racehorse worth millions, but she was just given away like that. Although he was very angry, Wu Quan breathed a sigh of relief when he thought that the matter would soon be settled. Along the way, Yi Xiao listened to the chirping of birds and insects around him, and from time to time an animal ran past him, and his heart became more and more excited. There are no prey on this stretch of road. We have to go deeper to encounter large prey. That's the most exciting thing. Now just enjoy the scenery around you. Wang Muching looked at Yi Xiao from time to time, looking left and right, and explained to him with a smile. At noon, the group had a simple meal and continued on their journey. Look, a sika deer. A few hours later, a sika deer ran quickly past. Immediately, many people chased after it on horseback, shooting at the deer with crossbows, but due to their poor archery skills, they didn't even touch the deer's fur. "Let's go. There is a rest camp not far ahead. We can walk around, and maybe we can get something." After Tang Yi finished speaking, she and Wang Muching rode away on horseback. Seeing this, Yi Xiao followed. Soon the three of them came to a river, walking slowly, chatting, and looking for prey. At this time, Wang Muching saw a rabbit jumping in the grass and shouted quickly, "Look, there is a rabbit over there." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yi raised his hand and shot an arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow hit the rabbit directly. "Sister Yi, your archery skills are really good." Seeing this, Tang Yi also quickly applauded. "I just practiced it a little bit. It won't work if it's farther away." Tang Yi smiled modestly. At this time, Wang Muching looked at Yi Xiao again and said, "You try it too." "Okay, then I'll try the accuracy." Yi Xiao picked up the crossbow and aimed at a big tree 10 meters away, then pulled the trigger. However, the arrow flew away and he couldn't help shaking his head. Seeing this scene, Wang Muching also calmed down. It's nothing, just practice more, otherwise you won't be able to catch prey. I can kill prey without arrows. Do you believe it? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Really? I'd like to see how you hunt without arrows. Do you catch them with your hands? Wang Muching couldn't help but become curious when she saw how confident he was. Then Yi Xiao called out to Lightning and the others, pointed towards the woods, and Lightning and the others rushed out immediately. Not long after, Lightning and the others came back, some holding rabbits and some holding pheasants in their mouths. You are cheating. They are hounds, of course they can hunt. And you didn't hunt them. Wang Muching saw this and shouted immediately. Lightning, they are my dogs, so the prey they kill is naturally mine. Yi Xiao laughed, took the prey out of Lightning's mouths, and put it on the horse's back. Then the three of them strolled slowly in the forest again. Chapter 165, Wolves Attack. At night, everyone gathered in the camp, roasting the prey they had caught that day, chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was very lively. Yi Xiao was roasting rabbits and pheasants, applying various condiments on them. He knew that hunting would involve roasting prey, so he brought some condiments with him. It smells so good. At this time, Shi Sui smelled a fragrance coming over and hurried over to Yi Xiao's side. The rabbits and chickens roasted on the wooden rack were golden brown. In comparison, his roasted ones looked like they were cooked with coal. Then he asked, "What kind of seasoning is this? It smells so good." Yi Xiao turned the grill and replied, "This is the seasoning I brought from the island. Would you like some too?" "No, mine is already burnt." Shi Sui found a stool and sat next to it, waiting to eat it after it was cooked. Then more and more people gathered around and asked what the spices were, so Yi Xiao distributed the spices he brought to everyone. All right. After half an hour, Yi Xiao cut the roasted rabbit with a knife and saw that it was cooked, so he took it off. "Let me taste it first to see if it's okay." "Wow, it's hot." Shi Sui simply reached out and pulled off a rabbit leg, but it was so hot that it made him cry out in pain. But even so, he stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. In a short while, he had eaten the rabbit until only a pile of bones were left. When Shi Sui was about to reach out to the pheasant, he saw Yi Xiao staring at him with wide eyes and smiled. "One rabbit is not enough to eat. You are not full yet. Okay, take it and eat it." Yi Xiao looked at his expectant face and let him take it and eat it. Wang Muching and Tang Yi came out and saw that the roasted rabbit and chicken were gone. They couldn't help but ask, "Where is the food?" Yi Xiao pointed at Shi Sui, who was eating happily beside him, then picked up a few rabbits and started roasting them. Late at night, Wu Quan and Yang Tai leaned against a tree outside the camp and smoked. "You want to deal with Yi Xiao? Do you have any ideas?" Yang Tai exhaled a puff of smoke and asked. "Now everyone is still gathered together. Let's wait until they disperse. There will be a chance." Wu Quan has made up his mind that he must get rid of Yi Xiao this time to vent his hatred. Yang Tai said seriously, "If someone dies here, have you figured out how to get out?" Wu Quan nodded and said with a smile, "This is a primeval forest. Any accidents are possible." Woo woo woo. At this moment, a wolf howl suddenly sounded, which sounded particularly shrill in the dark night and made people feel a chill on their backs. Then Wu Quan and Yang Tai hurried back. At this time, after hearing the wolf howling, everyone in the camp got up and rushed out with crossbows. After Yi Xiao came out, he saw that the people around him were in chaos, and the horse tied nearby was also restless. "Damn it, I haven't encountered a wolf here for so many years, but I didn't expect to encounter one today." Shi Sui, who was always calm, also showed a trace of solemnity on his face. If he encountered other ferocious beasts, he would not be so worried, but wolves are social animals, and it is possible that hundreds of them would come out at once. "Everyone, don't panic. Stay together. With so many of us, nothing will happen." One person stood up and shouted loudly, trying to organize everyone to gather together. Then everyone gathered together, formed a circle, and pointed their crossbows outside. After waiting for a while, everyone saw a group of wolves pouring out from the surrounding woods. They were so densely packed that there were at least 100 of them. "What should we do? We can't handle so many wolves." At this time, some people's faces were full of panic, and there was deep fear in their eyes. Then everyone saw a huge wolf walking out, its long fangs flashing in the darkness. It stood there and glanced at everyone, as if making a decision. Everyone looked at the Wolf King and didn't even dare to breathe. Their bodies were shaking constantly. Wong. At this moment, Lightning leaped out and glared at the Wolf King, showing no fear at all. When the Wolf King saw someone dared to provoke it, he pounced on it without hesitation and bit towards Lightning with his bloody mouth. At the same time, Lightning pounced forward with all his strength and bit the Wolf King's neck with a crackling sound. Then the Wolf King's body twitched a few times and he was dead. Woo! Accompanied by a wolf howl, the surrounding wolves immediately turned around and ran away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and the oppressive feeling that was hanging over them disappeared instantly. Wow, lightning is so powerful. Wang Muching saw lightning bite the Wolf King to death with one strike, and he also hugged lightning and kept touching its head. Here, I'll give you a chicken wing. You saved everyone's life. Shi Sui threw a chicken wing to lightning, but lightning ignored it. After this happened, everyone lost their sleepiness and gathered around the fire again. Wu Quan originally wanted to take advantage of the wolf pack's attack to get rid of Yi Xiao, but he didn't expect his plan to fail. He thought to himself that he was lucky, and he wouldn't be so lucky next time. At this time, Yi Xiao came to the body of the Wolf King and put it away. This was a prey worth commemorating. Brother Yi, what's up? Do you want to eat wolf meat? Let me tell you, wolf meat is not very tasty. Shi Sui came over, watched Yi Xiao put away the Wolf King's body, and started asking. No, it's just a souvenir. If you want to eat delicious food, you can come to the island. I guarantee there will be a lot of delicious food waiting for you. Seeing that he looked like he wanted to eat everything, Yi Xiao invited him to island number 4. Shi Sui nodded and agreed without hesitation. He had heard of the reputation of island number for a long time ago, but he just had no time to go there. At this time, Yi Xiao saw that Wang Muching and the other two were already yawning, and they were obviously very sleepy, so he walked over and said, You two go to sleep first. I'll stay here and watch over you. Okay, then you can stay for a while and rest early. After saying that, Wang Muching and Tang Yi walked into the tent. With nothing to do, Yi Xiao picked up his mobile phone and started playing, but there was no internet here, so he could only play small games. The next morning, everyone went out hunting, as if what happened last night had no effect at all. Brother Yi, let me go with you. We can go hunting wild boars together then. Shi Sui walked over with a smile on his face. No problem. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement, thinking it would be more lively with more people. Soon Wang Muching and the other person also packed up, and the 4 of them mounted their horses and set off. Chapter 166 Exploration Table. The 4 of them moved slowly through the forest, but they didn't encounter any large prey, but they did catch quite a few rabbits and pheasants. Look, there are wild boar footprints. At this time, Shi Sui screamed loudly and squatted on the ground looking at the triangular footprints in front of him. He dreamed of killing a wild boar king. Can you tell me where the wild boar went? Yi Xiao came over and asked, but he had no means of tracking prey. Shi Sui nodded and said with a smile, Don't worry, I have put a lot of effort into this day. Come with me. After saying that, he climbed over the mountain and followed the footprints. At this time, Wang Muching and Tang Yi were taking pictures everywhere with their cameras, looking very leisurely, just like they were on a trip. They didn't really care whether they could catch any prey. After walking for an hour, in a valley, the group found a wild boar weighing over 100 kilograms looking for food, and there were no other wild boars around. Seeing this, Yi Xiao whispered to Shi Sui, Do you want to fight? Fight. A trace of disappointment appeared on Shi Sui's face. He had originally thought he could encounter a wild boar king. Then he raised the crossbow, aimed at the wild boar, and pulled the trigger. The crossbow arrow hit the wild boar's leg directly. The wild boar immediately let out a scream and ran away. Go. Following Yi Xiao's order, the lightning bolts rushed out immediately. A moment later, the wild boar was dragged back by 7 Dogo Argentinos. Haha, dinner tonight is settled. Shi Sui walked over with a big laugh, took out his cell phone, and took a selfie with the wild boar. In the following days, the group was looking for traces of wild boars, but there were only traces and no wild boars were seen. That night, Shi Sui was looking through a simple map. He would not return until he hunted the wild boar king this time. Uncle Shi, you're looking for your wild boar again. Wu Quan walked over and sat next to Shi Sui. Yeah, I want to surpass last year's results, so I plan to go deeper. Shi Sui's face was full of determination. Wu Quan pointed at a certain spot on the ground and said, I know there seems to be a group of wild boars here. I saw them last time I came here, but I didn't provoke them because there were too many of them. Are you sure this is the place? Upon hearing this, Shi Sui's face was full of excitement. Yes, but there are a lot of wild boars there. I'm afraid it will be dangerous. A trace of solemnity appeared on Wu Quan's face. However, Shi Sui was not worried at all and said, Don't be afraid. If you can't win, just run away. Uncle Shi, let me go with you. It's safer with more people. Okay, then I'll go talk to Xiaoya and we'll set off tomorrow. After all, it'll take a few days to get there. At this time, Yi Xiao was feeding the roasted prey to Lightning and the others. Most of the prey in this hunting activity were caught by them, so naturally they had to be rewarded well. At this time, Shi Sui came over and told Yi Xiao about the place where the wild boar was that Wu Quan mentioned, wanting to see his opinion. You can go. We hunt everywhere anyway. It doesn't matter where we go. By the way, Uncle Shi, is there anything good in this forest? Something that's more valuable. When Yi Xiao thought about the 10 million yuan debt he still owed, he felt the burden on his shoulders became a lot heavier and he had less desire to travel. There are many valuable things, such as various precious trees, ginseng, and Ganoderma lucidum. However, it is not easy to find them. I advise you to give up this idea. Shi Sui knew what he was thinking. Trying to find these things in the primeval forest was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Xiao didn't have any thoughts about those precious leaves since he couldn't possibly cut down the tree. But he might consider things like ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum that were valuable due to their weight. Then Yi Xiao immediately entered the system and looked at Inha with a smile on his face. He knew that Inha would definitely have a way. I do have what you want, but I'm not in a good mood right now, so I don't want to give it to you. Inha looked depressed and looked like he didn't want to talk to anyone. Why are you still in a bad mood? What's the matter? Yi Xiao became curious at this time. Inha rolled her eyes at him and said, It's nothing. It's just that I feel bad for no reason. Women just have those days every month. Hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but burst out laughing, thinking that she was not even a human being. How could she be called a woman? What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Inha saw that he was laughing so hard that he could hardly stand up straight and immediately glared at him. I'm sorry, I'm just happy for you. You're becoming more and more feminine now. Yi Xiao immediately started speaking good words. Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Inha's face. At this time, Yi Xiao came over again and said, Golden Galaxy Beauty, just give the thing to me. Give it to me. Okay, I'll give you 10 million. Inha couldn't persuade him and had to agree. Yi Xiao was quite happy to hear that she agreed, but when he heard that it would cost 10 million, he said, Beautiful Inha, you know my current situation and I'm still in debt. How can I have so much money? I don't have any money. I have something else that's not expensive, just 10,000 yuan. Galaxy threw out a sentence again. Only 10,000, so cheap? There's a huge difference between 10 million and 10,000. Yi Xiao's face was full of confusion. Inha spread his hands and said, You must have heard that cheap things are not good things. So its function is also leisurely. It can only detect things worth more than 1 million within a kilometer. Hearing this, Yi Xiao had no choice but to buy it. Although the exploration range was only 1 kilometer, it was better than nothing. Inha then handed Yi Xiao a watch and explained its use. This watch will automatically display when there are valuables within 1 kilometer. When the time comes, just follow the watch. Yi Xiao took a look at the watch and found that it looked just like an ordinary electronic watch, nothing special. However, he was still full of expectations and planned to try it tomorrow. When Yang Tai heard that they were going to hunt wild boars with Yi Xiao, he said to him, If there really is a group of wild boars there, it would be very risky for you to go with them. If you want to use wild boars to deal with Yi Xiao, I'm afraid at most he will just get hurt. It's unlikely that you can kill him. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I know it's unlikely that they'll use a wild boar to get rid of Yi Xiao, but the situation will definitely be very chaotic by then. Anything could happen, and it wouldn't be surprising if something unexpected happened. An inexplicable smile appeared on Wu Quan's face. In order to get rid of Yi Xiao, he even did it himself. Chapter 167, Wild Boar Siege. Early the next morning, Yi Xiao and his group set out again, heading to the place where Wu Quan said there were a group of wild boars gathering. Yi Xiao didn't expect Wu Quan and Yang Tai would also go, and he didn't want to talk to them, so the atmosphere was very awkward along the way. Everyone, please talk. It's boring to just stand there. Shi Sui began to step forward to smooth things over, but he was secretly wondering what was wrong with these people. They were like pieces of wood. However, seeing that his words were of no use, Shi Sui did not speak again. Yi Xiao looked at the exploration watch in his hand from time to time, wanting to see if there was anything he could find. However, seeing that the exploration watch still had no response, he felt a little anxious. Whether he could turn the tables and become the master depended on this watch. Then everyone continued on their journey without any communication. However, in the afternoon, the group discovered traces of a large number of wild boars. Hurry, these wild boars shouldn't have been gone for long. We can catch up with them in no time. Go. After seeing these footprints, Shi Sui rushed out on horseback first and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wu Quan was also puzzled at this time. It should have taken a few more days to get there, but he didn't expect to encounter a wild boar so soon. However, this was just right as it allowed him to fulfill his wish ahead of time. When Yi Xiao chased after him, he saw Shi Sui running back in a hurry and asked hurriedly, Uncle Shi, what's wrong? Too many. I was so scared that I ran back. Shi Sui patted his chest and breathed heavily. Although there was some panic on his face, he was mostly excited. Then the group dismounted and walked up. When they saw the wild boars in the valley, they couldn't help but look pale. They saw more than 100 wild boars rolling in the mud, and one of the wild boars had its fur turned white. It weighed more than 700 kilograms and was half a person's height, like a small tank. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but swallow. At this time, Wang Muching lowered her voice and said softly, "Why don't we just go? There are too many wild boars. Now it's not us hunting them, but they are hunting us." "Yes, it's too dangerous to go to the cream now." Tang Yi nodded in agreement. This was no longer hunting, but seeking death. Although Shui really wanted to take this opportunity to hunt the white wild boar king, he had to give up this opportunity as the current situation was extremely dangerous. Wu Quan looked at Shui, who looked dejected, and said, "Uncle Shi, if you really want to hunt that wild boar, I will go with you. They are just a group of wild boars. I believe they will run away when they see people. Besides, there is an open space ahead. We are riding horses, so they can't catch up with us at all." Hearing this, Shui's eyes showed a hint of anticipation, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. No, this is too dangerous. If something unexpected happens, it will be a disaster. Wu Quan, what on earth are you thinking of, letting Uncle Shi take such a risk? Wang Muching immediately objected and glared at Wu Quan. "I just don't want to disappoint Uncle Shi. He has been waiting for a year for just one day." Wu Quan spoke with a righteous look on his face, as if he had no selfish motives at all. He knew that as long as Shui went, Yi Xiao would definitely go. Just when Yi Xiao was about to persuade Shui not to go, he suddenly saw the exploration watch on his hand light up, and a red dot appeared on it, which showed that they were nearby. Then he turned around a few times and found that the location indicated by the red dot was where the wild boars gathered. Seeing this, he was also somewhat tempted and wanted to see what was there. "Why don't you guys go back first, and I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I can always run away." Shui has now made up his mind to hunt the white wild boar king. "Let me accompany you. I'll have someone to look after you." At this time, Yi Xiao stood up. He didn't know when the group of wild boars would leave, and he didn't want to wait here. Seeing that they were determined to go, Wang Muching and Tang Yi rode their horses to a nearby hilltop. When Yang Tai saw them rushing out on horseback, he followed them with a sinister look in his eyes. "Oh, get out of my way, go." Shui rode on his horse, holding a crossbow in one hand and roaring at the wild boars, trying to scare them away. However, the group of wild boars were not moved at all. They turned their heads and stared at the men vigilantly. Whoosh. At this moment, Wu Quan didn't say anything. He just raised his hand and shot an arrow. The crossbow arrow hit a wild boar, and the wild boar let out a shrill scream. Then the wild boars let out a low roar and rushed towards them without hesitation. "Run!" Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao immediately roared, then turned his horse's head and prepared to run back. However, at this time, Wu Quan on his horse was stuck behind, and Yi Xiao on Hurricane could not move at all. Then Yi Xiao felt a huge force coming from behind him, and both he and his horse fell to the ground. Seeing this, Wu Quan showed a hint of pride on his face. Then he quickly ran to the safe area and watched closely. When Shui saw Yi Xiao fall to the ground, he immediately wanted to rush over to save him, but before he could get close, a wild boar pounced on him and knocked him to the ground. "Help, help!" At this time, Shui grabbed the wild boar's head tightly, trying to push it away, but it was useless. Seeing the wild boar's sharp fangs about to pierce his neck, he closed his eyes unwillingly. After seeing this scene, Yi Xiao immediately rushed forward and slapped the wild boar with his iron sand palm. With a crack, the wild boar fell down and lay on the ground motionless. Then he pulled Shui up and said, "Uncle Shi, you retreat first. I will drag these wild boars." "I'm afraid it's too late." Shui looked at the wild boars surrounding him and became so frightened that his face turned pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Now he regretted doing that. At this time, a wild boar rushed over first and arrived in front of Yi Xiao almost instantly. Seeing this, Yi Xiao slapped the wild boar's head again without hesitation. The next moment, there was a thud, and the wild boar fell to the ground, with blood oozing out of its mouth. Then Yi Xiao used his iron sand palm to kill many wild boars that tried to approach him, and he was temporarily safe. It's fucking weird that he can't die even after this. Wu Quan was watching from behind and saw that the wild boars were unable to do anything to Yi Xiao. He became anxious for a moment, but when he saw more and more wild boars surrounding him, he felt a lot more at ease. "Wu family boy, come and save us." Shui looked at Wu Quan, who was in a daze at the back, and urged him on. "Uncle Shi, I can't get in right now. If there's a gap, I'll come in right away." Wu Quan perfunctorily responded from behind, saying that going in would be simply seeking death, so he would not be so stupid. Chapter 168 Lightning Arrow. After repelling several wild boars in a row, Yi Xiao couldn't help but breathe heavily. If he hadn't learned the iron sand palm from the system and improved his physical fitness, he would have to die here today. The wild boars seemed to be frightened by him and stopped attacking, but they were still staring at them hungrily. Xiaoya, let's run. They might catch up with us. Shui was still feeling frightened at this moment. He never wanted to experience this feeling of his life hanging by a thread again. Don't move now. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. Yi Xiao's heart was beating fast now. If he hadn't taken the initiative to scare these wild boars, they would have rushed over and he would have been doomed. Seeing the situation at a stalemate, Wu Quan knew he had to do something, so he picked up the crossbow and said, Uncle Sure, wait a minute, I'll come in and save you. Don't be impulsive, wait. But before Shui could finish his words, Wu Quan shot another arrow, and the target was the white wild boar king. Oh, when the white wild boar king was hit by an arrow, he immediately let out a shrill scream and then rushed over with a force as powerful as thunder. At this moment, Yi Xiao felt like he was about to be hit by a train, and he couldn't help but curse Wu Quan in his heart. However, he didn't have time to think about it at this moment, and he went towards the white wild boar king. As long as they could deal with it, he believed that they would be able to escape safely. Get out of the way. At this time, Wu Quan saw another wild boar pounce on Yi Xiao, and he shouted loudly, then picked up the crossbow, but aimed at Yi Xiao. At that time, no one would doubt it if he said it was an accident, so he immediately pulled the trigger, wanting to get rid of Yi Xiao as soon as possible. When Yi Xiao rushed forward, he felt a chill on his back and a strong sense of crisis loomed over him. But the white wild boar king was about to rush in front of him, and he had no time to care about what was behind him. Just when the arrow was about to hit Yi Xiao, a white shadow flashed by, and then a shrill howl was heard. When Lightning found that Yi Xiao was in danger, he immediately jumped up and blocked the arrow for him, and then fell to the ground. I'm really lucky. I can't die even in this state. When Wu Quan saw that his arrow was blocked, his face became so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. He did not expect that he would fail at the last moment. Yeah. Yi Xiao looked at the white wild boar king weighing more than 700 pounds that was right in front of him, so he used all his strength and smashed it with a palm. He heard a dull thud and felt his entire right arm go numb and lose sensation. At the same time, he fell back more than a meter and fell to the ground. After receiving this blow, the white wild boar king could hardly stand and staggered backwards. At this time, Shui saw that his dream of many years was about to come true. He didn't know where he got the courage from, but he rushed forward with a crossbow and shot at the white wild boar king. Soon the white wild boar king's body was full of arrows, like a hedgehog, and then he fell to the ground with a thud. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding wild boars fled in all directions and disappeared in an instant. Yeah, I finally hunted the wild boar king. At this time, Shui was also very excited and kept circling around the body of the white wild boar king. Yi Xiao came to Lightning and saw that it had been shot by an arrow and fell to the ground. The crossbow arrow pierced its abdomen, blood kept flowing out, and it groaned in pain. He felt very distressed, as Lightning did this to save him. Then he raised his head and glared at Wu Quan, his eyes full of murderous intent. I was trying to shoot the wild boar that rushed towards me, but I missed. Wu Quan remained very calm, as if that was really the case. Yi Xiao didn't believe what Wu Quan said at all. He believed that Wu Quan's arrow was aimed at him, but he didn't expect that the other party wanted to kill him. What happened to Lightning? At this time, Wang Muqing and Tang Yi ran over and saw Lightning lying in a pool of blood, their eyes filled with sadness. Move aside, let me check it out. Tang Yi pushed aside the crowd. She usually stayed with Wu Zhenghua and had some experience in dealing with injured animals. Now Yi Xiao was also praying in his heart that nothing would happen to Lightning. Tang Yi quickly checked and said, the good news is that the arrow did not hit any vital parts. The bad news is that if the bleeding is not stopped in time, the consequences will also be fatal. Hearing this, Yi Xiao quickly asked, is there any way? If there is a medical kit, I can perform a simple operation to remove the arrow, but the medical kit is in the camp, and it takes too long to go back and forth. Speaking of this, Tang Yi's face also showed a solemn expression. I brought the medicine box. Wait, I'll go look for it. After saying this, Yi Xiao turned and left. Of course, he didn't bring a medical kit, but there must be one in the system. After finding a place where no one noticed him, he entered the system. However, when Yi Xiao just entered the system, he saw a medical box already placed in front of him, with Inha standing beside him. Thank you. After saying thank you, Yi Xiao walked back with the medical box. Okay, all of you, back off and don't disturb me while I'm working. I can do it alone. Tang Yi put on gloves and asked everyone to step back. Then she laid out a cloth, placed lightning on it, and injected it with an anesthetic needle. At this time, Yi Xiao and Wang Muqing came to one side, and their hands were tightly clasped together. It's just a dog, isn't it? You treat it like a son. Wu Quan started to make sarcastic remarks on the side. He was very upset that he failed to kill Yi Xiao even though he did it himself. If it weren't for that broken dog, Yi Xiao would have gone to hell long ago. Snap! Before he could react, Wang Muqing walked up to Wu Quan and slapped him. Are you crazy? Wu Quan also roared loudly at this time, his face full of ferocity, without any of the demeanor of a noble young man as before. If you dare to say anything more, I will tear your mouth off. Wang Muqing also had a look of annoyance on her face. She and Lightning usually had a very good relationship, just like family members. Wu Quan lost his mind after being slapped and continued to yell, "You are not a woman. I will beat you until your teeth are all over the ground." At this time, Yi Xiao stood up and kicked Wu Quan in the face without saying a word. The next moment, Wu Quan fell to the ground, his face covered in blood and a size 42 footprint. My face, how dare you hit me? After a long time, Wu Quan struggled to get up from the ground. His hands were covered in blood, and he felt his nose was collapsed. He was so angry that he was about to explode. In his entire life, no one dared to touch even a hair of his head, let alone a beating. I did fight you, what? I'm not a woman. Why are you fighting me? Yi Xiao rolled up his sleeves, ready to rush forward at any time. If you want to hit me, come on. Wu Quan prepared to rush forward, but was stopped by Yang Tai, and the fight did not continue. Chapter 169 Millennium Ginseng. After an hour of surgery, Tang Yi took off her gloves and picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from her head. Seeing Lightning still sleeping on the ground, Yi Xiao quickly walked up to him and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's okay, just take some time to recover." Tang Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. The successful completion of the operation allowed her to put down the pressure in her heart. "Thank you so much." Yi Xiao was so happy at this moment that he couldn't express it in words and hugged Tang Yi directly. Cough, cough. Tang Yi didn't expect him to do this, so she coughed and pushed him away. Then Yi Xiao hugged Lightning tightly into the tent and let it sleep peacefully. It had just undergone surgery, and it was not suitable to move it. "Xiao Yi, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to hunt this wild boar king." Shui walked over and handed Yi Xiao a cigarette. "No need to thank me. At that time, it was either me or it. Uncle Shi, what are you going to do with this wild boar?" Yi Xiao took a deep puff of the cigarette, then slowly exhaled, carefully feeling the smoke flowing out of his throat. Shui smiled and responded, "Of course I will transport it back and make it into a specimen, and then put it in the house. I will invite you to visit it when the time comes." After resting for a while, Yi Xiao came to the valley where the wild boars had stayed before. The exploration table showed that there would be valuable places here, so he began to search here. However, this place had been completely destroyed by wild boars before. It was no exaggeration to say that the ground had been dug 3 feet deep, and there were potholes everywhere. Even so, Yi Xiao still carefully searched every inch of land. After all, he was heavily in debt now, and he could not let go of anything that could make money. Time passed unknowingly until evening. Wang Muqing watched Yi Xiao searching in the valley for an entire afternoon and asked curiously, "What are you looking for? Do you want me to help you find it?" "I don't know what to look for." Yi Xiao spread his hands. He didn't know what he was looking for. After all, the exploration table didn't say what was here. "Then just take your time playing in the mud." Wang Muqing ignored him and went into the tent to take care of Lightning. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lightning slowly opened his eyes. "You're finally awake. Come, have something to eat. I specially grilled your favorite chicken drumstick for you." When Yi Xiao saw that Lightning had woken up, a bright smile appeared on his face. He then placed the roasted chicken leg in front of Lightning. Lightning started eating without hesitation and quickly finished the whole chicken leg. He had a very good appetite. After confirming that Lightning was fine, Yi Xiao finally let go of his worries and fell asleep peacefully. Early the next morning, when everyone was still asleep, Yi Xiao went out to the valley to continue searching. However, during the day, he searched almost the entire valley, but found nothing, which made him doubt the accuracy of the exploration table. At this moment, Wang Muqing and Tang Yi came over and helped Yi Xiao to search. Although they didn't know what he was looking for, they thought it should be something very special. "Hey, these leaves are quite fragrant, and they seem to smell like ginseng." Wang Muqing picked up a leaf from the mud and was about to throw it away, but suddenly she smelled a familiar fragrance, so she quickly withdrew her hand. "What? Ginseng, are you sure?" When Yi Xiao heard the word ginseng, he immediately perked up and walked over. "It just feels a bit like him. I don't know him either." Wang Muching shook her head. Her family often stewed ginseng and hen, so she had some impression of it. However, Yi Xiao was searching carefully under Wang Muching's feet at this time. Maybe it was really ginseng, but after a careful search, he still found nothing, and he began to worry. At this time, Tang Yi at the side reminded, "You are busy looking on the ground. Have you ever looked underground?" Hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up, as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Then he found a wooden stick and started digging. "Why are you playing in the mud here? How childish." Wu Quan looked at them doing nothing in the valley and couldn't help but sneer at them softly. Found it, found it." At this moment, a scream came from a distance. Wu Quan walked over curiously and saw a white human-shaped object in the soil. "Wow, what a big ginseng." Shi Sui also rushed over when he heard the sound, and was surprised to see the huge ginseng that Yi Xiao dug out. The root was as thick as an arm, and the roots were more than 1 meter long. Hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't believe that he had dug up such a big ginseng, and asked, "Uncle Shi, is this really ginseng?" "Of course it is, and such a big beginning is rare. It must be 1,000-year-old ginseng." Shi Sui ordered some. His family often ate ginseng, so he knew something about it. "Uncle Shi, how much is this worth?" Yi Xiao quickly asked the question he wanted to ask most. Shi Sui shook his head and said, "I don't know either. 30 grams of 100-year-old ginseng once sold for more than 3 million yuan, and yours weighs more than 100 grams of 1,000-year-old ginseng. Its value is inestimable." Hearing this, Yi Xiao also smiled. In his eyes, this was not ginseng but money. At this time, Wu Quan stood there in amazement. He worked so hard but couldn't make much money, but this kid could find 1,000-year-old ginseng just by digging in the soil. How much shit must he have stepped on to have such luck? Then Yi Xiao carefully packed up the 1,000-year-old ginseng and prepared to return tomorrow. Although he had an exploration table, it was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack to find valuable things in the vast primeval forest. He was not a greedy person. Since there was meat in the pot, he had to watch it carefully and not think about the meat in the pot. Maybe by then there would be no meat left in the bowl. Wang Muching and Tang Yi agreed with his idea after knowing it. After what happened yesterday, they no longer had the heart to continue hunting, so they planned to rest for a night and then return. Yang Tai looked at Wu Quan, who looked depressed, and said, "I have thought of a saying that suits you very well, which is that being too clever may lead to the loss of your life. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. I did it myself. You are a cowardly man who can only hide behind me." Wu Quan responded unhappily, even going so far as to poke at Yang Tai's sore spot. "I just didn't see it." Yang Tai smiled, as if he didn't care at all about Wu Quan's ridicule. He had become like this because of his previous opposition to Yi Xiao. He believed that Wu Quan would have the same fate as him, and he just needed to reap the benefits. Chapter 170 Ji Shizhai. After the plane landed in Donghai City, Wang Muching took Lightning and the others back to island number 4, while Yi Xiao took the 1,000-year-old ginseng and planned to find a Chinese medicine store to process the ginseng into raw sun-dried ginseng for long-term storage. "Mr. Yi, please get in the car." As soon as they arrived at the side of the road, a group of bodyguards in black were waiting outside. These bodyguards were called by Wang Muching from home, saying that he was running around with a priceless ginseng, and it would be bad if he was robbed. After getting on the bus, it drove towards Jishizhai, the largest Chinese medicine shop in Donghai City. Soon Yi Xiao appeared outside an ancient pharmacy. The 3 large official script characters, Jishizhai, on the door plaque were very elegant and handsome. After entering, he saw that there were quite a lot of people in the pharmacy, and it seemed that the business here was quite good. Then Yi Xiao walked up to a clerk and asked, "Hello, is your store manager here? What do you want to talk to our store manager about? If it's not a very important matter, the store manager will not see guests." The clerk responded seriously, "Very, very important things." Yi Xiao said this without hesitation. After all, it was very important to prepare 1,000-year-old ginseng. If there was any mistake, the 1,000-year-old ginseng would be ruined. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, the clerk led Yi Xiao upstairs. When they arrived outside a room, he reached out and knocked on the door. "Mr. Wei, someone is looking for you. Let him in." A powerful voice came from the house. After Yi Xiao entered, he saw a gray-haired old man reading a book inside, and he quickly greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Wei." Wei Dong put the book down, stroked his white beard, pointed to a chair, and said, "Sit down, my friend. The fact that you can come into this room means you have something important to talk to me about. What is it?" After Yi Xiao sat down, he said, "Mr. Wei, I got a ginseng and want to prepare it here. My friend, this is not an important matter. You can ask a clerk in the store to help you prepare it." Wei Dong smiled, picked up the teacup, and took a sip, meaning to see the guest off. "Mr. Wei, this ginseng of mine is extremely precious. It is 1,000-year-old ginseng, so I cannot trust ordinary guys. Yi Xiao directly explained the preciousness of ginseng. Hearing this, Wei Dong almost spit out a mouthful of water. After putting down the cup, he looked at Yi Xiao and asked, "My friend, how old do you think I am?" "About 60. Yi Xiao saw that his hair and beard were all white and his face was full of wrinkles, and thought that he must be quite old. "Haha. Thank you for your compliment, my friend. I am just 100 years old this year. Do you know why I asked this question? Because I have never seen 1,000-year-old ginseng in my life. My friend, please don't make fun of me." Wei Dong laughed out loud, thinking that this young man was quite interesting. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Yi Xiao directly opened the package on the table and saw the true appearance of a ginseng that was as thick as an arm, with a rhizome as long as a village head and roots as long as 1.5 meters. Seeing this, Wei Dong immediately stood up, walked to the table with a look of shock, looked at the huge ginseng, and said in a trembling voice, This is really 1,000-year-old ginseng." Yi Xiao nodded. "Old man, I am so old that I finally saw 1,000-year-old ginseng. I have no regrets. I can help you prepare this ginseng, but there is a condition." Wei Dong looked at the 1,000-year-old ginseng with his eyes full of love. The medicinal effect of 1,000-year-old ginseng is extraordinary. What conditions? It's very simple. This 1,000-year-old ginseng will be displayed in the store for 10 days. You don't have to worry. The store's security is comprehensive and there won't be any problems. "Okay, no problem. Then bring the ginseng here tomorrow, and I'll prepare it today." Then Yi Xiao left Jishizhai under the protection of a group of bodyguards. At this time on the island, Wang Muqing was looking at the documents, and Du Jiang was sitting beside her with a somewhat anxious look on his face. After a moment, Wang Muqing put the documents on the table and said in a deep voice, "General Manager Du, no, I should call you Chairman Du. The Hongsong catering group you founded has attracted a lot of investment, and now the capital has reached hundreds of millions. And our shares in island number 4 have been diluted to less than 5. It's really unfair of you to do this. Ms. Wang, there is no other way. The restaurant needs to develop. I am already planning to open hundreds of branches in other provinces. This is also helpless." Du Jiang came in person to avoid making things too embarrassing, which would not benefit anyone. "Let me tell you the truth. We have been supplying your restaurant with island vegetables. This move of yours is really too much. We will suffer huge losses. The solution is simple. Either increase the shareholding to 20 or terminate the exclusive supply contract." Wang Muqing had the aura of a strong woman. Since Du Jiang was so unkind, she had nothing to say. "Ms. Wang, 20 of the group's shares are worth hundreds of millions. This is absolutely impossible. It's a contract. Naturally, it won't be terminated. And if you want to tear up the contract, the compensation fee will be high." Du Jiang said this when he saw that the situation was unavoidable. "In that case, let's wait and see." After saying that, Wang Muqing also stood up and walked into the house. When Yi Xiao returned to the island, Wang Muqing told her about this and complained, "We gave millions of dollars worth of vegetables to Du Jiang, but now we can't even get our money back. Du Jiang is totally ungrateful. He wants to go it alone now that he's strong enough. What do you think we should do? What else can we do? It's impossible to tear up the contract, otherwise we'll just give him a lot of money for nothing. Fortunately, the contract only states that we will supply you 2 companies exclusively, and there's no requirement to supply him a certain amount. So giving him 1 vegetable a month will also count as supply." Yi Xiao was in a good mood today, but he didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. He felt very uncomfortable. Du Jiang could be said to have helped him a lot in the early days, but he didn't expect it to become like this now. Then he poured a full glass of red wine and drank it all in one gulp. "Okay, don't be sad. By the way, how's the ginseng thing going?" Seeing him like this, Wang Muqing hurried over to comfort him. "It's going pretty smoothly. It will be on display at Jishidi Hall for 10 days. Yi Xiao smiled and stopped thinking about Du Jiang. Hearing this, Wang Muqing rubbed his chin and said, "Millennial ginseng is very valuable. If I keep it in Jishitang, there will be some problems. If that happens, I will suffer a great loss." Yi Xiao had considered this question, but thinking that the system had everything, it should be no problem to buy a high-tech safe, so he replied, "Don't worry, I'm prepared. By the way, during the few days I was away, Cheng Chidai has already spread 2,000 acres of grass seeds, and is now arranging for people to transport the maple trees up. Okay, now the 1,000 acres of forest are almost planted, and then we can develop other things." Chapter 171 Self-Weight Safe. After Yi Xiao entered the system, he told Inha about his need for a safe. Inha said without hesitation, "I have hundreds of thousands, millions, and tens of millions. Which one do you want? I don't want to waste my breath introducing it to you. What functions does a safe with $100,000 have?" Yi Xiao doesn't have much money on hand now, so he can only pick up the cheapest ones. A safe worth 100,000 yuan can hold very few things. It can only hold things that are 6 centimeters thick. It has only one function, which is that you can set its weight. The upper limit is 10 tons, so it is called a deadweight safe. As he spoke, Inha stretched out his hand, and a white transparent rectangular safe appeared in front of him. After Yi Xiao took it, he saw some flashing lights on it, which should be the buttons. At this time, Inha threw another rectangular object similar to a mobile phone over and said, "This is a remote control and GPS positioning system. You can remotely control the self-weight safe. It also has fingerprint and pupil recognition technology. No one can open the safe except you." Okay. After Yi Xiao got the safe, he put the ginseng in it. It fit perfectly, but it seemed that it could only hold ginseng. Then he entered the weight of the safe as 100 kilograms and immediately felt that the safe was much heavier. When he set the weight to 1,000 gold, he could not even lift the safe. After a while, Yi Xiao lay on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, when Wei Dong arrived at Jishizhai, he saw that many people had come to the store, and they were all people he knew. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Why are you old guys here? I heard that you have 1,000-year-old ginseng in your store, so I came to take a look." "Brother Wei, you are not deliberately putting up a gimmick just to increase the store's business. Brother Wei is a leader in our medical field. How could he do such a thing? Brother Wei always keeps his word." At this time, a group of old men in their 60s and 70s surrounded Wei Dong, with a respectful look on their faces. Wei Dong knew that they came here to see the 1,000-year-old ginseng, so he couldn't help but smile, then led them in. After a while, Yi Xiao walked in carrying a transparent self-weight safe. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a group of people waiting inside and was stunned. "Young friend, don't be surprised. These old guys just want to see what 1,000-year-old ginseng looks like," Wei Dong explained with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Xiao also smiled, opened the safe, and took out the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Wow, it really is a 1,000-year-old ginseng. It's so big and the color is so bright, just like when it was in the soil. At this time, people in the room gathered around, almost leaning over the table to look at it, each of them with excitement on their face. Then a man walked up to Yi Xiao and said, "Little brother, are you going to sell this ginseng? I'm quite interested." "Yes. I wonder how much you want to pay." Yi Xiao was also curious about how much this 1,000-year-old ginseng could be sold for. "I'll give you 50 million. Tao Ran pondered for a moment and quoted a price, thinking that this price should be considered very high. As soon as he finished speaking, someone started laughing. "Old man Tao, you are already old and still treat young people as brothers. I feel ashamed for you. My friend, if you want to sell it for 50 million, I want to buy it too. Get lost. You're trying to steal my business. You're everywhere. You can buy it. The price is what you pay." Wei Dong saw the two of them bickering and said, "You want to buy this 1,000-year-old ginseng for 50 million? You'd better go to bed. Don't bully me because I don't know the market. I won't tell you anymore. I'll take it and process it first." After saying that, Wei Dong walked in with the ginseng. The others followed closely behind. Yi Xiao was now very happy. From what Wei Dong said, this 1,000-year-old ginseng was worth more than 50 million. At this time, Wei Dong put the ginseng into a wooden basin and washed it carefully. At the same time, he took out a special brush to brush the ginseng. His movements were gentle, and he finished it in one go. Tao Ran and others stood quietly around without making any sound. Half an hour later, Wei Dong cleaned the ginseng and put it on the wooden board in the yard to dry. Then he said to Yi Xiao, "Now we just need to dry it for 3 days and then bake it in the oven." When he heard that it would take so long, Yi Xiao said, "Mr. Wei, I'll just stay here. You go and have a rest." Wei Dong shook his hand and said, "No, ginseng is very sensitive to light. If the light is too strong, it will get sunburned. I have to watch it all the time." Hearing this, Yi Xiao also moved a chair and sat down to accompany him. At this time, Tao Ran came over again, handed a business card to Yi Xiao, and said, "Brother Yi, if you want to sell this ginseng, you have to call me." Okay. Yi Xiao accepted the business card, but for the time being he had no intention of selling ginseng. Then the people in the room handed their business cards to Yi Xiao one after another, and then said goodbye and left. In the next few days, Yi Xiao stayed in the yard, watching the 100-year-old Wei Dong put a veil on the ginseng from time to time to prevent it from getting sunburned, and sitting there for the whole day, feeling very bad. All right. When Wei Dong took the ginseng out of the oven, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Yi Xiao stretched out his trembling hands and put the prepared ginseng into the safe, then took out a bulging red envelope and handed it to Wei Dong, saying, "Mr. Wei, you have worked hard these days. This is a little gift from me." However, Wei Dong waved his hand and refused. Being able to process this 1,000-year-old ginseng has also fulfilled my lifelong wish. I should be the one thanking you. Now I just hope that this ginseng can save a few more lives, which will be worth my hard work. Mr. Wei is kind-hearted, and I admire him. Yi Xiao clasped his fists towards Wei Dong, his face full of admiration. Haha, a doctor is just like a parent. It's not worth mentioning. Wei Dong burst into laughter. Then Yi Xiao placed the safe containing the ginseng in the lobby of Jishizhai and set the weight to 1 ton. He had promised Wei Dong to display it for 10 days, so he would naturally not go back on his word. He then returned to island number 4. With the remote control, he was not afraid that the safe would be stolen. At this time, many people gathered in the store to watch the ginseng. They were all very curious about such a big ginseng. This ginseng is pretty good. Hey, boy, give me 10 kilograms of it. It should be very good for making chicken soup. An old lady called the clerk and casually asked to buy 10 kilograms. Hearing this, the clerk also laughed and explained, "Dear customer, this ginseng is not for sale. It is just for display, and you can't afford it." "I don't like what you say, young man. My family eats ginseng for every meal, and you actually said I can't afford it? This one looks pretty good, and it should only cost a few dozen yuan per pound at most. This ginseng was offered 50 million, but I didn't sell it." 50 million? You little guy, I'm talking about the ginseng next to it. What are you looking at? Who said they wanted to buy this one? Chapter 172. Unable to open. On this day in Jishizhai, a few guys with shifty eyes were wandering around the hall, but they were always staring at the 1,000-year-old ginseng in the transparent safe. At this moment, one person gave another person a look, and that person immediately rushed towards the safe, ready to run away with the safe in his arms. However, when he hugged the safe, he felt that the safe weighed 1,000 pounds. Not to mention carrying it away, he couldn't even push it. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" The clerk came over to ask, and he had noticed that they were acting sneaky and didn't look like good people. "We just wanted to take a closer look." He Dabiao forced a smile on his scarred face. They heard that there was a 1,000-year-old ginseng here, so they planned to steal it directly, but they failed unexpectedly. The clerk pointed at them and said, "Stay away. You won't be able to pay for it if it breaks." He Dabiao and others nodded, and then left quickly. After arriving outside, the man who had just rushed out and wanted to leave with the safe said, "Brother Biao, that guy is too damn heavy. We can't even carry him. What should we do now?" "Wu Lu, how did you find out about the night shift?" He Dabiao took out a cigarette and lit it, his eyes full of greed. This opportunity to make a lot of money doesn't come often, and he must seize it. "I stayed here for a few days. There were several security guards on duty at night, and the gate was locked. It was not easy to get in." Wu Lu responded seriously. He knew all of this clearly. "Okay, let's do it tonight." He Dabiao threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and stomped on it hard. At 2 o'clock in the morning, a truck loaded with lifting equipment stopped outside Jishizhai. "What are you doing here?" At this time, several security guards came over and asked about the situation. But suddenly 6 or 7 people rushed over with sticks and started beating the security guards violently. The security guards were knocked down. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the truck slammed into the gate again, and the door of Jishizhai was knocked open. "Quick, take the safe away." He Dabiao directed people to operate the crane to lift the safe and put it into the car, and then the group drove the truck and quickly disappeared into the thick night. Not long after, in an abandoned warehouse, He Dabiao and others formed a circle, and one of them was holding an instrument to crack the password of the safe. At this time, the man's forehead was covered with sweat. He kept wiping the sweat with his sleeves, looking helpless. He Dabiao slapped him on the head and asked anxiously, "It's been half an hour, and you haven't opened it yet? It seems that all this money has been wasted, right? I don't know why it can't be opened. It's strange." The man was also very confused. His equipment was the most advanced, and there was no safe that could not be opened. "Get out of the way, Daniel, come here." At this time, He Dabiao pointed to a muscular man next to him. Daniel stood up, raised a big hammer, and smashed it hard on the safe, which immediately made a loud bang. The people around couldn't help but feel their eardrums hurt by the loud noise. He Dabiao leaned over to take a look, and found that there was nothing wrong with the safe. There was not even any trace of electricity. His face immediately darkened. "Brother, why not now? It seems unbreakable, feels like bulletproof glass. Come on, one by one, smash them all. I don't believe we can't break them open." Then everyone took turns to smash the safe, but to no avail. He Dabiao shook his arms, his hands were sore from the smashing, but the safe was fine. He even used an electric drill, but it didn't work. He had someone load the safe into the truck and planned to transport it out first. At this time, Yi Xiaoying learned the news that the ginseng was stolen. He picked up the remote control and saw that the safe was constantly moving. He thought it should be in the car, so he planned to teach those thieves a lesson, so he slowly added weight to the safe. He Da Biao was sitting in the passenger seat, constantly making phone calls, trying to contact someone who could open the safe. Seeing that the car was getting slower and slower, he hurriedly urged Wu Lu, who was driving, "Drive faster. Why are you dawdling so long?" "Brother Biao, I'm driving at 90 miles per hour, and it's still not fast enough." Wu Lu also looked aggrieved. "Look at the car, it's moving as slow as a snail. Is it only 90 miles per hour? Speed up." He Da Biao looked at the speedometer and saw that it was going 90 miles per hour, but he felt that the car was going too slow and thought that the speedometer must be broken. Wu Lu stepped on the accelerator and found that the car did not speed up, but slowed down instead. He shouted quickly, "Brother Biao, something is wrong. The more I step on the accelerator, the slower the car goes." Clang. At this moment, the truck made a muffled sound and then stopped completely. He Da Biao got out of the truck and saw that the wheels of the truck were almost flattened. He was puzzled. It was just a safe. How could it be like this? He didn't know that the weight of the safe had slowly reached 10 tons. "Quick, find someone." Just when he Da Biao was about to ask someone to find another car, the car tire suddenly burst, and he was knocked to the ground by the air wave. "Brother Biao." Wu Lu was just about to go over to check on He Da Biao's condition when he suddenly heard an alarm ringing. He was so scared that he ran away. The next day, Yi Xiao took the safe containing the 1,000-year-old ginseng back from the police station. Thinking that this could be considered the signature item of island number 4, he placed the safe directly on the road outside the house. "Xiao Yi, just throw this 1,000-year-old ginseng on the ground. What if it gets stolen?" Pang Xiao saw him casually throwing the safe on the ground and quickly reminded him. "Yes, just leave it here so that tourists can take pictures. Believe me, no one can steal it." Yi Xiao smiled confidently. Even if it was stolen, he had a way to get it back. "I'd better put it in the house. It's not safe to leave it here." Pang Xiao then walked over and tried to lift the safe, but he let go immediately as soon as he stretched out his hand, thinking that it would be a miracle if he could lift it. At this time in a hospital ward, a group of people were looking at an old man lying on the bed with a straw inserted, their eyes full of anxiety. "Hubby, what do you think we should do if Dad can't make it? What about our Jiang family?" Jiang Li lay in the arms of her husband Kong Chao, her face full of tears. "Don't worry, Dad will be fine." Kong Chao patiently comforted him. The Jiang family was also a well-known and wealthy family in Donghai City. However, the Jiang family had always been supported by his father-in-law Jiang Jiangguo. If it weren't for Jiang Jiangguo, the Jiang family would have collapsed long ago. If Jiang Jiangguo fell, the Jiang family would have a really hard time. "Everyone make way. Tao Ran, the famous Chinese medicine expert in the city, is here." At this time, a man led Tao Ran in. Chapter 173, 5 million piece. After Tao Ran entered the ward, he immediately took Jiang Jiangguo's pulse and performed a series of examinations. Jiang Li had been standing by anxiously. When she saw Tao Ran finish the examination, she immediately asked, "How am I?" "He is barely breathing, and now Mr. Jiang only has one breath left." Tao Ran shook his head. Jiang Jiangguo was almost doomed to die. "You must save my dad, no matter how much money it costs." Jiang Li looked panic-stricken, knowing that once her father died, the Jiang family would probably experience an earthquake. Tao Ran sighed and said, "This is not about money. A doctor is like a parent. I also want to save Mr. Jiang, but now he only has one breath left. If he can't breathe again, I'm afraid he will really." Kong Chao also knew that the old man's condition was not optimistic, but he still asked, "Dr. Tao, is there any other way? Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, we are willing to give it a try." Tao Ran pondered for a moment and said, "Now we can only use ginseng to keep the old man alive, but it has to be a very old ginseng, at least 500 years old." Hearing this, Kong Chao's expression changed involuntarily. It is hard to find a 100-year-old ginseng, let alone a 500-year-old ginseng. Seeing hope, Jiang Li said quickly, "You should have 500-year-old ginseng. We will buy it no matter how much it costs." "I'm really sorry, I don't have any there, but I know a place that has a 1,000-year-old ginseng." "Where?" "Island number 4, you guys better hurry up. We don't know when the old man's anger will wear off." Yi Xiao rode Hurricane around the island. There are now more than 2,000 tourists on the island every day. There will be more on weekends, reaching more than 4,000 people. Apart from that, there are only some construction workers on the island, including Changshan and other construction teams who are building dormitory buildings, and several hundred people who are transplanting trees. At this time, Yi Xiao was already traveling through the forest. Now, 1,000 acres of forest had been planted. Even if riding a horse, it would take more than half an hour to cross it. The next moment he arrived at the sugar maple forest, where he saw many workers planting sugar maple trees more than 1 meter high. He believed that it would not be long before the planting of 900 acres of sugar maple and golden maple would be completed, and then the 3 major areas could be declared completed. Pang Xiao saw Yi Xiao coming back and hurriedly went up to him and said, "Little Yi, someone wants to buy ginseng from you, and he looks very anxious." When Yi Xiao walked into the room, he saw a middle-aged couple sitting on chairs anxiously. When Jiang Li saw Yi Xiao, she immediately came up and said in a commanding tone, "I want to buy the ginseng outside. Give it to me quickly. How much is it?" Seeing that he was bossing people around, Yi Xiao's face darkened and he said, "I won't sell that ginseng." "No, if you don't sell the ginseng, then why do you keep it? To give birth to a son?" Jiang Li didn't expect that she would be rejected, and she immediately started yelling, "I can sell it if I want to, and I cannot sell it if I don't want to. It is my freedom." Yi Xiao didn't want to pay any attention to this unreasonable woman, so he turned around and wanted to leave. But at this time Jiang Li rushed forward and stopped Yi Xiao. "No, don't even think about leaving if you don't sell it to me." "Okay, wife, stop messing around." Kong Chao walked up, held Jiang Li, and then said to Yi Xiao, "Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. My wife lost control of her emotions because my father was seriously ill. Now the old man needs ginseng to prolong his life. Please don't mind, Mr. Yi." After hearing the news, Yi Xiao's expression eased a lot. Originally, he could give them the ginseng for free, but seeing Jiang Li's attitude, he didn't want to do that. He said to her, "Didn't you say you wanted to buy it? Okay, 5 million. I'll give you one." "What? 5 million for one piece?" Upon hearing the price, Jiang Li was immediately shocked. "I could have given it to you for free, but with your attitude, this is just a minor punishment." Yi Xiao had a determined look on his face. He looked at what the two were wearing, all top brand names, so they must be worth a lot of money. At this time, Kong Chao pulled Jiang Li back and said, "Okay, 5 million is 5 million. I'll transfer it to you right away." Although Jiang Li was very unhappy, she endured it when she thought that her father was critically ill. After receiving the money, Yi Xiao also cut off a piece of ginseng and handed it to them. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Li and the other person rushed back to the hospital without stopping. After Tao Ran took the ginseng slice, he immediately put it into Jiang Jiangwo's mouth. Amid everyone's nervous anticipation, Jiang Jiangwo slowly opened his eyes. "Dad, you finally woke up." Seeing this, Jiang Li and others immediately surrounded them with happy smiles on their faces. At this time, Zheng Qian was shouting to the tourists passing by the dock, "Come and take a look. It's only 15 yuan to go to island number 4. As soon as he finished speaking, the people on the other side also shouted, "Come on, come on. It's only $10 to go to island number 4. It's very cheap." Upon hearing this, Zheng Qian immediately walked over, pointed at the man, and said, "Lu Wen, you are addicted to snatching business, right? You will lose a lot of money if you make $10. I like to lose money. I am happy to do so. What's wrong with that?" Lu Wen had a joking look on his face. Now the two sides were engaged in a price war, with the goal of taking over the market for the route to island number 4. Prices were being pushed down again and again, and the business was already running at a loss. It all depended on who had more funds and could hold on longer. Soon Lu Wen's boat was full of people and then sailed away from the port. "Are you going to leave or not? We have been waiting for a long time." At this time, a few people on the boat began to urge Zheng Qian, "Let's go, let's go." Seeing that there were only a few people on the boat, Zheng Qian had no choice but to start the boat. On the sea, Zheng Qian and Lu Wen's boats were not far apart, and they could chat with each other. Lu Wen lay on the side of the boat, looked at Zheng Qian with a smile, and said, "Old Zheng, you said there are only a few people on your boat, and you don't even have enough money for gas. Why are you wasting time with me? Sell the boat as soon as possible and go home to retire. It's none of your business. You've already lowered the price to 10 yuan, and you're still losing money." Zheng Qian replied unhappily, "It doesn't matter. Everyone loses money, but I lose less." After saying that, Lu Wen ordered his men to speed up the boat and looked at Zheng Qian with a provocative look on his face. "Drive faster." Zheng Qian followed without hesitation. At this time, the speed of the two ships continued to increase, and they began to race across the sea. The engines made a huge roar, as if they would explode at any time. "I'll drive slower. Why are you going so fast?" The people on the two boats were shocked to see the speed was so fast and started shouting. Lu Wen saw everyone's panicked faces and quickly asked the driver to slow down. But at this moment, a horrified voice came out. "Brother, this is bad. We can't stop." What? Chapter 174 Ship Collision. Lu Wen personally went to the cab to operate, but found that he really couldn't slow down. For a moment, He was so anxious that sweat covered his forehead. At this time, Zheng Qian saw the boat next to him getting closer and closer and hurriedly shouted, "Lao Lu, drive the boat away." But the next moment he saw the ship coming straight towards him, leaving no room for escape. Boom! With a loud bang, the two ships collided with each other. Due to their high speed, they capsized directly into the sea. Everyone fell into the water at once and began to struggle for help. What? When Xia Dehai learned about the ship collision, he immediately sent people to rescue and called Yi Xiao at the same time. At this time, Yi Xiao led a group of people towards the solar yacht. He wanted to rush over to rescue. Pang Xiao followed closely behind and said, "The collision site is more than 10 kilometers away from us. It will take a long time to get there. I'll get there as fast as I can." After boarding the yacht, Yi Xiao asked everyone to sit down, then clicked on the yacht control panel, started the yacht, and selected the jet mode. At this time, Yi Xiao saw a faint halo surrounding the yacht, and then the yacht's engine started up, and the roar became louder and louder. The next moment, there was a bang, and the yacht rushed out at an extremely fast speed, stirring up a wave on the sea. It's still a ship. It's like a rocket. Looking at the scenery outside the window receding rapidly, Pang Xiao widened his eyes in shock. Yi Xiao didn't care what they thought. What he was thinking about now was the safety of the tourists who fell into the water. It didn't take long for the yacht to reach the area where the tourists fell into the water. Hurry up and save them. Yi Xiao quickly asked Pang Xiao and others to rescue the people in the water and bring them onto the yacht. Half an hour later, the yacht was packed with people and it was impossible to move. After seeing that everyone was rescued, Yi Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was probably the greatest luck that no accident happened. After a while, several ships came over quickly, and standing on the deck was Xia Dehai, who looked anxious. Then Yi Xiao transferred the tourists to the boats and returned to the Donghai City pier. After getting off the boat, Yi Xiao asked Xia Dehai with a gloomy face, "How could this happen? Have you found out the reason?" "We are investigating, and we will probably have results soon." Xia Dehai was sweating profusely. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. This was a huge blow to the shipping club. "Okay, I'll wait for your results." Yi Xiao walked into the office where the ship's meeting room was waiting at the dock and sat inside waiting. Then Xia Dehai went to Zheng Qian to find out the situation. When he learned that the accident was caused by the quarrel between the two, he was so angry that his body was shaking. He pointed at Zheng Qian and blamed him. You, I told you so many times, safety first, but you just didn't listen. Now look, something happened. I didn't want anything to happen either. It was Lu Wen who caused the accident. He was the one who hit us with his boat." Zheng Qian made a weak defense, knowing that he also had an unshirkable responsibility. Xia Dehai let out a long sigh. He had worked so hard to run the shipping club, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He didn't know what punishment he would receive. Soon Yi Xiao found out the cause of the accident. He didn't expect that they had already reached such an extent of bargaining with each other. He rubbed his head and thought about how to solve this problem. In the afternoon, Xia Dehai received a ticket from the relevant department, requiring him to suspend business for 2 months and fine 50,000 yuan. At the same time, Yi Xiao also received a rectification notice, asking him to improve the relevant safety facilities and rescue personnel. He then asked Pang Xiao to evacuate the tourists on the island and stop receiving tourists. At night, Yi Xiao called Xia Dehai, Lu Wen, and others over, thinking it was time to talk to them. Lu Wen also had a gloomy face when he came in. He also received a ticket. He and his men had to suspend business for 2 months, and they couldn't do anything during these 2 months. Snort. When Zheng Qian looked at Lu Wen, he couldn't help but snort coldly and look displeased. "Everyone, I'm sure you all know what's going on since I called you here this time. I won't say much. Just tell me how you want to solve this problem." Yi Xiao sat on the chair, wanting to see what they were thinking. At this time, Lu Wen spoke first and said, "There are only so many tourists every day. There are too many wolves and too little meat. What else can we do? Let's see who can grab the market. I can't shoot you anymore. Let's see who can last the longest." Zheng Qian also got angry and retorted directly, "That's enough. You're still arguing now. I think you haven't learned your lesson." At this time, Yi Xiao was also angry. He slammed the table and yelled, saying that if things continued like this, something would happen sooner or later. Xia Dehai stood up and said to everyone, "We are here to solve the problem, not to quarrel. Everyone, control your temper." Lu Wen said with a serious expression, "I still have a bunch of brothers who need to eat. What can you do?" At this time, everyone in the room turned their eyes to Yi Xiao, wanting to see if he had any solution. Yi Xiao had been thinking and knew it was his turn to make a decision. So he said, "Give me 3 days. I will come up with a solution. The most important thing now is that you are not allowed to fight like this anymore. Let your people work on my island for the next 2 months. I will pay them, and it will be considered a job. Lewin was quite satisfied with this reply. Now he could give an explanation to his brothers. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for them to survive these 2 months without any income. After the meeting, Yi Xiao also felt his mind was in a mess. There was such a big mess here. If it was not resolved, it would have a great impact on island number 4. Then Yi Xiao returned to island number 4 and tried to find a way to solve the current problem. I'm still a little uncomfortable with how quiet the island is all of a sudden. Tourists won't arrive until 2 months later. Are we just going to wait like this? Wang Mucheng looked at the island and found that there were no more tourists. She felt a little strange for a moment. Of course not. It's a good opportunity to take this opportunity to build some facilities on the island. Yi Xiao shrugged his shoulders, thinking that there must be a good thing behind a bad thing. While having dinner, everyone discussed the matters concerning the boat meeting again. There are too many wolves and too little meat now. The solution is very simple. Just let the more wolves go find meat elsewhere. Pang Xiao said this with a relaxed look on his face. That's impossible. The shipping routes in Donghai City are almost all monopolized by Wu Quan and 2 other shipping companies. You can't get any meat if you go to other places. Yi Xiao directly rejected this proposal. Wang Mucheng echoed. Now we can only steal business from other places. If we just spend money to keep going, it will be a bottomless pit. So the only way is to steal other people's business. Hearing this, Yi Xiao began to consider it seriously. Chapter 175 The Power Outage. Xiao Lu was looking at documents in the company at this time. He had received an investment of 1 million yuan from Yi Xiao before, so he established this Internet Development Technology Company, in which Yi Xiao held a 40% stake. Boss, you're looking for me? A man poked his head in. Your task now is to create a network points system for island number 4, which will be used by tourists to check their spending points. You must complete it within 3 days. Xiao Lu received a call from Yi Xiao this morning, asking him to develop a point system. 3 days? Isn't that too short? I've got a template. There's plenty of time. Hurry. I see. After discussion among everyone last night, the conclusion was that the only option was to use the extra ships to run other routes, but this would mean competing with other shipping companies for business. According to the current situation, Xia Dehai and his company's ships simply did not have the capital to compete. In order to help Xia Dehai and his team successfully grab the business, Yi Xiao deliberately imitated those stores and launched a point system. Anyone who spends money on the island or buys boat tickets can earn points, and will receive various gifts in return. Then Yi Xiao prepared to recruit some rescue team members. After all, island number 4 was so big that some necessary security guarantees had to be provided. At this moment, the lights in the room suddenly went out, and even the computer turned off. After he walked out, he saw that everyone had stopped what they were doing and asked Pang Xiao, what happened? The power went out. Pang Xiao directly threw out these 3 words. Hearing this, Yi Xiao was also stunned. He did not expect that there would be a power outage. So he hurried to the generator room and saw that there was no problem with the generator. Brother Yi, we can't do our work without the lights. At this time Changshan came over. He was working well just now, but suddenly the power went out. I'll take care of it right away. After responding, Yi Xiao returned to the room, entered the system, and asked Inha about the situation. Inha said casually, what's the big deal? It's just excessive power consumption. Your construction site has shifts during the day and night. This is just a small generator. How can it supply enough power? Is the generator okay? It's okay. The generator has power off protection. Just restart it. Electricity is so tight right now. Why don't we upgrade it to a medium-sized generator? How much does it cost to upgrade? It's not expensive, only 50 million. Upon hearing the price, Yi Xiao was also stunned and asked, the current one is only 100,000 yuan. Why is it so expensive to upgrade it? Then I might as well buy a few cheaper ones. Inha spread his hands and said, there's nothing we can do about it. The system will adjust the price based on your financial resources and actual situation, so the price of everything will change. Yi Xiao understood what she meant and said, so the richer I am, the higher the price will be, right? Isn't the system here to help me? The price should be as cheap as possible. You've got it straight. The system isn't here to help you. It's about mutual benefit, just like the relationship between a businessman and a customer. Inha smiled, looking very businesslike. Yi Xiao does not have the ability to buy a generator worth 50 million now, so he can only ask others to save electricity first. The first thing to do is to ensure the electricity supply for the construction team. Fortunately, the dormitory building will be completed within half a month. 3 days later, Yi Xiao received the information that Xiao Lu had discovered, saying that the points system had been completed, so he asked Xiao Lu's company to manage it, and then announced the news of accumulating points through consumption on the official website of Island Number 4, and also announced the news of recruiting rescue team members. After seeing this news, Many netizens started a heated discussion. You can earn points by spending on the island, and you will also have a chance to win a mysterious gift. I'm really curious about what that gift will be. Now, the gift from island number 4 must be something special. I want one too. It's nice to go to island number 4 when you have nothing to do. You can earn points for your purchases, which is pretty good. On this day, Yi Xiao once again gathered the important members of the shipping club together and said to them, I have thought of a way. There is only one way to resolve your conflict, and that is to merge together and form a shipping company. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wen spoke first. Even if they are merged, there will still be more wolves than meat, and it won't solve the fundamental problem. Yi Xiao picked up a bottle of water and took a sip, then continued, I know what you said, so I plan to allocate some ships to run other routes. Seeing Lu Wen wanted to speak again, Yi Xiao quickly extended his hand to let him sit down and said, I know you want to say that you can't compete with other companies, and no one is willing to go. I have also taken some measures. You should all know that when the time comes, you will get points for buying tickets from our company, and I will also invest 1 million to provide appropriate subsidies for ships running other routes. When everyone in the room heard this, they all started talking. Lao Lu, this is already pretty good, at least better than the current situation. I believe that island number 4 will be even better in the future, and our business will definitely not be bad. Someone came up to Lu Wen and whispered softly. Lu Wen also knew that this condition was already very good, so he asked Yi Xiao, You said you invested 1 million. It's impossible for you to help us for nothing. Yi Xiao nodded and said, I've learned that all of your ships, big and small, add up to more than 100, with a value of about 3 million. I will invest 1 million, and after the company is established, I want to own 25 of the shares. Okay, that's fine with me. Xiao Dehai was the first to express his opinion. Then let's do it. Lu Wen finally nodded in agreement. There was no better way now, so he could only take it one step at a time. Seeing that everything had been done, Yi Xiao let them handle the company's affairs and returned to island number 4. At this time in a swimming pool, a man in his 30s was sitting on a chair, looking at the situation around him. Captain, come and have some water. A lifeguard came over and handed over a bottle of water. Don't call me captain. I'm no longer captain. Yu Feng shook his head, a trace of nostalgia appearing on his face. Walden smiled and said, You were my captain when I was serving in the Marine Corps. Even though you've retired, you're still my captain. By the way, I heard that island number 4 is recruiting lifeguards. I think we can go and give it a try. After all, it's on the sea, which is much better than staying in this small swimming pool. It's good here. Life is pretty stable. Yu Feng smiled and refused. Don't you miss the sea? Walden said this seriously. The sea is the place we once protected. How could we not miss it? That's it. Don't say anything, just follow me. Chapter 176 Recruiting a Rescue Team. There are plaques at the Donghai City Pier that introduce the points rules of island number 4. Anyone who buys a ticket for a ship specified by island number 4 will have points counted. At this time, several ships also had signs indicating that they were designated as ships of island number 4. How much does it cost for you to go to Shaoji Island? A man came over and asked. It's 99 bucks for both sides. Drinks and snacks are provided on the boat, and you can enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way. Xiao Lin introduced with a smile on his face that he had just joined shipping company number 4, so he was not affected by the suspension of business, so he brought the boat here to try out the business. It's so expensive. The normal passenger voyage there is only 150 yuan, and it's a luxury cruise ship. The man just turned around and left. Xiao Lin has long been accustomed to this. Although most guests will choose the cheaper passenger transport, some people will choose their ship for the points on island number 4. Wu Quan had just come out of the conference room with a gloomy face. He was scolded by his father for spending so much money before, so he was in a bad mood. At this time, the secretary came up and said, Young director, Xiao Dehai teamed up with a group of people to set up a shipping company called Island Number 4. Yi Xiao also has shares in it. Now a few small broken ships want to compete with us for business, and even came up with a points system. They are not qualified to steal our business. Let's notify them and give them a good target. Let them know what will happen if they steal our business. Understood. I'll do it right away. Yu Feng and Hua Deng also arrived at island number 4 at this time, preparing to participate in the lifeguard selection. However, when they arrived, they found that more than 100 people had already gathered here, all of whom came to participate in the selection. Hua Deng touched Yu Feng with his arm and said with a smile, I told you to come earlier. See, so many people came to participate. Yu Feng glanced at the people around him and thought that the competition would probably be very fierce. At this time, Pang Xiao came over and handed out forms to everyone while saying, Fill in your personal information first, and then we will conduct the assessment later. Then everyone took the form and started filling it out. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Xiao received the information forms of these people. He checked them slowly and found that the participants were mainly divided into 3 categories: retired Navy personnel, swimming team members, and some swimming coaches, and finally some people who thought they were good at swimming. After learning more about it, he brought the 100+ people to the shore and said to them, "The selection criteria for this rescue team is very simple. It's a test of physical strength. After all, physical strength is what you rely on when you rescue people. So this time you have to swim 5 kilometers. The fastest 40 people will get a position on the number 4 island rescue team. 5 kilometers, it would take more than an hour to swim. How can we possibly swim all the way there? And we have to compete with each other. We simply don't have the energy to swim for that long." One person immediately protested after hearing this rule. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. If anyone doesn't want to participate, they can leave immediately. Yi Xiao looked worried. These rescue teams were related to the safety of tourists. In the future, the sea would be the main place for tourism. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. "Okay, warm up for 10 minutes, then get ready to start." After saying that, Yi Xiao sat on the yacht nearby. He would follow behind and rescue those who were exhausted. Then everyone started moving their arms and legs. While stretching his body, Yufeng said to Hua Deng, "5 kilometers, do you have any questions?" "It's nothing, just wait and see." Walden looked confident. 10 minutes later, accompanied by a whistle, more than 100 people jumped into the sea. Because there were only 40 places, many people sprinted at full speed from the beginning and quickly opened up a distance for many people. At this time, Yufeng and Hua Deng were just maintaining a normal speed. Even though they were veterans, it was impossible for them to complete the 5 kilometers at full speed. They had to allocate their physical strength reasonably. "Hey, Xiaoyi, those people are swimming very fast, very good." When Peng Xiao saw those who were rushing in the front, a hint of admiration appeared on his face. "I hope they can stick with it. After all, the one who reaches the finish line the fastest is chosen, not the one who swims the fastest." Yi Xiao carefully observed the people in the sea, considering their physical strength, but also their brain. Blindly rushing forward was not a good choice. After more than 10 minutes, those who were in the front gradually slowed down because they had consumed too much physical energy, while the people in the second group slowly caught up. "I can't do it anymore. Pull me up quickly. I have no strength left." Before long, many people were exhausted and could no longer hold on. Then Yi Xiao ordered the boat following behind to pick up these people. As time went by, the second echelon of people slowly came to the front, led by Yufeng and Hua Deng. Yi Xiao saw that more than 30 people had been eliminated in just over 20 minutes, and it became more and more difficult as time went on. Call. After swimming for nearly an hour, Yufeng felt a little out of breath, and his hands and feet were a little sore, but now he was only 100 meters away from the finish line. Then he said to Yu Deng beside him, "We are about to sprint. Do you still have the energy?" "Of course. We can't bring shame to our veterans, right?" "Then go for it." As soon as the words fell, the two rushed out with all their strength, instantly distanced themselves from the others, and swam towards the finish line. A few minutes later, the two also swam across the finish line. Yu Lu, Hua Deng, a retired Marine. Yi Xiao looked at the two people's information, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then people arrived at the finish line one after another, and the 40 places were soon filled. After the assessment, Yi Xiao gathered the 40 people together and said, "I now appoint Yu Lu, who ranked first, as the captain of the rescue team and will be responsible for leading you. I don't care what you do before, but if you want to work on island number 4, you must obey management. You should arrange the work at hand first and report in a week." As soon as he finished speaking, a man stood up and said to Yi Xiao with a look of dissatisfaction, "Why should he be the captain? I, Xiao Yun, am the first one to be dissatisfied." Seeing someone come out to provoke, Yi Xiao also laughed and said to Yu Lu, "If he doesn't obey you, you can do it yourself." Yufeng said it. He stood up and said to Xiao Yun, "What are you dissatisfied with? I've won the provincial swimming championship. If I hadn't performed poorly, I would have been the first." Xiao Yun had a look of pride on his face. "Let me tell you, if you can knock me down, I'll let you be the captain." Yufeng had a blank expression on his face, as if nothing had happened. "Okay, that's what you said." "That's what I said, come on." Chapter 177. Build 2 more buildings. When Huadin saw that someone actually wanted to challenge Yufeng, he couldn't help but laugh. Yufeng had been in Shaolin Temple for 10 years, and his kung fu was extraordinary. When Xiao Yin saw Yufeng standing quietly there, he immediately rushed over with all his strength and gave him a fierce push. However, when he hit it, it felt like he hit a stone. He staggered and fell to the ground, while Yufeng didn't even shake. Seeing this, Xiao Yun also patted his butt and stood up from the ground, asking, "Why don't you even move?" "My move is called the 1,000 gene drop. If you want to push me, you'll have to eat dry food for a few more years." "Okay, I recognize you as the captain." Then everyone dispersed, but Yufeng was left behind. Yi Xiao made a cup of tea and handed it over, saying, "Captain Yu, you are a veteran, so I hope you can keep the members of the rescue team in the best condition. I also hope you can give me a training plan in a week." "No problem. I will keep the players in the best condition." Yufeng nodded. He would train them according to the most rigorous training content, instead of letting them waste their time here. "I believe in you. The island will provide you with accommodation. You don't have to do anything. Just come directly." "Thank you, boss." Then Yi Xiao sent Yufeng away, and then came to the construction site of the dormitory building. Seeing Chang Shan leading people to do the finishing work, he asked, "Brother Chang, how is the dormitory building now?" "The 4-story dormitory building has been completed and is now handed over to the decoration department, who will be responsible for simple decoration and water and electricity installation." Chang Shan breathed a sigh of relief. The construction schedule for this building was tight, so they had to work overtime every day. "It will take about half a month to renovate. I'll have someone call your manager and have them finish the work within a week." Hearing this, Chang Shan was also worried about the decoration department. It would definitely be very tiring to complete the decoration within a week. Yi Xiao handed over a cigarette and asked, "Brother Chang, what are you going to do next?" "I'm tired after working for so long. I plan to take a break and go out for a walk." Chang Shan smiled. He had worked overtime and earned a lot of money during this period, so naturally he needed to relax. "Brother Chang, I'm afraid you'll have to decline your leave." "What do you mean?" "I plan to build 2 more buildings." Hearing this, Chang Shan showed a bitter smile on his face. Soon Yi Xiao went to the Centennial Construction Company to find Han Lu. When he just arrived at the door, he saw Han Lu already waiting there. "Brother Yi, welcome. Your presence brings honor to our company." Han Lang walked up to Yi Xiao and held his hand tightly, then led him to the office. Yi Xiao was now a big client of the company, and his superiors had instructed that he had to greet him in person. After arriving at the office, Yi Xiao explained the purpose of his visit, which was mainly to build a hotel for special accommodation and a food city, and he also brought the blueprints with him. Han Lu took the blueprint and read it carefully, then said, "The hotel is an ordinary garden-style hotel, which is fine. However, the exterior walls of the food court must be made of glass, which requires the use of a special load-bearing structure, which is quite expensive. The hotel is 5 stories high, and the area of the food court is not small. The estimated cost is more than 20 million, and the construction period will take at least a year. Please make a plan first. I want these 2 buildings to be completed in the shortest possible time." Yi Xiao already owes tens of millions now, and he feels that another 20 million will not be a big problem. Although he only has 6 million in liquid funds, with the addition of various shares, he will still have tens of millions. "No problem. I have already given you the answer as soon as possible. Brother Yi, come, have some tea, the best Longjing tea." Han Lu took out the Longjing tea that he had collected for many years. Yi Xiao was now the company's largest customer, and he felt that repairing the house was as easy as repairing a thatched house. After staying here for a while, Yi Xiao left for the dock. "Hello, you must be Mr. Yi Xiao. My name is Guang Pingan, and I'm the director of the Donghai City Catering Association." However, as soon as he arrived at the dock, he was stopped by a well-mannered man in his 40s. "Director Guang, hello, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Then Guang Pingan pulled him aside and said, "It's like this. Our association has joined hands with some businesses to hold a food festival. There will be many foreign tourists coming. It will not only allow people to taste the food, but also declare our country's food culture. So I sincerely invite Mr. Yi Xiao to participate." Yi Xiao also felt that the food festival was very meaningful, so he asked, "What are the requirements for participating in the food festival?" "There may be requirements for other people, but for Mr. Yi, there are no requirements. Mr. Yi can cook any food he wants." Guampingin had a smile on his face. If Yi Xiao could participate in this food festival, it would attract a lot of people. "Okay, I can participate, but making these things will cost a lot of money." Yi Xiao was not interested in participating, but funds were tight now, and the cost would definitely not be a small amount. Hearing this, Guang Pingan also laughed and said, "Don't worry, everything you make this time will be bought by our association. The higher-ups have already said that no matter how much you make, we will buy it all." "Okay, since Director Guang is so straightforward, I will definitely not let you down." Yi Xiao didn't expect that this would turn out to be a good deal, and he was very happy. "This is my business card. Tell me if you need anything." Guampingin handed the business card to Yi Xiao and left. After returning, Yi Xiao sat in front of the computer and learned about the activities of the food festival on the internet. At this moment, the room suddenly fell into darkness again, and the computer shut down with a click. Oh, the power goes out again. Yi Xiao let out a helpless cry in the house. This was already the sixth power outage. Although he had reduced unnecessary electricity consumption, the decoration team's electricity consumption was really too high. Then he entered the system again, wanting to ask Galaxy if there were any other solutions. Of course there is a way. Solar panels can solve the basic electricity needs of a building. They are not expensive, only 500,000 yuan each. You won't be cheated if you buy one, and you won't suffer a loss if you buy one. Galaxy shouldn't be promoted by her nature, so she promoted it as usual. Okay, now I realize that I don't have the power to refuse. Yi Xiao spread his hands, looking like he was ready to be bullied. Although a solar panel was not cheap at $500,000, it could greatly alleviate the current power shortage. Chapter 178 Iberian Black Pig. After buying the solar power generation panel, Yi Xiao started thinking about what to do for the food festival next month. He didn't want to do anything too complicated, so he would just make something simple. What could be the simplest thing? Steamed buns and soy milk. Yi Xiao soon thought of what to make. Steamed buns and soy milk are the simplest, and you can also make all kinds of buns, vegetable buns, meat buns, etc. The key is that all the necessary ingredients are available, which is very convenient. However, the only thing missing is the meat for making meat buns. The other ingredients are all top quality ones, and naturally, not just any meat will do. Inha knew what Yi Xiao was thinking, so he asked directly, "Do you want an ordinary pig or the best pig?" Of course the best. Originally, Yi Xiao just wanted to get a slightly cheaper price. The most expensive pig must be very expensive. However, looking at Inha's provocative eyes, he naturally couldn't show weakness. Okay, then let's get the most expensive pig, the Iberian Black Pig, which costs 1.8 million each. Galaxy said this without hesitation. How come it's so fast? It's just a pig? Is it made of gold? When Yi Xiao heard that a pig cost 1.8 million, he found it a little unbelievable. But at this time, Inha laughed jokingly and said, "Then let me tell you why the Iberian Black Pig is so expensive. Iberia is a beautiful and unique place with vast pastures and green oak trees. The environment is pure and the grass is abundant. For thousands of years, wild black pigs have grown up happily in such forest pastures. Their main food is forest fruits and grass. In autumn and winter when the oaks bear fruit, the black pigs eat a lot of oak nuts, so the meat has the aroma of oak nuts. At the same time, because they have been raised in the acorn forests in western Spain since they were young and feed on acorns, their pork has an acorn flavor, and their fat composition is monounsaturated fatty acids, good for heart health, similar to olive oil. So Iberian black hoof pigs are also called walking olive trees and are known as the most delicious pork in the world. Iberian black pigs, with black hooves or all black, are the only free-range pigs in ancient European ecosystems, which means they are actually close to wild boars. Iberian black pigs have a very unique genetic characteristic. Their fat can be stored in muscle fibers, and it is this characteristic that makes black pork have a marbled pattern like top-grade beef, thus achieving its unparalleled tenderness. Black pigs can only be slaughtered when they are 18 to 24 months old, compared to 6 to 9 months for ordinary pigs, and they are raised in the forest for at least 4 months, so the meat is excellent. Iberian ham made from black pig legs needs to go through another 24 to 48 months, becoming the most expensive and most respected delicacy in the world. You should know that Iberian black pigs are top-notch ingredients on par with caviar, foie gras, and truffles. Listening to Inha's long chatter, Yi Xiao had only one thing in his mind. That is, it's worth it. For example, it's worth 1.8 million, or even 18 million. Seeing him stunned, Inha felt very proud and thought that he still couldn't cure him. Yi Xiao thought that it was the people from the catering association who were paying for it, so he bought an 18-month-old Iberian black pig without hesitation, then exchanged it and placed it on the island. Hey, why is there a pig? When Wang Muching saw the pig, she also walked around it curiously and said, "Why does this pig smell like acorns? Did you spray it with perfume?" It's her own fragrance. There's no need to spray perfume. It has its own fragrance. I almost thought it was a celestial pig descending to Earth. Yi Xiao then installed the solar panels he had bought on the dormitory building, and then logged into the official website of Island Number 4 and announced that he would participate in the food festival, where mysterious gifts would be given away. On this day, Guangpingyan was implementing related activities for the food festival in his office. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there were several knocks on the door. "Boss Yuan, why are you here?" Guangpingyan saw that it was Yuan Feng from Shiyin Tian Yuan, which was also a restaurant participating in this food festival. "Director Guang, I brought you some local specialties and some fine red wine. Please accept them. Yuan Feng put a bottle of wine on the table. Seeing this, Guang Pingyan quickly waved his hand and refused. That won't work. It will make me make a mistake. If you encounter any problems, I will do my best to help you solve them. Seeing his serious face, Yuan Feng also took the wine and said, Director Guang, it's like this. I heard that Island Number 4 will also participate in this food festival. I was wondering if we can arrange the location of our hotel near them, so that we can learn from their experience. I wonder what Director Guang thinks. Hearing this question, Guang Pingyan also fell into deep thought. Every year during the food festival, each participating restaurant or specialty restaurant will launch a series of delicious recipes for everyone to buy. With the current influence of Island Number 4, their location will definitely be crowded by then. For other businesses, the closer to Island Number 4, the better. Thinking of this, he said, it's like this. We have already decided on the location of Island Number 4. It will be announced when the time comes. There is nothing I can do about it. Hearing this, Yuan Feng also sighed, then got up and left. However, not long after he left, people came to Guangpingyan one after another to talk about this matter, and Guangpingyan had to close the door and refuse visitors before he was able to get away. As time went by, a week later, the 4-story dormitory building was finally completed, with a total of 300 rooms. Yi Xiao walked slowly around the dormitory building. Although the whole building had only been simply renovated with a layer of white paint and no floor installed, the bedding, lamps, computers, and toiletries were all available. Before the formal hotel was built, this place was not only a staff dormitory building, but would also serve as a temporary hotel for tourists. At this time, Sun Jiangwo and others were walking around in the room on the first floor, looking around with bright smiles on their faces. They had lived in wooden houses before, but now they finally had their own separate rooms. My dear, come quickly. There is a TV in our room now. Xiaoya knew that we don't know how to use a computer, so he installed a TV for us. It's really thoughtful of him. Sun Jiangwo quickly invited Wu Fin to come into the room. Xiaoya is so kind to us, providing us with food and lodging, so don't be lazy when you're working. How could I be lazy? Now, except for the time when I am busy with growing vegetables, the rest of the time is pretty easy and I am not idle. You were busy playing chess with Mr. Tang, right? He asked me to go, and it didn't interfere with my work. Chapter 179 No Ingredients. After Yi Xiao came out of the dormitory building, he saw Yu Feng and others were already waiting outside. Boss, everyone is here. 40 people, not one less. Yu Feng stepped forward to report. Don't call me boss. It makes me uncomfortable. Just call me Xiaoya. Take your people to the second floor and find a room for yourself. I'll have someone bring the contract over later. Yi Xiao was still very uncomfortable with the title of boss. Clear. Then Yu Feng led everyone upstairs. After settling down, everyone looked at the contract carefully in the conference room. Xiao Yan looked at the contract and said, Our monthly salary is 7,000, and we have to sign for 3 years. Captain, how much is your salary? More than you, 10,000. By the way, I have already made a schedule. Although we are working here, we must stay in the best condition. We will be relatively idle in the next 2 months. We will mainly do some physical training and simulated search and rescue. Yu Feng stood up and distributed the schedule to everyone one by one. Oh, getting up at 6 to run is too early. Yes, we are at work, not in the army. Do we need to be so strict? Captain, you came from the army, but we are working now. We need humane management. Well, forget it for such a high salary. When everyone saw this densely packed schedule, they couldn't help but sigh. During this period, Du Jiang has been busy opening stores in other provinces and cities, and has already determined the addresses of more than a dozen stores. Zhang Luan walked in from outside and placed this month's business table in front of Du Jiang. Seeing that the turnover this month had dropped by half, Du Jiang was also surprised and asked quickly, What's going on? Why did the turnover drop so much? Our sales were previously supported by Daosheng vegetables. Now we don't have much stock left, and we have to distribute them to more than 20 branches, so the quantity for each branch is really small. Zhang Luan explained the reasons in detail. I'll go check out the restaurant tomorrow. Du Jiang waved his hand and asked him to leave, his face looking so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. The next day at Red Pine Restaurant, a man was ordering food from the waiter. I want 1 golden rice fried rice and 1 fruit salad. That's it. The waiter said with a smile. Sorry, the ingredients for this dish are sold out now, so you have to wait for a while. Upon hearing this, the customer slammed the table and said in displeasure, It's sold out. I've been waiting for half a month, and it's always sold out. Don't you have a cooperation with Island Number 4? How come there is no stock? At this time, the waiter didn't know how to answer. Du Jiang came over, asked the waiter to leave, and then said to the man, Lao Zhao, It's just a plate of golden rice fried rice. Why are you so upset? Lao Du, I am taking care of you because we are good friends. The golden rice fried rice is always available at the restaurant across the street. But why is it that it has been out of stock for more than half a month here? There are also many dishes that you cannot provide. After all, you have a cooperation with Island Number 4. So how can you be out of stock? It's just a minor accident. It will be back to normal in no time. Please be patient, Lao Zhao. After some effort, Du Jiang finally calmed him down, then went to the kitchen and asked the chef in charge, how many Daoxiang vegetables are left? There are only a few dozen kilograms left. Now all the branches are asking us for more. This amount is not enough. The chef also looked embarrassed. Didn't I ask you to go to Island Number 4 and urge them to deliver this month's food? Du Jiang's face also looked very unhappy. He didn't expect that without the support of Daoxiang vegetables, the store's business would decline so quickly. The chef took out a cucumber and said to him, "It's been delivered. Just one cucumber. Mr. Du, are we really breaking up with Island Number 4? Nothing, just some minor conflicts. It will be fine soon." Du Jiang turned and walked out, but his phone rang immediately. It was the shareholders who were asking about the restaurant's declining performance. He could only make up an excuse to get by. If he let them know that the restaurant no longer had Daoxiang vegetables, they would definitely withdraw their investment, and he would have to bear all the losses alone. Thinking of this, he knew that he might have to go to Island Number 4 again. Now was the time to expand his business territory, and he must not make any more mistakes. On this day, Yi Xiao was sitting on the shore basking in the sun, watching Yu Feng and the rescue team running around the island. Now the general layout of the island has taken shape. His next plan is to build beaches and a coral reef around the island, but all of this requires huge funds. Now he is still a lot of debt, so he has to take a long-term view. Du Jiang is here. He said he wants to see you. He must be discussing the supply. Don't be soft-hearted. Wang Mucheng walked to Yi Zhao's side with a frown on her face. She used to think Du Jiang was a good person, but now he looked like a mean person who would forget his principles for the sake of personal gain. Don't worry, I know. Yi Xiao smiled, stood up, and walked over. At this time, Du Jiang was pacing back and forth in the living room, looking uneasy. When he saw Yi Xiao, he rushed over and shouted loudly, "Brother Yi, help!" Hearing this, Yi Xiao was also startled. He looked around and found that nothing was wrong, so he asked, "Boss Du, you are fine here. What's there to save me?" "Brother Yi, I am sorry for this matter. Now our group is exploring foreign markets and has invested tens of millions of yuan at once. Now that we don't have the support of Daoxiang vegetables, it will have a great impact on our group. I hope, brother, you will put aside the past grudges and help me get through this." Du Jiang's words were extremely poignant, almost to the point of tears. "Boss Du, how can I help you? There are so many things going on the island right now. I don't have time to take care of anything else." Yi Xiao also had an expression of helplessness. "Brother Yi, I know it's my fault. Please forgive me for my mistakes. Please help me. I can help you increase your shares. What do you think?" Du Jiang's face is full of regret now. If he had known this would happen, he should not have been so arrogant. If this matter was not handled properly, the group he had established might fall apart in an instant. Yi Xiao shook his head and said, "This is no longer a matter of shares. We no longer have trust in each other and are destined to be unable to go on." Upon hearing this, Du Jiang suddenly collapsed in his chair, his eyes dull, as if he had lost his soul. He knew that it was impossible to ask Yi Xiao for help. Just when he was in despair, Yi Xiao's voice rang out again. "If you can agree to a few conditions, we can still cooperate." "What conditions?" Upon hearing this, Du Jiang's eyes lit up again. Chapter 180 Killing Pigs. "My conditions are very simple. I will cancel the exclusive supply contract and settle the vegetables I supplied to your restaurant at the market price. I will consider selling you some island vegetables in the future." Yi Xiao also directly stated his conditions. Hearing this, Du Jiang also fell into deep thought. During this period, a lot of island vegetables were supplied to the restaurant. If calculated according to the market price, it would cost 6 or 7 million. Soon he considered the pros and cons and said, "Okay, I agree to your request and will do it right away." Yi Xiao has decided to maintain a simple buyer-seller relationship with Du Jiang and no longer intends to hold shares in their group. Du Jiang also knew what Yi Xiao was thinking, and this was the only way he could do now. Fortunately, he did not completely break up with Island Number 4, which was a blessing. Then he said goodbye and left. After Wang Mucheng knew Yi Xiao's solution, she smiled and said, "You are quite merciful. You left him a glimmer of hope. If you were more ruthless, he would have gone bankrupt. Leave some space for each other so that we can meet again in the future." Yi Xiao smiled. In fact, doing so would benefit both parties. A few days later, he came to Centennial Construction Company again and said that the construction plan had been released. Han Lu placed a plan in front of Yi Xiao and said, "After our careful calculations and planning, the construction of the hotel and food city will take at least 6 months. We will divide the team into 2 shifts to work day and night, but the cost will also increase by 1 million. Can it be faster? Now Yi Xiao can't wait to repair these 2 buildings. This should be the fastest speed. Any faster will affect the quality of construction." Han Lu shook his head. This plan was the result of their repeated confirmation. Seeing this, Yi Xiao also signed the contract. The total cost was 11 million, and he paid a deposit of 5 million first. As the food festival approaches, Yi Xiao is busy preparing soy milk and buns. Yufeng was running with the members of the rescue team at this time. Seeing Yi Xiao waving at him to come over, he hurried over and asked, "Xiao Yi, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Bring a few people to help me." Yi Xiao was going to slaughter a pig, so he needed some help. "Okay." Then Yufeng called a few people to follow him. When they saw Yi Xiao leading them to a pig, they immediately felt something was wrong. At this moment, Yufeng vaguely thought of what they were called here for, but he asked, "Xiao Yi, what exactly is it that you called us here for?" Yi Xiao pointed at the black pig and said, "Of course we're going to kill the pig. Just hold it down." "Ouch, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom." When Xiao Yin heard that they were asked to kill the pig, he immediately wanted to pee. But just as he turned around and was about to leave, Yufeng pulled him back. "Can't a few of us grown men do anything to this pig? Go ahead." Yufeng rushed forward first. Seeing this, Xiao Yun and others followed closely and slowly surrounded the pig. At this time Yufeng rushed out in one step, then knocked the pig to the ground with a sweeping kick, and then jumped hard and held the pig tightly. When others saw this scene, their eyes widened. Xiao Yun rubbed his head. He didn't expect that the first mission would be to catch a pig. He was afraid that this pig would never understand until it died that it would be knocked down by someone's kung fu. "Why are you still standing there? Come here." Yufeng looked at them still standing there in a daze and shouted immediately. Then several people pounced on the pig and tied it up with ropes. Yi Xiao poked Pang Xiao, who was watching the fun, with his arm and said, "The next task of slaughtering the pig will be handed over to you." Upon hearing this, Pang Xiao immediately shook his head like a rattle. "I won't do it. I have never killed a living being in my life. It's too cruel. You don't kill any animals, but you eat the most meat." Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at him, knowing that he had to find someone else to do this kind of thing, so he began to glance at everyone, wanting to see who could do the job. However, everyone either lowered their heads or turned their faces in other directions and did not even look at Yi Xiao. Seeing this, Yi Xiao called Wang Zhengwo over and asked him if he could kill a pig. "Killing pigs is not a problem for me. In our village, I often help others kill pigs." After saying that, Sun Zhengwo rolled up his sleeves, picked up the knife, and skillfully inserted the knife into the pig's throat. Then he started to deal with it again, like an old master butchering pigs. An hour later, the table was filled with pig heads, pork belly, ribs, and other parts. "What are we going to eat tonight?" "I think pork ribs stewed with vermicelli is pretty good." Wang Mucheng looked at the pork on the table, which had marble-like stripes and a fruity aroma wafting out. She wanted to rush over and take a bite. "Okay, then let's stew the pork ribs with vermicelli and make a dish of stir-fried pork intestines." Yi Xiao smiled, then stewed all the ribs, used all the pig intestines to make stir-fried pig intestines, and put away the 50 kilograms of meat separately, preparing to make buns with it. Then he collected the other parts, as they were all treasures, especially the pork thighs, which could be made into top-quality ham, which was as valuable as gold. Wang Mucheng was calling Tang Qinglian at this time. "Grandpa Tang, we are going to have pork ribs stewed with vermicelli tonight, from the black pig. Do you want to come?" "Yes, of course." After Tang Qing received the call, he immediately packed up and prepared to pick up his granddaughter Huier to return to island number 4. "Grandpa, why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you going to have dinner?" Tang Ilian saw that her grandfather looked impatient and asked quickly. Tang Qinglian smiled and said, "Xiaoye and the others are having pork ribs stewed with vermicelli tonight. I have to take Huier back, so we won't have dinner here." "Then I'll go with you." Tang Yi also hurriedly followed. In the evening, Wu Fen was sitting at the door cracking melon seeds. Pork ribs and vermicelli were stewed in 2 large pots. A rich aroma of meat and fruit wafted out. At this time, many people gathered at the door, all craning their necks to look into the house. "Aren't you guys working? Stop standing around here." Wu Fen quickly stood up and tried to chase them away, but they were not moved at all. Pang Xiao came over and said with a smile, "Aunt Wu, I'm going in to get something and we'll be right back. Tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you." Aunt Wu had a stern expression on her face. She had to ensure the safety of the pork ribs and vermicelli. Hearing this, Pang Xiao was at a loss for words for a moment. "Grandma Wu, At this moment, Huier came running over with a school bag on her back. Her round little face was so adorable, and behind her was Tang Qinglian. Hey, Huier is here. Grandma will hold you and take you to eat delicious food. Wufan picked up Su Huier and led Tang Qinglian into the kitchen. Chapter 181 Meat Buns. As soon as Tang Qinglian entered the house, he smelled a strong fragrance and immediately felt his stomach growling. It smells so good. I want to eat it. At this time, Su Huier also stood on tiptoe to get into the pot. Wufan quickly scooped a bowl and handed it to her, and then Su Huier sat on a small stool beside her and began to eat with relish. Grandpa, it's delicious. It's delicious. Su Huier muttered these words while eating, and she couldn't stop her hands from moving. At this moment, everyone outside the door couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they saw this scene. In the evening, Wang Muqing and Tang Yi sat aside with a big bowl of pork ribs and vermicelli, eating it with big mouthfuls. They did not look like ladies at all. Now there were only two words in their minds. That is, it was so delicious. The tenderness of the vermicelli combined with the juiciness of the pork ribs made them unable to stop at all. After a while, the spare ribs and vermicelli in Wang Muqing's bowl were all eaten up. She leaned back in the chair while rubbing her bulging belly, with a look of enjoyment on her face. Tang Yi picked up the paper and wiped her mouth. Her face was red. The way she ate just now was so embarrassing. She still felt a little embarrassed now, but the pork ribs vermicelli were so delicious that she couldn't refuse it at all. Oh, no. I have to go exercise and lose weight. I've been eating too well since I came to the island. I've gained 5 kilograms. I have to lose weight. After saying that, Wang Muqing slowly walked outside. Yi Xiao looked at Pang Xiao gnawing on the ribs while stuffing pig intestines into his mouth, and couldn't help but laugh. Eat slowly. No one is against you. It's not that I want to do this. It's just so delicious that even I can't control myself. Pang Xiao's mouth was full, and even his words were unclear. At this time in the cafeteria, Yu Feng and others were sitting together preparing to eat. Xiao Yun said as he played with his chopsticks, "They say the food on the island is the most delicious on earth. I wonder if it's true or not. People say it's good, so it must be true, but the price is not something that ordinary people can afford." Walden echoed from the side. "Now that we are on the island, we will definitely have a chance to eat it." At this moment, everyone suddenly smelled a strong fragrance floating in, and they turned their heads to look, only to see Wu Fan walking over with a few people carrying several large basins. "This is what Xiaoya asked me to bring to you. He said you've worked hard in training, so this is a special reward for you." Wu Fan asked someone to bring over several large bowls of pork ribs, vermicelli, and stir-fried pork intestines. Seeing this, everyone stretched out their chopsticks and started grabbing the food without hesitation. "Whoever is my vermicelli, don't touch it. It's delicious. It's really delicious. Just for this, I'd be willing to work for nothing on the island. Don't let anyone snatch my fat intestines from me. If anyone does, I'll get angry with them." On the first day of September, Yi Xiao posted a message on the official website of Island Number 4. That is, the first 50 people with the most consumption points can enjoy a cup of soy milk and 2 buns tonight. At noon, Yi Xiao transported all the materials to the venue of the food festival, Xinglong Food City, and the soy milk and buns had to be made on the spot. When Yi Xiao arrived at the food city, he saw that the merchants inside had already made preparations early, and the doors were full of signs. Yueha Restaurant offers spicy crayfish for 99 yuan a portion. Maya Weiwei has launched 4 miao flavor dishes, priced at 200 yuan per plate. Xiaoxiang Pavilion Round Table Hot Pot, 50 yuan per person. At this time, many tourists were also walking around leisurely inside, buying something to eat from time to time, creating a lively scene. When Guang Ping'an knew Yi Xiao was coming, he immediately came down to greet him, and then led them to a booth in the center, introducing them. "Mr. Yi, everything has been prepared according to your requirements. There are 5 large steamers, 2 large pots, and a group of skilled steamed bun chefs. Okay, let's get started. It's almost time now." Yi Xiao asked someone to hand over all the ingredients to the group of bun-making chefs, and then they had to make a total of 300 buns, of which 200 would be given to Guangping'an. Then the chefs started to get busy. Some put the squeezed soy milk into the pot to cook, and some were making dumplings. At this time, more and more people gathered around, smelling the increasingly strong fragrance in the air, and feeling their stomachs that had just been full suddenly become hungry again. An hour later, the first batch of buns were steamed. Guangping'an immediately took people to pack the buns and soy milk into an insulated box and took them away. "Mr. Yi, wake up." Yi Xiao was sleeping soundly on the sofa when he was suddenly woken up. He found out that it was his turn to go on stage, and Guangping'an had already taken the 300 away. When Yi Xiao walked to the front of the stall, Many people immediately surrounded him and asked questions. "Hey young man, are you selling these buns? They smell delicious. What kind of bun is this? It looks pretty good. It smells so good. Can I have one to try?" Facing everyone's inquiries, Yi Xiao waved his hand to quiet everyone down and said, "Everyone, I'm really sorry. These buns are not for sale to the public." Alas! Upon hearing this, everyone around sighed in unison. Then Yi Xiao said, "These buns are for the top 50 members with the highest points. We have already sent text messages to the mobile phones of these 50 members. Now please show the text message to receive the soy milk and buns." I was able to receive it. What a surprise. Zhang Fong looked at the text message on his phone with excitement on his face. He had only been on the boat with the number 4 island logo a few times, but he didn't expect to become one of the 50 members. Then she walked up, took a cup of soy milk and 2 buns, and sat aside to eat. It's so delicious. After Zhang Fong tasted them, she found that one bun was stuffed with cabbage and the other was stuffed with meat, and paired with a cup of soy milk. It was simply perfect. She almost swallowed her tongue. The people around couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw those people eating with great relish, their eyes full of envy. At this time, in a huge conference room, Guang Pingyan was receiving a group of foreign guests. In front of them was a plate of soy milk and buns, which they were eating voraciously. Their hands, mouths, and clothes were all covered in grease. Good, very good. A group of foreigners gave thumbs up and praised the food while eating. Seeing this scene, Guang Pingyan showed a bright smile on his face. The identities of these people are not simple. They are all representatives of the foreign catering industry. They come to discuss relevant cooperation. Therefore, they must know the level of the domestic catering industry to facilitate the subsequent cooperation. Now it seems that the effect is very good. Chapter 182 Coral Reef. After Guang Pingyan sent the foreign guests back to the hotel, he was ready to go home. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw Yi Xiao standing behind him, patting his chest in fear. "Brother Yi, scaring others can kill them. There is no sound when you walk. I'm sorry to have frightened Director Guang. I wonder if they are eating well." Yi Xiao had a smile on his face, and it seemed as if flowers were about to bloom. "They are very satisfied with the buns and soy milk you made. Brother Yi, you must have something to ask me." Guang Pingyan is also in a good mood now. Yi Xiao nodded and said, "There is a little thing. It is to prepare the materials for steamed buns and soy milk. The people on the island are also very hardworking. They get up before dawn every day to work and rest until the evening." Before he could finish his words, Guang Pingyan laughed and said, "Brother Yi, don't worry, the fee will be paid to you immediately. How much is it approximately?" "It's not very expensive, 2,300,000. Yi Xiao said this with a smile on his face. Upon hearing the price, Guang Pingyan couldn't help but be stunned. Although he knew that things on island number 4 were more expensive, he didn't expect that a few hundred buns would cost more than 2 million. After being stunned for a while, he said, "Don't worry, if I say there is no upper limit, then there is no upper limit. I will call you soon." In the following few days, Yi Xiao received 2.3 million from Guang Zhiping and 7.6 million from Du Jiang. After getting the money, Yi Xiao immediately took action to spend it. He first entered the system and planned to take a look at the coral reef. Coral reefs are an independent ecosystem. The coral reefs provided by the system only provide a basic ecological environment. As for other animals, you need to find a way. I recommend you a smallest coral reef, which is 250 square meters in total. The annual growth rate is 10 centimeters, which is a total of 10 million. Inha didn't waste any time and made recommendations based on Yi Xiao's financial situation. Upon hearing that it was so expensive, Yi Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue. If he bought the coral reef, his money would basically be spent again. Moreover, he also had to build a beach, which would also require huge expenses. Thinking of this, he said to Inha with a smile on his face, "Beautiful Inha, can you pay in installments first? I'm sure you won't be short of money." Inha shook his head and refused. No credit. You should think carefully whether to buy or not." "Of course I will buy it, but this coral reef only grows 10 centimeters a year. Isn't it too slow?" Yi Xiao thought about it and decided that the crabs would mature in a month and he would have the funds by then, so he decided to buy the coral reef. Other coral reefs only grow 2 centimeters a year, but the corals in this system grow 10 centimeters a year, which is already very fast. If you want it to grow faster, you can upgrade it. Each upgrade costs 10 million and can expand the coral reef by 10 meters. Then let's talk about it when I have money. 10 million is only 10 meters long. Yi Xiao was also filled with emotion. Now the things in the system are getting more and more expensive, and all the money is spent every time he comes in. After buying the small coral reef, Yi Xiao prepared to buy a set of diving equipment and put the coral reef into the sea. At this moment, Yufeng came over and said, Xiao Yi, the training is almost done now, but we still lack some equipment, such as diving equipment, rescue boats, etc. I understand. I'll do it. Hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but scratch his head. He had just spent 10 million, and now he needed money again. He only had less than 1 million in his hands. He quickly made a list of things he needed to buy, including walkie-talkies, life jackets, diving equipment, etc. Then Yi Xiao took Pang Xiao to Donghai City for purchasing. The small items were left to Pang Xiao, and he mainly went to purchase rescue boats. Not long after, Yi Xiao arrived at the largest ship sales company in Donghai City and went straight to the manager to explain his purpose. I recommend 2 types of boats to Mr. Yi. One is a speedboat, which has a fast sailing speed and can arrive at the scene in time. The other is an air cushion boat, which has both speed and capacity and can carry 20 people at a time. Shuejian introduced Yi Xiao with a smile on his face. He knew Yi Xiao, who was very good at making money, but also good at spending money. Yi Xiao looked around the speedboat and hovercraft and thought they would be very suitable for rescue boats, so he asked, how is the price calculated? The speedboat is 100,000 and the hovercraft is 80,000. Han Jian opened his mouth and named the price. It's so expensive. The company next door is 20,000 less than yours. I bought a lot. Yi Xiao wanted to see if he could bargain down the price, and now he was back to the situation where he could save every penny. Hearing this, Han Jian pondered for a moment and then said, Mr. Yi, you are really joking. If it is 20,000 less, it will be a big loss. If you buy more, you can save another 5,000 yuan. This is already the best discount. Yi Xiao calculated that he needed 5 speedboats and 5 hovercrafts, which would cost more than 800,000 yuan in total, but he had to buy them. He then signed an order contract with Han Jian and agreed to deliver it to island number 4 in 2 days. Then Yi Xiao met Pang Xiao at the dock. When on the boat, Pang Xiao was also very excited and said, we will be able to dive in a few days. I must stay in the water for a whole day. Hearing this, Yi Xiao also smiled and said, those equipment are for the rescue team only, so don't even think about playing with them. Hearing this, the smile on Pang Xiao's face disappeared immediately, and he said with disappointment, I still want to have fun. It's unreasonable not to allow diving on the island, and it's also the best way to attract tourists. How about we open a diving club too? I want it too, but I don't have the money. Yi Xiao spread his hands. Now he was really back to the end of his rope. It's easy. We can let those shops that rent diving equipment run their shops on our island. We just need to collect the rent. Pang Xiao expressed his thoughts. Yi Xiao also felt that this proposal was very suitable, but the rent was still subject to negotiation. After having this idea, he immediately took action and posted on the official website the idea of seeking cooperation on diving projects. 2 days later, 5 yachts and 5 hovercraft arrived at the island, along with relevant equipment, diving suits, oxygen cylinders, walkie-talkies, etc. Yi Xiao handed these things to Yufeng and asked him to be responsible for their distribution and management. Captain, I heard the ship is coming, right? When can we set sail? When Xiao Yin saw a row of boats parked on the coast, his eyes were filled with eagerness. Train first and then drive the boat. No one can touch the boat without training. Hurry up and run another lap. Yufeng directed everyone to continue training. Chapter 183 Cooperative Bidding. On this day, Yi Xiao put on diving equipment and drove the yacht to the northeast waters of island number 4. Then he put on his diving suit, took his oxygen tank, and jumped into the water. Yi Xiao looked at the sea water very clearly. His eyes reflected dazzling light in the water, as if he was in a dream world. This was also his first time to come into close contact with the underwater world. But now the water seems very cold and quiet, and you can only occasionally encounter a school of fish. A moment later, Yi Xiao reached the bottom of the sea. It was estimated that the depth from the sea surface was only about 10 meters. Some small fish and shrimps could be seen on the beach on the seabed. Then his face moved, and a 250 square meter coral reef appeared on the seabed. Now there were only some basic mollusks, sponges, and other animals that were originally on the coral reefs. Fortunately, there were many colorful corals swaying with the water flow, which added a touch of charm to the coral reef. After making money around the coral reef, Yi Xiao slowly surfaced. Now he just needed to let the coral reef grow slowly, and he could upgrade it when he had enough funds. Boss, good news, good news. When Feng Hao was sorting goods in the office store, he saw his employee Zhang Jie rushing in excitedly. Seeing this, he couldn't help but ask, are you going to get married or have a baby? Zhang Jie showed him the official website of Number 4 Island on his phone and said, Number 4 Island wants to cooperate with the diving club. I think we can give it a try. The number of tourists on Number 4 Island is maintained at more than 2,000 per day. I believe there will be more in the future. This is an important step for our club to grow. Feng Hao firmly believed in this. It only took more than half a year for Island Number 4 to go from a barren land to a place where people are eager to travel. A huge amount of money has been invested in it, such as afforestation and grassland construction, and the construction of hotels and food cities. There is no doubt that its future development will be better. However, there must be many people cooperating with Island Number 4 now, so we have to make long-term plans. Feng Hao immediately reported the matter to the headquarters. A week later, Yi Xiao received representatives from more than a dozen companies who came to the island to discuss cooperation. Feng Hao was also among these dozen people, and at the moment he was looking at a series of information. At this time, a bald man next to him came over and greeted him. Boss Feng, your company sent you here, which means you are very concerned about this matter. Of course, the company asked me to get this cooperation project no matter what. Feng Hao smiled confidently. The man in front of him was their company's biggest competitor, and he could be seen everywhere. Then let's see who will win. Li Ping laughed loudly, full of confidence, as if this cooperation project belonged to him alone. At this time, Yi Xiao walked in and said to everyone, "Welcome everyone to come to the island in your busy schedule. I believe you all already know about this cooperation. This time I plan to select a partner through bidding. The base price is 1 million per year, and the increase cannot be less than 100,000. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. 1,300,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the people below started bidding. However, Feng Hao and Li Ping remained on the sidelines because it was only at the end that they would have their showdown. Half an hour later, the bidding price had reached 2.2 million. At this price, many people began to hesitate and were considering whether they could make money on the island. 2,300,000. At this time, Li Ping finally made a bid. 2,400,000. Feng Hao shouted the price immediately, and at the same time he leaned over to Li Ping and said, "You only added 100,000. That's too stingy. Take your time, it's still early." Li Ping smiled and continued to raise the price. The sound of Li Ping and Feng Hao bidding against each other could be heard in the room, and the price was called out to 3 million. At this time, Li Ping smiled and said to Feng Hao, "If the price is over 3 million, you won't make any money. You will only lose money and gain publicity. Don't get involved in this mess." Feng Hao also replied unyieldingly, "Since it is muddy water, you should not get involved, lest you drown in it." Seeing that he was not understanding, Li Ping lost his patience and raised the price directly. "For million. I'll pay 4 million a year. 5 million, plus 5% of our company's shares." Feng Hao stood up and shouted loudly. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. They didn't expect that he would offer such tempting conditions. Your company is really generous. They even dare to give away shares. This is not just a matter of a few million. Li Ping has nothing to say now. The other party has given away all the shares. He has no room for competition at all, and the company will not do that. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat proud. Opening a diving club on the island would not earn him 5 million a year, not to mention the shares. Now their company suffered a huge loss. Thinking about it now, he felt very happy. Seeing that he looked gloating, Feng Hao knew what he was thinking, but he thought to himself, "How could you understand our company's plan? Their company's fame is limited to Donghai City. The company has always wanted to spread the influence of the club across the country, so it wants to try to cooperate with Island Number 4. Yi Xiao didn't expect that he would have shares, and he was very satisfied with this cooperation, so he signed a contract with Feng Hao. After completing this cooperation, Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. This event not only provided him with funds, but also added a popular tourist project to the island. He was about to tell Wang Muching the good news, but when he entered the room, he saw her applying a facial mask, so he asked, "Muching, why are you applying a facial mask at noon? You don't have to be so diligent if you love beauty." "Oh, my skin has been very dry lately, lacking water. This will cause it to age quickly, so I have to apply it more often, but it doesn't seem to help." Wang Muching sighed and felt a little depressed. Is there any way to solve this problem? When he saw her brows furrowed deeply, Yi Xiao's heart couldn't help but tighten, and he felt very distressed. Wang Muching patted her face and said, "I've been drinking more milk recently. They say it helps, but it doesn't seem to have any effect after drinking so much." Hearing this, Yi Xiao took it to heart. Ordinary milk didn't work, and the milk in the system should be more effective. Thinking of this, he immediately entered the system and wanted to buy a glass of milk. But Inha just shook his head. "There is no milk to sell, only cows. Do you want it?" Dairy cow. Yi Xiao was also stunned when he heard this. He just wanted to buy a glass of milk. How did it become a cow? Chapter 184, Drinking Milk. Don't you claim to have everything? How come you don't even have a glass of milk? When Yi Xiao saw that she said no, he was also surprised. "No, What can you do to me? Inha looked very proud. In their words, it was her territory, and she had the final say. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes at her and asked, "What is the cow you are talking about? Tell me." "I'm providing you with Holstein cows, the cows with the highest milk production, with an annual production of 20,000 kilograms. The nutritional content is much higher than that of ordinary milk. It can beautify the skin, improve sleep quality, and soften blood vessels. It can be said to be suitable for people of all ages." Galaxy talked incessantly. Hearing this, Yi Xiao was also very excited, but he still asked, "Such a good cow must be expensive. I can't afford it if it's expensive." "I know, but this cow is free." "Free? What?" Hearing this, Yi Xiao's face was full of curiosity. There were no good things in free things, and he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Seeing his nervous look, Inha couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you so nervous? The reason why it is free is also conditional. That is, you can't draw again in September. You think about it." After knowing this reason, Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was a chance of winning good things in the lottery, there was also a chance of winning something worthless. Thinking of this, he agreed. It was a good deal to exchange the cow for a chance to draw a lottery. Yi Xiao then came to a secluded place, exchanged the cow, and saw that the black and white cow was in the milk-producing period. So he took a bucket and started milking. "Oh, my face." Wang Muching saw a small pimple growing on her smooth face and felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She kept looking in the mirror to see if it had disappeared. "Muching, come and drink some milk. I squeezed it especially for you." Yi Xiao walked in with a bowl of milk. Not in the mood to drink. Wang Muching shook her head. She had been drinking so much milk during this period, but it was useless. Now she felt nauseous at the sight of milk. Yi Xiao smiled, put the milk in front of her, and said, "This milk is not ordinary milk. It has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin and helping sleep. I believe you will like it. It is indeed very fragrant, with a strong milky aroma. You will never get tired of it, even if you keep smelling it." Wang Muching smelled a fragrance filling the room, and immediately picked up the milk and took a sip. She felt the taste was mild and delicate, and her body felt warm after drinking it, so she drank it in big gulps. "It really helps with sleep. I feel sleepy after drinking it." Wang Muching yawned, and then lay down on the bed to rest. When Wang Muching got up the next day, she felt particularly energetic. She picked up the mirror and saw that the pimples on her face had disappeared without a trace, and her skin was so smooth that it seemed to be dripping with water. "Oh yeah." Upon seeing this, Wang Muching immediately jumped up happily. She happened to be going to a party today. She originally didn't want to go because of Daodu, but now she doesn't have that worry anymore. Then she walked out happily with her bag. At noon, Wang Muching arrived at the restaurant where the party was held. As soon as they entered the room, Joanna and the others burst into exclamations. "Muching, your skin is so good. How do you maintain it? Tell me quickly. How else can you maintain your health? You'll know once you find a boyfriend. I guarantee you'll be well moisturized. Honestly, Muching, your skin is so good, as if it just came out of a milk bath." "Yes, tell us quickly, we also want to know." Hearing this, Wang Muching also smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just drank a glass of milk." Upon hearing this, the person next to him immediately widened his eyes and said, "Milk? I drink milk every day. Why is my skin not as good as yours?" Joanna next to him smiled and explained, "Lily, can the milk you drink compare with the milk on island number 4? "That's true. Why don't we go to the island to drink milk later?" Lily suddenly threw out this idea with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "Okay, I want to try that magical milk too. Let's go? We'll go after we finish eating. Mucheng, is that okay?" Wang Muching nodded in agreement. She didn't expect that they would be interested in milk. After dinner, the group set off for island number 4. Yi Xiao was sitting in a chair basking in the sun, thinking about building a beach. The island was more than 2 meters above the sea level, so it was completely possible to build an artificial beach. At this moment, he saw Wang Muching leading a group of people over and asked, "Didn't you go to the party? Why are you back again?" "They said they wanted to drink milk, so I brought them here." After that, Wang Muching led them towards the grassland. After a while, Jonah and others saw a black and white cow eating grass on the grass. "What should I do if I want to drink milk?" Lily turned her gaze towards Wang Muching. "What else can I do? Go squeeze it yourself." Wang Muching was also asked this question by her. The milk she drank before was squeezed by Yi Xiao. "Milking it yourself? Don't you have a milker?" Lily looked confused. She had never milked a cow in her life. Wang Muching spread his hands to indicate that he had not done so, and said with a smile, "Only if you do it yourself can you have enough food and clothing." Hearing this, Lily gritted her teeth and said, "Just squeeze in, and bring me a pair of gloves. I'll endure it for the sake of my beauty." Although she spoke very forcefully, She was still hesitant to take action after approaching the cow. Come on, we are counting on you. Joanna and others cheered on the side. Lily turned to look at Wang Muching and asked, Muching, will this cow kick people? That shouldn't be the case. Just be gentle. Wang Muching was not sure either. It was the first time she had seen this cow, and she had no idea about its temper. Then Lily reached out her hand and slowly began to squeeze the milk. But Lily was also worried at this time, with beads of sweat oozing out of her forehead, fearing that the cows would not be obedient. Joanna and the others couldn't help but make jokes. Lily, how does it feel? It must be very good. You can try it yourself and know what the cows feel is like. Lily, now you know how it feels to catch this thing. This is a cow, not a person. Half an hour later, Lily finally squeezed out a bucket of milk. Then everyone gathered around and picked up their cups to drink. Wow, it's really delicious, full of milky aroma. This milk is so pure. Give me some more. It's not that eating anything doesn't replenish what you have. Then you are eating the wrong thing. Drinking milk can only replenish your milk. Chapter 185, Professor of Architecture. Xiao Na looked at Lily's mouth full of milk and couldn't help but joked. Lily, look at your mouth full of white milk. People who know it is milk, but people who don't know it will think you are doing something else. Phew. As soon as these words were spoken, one person burst out laughing and sprayed the milk in his mouth. However, Lily and Wang Muching were the ones who suffered as they were sprayed all over their faces. I'm going to take a shower, Nana. This is all your fault. Lily yelled as she took out a tissue and wiped her face. Let me take you to my room to take a shower. Don't play with these bad guys anymore. After that, she led Lily to the bedroom to take a shower, while Wang Muching ran to Yi Xiao's room to take a shower. Not long after, Yi Xiao came to Wang Muching's bedroom, wanting to ask her for help, but when he heard some noise in the bathroom and thought she was taking a shower, he sat aside and waited. A moment later, he saw the woman wrapped in a bath towel, walking out while looking in the mirror and holding her chest with her hand. Yi Xiao thought she was Wang Muching, so he looked her up and down without hesitation. However, when he saw that the woman in front of him was not Wang Muching after she put down the mirror, his face changed immediately, and he lowered his head quickly. Who are you? Lily looked at the strange man who appeared in the room and immediately covered her chest and screamed. I'm Mu Cheng's boyfriend. I thought she was taking a shower, but I didn't expect it to be you. Seeing that she looked panic-stricken, Yi Xiao hurriedly explained. After knowing his identity, Lily breathed a sigh of relief and asked quickly, What did you see? Yi Xiao quickly shook his head and replied, I didn't see anything. You came out wrapped in a bath towel. What could I see? At this moment, Wang Muching came out, saw the situation in the room, and asked quickly, What happened? Why are you here? I wanted to talk to you about something, but I didn't expect she was in your room. Yi Xiao forced a warm smile and explained, What can I do for you? Wang Muching asked casually. Yi Xiao spoke truthfully. I mentioned to you before about building a beach. I need an architectural design expert. I thought you should know a lot of people. See if you can introduce one to me. As soon as these words came out, Wang Muching and Lily couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but ask, What are you laughing at? Wang Muching began to explain. Lily's father is a professor in the architecture department of the university. Hearing this, Yi Xiao also laughed and said to Lily, Lily, I wonder if you can introduce me to your father? No, you're frightening me to death. Lily simply shook her head and refused. How about I make you a nice meal to make up for it? I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Yi Xiao quickly put forward the conditions. Lily did not refuse this and said, That depends on what delicious food you make. Wang Muching smiled. No one would be dissatisfied with the things on the island. It was only a matter of time before Lily agreed. At night, Lily looked at the table full of food and began to eat voraciously. At this time, Yi Xiao came over and said, Lily, how is it? Is it delicious? It's delicious. I can talk to my dad about it, but I have to bring some more food back. Lily now not only wants to eat, but also wants to take it back. Okay, no problem. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement without hesitation. Lily ate 3 bowls of rice in a row, then touched her bulging belly and said to Wang Muching, Muching, now I finally know why you've gained weight. It turns out you eat too well. I envy you so much. Then why don't you stay with me? I'll let you eat such good food every day. Wang Muching smiled slightly. Although life on the island was very happy, for someone like her who would feel sad if she gained a little weight, the temptation of the island's food was simply irresistible to her. Forget about staying. I don't want my weight to soar. Lily shook her head and refused. At noon the next day, Yi Xiao sent them back to Donghai City. When Li Rengang returned home at noon, he smelled a fragrance as soon as he entered the house, and then saw a table full of dishes and his daughter sitting at the table. Dad, you're back, let's eat. Lily greeted him with a smile. Did you make all this? When did you learn to cook? Li Rengang knew his daughter very well. She was never willing to enter the kitchen and did not know how to cook. Lily pulled her father to the table and said as she added more rice to his plate, I brought this back from my friend. Come and try it. How does it taste? Very delicious. Although these dishes look ordinary, they taste very good. Where did you bring them from? After tasting a few pieces, Li Rengang couldn't stop. From my friends on the island. Is it island number 4? No wonder it tastes so good. How do you know? You just returned to China, so you don't know how good and expensive the things on island number 4 are now. Hearing this, Lily asked curiously, how expensive can it be? Li Rengang pointed at the dishes on the table and said, just these few dishes cost tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands of dollars? That's so expensive. Lily looked at the table and saw that it was just radishes and cabbages. She didn't expect it to be so expensive. Li Rengang nodded and said, it seems that you are very familiar with the people on the island. Lily came over and said, Dad, actually they came here for you and just want to ask for your help. Oh, what can I do for you? Hearing this, Li Rengang also became curious. They said they were going to build a beach, so they wanted you to help design it. Lily told everything she knew. Li Rengang didn't think it was a big deal. He was just helping out, and he wouldn't accept any reward without doing anything in return. When Yi Xiao knew that Li Rengang was willing to help, he was very happy. If it could be built within a month, there would be a diving club on the island and island number 4 would be completely new. Boom. At this time, there was a roar of engines coming from the sea. Yufeng and others were seen training on a yacht. Everything was in good shape, but the fuel cost tens of thousands of dollars a day. Xiaoyi, someone is here to see you. It seems like they want to discuss important business with you. At this time Pang Xiao rushed over with an excited look on his face. Big business. Yi Xiao also became curious. Now that island number 4 was developing better and better, people came to him from time to time to discuss cooperation. Pang Xiao came over and whispered, it seems to be about the route. I took a brief look and they are planning to invest tens of millions of dollars. Such a big deal. Hearing this, Yi Xiao also felt a little bit excited. Chapter 186 Designing the Beach. After Yi Xiao arrived in the living room, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s sitting on a chair drinking tea leisurely, so he walked up to him and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Yi Xiao. I heard you have something to talk to me about. Hello, I'm Li Jijun from Rongfa Real Estate. Li Jijun casually extended his hand and shook it, appearing very arrogant. I wonder why Mr. Li came to see me. Seeing his arrogant attitude, Yi Xiao put away his smile. Li Jijun also crossed his legs and said, our group is interested in investing in your island number 4, so let me talk to Mr. Yi first. Yi Xiao leaned back in his chair and asked casually, I wonder how your group wants to cooperate. It's simple. We want to invest 50 million and get 60 of the shares of island number 4. Li Jijun believed that 50 million was already an astronomical figure for Yi Xiao. Hearing this method of cooperation, Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Seeing him laughing so disdainfully, Li Jijun quickly asked, what are you laughing at? Yi Xiao did not answer, but asked, do you know how much money I spent on the island? 50 million to get a 60 stake. Mr. Li, are you still dreaming? You? Li Jijun was so angry that his body trembled, and he quickly asked back, then how much of the shares do you think this 50 million can account for? Yi Xiao also said bluntly, I don't own any shares at all. The shares of island number 4 are not for sale. Hearing this, Li Jijun also laughed and said, cooperation is a win-win situation. If you want to develop faster, you must accept investment. Sooner or later, you will be left behind by other tourist islands of the same type. Mr. Li doesn't need to worry about that. I heard that Mr. Li came here because of the flight route. Is that true? Yi Xiao didn't want to continue talking nonsense with him. If there was really nothing to say, he would just kick the person out. It's like this. Since the issue of shares on the island cannot be negotiated, I want to invest in the number 4 island shipping company. What do you think of Yi Xiao? Now Li Jijun's attitude has softened a lot, and he is no longer as arrogant as before. You have to find someone else for this. The name is island number 4 shipping, but I only have shares. I am not the boss. Yi Xiao spread his hands and explained with a smile. He felt that what he said was just floating in the sky and not solid at all. One moment he was investing in an island, the next moment he was investing in a shipping company. Li Jijun smiled and explained, I have already reached an agreement with Mr. Xiaodahai. Now I just need to get your consent. I'll think about it. Yi Xiao is now very serious about the cooperation. Ever since he experienced the Du Jiang incident, he has become more cautious. If Du Jiang had no bad intentions, he would have suffered a huge loss. Li Jijun then left a business card and said goodbye. As soon as he left, Pang Xiao came in and said with a smile, Xiao Yi, someone is looking for you. Looking for me? Who is it again? Yi Xiao was also curious about who was looking for him again. It seems to be a professor of architecture at a university. Hearing this, Yi Xiao rushed out immediately, thinking that it should be Lily's father. When he got outside, he saw a middle-aged man with a scholarly air looking around. He immediately walked over and greeted him. "Hello, Professor Lu, right?" "Hello, I'm Lu Ringang." Lu Ringang also smiled and stretched out his hand. "Thank you, Professor Lu, for coming to help." "Haha, I also want to thank you for the dishes you gave me. They tasted very good." Then the two of them walked towards the shore while chatting. Lu Ringang looked at the sea water below, turned to Yi Xiao and asked, "Xiao Yi, do you know how many meters away the shore is in the sea?" Yi Xiao nodded and replied, "About 10 meters. More than 10 meters deep, it is an almost huge task to reclaim land and build a beach at this depth, and it will also take a long time." Lu Ringang expressed his opinions while gazing at the calm sea. "So, I want Professor Lu to help me find a way to build the beach as soon as possible." Yi Xiao wanted to build the beach within a month. Lu Ringang gestured with his hands and said, "We can put a huge board on the sea surface, support it with a bracket from below, and then cover the board with sand." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. The method was very simple, and the workload was not large. At this time, Lu Ringang continued. "However, this seems to be very particular about the steel material of the support, and the support points also need to be carefully calculated. Professor Lu, don't worry about the stent. I will take care of it. The system will solve the steel problem, so Yi Xiao is not worried." "Okay, I'll calculate the data as soon as possible, and then you can just follow the blueprint." Lu Ringang nodded, looked at the sea and said, "The origin of the island is still in the sea. Xiaoya, do you have any plans for the next scene?" Yi Xiao did not hide his thoughts and said, "After the construction on the island is completed, I will turn my attention to the sea. The first major project will be to build the world's first underwater park so that people can enjoy the scenery of the seabed." Hearing this, Lu Ringang's eyes lit up. Before becoming a teacher, he was also a first-class architectural designer. For every designer, the biggest dream is to design his own masterpiece. Now hearing Yi Xiao say that he wanted to build the world's first underwater park, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Yi Xiao, "Xiao Yi, I would like to ask you to let me design the underwater park project." "No problem." Yi Xiao also learned about Lu Ringang. He was a well-known architectural designer abroad in his early years. After returning to China, he became a teacher. There would be no problem in giving him the design. The two of them kept chatting slowly, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. When Lu Ringang left, his face was full of excitement, just like a child, as if he had regained the passion of his youth. Lily watched her father go into the study as soon as he came back and started working seriously. It was the first time she saw her father so serious, so she made a cup of tea and brought it over. However, at this time Lu Ringang was concentrating on drawing the blueprint and did not notice Lily beside him at all. Now he had a feeling that his wish for many years might come true on island number 4. Seeing that her father ignored her, Lily couldn't help but pout. She thought that it was Yi Xiao who asked her father to do this, so she must teach him a lesson. So she turned around and walked out. Chapter 187 King Solomon's Jade Crown. Yi Xiao was swimming by the shore at this time, and now he wanted to improve his swimming skills. Lily came over with an angry look on her face and said to Yi Xiao, "What did you say to my dad? He is like a possessed man and won't come out of the study. I just chatted with him. I didn't do anything to him." When Yi Xiao saw her coming over to question him, he was also confused. "Chat, I don't believe it. You must have given my dad some kind of drug." Lily became more and more angry as she spoke, and she took off her high heels and threw them at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao dodged to the side, and with a plop, her high heels fell into the water. Seeing this, Lily was so angry that her body was shaking. She pointed at him and said, "How dare you not take it? Those are limited edition high heels." At this time, Yi Xiao felt like crying but had no tears. When a woman becomes unreasonable, it is really unreasonable. "Pick it up for me quickly." Okay. Then Yi Xiao plunged into the water. After a moment, he picked up the shoes and handed them to Lily. Snort. Lily snorted coldly, turned around and prepared to leave, but at this moment, her feet suddenly slipped and she fell directly to the ground, and her forehead happened to hit a stone, and blood immediately flowed out. "It hurts, it's bleeding." Seeing her hands covered in blood, Lily was frightened. "Let me see. It's okay, just a small cut." Yi Xiao squatted down and checked, and there was nothing serious. But Lily was no longer calm at this moment, and said in panic, "What do you mean it's just a small cut? If it leaves a scar, I will be disfigured. Come on, I'll help you get some medicine." "No, I'm dizzy." Hearing this, Yi Xiao picked up Lily without hesitation and walked into the house. Wang Muching saw him walking and holding Lily, her face still covered in blood, and asked quickly, "What happened?" Yi Xiao started to explain. "This girl fell down. She has no balance at all." "What? If it weren't for you, I..." Just as Lily was about to make a few excuses, she felt a severe headache. "Don't talk about it yet. I'll take care of it for you." Wang Muching found the medicine box and started cleaning Lily's wound. Lily was also very worried at this time and asked, "Sister Muching, I won't be left with a scar, will I?" "Don't worry, it shouldn't be the case. Let's go to the hospital later. By the way, Yi Xiao, didn't you plant aloe vera? Give it to me to try." Wang Muching shouted at Yi Xiao. Hearing this, Yi Xiao also ran out in a hurry. He had seen Wang Muching often use facial cleanser before, and thinking that it contained many chemical ingredients, he exchanged some aloe vera from the system to plant. When we arrived at the field, we saw many beautiful green aloe plants with leaves tightly arranged in a clockwise or counterclockwise direction, forming an even circle. This kind of aloe is called spiral aloe, commonly known as King Solomon's Jade Crown and the Queen of Aloe. It has a total of 5 spirals, each spiral consisting of 15 to 30 leaves. It is the most precious alpine aloe in the world, and it is forbidden to steal it in its native place. Otherwise, it will be a serious criminal offense. Then Yi Xiao picked a spiral aloe and took it back. Wow, what a beautiful aloe vera. When Lily saw the aloe vera, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly took it and looked at it carefully. "Come on, stop playing. I'll wipe it for you first." Wang Muching broke off a piece of aloe vera and rubbed it on Lily's forehead. "It's so cold. It's itchy. Don't move. Don't blame me if you get a scar," Lily said as she played with the aloe vera. "This aloe vera looks pretty, and it can also be used in our company's cosmetics. I'll buy all the remaining ones." Wang Muching smiled and said to her, "You'll have to ask Yi Xiao about this." Seeing Lily looking at him, Yi Xiao said, "These aloe vera are for viewing. I haven't considered selling them yet." Lily didn't care about this and continued, "Mu Chang and I are best friends. If you don't sell it to me, be careful that I will whisper in her ear. If your relationship doesn't work out over time, don't blame me." Seeing that she actually used this trick, Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, I'm afraid of you. Then tell me how much you are going to spend on these aloe vera. These reeds are only worth a few thousand yuan at most. Do I need to prepare a lot of money?" Lily didn't think the aloe vera was expensive. This kind of aloe vera costs tens of thousands of dollars on the market, and these on the island are special varieties. "How much do you think they cost?" Yi Xiao explained with a smile. Hearing this, Lily started to calculate in her mind that if what he said was true, then it would indeed cost a lot of money to buy these aloe veras. Then she thought about it and immediately grabbed Wang Muching's hand and started shaking it. "Muching, look at your boyfriend. He is so stingy and talks about money for everything. Don't you know that talking about money hurts feelings?" Wang Muching smiled and said, "Perhaps you can reach a cooperation. He provides the raw materials, and you provide the technical research and development. What do you think?" Hearing this, Lily kept nodding her head, like a chick pecking at rice, and then said to Yi Xiao, "What do you think?" "Sure." Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. Lily's wound was soon treated, and a piece of gauze was put on her forehead. At this time, she came to Yi Xiao again and said with a sly smile, "If I have a scar on my forehead, I want you to be embarrassed. From now on, I will stay here with Mu Chang, and you can just stare blankly outside." Yi Xiao pretended to be taught a lesson, thinking to himself that if you dare to stay here, I will feed you into a big fat pig. On this day, Pang Xiaozhen came to a restaurant in Donghai City to have dinner with some friends. Suddenly, he saw a person walking past him. He looked very strange, but he couldn't remember who it was for a moment. When the man walked out of the hotel, he realized that it was Ma Liang who had run away quietly when the cargo ship ran aground on the island. Thinking of this, Pang Xiao immediately chased after him. If it weren't for him, the huge waves that followed wouldn't have been triggered, and all his hard work would have been almost ruined. He didn't expect to meet that guy here. Seeing Ma Liang hugging a girl and entering a hotel, Pang Xiao quickly called Yi Xiao. After hearing the news, Yi Xiao rushed over immediately. He had almost forgotten about this matter, but unexpectedly met him again. This was fate. When he rushed over, he saw Pang Xiao smoking outside the hotel. "Xiao Yi, you're finally here. Let's rush over and beat that guy up." Pang Xiao came forward and threw the cigarette, but on the ground angrily. "Don't worry, I want to see who he is." An inexplicable smile appeared on Yi Xiao's face. Chapter 188: The Lazy Dog. After waiting outside for a few hours, Yi Xiao saw Ma Liang walking out in a swagger and then wandering on the road. Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao followed closely behind him, wanting to see where he wanted to go. "Good Samaritan, please give me something to eat." At this time, a ragged old man came up to Ma Liang, holding a bowl with a few coins in it. Get lost, old man. Ma Liang simply waved his hand, knocked over the bowl in the old man's hand, and left. Seeing this, Pang Xiao also started to curse. This bastard is really a piece of shit. I really want to punch him back to his mother's womb. Yi Xiao walked over, gave the only few $100 he had on him to the old man, and then followed closely. Soon Ma Liang went into a mahjong parlor and started playing mahjong with a few people. Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao also followed in, found a seat and sat down, playing mahjong with others while listening to what they were talking about. Bang, what do you think of what I discussed with you guys earlier? Ma Liang threw a card onto the table. He thought that it was very noisy around him and was not afraid that others would hear him. I agree to do it. It's very profitable. The key is how much goods he has and whether he can ship them out. Don't worry about the goods. There will definitely be a lot. At least double the amount will be shipped out. It won't be difficult to transport it from the island. With his status, there won't be any problems. Everything has been going smoothly before. I believe this. Let's prepare to make a fortune. When Yi Xiao heard the word island, he felt that it was related to island number 4, but their conversation was also confusing and he didn't hear it clearly. Then the two of them retreated. Xiao Yizi, you look worried. Is there something wrong? What should we do with Ma Liang? Pang Xiao looked at Yi Xiao, who seemed to be thinking about something and couldn't help but ask. It feels like what they are talking about is related to island number 4. Let's go back first. Yi Xiao had no idea at this time, so he returned to the island. The next morning, Yi Xiao saw Wang Muching looking out of the doghouse and hurried over to ask, Muching, what's wrong? Why are you here to see Lightning and the others so early in the morning? I found that the Lightnings are getting lazier and lazier. I saw them taking a nap several times. Look, they haven't woken up yet. Wang Muching looked at the 7 Dogo Argentinos huddled together and sleeping soundly, and couldn't help but laugh, thinking that they were really a bunch of lazy little dogs. How many times? When have they ever slept in? Looking at Lightning and the others sleeping soundly, Yi Xiao also felt something was wrong. If it were just 1 or 2 of them, there wouldn't be any problem, but if they all slept like this, then the problem might not be that simple. Wang Muching didn't think too much about it. After all, she slept in every day, so it wasn't a big deal for Lightning and the others to sleep in. After hearing his question, she replied, they sleep in every once in a while. It seems to be a regular pattern. Hearing this, Yi Xiao felt something was wrong even more, so he quickly squatted down and tried to wake up Lightning and the others, but it was no use, they were still snoring. Why can't you wake me up even if I call you? At this time, Wang Muching also realized that something was wrong. I'm afraid he was drugged. Drug? How is that possible? Lightning and the others won't eat anything other than what they know. It seems that someone he knows drugged him. Yi Xiao thought about it and remembered that last night, Lightning was led by Sun Jiangwo and others to patrol the island. He must have been drugged early in the morning. Combined with what he heard last night, someone must have transported something out today and drugged them to prevent Lightning and others from finding out. After thinking about this, he immediately went to find Sun Jiangwo. The person who could drug Lightning and the others must be very familiar with them. Yu Feng and his group had only arrived not long ago and could not get close to Lightning and the others, so the only possible person was Sun Jiangwo and his group, the first group of people to arrive on the island. After arriving at the vegetable forest, he saw Sun Jiangwo watering the vegetable field with a hose, so he walked over and chatted with Sun Jiangwo. Uncle Sun, other people often go to Donghai City. Why don't you go there? The island has everything and the scenery is beautiful. Why would I go out? Sun Jiangwo responded with a smile, saying that life on the island was so good now that he was reluctant to leave. I see a lot of people still go out quite often, going around or hanging out with old friends. Yi Xiao began to test. Sun Jiangwo shook his head and said, no, only a few people went out to visit relatives. Most people rarely leave, but Lao Wang has been leaving frequently recently, saying that he is meeting friends. Yi Xiao was also very familiar with this old Wang. He and Sun Jiangwo came to the island together. He often called him Uncle Wang and had a good relationship with Lightning and the others. He often fed them delicious food. Now that he thought about it, old Wang was the most suspicious. He then boarded the yacht and headed for Donghai City. After arriving at the dock, Yi Xiao found a place to sit down and waited. Half an hour later, Yi Xiao saw Wang Deming walking off the boat carrying a cloth bag with a bulging sail. His forehead was covered with sweat, and it seemed that the bag must be very heavy. Seeing this, he hurried over and greeted him with a smile. Uncle Wang, where are you going? You have so many bags. Xiao, go meet some friends and bring them some things. As soon as Wang Deming saw Yi Xiao, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Where are you going? Let me take you there. It must be very heavy to carry such a big bag. Yi Xiao noticed the panic in his eyes and knew that there must be something wrong with him. The reason why he did not bring a group of people to catch him was because he took into consideration that he was old. If other people knew about it, he would probably not be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Wang Deming quickly shook his hand and refused. No, it's not heavy. Xiaoya, you are so busy. Go and do your own thing. It's okay, Uncle Wang. You look sweaty. Let's go get some water first. Yishao didn't care whether he agreed or not. He just walked over and took the bag. He immediately felt that it weighed about 50 or 60 kilograms, and then walked towards the house next door. Seeing this, Wang Deming walked over with trepidation in his heart. After entering the house, Yishao poured him a glass of water and said, Uncle Wang, how much do they pay you for each delivery? Hearing this, Wang Deming's hand holding the water cup shook uncontrollably, and the water spilled out. He quickly said, Xiaoya, I don't know what you were talking about. Seeing the panic in his eyes, Yishao spoke again. How much money did Ma Liang give you to steal vegetables from the island? Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, the cup of water in Wang Deming's hand fell onto the table. Chapter 189, Being Fooled. After hearing what Yishao said, Wang Deming broke out in a cold sweat. He kept wiping the sweat off his forehead and shook his head and said, Xiaoyi, I don't understand what you are talking about. I am not Ma Liang. Seeing that he still refused to admit it, Yishao also said, Grandpa Wang, the things you took out are very valuable. You may spend the rest of your life in prison, and the money you took will also be recovered. If you confess, I will not make this matter public. You can find a reason to leave the island. At this time, Wang Deming's face turned pale and his body began to tremble. Finally, he lowered his head in shame and said, I only did it a few times. Each time they gave me 100,000 yuan. I took a few vegetables from the island so that I wouldn't be discovered. Hearing this, Yishao also sighed. Those dozens of kilograms of vegetables were worth more than 1,000,000 yuan, and the price outside might be even higher, so he continued to ask, Are you going to deliver the things tonight? No, it won't be delivered until a few days later. I just shipped the stuff out in advance. Wang Deming lowered his head and had nothing to hide. Can you reach them? We agreed to meet at a hotel on the 6th of every month. I don't have their phone numbers. Okay, just do as I say. Yishao leaned over and whispered something in Wang Deming's ear. On this day, Ma Liang and others were waiting in a hotel in the city, smoking one cigarette after another. Boom, boom, boom. When there was a knock on the door, someone immediately went to open it. Seeing Wang Deming coming empty-handed, he asked unhappily, Why didn't you bring anything? Wang Deming sat on the table with a swagger and said directly, If you want my things, you have to pay more. 1 million. What? 1 million? You are too greedy. Ma Liang's face darkened. He didn't expect that he would dare to raise the price. If you sell the stuff and make a lot of money, I'll get 100,000 yuan. There's also the risk of getting caught, so I'll raise the price to 1 million yuan. In a few days, I'll hand over more than 100 kilograms to you, or I'll cooperate with others. Wang Deming also had an expression of greed for money at this time. Seeing this, Ma Liang and the others gathered together to discuss. What do you think? The price of vegetables from island number 4 on the black market has already been driven up to a very high level. We would still make a lot of money if we were to pay 1 million. If we don't cooperate with him, it will not be easy for us to find other people who do this. Okay, then let's all pool our money together to give it to him. After the discussion, Ma Liang said to Wang Deming, 1 million is 1 million. How long will it take for the goods to be given to us? Tomorrow, still here. Okay, we'll wait for you. After coming out of the hotel, Wang Deming breathed a sigh of relief. He felt his back was wet with sweat. If this happened a few more times, he would have lost his life. After returning, he told Yishao the news and asked, Are you really going to give the food to those people? Of course not. I will teach them a lesson and make them pay me back what they owe me. Yishao smiled. At this time, he received another call from Lu Ringang, saying that the blueprint of the beach had been designed, so he asked Pang Xiao to get it. In the evening of the next day, Yishao began to put vegetables into the bag. Although the vegetables on top were island vegetables, the ones at the bottom were ordinary vegetables. Will there be any problem with this? Wang Deming's face was full of solemnity. If he was discovered, he would be dead. Don't worry, I'll meet you outside. Just take the money and leave quickly. Yishao gave instructions from the side. Wang Deming nodded, but his heart was extremely solemn. Seeing this, Yishao patted his shoulder and comforted him. Grandpa Wang, don't worry, until this is done, you can just keep the money you collected before. Hearing this, Wang Deming's eyes showed a hint of excitement. He thought that he could get the 300,000 yuan legitimately, which was worth the risk. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Deming came to the hotel again, carrying 2 large bags. As soon as he entered the house, he said to Ma Liang and others, Where's the money? I want to see the money. I'll give it to you after we've checked it out. Ma Liang placed a suitcase on the table and opened it, revealing stacks of red banknotes inside. Wang Deming walked over and carefully checked it. After confirming that it was correct, he pointed at the bag and said, "Check it." Hearing this, Ma Liang waved his hand and asked someone to go up and check. At this time, Wang Deming was extremely nervous, but he still had to pretend to be calm. Dense beads of sweat had already appeared on his palms, and his heart was in his throat. At this moment, the lights in the room suddenly went out, as if there was a power outage. Seeing this, Wang Deming felt a little more at ease. At this time, the man took out his cell phone, turned on the flashlight, shone it into his pocket, and then said, "No problem. Okay, give me the money." Wang Deming walked over, picked up the box and walked out, and Ma Liang and others did not stop him. Yi Xiao was sitting in the car at this time, staring at the hotel. When he saw Wang Deming coming out with a box, he quickly drove over and left the hotel. Ma Liang is now making phone calls to look for business. He quit his job to do this and made quite a bit of money. When he thinks about making another fortune, his face is as bright as a flower. "Brother, this is bad. We have been fooled." At this moment, Ma Liang suddenly heard an urgent cry and turned around quickly to take a look, only to see that only the upper vegetables in his pocket were island vegetables, and the lower ones were all ordinary vegetables. "Damn it! You dare to lie to me. Chase this old bastard." Ma Liang was so angry that he threw his cell phone to the ground, and it was smashed to pieces. The group of people hurriedly chased after him. However, when they just chased out, they saw Wang Deming got into a car and left, and they were all very angry. At this time in the bus station, Wang Deming held a ticket and said to Yi Xiao, "Xiao Yi, go back and tell Lao Sun and the others that I went back first because of an emergency at home, and I will not be back in the future." "Don't worry, I'll tell them." Yi Xiao nodded and watched him get into the car. When Sun Jiangwo learned that Wang Deming had left, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "This old Wang is really not nice." He left without even saying hello, no matter how urgent the matter was. "Uncle Sun, you will naturally be able to see him when you go back." Yi Xiao was comforting him. "That's the only way. I have to ask him to treat me when I get back." A trace of loneliness appeared on Sun Jiangwo's face. He had the deepest feelings for Wang Deming. Little did people know that after Wang Deming returned, he immediately moved with his family and never met Sun Jiangwo again. Chapter 192 Busy. Yi Xiao was currently lying on the table looking at the drawings of the beach construction. The beaches would be built on the south and east sides of the island, which mainly required steel plates, supports, and sand. First, he entered the system and learned that it would cost a total of 4 million to purchase steel plates and brackets from the system. He decided to buy them without hesitation. After all, the most important concern after the beach was built was still the quality issue. Otherwise, it would be a one-time solution and he could buy it with peace of mind. Then he took the blueprints to the Centennial Construction Company and planned to give him the task of building the beach. However, Han Lu was not particularly happy to see Yi Xiao coming again, because the company's construction teams were now all sent to Island Number 4, and there was no one to send now. "Manager Han, you are so arrogant. You are not happy at all to see a big client like me." Yi Xiao looked at him with an expression as if to say, "Why are you here again?" and couldn't help but start a joke. "Brother Yi, I couldn't be more welcome to have you here, but you must have a project for us to do, and it's very tight, and those workers also need a rest." Han Lu smiled and made a cup of coffee for Yi Xiao. "I'm here to give money to your company. I have another project that needs your help, but I only need some skilled workers. It would be best if it can be completed within half a month." Yi Xiao handed over the blueprint of the beach. Han Lu took the blueprint and looked at it carefully. He said, "A total of 65,000 square meters of steel plates and tens of thousands of brackets need to be laid. This is no small project." Yi Xiao nodded. "The coastline on the south side of the island is 4,500 meters, and the coastline on the east side is 2,000 meters. The beach stretches out for 10 meters. Han Lu pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Yi, such a large project will require at least hundreds of people to complete in a short period of time, and the company really doesn't have that many people right now. Well, in that case, I'll think of another way." Yi Xiao sighed, stood up, and prepared to leave. "Brother Yi, please wait a moment. I will find a way to solve the manpower problem." Before he could walk out, Han Lu stopped Yi Xiao. Hearing this, Yi Xiao also walked back, smiled, and stretched out his hand. "Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation again." Happy cooperation. Han Lu showed a trace of helplessness on his face. Yi Xiao's orders came one after another, as if they were free of charge, and the company was almost overwhelmed. After returning to the island, Yi Xiao saw Lily and her people picking spiral aloe vera to take back and make cosmetics. At this time, Lily came over with a contract and said to him, "Sign it. The sales are split 40 and 60. Our company gets 60 and you get 40 inch. No, I'll take 6 and you'll take 4. After reading the document, Yishao shook his head and refused. What? You are too greedy. Our company is responsible for the company's R&D, testing, and promotion. You want to take 60 of it. It's impossible. When Lily heard that he wanted 60, she put her hands in front of her chest and looked unconvinced. Yishao spread his hands and said, "My aloe vera is not comparable to ordinary aloe vera. Although your company is developing and promoting it, the importance of my aloe vera is the most critical core." Hearing this, Lily knew what was going on. She immediately thought and said, "If you don't agree, I'll go find Mu Chung. I'm going to hold a party soon, and I'll meet a lot of handsome guys then. 50-50, this is my lowest limit." Yishao was also speechless. She brought up Wang Muching for no reason, leaving him no room to resist. "Okay, by the way, I want you to advertise the cosmetics yourself when the time comes." After saying this, Lily turned around and left with a smug look on her face. Now she knew that Wang Muching was his weak spot, and it would be much easier to deal with him in the future. Ever since what happened with Wang Deming, Yishao asked Sun Jiangwo to count the number of vegetables at any time to prevent such an incident from happening again. He then entered the system again, intending to exchange the required steel, but he had learned from Inha that the required steel had to be customized if he wanted to exchange it. Let me make it clear first, customization is not free, it's $500,000. Galaxy said this the first thing he did as he came in. Why do you have to pay for everything? There is no humanity at all. Yishao rolled his eyes at Inha. Now, no matter what he talked about with her, it would all come down to money. In response, Inha just smiled and said, "I'm not a human being. Why would I need human touch? You don't have to order it from me. I can give you the steel, but with the manufacturing technology of your world, it's not possible to make the steel into the required parts. You are awesome. Here are the blueprints for you." Yishao handed over the drawings. After Inha took the drawing, he saw a ray of light beginning to scan the drawing. Then she returned the drawing to Yishao. Okay. Then Yishao spent another 4.5 million to exchange for the customized steel. He saw piles of neatly cut square steel plates, 1 meter long and 1 meter wide, piled up in an open space. The brackets were of different lengths, which were all calculated by Lu Ringgang after an on-site inspection. 2 days later, a group of workers arrived on the island. After Yishao finished talking with the team leader Fu Shan, he asked them to start working. "Captain Fu, you see these steel plates are very light. One person can lift them. Will there be any problem?" One of the men looked at the steel plate in front of him and immediately showed worry on his face. As a construction worker, what he was most worried about was not up to standard of material quality, which would have a huge impact if something went wrong. "Go and set up the scaffolding first. I'll go talk to Yishao." After saying that, Fu Shan went to find Yishao to report the matter. After knowing the purpose of his visit, Yishao also said with a smile, "Captain Fu, don't worry, the quality of the steel plate is absolutely no problem." However, Fu Shan looked embarrassed and continued, "But the brothers have this doubt in their hearts, and they will always feel uneasy if they don't resolve it." Hearing this, Yishao asked him to call everyone together. The steel provided by the department was relatively light, so they had this worry. After everyone arrived, Yishao said to them, "I heard that you are all worried about the quality of the steel plates. You can use any means to prove that the steel plates have any quality problems. Even if they are a little damaged, I will reward him 10,000 yuan. After hearing this, the people below couldn't help but talk in low voices. $10,000 for just a little damage. This money is too easy to make. I just waited. Such a thick steel plate only weighs a few pounds. It must be made of low-quality steel. It will break if touched lightly. I'm here. No matter how good the steel is, a hammer will leave a dent. I don't believe there will be nothing left." Chapter 191, Sand Selection. Yishao stepped aside and asked them to check the quality of the steel plates. At this time, a man as strong as an iron tower stood up, holding a hammer weighing dozens of kilograms in his hand. Seeing this scene, everyone stepped back. Then the man raised the hammer high and smashed it down on a steel plate. Boom. There was a loud bang that made people's ears numb. Everyone covered their ears involuntarily. At the same time, the wooden handle on the hammer broke. It's really hard. There's no mark at all. The man took a look at the steel plate and saw that there was no trace of it. He shook his numb arm and walked away in surprise. Then a man came over with an electric drill and started drilling the steel plate. Snap! However, before the drilling had lasted long, the drill bit broke and flew out, scaring the people around it and causing them to scatter in all directions. Okay, everyone, get to work. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao smiled and told everyone to go to work. After entering the house, he saw Wang Muching packing her things and quickly asked, "Muching, where are you going?" "I'm going to go home and live for a while. There are constructions going on everywhere on the island now. It's very noisy during the day, and I'm also planning to open a few branches of my restaurant. Don't worry, I'll miss you," Wang Muching explained with a smile as she packed her things. "Okay, I'll take you there. I just happen to be running some errands with Fatty." After taking her luggage, Yi Xiao and Wang Muching walked towards the shore. After arriving at the Donghai City Pier, Wang Muching went back by herself. When Yi Xiao was about to leave with Pang Xiao, he suddenly saw that the surrounding boats, trees, and walls of houses were all covered with various small advertisements, and Xia Dahai was organizing people to clean them up. Seeing this, he hurried over and asked, "Brother Xia, what's going on here? It's surrounded by advertisements." "Oh, forget it. I don't know how these ads popped up. It's like they want to take advantage of the popularity. I can't clean them up." Xia Dahai also looked helpless. They tore it apart during the day, and it popped up again at night. It was useless even if we sent people to guard it. Then you have to take good care of it. Otherwise, this will become a mess. Seeing the small advertisements all around him, Yi Xiao finally understood why small advertisements are also called psoriasis. If wildfire cannot burn at all, it will grow again with the spring breeze. Xia Dahai nodded and replied, "I have already tightened management. If I catch the person who posted the advertisement, I will definitely give him a good beating." Seeing his gritting teeth, Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that he hated those who posted advertisements to the core. Then Yi Xiao and Pang Xiao took a taxi and headed towards the city. In the car, Pang Xiao said to Yi Xiao, "Xiao Yi, you asked me to investigate Li Jijun of Rongfa Real Estate before, and I really found a clue. Guess what? He has a good relationship with Tonghang Group. He must have a purpose for wanting to invest in No. 4 Island Shipping Company." Hearing this, Yi Xiao nodded. Now he and Wu Quan had completely broken off. Wu Quan wanted to send people to take over Island No. 4, but failed. Now he wanted to get his hands on Island No. 4 Shipping Company. I'm worried that Wu Quan will secretly buy out the shares of other investors. If he takes control of the shipping company, it will be the end of us. When he thought of this, Pang Zhao's face was full of worry. "Don't worry. Even if I give him the shipping company, what can happen? He doesn't have the ability to cut off my escape route." Yi Xiao was not worried at all about this. The key was not the shipping company, but the dock. Now the Donghai City Dock and the new dock both belonged to Wang Hai's Haiqing Group. Before, Wang Hai released a smoke bomb saying that he wanted to build a dock on the purchased land, but now it has been completely used to build a holiday resort. The future father-in-law will not cheat his son-in-law. After arriving in the city, the two separated. Yi Xiao went to the sand field to buy sand for the beach, while Pang Xiao went to buy some parasols, sun chairs, and other equipment. At this time, in the office of the General Aviation Group building, Wu Quanzhong and Li Jijun were chatting. "Master Quan, I did what you asked me to do, but Yi Xiao didn't seem to be fooled and ignored me. What do you think I should do?" Li Jijun drank his tea slowly and leisurely, looking calm and relaxed. "If this method doesn't work, I'll try something else. I won't believe that Yi Xiao is really a cuckold. There is no loophole for him to exploit." Wu Quan's eyes were full of viciousness. His new plan was already being implemented, and he would not let Yi Xiao have an easy time for even a moment. Li Jijun put the teacup on the table and said, "I heard that you sent someone to privately purchase the shares of No. 4 Island Shipping, but the situation is not optimistic. Is that true? They are just a bunch of villains. Sooner or later, they will regret it. I believe that Master Quan has this ability. Most of the people in No. 4 Island Shipping now are those who have been forced into a dead end by the General Aviation Group. Therefore, they asked for an exorbitant amount of money, making Wu Quan's acquisition plan have little effect." When Yi Xiao arrived at a sand field, he toured it under the guidance of the manager. "Mr. Yi, your Island No. 4 has always been generous in purchasing things, and the quantity this time must not be small. Of course, it's estimated to be 1,000 tons. The amount is definitely not small. It just depends on whether the sand here can meet my requirements." Yi Xiao responded while reaching his hand into the sand pile. The beach on Island No. 4 naturally has high requirements for sand. "Don't worry, the sand here is the best in the city, and we have cooperation with many scenic spots, so you don't have to worry about the quality." When the manager heard that the people were coming from Island No. 4 to make purchases, he immediately came out to greet them in person. Island No. 4 was famous for its lavish purchases, such as spending tens of millions to buy trees. Everyone in Donghai City had known about this for a long time. Then he immediately recommended to Yi Xiao a best-selling type of sand. Yi Xiao looked at the pure white sand in front of him, which was as big as sugar. He grabbed a handful of sand and squeezed it. It felt very delicate and gentle, so he asked, "How much is it?" Originally, it was 500 yuan per meal, but since you purchased a large quantity, I'll round it up to 400 yuan per ton. The manager looked very serious, as if this was already the best offer. Okay, I'll pay half in advance, and we'll sign the contract after the sand is delivered to the island. No problem. Everyone knows Mr. Ye's name. I can trust him. On the other side, Pang Xiao was enjoying the treatment like an emperor. He was sitting in a beach equipment store. There were various snacks and drinks on the table in front of him. There was also a beautiful woman with a good figure chatting with him and smiling at him all the time, which made him flattered, and he dared not move at all. Chapter 192 Sponsorship Fee. Mr. Pang, come and have a cup of coffee. At this time, a beautiful woman in low-cut clothes handed a cup of coffee to Pang Xiao with a charming smile on her face. I can do it myself. Looking at her charming smile and smelling the faint scent of perfume floating into my nose, I suddenly felt my heart and soul distracted, and my hand that took the cup couldn't help but tremble. Pang Xiao was now wondering, he was just here to buy a batch of beach chairs. Why was the salesperson so enthusiastic? Miling looked at Pang Xiao, who was hesitant, and said with a smile, Mr. Pang, how does the coffee taste? It's very delicious. Your service is so warm and enthusiastic. I am flattered. Pang Xiao is also very uncomfortable now, and always feels that the other party does this for some purpose. Mr. Pang, we are going to build a beach on the island, so I would like to sponsor a batch of beach chairs and parasols. What do you think, Mr. Pang? Hearing that this was their purpose, Pang Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and said, I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to go back and ask. No problem, Mr. Pang. I'll wait for your good news. Miling smoothed her hair, looking very charming. After Yi Xiao came out of the sand factory, he went straight to the dock. Seeing Pang Xiaojing standing there in a daze, he couldn't help but patted his shoulder and said, What are you standing there for? Which girl are you thinking about? Pang Xiao then told them that someone wanted to sponsor beach chairs for free. There are many people who want to advertise on the island now, and the condition of free sponsorship is probably not very attractive. The number of visits to the official website of Island Number 4 is now over 10 million every day. People are becoming more and more curious about Island Number 4, so there are countless people who want to advertise on the island. Okay, then I'll call her and ask her to come to the island to talk. After getting consent, Pang Xiao was all smiles. He was still happy to serve the beauty, although he was only playing the role of a matchmaker now. After returning to the island, Yi Xiao came to the shore and watched Fu Shan and his men setting up supports underwater. They dived into the water with oxygen tanks and set up supports on the underwater stone wall. This is also the most critical step in beach construction. Be careful, the stone wall is slippery. Fu Shan was directing everyone on the side. Since they were working underwater, safety was very important. Yi Xiao looked at the sea in front of him and saw a row of supports that had been set up. When the time came, all he had to do was lay the steel plates and add sand, and the beach would be ready. On this day, Wang Muqing came to Qiao Na's company. Now Qiao Na's economic company is also relying on her strong network of contacts and is booming. Wang Muqing walked into the office and looked around. Seeing that the interior decoration was also magnificent, she smiled and said, Boss Qiao, how is it? Are your hands cramping from counting money now? Muqing, you always make fun of me. Now I am so tired that I can't even walk. Sometimes I have to fight myself. Now I have only gained a little fame. Joanna smiled. When she was a model, she didn't have to worry about anything. But now that she's a boss, she has to take care of everything personally. It's tiring. As long as there is money to be made, it doesn't matter if you're tired. The only thing to worry about is not making any money. You're not a child anymore. It's time to find a boyfriend and take it easy. Wang Muqing sat down and started chatting with her. Hearing this, Qiao Na also sighed and said, I only wanted to find a handsome guy before, but now I understand that being handsome is useless and can't make a living. Now I want to find someone like Yi Xiao, who is rich, good-looking, and treats you well. He's simply perfect. By the way, you didn't let him touch you. Aren't you afraid that he will cheat on you outside? Don't worry, he doesn't have the guts. Let's go check out my new restaurant. Wang Muqing still trusts Yi Xiao very much. Then the two of them set off and came to the iconic building in the city center, the 60-story Donghai building. As soon as she entered the door, Joanna was shocked by the scene in front of her. There were more than 100 tables in the restaurant of more than 500 square meters and a stage in the middle. The whole gave people a magnificent feeling. After looking at it for a while, she exclaimed, Muqing, it will definitely be quick to open a restaurant here. And the decoration is so good. It must have cost tens of millions of dollars. It will open soon and will only serve dinner. Yi Xiao must show some appreciation when you open your business. Of course, I've already told him to give me a surprise when the restaurant opens. I heard that Island Number 4 will be officially open next month, right? I think we can get a spokesperson for island number 4. Hearing this, Wang Muching asked in confusion, aren't you the spokesperson for island number 4? Xiao Na smiled and explained, I actually wanted to show our company's newcomers a face. Once we put it on the number 4 island official website, our company's models will also become familiar faces and increase their popularity. Besides, the company also has shares in you too. You can't just sit back and do nothing. Okay, I'll talk to Yi Xiao then. There shouldn't be any problem. Muching, you are the best, moi. As soon as Miling received Pang Zhao's call, she immediately went to island number 4, intending to discuss the sponsorship matter in detail with Yi Xiao. Pang Zhao led Miling into the living room and introduced her. This is Miling, the general manager of Sunshine Beach Products Company. Hello. Yi Xiao smiled and stretched out his hand. The woman in front of him was also extremely beautiful. She was about 30 years old and had a mature charm. After holding her hand, it felt very soft and fleshy. He couldn't help but want to pinch it a few times. Miling looked at Yi Xiao holding her hand tightly, smiled, and pulled her hand away, saying, Mr. Yi, I thought you were a 67-year-old man. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to manage the island so well, but I didn't expect you to be so young. You are really young and promising. Yi Xiao smiled at her flattery and said, I wonder what Miss Miling wants to talk to me about. It's still about sponsorship. I wonder what other conditions Mr. Yi needs. After sitting down, Miling started to get to the point. Since it's a sponsorship, it naturally requires a sponsorship fee. I'm sure you know that advertising space on the island is very popular right now. Yi Xiao stated his conditions without hesitation. After all, the island needed to be developed, which required funds. Miling had anticipated this and asked, how much sponsorship fee does it cost? 1 million. Yi Xiao stretched out a finger. The other party sponsored a batch of beach chairs and other equipment. If they insisted, of course they had to pay less, otherwise he would have offered 5 million. Okay, no problem. After hearing the number, Miling agreed without hesitation. Chapter 193 Water Rescue. Yi Xiao was also stunned when he saw Miling agreed without hesitation. Shouldn't he bargain at this time? This also made him not know what to say. Soon the two signed a sponsorship contract for 1 year. Mr. Yi, I would like to take a tour around the island. I wonder if I could have the honor of inviting you to be my tour guide. Miling suddenly made this request at this time. Okay, let's go. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement without hesitation, then led her out. At this time, the two of them were riding horses slowly around the island, and Yi Xiao introduced the scenery of the island to her from time to time. Miling walked around the island and found pastures, forests, rivers, oceans, and a group of very cute animals. She was mesmerized by the scenery and exclaimed, It's so beautiful here. I've been to many foreign islands, and although the scenery there is beautiful, it's just beautiful, not as comprehensive as on this island, so it feels very natural. Thank you for the compliment. Yi Xiao smiled and looked at her from time to time, just out of pure admiration. It's very ungentlemanly of you to peek at me like that. Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be jealous? As a woman, Miling's intuition was very accurate, and she noticed that he would peek at her from time to time. Seeing that he was discovered, Yi Xiao smiled naturally and said, This is not called peeking, this is called appreciation. This is the first time I've heard someone talk about peeping in such a high-sounding way. Miling smiled, and a warm smile appeared on her face again. When Wang Muching came back, she saw Yi Xiao riding a horse with a woman. She thought that the boy was very brave, and he even dared to flirt with a woman. Muching, you're back. Pang Xiao came over and greeted Wang Muching. Who was that woman? Wang Muching looked at the woman who was talking and laughing with Yi Xiao, and quickly asked Pang Xiao. Pang Xiao then told Miling's identity and the purpose of her visit. When Yi Xiao came back, he saw Wang Muching there, and walked over with a smile. Muching, why are you back? I'm telling you something. Although Wang Muching had a smile on her face, she was secretly thinking, Boy, I'll deal with you later. Hello? Miling smiled and extended her hand to Wang Muching. Wang Muching also stretched out her hand and looked at Miling, whose figure and temperament were just as good as hers, and who also had a more mature charm that she didn't have. After chatting for a few sentences, Miling said goodbye and left. Her woman's intuition told her that Wang Muching had a hint of hostility towards her. After she left, Wang Muching immediately put his hands on his waist, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. How is it? It must be very happy to have such a charming woman by your side. No, I was just taking her for a walk. Yi Xiao shook his head quickly. Just walk around? I see your eyes are about to pop out of your head from looking at her. How is that possible? I didn't even look at her. Now you dare to tell lies with your eyes open, right? No, it's just the truth. Yi Xiao would never admit that he had peeked at Miling. Wang Muching didn't dwell on it anymore, and brought up the fact that Xiao Na wanted an artist from the modeling company to be the spokesperson for Island Number 4. No problem. Seeing that Wang Muching came to bring up this matter in person, Yi Xiao naturally would not refuse. Okay, my restaurant will be opening soon. How are you preparing the surprise? Wang Muching stared at Yi Xiao. If he dared to say that he was not prepared, then he would be in trouble. Yi Xiao nodded and said, "Don't worry. We are already preparing it, and I guarantee you will be satisfied." After getting a satisfactory answer, Wang Muching stayed on the island for a while and then left. Then Yi Xiao came to the edge of a piece of land, where he saw a field of blue roses. It was a very pleasing sight. He had thought of giving her a surprise when Muching Western Restaurant opened, which was to launch a wine to entertain first-time customers, so he planned to use roses to make wine. This time, Yi Xiao chose a rose bottle called Bulgarian Rose. Bulgaria is known as the Rose Kingdom, and the blue roses therein are the best of the best. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, otherwise he really wouldn't know how to deal with Wang Muching. Oh no, something happened. At this moment, Pang Xiao ran over with an anxious look on his face. What happened? Hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel nervous. Pang Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Just now, when a worker was working, a bundle of brackets piled above him suddenly rolled into the sea, taking him into the sea with him." Hearing this, Yi Xiao also ran over and saw a group of people gathered at the beach. After arriving, he turned to look at Pang Xiao and asked, "Have you notified Yufeng and the others?" "I have." After Yufeng received a call that someone had fallen into the water, he immediately started yelling at everyone. "Hurry up, change your equipment, and get out immediately. I'll give you 1 minute." As soon as he finished speaking, all the members of the rescue team immediately began to change their equipment. Their movements were very skillful, and they did it almost in one go without any pause. A moment later, the group put on their equipment and rushed out. Not long after, Yufeng and others arrived in a speedboat, having already changed into diving equipment. They jumped into the water immediately after arriving. A moment later, Yufeng emerged from the water and reported. The man was trapped under the 500-pound support. Fortunately, there was a rock to support him, so he was just stuck. "We have put an oxygen tank on him. His life is not in danger for the time being. We will rescue him immediately." Hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because the construction period was tight and he had been worried about some accidents. Then Yufeng took a few airbags and dived into the sea again. He tied the airbags to the bracket and opened them. Immediately, the airbags inflated and popped open, slowly pulling the bundle of brackets up. Seeing this, Yufeng gave orders through hand gestures, asking the team members to rescue the man. Phew! Seeing the person who fell into the water being rescued, Yi Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the person was fine, there would be no problem. He was also very satisfied with the rescue team's rescue performance. As the saying goes, train an army for 1,000 days and use it for a moment. The rescue team, which had been trained for almost 2 months, finally lived up to his expectations. Then Yi Xiao went downstairs and gave Yufeng and the others an extra meal in the evening. After doing all this, he found Fu Shan again and once again emphasized the importance of construction safety. He didn't want to see this happen again. After making the arrangements, Yi Xiao went back and lay on the bed. Every time a safety accident occurred, he felt so nervous that he was about to suffocate. If it happened a few more times, he would probably have to worry about having a heart attack. Chapter 194, A Group of Beauties. After Miling and Yi Xiao signed a contract, she was not idle. She was chatting with a middle-aged man. "Boss Chun, you said before that you wanted to advertise your company's baby products on Island Number 4, but you gave up because of funding problems, right?" "Yes. Now our company wants to expand its reputation, so we want to use Island Number 4 to achieve this goal. However, I learned before that the cost is very high. We are just a small company and cannot afford it at all." Chun sure shook his head. Business is becoming increasingly difficult these days. Products cannot be sold without some kind of popularity. I have an opportunity for you to advertise on Island Number 4, and the fee is very cheap. Miling said this while picking up her coffee and drinking it. After hearing this, Chen Shursher's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "What opportunity?" "It's like this. I sponsored a batch of beach chairs and parasols for Island Number 4. When the time comes, I can give the advertising space on the parasols to your company. It's not expensive, 2 million. Miling said this slowly. Hearing this, Chen Shur also fell into deep thought and then asked, "Will it be introduced on the official website of Number 4 Island?" The current traffic of the official website of Number 4 Island is terrifying. Miling shook her head and said, "It's a pity, otherwise I wouldn't have offered such a low price. Although the effect is a little worse, considering the flow of people on Island Number 4, it is completely worth the money." You should have heard that the island is now building a beach and it will be open soon. There will definitely be more people going there. Chun Shi also knew this, and after considering it for a moment, he nodded in agreement. Seeing that she could earn 1 million just by printing pictures of Chun Shi's company's products on the parasols, which was almost as much as the company's income in half a year, Mei Ling showed a bright smile on her face, thinking that she would have to get to know Yi Xiao more in the future. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed, and now the beach has entered the final stage. Workers are busy spreading sand on the constructed platform, and a large stretch of beach has appeared before everyone. Yi Xiao walked barefoot on the beach, feeling the delicate sensation on his feet, which was very comfortable. However, he was not satisfied with the ordinary sand and planned to buy another batch of special sand from the system. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew over, and he couldn't help but shiver, feeling a little cold. He suddenly remembered that September was about to pass, and the weather was about to turn cooler. The location of island number 4 was very special, so the temperature would change with the seasons and would not remain stable at a constant temperature. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao's face couldn't help but darken. Now that the weather is about to turn colder, the effect of building this beach will not be that great. If it is winter, there will definitely be fewer people coming to the island. However, the weather control system is not cheap, costing more than 20 million. But the good news is that the crabs that were farmed before will be edible in a while, which makes me feel a lot more relieved. After staying on the beach for a while, Yi Xiao prepared to go see the coral reef. He hadn't seen it since he was put down before. At this moment, he saw Xiao Na coming over with a group of girls, so he stopped what he was doing and asked with a smile, "Boss Xiao, how come you have time to come here? Didn't we say before that our company's models would be the spokespeople for island number 4? This time we'll bring them here to shoot the video." After saying that, Joanna waved her hand and asked the girls to get ready. "Aren't you going to fight in person? Why don't you prepare?" Seeing that she was still standing there, Yi Xiao started to ask. Xiao Na spread her hands and replied, "Now I plan to retreat behind the scenes and concentrate on being a boss. Isn't this better?" After a while, the group of girls changed their clothes and came out. They were all wearing bikinis, showing off their beautiful figures, with perfect breasts and cleavage. When the people around saw this group of young and beautiful girls, they couldn't help but gather around and stood nearby to watch. Yi Xiao saw Pang Xiao running over happily and said with a smile, "You are so excited to see such a beautiful woman. It's impossible not to be excited with so many beauties. With such figures, my mouth is watering." Pang Xiao stared at the girls without blinking. Hearing his shrinking voice, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. At this time, Joanna also showed a look of contempt on her face. She had already guessed what disgusting things were in the fat man's mind. Soon the filming began, and the girls began to jump and play in the water on the beach. It was a charming scene for a while. Now the people around also look intoxicated, as if time has been frozen at this moment forever. After watching for a while, Yi Xiao walked towards the yacht on the shore. Although these beauties were very pleasing to the eyes, he already had Wang Muching, so he tried to stay away from them. When he brought the oxygen tank and diving suit onto the yacht, he saw Jonah following him. "Let me go to the sea with you." Joanna also boarded the yacht. Yi Xiao was also stunned at this time. He had never been alone with Xiao Na before, and some things had happened before, so he said, "It's not good for a single man and a single woman to be together." Xiao Na glared at him and said, "What are you thinking? Even if we are a single man and a single woman, I will not have anything to do with you." Hearing this, Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and drove the yacht to the coral reef. Soon the yacht stopped in the waters above the coral reef. Yi Xiao stood up, took off his clothes, and prepared to put on a diving suit. "What do you want to do?" Originally, Joanna was standing on the deck admiring the surrounding scenery when she suddenly saw Yi Xiao taking off his clothes. She was so scared that she took a few steps back. There was no one here now. If he did something to her, no one would hear her even if she screamed at the top of her lungs. Seeing her reaction so big, Yi Xiao was speechless and started to take out his diving suit and oxygen tank and put them on. Seeing this, Xiao Na knew that she had been misunderstood, and she quickly coughed a few times and asked, "Where are you going?" "There's a coral reef down there. I plan to go check it out." Yi Xiao began to explain. "I want to go check it out too. I haven't dived in a long time anyway." Upon hearing this, Joanna became excited and looked eager to try it out. Yi Xiao looked her up and down and said, "This outfit doesn't suit you. Let's do it next time. I'm already here. How can it be possible? Next time, I can just take off the outer clothes." After saying that, Joanna started to take off her clothes. Although she was only wearing underwear underneath, she didn't care at all. Most people couldn't tell the difference between underwear and a swimsuit. Seeing this, Yi Xiao quickly turned his head away. If it was any other woman, He might want to take a few more glances, but not Xiao Na. Chapter 195. Expelling People. While getting dressed, Joanna observed Yi Xiao and saw that he turned his head away. He didn't seem like one of those men who would take advantage of others. After putting on her clothes, she jumped directly into the water. Her movements were very skillful, and I guess she had experienced diving before. After diving to the bottom of the water, Jonah saw a coral reef standing tightly on the seabed, colorful and very beautiful, and a group of clownfish were swimming around a group of sea anemones. Yi Xiao saw that there were now many more fish around the coral reef, and he didn't recognize many of them. This gave the coral reef a little more vitality, but it was only a little vitality. Compared with the huge coral reef, these fish were still too few. After wandering around for a while, Joanna was having too much fun. Thinking that she could hold her breath, she threw away her oxygen tank and started free diving. After she was freed, she was as graceful as a fish swimming freely in the water. When Yi Xiao saw her throw away the oxygen cylinder, he quickly gestured for her to go up, but when she ignored him, he quickly followed her, fearing that something might happen to her. After a while, Joanna felt that she could not hold on any longer, so she swam towards the water. However, before she could swim up, she couldn't catch her breath and opened her mouth. Seeing her start to struggle in the water, he immediately swam over and tried to put the oxygen nozzle into her mouth, but Jonah was already panicked at this time and kept her mouth tightly closed. Then Yi Xiao hugged her and swam towards the water. At this moment, Jonah suddenly hugged his neck and kissed him on the mouth. Yi Xiao was busy getting her up, so he had no time to take care of her. I don't know how long it took, but Joanna suddenly felt the pressure on her body relieved, and she felt a warmth on her lips. Her mind was still fuzzy, so she continued to kiss. Yi Xiao was also distracted at this time. If he continued like this, something bad would definitely happen, so he quickly pushed her away. What happens? Joanna rubbed her dizzy head. She didn't remember what had just happened. Nothing, let's go. Go back. Seeing that she didn't remember it, Yi Xiao didn't mention it again and took her back to the island. Just after getting ashore, Xiao Na suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Xiao and said, I remember now, you were the one who kissed me secretly just now. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What are you talking about? Yi Xiao had a confused expression on his face, then quickly slipped away. Still playing dumb, I remember it very clearly. Joanna rubbed her hands on her waist, but she didn't feel unhappy at all. Instead, she felt a little excited. After returning to the house, Yi Xiao entered the system again and said to Inha, the beach is about to be completed. Is the sand you told me about before really that good? Of course, how can something provided by the system be bad? This sand is made of special materials. Not only does it feel better, but it can also transfer the heat of the sun into the human body, which has a very obvious effect on health preservation. Seeing that he dared to question what the system provided, Inha immediately introduced it. Hearing this, Yi Xiao became interested, but still asked the most crucial question. Tell me the price quickly. You only have 1 million in funds now, so you can only afford 50 square meters of sand. 50 square meters? Probably only about 20 people can lie down. Yi Xiao calculated that it was too little to buy this much with 1 million. Inha spread his hands and said casually, no way, this is the price. However, Yi Xiao also knew that he had to buy it. Although the area was a bit small, it would become a major feature of the island in the future. Then he asked, there are too few fish on the coral reefs now. Is there any way to quickly increase the number of fish on the coral reefs? Of course, you can just buy some fish feed. This kind of fish feed is very attractive to fish. They can smell it from a distance and come running over. Do you want some? Let's talk about it later. Now Yi Xiao feels short of money again. Millions in his hands are just like a few dollars. After coming out of the system, he posted on the official website that Island Number 4 will be officially opened on October 1st, and also put new attractions such as beaches, coral reefs, etc. Phew. Before he knew it, Yi Xiao realized that it was already evening, so he went downstairs to eat, planning to go find Xia Dehai tomorrow to discuss something. At this time, Xia Dehai was hiding under a tree with his men. He was preparing to catch those who posted flyers. Now they had nothing to do every day and just tore down the flyers. But they waited for more than 6 hours. Brother, look, someone is coming. Just when Xia Dehai was about to fall asleep, someone suddenly woke him up. Hearing this, Xia Dehai woke up immediately and was dumbfounded when he looked around. He saw more than 20 people with colorful hair carrying a bag of flyers and posting them everywhere. All the conspicuous places were affected. Then he waved his hand and rushed forward with his men. Run, there's someone there. When those people saw that something was wrong, they immediately ran away. They ran so fast that they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it, you're really good at running. If you want to post flyers, then just post flyers. Why do you make it look like a wall covered with paper? And why do you come here so late at night? Xiao Dahai looked at the advertisements and glue scattered on the ground and quickly asked someone to clean them up. The next day, Yi Xiao came to the number 4 island shipping company at the new dock in Donghai City. Now a simple prefabricated house has been built next to the dock, which serves as the company's office. As soon as he entered, he saw that Xiao Dahai had dark circles under his eyes, like a panda's eyes, and couldn't help but tease him. Brother Xia, you have such dark circles under your eyes. You have to take it easy. Your health is important. Brother Yi, what are you thinking? I chased those people who posted flyers last night, but they were like flies and I couldn't chase them away no matter what I did. Xiao Dahai looked helpless when talking about this. He had thought that after he drove those people away last night, they would not come again, but he did not expect that those people would come again at 2 o'clock in the morning. Then send more people. After all, this is the face of island number 4. If tourists come here and see advertisements everywhere, it will have a bad impact. I know, but I'm going to have people stay up all night to watch over them. Then Yi Xiao told the purpose of his coming here. Brother Xia, there will definitely be a lot of people when the island reopens. It's still the same problem. You must pay attention to safety and never let any safety incidents happen again. Xiao Dahai nodded and said, I have been talking to them about this issue for a while. Anyone who dares not to comply with safety regulations will be fired. Brother Yi, don't worry. If anything goes wrong, you can hold me responsible. With Xiao Dahai's assurance, Yi Xiao felt a lot more at ease. Chapter 196 Extensive Business. The day before October, Yi Xiao was spreading sand in a corner of the beach. The sand on the ground was black, emitting tiny spots of light under the sunlight, which looked very dreamy. Then Yi Xiao changed into a pair of swimming trunks and laid down in the sand. He immediately felt the sand was a little hot, but it was very comfortable. At the same time, he felt a trace of heat slowly seeping into his body. His body began to heat up, and he couldn't help but let out a hum of enjoyment. Just as Yi Xiao opened his eyes, he saw Pang Xiao standing beside him, looking at him in surprise. Seeing this, Yi Xiao also sat up quickly and said, This beach is quite comfortable. Do you want to try it? No, I don't have this habit. After saying that, Pang Xiao turned and left, thinking that he had only heard of fetishism, but this was the first time he had seen sand fetishism. Then Yi Xiao called Xiao Na again, and they would be needed to show up at that time. After all, they were now the spokesman for island number 4, and they couldn't just endorse the company without doing any work. After lying in the sand for a while, he saw Miling leading a group of workers coming over, apparently preparing to place beach chairs and parasols. Mr. Yi, you look quite leisurely. Miling walked over and greeted Yi Xiao. Life on the island is so laid back, so you have to learn to relax. Yi Xiao responded with a smile. At this time, Miling also took off her high heels, walked into the sand and lay down next to Yi Xiao, and said, It feels a little hot, but nothing special. Yi Xiao replied, That's because you are wearing clothes. You can only feel it if you are not wearing clothes. Hearing this, Miling turned her head and looked at him and said, You're not saying that because you want me to take off my clothes. Once a woman takes off her clothes, it's not so easy to put them back on. Seeing that she was speaking so ambiguously, Yi Xiao replied, Don't think too much. I'm just telling the truth, and I don't want to take off your clothes. Why? Am I not pretty? Or am I not in good shape? At this point, Miling began to unbutton her clothes, preparing to take off her clothes to let him see her figure. Although she was 30 years old, she had always maintained a good figure, which was not inferior to that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. No, someone who doesn't know would think we are doing something else. By the way, those parasols are full of baby supplies. Yi Xiao looked at the advertisements for milk powder, diapers, toys, etc. on the parasol and quickly changed the subject. Oh, that's a product of one of my sponsored client companies. I charged him 2 million. Miling said this calmly. Hearing this, Yi Xiao also chuckled. He only charged Miling 1 million, but she made 1 million by reselling it. She really knows how to do business. At this time, Miling looked behind and said, Is your girlfriend here? What? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately jumped out of the sand. Wang Muching was already jealous of him and Miling being together. If they were seen again, he would probably be in trouble again. But when he turned around, he found that Wang Muching was nowhere to be seen and realized that he had been tricked. I didn't expect you to be a henpecked husband. I like how afraid you are of your girlfriend. After saying this, Miling left with a smile. You like it? You'd better not like it. Yi Xiao shook his head. He didn't want to have anything to do with Miling. Beautiful women were like glue. Once you got them, you couldn't pull them off. By the evening, more than 100 chairs and parasols had been placed on the beach, giving it a romantic beach feel. Dingling. At this moment, Yi Xiao's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Xiao Dahai calling. After answering the call, he immediately rushed to Donghai City. It was still about the previous small advertisement issue, which Xia Dehai could not solve at all. After arriving at the dock, Yi Xiao saw many people around cleaning up the small advertisements posted everywhere, and hurriedly asked Xia Dehai, "Didn't you say that someone would be on guard all night? Why is it still like this?" They were guarding it, but they knew how to lure the tiger away from the mountain. When our people chased them out, another Greek came out again. Xia Dehai sighed. He had hired a lot of people and spent a lot of money to clean up these advertisements these days. "Let me handle it. They love to run. I'll let them run enough." Yi Xiao immediately called Pang Xiao and asked him to bring Lightning and the others over. Island number 4 would be open tomorrow, and the impact of these small advertisements would be very bad. At 2 o'clock that evening, the group of more than 20 people arrived at the dock again quietly. "Brother, I asked someone to look around, but I didn't find anyone patrolling nearby." One of them approached a man whose hair was dyed yellow and started reporting. "Okay, after today's work, let's go have a nice meal." The yellow-haired man waved his hand and led the people out. At this moment, a flashlight suddenly shot over, and they all covered their eyes with their hands, but then those people scattered and fled. Yi Xiao rubbed his cold hands at this time. In order to catch these people, he had stayed in this hidden place for several hours early in the morning. "Go." As soon as the words fell, Lightning and the others rushed out immediately. Huang Mao ran for a while and didn't hear any movement behind him, so he stopped. But when he turned around and saw a group of big dogs rushing towards him, he was so scared that he immediately screamed, "Oh my God," and ran away. No, I can't run anymore." After more than 10 minutes, Huang Mao collapsed to the ground exhausted, gasping for breath. Now he felt that his legs were no longer his. "Still running? I can run with you longer." At this time, Yi Xiao walked up slowly with a smile on his face. Huang Mao looked at the smiling man and asked, "What do you want to do? Posting advertisements is not against the law, right? I have to explain this to you. This is illegal and it damages the appearance of the city." Yi Xiao stopped in front of him and pointed at him. At this time, Lightning walked up slowly, grinning, revealing his fangs that were shining with cold light. Seeing this, Huang Mao couldn't help but step back and said in panic, "Let it go away. It's against the law to bite me. Tell me, who told you to do this?" Yi Xiao opened his mouth to ask, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just advertising our company." Huang Mao was still quibbling. Hearing this, Yi Xiao laughed. "Your company's business sounds very wide. Pimping, infertility, locksmithing, and air conditioning repair. The span is quite large. Our company is a large comprehensive company with all kinds of businesses. This won't work. Since it's a big company, do you still need to post flyers everywhere? This will allow the company's influence to cover every corner. Okay, stop joking. Who is it? I know even if you don't tell me." Chapter 197 Reopening. When Huang Mao saw Yi Xiao say that he knew who sent them, he was also full of disbelief. "There aren't many people who would want to embarrass me in every way. I think it must be Wu Quan. What do you think?" Yi Xiao knew who it was without even thinking about it. "I don't know who you're talking about." When Huang Mao heard this, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. After Yi Xiao noticed his reaction, he was sure that it was Wu Quan, so he said, "You are lucky to have met me. If you had met someone else with a bad temper, you probably wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. I want to discuss business with you." Hearing this, Huang Mao immediately asked, "What business? How much do you earn every day for what you are doing now?" $500 a day. As soon as he said this, Huang Mao regretted it. This was admitting that he was hired by someone else. Yi Xiao didn't care about this and continued, "I'll give you 50,000 yuan, and you'll cover the walls of the General Aviation Group with small advertisements. What do you think? Are you serious about what you say?" Upon hearing this, Huang Mao stood up immediately. "Of course it's true. You should know who I am. I'm a nail in the coffin. Okay, I promise to satisfy you. Just wait and see tomorrow. In fact, Wu Quan asked us to go to the island to invite him in a while." Then Huang Mao told the whole story and turned and left. After dealing with those people posting flyers, Yi Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Island number 4 will be reopened tomorrow, and it is always good to have fewer negative impacts. Wu Quan asked Huang Mao to post flyers at the dock just to discredit island number 4. He could vent his anger by spending a little money, so why not do it? Early the next morning, when he was sleeping soundly in bed, he was suddenly awakened by a burst of urgent ringing. After answering the call, he immediately put on his clothes and rushed out. When he came outside the company, he saw a lot of people taking pictures with their mobile phones. The company's walls were covered with flyers, and there were many flyers scattered on the ground. Not only that, the glass on the first floor was also smashed, and even the house was not spared. "Yi Xiao, you are awesome." Looking at the scene in front of him, Wu Quan was so angry that he gritted his teeth and immediately called someone to deal with it. The impact of this incident also caused General Aviation Group to lose several large orders. The summer sea rose early in the morning. In order to welcome the tourists, they decorated the boat and hung big red lanterns to cater to the atmosphere of National Day. Xiao Dahai looked at the time. It was only 8 o'clock, and there was already a long queue at the dock. "Girl, why are you here so early in the morning? Your mom and I want to sleep in a little longer." Mr. Fei got up early in the morning holding the hands of his angry wife, grandson, daughter, and son-in-law, and then came here to queue up. "Dad, today is the first day of a national day, so of course we have to go out and have some fun. There's no charge here, and the prices on the island are very affordable. I saw on the official website that there's a beach that has health benefits, which is very helpful for your old cold legs." Fei Xian introduced with a smile on her face, saying that she was usually busy with work and had few opportunities to get together with her family. Now that she finally had the National Day off, she naturally had to bring the Canadians out to have a good time. Compared with other attractions, Island Number 4 had a more diverse ecological environment and the best value for money. After buying the boat tickets, Fei Xian took her family on board and set off for Island Number 4. "Mom, I want to go swimming." When they arrived near Island Number 4, Wenwen saw many people swimming in the water and also clamored to go swimming. "Okay, let's go play later." Fei Xian looked at the many people wearing red life jackets patrolling around on yachts and couldn't help but ask the staff on the boat next to her, "What happened? Why are there so many rescue workers?" "That's the island's rescue team. They're patrolling the sea, so they can come to your rescue at any time if anything happens." "That's great. I feel very safe swimming in the sea." When the boat docked, as soon as everyone got off the boat, they saw a group of sexy beauties in bikinis appearing in front of them. They bent down and smiled at them, saying welcome. "These receptionists are so beautiful. They have such great figures, just like models." "I didn't realize they were models. Those girls in the videos on the official website are them. No wonder I thought it looked familiar." The men who got off the boat stared at the models with their eyes wide open, unable to move at all. If the people behind them hadn't urged them, they would have been unwilling to leave. Fei Xian led her family to the beach, wanting her father to try the beach that had health benefits. However, when they arrived, they saw that the place was already surrounded by people. "It's so comfortable. My body is warm. I really want to take a nap here." "Brother, you must not fall asleep. There are so many people waiting behind you." "Yeah, each person can only lie down for half an hour." Seeing so many people queuing, Fei Xian had no choice but to give up and decided to go to a hotel and get a room first. After arriving at a 4-story hotel, she said to a fat man, "I want to book a few rooms." "Sorry, there are only 2 rooms left. Do you want them?" Pang Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead. He volunteered to help as a waiter in the morning, but he didn't expect that there would be so many people checking in. He was really exhausted. "Okay, I want it. That's $400. Fei Xian then took her family to settle down in the hotel room, and then prepared to have a good time here for a few days. Yi Xiao was sitting on a bicycle at this time, eating an apple and looking at Pang Xiao, who was pounding his waist. He was very happy. This time, he also hired some waiters to maintain the daily operation of the hotel. Pang Xiao volunteered to come and help in order to build relationships with these girls. Pang Xiao looked at Yi Xiao watching the excitement on the side and waved to him with a smile, asking him to come over and take his place for a while. But Yi Xiao would not be fooled by him. He just got on his car or bicycle and ran away humming Sweet Honey. Seeing this, Pang Xiao was so angry. After Feng Hao and Yi Xiao reached a cooperation, they also built a diving equipment rental house on the island and are now busy introducing it to customers. At this time, someone asked him, "Boss, is the coral reef mentioned on the official website fun? If you go diving, I'm sure you'll like it." Feng Hao responded with a smile. He had prepared a lot of diving equipment before, and now they were almost rented out. He was very happy. More importantly, after reaching a cooperation with Island Number 4, the company's reputation was also greatly improved. The beach is also very lively at this time. Some children are making sand piles, some are playing beach volleyball, and some are basking in the sun. Everything is what a beach should look like. Chapter 198, Pink Dolphin. In the evening, Fei Xian and her family came to the beach again. They had taken a tour around the island before and were very curious about everything on the island and had a lot of fun. "Dad, there aren't many people on that beach right now. Go try it." Fei Xian saw that there were not many people around the therapeutic beach, so she quickly asked her father to try. "Okay, I'll try it." Mr. Fei was unable to resist and had to go in, but he did not believe that this beach had any therapeutic effects. However, when he lay down in the sand, he suddenly felt a warmth flowing into his body, and the back pain he had always had was actually relieved a lot. After realizing this, Mr. Fei was stunned with shock. He had seen countless doctors for his back pain and taken countless medicines, but to no avail. He didn't expect that lying in the sand for a while would have such a good effect. When Fei Xian saw her father's expression, she quickly shouted, "Dad, are you okay? Tell me if you feel uncomfortable." "I'm not feeling uncomfortable. Let me lie down for a while. This sand is amazing." After saying that, Fei continued to lie down and fell asleep unknowingly. An hour later, Fei Yuan slowly woke up. Seeing that his daughter was still watching, he quickly said, "Girl, why didn't you wake me up? I saw you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't call you. Where are Wenwen and the others? If they're hungry, they can eat first. Let's go over there too." When Fei Yuan walked to the food street, he saw a family sitting in a stir-fry restaurant ordering food. Although the conditions were simple, it was very clean and hygienic, and you could also overlook the sea view, which also had a unique charm. Yi Xiao was currently in the room looking at the feedback form filled out by tourists. The reason for making this form was to understand people's suggestions and ideas about the island. It took him an hour to read through all the suggestions and understand their ideas. They hoped there would be more animals in the forest, that there were too few fish in the coral reefs, and that there would be more welfare. As for the first two suggestions, Yi Xiao can only develop them slowly, but as for the welfare, he can formulate some. Yi Xiao checked the time and saw that it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, so he led Lightning and the others to go on patrol. When he arrived at the beach, he saw a dozen people sleeping in the health sand. He walked over and asked, "Why are you sleeping here? There are no rooms left. I found it quite comfortable to sleep here. It's okay. You don't have to worry about us." After saying this, the man lay down and continued to sleep. Seeing this, Yi Xiao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He thought that many people would come here to sleep at night in the future. After inspecting and not finding any problems, he immediately ran back to the room and logged into the system. Today is National Day, and it is time for the lottery. After entering the system, Yi Xiao quickly called out Inha and said with a smile, "Beautiful Inha, we are going to draw a lottery today, don't forget it." "I know. Why are you so impatient? You are not this enthusiastic when you see me normally." Inha joked and then clicked on the lucky draw wheel. Looking at the pointer spinning on the turntable, Yi Xiao felt very calm. After all, he had drawn prizes several times, and now he saw through everything. "I'm lucky. I won 2 Maui dolphins, and they're pink." The pointer stopped on a very cute dolphin, and Inha began to introduce it. "Maui dolphin? This is the first time I've heard of this kind of dolphin." Yi Xiao was also very curious about this pink beach. Then Inha began to educate him. Maui dolphins are the smallest and rarest dolphins in the world. There are only about 50 of them in the world now, and they are very rare pink. They will live around island number 4 forever. Hearing this, Yi Xiao was also delighted. He didn't expect that this dolphin would be so precious and would not run around. After drawing the lottery, he went to the beach and put the 2 little dolphins into the sea. 2 pink figures flashed in the water and then disappeared without a trace. But Yi Xiao is not worried, as they will continue to live in the waters around the island. When he slowly walked back, he saw that the food street was still brightly lit, and he couldn't help but smile. One of the reasons why he spent a huge amount of money to build island number 4 was to bring happiness to everyone. Now it seems that his time and money are worth it. The next day, Fei Xian and her husband went diving in the sea. After swimming underwater for a while, they suddenly saw a flash of pink passing by in front of their eyes. Looking closely, they saw 2 pink little dolphins, also with excitement on their faces, circling around them. The 2 little dolphins were not shy at all, and even blew bubbles at them. Seeing this, Fei Xian and the other girl also started playing with them. Soon, many people also discovered these 2 pink dolphins and joined the crowd to watch. Soon after, the news of the pink dolphins in the coral reef spread like wildfire, and more people came to the diving club to rent diving equipment and wanted to see the dolphins. Joanna got up early in the morning, took a shower, and walked out wrapped in a bath towel. At this moment, she suddenly saw a remote-controlled aircraft hovering outside the window with a red dot flashing on it. Her intuition told her that the aircraft was coming to take pictures of her, so she simply picked up the cup on the table next to her and smashed it. With a clang, the aircraft fell down. "Who broke my aircraft?" Then there was an angry roar from downstairs. Xiao Na then walked down and saw a thin, pointed-faced man holding a broken aircraft. He said, "I smashed it. Who told you to take a sneak shot of me? I'm taking a secret photo of you." "Bah, you don't even know what kind of person you are. I'm taking a secret photo of you. If you have the guts, show me the evidence. Otherwise, you have to compensate me for my aircraft." The man was not willing to be outdone and started questioning directly. "I haven't asked you for compensation yet. How dare you ask me to pay? Ugh. If you don't want to accompany me, then we'll meet in court. I'll see who will suffer in the end." Seeing his strong expression and his threat to go to court, Xiao Na wondered in her heart if she was overthinking it and that the other party had not taken any pictures of her at all. At this moment, Yi Xiao came over and asked what happened. Xiao Na was the first to speak. This guy used this aircraft to secretly film me and wanted me to pay compensation. This woman smashed my aircraft and used this excuse to cheat me. I have never seen such a shameless woman. Lucen also argued confidently and insisted that he did not take any secret photos. How about this? Let me check your aircraft. If there really is no secret photography, I will ask her to pay compensation and apologize to you in person. How about that? If you want to know whether he took any secret photos, it's actually very simple. Chapter 199 Hydrating Cream. Why should I show it to you? This is my privacy. Lucen held the aircraft tightly in his hand with a look of arrogance on his face. That means there was a secret camera. Seeing him like this, Yi Xiao knew that there was a high probability that he was taking secret photos. I'm too lazy to tell you. After saying this, Lucen prepared to turn around and leave. But before he could take a step, Yi Xiao stepped forward and stopped him, saying gloomily, "If you want to leave like this, it may not be that easy. Either check it for me or call the police." Hearing this, Lucen showed a trace of panic in his eyes. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to run away, but when he saw the staff from the islands surrounding him, he gave up the idea. "Bring it here." When Pang Xiao and his men came over, they immediately reached out and snatched the aircraft from Lucen's hand. Then they found a camera and quickly asked him, "What is this?" At this time, "I was just using a camera to observe the environment on the island." Lucen continued to argue stubbornly. Then Yi Xiao asked Pang Xiao to take out the memory card and take it into the house to see what was inside. Seeing this scene, Lucen wanted to rush up to grab it, but he was directly held down by someone. "Xiao Yi, something's happening." At this time, Pang Xiao waved and shouted at Yi Xiao. After entering the house, Yi Xiao leaned over to the computer and started watching. The video showed some beautiful women in swimsuits on the beach. He turned to Pang Xiao and said, "It's not a problem. Just look behind you." Pang Xiao motioned Yi Xiao to look behind. As the images played one after another, Yi Xiao saw some photos of girls changing clothes in the video, and Joanna was among them. Seeing this, he picked up the phone and notified the police. After coming out, Yi Xiao walked to Xiao Na's ear and whispered in her ear. At this time, Lucen saw her coming towards him with a gloomy face and quickly begged for mercy. "Beauty, aunt, I was wrong." After Xiao Na walked over, she used a kick that could cut off the number of his descendants, and Lucen immediately screamed. It wasn't long before the police arrived at the scene. "Officer, she hit me, and I'm going to sue her." As soon as he saw the police, Lucen started yelling. The policeman saw that he was caught in the act and was still yelling, but the responsibility on his shoulders made him have to understand. So he asked Xiao Na, "Did you kick him?" "No, he fell down by himself, and he wants to ask me to pay for the medical expenses." Xiao Na was not someone to be trifled with, so she immediately thought of a reason. Hearing this, the police turned to Lucen and asked, "She said she didn't kick me. Are you serious?" Of course, these people are watching. Before he could finish his words, Lucen was stuck. How could the people around him testify for him? He was then taken back by the police. After this incident happened, Yi Xiao wrote a sign and put it on the dock, which stated that the use of aircraft was prohibited on the island. Lily was looking at documents in the company at this time. She currently runs a cosmetics company. "Lily, look quickly, how is my skin?" At this moment, her good friend Yuan Ning walked in and leaned closer. "Ning Ning, your skin is so soft and tender. It seems like you can squeeze water out of it. How do you maintain it?" Lily looked at the moist skin on her face and was full of envy. Yuan Ning laughed. "Didn't the company develop a new moisturizing cream? I tried it, and it worked really well." Hearing this, Lily also hurriedly asked, "Didn't they say it was still under testing? How can you use it?" "The technical department has completed the test this morning, and all indicators are full marks. Bring it here and let me see it." Upon hearing this, Lily was also filled with excitement. After a while, a moisturizing cream was placed on her desk. When Lily opened the lid of the moisturizing cream, she smelled a faint scent of aloe vera, which was very pleasant and made her feel refreshed instantly. Then she rubbed a little more on her face and immediately felt her face warm and comfortable. After wiping it, Lily was also very satisfied and said, "How are the prices and promotion plans going now?" "The tentative price is 100,000 per box, and the quantity is limited to 100 boxes. We also plan to place advertisements on many websites." As Lily's friend and secretary, Yuan Ning has also been in contact with the planning department. "I don't need to advertise. I have my own plans." After saying that, Lily stood up and walked out with a smile. At this time, Yi Xiao was lying on a beach chair basking in the sun, listening to music with headphones on, looking very leisurely. Suddenly, he felt his headphones being taken off. He opened his eyes and saw it was Lily. He quickly asked, "Why are you here? Can I come? I'm here to talk to you about something serious. The moisturizing cream is ready, and I need your help to advertise it on island number 4 and recommend it." Lily directly stated the purpose of her visit. "Didn't you say you were responsible for publicity? Our company spends a lot of money on advertising, but your words are more effective than our advertising. Who else should I choose? Besides, the moisturizing cream will also have an advertisement for your island number 4. It's mutually beneficial." Yishao nodded and said, "Okay, leave me 10 bottles when the time comes. I will need them." 10 bottles? Why don't you just go and rob them? These are all money. I can only give you 5 bottles at most. Upon hearing this, Lily immediately went crazy. Okay, 5 bottles is 5 bottles. Yishao wants the citizens to give ideas for the development of island number 4. Whoever has a good idea will be rewarded with a box of moisturizing cream. After seeing that everything was done, Lily lay down on a beach chair nearby, put on her sunglasses, and went to sleep. Not long after, Yishao also put an advertisement on the official website of island number 4 for the moisturizing cream that he had developed in cooperation with the beauty cosmetics company run by Lily, which would soon go on sale. After the advertisement was released, Lily's company's phone was flooded with calls, with people asking when the moisturizing cream would go on sale. Pull out the phone line first. I'm going to go deaf if you keep calling like this. Although Lily knew that island number 4 had a great influence, the company's phone was flooded with calls because of just one advertisement. And you have to know that the price of a box of moisturizing cream is very expensive, but even so, people still kept asking about it. She then discussed with various departments and decided to start accepting pre-orders 3 days later and commence normal shipments on the same day. Judging from the current situation, the 90 boxes of hydrating cream would definitely be booked out immediately. After hearing about the disappearance, many people, especially those women who are not short of money and love beauty, were extremely excited. They absolutely trust the reputation of island number 4, and the moisturizing cream that costs 100,000 yuan a box is limited, so it is very face-saving to buy it. After all, for them, there is no difference between 100,000 yuan and 10 yuan. Chapter 200 Aunts and Uncles. 3 days later, the official website of Marin Cosmetics Company opened pre-orders for the hydrating cream at 9 o'clock in the morning. After the reservation was completed, the goods could be shipped immediately after payment. Lily also came to the company early in the morning, holding a bowl of noodles and eating while asking, "How many people are rushing to buy it now?" As soon as the sale started, they were sold out immediately, and those who bought them paid immediately. "Now we are preparing to ship them." Yuan Ning responded with a smile. The speed of the purchase was so fast that it was no exaggeration to say that they were sold out in seconds. Ahem, keep an eye on it, and don't let anything happen. Hearing this, Lily almost choked. It would take her a whole morning to buy all of them, but she didn't expect them to be bought out so quickly. At the same time, some customers who managed to buy the product couldn't wait to get their hands on the hydrating cream, and some even flew thousands of miles to get it in person. On this day, Xiao Zhen went to a party with friends, and as soon as she arrived, everyone surrounded her. "Sister Zhen, your skin is so good, almost like that of a 3-year-old baby. Yeah, I'm so envious. Let me touch it." "Sister Zhen, this is your fault. You don't recommend any cosmetics to the sisters." "That's right. You have to treat me to dinner tonight." Hearing this, Xiao Zhen also laughed and said, "I just used a moisturizing cream, the beauty moisturizing cream." After hearing this, several people became interested and started discussing it. "Is it from the beauty cosmetics company? I heard they used the top quality aloe vera provided by island number 4. I wanted to order it, but it was sold out. Sister Zhen, please take it out and let us see it." Seeing their faces full of anticipation and envy, Xiao Zhen felt very proud and took out the moisturizing cream from her bag. One person immediately took it and opened it. A faint fragrance floated out and spread in the air. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and sighed. "It smells so good. It smells so good. Sister Zhen, can I try?" "Yes. I also want to try this moisturizing cream. If it's good, I can buy it in the future." Seeing this, Xiao Zhen also said, "You can try, but make less. This is very precious, and there are only 90 copies." When Wang Muching returned home from outside, she saw many ants gathered in the house. She wondered why they all came. Usually, they came to arrange a blind date for her at this time. "Muching, you're back. Girl, you are getting more and more beautiful. Cheng'er, come here, let's second ant have a look." Wang Muching went over and greeted them. "Second ant, third ant, eldest ant, why are you here?" Zhu Lanfang took Wang Muching's hand and said with a smile, "Muching, I heard that the moisturizing cream was launched by your boyfriend, right?" Upon hearing this, Wang Muching immediately understood their purpose and said, "Aunt, we are just cooperating with other companies, and the cooperation is not that deep. Even if the cooperation is not deep, it is still cooperation. Can you bring some of the moisturizing cream back for us?" Zhu Lanfang looked at Wang Muching expectantly. "Aunt, that moisturizing cream is so expensive, and you can't just take it. I have a box here, you can use it first." It's not that Wang Muching didn't want to give it, but there wasn't much to begin with, and it was still useful. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lanfang continued to smile and said, "Muching, one box is not enough. Don't you see that there are so many aunts and uncles?" Hearing this, Wang Muching looked embarrassed. Even if she gave them all, there wouldn't be enough. "Well, let's go directly to our future nephew-in-law and ask for it. I don't believe he won't give it to us." After saying that, Zhu Lanfang led a group of people towards island number 4. Seeing this scene, Wang Muching quickly called Yi Xiao and asked him to prepare for the reception. After Yi Xiao received her call, he didn't know what to do and could only act according to circumstances. 2 hours later, he stood at the dock and watched Wang Muching's aunts and uncles walk down from the boat. He quickly went up to them and greeted them. "Hello, Auntie. You are quite energetic, young man. No wonder my Muching likes you." As soon as Zhu Lanfang saw Yi Xiao, she thought this guy was pretty good. Auntie is quite young. If you don't know her, you might think she is Muching's sister. Yi Xiao couldn't help but pat the horse. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lanfang and others also laughed happily. Then Yi Xiao led them into the house and made tea and brought them some pastries. Zhu Lanfang drank tea while saying, "Xiao Yi, I believe Muching has called you too. You also know the purpose of our coming here. You can't be as stingy as that girl. I will give you a big red envelope when you get married." Hearing this, Yi Xiao really didn't know what to do. If he didn't give it to them, it would be too unreasonable. He was so stingy when he met his parents for the first time. If it got out, people would think he was stingy. But if he gave it to them, he would not have a single box left. Seeing them looking at him with smiles on their faces, Yi Xiao found it difficult to refuse them, so he could only say, "Auntie, I only have 5 boxes here, which may not be enough for you to share. It's okay. We can just share some when the time comes. Xiaoya, you are much more generous than Muching. By the way, I heard that the vegetables on the island are very good. Can you take us to have a look?" At this time, Zhu Lanfang spoke again. "Okay, I'll show you around." Then Yi Xiao led them out. Along the way, Zhu Lanfang looked at the lush green vegetables in the vegetable fields. They looked very good, and there were many varieties. She liked them very much. "This dish is good, green, nutritious, and tastes great. It can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan outside." "Really? I haven't eaten it yet. I really want to try it tonight. This potato is so big. My son loves the shredded potatoes I stir-fry the most." Yi Xiao listened to their chattering, and of course he understood, so he said, "Auntie, since you like these dishes so much, take some back to eat." Hearing this, Zhu Lanfang also smiled and said, "Xiao Yi, I know these dishes are not cheap. You should think it through carefully." "Auntie, it's just some food. It's nothing." Yi Xiao patted his chest, looking indifferent, but looking at their attitude, he was afraid that he would bleed heavily. "Okay, since you said so, Xiaoya, then Auntie won't be polite and will take some back." After saying that, Zhu Lanfang led people to start picking vegetables in the fields. Yi Xiao looked at them and found that they were really not polite at all. They were picking the vegetables one by one, as if they would not stop at all, and he had to prepare bags for them. Half an hour later, Zhu Lanfang and others left contentedly with several large bags of vegetables.